In the modern world, where smartphone screens are the gateways connecting all things, a strange force has infiltrated the virtual world, bringing with it the breath of the underworld. A group of ghost envoys, who are originally only accustomed to guiding souls, have now become reluctant streamers, bringing unexpected and mysterious live streams. They not only introduce the culture of the underworld, but also reveal terrifying secrets about the afterlife. Vengeful spirits, unsolved cases, and dark forces manipulating both the underworld and the mortal realm. All are exposed through the live stream screens, making viewers shudder. But the most terrifying thing of all is the strange changes taking place in the human world. Supernatural phenomena, mysterious disappearances, rumors about the appearance of demons. Is this just a coincidence or a sign of a dark conspiracy? Why do vengeful spirits appear in the real world? Why can dark forces manipulate both the underworld and the mortal realm? And why was the group of ghost envoys chosen to expose these secrets? These questions keep swirling deep into the readers' minds, making them unable to take their eyes off the screen. Can they find the answers? Or will they be swept into the dangerous vortex, where the boundary between the underworld and the mortal realm becomes more fragile than ever? In a certain luxurious city, people were walking on the streets, entirely focused on tapping their phones as they walked. Suddenly, a notification popped up on everyone's phone screens. Ding dong, the Audience Day live stream room has started broadcasting. A man was strolling down the street, calling his wife. "Why does a woman like you come home so late every day?"
Sue Ron on the other end replied crankily, "Why do I come home so late every day? If I don't work, can your meager salary support both me and our daughter? You want a divorce? Fine, let's get a divorce." The daughter sitting next to her was terrified seeing her parents argue. While talking attentively on the phone, Sue Ron suddenly looked ahead and saw a car rushing towards her, crashing her car down into a deep mountain ravine. The husband on the other end, sensing something was wrong, panicked and said, "Hello, Sue Ron, what's wrong? Sue Ron? Dodo? Dodo?" 3 hours earlier, John Lynn had received a notification from the system. "Congratulations on being chosen by the live stream system. Participating in the live stream and winning rewards can help with your cultivation, my love. The live stream system's mission to popularize underworld culture can earn corresponding rewards. Trial mission: make the number of viewers in your live stream room reach 10,000. John Lynn looked at the screen above and doubted. Making people understand more about the underworld? Isn't that exactly my daily job? Taking on a side job to earn rewards isn't bad. Then John Lynn clicked the word yes on the screen to accept the mission. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately appeared on the broadcast and gave his first announcement. "Hello everyone. As you can see, I am a ghost envoy. To popularize underworld culture, starting from today, I will live stream my daily work for everyone. It's not a filter, not a cosplayer. I am the real Bai Wuchang."
Next, I will show you the entire process of soul guiding. After that, Junglin moved to the scene of the car accident just now to pick up the little girl, Dodo. He approached and called the little girl's name, Dodo. Holding her hand, he turned to face the screen and said, "The first step of soul guiding is to bring the soul to the Naihei Bridge, followed by drinking the mungpo soup and forgetting everything." Seeing the doctors load her mother onto the stretcher and take her to the hospital, little Dodo became extremely terrified. Dodo let go of Junglin's hand and moved forward. "Mom, I want my mom. I don't want to go. I don't want to leave my mom." Dodo was already dead at this point, becoming a soul that could pass through the living. She hugged her mother's neck and cried bitterly. Junglin turned his head to look and showed sympathy. Many people refuse to leave after death, leading to a disorder we call ghostification. Dodo gripped her mother even tighter and shouted loudly, "I don't want to go." Junglin took a stick from his clothes and threw it toward Dodo. This was the mourning stick, which has the effect of stunning ghost souls to bring them back to their senses, normally suppressing ghostification very well. Seeing this stick, Dodo immediately became more docile and obedient. Junglin approached the little girl and said, "Calm down a bit. If you insist on staying by your mother's side, you will kill her. Dodo has done very well. As long as Dodo goes to reincarnate with peace of mind, your mother will continue to live and live very well." After that, Junglin led the little girl away, although she was very reluctant. Following this, Junglin continued his work. Human beings all have the 7 emotions and 6 desires. If a ghost soul refuses to leave, we must find a way to untie the knot in their heart. Next, we will continue the soul guiding process. Comments continuously popped up on the livestream. "Report it. This plot is too negative. Truly stopping at nothing to get popular. Damn it, I simply can't find the report button. I just looked for the admin, and the admin said they couldn't find this livestream room at all. They couldn't even send a warning." Over at the live streaming company, the employees were extremely frustrated. "My admin privileges are also gone, and moreover, I simply can't find the URL of this livestream room." The colleague next to him also replied, "Is this really a livestream from the underworld?"
After finishing bringing Dodo to the Nihei Bridge and waving goodbye to each other, Junglin continued, "Next, we will go pick up the second soul of tonight." Junglin continued his work, moving to the house of an old man. Holding a notebook in his hand, he looked at the man with an attentive gaze. "Next, let's see what people will do before they die. In 20 minutes, this old man will pass away." The old man touched and caressed his grandson, then called him by a very intimate nickname, Little Monkey. After covering his grandson with a blanket, his expression turned sorrowful. He walked over to the wardrobe, took out a black plate and pawn.
Washing his face cleanly, combing his hair neatly, he sat down on the sofa to call his son. "Hello, son. Come back for a visit tomorrow." Then he advised, "You and Xiaorong must live well. Don't argue over small things. Give in to her a little more. Understand?" The son on the other end answered absent-mindedly, "Yeah, Dad, I'm too sleepy. If there's anything, let's talk tomorrow." The grandfather approached his grandson's bed and affectionately reminded him, "Little monkey, you must study hard and grow up healthy." The grandson talked in his sleep. "Yeah, Grandpa, in the future, I will bring back certificates of merit for you." The grandfather felt satisfied and smiled. "Good, good, good. Our little monkey is the best." The old man lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and a few seconds later, his soul escaped from his physical body. Zhang pointed at the old man and said, "The soul leaving the body means the person is already dead. Let's go." Zhang led the old man following his proper procedure. After each person dies, the basic procedure is the same. Everyone goes to the Nihei Bridge, drinks mangpo soup, and finally reincarnates. Suddenly, the system immediately announced, "Ding! Congratulations, host. For the first time live streaming, the number of viewers has reached 10,000. Zhang felt extremely confused and looked up. "Huh? What?" The system continued to inform him, "Ding! The host popularized underworld culture, the Huangquan Road. Accumulated points increased by 100. Ding! The host's accumulated points exceeded 100. The system shop has been opened." Zhang felt extremely surprised. Just like that, and there were already 10,000 viewers. Is it that easy? After that, he pressed the no button on the screen to decline the livestream. After he pressed to decline the livestream session was turned off, and everyone was extremely panicked. Is the car accident livestream really an underworld livestream, or did someone intentionally do this to attract traffic? Comments continuously popped up. He just turned it off like that. "Host, do you not want popularity anymore?" "I just confirmed with my cousin at the police station. A car accident really did happen in the suburbs. The news broadcasted in the livestream room just now was all true."
So that car accident wasn't a group of actors. Did the host set up the car accident? The culprit was caught. Holy crap, is the host really Bai Wuchang? Right after that, the police went to the house of the old man and the husband, but both confirmed that they did not know the streamer at all. The website also quickly issued a notice to apologize to everyone for the recent incident. At the marketing department of the Shark Live platform interface, the employee was hugging the computer and going crazy. They still couldn't find the livestream room's interface, and users all reported that the content of this livestream could not be saved. The colleague opposite was equally flustered. Even with police intervention, no information could be traced in the interface. They also couldn't control the livestream room. If a hacker intentionally did this, they would be doomed. The other girl said, "I have sent the information to the superiors here," and the superiors requested to continue monitoring the Underworld Healing livestream room. A notice has also been issued, so let's see what happens next for now.
At the city's central hospital, Shudan's husband was sitting by her bed waiting for her to wake up. He read some news in the newspaper and suddenly discovered a piece of news that said, "My grandmother said she asked this expert to send me a dream, telling me the location of the house deeds in the house." After reading this news, the husband's face immediately turned pale. Suddenly, 2 police officers appeared at the door and greeted him. According to the investigation, this person was not only at the scene of the car accident, but also took Dodo's soul away. And the soul of the second old man he took away had died naturally at home. Hearing this news, the man felt terrified. Is it him? Could it really be an underworld livestream? At this time, Shudan woke up in a daze, her face lifeless. Seeing his wife wake up, the husband was shocked. Shudan. Shudan sobbed and said, "Husband, I found a way to see Dodo." She picked up her phone and pressed the enter button in Zhang Lin's livestream. In Zhang Lin's livestream at this moment, the old man was profusely thanking Lord Zhang. "Thank you, Lord Zhang, for helping me send a dream to my grandson." Zhang Lin said calmly, "This is just what I should do." After the old man left, Zhang Lin received countless praises from the audience, along with system notifications. Congratulations to the host's livestream for surpassing 100,000 popularity points, accumulated reward of 500 points. The host popularized underworld culture through dream sending, accumulated reward of 300 points. Ding, the livestream's cash reward has exceeded 100 and can be withdrawn. Zhang Lin hurriedly observed all the other notifications on the device and fell into deep thought. Previously, popularizing underworld culture only gave 100 points, but now it gave 300 points. Did these accumulated points have to do with the livestream's popularity or the influence on the mortal realm? He looked up at the screen and finally decided to buy a yin energy pill. Well, let's try it first. He then stuffed 3 yin energy pills into his mouth and felt full of vitality, gaining more new energy and strength. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to the middle stage Ghost Soldier. Keep working hard for the next skill level, which is the late stage Ghost Soldier."
Among the ghost levels, Wandering Soul is the lowest, followed by Yin Soul, Ghost Soldier, Ghost General, Great Ghost General, and Ghost King. Each level is divided into early stage, middle stage, and late stage. Zhang Lin looked at his hands and felt delighted. The effect is actually this fast. Wait until I become a Ghost General, then I can take on other jobs myself and even have my own little ghosts. At this moment, messages from Shudan appeared on the screen. I am Dodo's mother. Please, Lord Bai, help me see Dodo once more.
Shudan kept messaging continuously, making Zhang Lin feel extremely panicked. Huh? He could still receive rewards without live streaming? Dodo? He rested his chin on his hand and thought for a long time. Meeting that child again? Dodo had only been dead for 3 days, so he definitely hadn't drunk the Mingpo soup yet. If it was just letting them meet one time, it wouldn't be a difficult matter. After that, he immediately pressed the broadcast button on the screen to let everyone see the panoramic view of the surroundings. He did not forget to write a message on the screen to instruct Shudan. For the first 7 days, prepare incense and burn it continuously from the suburbs all the way to the door of your house. Seeing Zhang Lin's instructions, Shudan covered her mouth while crying. Okay, I will definitely follow it. I will definitely follow it. Thank you, Lord Bai. Thank you, Lord Bai. Her husband snatched her phone, thinking she was being overly superstitious. Are you crazy? It's just a nonsense livestream program. If you want to pray for Dodo, I can just go to the temple with you, right? Shudan snatched the phone back extremely forcefully and shouted, I don't need you to care. After that, she immediately ran off to do exactly as Zhang Lin said. The 7th night after Dodo's death, at the scene of the car accident, the police were reporting to their superiors. Team A had already arranged everything properly. If any suspicious person is discovered, they will be arrested immediately. The surrounding people all complied. Understood. The man from earlier asked the reporter, Dadong, take a look. Is there anything on the road? I still haven't started broadcasting. Dadong was adjusting the camera and replied, There's nothing at all. Stop making noise. Today, I definitely have to see exactly what kind of divine being this is.
The policeman was eating noodles while reading the lively comments discussed by everyone on his phone. Why hasn't the streamer appeared yet when it's almost 12 o'clock? The host wouldn't have run away with a pile of money, would he? Book a jail cell in advance. It's only the 7th day after 12 o'clock. Don't panic, just do as I do and nibble on melon seeds. Dadong looked into the camera and discovered something. Panicking and unable to speak. She's out, the person involved is out, but I haven't seen her face. She's out, Dodo has appeared. Dadong immediately turned around and said with a smile, Where is Dodo? The other person immediately raised his phone and pointed at the screen. Look quickly. On the screen was the little girl Dodo, looking confused and hugging a teddy bear, not understanding what was happening. Bai Wuchang, Zhang Lin, and Dodo, holding the panda teddy bear, were standing on a cloud of smoke. The 2 reporters, seeing it with their own eyes, couldn't help but gape, hurriedly kneeling down and bowing. Lord Bai Wuchang is mighty. I'm just passing by. At this time, Zhang Lin was live streaming a familiar address, the Underworld Healing Livestream Room, with 1,689 fans. At this time, Dodo turned around with a smile and called out, Brother. Zhang Lin urged, Go quickly. With permission, the little girl immediately flew down. The little girl's father held the phone, receiving the news through the livestream screen, and couldn't help but ask anxiously, Dodo, is that you? At that moment, Zhang Lin waved his hand, and 2 drops of water appeared from his palm. Then they quickly flew into the eyes of Dodo's parents. After blinking once, when they opened their eyes, the couple saw Dodo. At this time, Dodo hugged her mother and called out happily, Mom! The couple, seeing their child, also emotionally called out their name, Dodo! The mother hugged her child and said emotionally, Lord Bai Wuchang didn't lie to me. This is so good, so good. The man also shed tears of emotion at this time, hugging the mother and daughter. The mother said, Dodo, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. It's my fault. The obedient Dodo, although crying, still smiled and reached out to wipe her mother's tears to comfort her. It's okay, Mom. Don't cry. Don't cry. The little girl also cheerfully recounted, Mom, you know what? I saw a lot of magical things in the underworld.
The whole family of 3 gathered around listening to Dodo tell stories. Everyone had a smile on their face, and before long, half an hour had passed. At this moment, Zhang Lin spoke up to remind them, The time has come, we should go. The mother pleaded reluctantly, Wait, Lord Bai Wuchang. Zhang Lin then said, If the little girl doesn't go now, it will be late, or do you not want to let her go reincarnate? Hearing this, the mother quickly explained, No, Lord Bai Wuchang. I want to know if Dodo can be reincarnated into my family again, or is there anything else I can do for Dodo? Zhang Lin said, Accumulate good deeds. After saying that, he took Dodo's hand and left. The couple knelt down at this moment, watching his retreating back. The wife kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Bai Wuchang. I will definitely do so. I will definitely do so. When Zhang Lin led the little girl to a bridge, he turned his head to look around and saw a person radiating yang energy. He couldn't help but be amazed that he could actually attract someone with such high merit. It seemed the effectiveness of the livestream was very good. Meanwhile, that man was currently reporting through his earpiece. No suspicious characters have been detected yet. A moment later, Zhang Lin led Dodo onto the bridge to meet a woman. Zhang Lin said, Mengpo, I'll leave the next part to you. Mengpo held a bowl of soup, handed it to Dodo, and said, Drink the Mengpo soup, forget the past events. The gratitude and grudges of this life will vanish like smoke from here on out, and the next life will be a completely new beginning. Dodo smiled brightly as she took the bowl of soup, then held out the teddy bear towards Zhang Lin and said, Big brother, thank you for letting me see my mom one last time. I am giving this to you.
Zhang immediately replied, "You're welcome." After Zhang accepted the teddy bear, Dodo obediently drank the Mengpo soup. Zhang introduced the next step. After finishing the Mengpo soup, Mengpo will guide the ghost soul to reincarnate. If people accumulate virtuous deeds while alive, their path to reincarnation later on will also be much smoother. After Mengpo led Dodo away, Zhang turned around and said, "What I am showing you all today is the first seventh night return of the soul." The comments in the livestream room started bombarding. "So this is the first seventh night soul return. The cute little Dodo is truly so sensible. I hope she can reincarnate smoothly in her next life." Was that Mengpo just now? Streamer, I want to see Mengpo. Even though we only saw her back, based on my many years of experience in judging people, she is definitely a great beauty. Upstairs, it's also possible she's a skull beauty. This is the underworld after all. Zhang read the comments and saw them discussing Mengpo. He rubbed his chin and said, "Mengpo, I heard Mengpo is waiting for someone, which is why she has lingered here for 1,000 years. Don't tease her too much, or be careful that Mengpo comes looking for you."
Then he snapped his fingers. Zhang appeared above the ghost market and said, "Today, I will take you guys for a stroll in the ghost market." After that, he walked around while introducing it, saying that the ghost market sells many things and is very convenient for ghost life. While walking, he met Hei Wuchang Shu Zizi. Seeing him, Zhang said, "Huh, it's Brother Zizi." Then Zhang approached and greeted him. "Brother Zizi, long time no see, how have you been lately?" Hei Wuchang Shu Zizi also smiled and replied, "Very well, and you, Brother Zhang?" Suddenly, a weird voice rang out. "A living soul. I like living souls the most." This remark caught Zhang attention, and he turned to look behind him. Huh? At this time, the soul of a beautiful girl came rushing over. Behind the girl, a multi-eyed ghost was raising its 2 arms with sharp claws, preparing to catch her soul. Just as it was about to touch the girl, Hei and Bai Wuchang each grabbed one of the ghost's arms, and both stood blocking in front of the girl. Seeing this, the ghost cried out in panic. Huh? Terrified by the oppressive aura of Hei and Bai Wuchang, the ghost hurriedly ran away. Afterward, Zhang took out a mask and instructed, "Lin Roi, this mask can temporarily conceal your soul's aura. Put it on. Next time your soul leaves your body, do not come to the underworld anymore. The underworld is full of mixed ghost souls, and many of them love to eat living souls like you." Lin Roi was the wealthy daughter of the Lin group. Wearing the mask, she couldn't help but feel awkward. Then she asked, "Do you know me?" Zhang Rian leisurely introduced himself. "I am Bai Wuchang." Hearing this, Lin Roi couldn't help but panic. I'm doomed. I won't be taken away, right? Isn't this just delivering my head from 1,000 miles away for someone else to claim merit?" At this moment, Zhang didn't care what Lin Roi said and turned to speak to Shu Zizi. "Brother Zizi, I will escort this soul out of the underworld. I'll take my leave first." Hearing that, Shu Zizi replied, "All right, pay attention to your safety, and I will report the matter of the living soul to King Yama first." Then Zhang grabbed Lin Roi by the collar. He then pulled Lin Roi and flew away from there. A moment later, the two flew over the spider lily field to a vortex. Zhang pointed at the vortex and said, "Out of here is the mortal realm. Hurry and go." Lin Roi gave a grateful smile and said, "Thank you." After that, she approached the vortex. Looking a bit nervous, Lin Roi tightly closed her eyes and decisively walked through. After passing through the vortex, Lin Roi returned to the mortal realm, letting out a "wow." Afterward, she turned her head to look at the sun. Seeing that it was about to rise, she couldn't help her worry. Oh no, what time is it now? At home, Zhang looked up at the countless comments on the system screen. "Host, you saw Lin Roi and weren't even moved? The host is a ghost envoy. What kind of beautiful woman hasn't he seen before? A mere Lin Roi is just right to be my wife. Lin Roi is on the hot search. She even posted a clarification saying she is a cultivator, so hilarious. She is also spreading nonsense about how to cultivate. Ha 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 ha, my girlfriend is so cute. Hey, host, how can a human enter the underworld? Please teach me. I also want to go to the underworld to broaden my horizons." Reading the last comment, Zhang immediately said, "Broaden your horizons? While alive, you can do out-of-body experiences, but if the soul is out for too long, it won't be able to return to the flesh, and you'll turn into what you guys call a vegetative state." Zhang raised a finger and explained, "A soul that has not died, we call a living soul. It does not enter reincarnation. Evil ghosts like to eat living souls the most for nourishment." At this time, the system issued a notification. Ding, the host has enhanced the positive energy of the underworld, being amiable and approachable. Points increased by 300. Congratulations on the popularity of the host's live stream breaking 1 million, earning 500 points. The host popularized underworld culture. The ghost market scene achieved 300 points, issuing a new live stream mission. Achieve the power of faith 528/1000. Turn off live stream? Yes, no. Zhang quickly pressed yes. Zhang calculated. The difference in popularity when popularizing the ghost market was not large, but the points differed by 200. It seems the points for popularizing underworld culture are related to the impact generated on the mortal realm. A new mission appeared on the system, Power of Faith. Zhang read the notification. New live stream mission, Power of Faith. The system explained the power of faith. The purpose of the live stream is to popularize underworld culture. The power of faith refers to humans believing in the existence of the underworld and holding awe in their hearts. Current completion progress 528/1000. Host, keep it up.
After reading it, Junglin concluded, that is to say there are currently more than 500 people who have generated faith in the underworld through my livestream. After that, the system had another notification. Congratulations, host. The power of faith has exceeded 500, unlocking the large yen energy pill. Would you like to view the item? Junglin pressed yes. The system displayed. Large yen energy pill, 500 points per pill. Description. The effect is similar to the small yen energy pill, but the yen energy contained is purer and thicker than the small yen energy pill, which can help the host increase their cultivation base faster.
Junglin pressed to buy 5 pills, and his accumulated points were deducted, leaving 400. Upon receiving the items, Junglin immediately tossed one into his mouth. A stream of pure yin energy instantly surged through his body. Junglin quickly sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed. The abundant yin energy inside him caused his cultivation base to upgrade rapidly, and the system issued notifications. Ding, congratulations on the host's cultivation base reaching the late-stage Ghost Soldier. Ding, congratulations on the host's cultivation base reaching the peak-stage Ghost Soldier. Ding, congratulations on the host's cultivation base reaching the early-stage Ghost General. 3 hours later, Junglin had completely absorbed the yin energy. He opened his eyes and saw the system issuing a new notification. Ding, host, Meng Po has posted a missing person mission with a massive reward on the mission board. You now have enough capability to accept orders. Would you like to accept the order? Right at this moment, a blue system panel popped up to remind him of the mission, stating that Meng Po would post a missing person mission with a massive reward on the mission board. You now have enough capability to accept orders. Would you like to accept the order or not? Our male protagonist, Junglin, by Wuchang, stared intently at the system panel and exclaimed, Meng Po's mission? Currently, my cultivation taste has reached the early stage Ghost General. I can have 10 personal little ghosts now. Instead, I might as well go to the mission center to see the details. A while later, Junglin was now standing in front of the gate of the Underworld Mission Center. There were many ghosts standing guard at the gate, neatly arranged in 2 rows. Our male protagonist wore a tall white hat, along with a long white outfit similar to mages. On the hat were the 4 words, "Make money upon first sight." At this moment, he was holding a piece of paper with the words, "Respected Ghost Envoy, hello. Congratulations on your power reaching the early stage Ghost General. You have gained the qualification to accept orders at the Mission Center. If you complete the missions, you will receive rewards outside of your main job that will be beneficial for your cultivation. You can also post bounty missions, for example, if you cannot complete a task or encounter hard-to-deal-with ghosts. Wishing you all the best at the Mission Center." After finishing reading that paper, the male protagonist walked away. Right in front of him were 2 men huddled together, intently reading the system panel displaying the list of missions. Both of them were outfits quite similar to Junglin's. One of them sighed. "Sigh, look, the reward for Meng Po's missing person mission has doubled again, adding countless jewels this time." The other person standing next to him chiming in. "What's the use of liking it? Meng Po has lived for thousands of years. The person she wants to find must be at least at the rank of Great General to be found. It has been posted for so long and no one has taken it. Stop thinking about it. Just accept other missions to make a living." The person beside him replied, "You're right."
The system board displayed the quest list. Meng Po's quest updated. Reward upgraded. Find the person in her heart. Reward for finding can grant 1 request to the person who completes the quest. Countless treasures. Latest quest. Squire Lu's quest. Missing pet cat. Reward for finding is 5,000 underworld currency. Latest quest. Widow Meng's quest. Help her son find his lost holiday homework. Reward for finding is 2.5 kilos of pork. Another man spoke up. "Sigh, tell me, why is the resentment of people nowadays even heavier than in ancient times? If this continues, hell will sooner or later be full. I really want to show those people hell, to see if they would still dare to commit evil deeds after seeing it. This is something you don't know. I heard that hell was once truly out of seats. The resentment soared to the sky." The person next to him asked, "What happened then?" He replied, "This is something you don't know. I have heard that hell was once truly out of seats. The resentment soared to the sky. Rumor has it that a certain high immortal sacrificed themselves to purify that resentment and clean up hell."
Currently, our male lead is staring intently at the system panel. He thinks to himself that if the system says he has reached the level to accept Meng Po's mission, he might as well give it a try. The system panel is still displaying Meng Po's search mission, and he has successfully accepted it, with the text appearing, "Host, the difficulty of Meng Po's mission is quite high. Based on the host's abilities, you can consider accepting an additional simple mission with a short cycle to familiarize yourself with the mission process at the mission center and minimize errors." After that, Junglin clicks the refresh box on it and speaks up. Might as well see if there are any new missions. Right after he clicks the refresh box, another line of text appears on the system panel. Book of Life and Death Center Mission. Extradite a lingering ghost in the mortal realm. Fang Lele. Mission reward is 30,000 hell coins. The male lead stares intently at it and continues. "Extraditing a ghost, isn't this exactly my job?" After he finishes selecting, the system panel shows that the order has been successfully accepted, and the location of that mission is at the GM Fashion Design Company. Inside the building of the GM Fashion Design Company right now, there is a young girl wearing a red shirt sitting in the office looking very exhausted. She continuously stretches and says, "Busy all morning, finally finished drawing the design." Her name is Xiao Lu, and she is working at this GM company. Right at this moment, her phone resting on the desk suddenly vibrates with a notification. The daily Underworld healing livestream room you follow is broadcasting. Hurry and watch. Seeing this, Xiao Lu picks up her phone, looks very attentively, and exclaims with a bit of surprise, "Is the streamer broadcasting this early today?" Looking into the phone, she sees our male lead, Junglin, by Wuchang, streaming in the Underworld healing livestream room.
He is saying, "Today I'm here to pick up a lingering ghost in the mortal realm. To have a smooth extradition, I must understand this ghost first." The system panel at this time shows some comments. A, the streamer has entered a company? Could it be that some employee is about to die suddenly? 120 people are preparing. An account named Police Squad comments, "Where is this? Damn, is the person upstairs for real or fake? Where is the verification?" After seeing the place where the male lead is broadcasting, Xiao Lu instantly recognizes that this is exactly the company she is working for. Therefore, she is extremely startled and thinks to herself in astonishment, "Damn, it's my company." At this time, another person's voice in the office where she works speaks up to announce to everyone, "In a little while, the chairman will come out to inspect the situation of the departments. Everyone pay a little attention. Show the image of our departments." On Xiao Lu's phone right now, Zhang Lin's livestream channel is pointing at Chairman Tai, and walking beside him is a beautiful woman with long hair wearing a red dress. Witnessing that scene, Xiao Lu secretly thinks to herself, "Sai, is this the real-life version of a domineering chairman? The girl not wearing a ring is probably not the chairman's wife. Could she be Boss Tai's secretary? No, that's not right. I remember his secretary doesn't look like this."
Just as he entered, Chairman Kai sat on a chair in the office and held a piece of paper in his hand, preparing to read. At the same time, Secretary Zong carried a cup of tea inside and said, "Boss Kai, according to your schedule today, in an hour you have to go inspect the company's departments to see the employees' working conditions." He coldly replied, "All right, I know." The woman in the red dress was still silently standing behind Chairman Kai, and it seemed that he was still completely unaware. Right after that, he rested his hands on his knees to stand up. As he was walking, the woman in the red dress flew into the air and wrapped an arm around Chairman Kai's neck. Although he couldn't see her, he could still feel a little bit of it and felt puzzled, thinking in his head, "I don't know what's wrong lately. My shoulders always feel tired." The lights in the company suddenly began to flicker strangely. Secretary Zong, standing nearby, saw this and said, "Boss Kai, I'll call someone to fix it right away." He replied, "Yeah, go quickly. I still have a meeting later." The woman was still floating behind Chairman Kai, her nails long and sharp, with an extremely bizarre and terrifying face. After that, Secretary Zong and Chairman Kai walked away. Xiao Lu was currently watching a live stream attentively on her phone and was sweating profusely. Right at this moment, Secretary Zong suddenly placed a hand on Xiao Lu's shoulder, taking her completely by surprise, causing her to jolt, her face turning pale as she cried out, "Wah!" Secretary Zong spoke up. "Xiao Lu, what are you doing? Boss Kai is coming soon. I've called you 3 times already." Xiao Lu looked up, her face drooping as she replied, "Secretary Zong, you scared me to death. After I just finished drawing the design, I accidentally came into contact with horror music. Before Xiao Lu could finish speaking, she suddenly saw something at this moment, her eyes widening in astonishment, and cried out, "Ah!" That scene was exactly the woman in the red dress floating behind Chairman Tai with an incredibly eerie appearance. Her hair was messy and incredibly long, with sharp teeth and terrifying eyes, looking absolutely horrifying overall. Xiao Yu, in extreme fear, immediately screamed, "Ah!" After accidentally witnessing the terrifying scene right before her eyes, Xiao Yu panicked extremely and screamed out loud, "Ghost!" Her entire face turned purple with fear, and she continuously sweat profusely. Right after that, unable to bear it any longer, she fainted and leaned onto Secretary Zhang. Our male lead, Zhang Lin by Wuchang, was standing behind Xiao Yu's chair and silently observing the situation. Secretary Zhang worriedly and hurriedly cried out, "Xiao Yu!" Chairman Tai at this moment was still standing in front of them. He also did not understand what was happening and asked, "Do I look that scary?" Hearing him ask that, Secretary Zhang frantically explained, No, Mr. Chairman looks very majestic. Xiao Yu just graduated, so she hasn't experienced the world yet. Please don't hold it against her." Right now, that terrifying woman in the red dress was still hovering right above Chairman Tai's head in a frightful manner, yet nobody had any idea. Right after that, he stepped outside. Secretary Zhang said to another girl working in the office, "Please take care of Xiao Yu. When she wakes up, tell her to go home and rest." She quickly replied, "Yes." At this time, it was already getting dark outside. Xiao Yu had also woken up now and was standing in front of the door to her house. On her face, a look of fear and slight worry was clearly visible, as she secretly thought in her head, "Today's matter." Just as she inserted the key into the keyhole to open the door, a man suddenly appeared behind her. He had been silently trailing Xiao Yu in secret.
And right after that, she noticed something, turned her face toward the sneaky man, and exclaimed, "Huh?" Immediately, he rushed to where Xiao Lu was standing and used a small cloth in his hand to tightly cover her mouth. The incident happened extremely fast. Because the weak strength of a woman could not resist a large man, Xiao Lu completely fell into his arms and muffled, Her phone also suddenly dropped to the ground with a thud, shattering its screen. Right after that, Xiao Lu was taken to an unfamiliar place. This was a dark room, surrounded by 4 completely sealed walls, which was extremely terrifying, and she was lying on the floor. Both her hands and feet were tightly bound by ropes, unable to move, and a cloth was stuffed into her mouth so she couldn't scream for
for help, continuously making muffled sounds. Xiaolu slowly opened her eyes. Right at this moment, as she looked up, Chairman Tai, standing tall right there, caught her eyes. He was coldly using a cloth to wipe a long knife. Behind him was a bed, and lying there was exactly that terrifying woman in the red dress who had flirted behind his back, which previously caused Xiaolu to faint from terror. Seeing that, Xiaolu panicked extremely. She couldn't dare to believe the scene right in front of her eyes anymore. She continuously struggled and muffled, then secretly thought in her head, "Is that Chairman Tai?" Chairman Tai covered the woman in the red dress with a blanket. Then he spoke up. "You're awake?" Xiaolu continuously looked around to observe the surroundings here, muffled again, and continued to worry and think, "Where is this?"
Right in front of her eyes were 3 other women, all of whom were locked inside large cages. Each person was in one cage, placed next to each other in this place. 2 of the locked-up women were lying motionless, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. The other woman locked in the middle was sitting and constantly crying loudly. Xiaolu thought to herself that there were other girls locked up here too. At this very moment, Chairman Kai suddenly walked over to where Xiaolu was sitting. Seeing this, she was terrified and kept making muffled sounds. He stepped closer to her and removed the gag from her mouth. Xiaolu's face clearly showed unease mixed with anxiety, not understanding what was going on. Chairman Kai asked coldly, "Tell me, what did you see before?" Right after that, he smiled slightly and continued, "Do you still want to live?" The woman in the red dress continued to hover right above Chairman Kai's head, intending to strangle him. She was staring intently at him and smiling very sinisterly. Xiaolu saw those terrifying things again, so scared that tears welled up in her eyes as if she was about to cry. Chairman Kai patiently raised his voice and asked again, "Then tell me, what exactly did you see?" She looked up in panic, staring intently at the woman in the red dress. She was displaying an angry expression to threaten Xiaolu, not wanting Chairman Kai to know the truth.
Xiaolu's face was currently pouring with beads of sweat out of fear. She silently thought in her head whether she should tell him, and if she did, would she be able to live on. Unable to wait any longer, Chairman Kai lost all his patience and angrily grabbed a handful of Xiaolu's hair, then shouted loudly, "Speak, what exactly did you see?" She screamed in pain. "Ah!" Her face began to turn red. Right after that, he violently smashed Xiaolu's head against the floor, yelling again, "Are you going to speak?" She clenched her teeth tightly, trying to endure it, tears already welling up in her eyes from the pain. He then pulled in and shouted angrily, "Are you going to speak? You want to speak now, don't you?" Her face now had large wounds on her cheek and forehead. While crying, she spoke up. I will speak. I saw on your body there is a very beautiful woman with a mole at the corner of her eye." Hearing what Xiaolu said, Chairman Kai suddenly threw her body away forcefully, causing Xiaolu to cry out, "Ah!" He sprang up and continuously turned around, looking from side to side behind his back, and shouted loudly, "Get lost! If you keep pestering me, I will feed you to the dogs." Right after that, Chairman Kai picked up the knife, pressed it straight against the woman in the red dress lying on the bed in front of him, and angrily warned, "If you dare to come again, I will kill you again." Then he stabbed the knife firmly right in front of that woman's face. Her eyes remained wide open from beginning to end, looking extremely terrifying. Our male lead, Jiang Lin, by Wuchang, had now appeared here, and he was silently walking behind Chairman Kai, following him outside.
Kai Heng comfortably lay on the bed and said, "Bitch, I have made an appointment with the sorcerer. Let's see how I make sure you can never be reincarnated." Jiang Lin was beside him, along with the chat screen. The viewers were extremely furious with Kai Heng. At 1:50 a.m., outside Kai Heng's villa, there were people stealthily cocking their guns and approaching the house. The assassination squad communicated via walkie-talkie. Reporting to Captain Zhou, it is confirmed that the mission target is asleep. The power supply to all surveillance equipment in the villa has been cut. The captain asked cautiously, "Understood. Are you sure he is live streaming?" The person on the other end replied, "Yes, definitely." Then Captain Zhou immediately raised his hand and ordered, "Attack." Inside Kai Heng's room, Jiang Lin still stood silently beside him. Kai Heng suddenly woke up, his face covered in profuse sweat. In front of him, there was a tall figure holding a knife and looking down terrifyingly. Kai Heng immediately jumped up and yelled, "What are you doing?" That man didn't bother to answer, directly swinging the knife with an angry look. Terrified, Kai Heng quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the deadly strike from the descending knife, screaming, "Ah!" Kai Heng rolled off the bed and fled. "Don't come over here!" Meanwhile, the man kept swinging the knife wildly and chased after him. The man scolded with a female voice, "Scream! Even if you scream until your throat tears, no one will come to save you." Kai Heng froze. This voice, slash, his arm was easily chopped off, making him scream in agony. "Ah!" Kai Heng clutched his bloody red arm, looking at the attacker in panic. "You are Feng Lele." The man's face immediately distorted terrifyingly. "Guessed right, but there's no candy reward for you." Then he swung the knife up again.
Kai Heng could no longer dodge and could only scream miserably, "Stop, stop, stop it!" Kai Heng suddenly sat up from his bed, his face pale with fear. "Stop it!" He gradually calmed down upon realizing the surroundings were as quiet as usual. Phew, so it was a dream. After that, Kai-heng immediately stood up and walked toward the door. He tiredly opened the door, half asleep, and said, "Everyone just leave, tonight." But an unexpected scene was waiting for him. His subordinates were floating in midair with eerie smiles. "Boss, let's go bungee jumping. Boss, we have been waiting for you for a long time." He was scared to death, his tongue twisted as he shrieked, "Ah, don't come over here, don't come over here!" Kai-heng quickly ran back into the room. Under his pillow, a wooden handle was hidden. Kai-heng swiftly pulled out the kitchen knife hidden under the pillow. Facing that bizarre group of people, he swung the knife wildly to drive them away. Get lost! Those people were unarmed anyway, so they were mercilessly hacked and slashed by Kai-heng. After dealing with all of them, Kai-heng gradually calmed down and spat, "I spit on you." But everything still didn't stop. He suddenly felt something was wrong and opened his mouth in astonishment. Huh? His villa, along with the cliff, broke off from its place, and Kai-heng only had time to scream out before plummeting straight down into the abyss. The feeling was so real that it made him scream desperately without stopping. But this time was also a dream. Kai-heng woke up with an exhausted spirit. Phew. Kai-heng sat on the bed, his eyes having dark circles and his chest heaving heavily. His accomplices by the door immediately reported to him, "Boss, there's a noise outside. It seems the police are here." Kai-heng also slowly took out the kitchen knife from under his pillow. Then he began walking toward the door, his behavior strange for unknown reasons. Kai-heng threw the door open and unexpectedly swung the knife, wanting to attack his subordinates. "Fang Lele, come out here. I will kill you, chop you into pieces, and feed you to the dogs." The subordinates were completely panicked and shouted in unison, "Boss!"
Caixing still did not stop and attacked his own people. "Tomorrow, the people from Jinshan Temple will come to catch you, suppress you, and make you unable to reincarnate forever." The subordinate hurriedly cried out, "Boss, we are not Fang Lele." Caixing, like a madman, continuously blurted out to himself, "Fang Lele, where are you hiding? Come out. I've had enough. You come out." Above his head, Jiang Lin and Fang Lele were observing and talking to each other. She couldn't kill him. Her soul was inherently incomplete, and to kill a person still required some more time. "I know, even if I can't kill him now, I can make him die hundreds of times in his dreams." Jiang Lin still sincerely reminded her, "If you really kill him, your hands will be stained with life, and it will be difficult to enter reincarnation." Holding the knife tightly in her hand, Fang Lele made up her mind and replied, "I am not afraid. As long as I can kill this beast, I am not afraid of anything." Jiang Lin suddenly mentioned a matter that made her pause. "But your mother is still waiting for her missing daughter to return." Fang Lele's arm trembled as if she was struggling fiercely. At this time, the police had also swarmed into Caixing's house, making him terrified. They pointed their guns at him and shouted, "Police here, don't move." A pair of handcuffs was quickly put on the hands of the criminal Caixing. The police pinned him down and controlled him. Caixing's panicked face was covered in sweat. The iron chains were cut and snapped in two, successfully freeing the people he had locked up.
Xiao Liu was helped outside by the policewoman. Jiang Lin and Fang Lele stood there watching them with tears in their eyes. She couldn't help but cover her face and burst into tears. "Why didn't you come sooner? Why?" The chat channel panicked for her, everyone trying to say words of encouragement to Fang Lele. Jiang Lin gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Let's go." Fang Lele wiped away a teardrop. She still didn't want to leave and begged him for one thing. "Wait a moment, Lord Bai Wuchong." Fang Lele said, "Can I see my mother one more time?" Jiang Lin immediately agreed. "You can." The late-night scene shifted to apartment buildings with lights still on. Fang Lele and Jiang Lin had returned to her home. The police informed Fang Lele's mother, "We are sorry, we arrived late. Miss Fang's remains were. The policeman said sadly, "We could not find Miss Fang's remains." Fang Lele's mother immediately knelt on the floor, bowing her head in gratitude through tears. Thank you for saving my child from the sea of suffering." The policeman hurriedly helped her up. "Auntie, please don't be like this." Fang Lele's mother cried mournfully while saying, "I can safely send her off now. Thank you, everyone." The police officers hurriedly came to her side to comfort her. Before leaving, Fang Lele's mother said a few more words. "Sorry for troubling everyone for so long. Please go back to your work. I won't keep you here any longer." The police officers were reluctant to leave. "Auntie," but she was feeling better. "Comrade police, rest assured, I am fine." The police chief handed her a business card. "Auntie, if anything happens, just call me." Fang Lele's mother accepted it. "All right, thank you." After the door closed and people were out of sight, Fang Lele's mother quietly took out an old wooden box from under the altar. She hugged it to her chest, tears pouring out as she exclaimed, "Lele, Mom wants to talk to you." Meanwhile, Fang Lele happily hugged her mother. "Mom." Inside the wooden box were countless old toys. She looked at them and whispered, "Lele, Mom's precious daughter. Now you can leave in peace. Mom will burn some things for you. Have a safe journey, my good daughter." Jiang Lin looked at the chat channel. Someone made a suggestion. "Host, you organizing a common funeral is also fine. Furthermore, the money we burned, will they really receive happiness?" He looked through it for a moment, didn't think much and replied, "All right." His Fang Lele's simple funeral took place. Countless blessings and people came bringing flowers for her. Her mother burned offerings while advising, "Daughter, you worked hard while alive. Down there, live in a big house, eat good food, and enjoy your blessings. They said they are your friends, coming to send you off." Those who attended her funeral all mournfully lit a stick of incense for her. "Sister, have a safe journey. You must be happy on the other side. Have a safe journey."
As for Fang Lele, her body received countless streams of bright light from the blessings of others. Zhang Lin looked at her and exclaimed, "Power of faith." Fang Lele looked blankly at her own body. She asked him bitterly, "My lord, is there really a hell in this world?" Zhang Lin replied, "Of course, for those who commit evil deeds, the probability of being eaten by evil spirits and monsters while walking on the street alive is also high. A living person who gets eaten will lose their soul and will not be able to reincarnate. Evildoers must guard against cunning ghosts and spirits while alive and must enter hell after death, so one must try to live a good life."
On the Hot Search news page, the top headline was that the criminal acts of Tai Hang had conclusive evidence. He was punished according to his crimes, and the first instance sentenced him to death. On Huangquan Road, countless other souls were being guided along. Zhang Lin threw a small vial to Fang Lele and said, "Take this and go find Meng Po." Fang Lele looked at it in surprise. "My lord, this is..." Zhang Lin then explained, "Your tears. Originally your soul was incomplete, and you were not qualified to reincarnate. But you are very lucky. There are thousands and tens of thousands of people praying for you." Fang Lele tightly grasped the small vial, her heart making a resolution. She immediately said to Zhang Lin, "My lord, I won't reincarnate anymore. Let me follow you." Zhang Lin looked at her with some surprise, but he didn't answer immediately. Fang Lele knelt down and pleaded very sincerely, "Since I have entered the ghost path, then let me follow you, my lord. I will act as the eyes of the underworld, hunting down evil ghosts and keeping an eye on those who want to do evil deeds. Please grant my request, my lord." Zhang Lin smiled and said, "You don't have to reincarnate, but to do this job you are still not qualified." Then he pulled Fang Lele's arm and went, "Follow me." He led her into a spatial gate. On the other side was the ghost market. Zhang Lin pointed to that place and said, "You have just entered the ghost path and have never cultivated. If you want to have power, you must go in and cultivate. Wait until you have cultivated for tens or hundreds of years, then come find me again." Fang Lele promised him very stubbornly, "I will cultivate well. Thank you, my lord." Then he parted ways with her here, letting Fang Lele enter to cultivate alone. The chat channel at this time was lively discussing Fang Lele, while Zhang Lin rubbed his chin and informed them, "Next, let's go see the hell that everyone has been looking forward to for a long time." The hell he mentioned was divided into many levels. The first level is the tongue-ripping hell. The second level is the scissors hell. The third level is the iron tree hell. The fourth level is the mirror of retribution hell. The fifth level is the steamer hell. The sixth level is the copper pillar hell. The seventh level is the mountain of knives hell. And the eighth level is the mountain of ice hell. And the ninth level, the cauldron of boiling oil hell, was where Tai Hang was being punished. Zhang Lin said to the chat channel, "People in hell will not die again. They will only be tormented over and over again, paying for the sins they committed while alive, without end."
Tai Hang was thrown into the boiling cauldron, screaming in agony, I was wrong, let me go, let me die, save me." The chat channel gloated immensely, mocking him. Hell still led down to countless levels. The 10th level, cattle pit hell. The 11th level, crushing boulder hell. The 12th level, pounding mortar hell. The 13th level, blood pool hell. The 14th level, wrongful death hell. The 15th level, dismemberment hell. The 16th level, volcano hell. The 17th level, stone mill hell. The 18th level, sawing hell. The hot search had now changed to the gates of hell open for you. That afternoon, at Zhang Lin's old house, the sky was glowing red with the sunset. Zhang Lin had his eyes closed as the system notified him. Congratulations, the host's live stream room popularity has suddenly broken 10 million, gaining 1,000 accumulated points. Before his eyes were the milestones he had reached. The points had broken past 1,000 very quickly. The effect of the acquired merit points helped with reincarnation, fighting, and could even resist heavenly tribulations. Zhang Lin looked in surprise. Unexpectedly, the reward for the power of faith was merit points, and the mission system panel had also appeared. Zhang Lin clicked yes and automatically converted faith points into merit points. Right at this moment, a limited-time mission notification popped up, increased to late-stage Great Ghost General within half a month. Zhang Lin was surprised by the speed because it was indeed very fast. Half a month. At this time, Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin sat flat on the ground, his face very tense, thinking about wanting to skip levels. The closer to the late stage, the slower the upgrade, but having a yin energy pill to help would make it a bit faster. Then he reached out and pressed the system to check the accumulated points. The system displayed successful query of accumulated points. The host's remaining accumulated points were 2,900. Bai Wuchang stroked his chin, showing a thoughtful expression. He told himself that he had to think of a way to get accumulated points. Suddenly, the system popped up a line of text. Fang Lele has successfully registered at the Book of Life and Death Center, becoming an early-stage wandering soul. The host's mission is completed. You can go to the Underworld Mission Center to submit the mission and receive the reward.
The scene shifts to the Underworld Mission Center, with He Wuchang and Bai Wuchang bustling inside. Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin checks his system again. His system displays the mission issuer as the Underworld Book of Life and Death Center. Mission details: extradite the wandering soul lingering in the mortal realm, Fang Lele, with a mission reward of 30,000 hell coins. Mission executor, Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin. The cultivation level of the mission executor is early stage Ghost General. The mission result is successfully completed. The mission note states the reason Fang Lele stayed in the underworld to cultivate is because she wants to become a ghost envoy to protect the order of the mortal realm. Fang Lele has gone to the ghost market to start cultivating and completed her registration at the Book of Life and Death Center. Right after that, he presses the submit word on that system. The system then displays an invitation for Zhang Lin to claim this reward of 30,000 hell coins. First-time mission completion primary rewards, Cultivation Room Card X2, Soulstone X5, and Hell Coins X200. Then, Bai Wuchang's index finger clicks the receive word at the end of the system info. Items from his mission completion reward pop up from the system, and he quickly grasps them in the palm of his hand. Zhang Lin stuffs those reward items into his lapel and starts moving outside, but accidentally overhears the conversation of two Hei Wuchangs. They say they heard that Meng Po's mission from a few days ago was accepted by someone, not knowing which hero it is, while the other replies, he sighs and says whether that person is truly formidable or just tired of living and wants to seek death. Perhaps the person Meng Po wants to find is in hell. Zhang Lin's eyes suddenly flash, his mouth mentioning Meng Po's mission, as if he has figured out the next way to improve his cultivation. The two Hei Wuchangs continue. Psst, psst, have you forgotten King Yama's rule? We are not allowed to contact people in hell. Otherwise, if not careful, we will be dragged into the demonic path. Do you think your life is too long, daring to mention it here? Hearing this, the friend next to him has a face dripping with sweat, clasps his hands fearfully and says, Lord King Yama, this lowly one misspoke. Please do not blame me. The friend next to him continues, besides, for a figure like Meng Po, if someone in hell knew the news, they would probably have known long ago. Would they wait for you and me? That's true. Suddenly, from inside Zhang Lin's sleeve, the Book of Life and Death flies out, hovering in front of him, making him exclaim in surprise, huh?
The Book of Life and Death automatically opened before his eyes, displaying the page of a wandering soul named Chen Dahai, whose profession was a chef. He looked at the book intently. He already knew his next mission and could open the livestream room. The two Hei Wuchang who had just brushed past Zhang Lin suddenly turned their heads to look at him. With surprised expressions, they said that the merit on the Ghost Envoy just now was not small, and they were afraid he might go further than them. That is for sure. The last time I saw such great merit, it was on a great ghost general. The Hei Wuchang next to him replied that the great ghost general was an official in the Ming dynasty, having served beside the magistrate for many years. Could the person who just walked past also be a famous figure from some dynasty? I really admire him. The scene shifted to the Chenji restaurant, whose main doors were already closed, and an elderly customer with a hunched back who was still standing and waiting outside. The old man placed his hands behind his back and said, Why aren't they open? Little Chen never closes, no matter the wind or rain. At this moment, his granddaughter ran over, her face panicked and out of breath. She tearfully said to her grandfather, Grandpa, how about we change to another restaurant? Let's wait until he opens next time to come back. She wondered why he always liked choosing this restaurant every time. Can't I choose a new restaurant? Hearing this, the old man angrily shouted, No, today is my birthday. Listen to me. I've already reserved the seats. The taste of the old restaurant is the most authentic. When you eat it, it has that exact flavor. If you don't want to wait, then leave. I'll wait by myself. The granddaughter felt truly awkward, as she couldn't persuade him at all.
The old man waited for a long time but became impatient, so he knocked on the door. While knocking, he told his granddaughter that even if Xiao Chen didn't come, his son would definitely come to check the storefront. If he didn't open the door, he would certainly stick an explanatory note on it. Look, there's nothing here. He will definitely open the door. Maybe he's just opening late today. The girl was still very awkward, calling out to her grandfather. Then a female neighbor passing by told him not to wait anymore. Their family was holding a funeral and wouldn't be able to open the door for a few days. The old man was agitated because he couldn't believe his ears. He asked loudly, Funeral? Whose funeral? The neighbor said it was the boss, Chen Dahai, who suddenly passed away this morning. You guys made a reservation, right? I guess they don't have time to inform you right now. Come back next time. At this moment, the old man was startled and stunned by the sudden news. He panicked and stammered, Passed away? The old man staggered as if about to fall, his face dripping with sweat, but fortunately his granddaughter supported him. She said worriedly, Grandpa, be careful. Meanwhile, he was still agonizing inside. How could this person suddenly pass away? The old man looked up at the restaurant sign and continued, How could this person suddenly pass away? He is even 10 years younger than me. The old man walked back silently in sorrow, saying as he walked that he wouldn't be able to drink the Chen family soup anymore. He was even 10 years younger than him. How could this person be gone? His granddaughter behind him was very worried, as he kept agonizing and fretting over this matter constantly, making her feel sad too. But then, interrupting her thoughts, the phone in her pocket rang with a notification. With a ring sound, she took out her phone to see what the notification was. Her phone displayed the daily Underworld Healing livestream room. A smile bloomed on her lips. Still holding the phone, she said excitedly, That's right, the host of this room is Bai Wuchang. Maybe he has a way. The girl entered Bai Wuchang's livestream, messaging, Host, can you help me check? For some reason, she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth, her eyes glued to the phone screen as if an idea had struck her. What she saw was the wandering soul of Boss Chen from the restaurant walking with the livestream host, Bai Wuchang. The two of them were walking on a bridge when suddenly a voice said, It's over. At this moment, the granddaughter watching the stream said with a sad face, Well, for better or worse, he was the chef Grandpa liked. I'll call Grandpa over later to see him off on his final journey. At this time, on the side of Bai Wuchang, Zhang Lin, an old man approached the two of them. Wearing clothes that seemed to be from ancient times, the old man with a white beard said, My lord, can you wait a moment? I have a new fish soup dish. When you have time another day, please come to my Z restaurant to taste it. Zhang Lin responded warmly,
Definitely. Boss Chen, is there a reason you came to find me? The old man said respectfully, I guessed that a descendant of the Chen family would come down today, so I was waiting here. Zhang Lin reminded him to keep an eye on the time. Hearing that, the old man said, Thank you, my lord. At this moment, Chef Da Hai was stunned and spoke haltingly. He couldn't believe his eyes that he could meet a member of the Chen family here. He stammered, an ancestor, in our home we still hang the ancestor's portrait to this day. The old man stroked his white beard and said, Ancestor? Has it been that many years in the outside world? Which generation of the Chen family are you? He replied respectfully, Junior Chen Da Hai. Then the ancestor continued to ask, How is the Chen family restaurant doing now? At this time, Da Hai let out a sigh, bowed his head helplessly and said, It is this junior's incompetence that I couldn't make the Chen family restaurant prosper, and I couldn't even master the most basic cooking skills passed down. The ancestor handed such a large family business to us, but now we only have a restaurant of less than 80 square meters left. The Chen family ancestor also sighed along, gently saying, It is indeed not easy to do well in this culinary profession. Chen Da Hai replied, My father passed it down to my generation, but my talent is limited, so I only learned a fraction of it. Now the one taking over the Chen family restaurant is my son, who just graduated not long ago. His skills only scratch the surface. My departure this time makes me ashamed to face you, ancestor. The Chen family ancestor pondered, still stroking his beard out of habit, and said, Our Chen family restaurant may decline, but these culinary skills passed down for hundreds of years cannot be broken.
The old man turned to Bai Wuchang and respectfully said, Lord, can you let me meet the descendants of the Chen family so I can pass down the Chen family's hundreds of years of culinary skills? Let it continue to be passed down. Zhang Lin asked if the old man wanted to personally go and teach the culinary skills, and the old man replied yes. Bai Wuchang pondered, placing his hand on his chin to consider for a while. He thought that an inheritance of hundreds of years shouldn't just fade away like this. Zhang Lin agreed, saying, Okay. The ancestor clasped his hands to thank the Lord. The livestream screen displayed comments. Is this really authentic ancestral culinary skills being taught in person? I'm starting to look forward to it. When the time comes, I definitely have to cheer them on. A hundreds of years inheritance being formed once again, who knows what impact it will have on the mortal realm. If only carpenters, chefs, dancers, and embroiderers from ancient times could all pass down their crafts. At this time, the granddaughter hurriedly called out to her grandfather, Grandpa, Grandpa, there is news about your soup. The grandfather angrily turned around and scolded her for making fun of her grandpa again. The granddaughter was so overjoyed that she was speaking incoherently. She said, Grandpa, look quickly. Chen Sanwei and Chen Daihai both want to visit dreams to pass down memories on the live stream. Then she eagerly handed the phone for him to see. Not understanding anything, he took the phone out of habit, and she quickly rattled on. Grandpa, see for yourself, it is all true. Last time that incident with Kai Heng, it was this streamer who exposed it. After watching that live stream and seeing Chef Chen, the grandfather was extremely happy. Coupled with what his granddaughter said, he smiled brightly. Then it is trustworthy. Little Chen, good. I will wait for you guys.
The scene shifted to a high-rise building on the night of Chen Dahai's first 7. In the room, Chen Dahai's son jumped up furiously after watching this live stream, clutching his phone and grinding his teeth in anger. Although he had been following Cai Heng's matter, he was just an onlooker eating melons. Why drag him into this for no reason? He furiously slammed his phone onto the desk, frowning in anger. Now the whole world knew he was going to be a chef. If he couldn't do it well, how embarrassing would that be? Cooking skills couldn't just be passed down through a dream by saying a few words. It requires hands-on teaching. How could it be that simple? Besides, if ghosts and gods really existed, why didn't his dad find him? Didn't he boast that his cooking skills were 100 times better than his? Speaking of which, suddenly from behind him, his father's soul appeared, patted him on the shoulder, and called out to his son, startling him into breaking out in a cold sweat from fear. The son turned around and was startled to see the image of his father appearing. His soul faced his son, his hands resting on his shoulders, making him jump and cry out in fear. At this moment, he was sitting on the bed, sweating profusely, his face pale, because he could actually see his father's soul returning like this. Shivering, he said to Boss Chen, Dad, are you trying to scare me to death? For the past 2 days, rumors on the internet have spread beyond imagination, saying you're coming to teach me cooking skills. Is it actually true? Boss Chen hovered in the air and told his son, My cooking skills are not good enough. You should still learn from your ancestor. Strive a little to glorify the tradition of the Chen family soup. Even though his father said that, he was still quite skeptical. He scratched his head, showing his reluctance to do this, and said, Dad, stop messing around. Just rest in peace. I will take care of the restaurant and Mom. In his mind, he thought that the ancestor had turned to ashes a long time ago. Besides, the ancestor had been dead for so many years. Didn't he go to reincarnate? But before he could finish his persuasive words, a knocking sound came from his room door, followed by an echoing voice. I am Chen Sanwei. Can I come in now? The young man was utterly astonished, unable to believe his ears. He jolted, his eyes opened as wide as possible, and his mouth could hardly close at this miraculous event.
The young man turned his head back, his face filled with fear as he curled up at the edge of the bed, and said, "Why are there so many bored ghosts at this midnight hour? Who is Chen San-wei?" His father's face also widened as he looked towards the door. He was startled for a second time, as it seemed he knew the soul outside the door. His eyes went round, and he opened his mouth, saying, "Wait a minute." Pointing at the door, he looked at his father in amazement and said, "Chen San-wei. Holy crap! Isn't that the name you always blabber about? The founder of the Chen family restaurant? Our ancestor? Did you really meet him down there?" Chen Da-hai replied to his son with a simple, The young man quickly stood up, his hands clenched tightly with sweat dripping down. He stood timidly and cautiously in front of the door, then called out, "Ancestor, please come in." Upon receiving the host's permission, the soul of the Chen family's ancestor immediately appeared, passing through the wooden door unhurriedly. He walked while placing his hands behind his back, accompanied by a dim light behind him.
The son of the Chen family was startled once again. This time he was not just ordinarily scared, but he jumped out of his skin. In his mind, he realized it was him. He was actually his ancestor. But in the dream 2 days ago, he had actually claimed to be his father and scolded him until he ran away. Perhaps he had offended this ancestor, making him feel even more fearful. However, the young man quickly bowed to compose himself and show his sincerity. He told the ancestor that this junior was wrong. The ancestor floated in the air with a satisfied smile, accepting his apology. He spoke up, "I feel you are right. Cooking skills cannot be passed down just by saying a few words. It needs hands-on teaching, so I have come." The father floating behind also looked very happy, because his son immediately agreed. The son said, "Yes, ancestor." At this time, Bai Wuchang Zhonglin also appeared, who was live streaming. He turned to the screen and spoke to the viewers watching the live broadcast. He explained that if a ghost has no criminal record and a ghost envoy has enough trust, they can act as a guarantor to temporarily bring the ghost outside. Now, all three of them started learning cooking skills. The young man changed into a chef's outfit and was being taught hands-on by the ancestor with great dedication to inherit this family heirloom dish. The young man opened the lid of the soup pot with an attentive expression. The ancestor instructed that the most important thing when stewing soup is the heat. It must not be too high or too low, as a slight mistake would completely change the taste. Then in the morning, the two of them went to a poultry farm to choose ducks as the main ingredient for that soup. He carefully selected each one according to the ancestor's instructions. The old man said right in his ear that for the soup of the Chen family, the chosen duck must be one that has been carefully raised for a year or more. After making the selection, he and the ancestor began to cook this soup according to the old man's heirloom recipe. A pot of soup was bubbling and about to be finished. The ancestor added that combined with the secret ingredient of the Chen family, it must be stewed for 2 hours or more. And so a bowl of soup was ready to be served. The bowl of soup had vibrant colors and thick steam rising from it, looking quite appetizing. The young man carefully brought the bowl of soup for the ancestor to taste. The old man took a sip and let out a hum, his face showing quite a bit of satisfaction, and then he said, "Consider it having some talent. Not bad."
Hearing these words, the young man of the Chen family was overjoyed, his face visibly lifting. He smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you for the praise, ancestor." The ancestor smiled kindly, stroking his white beard. He spoke up, "Now I will give you a small test. Go open the restaurant so that the people of the world can come and judge whether our Chen family soup is truly up to par or not." He felt confused, the smile on his lips fading. He hesitated and said, "But I still haven't mastered the craft." Hearing this, the ancestor immediately changed his attitude. He frowned and stopped stroking his beard, making the young man realize he had spoken out of turn. He startled and said, "I will open the restaurant tomorrow." And so Chenji Restaurant opened with a huge crowd of people coming. The crowd was so large that they still had to wait in line in front of the restaurant. Perhaps thanks to the terrifying number of views and likes from Bai Wuchang, this place became famous, and moreover, the new owner's skills had been increasingly improving. The young man's mother was busy bringing the food out. Despite being busy, she was very welcoming, saying, "Table number 8, your soup is ready." At this time in the kitchen, the young man of the Chen family seemed very nervous, but he still took great care and paid close attention to this restaurant's specialty soup. The granddaughter of the old man who was looking forward to this dish also appeared for the reopening of this restaurant. She sat at table number 1. Perhaps she and her grandfather had been waiting for a long time. While waiting for the soup to be brought over, she happily read the comments on her phone. Her screen displayed countless comments. "You guys go take the seats first. I'll be there later. Brothers, tell us how it tastes after eating. It's not that we don't trust the ancestors' skills. It's just been a few days. You guys go try it first." Already in the restaurant, quietly waiting for the soup to arrive. Very quickly, Boss Chen's mother brought a piping hot bowl of soup to table number 1. She said, "Table number 1, your soup." The girl's grandfather widened his eyes in surprise upon seeing this familiar bowl of soup. The granddaughter quickly opened the soup lid, and the fragrant smoke billowing out made her wow in admiration. "Smells so good." She carefully scooped a bowl for her grandfather to taste and see if it was the flavor he had been anticipating day and night, so much so that he insisted on waiting for it even on his birthday. His hands trembled as he held the soup spoon, preparing to put it into his mouth.
The granddaughter held the bowl and said, "Grandpa, be a little careful. Careful, it's hot." He slowly put the first spoonful of soup into his mouth after so many days of waiting. After tasting just one sip, he stood up brightly, his body filled with vigor from the joy of being able to taste the familiar flavor that had accompanied him throughout the years. He said, "This is exactly the flavor. I have been drinking it for decades. That's right, it truly deserves to be the skill personally passed down by the ancestor of the Chen family. This kid cooks even better than little Chen." Voices filled the small restaurant of the mother and son. Some people complained, "Boss, where is mine? Boss, can I get another portion? Can you not limit the quantity to 10 ducks? Not enough to eat, boss. Doing business like this, yet you didn't prepare enough ingredients? Boss, can I come back tomorrow?" And just like that, crowds of people continuously lined up to enter the small restaurant of the Chen family. In the kitchen, the young chef was sweating profusely, swiftly scooping soup while looking out at the scene of the restaurant. He said, "Looking at this situation, I guess I can pass the test, right?"
The ancestor looked at his descendant, who was meticulously cooking and was extremely overjoyed. He smiled brightly and said, "Child, you have done very well. From now on, the Chen family's soup will rely on you." Hearing such words of encouragement and affirmation, the young man looked up in surprise. He was extremely happy, tightly gripping the ladle with a confident look. He looked up at the ancestor and said, "Ancestor, this junior will definitely not disappoint your expectations." The ancestor of the Chen family smiled brightly, and then his entire soul emitted a pure light before gradually disappearing into the air. Right now, on the Douyin Hot Search, there was a series of the most searched queries related to this incident. It showed the last refresh time as July 29th at 20 hours. First was the duck soup at Chenji restaurant. Next was counting about 5,000 years, the broken inheritances. Today, have you checked your ancestor's specialty? The Ancestor Forum has been established, making it more convenient to contact your ancestors. In a certain apartment complex on a quiet moonlit night, it was probably already midnight. A chubby young man was lying on his bed hugging a pillow, gradually falling asleep. On his bedside cabinet, he had also lit a stick of incense in a small censer. His mouth kept muttering, "Will the ancestor come?" When he was fast asleep, the drool flowing from the corner of his mouth was enough to show how well he slept. From the door, the soul of his family's ancestor appeared. The old man's hands were still holding carpentry tools. His face looked angrily at his successor, and he shouted loudly, "How can a descendant of my Chu family live such a worthless life?" Hearing such loud scolding, the chubby young man had to wake up. He rubbed his eyes with his hands to see more clearly, his mouth still saying, "Who is it? Can't you let people sleep at night?" His ancestor was even angrier now, shouting, "You've become such a useless mess that your ancestor was angered back to life by you, and you still have the nerve to sleep?"
The chubby young man woke up with a start and sat bolt upright. Sweating, he looked at the soul and said in surprise, "Damn, I actually managed to invite my ancestor here." The soul, however, was furious. The ancestor of the Chu family immediately pinched his descendant's ear, making him cry out in pain. While pinching his ear, the old man scolded loudly, "Why aren't you getting up to learn my techniques? If you starve to death in the future, let's see how you explain it to me when you go underground." At this moment, the young man finally felt scared and cried out, "Yes, yes." So the grandfather and grandson sculpted together. The ancestor's soul demonstrated first, teaching his grandson with extreme care and meticulousness, while the grandson attentively followed his words and movements. Time flew by, and finally, the young man's product was finished. It was incredibly beautiful with vivid lines. He happily picked up his phone and said, "I am not a damn useless otaku." In a certain apartment complex, also late at night, there was a girl lying exhausted on her desk, having fallen asleep. She rested her arms on a book and slept soundly. In her dream, she saw herself performing a surgery. She was wearing gloves, preparing to treat a patient who was grimacing in pain. She picked up the scalpel, ready to proceed, when suddenly a voice called out, Why did you, a little girl, directly cut open someone's stomach?" A soul wearing ancient clothing approached. He said, "Someone as young as you has probably only just memorized the names of medicinal herbs, right?" The female doctor turned around and asked who he was, and he replied, "Song Yan." She took off her mask upon hearing the old man's name and happily said, "Ancestor, I didn't expect you to come here in person." The old man wondered, "What are you calling me?" The old man pointed at the patient and said, "It's rare for a junior like you to still recognize me. I will give you some pointers. Doing it like this will kill the person. If your father finds out, he will definitely spank your bottom until it blooms." She smiled brightly and said, "Ancestor, you are outdated. This is Western medicine. Not only will it not kill people, but can also save them. Furthermore, even the diseases you couldn't cure in the past, most of them can now be cured." The old ancestor Song Yan was completely amazed and stammered, How is this possible?" She then pointed out the surrounding objects. "Ancestor, follow me." She pointed to modern medical equipment and introduced them to him. He asked what the thing she was pointing at was. She cheerfully replied, "An anesthesia machine, used for general anesthesia. Doctors can monitor the patient's breathing, heart rate, and blood pressure through this." He was curious about the glowing object in front and asked, "Then what is that bright thing?"
She explained that it was a surgical light tower, which could eliminate shadows during surgery, making the operation proceed more smoothly. The old man stroked his white beard, his eyes shining with enlightenment, and said, "So that's how it is."
Then the old man placed some sort of roll down on the table. He opened it to reveal ancient medical tools, which couldn't help but surprise her. She curiously asked him what this was. The old man took out a shining acupuncture needle and said, "You told me about so many things you have here. The ancestor also told you about our legacy." Then on social media, today's hot searches on Douyin, last refreshed on July 29th at 10 p.m. First is the techniques we learned from the ancestor. Second is whether your talent has gained the ancestor's recognition yet. Third is a discussion about the ancestor's expression after seeing our modern world. And finally, the techniques and memories worth passing down.
The scene shifts to the underworld, where it is gloomy, and Bai Wuchang Zhonglin is walking by. He hears the system's voice telling him that completing the daily task of live streaming for 2 hours rewards 200 accumulated points. He opens the system to read the incoming notifications. Ding, daily task completed, live stream for 2 hours, receive 200 accumulated points. Ding, daily task completed, promoting underworld culture, receive 200 accumulated points. Ding, over completed daily task, extra reward of 500 accumulated points and 500 merit points. Please keep up the good work, host. The time-limited task of advancing to the late stage of Great Ghost General within half a month has 5 days left. Bai Wuchang clicks on the system shop props in the blue panel that appears. His screen displays large yin energy pills, X19, and then his hand successfully pressed to buy. The system reports 200 accumulated points remaining. Bai Wuchang opens the door and enters a room in this underworld. He goes in and immediately swallows a yin energy pill, chewing it deliciously. A massive, glowing energy radiates around him, increasing his cultivation level. He continues to open the system, revealing a beginner cultivation card. The countdown for the beginner cultivation room is 2 hours, and he immediately presses to use it. He sits in meditation to cultivate, feeling the currents of energy flowing in and out of his body. Surrounding him is powerful yin energy emitting outward, while the system's voice keeps ringing out, congratulating the host's cultivation for reaching the late stage of Ghost General. Congratulations on the host's cultivation reaching the peak stage of Ghost General. But suddenly, the system issues a new notification, saying that unfortunately, the host's breakthrough to the middle stage of Great Ghost General has failed. Hearing this, he suddenly opens his eyes. While focusing on cultivation, he doesn't understand why he hasn't been able to break through further. Zhonglin has been doing his utmost to cultivate for 2 hours. He is focusing his yin energy internal force into his dantian, and his body even manifests a peak stage Ghost General armor fragment. He now breathes a sigh of relief as he finishes cultivating. At the same time, the system of this room chimes in that the usage time of the beginner cultivation card is up. Welcome to come again next time. He is still pondering that with 5 days left, he might have to take a desperate risk and try Meng Po's task. He heard that netizens have set up an ancestor forum. Posting there to search together might be a bit faster. He steps out of the door of the cultivation room, walking proudly, causing a group of ghosts to gather around and stare at him open-mouthed as he walks by. The ghosts huddle together and gossip about Zhonglin, wondering what kind of big shot he is and why he appeared here, guessing he is here to find someone. The beginner cultivation room probably has no effect on him anymore. I've never seen so many merit points in my entire life. Wipe your drool. Zhonglin quickly went online to the Ancestor forum page. Someone posted a breaking news item. Breaking news, the streamer posted Meng Po's quest. Then, images related to the person Meng Po was looking for quickly appeared on the forum. There was a portrait of the person in Meng Po's heart, with a missing person notice, Qi Heseng. Born in Huang Country, at 59 years old, after joining the army he never returned. Before he died he still had an unsent letter home on him, which was brought back by a fellow villager. In the letter it was mentioned that if he encountered misfortune during this deployment, they would meet on the Naihei Bridge. If anyone could help find this person, the reward would be generous. Below, many netizens commented, Meng Po, is there a chance to see Meng Po's beautiful face? What's the reward? Can it extend lifespan? Ghost catching is also fine. I'm here for the reward. No one snatch it from me. How could Meng Po's quest lack a computer expert like me? The computer experts assembled, stating that it's been 1,000 years and Meng Po, guarding the Naihei Bridge, still hasn't found him. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find, if there's news posted on the forum. In the Ancestor Forum discussion chat group, brothers declared it was time to show their true skills. Someone said, what about my bitter tea? Ancestor, look at me. The history team assembled here. The captain of the melon eating team also said, the melon eating team assembled here. 17-year-old boys over flowers. The technical team assembled here. In a library, a guy from the Ancestor Forum community quickly found some information. He jumped for joy. Found it. I finally found that Huang country. In the Meng Po's quest chat group, someone messaged, why do I feel like the portrait of General Wei Wu is Qi Heseng? Someone retorted, that's not right. Although this General Wei Wu had an ordinary background, he never married a wife. Another guy said, I restored the portrait of it. You guys take a look. And he sent the picture above. Someone confirmed that this was the background of the famous martial champion and civil champion in Huang country at that time, which I statistically analyzed.
At Zhonglin's small house, his system displayed comment 1.
Let me organize the key information from the past few days. First, during the Qianqi era of the Huang Kingdom, there was an enemy invasion. Soldiers were drafted all over the country. A general revealed his talent on the battlefield, luring the enemy into traps multiple times and catching them all in one fell swoop. Fighting bravely and being resourceful, he was later titled General Wei Wu and granted a marriage to the princess. After getting married, the couple lived in harmony and had a son and a daughter. Comment 2 had a picture of General Wei Wu and Princess Bingyu. Jiang Lin, Bai Wuchang, stood reading those comments very attentively and evaluated them carefully. Another netizen quickly messaged, Host, comparing the data and historical records, Qi heshing his General Wei Wu. He was startled upon reading it and let out a, huh? Then a series of comments just bounced on the screen like this. So Sister Mengpo ran into a heartless man. This trash not only deceived Mengpo's feelings, but also made her wait for him at the Naihei Bridge. Mengpo was so young, she wouldn't have committed suicide just because she received that letter, right? There was no other way. News in ancient times was outdated, and finding someone was very difficult. Tell me, did this scumbag quietly reincarnate afterward, or did he never enter the cycle of reincarnation at all? Jiang Lin was surprised. Was it decided so quickly? He continued to stare intently at that comment, stroking his chin and thinking that it didn't seem entirely unreasonable. He thought about going to the underworld to submit the mission first, then he clicked to close the bullet screen on the system. Arriving at the underworld, there were currently many Bai Wuchang. He thought, what if they made a mistake, and General Wei Wu wasn't Qi heshing? He reread Mengpo's mission. Mission poster, Mengpo. Mission content, find her sweetheart. Reward, upon finding him, she can grant the mission completer one request and countless treasures. Mission executor, Bai Wuchang, Jiang Lin. Cultivation level of the mission executor, early stage Great General Ghost. Mission execution result, completed. Mission note, comparing historical records and data, General Wei Wu is exactly Qi heshing. He thought of his own anxious and panic state if the information he delivered was inaccurate, which would make Mengpo angry.
But he said to himself to let it go. If he couldn't complete it, he would keep searching. However, why does General Wei Wu sound so familiar? He clicked on the task publisher Mengpo and stood in deep thought for a moment. Suddenly, from behind, a Hei Wuchang walked up and said, General Wei Wu? Isn't that one of the ghost kings in the Western Yama Hall? He startled involuntarily. He turned around and said, Western Yama Hall? Ghost king? Hei Wuchang replied, That's right. Hundreds of years ago during the Great Battle of the Western Yama Hall, that General Wei Wu absorbed the vengeful souls in the battle, breaking through to become a ghost king in one go. He was quite famous back then. After all, a new generation of ghost king had appeared. Hei Wuchang asked curiously, Brother, why are you looking for him? Jiang Lin closed his eyes tightly and said slowly, Finding him might have... Before he could finish his sentence, another sound approached. The sound of footsteps from a woman with small and slender feet quietly approached the two of them, making Hei and Bai Wuchang stop their previous conversation. Bai Wuchang, Jiang Lin quickly realized someone was approaching. He involuntarily turned back to see who was trying to get close to them. An absolutely stunning woman with a sharp figure walked over. She said coldly, Is it the task you submitted? It turned out to be Mengpo coming to find the person who submitted the task of finding her beloved to ask in detail. Right at this moment, Mengpo was staring intently at our male protagonist, Jiang Lin, Bai Wuchang, and spoke to him. Is it the task you handed in? He quickly replied, Yes. Now the male protagonist could finally see Mengpo's face clearly. She was a very beautiful-looking girl with shining long hair and a petite figure that looked incredibly charming, but her facial expression always carried an indescribable sadness.
The other ghosts present there immediately spun around and gathered together, whispering and gossiping. I didn't expect Mengpo to be so formidable. This dense ghost aura, she is at least above the Great Ghost General level, right? Another one among them said, Great Ghost General? Why do I feel like she can even compete with a magistrate? So someone is handing in a task, scared me to death. The other person added, This person is doomed. Looking at Mengpo like this, she is even angrier than the pighead last time. Hearing them say that, Jiang Lin's face darkened, but he remained silent without saying a word. At this time, Mengpo turned away, but still called back to our male lead. The clue you provided is very useful. Wait for me to take a trip to the Western King Yama's palace. Once confirmed, you will be considered to have completed the task. Tell King Yama that I am going out for a trip. Jiang Lin clasped his hands together and quickly replied, Yes. The ghost behind him spoke up again. If Mengpo is gone, then who was on the Naihei Bridge? Hearing them say that, he immediately froze. Right after that, Jiang Lin walked to the Naihei Bridge quickly. Arriving at the foot of the Naihei Bridge, there was a puppet left by Mengpo, looking exactly like her figure standing tall there. Seeing this, the male lead heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a sound came from the puppet left by Mengpo, saying, Mengpo has already arrived at the Western King Yama's palace. At the same time, over at the Western King Yama's palace right now, numerous lightning bolts were constantly striking down. Mengpo's face currently showed an extremely angry expression. She was still standing in front of the door of the Western King Yama's palace. Stepping up the stairs near the entrance, Mengpo began to speak. A renowned and illustrious general of Huang country, lived for 1,000 years, looking the same, became a great general. You even married a princess and had a daughter.
Yet I received that letter of yours and committed suicide in front of your tomb. The voice of the announcer echoed, Eastern King Yama's palace, Mengpo has arrived.
The entrance door slowly and slightly opened. Mengpo's face darkened and she said angrily, Chi Hessing, you are so dead. You better pray that you are already dead. Otherwise, today I will definitely chop you into 100 pieces. As soon as the door opened, she immediately used her power to attack the ghosts in this Eastern Yama hall. One of them was thrown hard into the air and got a bloody nose, looking in great pain. With just a light wave of her hand, they continuously fell to the ground, suffering injuries ranging from light to severe. It was truly a terrifying power, leaving the ghosts lying helplessly sprawled on the ground, unable to do anything else. Mengpo calmly walked among them. At this very moment, she had arrived in front of General Wei Wu's mansion. The hanging curtains were fluttering gracefully in the wind, and standing outside, one could only see the shadows of women continuously dancing inside. Inside this general's mansion, Chi Hessing was sitting pompously on a chair placed in a central position. Above him was a large board with the character Marshall, and he was wearing a very scary red ghost mask, along with his muscular body. On both sides of him there were two beautiful and seductive girls, constantly flirting and acting affectionately. Suddenly, at this moment, a ghost hurriedly ran in from outside and quickly reported, General, someone wants to see you. There were many scratches on this ghost's body due to being attacked by Mengpo earlier. Seeing this, a girl next to Chi Hessing angrily turned around and shouted, Who is it? Can't you see the general is busy? The ghost with a swollen eye quickly replied, It's a woman, at least above the great ghost general level. Hearing that, Chi Hessing laughed and replied, A powerful beauty? A girl next to him put on a coquettish face, continued to reach out to caress him and whispered, General. Immediately he pushed her away unexpectedly, and then Chi Hessing quickly ran outside the mansion.
Now he had stepped outside. Standing opposite Mengpo, he crossed his arms and spoke up. I wonder where this beauty comes from. What business do you have with this general? As soon as she saw him, Mengpo kept staring intently at him. Next, Chi Hessing moved closer to her and continued. Or perhaps is this beauty here to offer herself? As he spoke, he reached out a hand, intending to caress Mengpo. Immediately, she firmly pushed his hand away and replied, Rumor has it that General Wei Wu is handsome. I wonder why the general always wears a mask like that. Could you let me take a look? Seeing this, Chi Hessing got even closer to Mengpo, wrapped his arm around her waist and spoke again. What's wrong? Is the beauty interested in this general? How about we go inside the manor to discuss the long night? Mengpo immediately replied, If the general doesn't want to take off the mask, then I will just have to do it myself. As she spoke, a look of anger appeared on her face.
Seeing this, he found Mengpo to be an even more interesting and beautiful woman, so he said, Cruel enough, but I like it. Right at this moment, she suddenly reached for his mask and shouted, Chi Hessing. At this time, Mengpo quickly put one hand on Chi Hessing's mask and then abruptly ripped the mask off his face. Because it was so fast, it made him unable to react in time. The red ghost mask was taken off. This Chi Hessing was a man with a very handsome face, with a large mole right above his eyebrow. But one side of his face had a huge scar measuring up to more than half of his face. Chi Hessing gritted his teeth in surprise, not understanding what was going on. Right after that, he hurriedly snatched his ghost mask that Mengpo was holding in her hand, and then quickly put the mask back on his face, speaking up to explain. When I was young, my face was injured. I shouldn't scare the beauties. Mengpo then said, Chi Hessing, are you really Chi Hessing? Hearing this, he looked very surprised and replied, How do you know my name? Mengpo's face darkened as she gave a terrifying slight smile and continued, How do I know? That's right. How do I know? Right after that, she looked up and laughed angrily in helplessness. Ha 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 ha. I have waited for you for 1,000 years, looked for you for 1,000 years. You ask me how I know you? You tricked me into waiting for you at the Naihei Bridge while you yourself went to marry a wife, have children, and enjoy wealth and glory here. Hearing her say that, Chi Hessing was extremely surprised. He still didn't understand what was happening and quickly replied, I don't know what you are talking about at all. Around Mengpo's body at this moment, the anger had turned into a massive purple flame, covering her and continuously radiating smaller flames that looked very powerful and terrifying.
She held a sharp sword in her hand and continued speaking. You don't know? That purple flame quickly enveloped the sword. Right after that, Mengpo shouted loudly, Then wait until I kill you and you can go explain it to Ming Wang. As she spoke, she rushed toward Chi Hessing at a very fast speed. Because it was so sudden, he could only stand frozen in place. After that, Chi Hessing immediately ordered, Ghost soldiers, heed my command. Where are the ghost generals? He thought to himself, since when did he provoke this crazy woman, and who on earth was she? He continued to order, Ghost soldiers, heed my command. Ghost generals, appear. Immediately, those demons received the order and quickly appeared. There were more than a dozen of them, each holding a weapon in their hands and in a state ready to fight. Seeing them, Mengpo furrowed her brows and spoke, Just petty ghost soldiers and ghost generals. Did you call them here to seek death?
As she spoke, she slashed a very long sword strike that curved around them. Her sword path emitted an extremely powerful purple energy, and instantly they were severely injured right away. Witnessing this scene, Chihaseng cried out helplessly, "You?" Seeing 3 ghost soldiers injured and collapsed right before their eyes, the remaining ghost soldiers froze and became bewildered out of fear. One of them turned back to the crowd of ghost soldiers and shouted loudly, "What are you hesitating for? If you cannot dedicate yourselves to the martial general, what value does your life have? Protect the general!" Hearing this, they immediately regained their courage and charged forward together in unison. Mangpo decisively slashed her sword right through the middle of them and spoke, "Very loyal indeed, but loyalty used in the wrong place is a path to death." Witnessing the scene of Mangpo continuously slaughtering the ghost soldiers so quickly and easily, Chihaseng panicked immensely and turned away with the intention of running. But Mangpo quickly spotted him and said, "Want to run?" Right after that, she leaped into the air at a very fast speed, flew to where he was, and forcefully kicked Chihaseng in the face with one foot. This decisive move by Mangpo made him tumble to the ground, unable to resist. Chihaseng spoke up again, "Why are you so stubbornly trying to kill me?" Next, Mangpo raised her sword high, intending to kill him. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stop!" Along with that, a beam of light suddenly shone directly down on Mangpo's sword. This power was so great that it forced her to retreat a long distance backwards and get injured. With blood flowing from her mouth, Mangpo stabbed her sword into the ground.
Gritting teeth in anger and unacceptable of the situation, in front of them right now was a silver-haired old man with a ferocious face. He walked over and spoke up, "You people of the Eastern Hall, how dare you come to my Western Hall to cause trouble like this?" Seeing this, the ghost soldiers here panicked and cried out, "Nether Emperor realm? Is it the Western King Yama?" At this time, the Western King Yama appeared, reached out his hand and said, "So disrespectful. Could it be that you want to provoke a war between the 2 halls again?" Mangpo immediately knelt on the ground, spitting out blood. At this moment, a voice rang out, "I'm here." Then Yama, the Eastern King Yama, quickly appeared. The little girl said in annoyance, "Old man, don't you find it annoying? You even interfere in other people's private matters." Jiang Lin, who was eating, heard the system voice ring out. "Good push. I claim this lowly. No one can fight me for her, bros. Since when did this angel little lowly appear? I just blinked. Long live the lowly. Whose daughter is this? Let me acknowledge her as a relative first." Someone else also commented, "Can we donate? I want to get this lowly a set of armor." Jiang Lin, who was eating, couldn't help but cough at these comments. He looked at it and forced a smile. "You say this is the King Yama of the Eastern Hall. Quite protective." At this time, the ranks of ghosts were revealed, from Wandering Soul, Ghost Soldier, then to Ghost General, Great Ghost General, then to Ghost King, and the highest is Nether King. This underworld only has one Nether King realm, one Nether King ruling the entire underworld. Below the Nether King realm, the strongest is the Nether Emperor realm, he calculated. This was also the energy level of the King Yamas of the 4 halls. He looked at the viewers who were constantly commenting, and a comment popped up. "Holy crap, the little lowly is that strong. So who would win between her and the Western King Yama?" He rubbed his chin and thought, "Last time they fought for days and nights. This time it's not clear." At this time, the Western King Yama spoke up. "Kid, what are you doing here causing trouble?" Hearing that, Yama answered in annoyance, "You're allowed to use your seniority to bully the weak, yet you won't let me come here to quell the chaos? I haven't even settled the score with you for bullying my staff." Then she turned around and looked back, her eyes radiating a stream of energy.
Immediately, that energy shattered the mask of the guy nearby. He instantly coughed up blood and retreated towards the wall. Seeing this, the old man pointed at this Yama in anger. You. She looked up at him and said, "What about me?" This is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Hearing this, Western King Yama threatened, "Kid, do you want to start a war?" King Yama did not hesitate at all and said, "If you want to fight, then fight. Who's afraid of who?" Immediately after, the 2 of them rushed at each other. The old man scolded, "This is what you said. When the time comes, don't say I'm being unreasonable." King Yama refused to lose and replied, "You old geezer, you are clearly being a busybody first, injuring my employee." On this side, Chihaseng looked at Mangpo and wondered, "Did you and I know each other in the mortal realm?" He felt puzzled. "In my memory, I have never known such a beauty." Hearing this, Mangpo let out a bitter laugh. "Never known? Ha!" Tears of blood flowed from her eyes. "At 15 years old, I married you, cooked, washed clothes, and served my husband's family. Which task did I not do with all my heart and effort? During the years at your house, I was a married woman. The most beautiful youth of a young woman was completely overshadowed. Of course, you have never known me." Hearing this, he was startled and asked, "Are you Xiaoqing?" He spoke with great discomfort. "The mortal realm is just a short 100 years, yet you still remember it until now?" In his heart, his emotions were in turmoil, thinking, "At first, by a lucky coincidence, I saved the princess and became the imperial son-in-law. Sending her that letter was clearly because I was afraid the princess would lay a hand on her." Outwardly, he advised, "Why must you be like this? Life is fleeting like clouds and smoke. Why don't you enjoy it early and let me off as well as yourself? You holding a grudge against me for 1,000 years is just like tormenting yourself for 1,000 years. Hearing this, Mangpo mocked, "A short 100 years? Enjoy it early?" he still continued to justify himself. At first, I did go looking for you, but at that time you had already... At this moment, Mengpo lost her temper and rushed forward. Anyone has the right to say that, but you do not. Right after that, her sharp hand stabbed straight into Chi Heseng's body. Before his horrified eyes, Mengpo directly pulled the heart out of his body. With red eyes, Mengpo stared intently at the blue heart in her hand. Mengpo looked at Chi Heseng sitting on the ground and coldly said, "It seems that after being a ghost for hundreds of years, you still haven't made any progress. Even if you have become a ghost, the heart and head are still fatal points." She turned around and continued, "Don't worry, I won't let you die just like this. You will be buried in the fires of hell, living a life worse than death for generation after generation, and ultimately disappearing in the fires of hell."
Hearing this, he blankly leaned against the wall. No wonder that Taoist priest said he had to wear a mask, otherwise there would be a blood-related disaster. It turned out to be true. At this moment, before the eyes of the two of them, a yellow thread wrapped around Mengpo down below. Yama saw this and could not help but be surprised. Karmic thread? Why is there a karmic thread on Mengpo's body? Over here, the Western King Yama immediately called out, "It wasn't easy for my place to get a ghost king. Hey kid, what are you going to use to compensate me?" She replied, "Compensate you with what? You old geezer, if you hurt my employee again, I'll beat you up." Immediately after, she chased after Mengpo, leaving behind the shouts of the Western King Yama. "You little brat, come back here. We still haven't determined the winner." At this time, Jiang Lin's house was completely silent. He stood with his arms crossed, looking at the chest full of gold ingots in front of him constantly sparkling. Mengpo knocked on the door from the outside and walked in. She looked at him with gratitude and said, "You helped me fulfill my wish, and I still haven't thanked you. Besides these precious treasures, is there anything else you want?" Hearing this, Jiang Lin asked back, "Really?" She replied, "It's true." Jiang Lin directly said that he wanted to upgrade his cultivation level to the late-stage Great Ghost General. Hearing this, Mengpo asked again, "Is this your only wish?" He replied, "Yes." Hearing this, she began to transfer ghost energy to Jiang Lin. "All right, I will satisfy you." Seeing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Ghost energy is the life source of ghosts, and you're directly giving it to me like this." Mengpo resolutely reminded him to focus. After a while, the system announced, "Congratulations, host, your cultivation level has reached the late-stage Great Ghost General. Congratulations, host, you have reached the peak-stage Great Ghost General." Right after that, he was notified that he had completed the mission, earning 5,000 accumulated points. At this time, Mengpo finally retracted her hand. He immediately opened his eyes wide. She smiled and asked, "I accidentally upgraded you to the peak-stage Great Ghost General. Is that okay?" Hearing this, he was blankly overjoyed. "It's okay." Mengpo covered her mouth and giggled. Then she took out a bag and said, "This is for you. Consider it my thank you gift." After that, Mengpo left. He looked at her back and couldn't help but be surprised. It was the first time Jiang Lin had seen Mengpo smile so happily. Perhaps when Mengpo was still alive, she also had such a smiley personality. Then he opened the bag Mengpo gave him. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. "The reward is quite generous, isn't it?"
Yama suddenly hung upside down looking down at Jiang Lin. He was startled and looked up. He immediately said respectfully, "Lord King Yama." Hearing this, the little girl landed on the ground. Except for the place where she lived, half of her accumulation over the years was given to me, and the other half in your hands is your quest reward. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "She wants to leave here?" Yama crossed her arms and replied, "That's right, saying something about causing trouble for me and being unable to hold the position of Mengpo, so she directly dumped all the responsibilities on me. Don't think I don't know that she wants to slip away after ending this matter. I originally told her not to think about that stinky man anymore, but she wouldn't listen." Hearing this, he asked with a bit of worry, "Then where did Mengpo go?" Yama replied, "Where else could she go? Reincarnation." The little girl then smiled with certainty, "I will catch her with my own hands." Hearing this, the corner of Jiang Lin's mouth couldn't help but twitch, not knowing what Mengpo's expression was like when she was caught by King Yama to reincarnate. On this side, Yama continued, "That man has nothing to do with her anymore. If she doesn't reincarnate, is she going to remember him for another 1,000 years? Jiang Lin also didn't want to mention this matter anymore, and asked about another matter. "May I ask what Lord King Yama came to find me for?" Yama approached him and answered, "I heard before that you completed Mengpo's quest. It's quite strange. How could you do that?" Hearing this, Jiang Lin was startled. He couldn't help but step back, feeling guilty and hesitating to answer.
Jiang Lin coughed lightly and replied, "It was the portrait of General Wei Wu that this humble official had seen before, and coincidentally saw Mengpo's portrait looking for someone. Seeing that the reward wasn't bad, I wanted to give it a try." Hearing this, Yama unexpectedly nodded in belief. "So that's how it is." Then she tilted her head and asked him, "Right, do you want a promotion? I see you have already reached the Great Ghost General level. The merit points on your body are glowing. Having worked in the underworld for several hundred years now, and being able to complete missions independently, you are probably a very good ghost envoy. So how about it? Do you want a promotion?" Jiang Lin immediately replied happily, "Yes, getting promoted means I can get more merit points and can buy more props to help with cultivation." He quickly asked her what position he could be promoted to. Yama thought for a moment and said, "How about Mengpo? Just as Mengpo is left, it also leaves the position vacant." Hearing this, Zhang Lin's expression drastically changed. Imagining the scenario where he had to change his live stream content to making mangpo soup, he couldn't help but feel his future was bleak. Seeing this expression on Zhang Lin, Yama immediately burst into laughter. "Don't worry, I was just saying it casually. I won't really let you become mangpo." Then she patted his shoulder and continued, "Not just anyone can be mangpo. There are important things to consider in this. In the title mangpo, there is the word po. It's not just because the first mangpo back then was a female. The main reason is that this job is more suitable for a female ghost." She continued to explain. Mangpo soup is made for wandering souls to use for reincarnation. These wandering souls preparing for reincarnation haven't been formed for long and are at the weakest, so a gentle female ghost doing this job would be more suitable. Then she took out a token. "Let me promote you. Your background is sufficient." Immediately after, she touched the token, generating a stream of spiritual energy.
The words on the token immediately appeared. Bai Wuchang Zhanglin, second-class ghost envoy. He stared at the token in surprise. Meng Po's thousands of years of effort only made her a first-class ghost envoy. Yama patted his shoulder and said, "Keep it up. I look forward to your performance." At this moment, his whole body emitted a... The words on the token immediately appeared. Bai Wuchang Zhanglin, second-class ghost envoy. He stared at the token in surprise. Meng Po's thousands of years of effort only made her a first-class ghost envoy. Yama patted his shoulder and said, "Keep it up. I look forward to your performance." At this moment, his whole body emitted a golden aura. Zhang Lin immediately cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Lord King Yama. I will certainly not disappoint your promotion." Yama now had his own calculations in mind. "With so many threads of karma, what will you do, Zhang Lin? You have successfully caught my attention." On the other side, he continued to look at his golden chest. This time, he was lucky to have the water friends, viewers, in the livestream. But what items in the underworld could they possibly use? Suddenly, the system beeped. "Do you want to start the livestream?" He immediately turned it on. Immediately after, notifications of him receiving rewards kept ringing. Someone even spoke up. "Streamer, I made an outfit for the young lady and the little loli. Can I burn it over there?" He looked at this person, momentarily speechless. Doesn't this person fear being discovered by Lord King Yama? Then they asked again, "Streamer, how is Miss Meng Po doing now?" Zhang Lin replied, "Meng Po is no longer in the underworld. She has just reincarnated." Hearing this, a notification immediately popped up. "Brothers, get ready. In 10 minutes, I want to know the news of all the newborn girls born today." One of them quickly chimed in, "My wife just gave birth to a daughter. Does anyone want to become in-laws?" As he watched them discuss, he muttered to himself that Meng Po's mission was over, and the mission's reward was also available. He immediately clicked to send red packets. "Get ready, everyone. I will distribute red packets shortly. Anyone who put effort into Meng Po's mission, grab one." Soon after, a series of notifications congratulating players on grabbing red packets rang out in the livestream. He smiled as he looked at the notifications before his eyes. At this time, it was daytime in the mortal realm. The phone in the man's hand beeped, congratulating him on obtaining the soul-holding grass red envelope. The bespectacled man looked at his phone, unable to hide his emotion. "Mom, maybe I can save my cousin." The young man kept pacing around the house and anxiously asked, "How is Auntie Four's son doing after falling into the water a few days ago?" The woman in front of him, who was his mother, replied, "He still hasn't woken up. I told him bathing at home was fine. Why did he have to go swimming?" He held the phone out in front of his mother and said joyfully, "Mom, maybe we can really save my cousin." The mother stepped closer and hit him hard on the head. "You brat, don't talk nonsense like that." He cried out in pain. Ah. The mother replied sadly, "Hi, the doctor already said that the child still refuses to wake up until now. If this continues, he might be in danger." Suddenly, a notification rang out from the phone, inviting him to claim the reward from this red envelope. He clicked the agree button and received the red envelope. After that, a stream of energy appeared from the phone, and suddenly, something very mysterious appeared in his hand. The mother looked at her son and said determinedly, "How about we give it a try?" He also said very eagerly, "I think it will work."
At the city hospital, he was standing by the bed of his unfortunate cousin. Outside, his mother was calling out from the outside, "Son, I'm talking with your aunt outside. Take good care of your cousin." He immediately obeyed, "Yes, I know." On the phone, an instruction manual voice sounded, stating that the way to use the soul-holding grass was to place it at the patient's nostrils and wait. Hearing this, he immediately placed the soul-holding grass on his cousin's nose. A few seconds later, this cousin woke up in sheer astonishment. He shouted, "He's awake, Mom! He's awake!" The two people outside heard the shout from inside and quickly ran in. "What, my son is awake?" He pointed at the hospital bed and said to his mother, "Mom, I wasn't wrong, was I? We definitely could save my cousin." His aunt hugged her son and cried bitterly, "My son, it's so good that you're okay. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo." After that, his mother urged her son, "Son, go quickly, call the doctor here to check on your brother." He immediately rushed off without delay. "Yes, I know." At Zhang Lin's small house, his comment appeared on the livestream. "Thank you, streamer, for saving my brother. The doctor said he needs to be observed for a few more days before he can be discharged, and my fourth aunt even said she will follow you." Other comments also surfaced right after. "Last night I returned from a business trip and called a car. While smoking, I carelessly burned the car, making a hole, and it almost caught fire.
At that moment I was very shocked. The car was actually a paper car. When I turned around, I discovered there was a ghost following me. Fortunately, with the hell coins I grabbed from the livestream, I gave the hell coins to her and narrowly escaped a disaster. Being able to turn a car into paper, are ghosts all this powerful nowadays? I'm about to cry, the streamer is forever a god. 3 years after my accident, my legs finally have feeling again. A second comment confided, you guys might not believe it if I say this, but I got a soft, fluffy fox keychain, which I originally thought was very beautiful. As a result, when my friends and I went out to play for a day and came back yesterday, this fox keychain had been more than half burned, but I'm absolutely sure I didn't come into contact with fire at all yesterday. A third comment simultaneously poured out its feelings.
Me too. This is truly miraculous, streamer. You are my god. I actually drew ghost energy. What can this thing do? Upstairs, report your coordinates. I'll come over right away. I'm worried about your safety. After reading a few thoughts appearing in the comments section, John Lin pressed the inventory button and selected the enhancement card. After that, a stick with a white furry shape appeared in front of John Lin, making him extremely satisfied. The system had a few words of instruction for him on how to use it. Enhancement inherently brings dizziness, alertness, and acts as a medium along with other characteristics. It additionally grants attack power and defense power, and these two attribute points can continuously strengthen by leveling up. John Lin held the stick with a very interested expression, and he decided, now we need to go to the hospital to pick up an old person. At the city hospital, the sobbing sounds of a family were ringing out. Boo-hoo, Dad, wake up, Dad. Dad, why did you leave just like that? Nom nom, quickly call your grandpa. This is your grandpa.
The 5-year-old boy turned around and asked his father, Dad, does it mean that once Grandpa's gone, we won't have a house to live in anymore? The youngest daughter, who was kneeling in front of her father's bed, immediately turned around and said indignantly, Second brother, what do you mean? Do you want to monopolize Dad's house? Seeing that his sister's words were a bit unreasonable, the second brother spoke up. Third sister, why would you say that? What do you mean by monopolize or not? Aren't we all one family? The eldest brother also spoke up at the same time. That's right, we are all one family. The sister-in-law also said, Second brother, for so many years you have been taken care of the most by Dad. Don't think we don't know that Dad has always been secretly giving you extra money. My 2 children suffered a lot outside at first. The second brother retorted angrily, Sister-in-law, what do you mean? And third sister, for the past 2 years I have always been the one taking care of Dad the most. So what if Dad gave me a little money? This proves that I served him well. The sister-in-law couldn't hold back her anger and shouted, What do you mean by these words? Why didn't I take care of Dad? That's right, we all put in the effort. On what basis are you the only one who gets the money? At this time, the father turned back and shouted in everyone's faces, Didn't you say you were going to hold a funeral for me? My old bones haven't truly died yet, and you have already started dividing the assets. Even if I were truly dead, I would be angered back to life by you guys. However, his words went completely unnoticed by anyone, because at this moment he was already a dead person. Zhang Lin immediately appeared behind him and asked, Do you want to go back and struggle a bit? The old father asked blankly, Go back? Go back where? Zhang Lin pushed the old man and replied, Of course go back into your body. It just so happens that I also want to test whether the strength of a great ghost general is as formidable as the legends say or not. The old father then lay down and silently thanked Zhang Lin. Then this old man will thank Lord Bai Wu Chang first. Let me teach these little brats a lesson so I can close my eyes in peace when I die. After that, Zhang Lin cast a spell on his body, causing him to unconsciously wake up. Seeing his eyes open, everyone rushed over in a flurry. Dad, Grandpa woke up. As soon as he woke up, he sat up and shouted loudly, What are you guys doing? The eldest brother then turned around and said fearfully, We aren't doing anything, Dad, we are just playing around a bit. The father immediately shouted back extremely furiously, Play what play? Play my ass. All of you kneel down for me. After that, all 4 children kneeled down flat on the ground at his command. He sat sternly on the bed while his children were all kneeling. After teaching his children a lesson by slapping them smack, 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 he ordered, After I die, 90% of my assets will be donated to charitable organizations.
The remaining 10% is for Nom Nom and the children. Wait until they grow up. This will be their investment fund. None of you are allowed to take it for yourselves. Do you hear me clearly? The second son immediately spoke up. Dad, we are your biological children. How can you leave the money to outsiders? The children still need to go to school. The older sister also chimed in. Are you getting old and muddled, Dad? That's tens of millions. The father pointed straight at his children and said, Now you all are suddenly so united, aren't you? That money of mine is being taken to do charity and good deeds, not for outsiders. As for Nom Nom and the other children, the portions I leave for them are not to be touched by anyone else. As for everything else, if it all requires taking my money, what do I need you as parents for? The father said irritably, I have recorded my words and sent them to Lawyer Chen, and I will hand it over to Lawyer Chen to handle. The children are still underage. None of you should even think about touching this money. The old man stroked Nom Nom and gave some instructions. When Grandpa sleeps, you children must not be lazy in your studies. Nom Nom answered in a very affectionate voice. We will study hard, Grandpa. You should also rest well and leave the hospital soon. Hearing this, the grandfather felt at ease, lay down on the bed, and his soul quickly left his body. His soul profusely thanked Zhang Lin, thanking Lord Bai Wuchang. Zhang Lin held his stick and said to him, It's time to hit the road. After Zhonglin led this old man to the Naihei Bridge, he said, "Now we need to go to a new mission." Then a circle appeared behind him.
In City A, Zhonglin's Underworld healing livestream started again. At this time, Zhonglin was standing from afar, observing a couple arguing. The audience watching the situation quickly commented, "Holy crap, isn't this Dongjiang Bridge? What is the streamer stopping here for? I had a fleeting thought, is this bridge probably going to collapse? Probably not. This bridge usually has people coming to repair and inspect it or something. It's likely just a car accident." Others also joined in the fun. "Holy crap, the female friend arguing on that bridge is my old classmate. Should we call 120 first or 110? The police team immediately replied, "No need to panic. We are always here." The girl said loudly, "I talked so much to you just now. Did you not take anything in at all?" The other party, the boy, replied, "I heard you. You said you want to buy a yellow dress, so let's just buy it." The girl got even more angry. "I said my grandfather is about to celebrate his birthday. I asked you what kind of cake you want to buy. You simply don't care about me, don't care about our future." The girl turned around angrily and walked away. The boy chased after her and said, "Why bring the future into this? Isn't it just a cake? We can just go pick one together." The girl was sobbing by now. "Is that a matter of a cake? That is my grandfather's birthday, the person closest to me. You don't care at all. Have you simply never thought about our future at all?" Suddenly her phone rang and she quickly walked away. "Don't follow me anymore." She looked at her phone and saw a message sent from an unknown number. "It's good to make up after arguing. Don't go forward. Something will happen. You two still have a little time, so say what you want to say. I am not lying to you. You can go into the Underworld healing livestream. You and he will both be there." The girl quickly clicked on Zhonglin's livestream and saw that she was really in it. Mengpo and Dodo, is it our turn now? After that, she regretfully turned back and called his name. "Songyang, Songyang." At this time, he replied, "Yes." The girl cried like rain, then ran forward and hugged Songyang tightly. Boo-hoo.
The young man hugged the girl and comforted her, saying, "Don't cry. If there's anything wrong, tell me. We'll figure out a way together." The girl immediately asked Songyang, "Do you love me?" Songyang quickly replied, "Of course I love you the most." The girl, completely satisfied with the young man's answer, was very pleased. "I love you too. It's so wonderful to have met you." Songyang hugged the girl tightly in his arms and said sweet words to soothe her. "Wifey, I was really wrong. Just now I was indeed distracted, but I truly love you very much. Actually, ever since our freshman year, I had already started paying attention to you." The girl didn't care about what he said and continued crying. "But we're already on streamer by Wuchang's livestream. We're going to die soon." Songyang said fearfully, "I haven't even married you yet. How can we die so quickly?" Zhang Lin stood behind them and sighed. Sigh, could this be the love that made Mengpo hold on stubbornly for 1,000 years? But seeing these humans being together is so complicated. Forget it. I'll have to study it more when I get the chance later.
Zhonglin quickly left, leaving the couple behind hugging each other affectionately. Right at this moment, the system's blue screen was showing everyone's comments. "Streamer, could it be that your colleagues also came to your live stream to claim people?" There was another comment. "Your work as a streamer hasn't been done yet. Why did you leave?" Our male lead, Zhonglin, immediately spoke up. "Based on the mission information, it can be seen that this ghost has been in the mortal realm for a period of time. They are living people." The system's blue screen showed a few more comments. "The streamer doesn't seem to have said that anything would happen if he stopped. Maybe he just thought it was strange seeing humans arguing. How foolishly I am smiling now is exactly how foolishly I was crying just a moment ago." Songyang was currently still tightly hugging the girl who was his lover, sitting on the side of the road. They held hands, hugged each other tightly, and cried a lot. The young man Songyang spoke up. "If we can survive now, let's go get married." His lover quickly replied, "Yeah, even if there is only one day left, we must be husband and wife for a day." Right at this moment, suddenly two more men wearing masks walked up to them. One of them immediately spoke up. Hey, talking to you two, crying while hugging each other. "What is the name of one of you again?" "Chongyang Festival." "No, it's Songyang. Don't you guys look at your phones. You are not going to die." The other person standing next to him added, "Why are you still crying? Didn't they say it was all a misunderstanding? What are you so heartbroken about?"
Hearing what those two men said, Songyang and his lover were extremely shocked and stunned. The girl hurriedly held up her phone to look, and they both exclaimed in unison, "Oh, really?" On the girl's phone at this moment was the image of our male lead, Zhonglin, streamer by Wuchang, moving in the air. A blue system panel displayed the words, "It seems the streamer hasn't seen a human couple argue for a long time. Could it be that the streamer is yearning for love? The commenter above might not be wrong." After reading the phone, Songyang and his lover were extremely happy and immediately hugged each other. Happy tears streamed down their smiling faces. He said, "We don't have to die. We don't have to die anymore." The girl also happily replied, "That's great. I want to be by your side forever." At this time, it was already late afternoon. The sun was gradually setting, and black crows were perching on a signboard. As for the male lead, he was holding a stick in his hand and standing in front of a massive but extremely old abandoned high-rise building. A blue system panel continued to show viewers' comments. "Speaking of how to make couples quickly reconcile, you just need 5 words. You guys are going to die." Another comment popped up.
I also want such a matchmaker streamer. My girlfriend is arguing with me again. Can I call the streamer a matchmaker? Someone else commented, stop messing around. Has the streamer's real mission started yet? This place is very gloomy. Our male lead was staring intently at the high-rise building with a very thoughtful look. Right at this moment, a girl's voice rang out behind him. Lord Bai Wu-chan. Hearing this, the male lead quickly turned around to see who was calling him. As soon as he turned around, he immediately saw the soul of a girl wearing an office suit with long, silky hair. She approached, raised a hand to greet him, and happily said with a smile, "Hello, streamer, we meet again. Thank you so much for last time. Are you still live streaming now? I'm also your fan." Zhang Lin coldly said, "If you continue doing this, you will die." Hearing him say such things made the girl fall into an awkward state. She scratched her head and forced a smile. Streamer can see it too? Everyone has to die anyway. She secretly thought in her head, in the past, my soul only left my body at night, but recently the situation has started happening even during the day. The experts my grandfather found had to look at my face for a long time before saying I wouldn't live past 30 years old. Yet, this streamer could tell just by looking at me once.
Right after that, our male lead quickly stepped inside this abandoned high-rise building. The girl also hurriedly followed behind him and continued speaking. "Streamer, can I go inside with you to see how it is? Just consider it as fan welfare. Is that okay?" Hearing her say that, Zhang Lin was a bit surprised, stopped, and turned around to ask the girl, "Fan welfare?" She replied, "That's right. For example, the games my company makes, every once in a while there are giving back events to thank the fans for their support." He thought to himself, so that is equivalent to the end of the year when King Yama gives out some extra rewards to ghost envoys who work well. After that, he uttered, Seeing the male lead agree, the girl immediately became extremely happy and exclaimed, "Thank you, streamer," her face clearly showing the joy and excitement of a child. And so the two of them walked together into this abandoned high-rise building, where it was pitch black. On both the floor and the ceiling, there were many cracks. Spider webs covered everywhere, along with a thick layer of dust, looking extremely terrifying. Zhang Lin remained extremely calm, walking in front, while the girl walked anxiously and continuously looking around. Then the girl got close to him and whispered softly, "Streamer, do you hear footsteps here?" But our male lead remained silent without saying a word. Ignoring her, he just kept walking faster, causing the girl to start getting scared and hurriedly run after him. A blue system panel popped up with viewers' comments saying, "Haha, she's starting to get scared. To be honest, I hear it too. Could it be that wandering souls are in this building? I investigated it. This building was originally a real estate project, but later, somehow, a murder occurred. The popularity was quite high back then. I've also heard of this. Later, many people said there were ghosts, so it was abandoned." Right now, Zhang Lin and the girl had gone quite deep inside. There was no electric light here at all, making it look extremely gloomy, ghostly, and overly horrifying. Above, a red number 4 symbol appeared, along with a circle signaling something terrifying. Plus, the thick spider webs were enough to show that it had been abandoned and damp for a long time. A bold group of people who were not afraid of yin energy were brazenly live-streaming to everyone. The short-haired girl taking the lead holding a phone said, "Everyone says there are ghosts here. Why haven't we met any?" Behind her, there were 3 other people panting heavily, covered in sweat and completely exhausted. Suddenly, the girl holding the flashlight with the pink shirt let out an "ah" with an expression of unexpected fear. She shined the light on that thing and looked carefully. She shined the flashlight on the triangle symbol on the wall, her face changing color as she said, "We're back here again. This is the symbol we just marked a moment ago."
The short-haired girl taking the lead finally panicked. Sweating profusely, she exclaimed, "No way," but still didn't forget to point the camera for everyone to see. They had probably been walking around in circles here to the point of exhaustion. The short-haired girl sat flat on the ground and complained, "Ghosts! We are trapped in here and can't get out now. Where are we supposed to go to see ghosts?" The girl in pink also leaned against the wall and sighed. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin and the living soul Lin Rochquin were floating above their heads, observing the situation. Lin Rochquin crossed her arms and said no wonder they had walked several laps but still stayed in the same place. Could there really be ghosts here? Beside her, Zhang Lin thought there was something wrong here. Lin Rochquin in her soul form intended to tease them. She struck a weird pose and said in a spooky manner, "Let me go scare them a bit." Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin was startled and panicked. He quickly said, "Don't." Lin Rochquin's soul seemed to be sucked back, leaving her confused about what was happening. It turned out that Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin used the morning stick to pull the girl's soul back. He must have sensed an imminent danger to her life. Her soul returned close to him, and then he pulled out a talisman and stuck it on the forehead of Lin Rochquin's soul, leaving her agape and clueless. In just a split second, Zhang Lin cast a spell that made the morning stick glow, enveloping the living soul with full power, and then she vanished from this dark and damp place. On the ground where they stood, there were still a few footprints of other people. Lin Rochquin woke up abruptly on the desk. She said "ha" in surprise as she returned to her body too quickly without seeing anything interesting. She jumped up, slammed her hand on the desk, and looked around, panting and thinking to herself, "Was I sent back by the streamer?" She quickly opened his live stream to see what the situation was like over there that made him send her back so suddenly. She said, "That's right, the streamer is probably still live streaming." On the phone screen in Zhang Lin's live stream session, his warning appeared. He pointed his finger and said that sending her back was the best welfare for a fan. Staying in a place with dense ghost energy for too long would result in being infected by ghost energy. The probability of her being targeted by ghosts and monsters would also increase, so if there's nothing important, don't go exploring anymore. Lin Rui sat in the office, her face flushed red with panic, to the point of slamming her phone onto the desk. She said, did the streamer know she would be the first to watch the live stream, so he specifically said that to her? His serious face while explaining was too much of a foul play. She awkwardly squeezed her eyes shut, her whole face blushing, and said, No, Lin Rui, what are you thinking? I'd better just continue watching the live stream. She happily continued watching the live stream. She said the old rule is to give a tip first, so a text appeared showing that Lin Rui had tipped 5 Maseratis. Her screen showed the explorers preparing to have a snack. During their exploration, Zhang Lin was still floating about their heads without them knowing. They even happily ate their cakes and said, Isn't it just a ghost? What's there to be afraid of? This is the real existence of ghosts. That's right, let's continue after eating our fill. I don't believe we still can't get out. The girl in Fink also cheered up and said, At worst, we'll stay here for a night. After all, we brought enough supplies. But they couldn't have expected that there was a lot of ghost energy around them. They just couldn't see it. Zhang Lin, as Bai Wuchang, could see the clusters of ghost energy floating in the air. He tightly gripped the morning stick in his hand. He looked around and said that if this place was occupied by ghosts, the ghosts would do things like creating a ghost wall or a maze to drive people away, so that they wouldn't dare to come next time, but these mazes had no effect on a ghost envoy. He walked to the 6th floor surrounded by dense ghost energy. He continued to say that seeing a yin soul means getting closer and closer to the ghost. He passed by the 9th floor and suddenly froze. He sensed that what he was looking for was nearby. He turned his head with a determined look. Suddenly, a black cat lunged from nowhere straight at him. Fortunately, he noticed it and dodged this surprise attack by the cat. The cat with its sharp claws scratched fiercely against the floor, creating long scratch marks. The cat raised its hackles and meowed to scare Zhang Lin out of its territory. Zhang Lin was Bai Wuchang, so he wasn't afraid of such a weak cat at all. He only needed to emit yin energy, and his whole body was submerged in thick black aura, with eyes that seemed capable of snatching away souls, enough to make it shrink back in fear. The black cat was so frightened by him that it jumped down the stairs very quickly, its expression looking as if it were crying and only wanted to run to its owner. Zhang Lin watched the cat run away, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, there was the sound of people playing cards. A guy slammed his cards on the table and said, 4 ghosts. He puffed on his cigarette, looked at the girl in blue and said, Bomb, are you playing? The girl in blue decisively said she wasn't playing. There were many people around watching this card game.
The smoking guy continued to draw the next cards, clearing his throat and pretending to be tough. 3 with 1, play or not. Suddenly, an energetic play rang out. The girl in the green shirt smiled brightly, placed 2 cards on the table and said, Joker bomb, I'm out, haha. The black cat from earlier came out of nowhere and ran to her feet, looking up. Then, without any unnecessary movement, the black cat jumped straight onto her lap skillfully, but full of fear. The cat's fur stood on end as it looked toward the door and hissed. The girl didn't understand its behavior and asked, What's wrong, Yu? Then she turned in the direction the bristled cat was looking and saw something that surprised her a little.
The girl shouted loudly, Streamer Bai Wuchang? Causing him to startle in surprise and say, Huh? She stood up, pet the cat, and asked him again if he was that streamer Bai Wuchang. Zhang Lin said, You know me? As for the other people playing cards with her, upon hearing the name Bai Wuchang, they turned pale with fear and huddled into a corner. She smiled brightly, pushed her chair out, and said, Host, please have a seat, while the others still looked at him warily in fear. She said, My place here often has people coming to clear the level, so I've watched your live stream on humans' phones. At that time, I even thought that the lives of ghost envoys were all like this. Right, host, did you come here this time because of me? What do I need to do? Bai Wuchang didn't know how to respond to her yet. He crossed his arms and asked her why she always stayed here, and even chased away the people who came in and out. Her eyes showed an unspeakable expression full of hidden thoughts. She forced a smile and said, Because previously my dad participated in the construction of this building, and then he died. Right at this moment, our male lead, Zhang Lin, streamer Bai Wuchang, was still standing and talking with Qi Daodao. He spoke up and said to her, But your staying here will affect the lives of humans. Hearing him say that, she immediately froze and became a bit flustered. After that, Qi Daodao clapped her hands together and quickly replied, So that's how it is. I can leave at any time, but, Lord Bai Wuchang, are you still live streaming? Our male lead coldly replied, Hearing that, she suddenly turned around immediately, ran to the back and shouted back to him, Then it's easy to say, Host, wait for me a few minutes. Right after that, Qi Daodao suddenly became like a very playful child. She peeked in, bringing her face close to the camera broadcasting Zhang Lin's livestream and said, Hello everyone in the livestream room, let me guess how many people are watching right now. Next, she climbed onto the door and said, 100,000 or 1 million. Continuing, she crawled down to the floor and answered herself, I guess it's at least over 1 million, right? Seeing her mindless actions, our male lead could only stand still in one place, silent, and felt very helpless.
The blue system panel displayed a comment again, saying that the police team was here. Little sister, just say whatever you want to say and we'll get it sorted. Jiang Lin immediately spoke up, saying that the relevant authorities were here. At this moment, Qi Yao looked up at the camera mounted on the ceiling and said, All right, then I will complain online. After that, she reached out her hand close to the camera and began to explain with a serious face that the reason she always occupied this place was because this building had a problem. Then her expression became gloomy and a little sad as she recounted that her father used to be a construction worker here. At that time, after working here for a while, her father and some other co-workers discovered that there was a problem with the building materials. Her father reported it to the person in charge but received no response at all, and the other party did not take any follow-up measures. As she spoke, Qi Yao's eyes welled up with tears because she couldn't hold back her emotions. Her father had no choice but to simply quit, but even if her father didn't do it, there were still others who would work. Hearing her story, the male lead glanced over at her but remained silent without saying a word, because Qi Yao had turned her back, moved by the past. Then she continued, saying that her father changed to another construction site and passed away in an accident. She went to the construction site to demand compensation, but on the way, she fell into a river, so she also lost her life. She originally wanted to continue asking for compensation, but halfway through she realized that even if she got it, she wouldn't be able to use it anyway. Then she remembered how her father still cared about this building before he died, and feeling that she might still be of some use, she came here.
With the hope that the relevant departments will strictly investigate the developer of this building, so innocent people won't die because of them. I'm done talking. At this moment, a blue system panel displayed several comments from viewers. Were the father and daughter a pot of misfortune in their past lives? I have a bold suspicion. Could their deaths have been premeditated by the malicious person in charge? Another comment popped up. Are there any relevant departments? It's fine if there aren't. I just made a phone call over there. A comment from an account named Police Squad appeared. We have also reported this to our superiors. Our male lead and Qi Yao looked up and observed the comments. At this time, an account on the system commented, Host, I will also follow this. I am Lin Royi. After telling Jiang Lin everything, Qi Yao breathed a sigh of relief as if she had just let go of a sadness in her heart, and smiled. Right after that, she forced a smile and said to him, I finally said it. Thank you, host. Host, I can be on my way now. Even though she said so much, our male lead remained silent and didn't say a word. Right at this moment, he reached out one hand to activate a source of energy that appeared right in front of Qi Yao. It swirled into a large circle and suddenly began to spin around her body, making her surprised and confused about what was happening. That was the door leading to another dimension, allowing the dead to transcend. Next, Qi Yao dragged the people who had been playing cards with her earlier and smiled happily, saying, It's okay, don't be so tense, everyone come together, we can continue playing cards later when we have time. Seeing this, the people playing cards with her were extremely terrified. Some became so scared they froze, while others huddled up in the corner of the wall, trembling nonstop. Immediately after, Qi Yao and the card players flew inside the dimensional door created by Jiang Lin. He turned to face the screen and spoke up, I hope those who watch my livestream don't go out looking for ghosts on your own, it's easy to get killed.
Not letting them go alone, our male lead also entered the time door with them, and Qi Yao turned around to smile and say goodbye to him. At this moment, a wooden door suddenly opened, and carved on the door were symbols of a triangle with a circle inside containing the number 4, which looked incredibly terrifying. In front of the 4 young people who were also inside the building at this time was a very large red staircase. The spatial door created by Jiang Lin also disappeared, and now there were only small residual energies swirling into a vortex. A girl among them was a bit scared and spoke up, saying that the host had warned them earlier in the livestream room. Hearing this, the guy standing next to her quickly replied, Let's go home. The incident with Qi Yao attracted major attention from relevant departments and sparked heated discussions online. Viewers' comments popped up saying, Holy crap, I bought a house there before. Luckily I moved out, otherwise I wouldn't even have my life right now. These roof beams will break with just a little force, so if an earthquake comes, what's there to hide from? Just wait to die. Another comment appeared, I checked the data a bit. Well done. A few more heavy rains and the house will probably leak water. On social media at this time, there were many highly trending and very hot hashtags. Top 1 was the hashtag, guarded for many years, building exposed. Top 2 was the hashtag, is the house we live in really safe? Top 3 was the hashtag, court verdict results regarding the dangerous building in the suburbs, bankruptcy takes responsibility. Top 4 was the hashtag, renovation standards for building construction. Another comment popped up. How could this even slip through? Are these people blind? Doesn't the conscience of the developer really hurt? Right at this moment, our male lead was standing in front of a blue system panel, which was displaying the text, Task successful. Please claim your reward. The rewards for this task were 10 beginner cultivation cards, 10 soul stones, and 500 hell coins. Jiang Lin immediately pressed his hand on the claim button.
Right after that, he received the full amount of rewards for this mission, which instantly appeared in the palm of his hand. Just as he finished receiving the rewards, a voice suddenly came from behind him, "Streamer." After hearing someone call him, our male lead immediately turned around and realized that the person calling him was Chia Yayao. Seeing her, he was a bit surprised and asked, "Chia Yayao?" She walked closer to him, smiling, and said, "Streamer, I chose to stay in the underworld. What do you think I should do?" Then she pressed the tips of her 2 index fingers together, looking a bit awkward, and continued, "My dad went to reincarnate a long time ago. I was only 15 years old when I died. I don't have an educational background, and it seems I can't do anything, while my friends are still not dead. Since there's no one I can ask, I could only come to ask you, Streamer." Zhang Lin quickly replied, "You have merit on you. You can reincarnate into a good family." But hearing him say that, Chia Yayao shook her head and answered, "I don't want to. I feel like being human isn't that great. On the contrary, it's not as free as being a ghost." At this moment, she floated freely in the air and smiled warmly at the male lead, saying, "Look, as a ghost, I can fly, pass through walls, and even use magic to build outposts. How wonderful is that?" Zhang Lin then asked back, "Have you been to the ghost market to take a look?"
Seeing him ask like that, Chi Yao replied, "I went, but I feel those things are not suitable for me. Streamer, can I try your profession?" As she spoke, her face showed a very happy smile. Our male lead then said, "Right now you are at the middle stage Yin Soul. Moreover, you have some magic spells and carry merit points. You can go give it a try." After that, Chi Yao was very delighted and exclaimed, "Really? That's great. Thank you, Streamer. I'll go try right away." After saying that, she immediately flew higher and said goodbye to him. Zhang Lin stood below observing with an ice-cold face and secretly thought in his mind that to be able to indirectly save so many people and change the regime in the mortal realm, she only got this little bit of merit points, but he hoped she could get what she wished for. A few days had passed. At this time, our male lead was at the gate of the beginner cultivation room. He was standing in front of a blue system panel and pressed the words to start the live stream. He spoke up, "Next we will go complete a task, which is to pick up a ghost." Right at this moment, a voice rang out, "Streamer." As soon as he turned around, he saw Chi Yao. Her face now clearly showed a look of extreme joy and happiness. She raised a hand to greet him and said loudly, "Streamer, I passed the selection and have become an intern ghost envoy of the underworld." Hearing that, Zhang Lin smiled slightly and replied, "Congratulations." Then Chi Yao continued, "This is also good. After all, I am so weak. If I was really told to do some big things, I would definitely drop the ball. Furthermore, although it's running errands, I can also enjoy the scenery along the way, just right for wandering around everywhere. This is a good opportunity to openly and legitimately have free time while still getting a salary. Oh right, Streamer, how long does an internship like this usually take to become official?" Zhang Lin replied coldly, "Normally an internship would be about 100 years. Hearing him say the internship period for this profession is 100 years, Chi Yao turned to stone and exclaimed in panic, "100 years? Even a dog's legs would break from running." The male lead turned around and continued, "If your performance is excellent or outstanding, then it is possible to reduce it by a few years. But conversely, if your performance is average and the official staff is full, the internship period might even be increased." Hearing that, Chi Yao immediately sighed, feeling extremely anxious and uneasy. An intern ghost envoy needs to use this time to improve their strength. Secondly, a certain amount of time is needed to test her abilities and to get appropriately familiar with the operations, avoiding unexpected incidents for the ghost envoy during the process of ferrying ghosts. Zhang Lin pointed forward and continued, "Normally speaking, an underworld internship is about 100 years. Chi Yao put her hand to her helplessly and replied, "All right, Streamer, I will do my best."
At this moment, the sound of a cat suddenly rang out, "Meow." Hearing this, Chi Yao was startled and panicked, shouting loudly, "I'm doomed!" Right at this moment, Yao quickly ran to her black cat named Yu and turned back to say to the male lead, "Streamer, next time I will come to report to you again. Now I'm going to work. I can't be late on my first day." Hearing this, he helplessly replied, "I'm not your superior either. Why are you looking for me to report?" At this moment, the cat Yu jumped onto Chi Yao's shoulder, meowing continuously, and she laughed happily, "Ha ha." Zhang Lin spoke up again in the live stream. "Today we will go to the ghost market to see what the ghost friends will prepare before the ghost festival." A viewer's comment popped up. "Wow, it's my favorite ghost market segment again. The ghost market is awesome. Is it already almost the ghost festival?" At the ghost market at this time, our male lead was currently standing in front of the market gate. Above the gate hung a sign with the words, "The ghost festival is approaching. Welcome to shop for outfits." He held the stick in his hand and spoke up. "The night before the ghost festival, yin energy rises. All kinds of demons and ghosts start to stir, and the ghost envoys also start to get busy."
Netizens recently had best go out less at night to avoid encountering unclean things. The ghosts of the 7th lunar month are all gearing up to prepare. The atmosphere here is very festive, and everyone is busy. The ghosts in this place hang many lanterns all over the buildings. In the sky, fireworks are continuously set off, looking very beautiful.
On both sides of the street, there is a bustling competition to sell food and clothing, and the ghost envoys are all going shopping to prepare for the 7th lunar month. There is a pig standing at the meat stall, continuously inviting passersby. Pork, pork, fresh meat here. You can take some to eat on a way. There is a guy standing at the makeup counter asking a girl passing by, "Hey girl, do you want some makeup? I learned this from a stylist in the mortal realm." Then he immediately shows the girl a large eyeball and continues, "Or how about buying an iron inlaid eyeball? It's the newest eyeball. It will absolutely make you a special girl and the most beautiful one on this street." Upon witnessing that scene, the girl is immediately startled and extremely panicked. Then, extremely terrified, she hurriedly flies up into the air, crying and shouting loudly, "Ghost!" The guy at the makeup counter says helplessly, "You are a ghost yourself." At the same time, over at the clothing shopping counter, there is a little ghost fitting clothes for a young man wearing a shirt covered in many bloodstains. The little ghost speaks to him saying, "Bloodshirt, 82-year-old Bloodshirt. Want to buy one, darling? You can smell it from 100 meters away."
Also at the ghost market, there was a girl at a shopping stall selling many human heads that looked extremely terrifying. She was holding a head in her hands and introducing it to a headless ghost envoy. "Yo, do you want to buy one, sir? Why don't you try this one out?" Right after that, the headless ghost envoy attached the newly bought head. Seeing this, the passersby around burst into continuous laughter. Ha 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 ha! Up in the mortal realm at this time, during the July Ghost Festival, people were also ceaselessly busy with worship. A middle-aged woman was buying offerings and preparing Kong Ming lanterns to release into the sky. A mother handed a lantern to her son and instructed him, "Darling, releasing Kong Ming lanterns during the July Ghost Festival is a custom. It is used to light up the path for our ancestors to come to the mortal realm and return to the underworld." The obedient son quickly replied, "Mom, I know. Not only that, but many people also prepared offerings. 2 middle-aged men were in the kitchen, cooking and chatting with each other. The one who was cooking said to the person next to him, 'Tell me, Dad liked eating pork trotters the most. How is my cooking skill? Will the old man be able to eat his fill when he returns for the July Ghost Festival?' The younger brother stuffed food into his mouth and replied, 'It's delicious. Dad will definitely like it.' At the male protagonist's place at this time, he was sitting quietly, enjoying tea while reading the comments on the system's blue board. The viewer's comments said, 'The July Ghost Festival. Will all ghosts come out? Streamer, look at me. A night parade of 100 demons. Just hearing it sounds exciting. To think I can experience the July Ghost Festival while still alive. Later, when my son is born, I'll have something to brag about. Awesome.' Another account commented, 'Then will my grandmother also come back? Do I need to prepare anything? Streamer, during the July Ghost Festival, do you ghost envoys go out? Will little Lowly come to the mortal realm to stroll around? I can recommend some extremely delicious restaurants. This year, I must ask for a leave of absence and wait in the streamer's July Ghost Festival livestream. My family has prepared a lot of things these past few days.' After reading their comments, Jang Lin spoke up. 'There are many customs in the mortal realm and the underworld during the July Ghost Festival. We can slowly learn about them. However, the once-a-year holiday for wandering souls is the once-a-year super overtime day for ghost envoys. Therefore, when the time comes, the ghost envoys and possibly even the Yama Kings of the 4 halls might make an appearance.'" Right after that, the sound of the system suddenly rang out. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily quest. Power of Faith, 1,000 points, 1/3. Seeing this, he immediately reached out his hand and felt the energy sources constantly radiating out. Continuing, Jang Lin looked into the palm of his hand with a pensive look and thought to himself, "Since entering the peak stage Great Ghost General, leveling up has become slower and slower, but in a few days it will be the 15th of July. I must seize the time to cultivate to prevent unexpected events where I cannot defend myself." While thinking, our male lead flew into the air, his face extremely serious at this moment. Right at this moment, at a fortune-telling stall priced at 5 coins per divination, there was a very handsome young man sitting there. In front of him was a small bowl to place the divination tools. Currently, there was a blonde boy around elementary school age wearing a backpack standing there and saying to the young man, "Mister, in the future, can I really not turn into light? Can you actually tell my fortune or not?" Hearing the boy ask this, the helpless young man forced a few awkward coughs and said, About this." The blonde boy then replied, "Forget it, mister. Help me calculate what questions will be on the 3rd grade final math exam." Hearing the boy ask this again, the young man then handed the money back to the boy and said, "How about you go ask somewhere else, or ask about something else?" Seeing this, the boy's face showed annoyance and dissatisfaction. He quickly snatched the money back towards himself and said, "Never mind then, I won't ask anymore," and angrily walked away quickly. As he walked, he muttered, "My mom was right. As expected, fortune-telling is all a scam." The bored young man sighed, "Sigh, going out to battle today is not going smoothly." After that, he rested his chin on his hand and sat alone, muttering to himself, "The 15th of July is coming soon. Ancestor must be very busy lately. What should I prepare for him? After all, I am considered the personal disciple of the ancestor." Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Oh my, Master Jang, I finally found you."
That voice belonged to a middle-aged woman. Walking beside her was her daughter-in-law, a young pregnant woman. She spoke up. Master, last time you said I would sprain my ankle and fall down the stairs but wouldn't suffer any injuries to my bones or sinews, and all of this came true. I went to your previous place to look for you but couldn't find you anywhere. Later I asked around and found out you had come here. The young man replied, "This is our sect's rule. We cannot stay in one place to read fortunes for people." The young pregnant woman quickly agreed, yes, every profession has its own rules, and this rule cannot be broken. Then her mother-in-law continued, "Master Zhang, could you help my daughter-in-law calculate whether this fetus is a boy or a girl? We like both boys and girls, we just want to prepare things in advance. For example, if it's a boy, we'll prepare toy robots, and if it's a girl, we'll prepare pretty dresses for her." The young woman also smiled and added, "Actually, I don't really mind either way. I was just a little curious after hearing my mother mention you." Before she could finish speaking, the young man's face darkened and he reached out his hand to instruct, "Don't go out recently." Hearing him say this, both of them were extremely panicked and surprised. The young woman asked, "Why?" The young man replied, "You shouldn't travel around these days. Stay at home and rest well to protect the pregnancy. Otherwise, neither of you will survive."
The young woman still could not believe what she had heard and exclaimed, "How is that possible?" The mother-in-law next to her immediately supported the young woman and spoke up, "Don't panic. If you panic, what will happen to the baby?" Then she asked the young man, "Master, is it fine as long as we stay indoors?" He immediately replied, "If you absolutely must go out, it is best to have someone go with you." And then she handed the young man a 100 denomination bill and said, all right, thank you, master." The young man continued to advise, "On the 15th of the 7th lunar month, keep the doors of your house tightly closed. Try your best not to go out to avoid any clashes." Then the two of them walked away, and as they walked, the young woman turned her head back and replied, "All right, thank you, master." He happily said, "Take care." Next, the young man picked up the bowl below and said to himself, "Oh well, it's not early anymore. I should go prepare some things for the ancestor. Vegetarian pastries don't seem bad. Who knows, the ancestor might like them, and if he is happy, he might reward me with some techniques." As he spoke, he smiled, extremely excited. Outside, it was already late at night. The young man was currently sitting in front of a table with 4 plates of incredibly appetizing food that continuously emitted thick smoke, making the whole room smell delicious. He crossed his arms, looked at them, and smiled, saying, "I wonder when the ancestor will arrive. Will he be happy seeing these things? If he is happy, will he conveniently teach me a few more moves?" After that, he picked up his phone to look and continued, "First, let's see if the ancestor is in the live stream room today." As soon as he opened it, it immediately showed the image of the male lead Zhang Lin, who is speaking at this moment. "In half an hour, the 15th of the 7th lunar month will begin. This is the time for the ghost envoys to gather." On the 15th of the 7th lunar month, in the gloomy space down in the underworld, the Eastern King Yama gathered the ghost envoys and the groups of ghost soldiers. Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin was also there. He and the other He and Bai Wuchangs listened to the directive of the Eastern King Yama. "I say, today is a special day. I hope you all perform well. But whoever acts recklessly and has a fluke mentality," she continued to threaten, "if there is such a case, knock them out directly, pack them in a sack and bring them back. Today is not like normal days. You all can be a bit vicious. What we need is fear. Only then can we make them settle down quickly."
The entire group of ghosts quickly received the order and shouted yes in unison, asserting their imposing manner. Zhang Lin was still doing his underworld healing livestream, and the screen popped up the mission for the ghost envoys, which was to go out for a mass patrol. First, to prevent demons and ghosts from doing evil. Second, to show the power of the underworld. He further explained that because the 15th of July is approaching, the underworld's yin energy will increase, so they must be more vigilant than usual. All the soldiers gathered with the Eastern King Yama with seething momentum. Even the ghosts below laughed loudly, looking forward to this July. The Eastern King Yama shouted that the hour of the rat had arrived. "Depart." Thus the group of ghost envoys shouted yes along with the howling of the ghosts below. "The ghost gate is open, brothers, charge." The ghosts pushed and shoved each other running out the gate. "Charge! Your grandpa here must go out first. Don't push me, step aside. Who pushed and made me lose my head? Stop kicking. He, my 82-year-old blood shirt can't wait to put on a show." Zhang Lin directed the ghosts, saying, "The ghost envoys are here. The eyes of the underworld are always staring at you. Do not act recklessly when you go to the mortal realm." The ghosts shouted, yes, we remember." Several groups of wandering souls stood talking to each other before leaving the underworld. With slightly sullen faces, they said, "Why are there so many ghost envoys this year?" Other yin souls replied, "How would I know? Even the rank 1 ghost envoys are out, and there are so many rank 2 ghost envoys as well. Fine, we can't do whatever we want this year either."
The scene shifted to the mortal realm where a skyscraper appeared. At the bottom of that building, a yin soul was scaring a living person, making him scream in terror, while the yin soul stuck out its long tongue, enjoying teasing the human's courage. But very quickly, Zhang Lin Bai Wuchang arrived and delivered a heaven-shaking blow to the yin soul's face, making its hair look like it was about to fall off, along with its teeth and long tongue flying out. Looking at this yin soul, it was truly miserable for daring to disobey the ghost envoy's orders. Zhang Lin told him that for scaring people on his own, he would be put in a sack. Just as Zhang Lin said, he tied up the sack with the ghost inside and gently dragged it across the ground. In another scene on the streets of the mortal realm, a headless yin soul was staggering and spinning around, its body still emitting sounds. "Where's my head? Where's my head? Where's my head? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?" A girl was sleeping in her room with a smug face. She was dreaming. In her dream, she used her bare hands to punch a ghost in the head, causing it immense pain. In the dream, she even shouted, "So this is what fighting a ghost feels like." The ghost couldn't escape the girl's attack and cried out, "Hu Hua."
Somewhere else, a green frog looked at the scene outside with some fear. It turned out to be the scene of Jiang Bai Wuchang carrying a sack containing a rule-breaking ghost, being forcibly taken back to the underworld. The frog looked out from the trash can in fear, sweating profusely, wondering if July was actually a day of freedom for the underworld or a day for the ghost envoys to vent their anger. After the ghost envoy flew past, this frog came out and sat by the curb, saying that the monsters and ghosts had held back for so long, just waiting for today. As a result, how could ghosts live their lives in the future? Then the green frog sighed. Huzz. On a clear, quiet moonlit night inside a highly peaceful villa, there was a young man looking at his phone feeling moody. He sat alone on the sofa in sorrow, muttering why the ancestor still hadn't arrived. He remained sitting on that chair looking at his phone in sorrow. Behind him was a yin soul carrying a large sack. With tightly clenched hands looking towards the young man, this was surely the ancestor he had been anxiously waiting for in the late night.
The food and soup on the table were prepared by the young man, hoping to receive the blessing of his ancestor. The ancestor held each plate of food and poured it into a sack. While pouring the food into the sack, the ancestor praised the neat preparation of this junior. Not bad, not bad. This junior has great enlightenment. After taking all the food on the table, the ancestor carried the sack on his back, turned his head to look at the junior who was watching his phone with a growling stomach and said, "But wanting me to teach you a hand just based on this little stuff? No way. Be smarter next time." After that, the ancestor flew away. The young man sat there sullenly because he didn't even know of the ancestor's presence. Little Chen put the phone down on the table and said, "Ancestor, the food is all cold, probably not good anymore. Let me taste it for you, and don't play outside for too long." Having said that, he was about to eat a piece of chicken, but as soon as he lifted the chicken off the plate, he saw a strange line of words left under the plate by the ancestor. "The taste is not bad. If you want to learn the craft, be smarter next time." Reading this line made the young man panic. Damn it, is this how ancestors play nowadays? At this time, in a handicraft shop, a boy was diligently crafting a statue of a girl in the night. His ancestor stood next to him, pointed at him, and shouted loudly, "You useless thing! Can this thing even be eaten? You offer this?" After finishing, the boy was very satisfied with the statue. He placed it on the windowsill and said, "Finally done. Ancestor will definitely be pleased." Hearing this, the ancestor's soul got angry and knocked over the statue. Then he put his hands behind his back, turned his head, flew away, and said, "Useless thing." The boy didn't understand what had happened, scratched his head, and muttered, "Why do I feel like someone just scolded me?" At this moment, in a room, a boy was sitting at his desk watching a live stream when suddenly he heard the sound of reciting poetry. 天界小雨润如素，草色遥看金匮物，一蓑一笠一边舟，一张四关一寸钩，日月之星若出其中，星寒灿烂若出其例. The boy's hair stood on end, trembling with fear. He turned his head to look back and saw a scholar ghost floating in his room, praising, "Good poem, good poem. These poems are all rare and excellent poems."
He was so terrified that he fainted. Seeing this, the scholar ghost panicked. "Huh?" Then approached, pressed on the boy's philtrum, and asked, "Little young master, are you okay, little young master?" The boy groggily regained consciousness. "Huh?" After fully waking up, the boy trembled in fear, huddled in the corner of the room, and asked, What are you doing in my room? Is the ghost envoy here too? Am I about to die?" Seeing this, the scholar ghost immediately explained, "It was abrupt of me. I was allowed out for the ghost festival. Passing by the little young master's room, I saw good poetry in the book and couldn't help but come to visit. I startled the little young master. Please accept my apologies." After speaking, the scholar ghost instantly vanished. Witnessing this scene, the boy was even more scared out of his wits, trembling.
After that, he hastily jumped onto the bed, pulled the blanket over himself, curled up, and screamed, "Wah!" At the same time, in a classroom, a teacher was leaning against the board, his eyes rolling back and foam forming at his mouth. The surrounding students continuously asked, "Today is the Ghost Festival. Tell us, can I meet Qin Shi Huang so he can lend me his terracotta army? Teacher, can Zhuge Liang really deduce the heavenly secrets, know destinies, and cast spells? Teacher, I burned paper money for Shang Yu today. Can he and consort Yu perform an authentic farewell my concubine? Teacher, what does touching a ghost feel like?" At this moment, the teacher just stood motionless there, foaming at the mouth, while the students were still intently discussing with each other. It might be like touching a human, but the streamer said all ghosts are human. Maybe the teacher can give us the answer. The ghost festival is so chaotic today. Can the streamer still receive him? 3 students imagined the unimaginable. Thinking they would probably get to meet the streamer, they hurriedly carried the teacher out of the room. "Then hurry up and take the teacher to the hospital. What are you waiting for?" As night fell, a young man was lying down watching a live stream from the underworld. The bright moonlight from outside shone through the window, illuminating his face. Just as he turned on his side, his eyes still glued to the live stream, a strange sound suddenly came from the window. He looked over and was utterly shocked, his eyes widening in fear. At this moment, a bloody handprint was stamped on the window glass. This sight made the terrified young man stand up, staring at the handprints on the window. Suddenly, a ghost appeared, its 2 hands tightly gripping the glass, its disheveled hair covering its face as it muttered, "So cold." All of a sudden, the ghost raised its head to reveal a horrifying face, with red eyes and jagged missing teeth. It menacingly approached the young man. "Will you stay with me?" This startled the young man, making him scream in fear. "Ah!"
Sweating profusely in terror, the young man continuously tapped his phone screen and said urgently, "Streamer, save me! Lord Bai Wuchang, save me! The ghost from your place ran out. It's right here." At this time, the ghost outside was still calling out, "Come to me." In its heart it thought, "Streamer? Bai Wuchang? Was he so frightened that he started spouting nonsense? How could Lord Bai Wuchang come just because you called?" A moment later, Zhang Lin suddenly appeared behind the female ghost and said, "How about I come play with you?" The female ghost thought it was someone reckless throwing their life away, so upon hearing that, she happily replied, "Fine by me." But when she turned around and immediately saw the face of Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin, the female ghost screamed in disbelief and terror. "Ah!" Right after that, a pair of Hei and Bai Wuchang rushed straight over, holding ropes and a sack ready to take this female ghost away. The panicked and terrified female ghost was quickly hooded and easily captured. Afterwards, Hei and Bai Wuchang, along with Zhang Lin, quickly escorted the female ghost back to the underworld. Meanwhile, the young man was still staring blankly at Zhang Lin with full gratitude. Zhang Lin just glanced briefly at the young man, then turned and flew away.
The young man was intently watching Zhang Lin's fading figure when suddenly the room door clicked open. It turned out his mother heard the noise in his room and came up to check. At this moment, the young man stood frozen like a statue. The mother suddenly spoke up. "How old are you and you still wet your pants?" Only then did he notice that his crotch had been wet for a while. The mother spoke again. "Don't tell me you—" Then she waved her hand, not wanting to say more, and ordered her son. "All right, take the bed sheets, quilt covers, and the clothes on you. Take them off. I will throw them into the washing machine." The young man, with an awkward expression, stammered to explain. "Mom, it's not what you think. I just saw a ghost earlier, that's why." At this time, Zhang Lin was patrolling in the sky. On the screen, a series of comments appeared. "The streamer is so warm-hearted, he actually went to save someone." The moment that ghost saw the streamer, it was completely dumbfounded. I'm exploding. The streamer actually went to the rescue. Marmot screaming noises. Wait a minute, does the streamer have a GPS on him? We just saw that person's call for help in the live stream, and the streamer arrived and even caught the ghost? There are so many ghost envoys tonight. Could they have some special positioning system? Zhang Lin then explained to everyone. Every time the Ghost Festival arrives, ghost envoys will patrol every corner of the mortal realm, ensuring that problems are discovered in time. There is no special bond between a ghost envoy and a ghost. I just happened to pass by this area earlier. If it weren't for me, another ghost envoy would have appeared. Zhang Lin suggested, "Do you want to see us patrol during the Ghost Festival?" A series of comments, want, popped up. After that, Zhang Lin continued to patrol, as there were still many places he hadn't been to. Suddenly, Zhang Lin noticed something was wrong.
At this moment, a ghost was trying to break into a bedroom through the window. The ghost pushed the window open and entered. Inside the room was a sleeping woman. The ghost approached the girl, muttering her name, Qin Xiao Rong, Qin Xiao Rong. It stepped closer, grabbed the girl's hand, and called out, "Xiao Rong, Rong, it's time to wake up." At this time, the girl groggily murmured, "Hubby." Right after the girl responded, her soul was lifted up. The ghost pulled the girl's soul up while saying, "It's time to pick up our baby. The baby will be out of school soon. If he doesn't see us, he'll cry." The girl's soul softly replied, "Mm-hmm." At this moment, the girl's soul slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the ghost in front of her, her eyes widened in terror, which also startled the ghost. Xiaorong screamed in fear, "Ah!" Then Zhang Lin immediately appeared, swinging his stick at her, causing her soul to re-enter her physical body. The husband was extremely panicked and was finally put into a sack by Lord Zhang Lin, then thrown into a mysterious space. Zhang Lin flew away while turning his head back to look. Is this the soul-calling ghost that you in the mortal realm often talk about? Once the soul leaves the body for too long, the physical body will become a vegetative state, and the ghost soul will also become the lowest level wandering ghost.
Returning to the place of another skinny little boy, he opened the cabinet door and threatened, "Are you going to jump in here, or should I help you jump out?" The little boy hugged himself and timidly replied, "I'll jump myself." After completing his work, Zhang Lin was walking briskly on the road when he heard the voices of two girls coming from somewhere. "Sister, good stuff. Want to try some?" "No, I really can't take it anymore." The orange-haired girl reached out her hand and said excitedly, "This stuff isn't like that. It's very suitable for a ghost like you. Just taste it and you'll know how good it is. This is a specialty product only available at our ghost gate. Anyone who uses it says it's good." The other party leaned close to her ear and asked, "Is it real or fake?" She immediately replied, "Of course it's real." The other party quickly took the round pill and popped it into her mouth, eating it with relish. "It really is delicious." Suddenly, Zhang Lin appeared out of nowhere, scaring the two of them half to death. Ghost, Lord Ghost Envoy, Ghost Envoy. She took this out." The other immediately defended herself. "Lord Ghost Envoy, this is a digestion-aiding medicine I made myself. We didn't do anything bad." Zhang Lin approached, picked up a pill, and examined it carefully. Then he dropped it back into her hand and gently said, "Once a year, remember to cherish it." She hastily thanked him profusely. Yes, thank you, Lord Bai." Hearing this, Zhang Lin flew away, while the two girls bowed down at his feet and said, "Take care, my lord." As soon as he flew away, the system sounded a notification. Normal ghosts rely on the offerings of their descendants to fill their stomachs, but the underworld has many wandering souls and wild ghosts. With the passage of time, many ghosts will be forgotten, and the number of people who pay respects each year will become fewer and fewer.
Although food is sold in the ghost market, many ghosts still remain in a state of starvation all year round. Hearing this, Zhonglin calmly replied, "What happened just now was a snack made by the ghost gate itself. It didn't violate the rules of the underworld. Ghosts working in the underworld who get money can find other ghosts to buy these things, just like humans."
The system didn't believe it and immediately retorted him. Ha ha ha. From the beginning I thought they were eating something. Now I've gained more knowledge. Ha ha ha. Do ghosts also need to digest? Whatever the ghosts ate is still right there. Ha ha ha. In 2 days when I go on leave, I'll burn some more paper money for my grandpa and the others. Just now I pre-ordered a paper house with 2 paper servants for the ancestors. Our police squad almost mobilized. Then a countdown timer for the Ghost Festival appeared on the screen with numbers right below it. The Ghost Festival will end in 1 hour. I will take you to see what happens at the Ghost Gate when they are about to leave. At the Ghost Gate, there were many people taking turns holding hands and lining up, waiting for their turn. A ghost there suddenly pulled off its own head and shouted, "Ha ha, I don't care. No one can stop me. In this last hour, I absolutely have to scare you all. Move aside. I will make a badass entrance. I will show you guys my head a bit." Before he could finish his words, he turned around and saw another guy standing right next to him swinging a stick, making that ghost's head fly off immediately. "Sorry, my hand slipped." That ghost still refused to give up and stubbornly said, "Do it again," while the people standing around gloated and tried to hold back their laughter. Some evil ghosts came from afar, laughing and talking. "Let's also play something thrilling, rah rah." But the giant King Yama from afar swept everything away and said angrily, "Don't you dare rebel." Seeing this, those evil ghosts trembled in fear.
Zhang Lin stood far away and observed for a while. The comments in the live stream kept popping up continuously. Why does it feel like the end of the world? Just now when that ghost hand came out, I literally peed my pants. Also, since I followed this live stream, I've had to change my pants so many times. It truly deserves the name Underworld Livestream 666. It scared me so much I had to hug the dog next to me. After reading, Zhang Lin flew to another place and said, "That Hei Wuchang just now is a first-class ghost envoy, also the team leader of the ghost envoys. The energy in his body is extremely powerful. There are still a few ghosts who will say their final goodbyes to the mortal realm. I will take you guys to take a look." Zhang Lin flew to the house of a mother who was holding a picture of her son and crying uncontrollably. "Son, today is the Ghost Festival. Did you come to visit Mom?" The soul of the son immediately hugged the mother and said, "Mom, I will come to visit you again next year." At a certain cemetery, a father was also sitting in front of his son's tombstone. He leaned his head against the tombstone and shed tears. "Son, next year, Dad will come to visit you." Returning to Zhang Lin's side, he waved goodbye to the audience. This is the entire content of the Underworld's Ghost Festival. See you in the next live stream. As soon as he finished speaking, the system added 200 accumulated points, along with thousands of other points. While checking the system screen, his friend Husi sighed and replied, "Sigh, it's okay. Getting injured a little while carrying out a mission. I still have to raise my wife and son. Taking high-paying missions inevitably comes with some danger. Back when I was alive, there was a famine. Now I don't feel at ease if there are no food reserves at home." Zhang Lin advised him, "Then you need to pay more attention to safety."
Shu Zizi touched the screen with his hand and complained, "The tasks at the mission center are good, but quite troublesome. Every time you submit a task, you have to fill in a few reasons." Putting aside the results of the process, he turned around, sighing with a sad expression. "Can you imagine that scene? When fighting, you still have to interview them a bit. Why did you turn into a ghost? Isn't that just a comedy? They've already turned into evil ghosts, yet we still ask what the reason is?" Zhang Lin laughed it off. Then a brown bag appeared in Shu Zizi's hand, making him happy. The mission center from back then was still better, if only hell hadn't been eliminated that time. He looked around for a while to see if anyone was there before deciding to whisper into Zhang Lin's ear. "I heard King Yama wants to deal with the source of those resentful energies, as well as the origin of the mutated wandering souls. When you are free, you can go read the unofficial past history of the underworld. You will find a lot of interesting things." After that, Shu Zizi hurriedly ran away. "I have to continue doing tasks. I already promised them." Zhang Lin didn't forget to advise him. "All right, take care of yourself a bit. You are a family man now." Suddenly, a book flew in front of Zhang Lin and automatically opened for him to see the information of the person inside it. Zhang Lin closed the book and walked away. Today is still the usual work, just going to welcome wandering souls. Early the next morning, Zhang Lin was witnessing 2 old men playing chess, along with a grandson preparing to go to work. Little Liang asked, "Did you win again today, Grandpa?" The old man reminded his grandson, "Little Liang, you must pay attention to safety when patrolling." The old man sitting opposite also waved his hand. All right, just go to work. Come to my house tomorrow. Your aunt wants to make dumplings for you to eat." Little Liang made an obedient gesture with his hand. "Okay." On the way to work, he was very happy. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie in his pocket vibrated. "Liang Zhang, please respond if you copy." He pulled out the walkie-talkie and replied, "Copy that, this is Liang Zhang, please respond back to me." The person on the other end warned, "We have already seen you on the live stream. Don't wander around, we will be there immediately."
Liang Zhang asked in fear, "What live stream?" The other party said without hesitation, Underworld Healing Daily Livestream. Liang Zhang turned his head to look at the couple behind him and said, "Captain, you guys shouldn't be too tense either. Who knows, maybe they're bringing a case to us. The dead person might not necessarily be me. What could possibly happen in a small town? Unless those guys are hiding in this place." The captain immediately ordered him, "All right, just walk around there and wait for us to return." Liang Zhang obeyed. "Okay." A second later, a shrill scream caused Liang Zhang to startle and widen his eyes. "Ah!" Right at this moment, when Liang Zhang turned to look down below the bridge, he immediately saw two children, a boy and a girl around primary school age, drifting along the rapid current, constantly struggling and crying for help without stopping. The little girl screamed in extreme panic, "Brother!" Upon seeing the two children, Liang Zhang immediately dropped his earpiece, causing it to fall and hit the ground. A voice from the other end of the line was still ringing. "Liang Zhang, don't be impulsive." This guy named Liang Zhang didn't have time to think and quickly jumped into the water below to save the two children. At this time, he had managed to grab the little girl. The girl was still constantly scared and kept crying out, "Ah! Ah!" and her hands were tightly gripping Liang Zhang's neck. He was trying to hold the child with one arm while continuously paddling water with the other, and it swam close to the shore. At this moment, Liang Zhang and the little girl had safely swum to the shore. He placed the child sitting on a small rock nearby, then put his hands on her shoulders and instructed, "Don't run around, wait for older brother here." But currently, the little girl was still terrified from what just happened. Now she was still so panicked that her face turned completely purple and cried, "Hoo!" Currently, our male lead, Zhang Lin, was also secretly standing right behind them and silently observing the events that had occurred. The little girl placed her hands on her chest, sobbing bitterly while constantly crying out, "Hoo! Brother!" Her whole body was soaking wet. Right after that, the guy Liang Zhang immediately jumped back down and used all his strength to swim very fast to the middle of the current to save the little boy who was still constantly struggling and trying to call for help. "Ah!" And he managed to grab the boy's body in time, who was still terrified and continuously screaming loudly, "Ah! Ah!"
Following that, Liang Zhang held the boy tightly with one arm while trying to paddle with the other to swim towards the shore, even though he was already exhausted from swimming continuously at a very fast pace with a child in his arms. At this moment, Liang Zhang was swimming slower than before because he was very tired. His face began to look haggard and clearly showed signs of exhaustion. Liang Zhang thought to himself, "This is bad, I'm starting to lose my strength." The little boy beside him still hadn't regained his senses. At this point, the boy's body seemed limp. He shut his eyes tightly, relaxed his body, and sank slightly into the water because Liang Zhang had lost his strength. Seeing this, Liang Zhang was startled, turned around and shouted, "Hang in there, kid, don't give up." As he spoke, he lifted the boy higher above the water. His face was dripping with sweat from overexerting himself.
Immediately, a voice rang out, "Liang Zhang." He turned around and immediately saw his teammates, 4 men and 1 woman. Liang Zhang cried out in joy, "You guys are here?" His face at this moment was extremely tired, and his dark circles were more prominent than ever, looking very scary. As soon as they ran over, 3 men quickly jumped into the water and swam rapidly toward Liang Zhang and the little boy. Then one person hugged the little boy, who was still terrified and continuously crying, "Boo-hoo!" Liang Zhang also let go of the child. As soon as he let go, he was exhausted and sank beneath the surface of the water. But a teammate's hand immediately grabbed Liang Zhang's hand, and then they safely brought him ashore together with the little boy. A man gently laid the little boy down on the ground next to the water and tried to continuously perform chest compressions for first aid, aiming to get his heart working again and ensure the supply of oxygenated blood to vital organs. The child coughed continuously. Nearby, 2 men were also trying to administer first aid to Liang Zhang, but he was now motionless and didn't cough up water, instead drooling, and his face was frighteningly pale. A person performing chest compressions on Liang Zhang was extremely panicked and cried out, "Little Liang, you have to hang in there." At this very moment, a voice rang out, "Liang Zhang." And now his soul had left his body lying on the ground, despite his teammates continuously performing first aid in endless panic. His soul floated up into the air and suddenly saw our male lead, Zhang Lin, was also here. As soon as he saw him, Liang Zhang was very surprised and exclaimed, "Streamer!" Then Liang Zhang looked down and saw his teammates still continuously giving first aid to his motionless body on the ground. They kept crying out, "Little Liang, boo-hoo-hoo." He then said, "Am I dead?" Zhang Lin spoke up and said to him, "Yeah, do you have anything left to say?" Upon hearing our male lead ask this, Liang Zhang immediately raised his hand in a military-style salute and replied, "Hello, streamer. To formally introduce myself, I am Liang Zhang from the police department of Haiping Town. Thank you for everything you have done." Hearing him say this, Zhang Lin looked extremely surprised because he had never encountered such a situation or personality before. Liang Zhang continued, "Because of your live stream, the lonely who die can be buried in time. Victims can also quickly receive help. The soul returning on the 7th day has given us new hope to entrust, and the Ghost Festival has opened a new world for humanity. The live stream also lets people see the life of the dead. It's just really unexpected that today it's my turn." As he spoke, 2 silent streams of tears were constantly flowing down his face.
At this time, our male lead spoke up again. "I am just doing my job well, that's all." He wiped the tears from his face with his hand and replied, I am also just doing my own job well, that's all. Right at this moment, a blue system panel popped up with comments from the viewers. Well said about just doing a job. They are all guardians of the order of the mortal realm. Another comment, every single one of us is a member of this world. I've decided from now on I definitely won't slack off at work anymore. I'll do my job well. Little brother Liang Zhang, is there anything else you want to say, or do you want to leave a message for anyone? Yet another comment popped up. That's right, go ahead and speak, we are all listening. Zhang Lin read those comments and said to Liang Zhang, do you have anything else you want to say to the netizens and the live stream? Upon hearing the male lead ask this, Liang Zhang immediately stood with a very solemn demeanor and quickly said, the holidays are here. Parents, please pay attention to your children's whereabouts to prevent accidents. It is strictly forbidden for children to go alone to places with lakes and rivers. If you go swimming outside, you must ensure the cleanliness and sanitary quality of the water. I hope parents and children will take this seriously, otherwise the price to pay could be quite heavy. After saying that, he scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, saying to Zhang Lin, I'm so sorry, my occupational habit flared up again. But he remained coldly silent and did not say a word. After Liang Zhang departed, his physical body still lay motionless on the ground. His teammates were standing solemnly to bid their final farewell to this unfortunate comrade together. The young boy and girl whom Liang Zhang had just rescued from the jaws of death were also standing with a solemn demeanor to salute him in place of a thank you they hadn't had the chance to say. Both children had tears in their eyes, staring at his body and sobbing, boo-hoo, boo-hoo.
Right at this moment, suddenly a woman, the wife of this guy Liang Zhang, and a little boy, their only son, ran over quickly, and the woman panicked and cried out, Liang Zhang. Immediately after, the woman placed both hands on Liang Zhang's chest and cried tragically, calling out, Liang Zhang, why are you lying here? Didn't you say that after you retired you would follow me wherever I go? Why did you speak but not keep your word? Instantly, their only son also turned around, ran away quickly, and shouted loudly, He is not my dad. My dad said he would come home early today. I want to go home and wait for him. Now 2 streams of tears were also flowing down the boy's face, looking extremely pitiful, truly a pity for a human life. Witnessing such a scene, Liang Zhang's soul was a bit unwilling to accept it. He reached out his hand and called, Little Lei, and had the intention to chase after the boy. But at this time, our male lead placed a hand on his shoulder and reminded him that if he still wanted to see them, he could not leave his body beyond 10 meters. At this time, a person who was a teammate of this guy Liang Zhang also immediately chased after their son. While running after him, he kept calling out, Lei, slow down a bit. Liang Zhang could only stand still and look at them with sad eyes.
Following that, Zhang Lin pointed at the livestream camera and told him that they could see him on the livestream. Hearing this, Liang Zhang turned to look at the camera with a dazed expression. One of Liang Zhang's teammates held up his phone to watch the male lead's livestream and immediately saw the image of the two of them. At this moment, he spoke up. If you have anything to say, just say it right here. Seeing this, the teammate exclaimed in surprise, Right after that, he immediately handed the phone broadcasting the livestream to Liang Zhang's wife, scratching his head while saying, How could I forget? We can still see Officer Liang on the livestream. Sister-in-law, look quickly. At this moment, the wife of this guy Liang Zhang was shedding tears, not expecting to see her husband again through a tiny phone. Now she held the phone close to her body, sobbing like a child, her eyebrows drooping. While looking at the image of her ill-fated husband on the phone, her skinny hands kept trembling uncontrollably. Then she burst into loud tears. Boo-hoo-hoo, Liang Zhang, you bastard! After that, she knelt down on the ground, hugging the phone tightly to her chest, and cried even louder, Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Seeing his wife crying for him so pitifully, the guy Liang Zhang also felt extremely heartbroken. But since fate had arranged it this way, there was nothing more he could do for the mother and child now. Liang Zhang's spirit also swooped down and hugged his wife tightly, his eyes welling up with tears.
Right at this moment, the spirit of Liang Zhang was still hugging his wife. The two of them were crying endlessly and very miserably. Liang Zhang spoke up, saying, I'm sorry, I have to leave you and our child now. His wife covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes half opened, and she sobbed softly. I know this was your choice. Since the day I married you, I have thought about this possibility. I don't blame you. At this, Liang Zhang's eyes drooped, and he continued, Thank you for your understanding, Xiaoling. Right then, their son called out loudly, Dad! Liang Zhang's younger brother and teammate were leading the boy back. Then the boy said to his mother, Mom, they said they saw my dad. Where is my dad? Hearing their son ask this, both of them froze in a daze. Liang Zhang's wife immediately held the phone in front of the boy and said, Lei, your dad is here. Seeing the image of his dad right before his eyes in this small phone, the son teared up and cried out, Dad, why are you in the phone like that? At this time, Liang Zhang spoke up. Lei, listen to me. A person dies 3 times in total. The first time is when the heart stops beating. This is biological death. The second time is at the funeral, which is social death. And the third time is the final death, which is when no one in this world remembers you anymore. As long as you still remember me, then I haven't really died. As he spoke, his spirit gently and affectionately patted the boy's head, 2 streams of tears continuously flowing down without stopping. Then, suddenly, the boy lost his composure, tightly gripped the phone in his hand,
and shouted loudly, "I will never, ever forget you, and I won't let you die."
Leongjong quickly replied, then I'll leave Mom to you, is that okay? At this moment, his wife hugged their son tightly and sobbed softly. The little boy continued with a very determined expression, "Lele is a man, I can protect Mom." Hearing him say that, Leongjong smiled slightly, feeling somewhat relieved of his worries, and affectionately rubbed the little boy's head. He then walked over to Junglin and said, "Truly thank you, streamer. I hope in the future there will be a place where we can help you." Our male lead immediately replied, "If you guys really want to help and thank me, then cherish your lives a little bit and keep a little bit of conscience." Currently placed in the hands of the male lead was a small bag, with blue smoke continuously emitting and swirling in circles around it. And right after that, the soul of this guy Leongjong transformed into a streak of blue light and slowly flew inside the soul storage bag in his hand. After that, Jianglin closed the bag and spoke seriously. "This is a soul storage bag. It can temporarily store souls, and next we will go pick up the next soul." At the same time, in an apartment complex that looked like a high-end and luxurious building. Inside a room, there were 3 food boxes on the table, but because they had been left there for quite a long time, the outsides of the boxes were moldy and invaded by yeast bacteria. There were also mosquitoes and flies. Our male lead had also appeared and was present inside this room at this time. The owner of this room was a person with unclean habits. The food placed on his table had all gone rancid and moldy, and pairs of socks were left hanging on the chairs and even on the table near those food boxes. Jianglin was silently and quietly observing. At this moment, a very young guy who was the owner of this room stepped inside. As soon as he walked in, he complained, "Whenever I have time, I just don't want to leave the house. I just want to play." Right after that, he sat down heavily on a chair and took out his phone to look at.
On his phone, he was in the Green Veggies authors chat group. Right now, a notification popped up saying, "Plateau Green Veggies, the income has dropped to 3,000 yuan again. It's impossible anymore." The other authors in their group were messaging each other. An account named Fruit Candy messaged, "The big shots are truly amazing. I write 10,000 words a day just to earn 2,000 yuan. Another account with an animal avatar replied, "I fell flat on my face on the street. I'm not bragging. Except for me, everyone in this group is a big shot." That Fruit Candy account messaged again, "You're joking, boss. Your car was just bought a few days ago." The account with the animal avatar replied, "My falling flat on my face on the street is also normal. Sitting in it doesn't feel like anything." An account named Imeng Tianjai also chimed in, "More than half of the year has passed. We have to work harder. Without hundreds of thousands, I wouldn't dare go back to hand out red envelopes." After the young man read those things, he angrily cried out, "Damn, are these big shots showing off again?" Then his face darkened as he said, "Releasing a 10,000-word chap a day, who couldn't do that? If I could earn that much money, I would release 20,000 words a day." As he spoke, he irritably slammed his phone down hard on the desk. Afterward, he took out his laptop to work, muttering to himself, "Isn't it just flexing? Who doesn't know how to do that?" While working, he kept staring intently at his laptop with a very scowling and annoyed expression. His hands continuously typed on the keyboard, the clacking sound echoing throughout the room. A smile spread across his lips, and he was so thrilled he wanted to jump up. "Charge! We won't die! Shoot out divine power! The evil ghosts have also charged up! Activate your armors!" Then a new chapter appeared on the screen. The guy clicked his mouse on it, and the sound of the keyboard rang out, clack, clack, again.
Sitting at his desk, the young man stretched his body refreshingly and let out a loud sigh. He leaned back in his chair, staring at his phone in the dark night, but his mind was on something else. He thought to himself that he wasn't a top-tier author anyway. His book was neither warm nor hot. Releasing 3 chapters a day was enough, and writing 10,000 words a day wasn't necessary. On this author's phone appeared the Gods and Demons reader group. The author tagged everyone. "Jaddies, there are new chapters. Go read them quickly. Today's plot is extremely exciting." He sat in his chair, smiling to himself while reading the comments. "God King Lon Yu loves eating candy. Is that it? Who are you kidding? Quickly post the next part for me." A person named Rabbit Meat is very delicious commented differently. "Don't be so fierce, guys. The author worked very hard. We should just go block his door and make him release 10 chapters. Meanwhile, the author thought to himself, "Just keep rushing me. I won't post the remaining 2 chapters. Let's see what you can do." A knock echoed from the door. Following that, a voice echoed into the author's room. "Hello, your food has arrived." Startled, he stopped reading comments and replied, "Coming?" He opened the door, scratching his head in confusion. He asked the delivery guy why the shipping was so fast today. Having taken the food package in his hands, he stared intently at his phone again, saying, "This blogger is truly awesome," and let out a long laugh. Ha ha. But suddenly, he felt something strange inside his body. Everything around him went dark, as if he was going through an agonizing pain, and it felt like his soul and body were being separated. He staggered, his hands no longer able to hold the phone and the food bag, and his entire body lost control and fell over. He crashed to the ground, the bag of food scattering all over the floor, his face pale and completely unable to move.
His face turned pale as if devoid of oxygen. His face wrinkled and his eyes widened. He grabbed his collar with his hands and tried to open his mouth wide to get oxygen into his body, but it was very difficult. He couldn't breathe at all. There was no more sound of struggling to breathe, sweating profusely with saliva dripping on the floor.
He lay completely still with his mouth wide open in a curled-up posture, having difficulty breathing, and perhaps he had stopped breathing. Then the soul of this author flew out. He rubbed his head, remembering everything right before he died. He was still holding his head, looking at the floor. His corpse was still there in a painful posture. He had died suddenly right in this room. The young man was startled and got goosebumps, not expecting that he was already dead. His soul sat in a daze for a while. He thought he was so young and already dead. His money hadn't been spent yet, and he was already dead? Behind the soul of this novel author, Bai Wuchang, Zhang Lin had floated over. He appeared in front of the author. The author quickly recognized him and said, "Ah, Lord Wuchang." The novel author knelt down and bowed to Bai Wuchang. He said, "I still can't go. My novel hasn't been updated yet." Bai Wuchang coldly said, "Are you sure you want to update the novel?" The sound of rang out. He had confirmed quickly. Bai Wuchang said, "You only have 7 days." The soul bowed his head to the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Wuchang. Thank you, Lord Wuchang." That soul resolutely stood up. The guy wiped away those tears. His other hand clenched tightly, thinking he still had 7 days to live. Luckily, he often watched the live stream and knew the strategy. In a week, he could still do a lot of things.
He joyfully kept making unsightly actions. Bai Wuchang did not bother to care about this silly behavior of his. Zhang Lin coldly said, "If so, then let's hit the road." Hearing "hit the road," the novel author was startled and dumbfoundedly turned to Bai Wuchang, saying, "Huh?" He held his face, showing a worried expression, and asked again, "Lord Bai Wuchang, I thought I could still live for 7 days?" Bai Wuchang didn't bother saying anything, and directly used his hands to open a door. He created strong beams of light that quickly gathered at one point. The author was still extremely terrified, holding his face in endless worry. Then Zhang Lin grabbed the neck of that yin soul, making him unable to react in time. He held the neck of this yin soul, and then the author waved his arms, struggling to resist. Bai Wuchang explained to that yin soul that his body in the mortal realm had already died, so naturally he could only go to the underworld. He continued, "The underworld also has residential areas. This time I will take everyone to have a look." Then a series of comments appeared on his livestream channel. "Normally I don't laugh unless I can't hold it back, like right now. Respect for the dead. Normally I wouldn't be this disrespectful either." Then a burst of laughter rang out. "Pfft, author, keep it up. Even in the underworld you have to write properly. We will wait for you for 7 days. At that time, this author said, "This book is only half written. Can it really be finished? Or when the time comes, I'll pray to the ancestors, asking the ancestors to help urge you a bit." Zhang Lin's feet stepped on the wind of the underworld, gliding swiftly and agilely. The yin soul of the novel author opened his eyes wide to look at this new world. Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin flew in the sky of the underworld, carrying a yin soul. The yin soul opened his mouth wide and said, "So magnificent." He was very surprised by this new place. Then suddenly this yin soul was dropped, his whole body deforming and looking quite unsightly. The two of them quickly arrived at a housing complex named Trimac Thu, with a slogan directed towards the people's hearts, and a couplet in front of the door. "Heavenly steeds soaring through the skies, filling your ears with books, opening the battle formation on the embankment." Zhang Lin said, "We're here," while the yin soul, because he traveled so fast that he couldn't collect his senses, had a yin soul body as loose and fearful as a strand of noodle. Bai Wuchang explained that this was the residential area behind the ghost market. These houses were just ordinary houses that did not concentrate yin energy, nor did they have the special barriers of a ghost envoy's house. The yin soul was dizzy but still asked, "Lord Wuchang, where is this?" Wuchang replied while walking, "This is where you will write your novel."
The sound of the door creaking open could be heard. Wuchang walked in front and said this was the professional urging team of the underworld. That yin soul looked around fearfully and cautiously. Bai Wuchang forcefully pushed the red door open and said this was a spontaneous organization of those who loved reading stories in the underworld. A giant ghost with a completely green body approached. He clasped his hands and said, "Lord, how can we help? Please give us your orders." Seeing this scene, the yin soul turned pale, his eyes looking like they were about to pop out. Wuchang Zhanrin looked up and said, "Starting from today, he will also be here to write his novel. I will come to pick him up in 7 days." The ghost said, "Lord, please rest assured, just leave it to us." Zhang Lin reminded the yin soul to remember that he only had 7 days. The yin soul was so scared that his face turned purple and sweat dripped down profusely like rain. He stammered, Lord Wuchang, I. Then Wuchang disappeared, his image gradually blurring in this space, leaving the yin soul frozen. The yin soul of the novel author called out to Zhang Lin not to leave, but he coldly walked out of this place. The yin soul was absent-minded, and then the giant ghost's hand dug into his shoulder. He was startled, chuckled nervously, and then turned his head. This ghost pointed to the neatly arranged desk in the mansion and said, "Brothers, come here, let me introduce you a bit. This place of mine will be your writing desk from now on," along with several guard ghosts on both sides with muscular bodies holding giant weapons. "Brother, they won't hurt you, as long as you obediently write the story." The ghost kept using words that terrified him.
His eyes blurred, his face turned pale, and drool ran down his mouth because everything happened so fast, and the things here were too horrifying.
He rolled onto the ground and fainted, with saliva bubbling from his mouth like foam, flowing out to form a large puddle that left the ghosts here speechless. And after our male lead brought this young man named Yang Si-ming to the Underworld's professional urging team, right at this moment a ghost with a tall, muscular build and a very terrifying appearance was tightly grabbing the back of Yang Si-ming's shirt, making him so terrified that he felt dizzy and continuously drooled. After that, the ghost envoy placed him down on the chair at the desk and suddenly slapped him hard on the back, causing Yang Si-ming to startle awake. The ghost envoy spoke again. "Come on, let's see which type of pen you are used to using." Hearing this, his face turned purple with fear. He raised his hand to his mouth, wiping his drool while replying, Cuff, will do it myself. I'll do it myself." On the desk in front of him right now was a stack of white paper and up to 4 pens to serve Yang Si-ming in finishing writing the story here. Yang Si-ming began to pick up the pen to prepare to write, and the ghost envoy standing next to him encouraged, "Keep it up. If you run out of ink, just tell us any time. Even if you are hungry or cold, you can tell us. Everyone is a friend." Hearing it say that, Yang Si-ming immediately felt tired mixed with helplessness, sweating profusely on his face.
After that, he smiled awkwardly, pointed his finger up and said, "Can I rest for a moment first? However, before he could finish speaking, the ghost envoy suddenly grabbed Yang Si-ming's shoulder tightly, making him jump in fright. The ghost envoy's face simultaneously darkened, and he cleared his throat, saying, "Brother, we are ghosts. Resting or not isn't that important, right?" Seeing this, Yang Si-ming was extremely terrified and quickly replied, Right, I will write right away." At this time, Yang Si-ming continuously wrote the story without stopping his hands. He wrote at a very fast speed. The ghost envoy was currently standing next to the desk to supervise. He crossed his arms and smiled slightly, saying, "That's more like it. Friends should get along with each other. I also want to see what kind of story you are writing." Immediately after, the young man Yang Si-ming focused all his concentration on writing the story. He looked extremely attentive at this moment. He was writing the lines of the story as fast as lightning, only seeing Xiao Tianjing killing his way out from behind the demon race, striking them before they could react. Noticing this, Xiao Tianjing directly unleashed an ultimate skill, knocking away the nearby demons and charging straight towards the goddess. Finally, he finished writing. Yang Si-ming breathed a sigh of relief and felt somewhat unburdened. As soon as he finished writing, he handed the manuscript to the ghost envoy standing nearby and said fearfully, "The content of 3 chapters, I finished writing." Seeing this, the ghost envoy picked up the young man Yang Si-ming's manuscript. He looked at it and exclaimed in surprise, "You finished writing so quickly? Amazing, amazing. Thanks for your hard work." Afterward, this ghost envoy took the manuscript and turned to leave, but still called back to Yang Si-ming, "The next meal will have a side dish of chicken legs. You can move around a bit later." After saying that to him, the ghost envoy turned and went to another place to read the story with the other ghost envoys. While reading the story written by Yang Si-ming, they laughed a lot. Yang Si-ming stepped out. He looked at them with tired and helpless eyes. He secretly thought in his mind, "If I keep staying here, before the novel is even finished, I'm afraid I'll have to leave my life here. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best." However, just as he turned his head, he immediately bumped into another young man, with very dark circles under his eyes and an extremely tired-looking face. Seeing that the man was currently holding a stick in his hand, Yang Si-ming was so frightened that he fell backward and shouted loudly, "Ouch!" Seeing this, the young man quickly spoke up, "Oh, are you okay?" Right after that, he helped Yang Si-ming stand up while introducing himself. "I am Sua-san, and you?" He replied, "Yang Si-ming. Brother, how long have you been here?" Xiao-san said again, "It's probably been a few decades. If nothing unexpected happens, we will all be together for the next few hundred years." Hearing him say this, Yang Si-ming was very surprised and exclaimed, "Brother, so you—" Xiao-san glanced over at him and quickly discovered Yang Si-ming's intention to escape. He said again, "You want to run away?" Yang Si-ming immediately chuckled because his plan had been seen through. The young man Xiao-san continued, "Don't even think about it. I ran too when I first arrived, but every time I ran out, I would be carried back by the big guys and the readers. I advise you to give up so you can suffer a little less." Actually, in the underworld, writing books can also earn income, either food, props, or hell coins. Although at first everyone was very resistant to this place, but later on, as updates stabilized and they had a stable income, they gradually accepted it. While listening to him, Yang Si-ming pulled out a chair for Xiao-san to sit. After that, the young man Yang Si-ming was surprised again and asked, "Then why do you all look so gloomy and heavy?"
Xiao-san sat down on the chair, sighing as he replied, "We've been writing stories for too long, so there's nothing new left to write. They don't like reading old tropes anymore." He turned to look at Yang Si-ming and continued, "Your story must be very novel, so it seems they really like it. Will you consider staying?" After hearing what Xiao-san said, Yang Si-ming was extremely surprised and blurted out, "Stay?" Then he continuously waved both hands and said, "No, no, no." Right at this moment, the ghost envoy placed a pen into Yang Si-ming's hand, catching him by surprise. The ghost envoy then said, "Continue," smiling creepily as it spoke. Seeing this, Yang Si-ming could not stop trembling all over and replied in a panic, "Brother, if I continue like this, my hand will be ruined." Hearing this, the ghost envoy froze and exclaimed in surprise, "Is that so?" Then it immediately summoned a large bag, which was constantly emitting small trails of green smoke, accompanied by a very horrific smell.
At this time, the ghost envoy quickly opened the bag. Inside were many dead people's hands, still covered in a lot of blood. It continued, "There are many spare hands in here. Which one do you like? If you don't like any of them, I'll go find another one for you." Upon witnessing that scene, young Ziming immediately covered his mouth with his hands. He was so terrified that his face turned purple and his whole body trembled, stuttering, "No, no need. I'll write now. I'll write right away." Right after that, young Ziming quickly wielded his pen, continuously writing the story, writing non-stop at a very fast speed. He secretly thought in his head, "Boo-hoo, Lord Bai Wuchang, where are you? Come pick me up quickly." The ghost envoy was currently still holding the bag containing the hands and standing nearby observing, smiling faintly. Seeing this, Shuasan just remained silent. Soon after, he sighed and spoke, "You still have a choice. How nice." At the same time on Huangchuan Road, this place was extremely cold with lots of black smoke floating faintly close to the ground. Our male lead Zhang Lin currently opened the bag holding the spirit, and a spirit immediately flew out. That spirit belonged to Liang Zhang. At this moment, Liang Zhang was continuously looking around this place with a very surprised expression. He exclaimed, "Wow, is this Huangchuan Road?" Right at this moment, they were standing on a bridge. In the distance, there was a large gate which was the door leading to another space. Currently, there were many spirits lining up waiting to pass through that gate. Zhang Lin pointed at the distant gate and said to Liang Zhang, "Just go straight following the line of wandering souls ahead."
Liang Zheng walked away while turning around to say goodbye to Zhang Lin. Thank you, host. We will meet again in the next life." Our male lead coldly replied, On social media right now, there is extremely hot news on the front pages of newspapers, which is the news of the web novelist Yang Ziming dying suddenly at home. What kind of thoughts has this death ultimately brought us? There are some comments below saying, "It's a bit scary. I thought I was still young, but I didn't expect death to be so close to us. I didn't sleep until 3:30 a.m. last night. My mom tells me every day that I must eat my 3 meals on time, but I never took it seriously. Starting today, I have to work and rest regularly. I'll listen to my mom and eat on time." Another comment added, "If you guys say it like that, doesn't it mean I'm courting death every day?" Fear. Right now, just typing the keyword sudden death on social media brings up a lot of news and information about several cases of people who have suddenly died. The first news that pops up is about a student from a famous university who died suddenly at 2 a.m. Before dying, they were staying up late binge-watching shows. The second news is about a man on a business trip sitting on the subway who suddenly fell to the ground and died. Before dying, he had worked overtime for a whole week. In the early stage cultivation room at this moment, the sky outside had already grown late into the night.
Our male lead was sitting inside, eyes closed, quietly cultivating. Currently, there were many sources of blue energy continuously radiating from inside his body, constantly emitting buzzing sounds. Right after that, Zhang Lin opened his eyes and let out a puff of air. A blue system panel popped up again with a mission list. Daily live stream mission completion progress 50%. Number of times completing Underworld culture promotion 1 time. As soon as he finished reading, he clicked on the mission box. Next, he opened the door to step outside. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately saw 2 other men wearing the same outfit as the male lead. One of them sighed and said, "Sigh, have you heard? Someone came to cause trouble at the 4th hall." Hearing them talk to each other like that, Zhang Lin was immediately extremely surprised and exclaimed, "The 4th hall?" Right at this moment, in front of the male lead Zhang Lin, 2 men were standing and talking to each other. A man wearing a black outfit quickly said, "That's right. After Lord Yama found out, he aggressively rushed out." The person wearing the white outfit said, "Sigh, I hope they don't cause any murders. Otherwise, we'll have to increase our workload." "Isn't there a group of intern ghost envoys about to become official recently? What are you worrying about?" The other person quickly replied, "Are the incidents that happen when those ghost envoys become official few? Forgetting to guide wandering souls is a small matter. The scariest thing is letting wandering souls encounter risks after being infected with the aura of the mortal realm." Ignoring them standing there talking, Zhang Lin closed his eyes, silently and quietly walked away, and thought to himself, "Luckily it's nothing major. There's nothing to do for now today. I'll just go to the mission center to check the missions." At the Underworld Mission Center right now, there was a person standing and complaining to the person next to them, "This year, even if you make my soul scatter, I will not guide interns." The other person quickly replied, "I won't guide either. Last time the disciple I guided went to pick up a wandering soul, the wandering soul disappeared, and he himself disappeared too." The other person said again, "Sigh, being a master is so tiring. Being a master is so miserable." Our male lead at this time was still silent and stared intently at a blue system panel that was appearing. Our male lead looked thoughtfully at the system panel, and suddenly at this moment, he remembered his master and uttered 2 words, "Master."
Recalling the past, Zhang Lin's master once told him that he had already adapted to his identity as a ghost envoy. He wouldn't act impulsively, nor would he become arrogant due to suddenly gaining power and authority, and was completely capable of completing tasks on his own. Hearing him say this, he was extremely surprised and exclaimed, "So fast?" The master continued, "This is related to your work style when you were alive.
At this moment, the male protagonist was even more astonished. He froze and asked himself, "When I was alive? But I don't remember anything anymore." His master stroked his beard solemnly and replied, "This situation is very common. It could be that you selectively forgot and sealed yourself off, or it's possible that something happened right before or after you died that affected your memory."
Undefined. At this moment, her consciousness was still hazy. Suddenly, a loud bang rang out as a massive explosion occurred. Then, with dust and smoke swirling blindly, the young woman coughed while looking around. Ye Ying stood up, clinging to the wall, and walked forward. Her breathing became increasingly rapid. Vaguely ahead, she saw a silhouette rushing toward her through the sea of smoke. That person called her name, Ye Ying. The person was currently wearing a firefighter's protective suit. He placed a wet towel over her mouth to prevent her from inhaling smoke. Right after, he carried Ye Ying outside and said, "Don't be afraid, we're almost out." Suddenly, a loud crack echoed amidst the flames. Upon seeing it, her expression drastically changed. Ye Ying suddenly clutched her head and cried out, "Mu Xing." At that moment, she woke up from the dream, panting continuously. Suddenly, a young man ran past and said, "Ye Ying, you woke up just in time, there's a fire alarm." She quickly threw on her gear and rushed off. She seemed to still be lingering on the dream just now as she gently wiped her tears. Looking through the screen, the viewers couldn't help but comment, "This time it's a cool, badass lady. Just now I saw her arms revealing strong muscles. Is there a fire somewhere again? Stay safe. The firefighters all have dark circles under their eyes. They look so exhausted." Luckily, the streamer said this time he isn't here to pick up wandering souls. Otherwise, I'd also want to tell the lady not to go. He also observed silently and pondered. According to the mission information, the person whose fate had been altered multiple times was precisely her. He calculated that through multiple alterations, her fate had become increasingly complex and worse. Watching Ye Ying's silhouette constantly running to fulfill her duties, Zhang Lin wondered, "But why can't I detect anything on her capable of changing her fate?" He looked at the fire truck speeding away. Could there be an error in the information displayed on the mission board? Zhang Lin quickly chased after the truck. "Oh well, I'll follow them and see first." By now, the moonlight was high in the sky. The fire truck suddenly stopped with a screech. Ahead was a roaring fire, burning endlessly.
Ye Ying quickly jumped out of the vehicle. She rushed forward without hesitation. At this time, her teammate was also nearby. Before their eyes was a fiercely burning fire. Ye Ying looked inside while constantly shouting, "Is anyone there?" By now, she had put on her full protective gear and kept looking around. "Is there anyone else inside?" Suddenly, a faint cry sounded nearby. "Help!" Ye Ying quickly walked over, struggling to push the door open. Immediately after, she saw a woman being pinned down by a cabinet. The person cried out weakly, "I'm here, save me." She quickly took out the protective gear on her body. "Hold on, we are coming to save you." Right after that, Ye Ying covered the woman's mouth to prevent her from inhaling too much smoke. Then she used her strength to push the cabinet, pinning the woman down, but it was indeed too heavy. She suddenly looked around, then saw some iron bars in the distance. Ye Ying immediately grabbed an iron bar, her face full of determination. She also grabbed another thing. Bringing the iron bar close to the cabinet, Ye Ying shouted, "Move away!" Right after, a clang sound rang out. Just as the cabinet was lifted slightly, she used the momentum of her leg to kick it up.
Ye Ying quickly pulled the woman out of there. "Bear with it, you can get out right away." She then quickly carried the woman on her shoulder. "We are going out now." At this moment, an explosion suddenly rang out, and flames shot out. The two of them were slammed into a nearby door. Ye Ying still tightly hugged the woman in pain. At this time, a drop of water suddenly appeared on her shoulder. Ye Ying couldn't help but look over. At this moment, in a daze, there seemed to be something blocking the flames that were constantly rushing over. She saw a black shadow blocking the flames, so that the fire would not rush towards Ye Ying. As soon as she saw that black shadow, Ye Ying was startled and panicked. She saw that the black shadow was clearly being burned by the fire, constantly holding its face and crying out in pain, yet it still stood still in that position. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but utter a moved word of thanks. After that, the fire gradually subsided. Ye Ying quickly took the opportunity to take the woman on her shoulder outside. The fire is smaller, good opportunity. At this time, her figure steadily carried the woman on her shoulder to the outside. On the outside, there were also people providing support, constantly spraying water into the building. At this time, she let the doctors and nurses support the woman. Right after the mission was completed, Ye Ying sat down on the ground, trembling. She tremblingly took off her mask, looked up at the dying fire, and with tears welling up, she muttered, "Is it you?" At this time, Zhang Lin, who was observing everything from the outside, saw a black shadow quietly crawling out. He immediately chased after that black shadow. By this time, the sky was gradually turning dark. Upon arriving, Zhang Lin saw the black shadow standing near some uneven mounds of earth doing something.
From the pieces of land, small black shadows appeared, continuously burrowing into the giant mouth of that large black shadow. Right after, it closed its mouth. From the mouth of the red-black monster came gurgling sounds, and drool dripped from its mouth. Then a terrifying scene appeared. Its mouth opened wide, and black shadows flew outside. At this time, many black shadows continuously struggled. "Kill her! What is the point of consuming yourself for a human? Destroy this place. I want to make this place flow with rivers of blood. No, I must protect her. I cannot hurt her." Another black shadow became annoyed.
8 years is enough. Don't be entangled by those things anymore. Let yourself go. At this time, that black shadow continuously cried in agony. I must be stronger. I must always protect her. The other black shadows continuously wrapped around it and said, you will die. Abandon her. Only then can you become stronger. If you want to become stronger, let us fuse with you. At this moment, a loud bang rang out, and something furry poked the head of that black shadow. Zhonglin was already standing on his head, using a feather duster to press him to the ground. Zhonglin just stood powerfully in front of him, continuously exuding a powerful aura all around. At this time, the man continuously cried, why does she still need me? He looked down at him and continued, if this continues, let alone protecting her. Once you lose your sanity, the first person you kill will be her. Zhonglin then reached out his hand and continued, every time you interfere with her fate, you will suffer a very strong backlash. Even if I don't stop you, you won't be able to withstand it until next time. At this moment, a large sphere gradually accumulated from his hand, enveloping those black shadows. Hearing this, the man asked sadly, then what will happen to her in the future?
At this very moment, our male lead Zhonglin, the Bai Wuchang streamer, is leading the soul, which is the black shadow of Muxing. Because he had been burned by fire, his soul is now just a pitch-black color. Zhonglin is walking with him to enter a spatial door leading to Huangquan Road. He turns his face to him and speaks up. When you changed her fate, didn't you think of this? Right now, 2 streams of tears are rolling down his cheeks, and he stammers in reply, At this time, the two of them have moved to Huangquan Road through the blue spatial door hovering in midair. Zhonglin continues, ghosts themselves are a variable, and a fate forcibly changed by ghosts will only become more unpredictable. She might die a tragic death, or she might live to be 100 years old, but I am only in charge of ghosts, while she is still under the management of the mortal realm. While walking, Muxing's soul continuously cries without stopping. After hearing what he said, he sobs again. I'm sorry. The male lead hands him over to another man here and says, you handle the remaining troubles. The other man happily and quickly agrees, all right. A blue system panel appears at this moment, stating, today's livestream mission has been completed, 600 accumulated points added to the account, mission, ghost interfering with human fate. Right after reading it, he quickly clicks on the successful submission box. Then he stands silently, closes his eyes, and thinks in his head. Oof, next up is heading to the cultivation room to cultivate for a bit. At the same time in the mortal realm right now, in City A young girl named Ye Ying is knocking on the captain's door and speaks up. Captain, were you looking for me? Currently, a tall man holding a photo in his hand stands inside, who is her captain. He immediately turns around, hands the photo to Ye Ying to see, and replies, yeah, I want to show you this photo. This photo was taken in a life-or-death moment when Ye Ying was trying to rescue a girl, and at the same time it accidentally captured the black shadow that timely saved Ye Ying from the continuously blazing fire, allowing her to quickly bring the other girl out.
Upon seeing the photo, Ye Ying immediately became extremely panicked. She froze in astonishment and thought to herself, was it really him? Immediately after, she went to the captain, took the photo and asked him, Captain, where did this photo come from? The captain replied, this is what happened yesterday in the daily Underworld healing livestream room. Someone restored the scene at that time, and today it was sent to the team. Do you want to transfer to logistics or do some other work? After all, you have entered the livestream room, streamer. However, before the captain could finish speaking, Ye Ying interrupted. No, I can still continue. If I am certain to die, then I would rather die in a sea of fire to save people. The captain still reached out his hand and continued to persuade. You don't need to rush. You can think about it more. But Ye Ying quickly replied, Captain, I can listen to you about anything, but if you tell me to retreat on this matter, I won't listen. Hearing her being so stubborn, he closed his eyes and sighed. Sigh. Then Ye Ying continued to say, Captain, can you get me this photo? The captain quickly agreed. Okay, you can take it. Hearing this, Ye Ying smiled and happily said, Thank you, Captain. Then I will leave first. And she immediately said goodbye to the captain and returned to her dorm room, 303. Right now, Ye Ying is lying on the bed and looking very intently at that photo, muttering to herself, so it really was you. 5 years of companionship at school, 3 years of spirit protection is enough. Muxing, stop lingering around me, just go. As she spoke, she closed her eyes and fell asleep without knowing when, with 2 lines of tears continuously rolling down her rosy cheeks.
In this life, I will walk on well, carrying your life and that dream of yours to continue walking forward. At a large basketball court right now, there is a very handsome, tall young man playing basketball by himself. He is wearing a white outfit and throwing the ball into the hoop. The girl Ye Ying, currently wearing her school uniform, walks up to Muxing and calls out, Muxing. Immediately after, he quickly turns around, smiles as soon as he sees her, and replies, Ye Ying? Right at this moment, the girl Ye Ying is still standing and talking with the handsome guy Muxing at the basketball court on the school campus. She asks him, Muxing, I heard that you want to be a firefighter in the future. Is this true? He is still holding the basketball in his hands and replies, yeah, that's right. Hearing that, Ye Ying gets a bit worried and quickly responds, but I heard that it's very dangerous. However, Muxing doesn't feel that way. He spins the basketball in his hands and says, but dashing through the fire to save lives from danger, isn't that very cool? Ye Ying immediately says, then I also want to do that in the future. I will start losing weight from today. Hearing her say that, Muxing quickly pats Ye Ying's head and replies, "What are you making a fuss about? This is my dream. You just need to be yourself and do well." Ye Ying stammers, but before she can finish, Muxing leans down, gets close to Ye Ying's ear and whispers, "All right, losing weight is so uncomfortable. Don't tell me you don't want to eat fried chicken, french fries, and soda anymore?" Hearing Muxing mention the delicious food she loves, the girl Ye Ying immediately yells out, "Ah, stop talking. I don't want to leave them." Seeing her so adorable, Muxing becomes happy and laughs out loud. Ha 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 ha. After that, Ye Ying gently places both hands on her chest and shyly says, "But I still want to be with you." As she speaks, her cheeks flush pink, looking incredibly adorable. Right at this moment, suddenly before Ye Ying's eyes is a different scene, making her startle and freeze. Standing opposite Ye Ying right now is the young man Muxing. He's wearing a firefighter's uniform, and behind him are flames continuously roaring up, huge and dangerous. She surprisingly exclaims, This is... Then Ye Ying calls out loudly, "Muxing!" and reaches her hand out to touch him. But the surprising thing here is that when Ye Ying reaches her hand out, her hand passes right through this guy Muxing's body. It seems that this is only his spirit, and the area surrounding where they are standing is now engulfed in flames with no way out. Suddenly, Muxing unexpectedly falls backward. Seeing this, Ye Ying panics, reaches out to grab him, and cries out, "Muxing! Muxing, what's wrong with you?"
Then she shouted loudly, "Muxing!" Her face at this time was blackened by smoke and fire, but still showed an extremely terrified expression. Objects like doors were constantly charring black and falling in front of her. Not only that, many other things were also constantly falling down. At the same time, there was a huge object on the ceiling about to fall straight down onto Ye Ying's body. This was so sudden that she was extremely panicked and could only stand still in a daze. Ye Ying looked up, her eyes wide open and her mouth agape in extreme fear. Right at this moment, a hand reached out quickly and unexpectedly. That hand immediately pushed Ye Ying away from the dangerous object falling from the ceiling, and that person shouted, "Be careful!" and Ye Ying was thrown far away. The person who saved Ye Ying was the young man Muxing. Around him right now, roaring flames were blazing up. Then the flames engulfed Muxing's entire body, and continuous calls rang out. "Ye Ying! Ye Ying! Wake up, Ye Ying! Ye Ying!" Right at this moment, the girl Ye Ying bolted awake in bed. It turned out that the events that just happened were only in a dream. She was sweating and cried out.
And the call that rang out just now belonged to a roommate living with Ye Ying. She walked over to Ye Ying and asked, "Ye Ying, are you okay? The captain said to let you rest. Now we are going out on a mission. Remember to help us get our meals later." Without any hesitation, Ye Ying immediately put the photo the captain had just given her back under her pillow and said, "Let's go. I'm going with you guys." Right after that, she grabbed her firefighter uniform jacket and quickly stepped outside to carry out the mission with an extremely determined look on her face. She thought in her mind, "Muxing, you must try your best for me over there." At the same time, at the location of the male lead Zhang Lin, he was leisurely sitting alone on a passenger bus traveling through large mountains. Holding the stick in his hand, he was looking around with very thoughtful and contemplative eyes. A blue system panel popped up with viewers' comments. "Does the streamer want to go on a spontaneous trip? This seems to be an area near the sea. The map says so. Haha." Another comment added, "Why does the streamer have to sit on a bus? Could it be that everyone on this bus is about to?" Another comment appeared. "Damn, upstairs, don't scare me. I'm willing to believe the streamer is just casually strolling around, like enjoying the scenery, for example." Our male lead read all those comments and spoke up. "This time I'm just here to pick up a wandering soul. You guys don't need to overthink it." Right after that, the bus stopped in front of a sign that read Shuihei Road, and a voice from the bus rang out, "We have arrived at Shuihei Road. Passengers arriving at the station, please exit from the rear doors. Next station, Guanhai Road. Passengers who wish to get off, please prepare." At this moment, on the bus, there was a young girl with pigtails looking very cute, but she looked like she was carsick because her facial expression clearly showed exhaustion, and her hand touched her chest as if she wanted to vomit. She was standing opposite an old lady. At this time, the old lady reached her hand out towards the young girl. Right at this moment, the old lady turned and asked the young girl next to her, "Carsick, huh? Come sit in my seat." Hearing that, she quickly brought both hands up to cover her mouth and replied, "No, Grandma, blech." Then the old lady stood up and continued to say, "Hurry up and go. Being carsick is very uncomfortable. I'm about to get off the bus anyway."
Right after that, the old woman walked over to stand next to the door of the bus. The young girl still covered her mouth and quickly replied, thank you, ma'am." Right at this moment, the bus they were riding on stopped, and the old woman slowly stepped off the bus and walked to the waiting area in front of the sea where rows of seats were placed. Our male lead also quietly followed behind the old woman. Reaching the row of seats, she gently placed the portrait of her late husband on the seat. After that, she sat holding the umbrella next to it and spoke up, "Old man, let's watch the sea together." Then she closed her eyes, smiled, and continued, "This place is still as beautiful as ever. Don't you think so, old man?" Right at this moment, the spirit of the old woman stepped out and floated up from her physical body, and she had passed away, a very gentle and peaceful death.
At this moment, the old lady's soul suddenly noticed Zhang Lin standing behind her since who knows when. Then she turned around, smiled gently, and said, "Are you Bai Wuchang? Let's go." He coldly replied, "Yeah." And then our male lead took out his soul storage bag so the old lady's soul could fly inside. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the side. Selling amulets here can exorcise ghosts, can immobilize ghosts, and even have special effects. New swimwear here. Wear it and you'll be the most beautiful person. Hearing this, Lin turned around and looked behind him. Behind him, there were currently 2 men. One was tall and skinny, selling many amulets hanging on a large cardboard, and the man next to him was short and fat, wearing cool beachwear and sunglasses, selling a bunch of swimwear. The fat guy was saying to the tall skinny one, "Aren't you hot wearing so much?" The tall skinny guy wiped his sweat and replied, "Of course it's hot, but isn't this necessary to show a professional aura?" The fat guy laughed disdainfully and continued, "I'm telling you, do your amulets really work? Are there still people who believe in this nowadays?" Then the tall skinny guy leaned close to the fat guy's ear and said, "Of course they work. I have the heavenly eye and have seen many demons and ghosts." Hearing that, the fat guy retorted, "Shh, the daily Underworld healing live stream room. Have you heard of it?" Continuing, the tall skinny guy crossed his arms and said smugly, "Of course I know it. These amulets were actually given by the streamer of that live stream room. They are very effective."
Hearing him say that, the fat guy quickly took out his phone and clicked on the male lead's Underworld Healing Livestream Room page. He then said, "Is it that amazing? Then tell me how I can contact this streamer. But before he could finish his sentence, it seemed like he was looking at a very terrifying scene inside the phone. His entire face immediately turned purple, he sweat profusely, and instantly took off his sunglasses. Right after that, he threw his phone down and quickly ran away, abandoning everything to save himself, continuously screaming loudly, "Ah, ah, ah, ah!" Seeing his strange behavior, the tall guy was extremely surprised, not understanding what was happening, and stood frozen in place. The tall guy reached out his hand and said, "Don't be afraid, I have talismans here." At this time, only the fat guy's phone was left lying on the ground. The tall guy stared at it for a while. Then he went over to pick up the phone to see what exactly had happened. He said, "What are you running for?" After that, he looked into the phone and could see that currently the page of the Underworld Healing Livestream Room was showing the image of the cardboard displaying the talismans he was selling. Seeing this, the tall guy became even more surprised and blurted out, "Why does this scene look so familiar?" The phone screen showed the image of the Taoist standing and looking at the phone. This Taoist was still clueless and didn't realize it, just standing there rubbing his chin and asking doubtfully, "Why does this person look like me?" Comments on the livestream screen kept popping up. "Is it possible that this person is you, silly child? You entered the streamer's livestream." Sigh, this mage is a bit silly. Suddenly, the phone screen showed Lin's image. When the Taoist looked at the screen, he was startled, panicked, threw the phone away, and screamed desperately, "Wah!" Suddenly, a talisman pasted on the Taoist board flew out. The talisman flew in front of the Taoist and hovered there, making his face turn pale with fear and his legs tremble. Suddenly, from the phone, Lin spoke up and asked, "Do your paper talismans really work?"
At this moment, the Taoist priest broke out in a cold sweat, his mouth stammering, that. Afterwards, due to extreme fear, he hastily prostrated himself, continuously kowtowing and begging for mercy. "Lord Wuchang, spare my life. Lord Wuchang, spare my life. I won't dare do it again in the future. Lord Wuchang, spare my life." Lin reminded, "Knowing how to defend oneself is a good thing, but everyone should stop buying this kind of fake paper talisman." After speaking, he cast a spell, causing that Taoist priest's talisman board to burst into flames. Lin did not forget to emphasize, "In the future, do not use my reputation to sell fake goods." The terrified Taoist hastily replied, "Yes, yes, yes, I won't dare do it again in the future, I won't dare." Hearing this, Lin left. Afterwards, Lin returned to the underworld. As he walked, he chatted on the livestream, and just after seeing off an old lady, he said, "Let's take a stroll through the ghost market." The scenery of the ghost market was quite deserted. Lin then explained this. The ghost festival just passed. According to custom, the ghosts are all resting, so the ghost market is quite peaceful right now. Then Lin went to a female ghost's stall. Looking down at the items, he thought, these things seem suitable for the netizens. Giving out some gifts as fan benefits will also prevent them from being easily scammed. Seeing Lin approach, the female ghost winked and asked, "Handsome sir, would you like to buy anything?" Hearing the female ghost's question, Lin crossed his arms over his chest and said coldly, "I'll take everything in this stall." After buying the items, Lin returned to his residence. On the livestream screen, a 10-minute countdown timer began. Lin said to the viewers watching the livestream, "In 10 minutes, I will give out fan benefits. The gifts are the same as last time. Everyone can prepare a little bit." Excited comments popped up noisily. "Gifts again. Damn it, wait for me to go change to a new phone. Finally we have fan benefits, so happy. Then I'll go call my aunts to prepare." Then Lin waved his hand and countless mud envelopes appeared in front of him. The countdown time slowly ticked away from 10 minutes down to 5 minutes 32 seconds, and then down to 1 minute 2 seconds.
With 2 seconds left on the timer until the time was up, the red envelopes appeared on the screen under Lin's control, and everyone scrambled to grab them. The comments exploded. Those who managed to grab one laughed, while those who didn't were filled with admiration. "Haha, after so much effort, I finally grabbed a gift for once. Quick, tell us what you got." "Unlucky to miss out.
Mine is a rabbit hair clip. It seems to make ghosts automatically stay away. A small horse-shaped keychain that can prevent ghosts from tailing and yin energy from entering the body. So jealous. I received a marble that can attack ghosts. Zhonglin was intently reading the comments when suddenly a scream rang out, startling him to turn around. "Lord Bai Wuchang, save me!" Zhonglin frowned and muttered, "Yang Siming." After that, Zhonglin immediately took out a notebook. He opened a page to check, and on the notebook was written a line of text. Time remaining to pick up Yang Siming, 6 days. Zhonglin said, "The time hasn't come yet. There is no work today." Then Zhonglin put the notebook away in his clothes and said, "Go to the cultivation room first." Then he quickly flew away. At Haishi University at this moment, the sky was already dark, and inside the dormitory, an excited laugh rang out. "Ha ha! After so much effort, I finally grabbed a gift for once." Inside the male dormitory, everyone was surprised upon hearing this, turned to look at the person who just spoke, and all dropped their jaws in astonishment. The young man who had just grabbed the red envelope happily showed off. "Come here, call me Daddy, and I'll let everyone touch it a bit." The young man's roommate immediately ran over, grabbed his hand, and prayed, "Oh, divine hand, let me win the lottery. Just once is enough. Please protect my thesis so it passes on the first try." After that, the young man with tied-up hair anxiously asked, "What exactly did you grab from the live stream?" The young man wearing a blue tank top also impatiently urged, "That's right, quickly open it so we can get some good luck."
The young man who won the red envelope picked up his phone, getting ready to tap it. His 2 roommates also gathered around nervously to watch. The young man then said, move aside, don't get too close. I have to channel my God to your hands." Saying that, he immediately tapped the button to open the red envelope. After that, the phone screen lit up and the item began to appear. A stone lion seal appeared. The young man who received the red envelope excitedly held it up to admire it and said, "This thing can ward off ghosts. You guys don't need to admire it too much." His roommate with tied-up hair kept staring at the stone lion seal and asked admiringly, "Is this thing worth a lot of money?" Hearing this, the young man tightly gripped the stone lion seal and affirmed, "I'm not selling this anytime soon. This thing can save my life. Say no more. Tonight's my treat." Right at this moment, his phone received a message notification, and the young man immediately opened it to check. It was a message from his goddess, Zhao Tuyue. She texted, "The moon is beautiful tonight. I'd like to ask you out for a movie. Do you have time?" Reading this message, the young man couldn't help but exclaim in joy, "Damn, is this a double blessing descending upon the house today?" Then he shook his phone, boasting to his 2 roommates, "Tuyue asked me out. Bros, I can only abandon you guys now. Young Master Shen is paying for all the bills today." After that, he quickly replied to the goddess's message, "I'll be right there. Where should I wait for you?" After texting, he immediately opened the door to leave, not forgetting to wave to his roommates and remind them, "Don't forget to call the guys in the study room. I'm leaving first. I can't keep Chuyue waiting."
When the room door closed, the young man with tied hair turned to his other friend and asked, "Who is Chu Yue?" The friend replied, "It couldn't be the management department's campus belle Zhao Chu Yue, could it?" The guy with tied hair retorted, "No way. I heard 2 days ago that Zhao Chu Yue already has a boyfriend." Hearing this, the friend became suspicious. Could it be that Shen Jie is a spare tire? The guy with tied hair didn't pay much attention, turning around to make a phone call while saying, "Whatever, let's wait until he comes back tonight and ask him properly." The friend agreed. Makes sense. At Tangfei Mall, the young man Shen Jie arrived at the meeting place with his goddess. Seeing the back of the girl in front of him, he couldn't help but smile happily and called out, "Q Yue." Meanwhile, the girl, who was standing still, heard the voice calling her and smiled terrifyingly. Shen Jie walked up radiantly and asked, "Q Yue, have you been waiting long?" Q Yue happily replied, "Not at all. Let's go inside now. What movie do you want to watch?" Shen Jie scratched his head shyly. Online dating guides all say to watch a horror movie, then use it to promote the ambiguous phase and develop the relationship with the target. He might as well try, so he immediately asked, is watching a horror movie okay?" Q Yue quickly agreed. "Of course it is." In cinema room number 4, a horror movie was playing on the screen, while Q Yue and Shen Jie sat below watching attentively. Shen Jie looked at her and gradually moved closer. However, Q Yue had no intention of holding his hand. She just wanted to grab the cup of water placed nearby. Shen Jie was completely bewildered. Was this movie not scary enough? Q Yue, "Not really." Before she could finish her sentence, a monster in the movie suddenly roared, "Roar, roar," which scared the life out of Shen Jie, making him startle and scream, "Wah!" Seeing him act so weak, Q Yue immediately asked, "What's wrong with you? It's just a movie. If you're scared, we can leave first." Shen Jie tried to appear as calm as possible. No, it's fine. I was just thinking about something else just now." Looking up at the screen without fully regaining his composure, Q Yue didn't care much. "Then let's continue watching." Shen Jie nodded fearfully. Okay. He turned his head away and thought to himself, "Watching a movie? The girl hasn't even screamed yet, and I already screamed in front of her. This is so embarrassing." After watching the movie, Shen Jie invited her to play games. Q Yue, there's an arcade next door. How about we go there?" Q Yue was absorbed in looking at the phone in her hand and exclaimed, "Oh no." Shen Jie's face flushed red. "What's wrong?" Q Yue looked at him in panic. "The dormitory is about to close." Shen Jie didn't understand her intention and said blankly, "Then let's hurry back." Q Yue peeked at him secretly. "That
probably won't be in time. Ignoring whatever intention she had, Shenjae grabbed her hand and ran. It's fine. I'll go knock on the door and let the dormanti scold me. You wait a bit and then sneak in. I was speechless at this guy. Did he really not understand, or was he pretending not to understand? Shenjae started to feel anxious. Quickly give me your roommate's phone number and tell them to leave the door open for you. forced a smile to brush it off. All right.
At the female dormitory of Haishu University, Shenjae successfully brought Qiyu back. Afterwards, he scratched his head and said a few last words. I'm so sorry for making a fool of myself today. This weekend, do you have any free time this weekend? Qiyu immediately replied, yes. Shenjae waved his hands and feet, trying to change the subject. Then I'll come find you again this weekend. Qiyu smiled. Okay. Seeing her agree, Shenjae ran off in a hurry, shouting joyfully, yeah! Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He opened it and saw a notification from an unknown number with the message, I will always pay attention to you, my lover. Shenjae felt a chill and hurriedly turned around to see if anyone was there, but it turned out there was not a single shadow. He breathed a sigh of relief. Whose bastard's little trick is this? I won't even fall for it. At this moment, an animal-shaped object on his body suddenly glowed. He picked it up and told himself, the streamer's items will not deceive people. He looked around and felt scared. Gulp. Could it be that I've been targeted by a ghost? I have to return to the dormitory quickly. He ran fast, and finally made it back to the boys' dormitory. His roommate was extremely surprised to see him panting heavily as he opened the door and walked in. Shenjae said, I finally made it back. His friend approached and asked, what's wrong with you? Were you chased by a ghost? He held up the object in his hand, his expression serious. The roommates froze for a moment upon seeing this strange thing. The two friends looked at each other and said to him, Shenjae, did you know that Zhao Qiyu just publicly announced her relationship with her childhood sweetheart yesterday? Shenjae couldn't believe it. What?
His friend held out the phone in front of him and said, here, look at this. Shenjae was completely shocked when he saw the news in the newspaper. Impossible. I don't believe it. His face fell as he stared at the object still in his hands. On the weekend, Chuya and Shenjae had their second date. The two went out and had a great time eating and drinking. At night, while lying in bed reading the news on his phone, Shenjae thought, could Chuya really be a ghost? Reading a viral news article about some second-generation rich kid dancing on a grave at midnight and exclaiming, so awesome, he suddenly sat up and shouted, damn, that's badass. Daring to dance on a grave and not dying? That person definitely has some real skills. Maybe I can find them to learn some experience regarding Chuya's situation. Saying is doing, he immediately searched on the search bar for the exact location of the grave where the rich kid danced. The next morning, in a luxurious house, Tang Tianze stepped out of bed still feeling sleepy. He walked past the mirror and suddenly saw a dark shadow behind him. Feeling extremely scared, he stopped and observed slowly. It seems like something was just here. Suddenly, the voice of his friend Yayoshi echoed, touch the wooden statue in your pocket. Tang Tianze wondered, a wooden statue? He reached in and indeed found a real wooden statue. Could it be that they brought a ghost here last night? Yayoshi replied calmly, you're not entirely stupid after all.
Yoshi took off his glasses and touched his eyes, changing his pupils from black to red. Tang Tianze immediately reacted strongly. Damn, bro, you've mutated. Yoshi turned away and explained, I won this in the live stream. It just said this is a third eye, able to see through everything, and can also terrify ghosts, preventing them from tailing me. Tang Tianze continued asking, is it that awesome? Then what can you see? Yayoshi walked slowly and replied, as long as it's a ghost from the underworld, I can see them all. Also, when used to look into the target's eyes, it can make ghosts faint for 5 seconds. Within 3 seconds, they cannot generate any intent to attack you. But this thing only works on ghosts. It cannot be used on humans. Tang Tianze kept praising from behind. So freaking awesome, bro. Yayoshi didn't say much. Your ghost summoning ability is also top-notch. Tang Tianze was dumbfounded. Huh? What? He said a sentence. There are about 10 ghosts in your house. A bat ghost suddenly flew over to attack, but Yoshi successfully swatted it to death with his hand in a few short seconds. If it weren't for the streamer's items, I'm afraid you would have been swallowed by them long ago. Tang Tianze froze for a moment because he couldn't see these ghosts. He fearfully trolled up tightly under the blanket. Huh? Are they here? Yayoshi calmly answered. There are the most beside you. There are 2 guys opening their mouths, drooling while looking at you. Hearing this, Tianze became even more scared. No way, no way. Why are they clinging to me? I didn't dig up their graves. Yayoshi put his hand on his chin, stroked it, and smiled slyly. Maybe they want to go dancing with you to join the fun. You even dared to dance at the graveyard. They definitely like you a lot. Tang Tianze was terrified. I don't want this kind of liking. Yayoshi continued teasing. What if it's a beautiful female ghost? Tianze said angrily. Forget it. Humans are quite good. Yayoshi warned. Then will you dare to go dancing at the graveyard in the future? Tang Tianze shook his head vigorously. Not going, not going. I wouldn't dare to go even if I die. It's too scary. Yezi, do you have any way to make them leave me? Yayoshi smiled. There is a way. You take them back to dance one more time. Right at this moment, after hearing Yayoshi say that, Tang Tianze, who was covered tightly in the blanket, quickly poked his head out and exclaimed, ah! His face clearly showed anxiety and impatience.
Ye Yushi was standing in front of Tang Tianze. He reached out one hand and began to explain that they were following him simply because they felt happy, and since he took them out to play, he might as well take them back, preferably tonight. It was getting dark outside, so Tang Tianze prepared the music speaker and set off. He and Ye Yushi boarded a passenger bus together, pulling the music speaker along. As soon as they got on the bus and took a seat, Ye Yushi quickly noticed Tang Tianze. He glanced over at him and looked at him with a thoughtful expression. Tang Tianze, feeling awkward, turned to Ye Yushi and asked, "Have they arrived yet?" Right at this moment, on their bus, there were many ghosts. They were endlessly happy and dancing joyfully. One ghost laughed and cried out, "This is great, we can go out to play again." Another ghost sitting in the back seat also said, "Oh, this isn't the same bus as last time." A ghost standing near the music speaker cheered, "I see that big suitcase. With that big suitcase, we can dance." Right now, one ghost was sticking its head down from the roof of the bus, plus another ghost was sticking its head up from under the bus, looking extremely terrifying. And of course, the young man, Ye Yushi, could see all of them and the actions of these bizarre ghosts. He was leaning over and observing closely. Right after that, he turned to Tang Tianze, smiled slightly, and said, "Let's set off." And so their car began to hit the road. Tang Tianze also quickly replied, "All right, let's set off." The car had the road to itself, turning on its headlights to pierce through the middle of the night. However, because the ghosts were extremely mischievous, they made quite a lot of noise, making it impossible for Tang Tianze to drive with focus. He felt helpless and cried out, What are they doing?" Ye Yushi crossed his arms and calmly reminded him, "Drive properly, don't look around." Hearing that, Tang Tianze could only silently shut his mouth tightly and tried to continue driving. Right at this moment, directly opposite their car was another passenger bus. But because the headlights of both vehicles were extremely bright, it was very difficult for them to see the other vehicle clearly. Immediately, the driver of the other vehicle luckily and quickly swerved in time, keeping both vehicles safe. He shouted, "Drive safely." Tang Tianze gave an awkward smile and replied, "Thank you, driver, you too."
Tang Tianze glanced at the car again and muttered to himself, "Is this a group outing in the middle of the night?" Ye Yushi rested his chin on one hand and replied, "There are a lot of ghosts on this road. For example, the one just now was a ghost-driven car." Hearing this, Tang Tianze immediately froze, his eyes widening in extreme fear, and his face broke out in a panicked sweat. Then he suddenly slammed on the brakes. Because he braked so unexpectedly, many jumping ghosts slammed hard against the car windows. Tang Tianze turned around and shouted, "What did you say?" Ye Yushi looked at the ghosts, feeling helpless and speechless. Then he said, "Drive properly. It's getting cold. Do you still want to come here tomorrow?" Hearing this, Tang Tianze couldn't stop feeling scared. His whole body trembled continuously, his face turned pale, and he pressed his lips tightly together, but he still forced himself to hold the steering wheel and tried to drive to continue moving. At this time, their car had moved to an area with graves, filled with nothing but trees and bushes. The atmosphere was very gloomy and cold. Tang Tianze took out a music speaker and pressed the button to start it. He turned around to ask Ye Yushi, "So, have they started playing yet?" At this moment, he handed Tang Tianze a large bottle of beer and said, "They want you to party with them." Hearing this, Tang Tianze was extremely shocked and terrified. He immediately cried out, "Me? Partying with ghosts?" Ye Yushi put the beer bottle into his hand, smiled slightly, and said, "Otherwise, do you hope they will follow you back home?" Tang Tianze's face suddenly became dazed and stiff, looking extremely hilarious. He gritted his teeth and thought carefully for a moment. Right after that, Tang Tianze brought the large beer bottle to his mouth and chugged it all down in one breath, his face flushing red as he started getting drunk. After finishing the drink, he forcefully threw the beer bottle to the ground, shattering it, and then took off his jacket, twirling it continuously in the air, looking extremely refreshed. Tang Tianze laughed and said, "Ugh, isn't it just partying? I can do that. My ghost friends, I'm here."
Ye Yushi stood to the side, observing attentively while remaining completely silent, his entire face as cold as a block of ice. The music speaker was now turned up to an extremely high volume, playing very lively songs that shook the place. This made many ghosts endlessly excited, dancing along with Tang Tianze. All of them continuously partied and shouted in unison, "Hey, ah!" their faces filled with incredibly refreshing and hearty laughter. Tang Tianze was currently so drunk that he didn't know what was going on anymore. Ye Yushi stood outside, raising his phone to record a video of this scene. Tang Tianze was endlessly delighted, continuously shouting loudly, "Hey, hey!" While recording, Ye Yushi spoke up, "With this video, let's see if you can be honest in the future." A moment later, after getting tired, the guy Tang Tianze was so exhausted that he dozed off, leaning against the music speaker. As he slept, his face flushed red and he continuously puffed out his breath. At this time, Ye Yushi walked closer to him. Those ghosts also felt tired after partying, so they automatically walked away and kept their distance from the two of them. Ye Yushi gently supported the drunken Tang Tianze to leave. As the two of them were walking, a young man suddenly appeared right in front of their eyes. Looking hurried, he called out, wait a minute." Seeing this, Ye Yushi stopped and looked attentively, but didn't understand why. The young man's face was pouring with sweat, one hand resting on his thigh as he continued.
Excuse me, is the person next to you Tonkanza? Yayoshi was surprised and asked back, is there something you need? Then the man rubbed his head and awkwardly replied, well, I saw you two partying at the gravesite and you were both fine, so I wanted to come and learn from your experience, but it seems he's already asleep. Right at this moment, behind the back of this young man, a terribly frightening spirit of a woman with long hair and a long dress suddenly appeared, although he couldn't see her, but Yayoshi could see it. He said to him, are you being followed by a female ghost? Upon hearing this, the young man was incredibly shocked and terrified, immediately stuttering. The female ghost spirit next to him also had the exact same expression. She brought her hand close to her mouth and also let out a surprised cry.
Next, Yayoshi continued. I snatched the streamer's red envelope and luckily got a tool that can see ghosts in certain places. She looks very beautiful, wearing a pink dress and a daisy hairpin. Hearing this, the young man quickly replied, Right. Yayoshi asked again, think about it, have you ever betrayed anyone? The young man shook his head repeatedly and secretly thought to himself that he had been single up until now. The women around him, except for his mother, were all elders. The only opposite sex I have ever held hands with is my 12-year-old old dog. Hearing him say such words, right at this moment, the spirit of that woman was showing extreme anger. Her eyes glowed, her sharp teeth were bared, and at the same time she held a sharp knife in her hand, looking absolutely terrifying. Yayoshi asked further, so has anyone around you been acting very strangely lately? Hearing this, the young man froze and suddenly remembered. He thought to himself, then it could only be Chuye. Only when I get close to her does the lion wooden statue heat up.
At this moment, Yayoshi placed a hand on the young man's shoulder and continued, if the streamer gives out red envelopes recently, remember to snatch one. It might be useful to you. The young man then spoke up, thank you. Right at this moment, the woman became so furious that she could no longer control herself. She raised a sharp knife high and lunged at Yayoshi, shouting loudly, who allowed you to meddle in other people's business? Not letting her throw a fit like that, Yayoshi quickly pasted a talisman on her forehead, making her stand completely still, her eyes bulging wide. And then the spirit of that woman instantly disappeared in a flash, the glowing talisman slowly falling down. Having witnessed those scenes, the young man immediately showed great surprise and confusion. After that, Yayoshi supported Tangtanze with one arm to walk away, while the young man quickly added from behind, can I go back with you guys? I can pay for the car fare. As he spoke, he secretly thought to himself, it's still a bit safer to follow the master. Yayoshi coldly replied, you can, but there's no need for you to pay the fare. We inherently have to return to the city anyway. And at this time, their car started to roll. Yayoshi was the one steering to drive the car. In the back seat was Tangtanze, sleeping very soundly. His face was still flushed from drunkenness, while the young man sat silently looking at his phone, his face clearly showing unease and anxiety. Right at this moment, a notification on the young man's phone rang out with a sound, ding. He looked at his phone intently. It turned out he received a message from someone else. This person had sent a photo of the girl Chu Yu hanging out very happily with another guy. The accompanying message was, Shenji, don't associate with Chu Yu anymore in the future. This girl has one foot in two boats. And the girl in this photo was exactly the spirit of the woman who had followed this young man just now. Shenji was shocked and stunned. He stared at his phone with a jolt, his eyes glued to it and his mouth unable to close. On the phone appeared the image of a familiar woman. It was Chu Yu smiling very brightly. Shenji stared intently at the phone, his whole body trembling. A voice emanated from the phone. Besides this matter, is there anything else relatively strange about Chu Yu? Shenji wondered. Could something have really gone wrong with Chu Yu? He opened his phone to the account of the goddess Jia Chu Yu. He messaged, Chu Yu, are you free this weekend? When the weekend arrived, he and Chu Yu met as scheduled. He waved to greet Chu Yu at the meeting point. She was as gentle as an autumn breeze. In his hand, he held an item obtained from Jiang Lin's livestream, clutching it tightly and cautiously.
On the screen appeared a high-priced prop hoped to be able to catch ghosts. At Haishu University, Shenjie received a message regarding his goddess Zhao Chu Yue. Today at the back of the school mountain, be there or be square. At the back of the school mountain, the evening dusk was gradually falling. Shenjie was blurred in that dark night, his hands holding the prop from Bai Wuchang's livestream, which glowed like an energy pill. He muttered anxiously, please bless me, streamer, please bless me. He was sweating profusely. This was a prop that cost 2 months of living expenses to get. It definitely had to work. It definitely had to work. A familiar voice called out, Shenjie. It was Chu Yue in a pink dress approaching from behind him. She called his name, Shenjie. He clenched his teeth, his face twitching and trembling as he thought, she's here. He brought the pill close to Chu Yue's body, causing a red aura to emanate from her entire body, as if she were suddenly jolted awake. An evil ghost spirit shot out of her body, screaming, ah, in agony, because it could no longer stay in Chu Yue's body, and the girl also cried out at that moment. Chu Yue fell unconscious onto the grass. The girl lay on the green grass, and above her head was a cluster of light from the dissipating spirit. Shenjie also slumped down. He asked in a panic, does this mean I succeeded?
Later, with my permission, my roommate posted the story about me and Shu Yue on the Ancestor Forum. Through the efforts of netizens, the identity of that female ghost was finally dug up. She was a senior at the school they were attending. 10 years ago, a junior seduced her boyfriend, which led her to commit suicide. 10 years later, many beautiful female students at their school were possessed by that senior, doing many bizarre things. Her goal was to destroy those beautiful girls, to complete her revenge. Chu Yue spoke up. Shanjie, thank you for driving the female ghost out of my body. He replied that this was what he should do. Shanjie rubbed his head, blushing, and said, I see your complexion is not bad. You must be recovering well. His heart was fluttering with joy. He thought to himself that it wasn't easy for his goddess to ask him out. What was he even saying? Couldn't he find a more interesting topic? The girl nodded slightly and said, yeah, but salvaging my reputation will take some time. Chu Yue smiled brightly and handed him a gift, saying, this is my thank you gift. Shanjie, can we be good friends from now on?
Shanjie felt as if lightning had struck through his body. He was dazed. Was it just being good friends? In the end, she still sees me as a friend, and is inseparable from her childhood sweetheart. Boo-hoo-hoo, streamer, I am so sad. There was another comment. Brother, didn't you just get issued a good guy card? What are you afraid of? Getting issued it a few more times and you'll get used to it. That's right. Where in the horizon is there no fragrant grass? Why must you have unrequited love for a single flower? Your good fortune is still ahead. Bai Wuchang sat leisurely reading the comments. Zhang Lin stroked his chin. It seems that red envelopes are still very useful with the netizens. Suddenly, a silhouette glided past the window frame. Zhang Lin had noticed this anomaly. He stroked his chin and cast a sharp gaze in that direction. It turned out to be the spirit of a man wandering outside Zhang Lin's house. The man's spirit kept hesitating to knock, his hand preparing to touch the door, wanting to meet the person he needed to meet.
But then quickly pulling back, he sighed and turned away. Right at this moment, Zhang Lin opened the door from inside and stepped out, saying, "Are you looking for me?" This surprise made the spirit startle and let out a gasp. But immediately after, he calmed down. The old man bowed his head, looking like he desperately needed help. Yes, I heard that Lord Zhang Wucheng here can enter dreams, so I want to ask for your help." His system displayed the daily mission. Today's livestream completion rate is 60%. Zhang Lin put his hands behind his back and said, "What do you want me to help you with?" That spirit stammered the word, "I." Then his facial muscles relaxed a bit, and he said, "I want my son to keep living." At residential area X with many high-rise buildings, a young man with red eyes showing many blood vessels, his face pale and purplish. On his hands were slashes and blood flowing profusely, the actions of someone who wants to commit suicide. He lay motionless on the bed, waiting for death to come to him. From the room's door echoed a voice calling in, "Chen Chen, it's time to eat." Zhang Lin was hovering over the body of the suicidal young man, holding the morning stick with cameras surrounding him. He cast a spell on the morning stick, making it emit energy. He pointed the morning stick at the motionless young man, causing streams of power from the stick to penetrate his body. The young man regained his consciousness, his eyes opened with dark circles, then his eyes closed again. Zhang Lin turned around and said in his livestream that transmitting a small amount of yin energy into a human body to help ghosts enter dreams would not harm the body. He took out a small wisp of yin energy from the palm of his hand.
He quickly transferred into that person. Then, in the young man's dream, a void appeared where he was sitting and looking around. He fearfully said, "This place is." A voice called out, "Feng Jiachen, you little brat, what are you doing?" making him startle and look back. With tears welling up and emotions surging, he called out for his dad. The young man stood up, approached with tear-blurred eyes, and said, "Dad, is it really you?" In front of him was a spirit's silhouette. His father's spirit entered the dream and rubbed Jiachen's head, making him freeze for a beat. He smiled brightly and called, "Chen Chen, it's Dad." His face was as radiant as possible. The young man Jiachen had tearful eyes, and tears naturally burst out as he cried. Jiachen fell to his knees, his hands gripping the body of his beloved father, crying loudly while saying, I'm sorry, Dad. I shouldn't have argued with you that day." He cried even harder, pouring out all the pent-up feelings in his heart. "I shouldn't have dated, shouldn't have disobeyed you. I was wrong, Dad. Can you come back, Dad?" The father's trembling hands clenched tightly as if wanting to burst out. He supported his son, helped him stand up, and said loudly, "You silly boy, I am your father. A father protecting his son is a natural principle." He wiped the tears streaming down the young man's cheeks and said, "That day, I received a phone call from that woman. I told her, my son is in the top 10. His looks aren't bad either. On what grounds is my son clinging to your daughter?" At this point, tears also streamed down his face as he scolded loudly. "Is studying abroad so noble? Are you inferior to them just because you stay and study domestically? You don't need to have such thoughts." Jiachan cried loudly, bit his lip tightly, and said, I. The young man thought to himself that, in his father's heart, he had always been outstanding. The father lightly punched his son's chest and said, "What I? Work hard properly for me. Only then will you be worthy of your name. The sons of our Fang family are not cowards." His tears kept flowing, but he determinedly wiped them away and gave a yes to his father. His father patted his back forcefully and said, "Don't let me hear your mother coming to my grave and crying again. Otherwise I'll beat your butt until it blooms, you hear me?" The young man obediently replied, "Yes. That's right, you have to smile like this. This is my son." He smiled radiantly as if about to leave.
The father and son hugged each other one last time, both reluctant to part. He said, "Stay strong, son. I'm leaving your mother in your care." Then the space shattered piece by piece, and the father waved goodbye, saying, "Go back." Then, in reality, his eyes flew open. He had woken up on his familiar bed.
He was dazed. Was it a dream? Then he wiped away his tears, determining that, "Don't worry, Dad, I will be fine." He wiped his eyes while preparing to get up. The young man Jia Chen slightly opened the door, seeing the food his mother had prepared left outside the door. Jia Chen stepped so hurriedly that his slipper slipped off his foot. He panted heavily and pushed the door wide open, seeing his mother cleaning the house. He called out, "Mom," making her surprised and freeze for a moment. Right at this moment, the young man named Jia Chen quickly ran to the kitchen and met his mother. When she saw her son, she was surprised and exclaimed, "Chen Chen." After that, 2 streams of tears began to flow down as she spoke. Am I not dreaming?" While speaking, she raised her hand to wipe the tears rolling down her cheeks. The young man quickly approached and supported his mother. She continued, "You're hungry, aren't you? Let me go heat up the food for you." At this moment, the young man Jia Chen reached out to hold his mother's skinny hand and said, "Mom, I'm sorry."
He hugged his mother tightly and cried, saying, "From now on, I will become the pillar of the family. I will definitely not disappoint you." Hearing such words, the mother couldn't help but be moved and crying along with her son. Jia Chen quickly reached out to wipe his mother's tears and said, "Mom, the food isn't cold. Let me get it myself." Hearing this, she immediately looked happy and replied, Mom will eat with you." The young man obediently answered, "Yes." After that, the mother and son sat at the same table, eating together very happily and cozily. While eating, Jia Chen asked, "Mom, how did I get my name?" Hearing her son ask about this, the mother was a bit surprised. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Jia Chen, holding his bowl of rice, replied, "I want to know what Dad was thinking when he gave me this name back then." She smiled and said, "Mom doesn't know either. Your dad was uneducated. For your name, he had to flip through the dictionary for a whole month. He said, At this moment, the mother recalled the time when this young man Jia Chen was born, holding his small body in her arms. The father happily said, "My son deserves the word Jia, and he should be like the early morning every day, bringing a new day. So let's call him Jia Chen." As he spoke, he reached out to tease the baby, and the baby kept laughing, he. Returning to reality, after the young man Jia Chen heard his mother tell the whole story, he spoke up, "Because I bring a new day, beautiful things with praising meanings. So my existence to my parents is actually beautiful expectations." As he spoke, he teared up again and smiled. These were all tears of happiness and gratitude towards his parents. Right at this moment, a hand appeared, patting Jia Chen's head.
That sinewy hand belonged to the soul of the father. He was rubbing his son's head with immense pride, smiling very affectionately. Jia Chen felt happy, thinking in his mind, "Dad, rest assured, I will absolutely not let you down." Right after that, the father's soul immediately returned to the male lead Zhang Lin through a spatial door, emitting a very mystical light. Arriving in front of the male lead, he bowed slightly in a humble manner and said, "Thank you, Lord Bai Wuchang, for fulfilling my wish." Seeing this, he replied, "You are now a ghost. You can no longer reincarnate." He rubbed his head and smiled brightly, answering, "To gain something, one must lose something. I understand that well. I plan to find a job in this ghost market to support myself. I have some strength. I can survive anywhere." Zhang Lin turned away and said coldly, "The tavern owner in the ghost market, Chen Sanwei, has recently been hiring workers." Hearing this, his face immediately lit up, and he quickly replied, "Thank you, Lord Bai Wuchang. I will go take a look now." He simply smiled. "Yeah." Right after that, he flew away and vanished into thin air, still wearing a content smile on his lips, completely at peace to depart calmly, knowing his son and wife were fine. To reincarnate after becoming a ghost requires contributing and accumulating a massive amount of power of faith or merit points. Our male lead spoke up again, short as a few decades, long as up to thousands of years. At this moment, on the system's board, viewer comments appeared again. "Streamer, does the underworld need that many ghost envoys? Is strolling in the underworld as crowded as our world? Oh wait, ghosts bumping into ghosts? What about your household registration books? Won't it be extremely chaotic? Being a ghost envoy, can you just lie flat and ignore the world? After all, you can't go reincarnate anyway."
After reading all those comments, Zhang Lin started to explain that there are many places in the underworld that need labor, such as building street-facing houses, standing guard, and patrolling. There are many ghost envoys doing these jobs to reincarnate, as the mortal realm also has things they are attached to and desire. Although the opportunity to reincarnate usually comes very easily, once lost, it is hard to regain, especially for those who voluntarily give up their chance to reincarnate. Wanting to reincarnate again will be even more difficult. Upon hearing him explain so thoroughly, other comments continued to appear. They debated with each other that it turns out there are still so many rules inside here. Damn, for those who want to contribute for 1,000 years, wouldn't they have to dow their lives? If that's the case, it's better to be a ghost. Is anyone really willing to fight for that long to be reincarnated? They could also open a shop in the ghost market. Anyway, maintaining the normal life of those demons and ghosts can also be considered a contribution, right? Can making a lot of money offset a part of the contribution? If so, then I will go burn paper money, be a good person. Who knows, maybe one day I won't be able to do it anymore. Right at this moment, the system's blue panel appeared right in front of the male lead. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily mission of promoting underworld culture, ghosts reincarnating. Accumulated point increased by 200. Completion time is 1/3. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily mission of live streaming for 2 hours. Accumulated points increased by 200. Completion time is 2/3. After that, he quickly reached out his hand to press on the accumulated points lookup box. As soon as he pressed it, the accumulated points lookup box immediately lit up, and then it turned into a book opening to blank pages. Above the pages appeared sources of energy continuously soaring and swirling into small circles. Seeing this, Zhang Lin was very surprised and his eyes widened in bewilderment. Right at this moment, our male lead, Zhang Lin, was holding a book in his hand, the pages of the book emitting an extremely mysterious blue light. He carefully read the information in the book with a thoughtful expression, then brought his hand to his chin and spoke. This kind of situation is not common. I must go to the mortal realm to see. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Lin immediately opened a spatial door, with a large circular shape continuously swirling with incredibly powerful energy sources.
At that same time in the mortal realm, it was already late at night outside. In a graveyard in the middle of a deserted forest, there was a little boy wearing an outfit quite similar to the male lead, walking alone. In front of him were several nameless graves. Right at this moment, a small blue circle of light suddenly appeared beneath a grave, and then, suddenly, it dangled from the boy's hat. On his back, he was carrying a pitch-black cat. As he walked, he happily sang, "The great king sent me to patrol. I come to the spinning graves, carrying my lantern, bringing my cat." At this moment, a grave suddenly churned up a lot of dirt unexpectedly, making the boy startle and turn around. Fortunately, the boy managed to tightly grab the floating dirt of the grave in midair and cried out, "Ouch!" Right after that, the original position of that grave on the ground disappeared in an instant. The boy stared at it for a while. Then, putting his hands on his hips, he sighed and said, "Another ghost going out to cause trouble, really not letting others have peace of mind." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out beside the boy. "Why did we have to come here? What exactly do you want to talk about?" Hearing this, the boy quickly turned around to look. As soon as he turned, he saw 2 men standing and talking to each other in the deserted forest. One person was showing an extremely angry attitude, saying, "I bought that lottery ticket." The person next to him replied calmly, "Are you just talking about this? Wasn't it you who insisted on exchanging it with me at that time?" The other quickly said, "But I paid for it." By now, the boy had secretly hidden behind a rock to eavesdrop on their conversation. The calm man spoke again. "You really are something. You wanted to exchange it yourself, and now that it won, you want it back. All right, let's just say you bought it for me. I'll give you a 10% share, okay?" Hearing this, the angry man became even more furious. His face darkened, and terrifying streams of yin energy continuously emitted around him. After that, the calm man turned away and said, "All right then, let's go. This place is weirdly gloomy." Now his face clearly showed fear, and he constantly darted his eyes around. At this moment, the angry man remained extremely gloomy.
And then, while walking, the other man suddenly stopped dead in his tracks because he was stabbed unexpectedly, so much so that he coughed up blood and his eyes widened. It turned out that the angry man was the one who stabbed his friend to death. At this moment, he could no longer control himself. His eyes had now changed color, one red and one black. The stabbed guy, completely caught off guard, panicked and cried out, "You!" Immediately after, he laughed with a savage smile, his eyes glowing terrifyingly red, and said, "I want it all." In his hand, he still tightly held the knife, dripping with his friend. Right after that, he continued to stab his friend, who was lying motionless on the ground, in the back, with another decisive and cold-blooded thrust.
Blood from the stab wound continuously splattered out profusely. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into an extremely vicious beast, constantly shouting, "Everything is mine! Everything is mine!" Suddenly, at this exact moment, a pitch-black spirit slowly flew out from inside his mouth with an incredibly terrifying appearance. That guy also collapsed to the ground, his clothes stained with a lot of his friend's metallic-smelling blood. And right now, the spirit of his friend could also witness the entire incident. Upon seeing this dark shadow spirit, he was also terrified to the extreme and couldn't utter a single word. Immediately after, the black spirit let out a shrill roar, terrifying the guy so much that he instantly dropped the blood-stained knife to the ground. He then turned his head and immediately ran away fast.
As he ran, he screamed, "It wasn't me! I didn't do it!" That dark shadow spirit stood behind, laughing maniacally, and said, "This is not good, not normal. What delicacy should I eat next?" As he spoke, he glanced toward the boy hiding behind a tomb, causing the boy to become extremely terrified and widen his eyes in shock. That monster appeared behind Bai Wuchang. Bai Wuchang felt a chill down his spine and immediately looked back. Bai Wuchang made eye contact with the monster. As their eyes met, the atmosphere became dead silent. Suddenly, the black cat on Bai Wuchang's shoulder pounced toward the monster. After landing on the ground, the fierce black cat puffed up its fur and stood blocking the monster's way, which made Bai Wuchang gape in sheer astonishment. Suddenly, from behind the monster, a gate of reincarnation appeared, and a silhouette emerged there. Seeing this, the monster was not afraid of him at all, but instead took the initiative to enter. The monster used its fierce eyes to observe the surrounding situation. Suddenly, the monster was hit in the face by a stick.
It was Zhang Lin who appeared and struck the monster, making him cover his face and retreat. Then the evil ghost angrily roared, "You forced me." As soon as he finished speaking, the monster shouted loudly, eerie sounds rang out, and his body began to transform. In an instant, the monster's body suddenly became enormous. Seeing this, Zhang Lin still calmly followed him with his eyes and thought, this monster was just at the ghost soldier realm a moment ago, but now his aura is approaching the ghost general level. Then the monster immediately used his large hand to tightly grasp Zhang Lin, which caused Zhang Lin's face to darken with anger. The monster brought Zhang Lin close to his face and roared, "You forced me! You forced me!" Zhang Lin didn't waste words with the monster. He began to counterattack. Zhang Lin's body emitted a massive source of power that transformed into swords surrounding him. With one move, Zhang Lin cut off the monster's arm, causing the monster to scream in agony. At the same time, Zhang Lin gently escaped from the monster's grasp. Seeing this, the monster couldn't believe his eyes. He angrily roared, "No, impossible!" The monster stared at Zhang Lin and thought, how can this ghost envoy be so fierce? I have already strengthened myself close to the ghost general level. The monster broke out in a cold sweat out of fear. No, this can't go on. I can't beat him. Run, run. Saying that, the monster immediately turned his head and ran. Zhang Lin calmly watched the monster run, then took out the morning stick and raised it high. Zhang Lin used the morning stick to strike at the monster with his eyes flashing red. The morning stick struck down, hitting the evil ghost's head heavily and causing him to scream in pain. After that, the monster's body began to shrink. In an instant, the monster was smaller than Zhang Lin's body. Seeing this, Zhang Lin approached the monster, then gently placed his hand on his shoulder and thought, why is the ghost energy on his body draining so fast? It's close to the ghost soldier level now, yet the level is still dropping. Zhang Lin asked in doubt, "Backlash." At this time, a line of text appeared on the system screen. In the underworld, there are some forbidden drugs that can quickly upgrade one's strength. Reading this line, Zhang Lin immediately said, but this type of drug will have side effects after consumption. In severe cases, it can be life-threatening, and the resulting effects are not conducive to long-term normal movement in the underworld. After that, Zhang Lin held up the monster's hand. Then he quickly grabbed its leg, causing the monster's entire body to dangle in midair. The monster coughed a few times and suddenly spat out a red-green bead. Seeing this, Zhang Lin immediately picked the bead up. Zhang Lin stared at the bead and wondered to himself why he had never seen this object before. Could it be a new drug? After thinking, Zhang Lin looked at the monster in his hand and said, I must hand both you and this bead over to the captain for a thorough investigation. At the same time, the system notification rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the daily mission. Power of Faith plus 1,000 points, progress 1/3. Audience comments appeared on the screen. I'm guessing there's a huge conspiracy. The origin of that small bead is definitely not simple. The screamer is mighty. I bet that giant hole on the grave will be on the news tomorrow. Haha. This kind of transformation in novels either has a hidden backstory or they took some drugs, waiting for the next development. The strength of the ghost envoys is too powerful. The peace of the mortal realm is guaranteed a bit more. Suddenly, the black cat let out a cry. Meow. Hearing the cry, Zhang Lin turned his eyes to Bai Wuchang, who was holding the black cat and sitting next to the corpse of the man in white. Seeing Zhang Lin looking at him, Bai Wuchang greeted, Good evening, senior. Hearing this, Zhang Lin asked, Have you been patrolling here recently? As soon as Zhang Lin finished speaking, Bai Wuchang replied, Yeah, almost done patrolling. Zhang Lin said with a serious face, This patrol matter can be big or small. You should be careful yourself. After that, he stared at the corpse of the man in white and thought to himself, It seems the culprit is probably that monster. Seeing that there was not much time left, Zhang Lin turned to remind Bai Wuchang, It's not very peaceful lately. If you encounter anything, just cry for help. Hearing this, Bai Wuchang hugged the black cat tightly in his arms and replied with a fearful face, Yes, senior.
Afterward, Zhang Lin immediately led that monster back to the underworld. Seeing Zhang Lin leave, Bai Wuchang raised his hand to wave goodbye. Goodbye, senior. Back in the underworld, inside the study of Zhang Lin's captain, Zhang Lin's captain was intently writing in a ledger when Zhang Lin walked in, firmly gripping the monster and approached his desk. Then Zhang Lin pressed the monster's head hard onto the desk in front of the captain. Seeing this, Zhang Lin's captain calmly said, "Did the wandering soul you were supposed to escort also disappear from the work manual?" Zhang Lin stammered to ask, "How did you know, sir?" The captain replied, "I have also heard about this. There have been several similar cases recently. You guys need to pay a little attention." Zhang Lin quickly answered, "Yes, captain." The captain ordered while continuing to write diligently. "All right, you go do your work." Zhang Lin glided away quickly and pressed the button to start the live stream on the screen. He read the comments while thinking, "It's better not to tell them before everything is clearly investigated." Then he crossed his arms and told everyone, "Today, I'll take everyone to see the underworld stance." At the ghost market, the place was extremely lively and bustling. Many dancing activities were taking place. Clang, clang, clang. Get ready to start. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Purple myriad earth method. Clang. The girls with terrifyingly made-up faces all shouted in unison. Among them, one person dropped her head while dancing, making the netizens die of laughter. The people on the other side of the screen continuously commenting, "It seems the daily life in the underworld is also quite rich. Ha ha ha. Must learn to see the diversity of all things. Where are the big shots? Bring up the full version of the underworld dance. Oh my god, I feel like there's about to be a new trend on those short video apps." Suddenly, Zhang Lin was surrounded by a surge of yin energy that was scattering chaotically. He quickly handled it. What is going on? That's all for today's stream. After saying that, he immediately turned off the live stream and said goodbye to the audience. Returning exhausted to the primary cultivation room, he pressed the button to exchange 10,000 accumulated points for 20 yin energy pills. He swallowed the pills and then sat down to cultivate right away.
The system immediately announced, "The host's Great Ghost General Realm is about to reach the peak stage, beginning the attempt to break through to the Ghost King Realm." The energy surrounding Zhang Lin grew increasingly stronger, whooshing, but the system alarm suddenly let out a ding sound, accompanied by the words, "Unfortunately, the host's breakthrough to the Ghost King Realm has failed. We hope the host will continue to strive and work hard, keep moving forward." Zhang Lin felt overwhelmingly disappointed. He said in surprise, "Just now, I felt like I was only one step away from the Ghost King Realm. Could it be that my yin energy is still not enough to reach that level?" A book flew out from his hand and automatically opened to the work page he needed to do today, which was to take Yang Siming to the place of reincarnation. He said sadly to himself, "I didn't expect 7 days to pass so quickly." A while later, Zhang Lin walked briskly to the place where Yang Siming was staying, which was Shai Mu Si. The servant immediately greeted him. "Lord Zhang, you are here." He pushed the door open, walked in, and asked a ghost soldier there, "Yeah, I'm here to pick up Yang Siming. How far has he written?" The soldier raised 3 fingers and replied, "Not that much. In 7 days, he wrote about 200,000 to 300,000 words or something." Yang Siming looked up with dark circles under his eyes and said, "Who's calling me?" "Lord Wuchang. Lord Wuchang, you finally arrived." He stood up with an excited expression as he saw Zhang Lin approaching him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from a distance, accompanied by the voices of 2 soldiers dragging someone away. "What? We are professionals when it comes to urging. You want to run? Wait for your next life."
Yang Siming was terrified. He immediately sat down and continued writing. Zhang Lin spoke up. "Yang Siming, I have come to pick you up for reincarnation." Yang Siming burst into loud tears and knelt at Zhang Lin's feet. "Wah, wah, wah, Lord Wuchang, you're finally here. Wah, wah, wah. I don't want to stay here for another moment." He cried pitifully and hugged Zhang Lin's legs, begging desperately. "I've thought it through. Obediently reincarnating is what a wandering soul like me should do. Wah, wah, wah." Zhang Lin quickly lifted his soul up, while he wiped his tears and sniffled, saying, "Wah, I can finally leave this place." While walking, he suddenly stopped and blocked the path of a guarding soldier. The soldier was puzzled and asked, "Lord Zhang, do you have any orders for me?" Zhang Lin replied calmly, "I want Yang Siming's handwritten manuscript." Hearing this, Yang Siming felt extremely terrified, his expression changing instantly. The soldier quickly agreed and held out the stack of manuscripts Yang Siming had written. "Of course, Lord Zhang." Zhang Lin took it and said politely, "Many thanks." The soldier clasped his hands. "What are you saying, Lord Zhang? This is what we are supposed to do." Hearing that, Zhang Lin immediately carried Yang Siming and glided away.
At the Neihe Bridge, Yang Siming walked and asked him, "Streamer, do I really not need to continue writing? Do I also not need to revise the manuscript anymore?" Zhang Lin calmly replied, "No need anymore. You can go now." Yang Siming asked joyfully, "Really?" Zhang Lin smiled warmly and gently. "Really?" Yang Siming shed tears and ran away quickly like a bird locked in a cage for a long time that has now been released. "I'm free." He ran so fast that his sandals fell off without him caring at all. "I am finally free." Zhang Lin watched his silhouette gradually fade out of sight, smiled with satisfaction, and left right then. He went to a nearby empty lot, placed the manuscript papers that Yang Siming had written on the ground, and looked up to announce to everyone in the live stream, "Here's the continuation of the novel you all want to read." After Zhang Lin's words were posted on social media platforms, Douyan's hot search immediately updated its latest search bar.
I read the latest continuation of the novel by the deceased author, the professional urging team of the underworld, 300,000 words in 7 days. If you don't work hard at typing, see you in the underworld. There were also readers who posted articles saying, I have compiled the continuation of that author's work. Click the link below to read. The first soldier held the stories that Young Si-ming had written and praised them profusely. Oh, it would be so great if he stayed here. Who knows, we might even be able to see other interesting stories. The soldier opposite him expressed regret. There's nothing we can do. He is the person brought here by Lord Wuchang. We don't dare to keep him. While they were talking, a young man who was also a novel author staying there approached and asked, Can I take a look at his manuscript? The soldier immediately handed it to him. Here. He quickly said 2 words, Thank you.
He began to squat down and read aloud the contents of those manuscripts. Great War of the Three Realms, Goddess Sacrificed to Heaven. The main character brings a buff to other worlds to experience, searching for the goddess while resolving everything. So interesting, so fascinating. Time flew by and he sat captivated by the contents Yang Si-ming had written. Inside there were not only grand, passionate scenes, but also many humorous and funny stories mixed in. In the cultivation world, they initiated using magic to repair roads, farm, and cook. Haha, it could even improve the living standards in this world. Unexpectedly, there were also magic phones and giant beasts. After reading, he stroked his chin and praised it endlessly, as if he had never read anything this good before. It's really interesting, truly wonderful. Seeing him reading for so long, the soldier stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and reminded him, It's time, you should continue writing your novel. He turned his head and replied, Let me read a little bit more. I will be leaving this place later. The soldier asked him in surprise, Then what about those novels? He said indifferently, In the next 2 days, I'm preparing to write the ending. Seeing that his words seemed true, the soldier sat down next to him and confided, According to the rules here, although we specialize in urging for new chapter updates, we always respect the author's wishes. Have you decided what you will write in the future? He thought carefully for a long time before daring to say, I won't write novels for the time being. I have decided to take a trip to the mortal realm to see. Shuasan mused, I miss the sunlight in the mortal realm. I miss the warm feeling enveloping my body. Then she asked the ghost envoy beside her, Do you remember the ghost guy who came here a few years ago, whose novel became famous all over the underworld as soon as it was written? The other party replied, Is it the urban face-slapping and turning against each other story? I still remember. It was written quite well. Then Shuasan looked at the text in front of her. Now that stories have so many new things like this, it seems the changes in the mortal realm are much faster than I imagined. The ghost envoy placed a hand on her shoulder and comforted her. Cheer up. If you want to go to the mortal realm, there are 2 ways. One is reincarnation, and the other is to go to the underworld to find a position that allows you to travel back and forth between the mortal realm and the underworld. Consider it yourself and make a choice. Watching him leave, she smiled and thanked him. Before leaving, the ghost envoy turned back and said, I hope you can bring back more spectacular stories. Not long after, Shuasan, holding her luggage made of paper, stood in front of the mansion. Observing for a moment, she thought to herself, This is the place. Then she knocked on the door. Immediately, a servant stepped out and invited her in.
She silently followed his guidance. Reaching a room, someone from inside called out, Come in. Shuran looked around, while the servant bowed his head and left. Before her eyes was a room with a strange layout. Suddenly, a voice spoke, Welcome to my home. You can just call me Ghost Shopkeeper. He sat on a chair wearing a terrifying ghost mask. Seeing him, she immediately asked, I heard that from your place one can go to the mortal realm. Of course. When do you want to go, and for how long? Receiving this answer, she felt it was strange. Aren't you going to ask what I'm going to do in the mortal realm? The ghost shopkeeper replied in a calm voice, What difference does it make whether I ask or not? Going to the mortal realm, besides matters of revenge and gratitude, money and womenfolk, what else is there? Everyone has their obsessions. She breathed a sigh of relief. Then she said, If I want to live in the mortal realm for a period of time, what price must I pay? As soon as she finished speaking, he threw her a piece of paper.
All you need to do is sign the contract. The paper contained an agreement. If Party B goes to the mortal realm for half a year, they must work for the ghost shopkeeper for 3 years. If they go for 1 year, they must work for 10 years. During the working period, there can be no betrayal nor any malicious intentions. Reading the paper in her hands, Shuasan immediately asked, Going to play in the mortal realm for half a year only requires working for 3 years? Then she put a hand on her chin, deep in thought. Such favorable conditions couldn't possibly be a scheme, right? The ghost shopkeeper replied, Rest assured, the job content is definitely within your capabilities. So, do you want to go to the mortal realm? Then she thought to herself, going to the mortal realm from here was already not a proper path. What if something happened along the way, or she was discovered while working? She placed the contract on the table. Let me go back and think more about it. Feel free. Thank you. Farewell, she said, and then left. Just as her foot reached the door, suddenly something struck hard at the back of her neck. Shuasan passed out. The culprit was none other than that ghost shopkeeper.
The last thing she saw was him telling his subordinates, "Did you really think you can just come and go as you please here? Guards, drag her away." As her consciousness gradually faded, she thought to herself, "Forced buying and selling, and there is still Lord Yama." After that, she completely lost consciousness. A noise came from that room, and then silence. On Zhonglin's side, he pressed the button to start the live stream in front of him. After that, countless comments popped up. "Teachers and students, school is about to start. Remember to prepare yourselves mentally and have your school supplies and homework ready." Oh my god, is school about to start already? So fast. Am I the only one spending this holiday following the streamer's live stream? Boo-hoo streamer, can you hook away my teacher's soul for about 2 days? Once I finish my homework, you can return my teacher's soul. It's fine if you don't return it either. I'll give you all my lucky money. I'm currently at a gathering, but still couldn't resist glancing at my phone a bit. I just hope my face doesn't appear on the live stream.
The male lead softly said to the viewers, "Let's go pick up the next wandering soul." Before his eyes was an image of an old man and a young woman talking to each other. "Sir, please keep this money for yourself to use so you can live better. I live very well. You don't need to worry." The old man continued, "Those children are the ones who need the money. At my age, I already have 1 foot in the grave." Suddenly, another woman walked up and said, "Sir, the child you mentioned last time can now continue going to school." Hearing this, the old man happily said, "Going to school is good. They can learn many good things." Then the woman took out a letter. "That child even wrote a thank you letter. Let me read it to you." All right, read it." Then she took out the letter inside. "Dear uncles, aunts, grandpas, grandmas, and older siblings, hello everyone. My home is in the mountains, where transportation is inconvenient, and we can't grow many crops. The nearest store to my house is also very far, very far. It takes me more than an hour to go buy things. Our school is in the town, and it usually takes 2 or 3 hours to get there. My family has 3 siblings, and life is very difficult. If it weren't for you, Grandpa, I wouldn't have the chance to return to school." As she read, she was so moved that she shed tears. "Soon the corn at home will be ripe. I really want you to taste it." Then she wiped her tears and said to the old man, "I finished reading, sir." The old man heard this, leaned on his cane, and walked away. What a good child, a good child. The girl behind then asked the woman who just read the letter, "Sister, I see that his situation is not very good either. Living in poverty. Why does he still want to donate money?" She replied, "He started doing this a few years ago.
I heard that his son's entire family passed away in a car accident in the past, and his daughter-in-law was pregnant when she died. He is the only one left. From what we can see, perhaps he wants to do something to channel his feelings." She sighed, looking at the old man's retreating back. Sigh, the only thing we can do is not to let down his good intentions. The old man stepped outside, holding his scrap bag. The streets outside were bustling with pedestrians. By the trash can, a laughing boy threw a plastic bottle into the bin. The old man then picked it up and put it in his bag to collect. While he was rummaging, a voice called out from behind, "Grandpa, take these and sell them. They are all things we don't use anymore." When he turned around, there was a stack of scrap paper in front of him, and the little girl had already run away quickly. When he picked up the stack of paper, a workbook fell out. He immediately picked it up. A workbook? He quickly took the notebook to the police station. Kids these days, really, why did they leave their homework in here? What if they can't find it later? The young police officer thought he came to collect scrap, so he handed him a plastic bottle. "Grandpa, this bottle is for you." But the old man replied, "Don't rush, I'm not here to collect scrap. The little kid from earlier accidentally mixed her homework inside. She might come back looking for it later. Can you keep it here temporarily?" The officer was a bit dazed. "Huh? Ah yes, sure." Then the old man left. "Thank you, I'll be going now." After that, he continued collecting scrap. Then he stood rubbing his aching back. Suddenly there was a shout. "Robbery! Catch the thief!" At that exact moment, the thief came face to face with the old man. Ignoring everything, he ran fast and carelessly crashed hard into the old man. The old man lost his balance and fell heavily to the ground. His whole day's hard work was scattered on the ground, and he fell unconscious. At this moment, the police arrived. "Police here! Don't run! Don't run!" In a daze, the old man saw his son and the grandchild he had never seen reaching out their hands to him. The grandson carried the baby away, while around the old man there was still extremely unpleasant gossiping. "Hey, look quickly! Someone fell on the street over there. Don't look anymore, don't look anymore. You won't be able to afford to help. Damn it, just went out for a meal and had the bad luck to encounter these scammers." A kind-hearted man approached and quickly called an ambulance. "Hello, is this 120? At the entrance of 779 West Duton Road, there is an old man who has fallen unconscious. Please come here quickly." Another old man standing far away asked worriedly, "I wonder if anything happened to this old man. I didn't hear any sound either." A strange young man hurriedly raised his phone and turned to his friend. "How about I go over there and take a look? You help me record a video as proof." His friend hurriedly stopped him. "Just let it be. If you help them carelessly, you might be blamed for causing further injury." Suddenly, a little boy came over, squatted down, and asked the old man, even though he didn't wake up, "Grandpa, are you okay? Do you need my help? Do you want me to help you up?"
The boy's mother, standing nearby, immediately pulled the boy closer and scolded. "This is adults' business. Why are children like you getting involved?" The boy looked up and said, "But Mom, hasn't everyone said that we must always know how to help others, respect the elderly, and love the young?" The mother was stunned when she heard her child say that. She quickly picked up her phone and called emergency services. "Then let Mom call an ambulance for him first, okay?"
The boy excitedly replied, "Yes." Then he approached the old man and asked, "Grandpa, are you still okay?" At this moment, the old man slowly opened his eyes and stammered a few words in a very weak voice. The mother continuously spoke on the phone. "Is this 120? At the entrance of 779 West Duton Road, an old man suddenly had an accident on the street. Please come here quickly to check." The frail old man struggled to push himself up. "I was just a little tired, so I lay here for a while. I'm fine." The boy was overjoyed to see him wake up and didn't forget to ask again, "Really, Grandpa?" The old man nodded, but a few drops of sweat had fallen on his forehead. "Listen to your mother. Once I rest enough, I'll be able to get up." The boy's mother reached out and offered to help him sit up. "Sir, how about I help you up?" The old man refused and replied, "At my age, I know my own bones best." The old man awkwardly pushed himself up. Huff, huff. "Look, everyone, aren't I still fine? Everyone just go about your business." The old man panted as he told everyone, "If I were 20 years younger, I could walk as fast as the wind. Hurry up and go. This old man wouldn't dare hold up your work anymore." The boy's mother handed him his bag. "Sir, here is your bag. I'm returning it to you." The old man gently took it and said, "Thank you." Then a few seconds later, he immediately left with the cane in his hand. Returning to his dilapidated house, he opened the door, put the bag on the ground, slumped over the table, and immediately closed his eyes. Suddenly, a police officer appeared, talking on the phone while walking into his house. "Hello, Hazy, I'm at his place now. Later, when everyone comes over, remember to bring some meat and vegetables." After hanging up, he suddenly felt something strange. "Hey, what's wrong with you today, Uncle? Why didn't you close the door?" "Uncle, I'm here." He put down the food he bought and said to him, "Added a bag of rice and a jug of cooking oil. I'll pay for this out of my own pocket, Uncle." Suddenly, Hazy's voice rang through the earpiece. "Chingzi, he just passed away." Chingzi panicked, turned to look at him, and choked up, unable to speak a word. Chingzi slowly placed 2 fingers near his nose to see if it was true, then burst into loud tears with immense regret. "Uncle, why did you just leave like that? I even bought a lot of dishes you like to eat, Uncle." Chingzi just held the old man and cried endlessly. Zhang was now standing from afar, observing everything. Meanwhile, the old man's spirit had already left his body, standing in a daze with a sad expression, watching Chingzi hug his corpse. Chingzi shed tears for a long time before deciding to take out his phone to call his friend. "Hazy, are you planning to discuss with everyone in the team a bit? How should we organize our uncle's funeral now?" The old man's spirit approached and patted his head affectionately. At the same time, the old man also instructed, "Chingzi, thank you so much. You must live well in the future. Good boy. You don't need to be sad for this old man." As he spoke, his tears also fell endlessly. Jiang Lin only chose to speak up now after giving the old man some time to linger in the mortal realm. "Let's hit the road." The old man left following Jiang Lin's command, but didn't forget to turn his head to look at the meager belongings he left behind. "Oh, I haven't even had time to sell these things yet. Well, let it go. Just let the living handle the rest." Seeing Jiang Lin lead the old man away until they gradually disappeared from sight, the viewers spoke with half doubt and half belief. Why do I have the feeling that he already knew clearly about his actual health condition, which is why he firmly refused to go to the hospital for a checkup? Do you all remember what the old man once said? He said he already had 1 foot in the grave, and those children are the ones who truly need the money. There were also people with different opinions who argued. He said he knows best how his own body is. He also said every family has its own problems. If there was any other way, who wouldn't want to be a good person in everyone's eyes? I guess maybe the old man didn't want people to blame that person wearing the hood.
Suddenly, an account named Shen Yuan commented, "I have robbed and I have also killed people. I still help those people do many bad things. They harmed many people and I have also harmed many people." He continuously commented to threaten everyone, "Come here and arrest me. I am sitting here waiting for you. If you guys still have a chance to be kind, then don't go towards hell." Everyone did not expect this, panicking and exclaiming, "Oh my God, what is happening? A criminal confessing? Or is he deliberately trying to attract our attention?" The police also did not back down, immediately replying, "Hell has no shore to turn back to, but if you are willing to turn back, we are always here." The police also did not forget to say a final word, "We will definitely find you." On a small street, there were a few people walking around. Otherwise, there was only Shen Yuan sitting alone, holding a phone in his hand with a blessing displayed on the bright screen. May the old man have a safe journey, hoping that under Huang Quan, the old man will no longer feel pain. After that, he decided to do an extremely reckless thing, which was to send his location to 110.
After finishing this, he put out the half-smoked cigarette in his hand and immediately left. He moved to a closed grocery store nearby, then placed his phone on the ground in front of this store. Glancing at the phone, he thought to himself, "They will be able to find this place through my phone's location, right?"
Shen Yuan looked up at the vast, clear blue sky and couldn't stop crying. He began to think about everything. The old man was not wrong. If possible, who wouldn't want to be a good person? But in today's world, bad people are everywhere, and when one wants to be a good person, no one gives them that chance. He walked alone, his heart heavy with burdened thoughts. He couldn't fight against the darkness, so he could only choose to step into the abyss. Old man, if I had been lucky enough to meet you when I was young, would everything have changed? He walked and asked himself, feeling incredibly helpless and depressed. Could those people really find him, or would hell come to pick him up first? At home, a girl was lying comfortably on the sofa wearing a face mask, holding her phone to scroll through today's news. Suddenly, she sat up in surprise, causing the mask to fly off. Oh my God, the murderer turned himself in? Immediately after, she texted her assistant with the message, "Within the next 3 days, I want to see that person named Shen Yuan punished by the law. Oh right, give me a plan to establish an educational fund today." The assistant on the other side held his head in frustration. I knew it. No wonder my eyelids have been twitching lately. So this is what was waiting for me. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with an incoming call. It was his wealthy sugar daddy father. He pressed the answer button, and at the same time, his father's voice rang out from the other end. "You brat, what do you want from your father?" He interrogated his dad. "Old man, I heard that your business negotiation with Chairman Wang was rejected a few days ago." The father stammered speechlessly. "You brat," he said smugly. "I divined that Chairman Wang is coming to Lin City soon. I also know what he is coming for and where he will stay. Do you need me to lend you a hand? My request is very simple, old man. Tell your secretary to help me prepare some books, clothes, and daily necessities for children in places like remote areas. I want to do charity." His dad quickly nodded in agreement without thinking. "You brat, it's a deal. Just like the previous 2 times, hand over the goods with one hand and the news with the other." Hearing this, he smiled with satisfaction. Over at Yayoshi's house, he was sitting and reading attentively when his phone suddenly rang. The caller was none other than Tang Tianze. He said hurriedly, Yazy, have you watched the livestream just now? I didn't expect a criminal to turn himself in on that livestream." Tang Tianze, who was driving at the moment, continued, "Today, after watching the livestream, I realized that I have been too careless. Tell me, should we do some charity?"
Yayoshi hesitated for a long time. He put down the book and replied, "If you want, we can try a one-on-one sponsorship format. That might be more effective for you." Tang Tianze nodded his head rapidly. "Okay, then you come with me tomorrow to take a look, and conveniently help me catch that guy Shen Yuan. Is that okay?" Yayoshi replied, "All right." On mass media and the press, many news articles about the livestream session featuring Shen Yuan's comments are trending wildly. The media stated, "Latest news on the criminal turning himself in during the Underworld Healing livestream. According to sources, the criminal has been officially arrested." Other media outlets continuously posted, "Latest news, wealthy tycoons are collectively doing charity, donating money and goods. Could this be some new investment trend?" A few other news sources spread rumors like this, "User-created video in the creative zone of the Underworld Healing livestream." The comments from viewers watching the video about the old man were full of condolences. "Ah, finally, it's not a scammer. Nowadays, scammers are everywhere. It's scary to watch. This is the kind of elderly person I am truly willing to respect and love."
Many people left comments about what they had realized after the old man's death. I realized that after acting impulsively, there are 2 paths. One is to continue being impulsive, and the other is from then on to correct oneself to be righteous. But ultimately, which path you take is heavily related to the people you meet. In the video about the old man, there was also a small message reminding everyone, hoping that we can all meet warm people like this old man. In Yangzhou Town, Shanshui City, a guy with a rather fierce face pushed the door and walked in. As soon as he opened the door, the heavily tattooed gangsters immediately called out 2 words, "Boss." The first underling happily said, "Boss, you guys don't know this, but it turns out there is someone so stupid in this world who would confess to being a criminal right on a live stream. Ha 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 ha." The second underling also spoke up. Does he really think the police can't catch him? This is not a movie world. Doing that in the real world is an extremely stupid act. Hearing this, the boss was extremely scared. What's going on? Bonzi, explain it clearly. The underling waved his hand to reassure him. Don't worry too much, boss. It has nothing to do with us. That idiot has already been caught by the police. Their boss then asked again to be sure. Where did you get this news? The underling smirked. People on the streets are all discussing it. That boss also chimed in to raise their guard. Regardless of how others are, we ourselves should also be a little careful. This underling said one last sentence before leaving. Rest assured, boss, we are fine. Normally, we brothers are always vigilant. Let me go check if Auntie has killed the chicken yet. I'm feeling a little hungry.
Feeling worried for him, the purple-haired guy ran after him and called out from behind, "Wait for me a moment, I will go with you." The other guy immediately nodded. "Yeah, okay." As soon as he finished speaking and opened the door, a police officer pointed a gun at his head. His eyes widened in absolute shock and astonishment. A moment later, this group of criminals was arrested one after another, leaving no one behind. Each criminal was escorted into the police car immediately. Shan Yuan thought in his head as he walked, "Congratulations to you all, you have found me. Finally, I am freed." After saying that, he smiled contentedly, as if it was something that made his heart feel somewhat unburdened. Back at Zhang Lin's house, he was looking up to read everyone's comments on the screen. Someone said, "Streamer, thanks to your live stream, the police have dismantled a criminal den." Others agreed, "That's right, this streamer has made a huge contribution." Others asked something to seek Zhang Lin's opinion. "Can we burn this for King Yama to help the streamer increase his work performance? Does the upstairs commenter feel their life is too long?" Zhang Lin didn't say anything more, just said goodbye to everyone in an indifferent tone. "That's all for today's live. See you all next time." He clicked the button to turn off the live stream and then walked away, his face showing a hint of fear about something. Zhang Lin felt uncomfortable in his body. He clutched his chest and thought, "This feeling has come again, as if something is about to reach the limit but is suddenly blocked." Then he pushed the door, entered, and sat cross-legged in the room. After that, Zhang Lin took out a handful of pills and quickly put them into his mouth to swallow. Then he quickly began to cultivate. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. Zhang Lin thought, "The ghost energy accumulated for so long is all used at this moment. Perhaps I can break through that limit."
Zhang Lin's whole body emitted a blinding light that shot out in all directions. The light hit the walls, causing them to break down. The rays of light shooting from Zhang Lin's body created a loud rumbling noise. After cultivating for a while, Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin opened his eyes. He looked down at his hands and thought to himself, could this be the Ghost King realm? Then he tried snapping his fingers. A massive explosion appeared behind him. Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin smiled with inner joy, feeling as if he could cover the sky with one hand and summon the wind and rain. It was truly miraculous. Suddenly, a stream of memories appeared in Zhang Lin's mind. He asked himself, what is this? These memories, could they be from my past life? Then Zhang Lin's past memories gradually revealed themselves. In a famine scene, dead bodies were scattered everywhere. The living fought each other for every bite of food. "This is mine, mine." A mother's voice rang out. "Good child, eat quickly, hurry. This is what mother managed to get for you. Ah, I won't allow you to snatch my child. Cough, you must survive." Seeing this scene, Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin realized it was a natural disaster. And the scene of soldiers fighting, that was a man-made disaster. Zhang Lin saw an image of his younger self, a little boy crying beside his dying mother. "Mother, please don't leave me behind, okay?" His mother tried her best to instruct him. "Listen to your mother's words. You must live, survive." Then she took her last breath. Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin hugged his mother tightly and cried out loudly, "Mother." Afterward, Zhang Lin buried his mother. He knelt before her grave and promised, "Mother, rest assured, I will follow the villagers to the capital. They will take care of me." Then a hand was placed on Zhang Lin's shoulder and led him away. Along the way, Zhang Lin saw people tearing at each other, fighting for every bite of food. After some time, he and the villagers arrived at the capital. He and another woman had to kneel and beg for food on the streets, but no one took pity to give him any food. Starving and exhausted, he collapsed to the ground in a daze, muttering, "Mother, your son is useless. I must go find you, mother." His eyes were hazy as he thought to himself, "Third uncle, Uncle Lin, where is everyone?" Suddenly, a voice spoke beside his ear. "Still alive?" He sensed something. "Food?" Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin woke up to see an old man feeding him. He said, "I see you, little one, have an affinity with me. From now on, follow me and make a living together." He gave Zhang Lin a piece of cake and continued, "As long as this old beggar has a bite to eat, there will surely be a share for you, little beggar." Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin felt very happy. He happily confided in his mother in his heart. "Mother, I am very lucky to have met an old beggar, so I survived. He took me everywhere to beg for food and taught me a lot of things. He said, when encountering unreasonable people, just ignore them and don't act impulsively. A moment of hot-headedness can make you lose your senses." Time flew by, and a few years later, the old man and Zhang Lin were still wandering the streets begging. The old man walked ahead, reminding him, "This place is inside the capital, mostly filled with nobles and aristocrats. We can't afford to mess with them, and don't go provoking them. Just try to survive. You brat, do you remember?" Zhang Lin replied, I remember. You say it once a day, my ears are about to grow calluses." Later, while walking on the road, the old man accidentally blocked the path of a noble and was hit by a nearby soldier who shouted, "Filthy old beggar, how dare you block the prince's way?" Seeing this, the old man quickly pushed Zhang Lin behind a pile of straw to hide. Then he knelt down and begged for forgiveness. The noble pointed at the old man and said, "A filthy beggar dares to dirty my shoes. Beat him for me." His subordinates heard this and immediately followed the order. "Yes, sir." They stepped forward to mercilessly beat and trample the old man, while another knelt down to wipe the noble's shoes.
The beaten old man could only hold his head and cry out, "Ouch! Ah!" After beating him for a while, the noble finally let the old man go. Let's go, how boring." When the carriage of that guy had gone a distance, the old man, trembling, looked towards the pile of straw where Zhang was hiding and called out, "They are gone. Come out here."
At this time, the old man was completely exhausted and could not stand steadily. Zhang Lin hurriedly ran over from the haystack and said, "Do you want me to go gather some medicine for you?" But at this moment, the old man no longer had the strength to stand, and he collapsed. Seeing the old man fall, Zhang Lin quickly held him in his arms and called out, "Grandpa!" Then he carried him on his back and ran to find a doctor. "Grandpa, hang in there. I will definitely take you to find a doctor. I can certainly get you cured." However, no matter which pharmacy they went to, the two of them were chased away. "Get out! Where did these beggars come from? So unlucky." Despite being chased away multiple times, Zhang Lin did not give up and continued to carry the old man. He carried him to another pharmacy. Luck finally smiled upon them. A kind-hearted doctor gave them a packet of medicine, moving Zhang Lin to tears. At a ruined temple, after receiving the medicine, Zhang Lin brought the old man here, then boiled the medicine and fed it to him. But the medicine kept spilling out as soon as it reached his mouth. Zhang Lin cried and said to him, "Please drink it. It was so hard to ask for this medicine. Don't waste it." At this moment, the old man was completely exhausted and passed away. Seeing this, Zhang Lin cried even louder, begging, "Don't leave me behind."
Although he didn't want to, he still had to bury the old man. He took a wooden board to make a tombstone, carving "Tomb of the Old Beggar, erected by the little beggar" on it, and lit a stick of incense for him. Zhang Lin knelt before his grave and said, "Grandpa, this is the second time I have buried someone. Before, I asked you why you still took me along and taught me so many things during such chaotic times." Tears fell uncontrollably as he continued. "You said it was to atone for your sins. Now have you finished your atonement and run away by yourself, leaving me all alone? I hate this world. Everyone tells me to survive, but does it even matter whether I live or not?" Later, the enemy army attacked outside the city. The once high and mighty royals either died or fled. Basically, no one cared about the life or death of the common people. In this critical moment, a person stood up. It was King Janin. He raised his sword high and shouted majestically, "Everyone, do not be afraid. Follow this king to kill the enemy and find a way to survive." The soldiers below also shouted loudly, "It's King Janin! It's King Janin who gave us porridge. We are willing to follow King Janin. We are willing to follow King Janin." The commoners also held flags and shouted, "We are willing to follow King Janin." Just like that, I joined this army. Even though the abilities of this troop gathered from commoners were uneven, they won by being united as one. No one played tricks to shirk responsibility, nor did anyone complain. Half a month later, the enemy launched an attack. After 3 months of fierce fighting, we ultimately still lost. Zhang Lin was also pierced in the chest by a spear and sacrificed himself in battle. On the city wall, flags fluttered in the wind. That was the entire past life of Bai Wuchang, Zhang Lin, when he was in the mortal realm. After recalling for a while, Bai Wuchang, Zhang Lin sighed. "So this is how I died."
Zhang Lin muttered to himself, wondering what happened to King Janin afterward and whether that person and the captain were the same person. He would ask when he had the chance. From these memories, it could be seen that their styles of doing things were quite similar. Then Zhang Lin asked himself, however, why did I suddenly remember these things? He thought, could it be that in the past my soul was too weak to bear so many memories, so my body automatically blocked them? And now that my soul has become stronger and more resilient, those memories have been unlocked. He looked down at his hands and continued to think, so if my cultivation level gets even higher in the future, will there be other strange memories appearing? While Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin was pondering, the system announced, "Ding, congratulations to the host for breaking through yourself, entering the Ghost King realm, receiving 10,000 accumulated points, 3,000 merit points, and a discount card. Ding, congratulations to the host for entering a new realm. The accumulated points for daily missions are increased to 500 points per day. Ding, new mission notification. Become an outstanding first-class Ghost Envoy. Hope the host continues to work hard and move forward." Zhang Lin pressed the button to receive the reward and said, "I was still wondering why there were no more missions after reaching the late-stage Great Ghost General." At this time, he looked thoughtfully at the notification. Ding, new mission notification. Become an outstanding first-class Ghost Envoy. Hope the host continues to work hard and move forward. Zhang Lin frowned. Does this mean it wants me to work hard? Shuizizi screamed loudly. Ouch! Ah, ah, ah! After screaming, he also crashed onto the floor where Zhang Lin was standing. Zhang Lin stepped back with a totally surprised expression. Shuizizi looked up in amazement and said, "Oh my, is the Ghost General realm this awesome? Just breaking through a realm can even destroy the cultivation room." Zhang Lin observed the surrounding situation, looked at him and thought to himself, so the commotion was caused by him just upgrading to a Ghost General? Zhang Lin retracted his ghost energy, which made Shuizizi suddenly realize there was someone standing behind him, and he turned around in fear.
Zhang Lin praised him profusely. "Great job, brother, to be able to cause such a huge commotion just after advancing to the Ghost General stage." Shuizizi quickly and shyly denied it. No, it's probably because I couldn't control it during the breakthrough, resulting in using too much force." Sweating profusely and scratching his head, he asked Zhang Lin, "Did I disturb your cultivation? I'll compensate you with 2 cultivation cards later." He held up 2 fingers timidly, knowing full well that his own wallet was currently empty. Zhang Lin replied calmly, "It's fine, just be more careful next time. It's just that the beginner cultivation room must be repaired properly." Shuizizi said sheepishly, I didn't expect to destroy the whole cultivation room. This time I've truly gone back to the pre-liberation era overnight. Jiang Lin continued to praise him endlessly. If a brother at the Ghost General level is already this capable, you will definitely have a bright future. He blushed like a tomato and stammered, I guess so, but deep down he was thinking something else. He had never heard of such a thing before. Could he be the very first person to destroy a cultivation room while cultivating? Seizing the momentum, Shu Zizi became even more arrogant. He rubbed his chin and said happily, I didn't expect my potential to be this high. When I advance to a higher realm in the future, will I still need to worry about money? He immediately ran over, tapped Jiang Lin's shoulder lightly, and invited him for a meal as a token of gratitude. Brother Wu Chang, you are so right. Today is a good day. Let's go grab a meal together later. My treat. Jiang Lin also happily accepted the invitation. Then I shall gladly share in your good fortune, Brother Shu.
Shu Zi suddenly spaced out, looking dumbfounded, and hesitantly said, Wait. Jiang Lin felt a bit puzzled, not knowing what was wrong with him. Shu Zi thought to himself that just now he kept feeling something was not quite right with his person. Only now did he realize there was no ghost energy on his body at all. In order to become a ghost envoy, who knows how much hardship he had to endure. Having thought this through, he blurted out with a sympathetic tone, Brother, to think you worked so hard just to be a ghost envoy. I am truly ashamed that I cannot compare. Jiang Lin felt puzzled once again, not knowing what he was babbling about. The two of them walked out to the door, while Shu Zi walked behind Jiang Lin and instructed him, If you need any help in the future, just find your brother here. I absolutely won't refuse even if I die. If you don't find me annoying, whenever you carry out a mission later on, just give me a call and I will go with you. Shu Zi kept talking non-stop, but in his mind he was calculating. A ghost envoy with no ghost energy on their body is indeed extremely dangerous. Having upgraded to a ghost general, I also have an obligation to care for my colleagues. Jiang Lin nodded in agreement. Okay. In another scene, the inspector of the beginner cultivation room and the servants finished checking the room's quality. The servants respectfully bowed and greeted, reporting to the Lord. Meanwhile, the inspector turned to Jiang Lin and Shu Zi, then smiled. Looking at the inspector's expression, Shu Zi fearfully said, This must be from when I leveled up just now. I used too much force and accidentally broke it. The inspector looked up at the hole in the ceiling and firmly affirmed, The rank of a ghost general is still not enough to destroy a cultivation room like this. The inspector quickly turned to ask Jiang Lin, May I be so bold as to ask, what realm is the Lord currently at? Jiang Lin smiled and said, Me? I just leveled up to the Ghost King realm, but it's only at the early stage.
After hearing Jiang Lin finish speaking, the inspector immediately bowed 360 degrees and handed Jiang Lin a card. I hope, my lord, that next time you can go to the intermediate or advanced cultivation room to cultivate. Consider this cultivation card as my congratulations on your promotion to the Ghost King realm. Seeing this scene, Shu Zizi's face was filled with extreme shock and bewilderment. The inspector fearfully thought to himself, Please don't come and destroy our beginner cultivation room next time. Jiang Lin took the card from his hand and said thank you. Shu Zizi was still in shock at this moment. He was so shocked that his jaw dropped and his eyes widened. Then the beginner cultivation room inspector smiled contentedly and requested Jiang Lin, Well then, let's discuss the compensation for the cultivation room next. The staff inspected around the cultivation room for a while and reported back. The extent of the damage in other areas is still quite fine. Mostly it's just this hole in the ceiling that needs to be repaired. He turned around, held up 5 fingers and smiled. I've calculated a bit. It will only cost 100,000 hell coins and 500 soul stones. Shu Zizi held his head, crying and wailing to the heavens and earth. Is it that expensive? Jiang Lin was also quite surprised by this answer. He didn't expect it to cost so much. Then he held his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily he still had enough. Otherwise he would be dragged away for hard labor. Shu Zizi bit tightly on a handkerchief, tears streaming down his face. Even if I sold myself, I wouldn't get that much money. Oh blue skies, oh earth god, please save me, boo-hoo-hoo. Jiang Lin took out the hell coins and soul stones, holding them ready in his hand. Fortunately, I have the soul storage bag Mang Po left behind, and I've also earned quite a few hell coins from live streaming. This is enough. Jiang Lin approached and handed them to the inspector. Seeing that Jiang Lin had so many valuable items, the guy immediately broke into a bright smile. The system's voice rang out at this moment. Ding, a discountable transaction has been detected. Do you want to use a discount card? Jiang Lin immediately replied, Use. The system followed Jiang Lin's command right after. Discount card used successfully. Suddenly, the inspector took out a Soroban abacus and clicked it for a while. Hold on a moment, Lord, I just recalculated. This cultivation room has been used for quite a long time, so you only need to pay 80,000 hell coins and 400 soul stones. Jiang Lin happily agreed. All right. The inspector, receiving the exact amount of hell coins and soul stones he needed, also happily thanked Jiang Lin. Thank you, Lord. After everything was settled, Shu Zizi, looking like a soulless corpse, thought absent-mindedly, I have to look closely at what that discount card really is. I can't believe it saved me so much money. What is wrong with the world these days? We are both ghost envoys, so why am I so poor while he is so rich? Suddenly, the voice of King Yama's servant echoed in Jiang Lin's ears and announced, Lord Jiang, Jiang Wucheng, Lord Yama summons you to King Yama's hall. Jiang Lin, obey the order. I will go immediately. The soldier reminded him, Hurry up, don't make Lord Yama wait too long. At King Yama's hall, Jiang Lin was now present according to
to King Yama's order. Zhang Lin bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Yama." King Yama spoke. "Congratulations on reaching the Ghost King realm." Then King Yama's expression changed. "I'm quite curious about how you managed to do that." In King Yama's mind, a sarcastic thought arose. Opportunities for such an advancement are not common. First it was that one in the south, taking up all the talent and luck. Today it is your turn. How exactly did you guys do it? Zhang Lin was embarrassed and could not answer her question for a moment. King Yama quickly continued, "But on second thought, this is your own secret. As long as you don't do anything reckless, I won't interfere. At least for now, you are still worthy of trust, so you can rest assured." Zhang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, feeling completely reassured. "Yes." King Yama smiled and picked up a pen, preparing to write something. "According to the rules, advancing to the Ghost King realm allows you to have your own territory. You want to live inside the underworld or outside the underworld?" Zhang Lin answered slowly, "I want to stay in the underworld." King Yama looked disappointed and let out a weary sigh. Fine. Coincidentally, a palace in the west was recently renovated. You can go there and be the captain of Bai Wuchang's 18th squad. Are you willing?"
Zhang Lin panicked and cried out upon hearing the request King Yama had just made. "What?" King Yama stroked his chin and smiled, asking him in return, "Zhang Lin, what are your thoughts?" Zhang Lin cowered deeply. Although he had focused on his work these past few years, he hadn't made any massive contributions to the underworld. He looked at his palms and felt hesitant, even though he had now reached the Ghost King realm and his... Zhang Lin panicked and cried out upon hearing the request King Yama had just made. "What?" King Yama stroked his chin and smiled, asking him in return, "Zhang Lin, what are your thoughts?" Zhang Lin cowered deeply. Although he had focused on his work these past few years, he hadn't made any massive contributions to the underworld. He looked at his palms and felt hesitant, even though he had now reached the Ghost King realm and his strength had increased significantly, and he had completed major missions like Meng Po's matter. His qualifications, status, and experience still couldn't compare to a great captain's. King Yama guessed his thoughts. "I know what you are thinking. Recently, a large number of intern ghost envoys have been officially promoted. This is a time when the underworld needs manpower. Your superior, the great captain of the 9th squad, recommended you to me." Zhang Lin was surprised and pointed straight at his own face. "Me?" King Yama spoke while showing satisfaction toward him on his face. "I have read the reincarnation records. In recent years, the wandering souls you escorted have basically entered the cycle of reincarnation smoothly. Your other performances at work are also not bad. As for experience, it can be accumulated slowly." King Yama raised 2 fingers and assigned the task to Zhang Lin. "First, I will assign 20 ghost envoys to you, so you can adapt beforehand. Furthermore, this is also a good opportunity for you."
Zhang Lin clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Lord Yama. Then right at this moment, I can also take this opportunity to both accumulate experience and learn how to manage ghost envoys." As for King Yama, she sat there holding her face, smiling with delight. Then an ID card appeared on his body with the words Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin, Ghost Envoy of the 9th Brigade, written on it. The card flew out, and at the same time, a soul escorting notebook of the 18th squad also appeared in front of him. King Yama focused on writing, while saying, "In a bit, follow Guihua to the 18th All to have a look. Report there tomorrow. Your team members are all there waiting for you. Zhang Lin, do not disappoint me." Zhang Lin knelt down and clasped his hands together once more. "Understood, Lord Yama." He quickly tucked the notebook inside his clothes and thought joyfully, after becoming a brigade captain, whether it's the treatment or the missions received, everything will be doubled. This can also help me quickly become a first-class ghost envoy. Zhang Lin pushed the door open with his hand and stepped outside, only to run into the servant soldier from earlier who rushed in as fast as the wind. He slammed into the wooden door. His head was chipped, but he still managed to say, "Is that Captain Zhang Wuchang? Please follow me this way." Zhang Lin felt puzzled, but also agreed. "All right." King Yama's soldier walked slowly at Zhang Lin's pace, unable to hide the fear on his face. On King Yama's side, she picked up a piece of paper and thought in frustration. During the process of carrying out missions from the mission center, there will usually be all sorts of unexpected incidents. There are many details that basically cannot be written down, but Zhang Lin wrote them very meticulously, looking as if he had seriously investigated. King Yama hesitated and then continued. "But as long as it's the ghosts and monsters Zhang Lin has come into contact with, most of them will ultimately have a not-so-bad outcome. When they just left, there was neither resentful energy nor lingering obsession on their bodies." King Yama wearily put down the report. Zhang Lin seems to be very good at resolving the resentful energy of ghosts and monsters, or he is quite lucky. Sometimes luck is also a part of true strength, but he has even quickly upgraded to the Ghost King realm during this period of time.
King Yama stretched thoughtfully. Advancing to the Ghost King realm and Zhang Lin dealing with monsters, is the connection between these two things true strength or just a coincidence? King Yama smiled hopefully. "Zhang Lin, absolutely do not make me regret giving you the position of captain of Team 18, but let me also test and see what you exactly want to do and to what extent you can achieve it." The child pointed inside and said to Zhang Lin, "Lord Zhang, we have arrived." In front of him was a tightly closed gate with a huge nameplate saying Team 18. His guide proactively opened the door. "Lord Zhang, go in and take a look first." He also replied, "All right." Inside there were 3 different areas, including a reception hall, a workspace, and a resting area. Zhang Lin entered a room. Once he was inside, everything was empty, as if abandoned. But Zhang Lin was very satisfied, touching the door. This is great. This place is not only suitable for working and resting, but also for cultivating. Then he turned back to say to the guide, "Thank you for today." The little boy stretched out his hand and handed him a red stone. "Lord Zhang, this is for you." Zhang Lin took the item as the boy explained. "Great Captain Zhang Wuchang, if you ever need to transport items to other ghosts or run any errands in the future, you can look for me." He saw a small information panel appear from it. Guiwa Express Delivery. Good professional ability. Fast speed. The motto of Guiwa Express Delivery. Even if something happens to oneself, the goods must be delivered to the destination and the message must be passed on. The little boy rubbed his head and added, "When the time comes, just crush this stone and I will come immediately." He also accepted it. "All right."
Jianglin thought to himself, this is Guiwa's sensing stone, which has a 3 no-give rule. They don't give it to ghosts with low cultivation levels, they don't give it to ghosts with poor positions, and they especially don't give it to ghosts they find unpleasant. However, their fees wouldn't be low. That child emphasized one thing, but there will be a fee, you know. He already knew that, so he agreed, "All right." After that, the child quickly vanished, leaving him alone with his doubts. Why did the captain recommend him? Since he temporarily didn't have any work at the moment, he had to go ask clearly. Jianlin went to the workplace of Team 9. There were many people like him coming and going here. The guards holding spears stood on both sides with haggard faces. The young man calmly walked in as usual. Suddenly, a colleague exclaimed, "Jianglin!" He couldn't help but be surprised. "Captain of Team 18, since when did this happen?" Jianglin answered him, "It's only been 2 days." The other person was happy. "Congratulations, congratulations." He politely replied to him, "Same to you, same to you. Is the captain here?" The colleague pointed it out to him. "Yes, just go right in. There is no one else right now." So they paused their conversation. "Thank you." Before parting ways, the other person, still friendly, suggested, "Jianglin, let's get together when you're free." He nodded at that person. "All right." After that, Jianglin continued to walk inside. The person he was looking for was sitting at the desk, focused on writing something down. King Jianan saw him and immediately recognized him. "Captain of Team 18, congratulations." And he did not forget to observe proper etiquette. "Thank you, King Jianan, for the recommendation. And also thank you, Captain, for your care." The person in front of him was surprised. "Since when did you recover your memory?"
Zhang Lin placed a bag on the table and replied, "Just in the past 2 days. I also brought the thing you liked the most." King Jianan looked up at him with curiosity. Zhang Lin took the item out of the bag and pushed it onto the table. "In my memory, this is the type of tea you like to drink the most." He smiled as he recounted what was in his mind. "I still remember, back then when supplies were severely lacking, and in the end there were only a few crumbs left, you still couldn't bear to brew it to drink. Someone suggested going into the Imperial Palace to search, but you refused. The reason was, instead of having time to do that, it's better to go find a bit more food and weapons." King Jianan also pulled a chair over to easily reminisce about the old days. "Those things are all in the past now. Come, sit down." With a wave of his hand, he brought out 2 cups of water. "Have a cup." Zhang Lin immediately agreed. "All right." While pouring the water, King Jianan asked him directly, "Tell me, what is the matter you came to find me for today?" He also didn't hide it and spoke out. "I want to ask you, Captain, for some experience when serving in this captain position." He raised the cup of water and then gave his opinion. "The style of every captain is not the same. My experience can probably only serve as a reference for you." He gulped down mouthfuls of water. "A captain usually has 2 styles. One is the action-oriented type, who will usually run to the front line to handle everything." Then he continued speaking after drinking it all. "Another type is the behind-the-scenes type, where most of the time is spent just in the back handling everything." King Jianan left his seat and started walking around the room. "I am exactly the behind-the-scenes type. I will not manage the team members too strictly, but most of my energy is focused on analyzing and processing documents. The people outside are concentrating on their work. First, I will observe, understand the strength of the team members and their ability to solve urgent matters." King Jianan picked up a book. "Next, I will collect some documents about the cities and the frequency of ghostly incidents occurring, from which the danger level of that city can be roughly judged." Zhang Lin also took the document and opened it while listening attentively to the advice. "Every time after the soul escort book shows the information of the wandering souls, I will investigate the cause of their death and their whereabouts, then based on the danger level of the city, dispatch suitable team members." He immediately bowed his head in thanks. "Thank you, Captain. I have gained a lot this time." King Jianan hadn't finished his instructions yet. Doing well the basic work of a captain is enough to understand your team members. They said goodbye to each other in front of the workplace. "Go, you can do even better." Zhang Lin flew away carrying the captain's words. "I will definitely not disappoint your expectations." The door closed, and everything fell into silence again. Zhang Lin looked back and whispered, "The captain really hasn't changed at all." He started to open his channel. "Until I take office, there will be no work. I might as well live stream to earn some more accumulated points." The people on his channel were very rowdy. "You said it was an underworld live stream. Streamer, quickly show us the daily life in the underworld." Streamer, summoning grand magic. Oh wow, it actually worked. A fool gifted the streamer a racing car and sent a message. "Streamer, is it still in time for me to cancel the summoning grand magic now?" "Brother, it's too late. The streamer has already appeared." He messaged, "Then I'll get going. Snacks are laid out here. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, mineral water, carbonated water are all available. Take whatever you want." He told the people in the channel,
Right now I have to go to Mung Po's Chris for a trip. Everyone can also take a look at the scenery there and the daily life in the underworld. Life under King Zhenan is very good now, along with the old beggar. Then Zhang Lin passed through a place called Naihei Bridge.
Meng Po was scooping bowls of boiling liquid for the people crossing the bridge. The girl just held the bowl and burst into tears. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. I just bought a house and now I'm gone. I still want to go back and live in my big house. The person behind her was also infected by that emotion. I haven't even had the chance to be a sugar mommy to handsome young men. My life goals haven't been fulfilled yet. I don't want to go. The crowd behind them also shed tears and lamented together. I don't want to die either. My daughter is still so young. I still want to make money. I want to go back. I don't want to work anymore. I don't want to work. I never want to work again in the future. Even though I forgot why I died, I suddenly feel so sad. Zhang Lin looked at their emotions and exclaimed in worry, "This is not good." Zhang Lin immediately took out his tools. Meng Po also started to get annoyed. "What are you crying for? If you don't want to drink, then go live down there." The girl at the front of the line was grabbed by her shirt and dragged away. Meng Po took her to the river. The water below was dyed red with countless piercing screams. She asked her, "Do you want to go down? Are you still going to drink the soup?" The girl turned pale with fear. I'll drink the soup." Then she brought her back to her line. She took out a huge hammer from thin air. The head of the hammer smashed directly into the hard ground, causing it to crack. Meng Po said loudly, "If anyone wants the power of this hammer, you can step forward." The crowd quickly rushed to her soup and devoured it like starving tigers. Zhang Lin also put away his stick because everything was settled. It seemed that although the Meng Po of this term was not as strong as the previous one, she was still a fierce person. He immediately flew towards her and initiated the conversation. "Hello, Meng Po. I want to find a person from 100 years ago. Is there any way?" She replied coldly, "Yes."
Meng Po took out a large book. All the wandering souls who have ever received Meng Po soup here will be recorded on this. What is his name? Zhang Lin blurted out a name, Shang Ying. The old man always said he was a sinner and didn't deserve a name. This name was discovered by chance one time when he accidentally saw him writing it on the ground. Meng Po placed her hand on the book, and after searching for a while, she found the information. During that time, there were a total of 23 people with this name. Who are you looking for? He immediately took out the portrait of the old man. Please help me see if any of them interacted with this person in their past before they died. Meng Po suddenly reiterated, "Look through all of them at once?" He nodded, "Yeah." She then held out her hand. "You have to pay extra." Zhang Lin asked directly, "How much?" She gave a price, 100 each. Zhang Lin immediately agreed. "Deal." After that, she flipped through the pages incredibly fast with a rustling sound. She used her magic to look through all of them. After a while, Meng Po stopped because she had found it. The white page was full of words about Shang Ying. Her husband was Qin Yao. She married at 15 and gave birth to a son at 17. At the age of 32, her son became addicted to women and gambling. Every day her husband wanted to teach him a lesson, but she always stopped him. When she was 34, her only son robbed someone for gambling money, and during the robbery he caused a person's death, which she covered up. After her husband found out, he dragged their son straight to the magistrate. Under her interference, he hit his head against the wall and died. Having only one son her whole life, she spoiled him endlessly, and thus she did not have a peaceful death. Zhang Lin reached out to grab it. "Can I?" However, Meng Po slapped his hand hard. Being someone who worked for money, she said another condition. "Add 100 and I'll look up Qin Yao for you." He was a bit surprised but still agreed to the deal. "All right."
Then Meng Po opened another page. The words inside appeared in midair. Qin Yan, an upright and filial person, listens to his parents. Because of a wife named Zhang Ying, he could not distinguish right from wrong. Later, because his son committed a crime and he did not go to the government office, he hit his head and died outside the house. His wife and children all died. His family was ruined and he realized his mistake. Therefore, after giving all the property in his house to the victim's family, he left. After that, he became a beggar for the rest of his life and later took in a little beggar. After his death, the little beggar helped bury him. She closed the book and finished telling the final information. After that, he reincarnated dozens of times. The last reincarnation was 5 years ago. Hearing this, Zhang Lin bowed his head. "Thank you." He received a red receipt from Meng Po. The system suddenly asked, "Detected that the transaction can be discounted. Do you want to use the discount card?" He used it immediately. "Use it." Meng Po immediately suggested, "I will give you a slight discount. Just give me 1920. Next time you have such a big order, just look for me." Zhang Lin still replied politely, "Thank you." In a blink of an eye, he saved nearly 500 hell coins. Then he turned around indifferently. The young man clicked on the description of the discount card on the screen. For this function, as long as it is a transaction the host wants to pay for, the discount card can be used to get 20% off. This is somewhat similar to a membership card in the mortal realm. At this time, he went to the place of reincarnation, the mortal realm path, and looked at the scene below. The bubbles reflected the images inside like a mirror. Every of his lifetimes made him satisfied. In this life, perhaps the old man will live very well, with a perfect family, a harmonious marriage, and filial children. The viewers suddenly spoke up. "I just feel like the streamer is secretly doing something. Didn't you say you were looking for someone before? Did you find them? Come to think of it, since the very beginning, I haven't seen the streamer's face, and that Meng Po lady was too fierce." He answered them, "I found the person I was looking for."
The small camera focused on Zhang Lin. "Let me tell you guys something. I got promoted. Starting tomorrow, I will officially be a Bai Wuchang captain. At 7 a.m. tomorrow, I will open the livestream room. You all can come and watch then." The chat channel fell into chaos.
To think I actually saw the streamer smile, a series of a lifetime. Damn, the streamer is announcing the next livestream time in advance. So touching. Captain, I don't dare to move anymore. The streamer got promoted. Fan Xiaoyo gifted the streamer a skyscraper with a message, open an 82 Lafitte to celebrate a bit. He didn't hesitate to press the button to turn off the livestream after that. Zhang Lin looked at his small house, deciding to go back and pack his things inside first, starting to move out. I'm a ghost living in a big house now. In the mortal realm, a normal day was still going on, but everyone was waiting exactly for that time to turn on their phones to watch. Zhang Lin, exactly as announced, introduced his 18th hall. Hello everyone, welcome to the Underworld Healing Livestream Room. I am your streamer, Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin. Today there will be 20 ghost envoys coming here to report. The small camera carefully filmed every corner around as he was introducing. Later, I can take you guys to see the garden of the 18th Brigade. A fierce voice rang out. Subordinate Li Xiao here to report first. He looked at Li Xiao and ordered, You are the first to arrive. You can rest for a bit first and wait for the other ghost envoys to arrive. He immediately accepted the order. Yes. The person in front of him was surrounded by a brilliant aura. Li Xiao had just finished his internship. During his internship, his performance was outstanding, and his working attitude was positive. Currently, he was at the peak stage Yin Soul realm. Right after that, another person arrived. Fu Jia, here to report. An old man walked over leaning on his cane. Fu Jia had long become an official ghost envoy. He also carefully evaluated him. Originally from Team 16, after something happened to the captain of Team 16, he was transferred to another team. Now transferred to Zhang Lin's team. Fu Jia's track record was not bad, and his strength was not weak either. Already at the middle stage Ghost General realm. The rest of the people also shouted loudly when they arrived. Li Xiao, here to report. Ya, here to report. Fo Xiao, here to report. Finally, a middle-aged man, Ni Ju, arrived to report in. He had long become an official ghost envoy, but still clumsily apologized. So sorry, it's my first time here. I'm not very familiar with the way. Zhang Lin did not scold him, but looked up. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Everyone present loudly said in unison, Yes, Captain. He first introduced himself. I am Zhang Lin, the captain of Team 18. You can call me Captain Zhang or just Captain. In Team 18, I only have 2 requirements for you. He held up his first finger. 1, be responsible for your work, be responsible for the wandering souls you escort. Then came a point for them. 2, be responsible for the safety of your own lives. Even though they were surprised, they still answered loudly, Understood, Captain. Li Xiao looked at him suspiciously. Does a captain who considers the safety of ghost envoys really exist? Isn't it too naive to want both the job done and safety? The others also had strange expressions on their faces. Isn't balancing work and life what they should do? What was with their gazes? Zhang Lin turned away. Very good. I hope you all can have the spirit and confidence like Ni Ju. If you don't even have this little bit of spirit and confidence, how can you make others believe in your abilities, believe that you can complete the mission well?
Fu Jia retracted his fearful expression. Yes, Captain. Ni Ju followed suit. Yes, Captain. Zhang Lin took the lead to guide them. First, I'll take you to get familiar with the workplace of Team 18. At this time, someone else was observing them. Team 18, another Bai Wuchang team added. He looked at the book and muttered. Not long ago, a Hei Wuchang captain was added, and now a Bai Wuchang captain. Are there that many intern ghost envoys becoming official? The person rubbed his chin. But it's also possible that the captains are too busy, so they asked Lord Yama to assign new captains to reduce stress. Several orbs flew in from another dimension. He bitterly collected them. Are there so many people wanting to die lately? Can a ghost envoy be assigned to my area too? I also need someone to help me pass missions to those captains. His finger suddenly touched a small red orb. 2 scenes of bloodthirsty wolves appeared, and the surrounding sky was pitch black. He was dissatisfied with this abnormal monster. Already so busy, why is there still so much work to do? The guy entered the red spherical orb into the book, and then a line of text appeared. Abnormal monster mission transmitted to the Underworld Mission Center, waiting for ghost envoys to accept the order. At the 18th hall, Zhang Lin was sitting and recording in the ledger very attentively, when a book made a clicking sound and automatically turned to another page. At the same time, Zhang Lin also ordered Fu Jia and Ni Ju. Work has arrived. Among you 20 ghost envoys, only 5 have just become official. Zhang Lin stood up, approached the 2, and handed them 4 yellow envelopes, not forgetting to instruct. I will arrange for experienced people to guide you for a while or lead you through a few missions. Inside these envelopes is the information of the whole group. After reading it, if there are no objections, set off quickly.
Li Xiao, Fu Jia, and Niajio took the letters and obeyed the order, saying yes. Zhang Lin stepped outside the 18th hall and said to the camera, Today's main job is to follow the team members, observe their work situation, understand a bit about their personality traits, as well as their attitude towards the mortal realm and wandering souls, and also their ability to react when encountering emergency situations. He raised his index finger and continued, Let's go see Fu Jia's team first. The camera pointed at the old lady Fu Jia's team. At this time, the system immediately introduced the person beside her, guiding her. Ki Yin, intern for 103 years, normal performance during the internship. Current cultivation level is middle stage Yin Soul. After looking at it, Zhang Lin seemed quite satisfied. Fujia's life experience was quite rich. He hoped Ki Yin following beside her could allow her to learn more. This time, their reception location was a hospital. Inside the city hospital, the spirit of a dog was passing through the patients there to gather information. Meanwhile, Zhang Lin was engrossed in reading the comments popping up on the system screen. Haha, the streamer is here to patrol the work situation. Wait, what was that thing that just flashed by the hospital gate? That probably wasn't just a thing. It felt like a dog, a skin dog. Holy crap, is this a creature of the mortal realm? Don't disappoint me anymore. Gifted the streamer Skyscraper X5 with the message, Streamer, what is this thing? Seeing the dog, Zhang Lin's face showed surprise, and he hurriedly stepped forward to explain. This is a type of hellhound. The danger level is not high. In the future, if there is a chance, I will take you guys to see other hellhounds. This type of hellhound is mainly responsible for sniffing out news of dying people in the crowd, then passing it to the ghost envoy on guard. The Wandering Soul's eye guide that you usually see are all found by these hellhounds first.
Zhang Lin turned his head and said, "This one actually has some petty cleverness. Look, guys." Suddenly, an ambulance stopped in front of the hospital gate, and 2 paramedics pushed down a stretcher carrying a patient. The hellhound suddenly rushed over and barked loudly twice. A woo! The dog continued to bark, but it seemed no one could hear its barking. People just walked right past it. The dog helplessly laid down and waited in front of the elevator door. Everyone quickly commented, "So it just guards this door and there will constantly be dying people brought to the door? Damn, are hellhounds in this era all this smart? It looks so fierce. I thought it was waiting for an opportunity to strike, but it turns out it's just lazily resting. Even its appearance of lying still and ignoring the world is so scary. I don't get it. But what does this streamer mean by saying it has some petty cleverness?" Zhang Lin spread his hands and replied, "Because by doing this, it can indeed complete its mission, but its search area is greatly reduced. However, if every hellhound acts like this, then news of dying people in other places would be hard to find. It's simply stuck in what you in the mortal realm usually call a bug." After that, Zhang Lin didn't say anything more and directly left. In the emergency room, the red words displayed on the screen were "in surgery." The doctor held the necessary equipment in hand and told everyone, "The defibrillator is ready." The doctor quickly pressed onto the chest of the patient lying faintly on the operating table. But this unfortunate young man did not survive. The heart rate monitor only showed a flat line.
The nurses stepped forward to pull the sheet completely over him, while the doctor bowed slightly as if to express pity and sorrow. A few seconds later, his spirit left his body, and he looked around in bewilderment. Ji Yin walked up and reached out his hand. "It's time to hit the road." The young man asked blankly, "Hit the road? Where to?" He looked around for a moment, then panicked. "Oh right, I remember now. I want to go buy a cake for my son." "Cake? But there is no cake here." His spirit flew away unconsciously. "I already made a promise to my son. Wait for him to come home from school and he can see the cake." "That's right, I still have to order an armored warrior cake. That's the type my son likes the most." Ji Yin called after him, "Wait." But it seemed he didn't pay any attention to him. Granny Fujia quickly grabbed his ankle and forced the spirit to enter the bag she had prepared. She tied the bag tightly to prevent the spirit from escaping and turned to scold Ji Yin. "What were you just waiting for? If a soul strays too far from the body and gets infected by some aura, it's not a good thing for either you or him." Ji Yin sadly admitted his mistake. "I know, I was just thinking of— Sorry, Granny, I was just thinking of some things from when I was alive." Fujia advised, "Sai, facing wandering souls, facing the mortal realm, your way of thinking is still not mature enough, and it's easy to be led by the nose by wandering souls. Ji Yin, you will understand in the future. Let's go, we have to go pick up the next wandering soul." Ji Yin called out from behind, "Granny, a person's life is too short." Fujia turned her head to look at him intently. Ji Yin was startled to see the old lady staring at him like that. Ji Yin bowed his head and said sadly, "Senior, Fujia smiled and replied, "A person's life is indeed very short."
But reminiscing after experiencing enough joys and sorrows over the long years, everyone comes to this world entirely alone. So instead of complaining about how short life is, it is better to think about the thickness of life. Ji Yin asked the old woman in confusion, "Thickness?" Old woman Fujia glanced back and replied, "Kid, if you haven't figured it out yet, go back and think about it later. Aren't you going? We will miss the next person to reincarnate." Ji Yin started to become happy again and regained his original energy. "Yes, Senior, I'm coming. In front of you with your rich experience, there are still many things I need to learn." Fujia sighed softly and exclaimed, "Kids these days are too sentimental. They still need to broaden their horizons. Going through these things will be fine." Zhang Lin saw that the situation looked promising and immediately said to the camera, "Based on the current situation, it seems that their cooperation is suitable. Let's go check on another group." By the time dusk fell, Zhang Lin was still observing Hong Ya and the soul she was preparing to escort. Hong Ya flew into the apartment where the girl she was about to escort was. Zhang Lin raised 2 fingers at this time, and suddenly all the ghost energy dissipated. He safely flew behind Hong Ya. In the apartment of a pink-haired girl, she was sitting on the sofa staring intently at the TV screen in front of her. A brief introduction about Hong Ya. Hong Ya is an official ghost envoy, with average achievements and average cultivation level. At the middle stage, ghost soldier.
Hongya looked at the girl in a panic, and then turned to look at the TV showing a movie. Then she also decided to sit down on the chair to watch the movie with the girl next to her. Zhonglin entered the house and saw on the TV screen a boy hugging a girl, the two looking at each other shyly and very affectionately. Just as they were about to kiss, the boy's mother walked in and said, "Son, Mom is here to visit you. Come out here quickly and see what Mom bought for you."
Zhonglin felt puzzled and sensed that something was a bit off. The viewers' comments kept popping up. Drag the director out here. Let them continue. I'll pay. Am I short of that little bit of data? Your grandpa here has money. Put the image up quickly. To think it's his and her 2D love. I was still binge watching it yesterday. What is this situation? Are the standards for idol dramas this open nowadays? I hope the male lead's drama can also have a bit of this and that. Zhonglin sighed softly and asked helplessly, "Why are you guys so interested in two people fighting like this?" Zhonglin looked up to read the comments and hurriedly realized it wasn't a fighting genre. Could this be what they call love? Suddenly, Zhonglin turned toward the sofa where the other two were sitting, only to see the pink-haired girl drop dead right after finishing her food. The girl's spirit immediately left her body and asked Hongya in a daze, "When did you come to my house?" At this very moment, the young girl's spirit felt extremely surprised. She raised her two hands, stared at them continuously for a while and spoke up. Did I just break through human limits and successfully cultivate into a night owl god of death?" The woman with the title of Wuchang, who looked like a male lead, turned around and said coldly, "You are dead. You are a wandering soul now. Hurry up and follow me." Upon hearing this, the young girl's eyes welled up with tears. She quickly clasped her hands together and sobbed, "Lord Wuchang, I invite you to watch TV. Haven't you not finished binge-watching this drama yet?" At the same time, the girl thought to herself, "This Lord Bai Wuchang seems to have been here for a long time, even sitting next to me to binge-watch the drama together." That woman turned to walk away and continued, "No need, I'll take my time to watch it later when I have time. Your matter is the most important right now." Then the young girl quickly added, "Lord Wuchang, I won't have time to binge-watch dramas anymore in the future, but I still want to see their ending. I also want to see what happens to my husband, the male supporting character, in the end. As fellow drama dingers, I believe Lord Wuchang definitely understands me, right?" After hearing this, the other woman looked at the girl with cold eyes and replied, "What you said makes sense." At this moment, the young girl quickly rushed straight toward the woman and hugged it tightly. The girl's head pressed closely against the woman's chest, taking her completely by surprise so that she couldn't react in time, and her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. The young girl cried out, "Boo-hoo, I knew Lord Wuchang would definitely understand." Feeling helpless, the woman replied, "If that's the case, then I'll give you some spoilers first." Hearing this, the young girl froze in shock and exclaimed, "Huh?" Then she raised her hand to wipe away her tears and continued, "Isn't this drama still airing? I heard that right now there isn't even a web novel for it." The woman looked at the girl and added, "That's right. I only saw the script because I was following beside the author previously. Although there might be some differences between the script and the final product, the ending will probably be the same." After hearing this, the girl asked again, "Then what about Love Treasure X?" The woman continued, "Oh, that one. I was there when they were filming, so I know a little bit about it." The young girl asked again, "What about the serialized web novel Forbidden Kiss X?" The woman put her hand to her chin and quickly replied, "I haven't finished this one on the contrary, because the author hasn't written it yet, but I have seen the author's outline." The young girl still felt unsatisfied and continued to ask, "Then what about the daily cultivation of Immortal King X?" At this time, the woman felt helpless and stammered, "About this one?" After that, she grabbed the young girl tightly and quickly put her into a large bag, then said coldly, "Wait until you reincarnate in your next life. You'll probably be able to watch it then. No rush." At this point, the young girl could no longer react and had to accept her departure without saying a word. At this time, comments from everyone were appearing on the system saying, "Scumbag woman, how could you treat such a sweet girl like that? I don't know if Hongya slays men, but she definitely slays women. Sister Hongya, come and slay me. I'm super obedient and I watch a lot of dramas. Upstairs, are you tired of living? My cold female Bai Wuchang and my sweet delicate wife."
Right at this moment, at the house of novel author X, she was feeling extremely panicked, constantly looking around everywhere in all directions. She then spoke up, "Lord Bai Wuchang, I write properly, work and rest with a regular schedule. Please absolutely do not take me away." At the same time, over at the makeup room of artist X, she was also looking at the phone in her hand and panicking in her mind. "When we were filming, there was a Wuchang standing nearby watching. Damn, it shortens my lifespan. So when we change clothes, surely we won't be seen too, right?" Outside at this moment, there was a tall and muscular young man named Nia Ju holding a book in his hand, continuously scratching his head helplessly and saying, "I clearly followed the address on here." He looked around again and wondered, "Why can't I find it? Could it be that I went the wrong way?" Our male lead was also present here at this time, standing right behind Nia Ju, looking at him with drooping eyes and a slight smile, but not saying a word. At this time, Nia Ju turned around, closed his eyes helplessly and said, "Whatever, I'll go over there and look." As he spoke, he tucked the book back inside his robe. As soon as he opened his eyes, he instantly saw the male lead, Zhonglin, standing right behind him since who knows when. Upon seeing him, Nia Ju was extremely surprised and shouted, Captain!" He coldly replied, "Yeah." Nia Ju spoke up awkwardly again, "Captain, what a coincidence, ha 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 ha." He also quickly replied, "Yeah, just passing by. What are you doing over here? Did you run into any trouble?" Nia Ju turned to walk away, reaching his hand back and calling out to him, "No trouble. I am preparing to go pick up the next wandering soul."
Well then, Captain, if there is nothing else, please go to your work. Then he secretly thought in his mind, surely the captain won't think I'm being lazy, right?
Today is my first day at Team 18. The captain won't make things difficult for me in the future, right? While thinking this, beads of sweat poured down his face, clearly showing his anxiety and unease. He sighed, clenched both his hands tightly, and quietly walked away. Right at this moment, Niaju appeared very surprised and turned around to ask the male lead. What is it, Captain? He quickly said, Are you going over to the Wandering Soul now, or will you wait a bit before going? Niaju felt flustered and blurted out, Right now, going right now. He inwardly thought to himself, I'm doomed. The captain wouldn't think I'm slacking off, would he? This is my first day at Team 18. At this time, Jiang spoke up again. You go over there. But because he was too anxious, Niaju didn't hear what the male lead said at all. He continued thinking, Right now, the captain's impression of me isn't very good. What should I do to change his impression? How about bribing the captain? But I don't have any money right now. As he spoke, he could easily imagine the scene of our male lead getting extremely angry and kicking him away. Seeing him standing still with no reaction, Jiang called out, Niaju. At the same time, he placed a hand on his shoulder and continued calling, Niaju, you. This made Niaju so scared that his face turned completely pale and he sweated profusely. He slowly brought one hand to the back of his neck and cried out, Ah! His face clearly showing extreme anxiety.
Right after that, Niiju immediately knelt right at Jiang feet and cried, begging him, Captain, please don't kick me out. I will definitely work properly. I absolutely did not slack off. I am because witnessing that incident. Our male lead still hadn't had time to understand what had happened. He just looked at him with very cold eyes. Then he pointed to a sign indicating a turn and spoke up. You should go east. Just now you went west. Go straight east for 200 meters. That is the place of the Wandering Soul you are guiding. Seeing him say that, Niiju froze and secretly rejoiced in his heart, tears rolling down his cheeks again. He happily thought in his head that, so the captain wanted to show him the direction. The captain is so good. Having just finished thinking, he quickly turned around and ran away, running while raising his hand to wipe his tears and saying, Captain, I'm leaving our male lead standing behind, silently looking and not saying a word. He thought in his head that it seems he knows the reason why Niju's performance is poor. If there were no roads back and forth to the underworld, would he also be able to lose himself? As he thought, his eyes drooped, looking sad, holding a small book in his hand again. After that, he raised his hand to hold his head and continued to think. Next time when assigning tasks, he must still try to arrange a relatively clear place for Niiju. Right at this moment, our male lead was not focusing. Then suddenly he bumped into that woman with the title Bai Wuchang, making him jump and his eyes widen, because it was too unexpected. But she just looked at him without saying a word.
Jiang reached out his hand and quickly explained to her, You just do your work, don't be too nervous, I'm just passing by. Then he quickly turned around and walked away. Seeing this, the woman breathed a sigh of relief and thought to herself, When working, I really don't like having superiors around. Our male lead was now walking alone on a very deserted street. As he walked, he placed a hand on his chest and let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, looking across the street, he saw one of his subordinates. The man was carrying a ghost that was constantly cowering, its whole body trembling incessantly. Seeing this, Jiang said to himself, It seems things are going quite smoothly for him too. Next he went over to Team 18. Here there were currently 2 men who were his subordinates. As soon as they saw him approaching, they quickly clasped their hands, bowed respectfully, and said, Lord Jiang. He slowly stepped down the stairs, making clunking sounds. As soon as he walked in, he saw 2 very small ghosts playfully flying around with incredibly fast, fleeting speeds. He then glanced to one side. A ghost just flew right through the air in a very fast speed. Right at this moment, our male lead was walking alone in a spacious building. Here, the sky above was a fiery red color, looking incredibly terrifying, murky and dark. Now, as he walked, he stared deeply into the void and thought to himself, the arrangement of wandering souls in the future still has many areas awaiting improvement. First is regarding time, second is regarding geographical location. For example, with Niiju, it's best to give him some addresses of wandering souls with clear landmarks. Although Hong Ya likes to watch many things in the mortal realm, before a wandering soul goes out, she will always stand guard nearby to prevent some unexpected incidents from happening. In the future, I can assign her more wandering soul information related to binge-watching movies and such.
At this moment, he sat down. Sitting at the desk, holding a brush in one hand and writing something down, he continued to think that he couldn't completely understand them in just one day, and he would still have to continue observing them in the future. Suddenly, a slight rustling sound came from the ceiling, and something was bulging down, but it didn't seem to attract Jiang attention. At the same time, right beneath his feet, the floor also bulged up due to the playful little movements of the ghosts. However, they still couldn't distract our main lead. He remained silent and quietly sat there writing in his notebook. Up to 3 little ghosts were constantly acting mischievously, jumping around him continuously. Not only that, but they also hopped right onto the desk, which finally caught Jiang eye. The moment they realized he was staring at them, every single one of them broke into a heavy sweat out of fear, squeaking non-stop with eyes full of anxiety. Jiang remained unfazed. He reached out and snatched one up.
Seeing this, another ghost was so terrified that it quickly turned around and fled, abandoning its companion. Then he lifted it and released it right in front of the bookshelf, saying, "Go clean the bookshelf over there." Seeing this, the ghost immediately slipped out of his palm. He then turned his eyes to the broadcasting livestream camera and told everyone that this was a type of cleaning ghost that parasitized in houses. Feeding on dirt and garbage, they had no intelligence and survived on instinct, though they could understand some simple commands. As long as there was garbage and yin energy, they could continue to live, and some ghosts in the underworld would even keep them as pets. Upon hearing his words, the eyes of one ghost instantly lit up, its fear visibly reduced compared to earlier. Right at this moment, the system's blue panel popped up with a message. "Congratulations to the host for completing the daily mission, promoting underworld culture, cleaning ghosts. Accumulated points plus 500. At the same time, comments from the viewers started appearing. "That is way too cute. Such an effortless pet that also saves money. I want one too. I love it. I love it." When the streamer picked up the cleaning ghost, it reminded me of my cat. They're both made of liquid. I look at the cleaning ghost being so hardworking and cute, and then look at the dog in my house that only knows how to destroy things. I pray for a pet that is both effortless and can do the cleaning. After reading all the viewers' comments on the system panel, he fell silent, crossed his arms, and thought to himself that it seemed humans were even lazier than ghosts. Then he turned the broadcasting camera and said, "So next everyone, watch the cleaning ghost do the cleaning." Hearing this, the ghost smiled brightly. At this time, the system shop appeared. He clicked on the text to buy the in-energy pill and exclaimed, "Use the discount card." The text on the system quickly changed from yellow to purple.
Right after that, the system immediately emitted a sound. Ding! Discount card used successfully. Price reduced to 400 accumulated points per pill. Original price is 500 accumulated points per pill. On the system panel at this moment, a purple yin energy pill placed on a cloth was displayed. He immediately bought 25 pills, smiling as he pressed the button. Good! Instantly, 25 yin energy pills appeared right in the male lead's palm. He raised them up close to his face to observe them attentively. After that, he looked up at the ceiling and wondered to himself, "This room has only been used for one day. Who knows if its quality is up to standard? Let's give it a try." As he spoke, he picked up a small yellow bag. Then he brought his hand to his mouth. Immediately, a beam of blue light appeared and enveloped Zhonglin's body. It was like a massive source of blue energy. A current of blue aura emerged and shot up to the ceiling. He looked up, watching that ray of blue light very intently. After that, the ceiling instantly became clean and shiny. Zhonglin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It seems the quality of this house is passable." After that, he quickly squatted down to begin cultivating. "Today I'll just cultivate carefully for now. When it's time to break through, I still better go to the high-class cultivation room. If I accidentally destroy the 18th hall, the team members will only be able to hold meetings on a pile of rubble." Zhonglin focused all his might on his power and cultivation. He closed his eyes slowly, and a blue aura gradually emanated from his body. A few days later at the inpatient admissions ward, Zhonglin was happily walking while chatting with his viewers. "Today, upon your request, let's go check on the situation of Fujai and Ji-in first." Zhonglin stretched out both hands, concentrated, closed his eyes, and slowly entered the hospital room. Inside, a mother was stroking her daughter and shedding tears. Go to sleep, my child. Once you're asleep, it won't hurt anymore." The mother covered her mouth tightly and sobbed continuously. Boo-hoo-hoo. Suddenly, a call came through. "Mom." The little girl's spirit smiled and spoke to her mother even though she was already dead. "I really don't feel the pain anymore. Mom, I'm all better now. What are you still crying for?" The little girl quickly reached out to touch her mother's hand. "Mom." But the little girl felt stunned when she looked at her hands and herself, feeling extremely confused. She stared in panic at her physical body lying motionless on the bed. Am I dead? Won't I be able to see Mom anymore in the future?" That's right. The voices of Fujai and Ji-in might out. The little girl asked once again, "Are you guys here to pick me up?" Ji-in and Fujia stood there, smiling gently and looking at the little girl affectionately. "That's right, little girl." The little girl turned around and tightly held her mother's hand, feeling extremely reluctant to part. "Mom, I have to go now. You have to live well. You once told me that there are still many beautiful things in the future, and we must all look forward." She gently kissed the back of her mother's ear and said thank you. "Mom, thank you for loving me for so long, caring for me for so long." The little girl quickly left, leaving the mother holding her cold body, the mother's tears still falling endlessly. After that, the little girl directly faced Ji-in. She paused for a moment. Seeing the little girl like this, Ji-in immediately asked, "What's wrong?" The little girl's face turned as red as a tomato, and she shyly turned away. "No, it's nothing," even though in her mind she was thinking, "The cat ears are so soft, I really want to touch them." Ji-in smiled and asked, "Do you like cat ears?" The little girl blushed and waved her hands to deny it. "No, I don't. My mom once said you can't just casually touch other people's things." Ji-in snapped his fingers while smiling, as if he had just thought of something very interesting. Ji-in smiled and instructed, "Touch your head a bit, little girl."
The little girl quickly touched her head and found 2 ears growing out from somewhere, revealing clear joy. Are these cat ears? But the little girl timidly and hesitantly said, but these are your cat ears. Jian patted her head and gently replied, it's fine. This thing was originally transformed using ghost energy. Consider it a meeting gift from me to you. In your next life, you must live healthily. The little girl laughed in delight. Thank you very much. The young man Jian also happily replied, you're welcome.
Old Fujia, observing from afar, had seen through everything and merely smiled, pondering a few things. Using this small matter to comfort the wandering soul's emotions was very good. He had grown up a lot these past few days. As long as it didn't violate matters of principle, extraditing a wandering soul had a very high degree of flexibility. After that, the 3 of them flew into the sky together to lead the little girl to reincarnate. Jiang Lin stood in the distance, smiling contentedly as he watched the 3 of them leave together. The comments poured in one after another, saying, to think it was a gift for the little girl, so warm, I'm healed, thank you so much. Why do I feel like that ghost envoy is a bit cute? When he snapped his fingers, I almost turned gay. I really want to repent. Or we should look at this from a different angle. Every time someone leaves, a ghost envoy will come to pick them up and then take them to the place of reincarnation, letting them go complete a new cycle of reincarnation. That's right, isn't this a very fortunate thing? Having watched so many live streams, we have also come to know many Lord Ghost Envoys who have completely different personalities. Regardless of how different their personalities are, these Ghost Envoys all have one thing in common. After people die, the Ghost Envoys will all guard by their side. Having someone waiting at the end of the road, isn't that a very warm thing? On the other side of the screen, a girl covered her mouth while crying. It's so good to have the streamer. It's so warm. There was also a young man lying flat on his bed, feeling satisfied with his current life. It seems that this is all there is to life. There was also an old woman sitting and rocking in a chair, looking at the scenery outside. She said, don't be afraid. Jiang Lin quickly spoke up to comfort everyone. Actually, dying and reincarnating are not as scary as you think. Life is short. Everyone can let go and do what they want to do. After that, Jiang Lin continued to move to another location. Next, let's go see the work of the other members of the team. Jiang Lin was now standing behind Hong Ya and her disciple. The girl walking beside Hong Ya happily said, Lord Hong Ya, there are so many novel things in the mortal realm. Hong Ya asked in return, otherwise why would there be so many soap operas? She replied, you're right. Hong Ya secretly rejoiced in her heart, thinking that from now on she would have someone to watch soap operas with her, so picking up wandering souls wouldn't be lonely. After that, Hong Ya raised a finger and said, our underworld is also very good, it's just that food and drinks are a bit expensive.
Miss Leon nodded repeatedly, showing her understanding. I know. Hong Ya continued, have you never been to the ghost market? The dances that the ghosts practice inside are also very amusing. Next time, I will take you for a stroll. Hong Ya did not forget to warn her. However, you must be a bit careful at the ghost market. It is quite chaotic inside. For example, there is a doctor ghost inside who, for some unknown reason recently, likes to dissect other ghosts. Don't be fooled by him. The girl was frightened and cried out, how scary! After hearing their conversation, Zhang Lin smiled with satisfaction and used an invisibility spell. A moment later, Zhang Lin appeared behind Chu Wang. Chu Wang was an official ghost envoy at the middle stage ghost general realm, ranking first in Team 18. The scene shifted to a young man named Da Feng. While walking normally, he suddenly felt a chill and a cold shiver down his spine. Brr! Looking up at the blazing sun, Da Feng was still sweating bullets on his face as if he had just taken a shower. He turned to ask his friend, are you cold? His friend immediately replied, the sun is at 32 degrees and you feel cold? Da Feng hugged his arms and said fearfully, cold, it's a freezing cold sensation right behind my back. Da Feng's friend laughed while touching his forehead. Didn't you catch a cold from sleeping at the internet cafe without a blanket yesterday? Or are you suffering from kidney deficiency due to excessive desires? Da Feng swatted his hand away and replied irritably, you're the one with excessive desires. Let's go in and order food first. I'm starving to death.
Suddenly, Da Feng stopped and turned around, looking up with glaring eyes that looked incredibly terrifying. He felt that something was not quite right. Cha Wang and his disciple Li Sha were a bit startled when Da Feng turned around to observe. A second later, Da Feng immediately turned away and scratched his head. There was nothing there. At this moment, the two of them truly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had encountered another person with yin-yang eyes. Da Feng held his head in miserable thought. It was truly too strange. Why had he been feeling so cold recently? Could it be that his vital energy was truly depleted? Suddenly, a cold wind blew by with a whoosh, making Da Feng sneeze involuntarily. He saw a hand touching his shoulder, and he became absolutely terrified. Da Feng spun around and shouted loudly, asking who it was. Unexpectedly, that person was his friend from earlier. It turned out he was just being overly paranoid. Da Feng quickly and happily approached and put his arm around his friend's shoulder, saying that in broad daylight he almost scared him to death. Da Feng's friend felt a bit confused, asking what scared him. Da Feng, why have you started talking nonsense lately? In the restaurant, the waitress brought over a pot of hot pot broth and announced, 3 guests, the half and half hot pot you ordered is here. You can order more dishes. While his two friends were intently looking at the menu, Da Feng kept looking left and right to see if anyone was secretly watching him. However, he was completely unaware that Jiang Lin and Cha Wang's team were standing right behind him. He couldn't see them because they were all using an invisibility spell.
Da Feng became increasingly scared, and this emotion was clearly shown on his face.
Many comments said, I feel cold just watching this. It's too gloomy. 6 people are there sorting things out halfway. With so many diners around and 3 ghost envoys appearing in the blink of an eye, oh my god, will a lot of people die this time? The police team has contacted the local branch. Why do I feel like he's shaking again? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Commenter above, what kind of shaking are you talking about? I found the service phone number for Sun Restaurant. I've called them. Suddenly, Zhang Lin sensed that something had just appeared nearby. There were ghosts. Zhang Lin was about to give an order when disciple Li Sha, who was following Chu Wang, spoke up first. Senior, I'm going out for a bit. Zhang Lin smiled with satisfaction and gave a few words of praise. This kid's vigilance was indeed not bad. Then, walking the talk, he immediately flew out to check the situation. Seeing Zhang Lin step forward, Chu Wang was dumbfounded and asked in surprise, Captain, when did you get here? Zhang Lin didn't say anything, just hurriedly walked past Chu Wang and followed behind disciple Li Sha. Li Sha quickly moved in front of the ghosts who were taking refuge on a pitiful human. The ghosts smiled sinisterly and bit the hair of the human they were clinging to. Suddenly they turned their heads and saw him holding a stick in his hand, ready to smash all of them. You petty little ghosts, how dare you come here to cause trouble? While the ghosts were panicking, smack, the stick swung up and hit the ghosts' backs hard, causing all of them to jump up at the same time and let out agonizing screams. Wah! Due to the strong whipping force of the stick, the ghosts were thrown far away. A purple ghost was thrown out forcefully, and its belly was accidentally hit hard by the handle of the stick. Thud, it started to roar angrily, showing that the fury inside it was surging. Do you want to die? Who hit your daddy? The rest of the ghosts were also scattered everywhere. Some lunged to the ground, while others slammed hard against the large wall next to them. Bang, bang. They continuously yelled, Sneak attack, huh? Another ghost shouted loudly, Want to steal our prey? No way. Right at this moment, all the ghosts gradually regained their composure and quickly soar high into the air, shouting in unison with anger. But mixed with their angry voices was a bit of fear and panic. They took turns speaking. How dare you hit us? We will definitely make you pay. The ghosts looked down, only now observing who that man was, and they started to get scared, immediately losing their arrogant facade. He looked up at the ghosts hovering in the sky not far away, raised an eyebrow, and asked coldly, Pay what? The ghosts began to shiver and flinch when they realized who the man was. The sky around them seemed to darken. The ghosts looked down at him in panic, their eyes filled with haunting terror. They screamed in panic, Holy shit, there's a ghost envoy! We're going to die! We're going to die! Why is a ghost envoy appearing here? Their voices trembled, as if they could not have foreseen this happening right now. Right after that, one of the ghosts suddenly shouted loudly, its voice full of command and assertion, Run away, quickly! Saying that, the ghosts didn't think twice, soaring high into the sky and turning their backs to fly away quickly. Before flying far, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew behind one of the ghosts. Its face turned pale, its eyes filled with terror, and sweat poured down its face. It gasped when it realized who the flashing silhouette behind it was. It turned out that the man had quickly teleported right behind it at some point.
A long, thick arm fiercely pierced through the ghost's abdomen. Thud. His long, crooked, and sharp fingernails quickly punctured the ghost's stomach. The ghost felt an excruciating pain rushing through itself. It screamed in agony. Ah! His hand grabbed the ghost's innards and crushed them. Splat, splat. A lot of its blood splattered everywhere. His hand was now stained with deep red color and a foul stench. At the same time, his other hand quickly swung up, whoosh, and stabbed hard into the head of another ghost nearby. He pinned it against the wall. The ghost was trapped between the wall and his stick. It cried out in pain while trying to look back, attempting to confirm who it was. Arg! The silhouettes of the 2 ghosts, overwhelmed by panic, immediately dissipated and fled. The 2 of them disappeared, and now only a single ghost remained flying in the sky. It witnessed the scene of its brothers disappearing one by one at his hands. Terrified and flustered, it tried to escape from the man. It tried to fly as fast as possible, but he discovered it in time and quietly followed behind. And of course, how could he give up so easily? He quickly soared into the sky, flying after the fleeing ghost, chasing it. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared. It was the captain, our male lead. He was standing below, smiling and thinking to himself, He is even more decisive than I thought. In another space, the half-dead ghost, having just escaped from him, temporarily flew into a restaurant called Sun Hot Pot. It tried to find someone with weak young energy. Its eyes quickly locked onto its target, a young man with red hair drinking with a group of friends. The ghost quickly exclaimed, Found a new target. I can continue to live.
Right at that moment, a familiar voice rang out behind the ghost's ear before it could react. You dare to steal my target? The ghost immediately jolted upon hearing that voice, its face pouring with sweat out of fear. Turning around, the ghost became even more terrified and panicked upon realizing whose voice it was. It was the male subordinate of Zhang Lin. It widened its eyes at him in horror. Its jaw dropped, and he smiled, speaking with a sarcastic tone in the face of the ghost's fear and cowardice. Do you want to compete fairly with me? After hearing the man say such words, the ghost grabbed its head helplessly and fearfully cried out, "I don't want to." Once again, the stick swung up and smashed hard onto the ghost's head. Thwack! The ghost let out a piercing scream. Ah! Immediately after, the ghost gradually vanished, leaving behind a wisp of blue energy dissipating. His calm and disdainful voice rang out after taking down the three ghosts. Just as this matter was resolved, the red-haired guy with weak yang energy who was targeted earlier suddenly shivered involuntarily. Immediately following was a sound clack clack, the footsteps of someone echoing all around. It was a person dressed strangely tightly, wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a mask made it impossible to see his face clearly. "Welcome to Sun Hot Pot," the waiter said as he entered the restaurant. This mysterious person was currently holding something in his hand, wrapped on the outside by a thin layer of paper. The clack-clack sound grew louder as he walked to a hot pot table. Everyone in the restaurant was still eating normally when that guy pulled out a sharp knife from the thin paper wrapping. The mysterious guy's hand swung up while tightly gripping a knife. He intended to attack, using the knife to stab a customer eating at this restaurant. His knife lunged forward quickly, and the customer panicked extremely, causing his whole body to freeze, unable to move. Right at this moment, the guy with weak yang energy rushed forward, firmly grabbed the shoulder of the customer who was about to be stabbed, and pulled him hard backwards while shouting loudly, "Watch out!"
To dodge the knife rushing at rocket speed, flack! A piercing sound rang out as the sharp knife pierced right through the hand of the young man in the green shirt, and a scream of pain echoed. Ah! People around had also started to realize the situation and simultaneously scattered in panic. The young man in the green shirt screamed, "Help!" Everyone was absolutely terrified, simultaneously screaming out in panic, "Murder! Help!" Another girl quickly contacted 110 to seek help. "Is this 110? This is 238 Hwanghae Road. Come quickly, there is a murderer here." Right at this moment, the killer pulled the knife out of the green-shirted young man's hand and widened his eyes, glaring in another direction. He was targeting a terrified child running away not too far from there. In his hand, he still tightly gripped the knife, looking incredibly gruesome. The terrified child was running. The killer caught up to the little boy, raised the knife and yelled, "Stop right there!" The little boy still tried his best to run away from the killer. Just as the knife slashed down, Feng Yuan-li quickly ran over, shouted, "Be careful!" and pulled the child away. Although it seemed he had saved the child from death just in time, the knife had grazed the boy's face, causing his cheek to bleed a little. The child, being held in Feng Yuan-li's arms, was still terrified and cried loudly, "Wah! Wah!" Seeing this, he immediately comforted him. "It's okay, I'm here to save you." But the killer had no intention of stopping. He aimed the knife straight down at Feng Yuan-li's neck and said, "None of you will escape," while the little boy was still crying in Feng Yuan-li's arms. After that, Feng Yuan-li fell down, his neck bleeding profusely. He had died, and his soul automatically left his body. The little boy in his arms became even more terrified and cried out loudly, "Wah! Mom! Mom!" The killer was preparing to continue the massacre when suddenly a voice startled him, making him turn his head. "Quick, hold him down!" Immediately after, a group of burly men appeared and quickly subdued the murderer, pinning his entire body to the ground. At this moment, Feng Yuan-li's soul stood there. Seeing this, he smiled with satisfaction and sighed. The mortal realm naturally has its justice. He raised his hand to rub his stabbed neck and looked forward. At this time, the two Bai Wuchang, Chu Wang and Li Xiao, stood in front of him. Feng Yuan-li doubtfully said, "Could it be that you are?" Li Xiao didn't wait for Feng Yuan-li to finish his sentence. He quickly opened the bag and sucked Feng Yuan-li's soul inside. Once done, he tied the bag. The two Bai Wuchang then walked side by side out of that hot pot restaurant. Upon reaching the door, Chu Wang suddenly called out, "Li Xiao!" Li Xiao looked back in confusion. Chu Wang then instructed, "When guiding Feng Yuan-li at the hot pot restaurant, you eliminated the ghosts near him to avoid some unexpected factors. This is very good, but that was merely a possibility of an unexpected factor occurring, yet you rushed out without hesitation." Chu Wang questioned, "Do you know what such an action means when you were guiding a wandering soul alone?" Hearing this, Li Xiao was a bit stunned and replied, "Senior, I didn't think it through." He thought to himself, if the wandering soul came out and he hadn't returned yet, the safety of the wandering soul would... After that, Chu Wang raised his hand and patted Bi Xiao's shoulder, reminding him, "At any time, the first mission of a Bai Wuchang is to protect the safety of the wandering soul beside them. I hope you can understand. If the time comes when you guide a wandering soul alone, and a situation like this happens, if you leave, something will happen to the wandering soul, and the consequences will be unimaginable." Hearing this, Li Xiao accepted the teaching and replied, "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Senior." At this time, Chu Wang turned his head to leave, not forgetting to urge, "Hurry up and go. Your work for today is not finished yet." Li Xiao replied, "Yes, somewhere else."
At this moment, Jiang Lin was next to another person, but through the system he could still observe the two Bai Wuchang, Chu Huang, and Li Xiao. The young man near Jiang Lin raised his hand to rub his neck and wondered to himself, "Strange, why does my back suddenly feel a bit lighter?" At this time, Jiang Lin looked at the necklace with a coin-shaped pendant on the young man's neck and said, "So this is the thing that attracts ghosts." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Lin reached his hand toward the young man and then clenched it tightly. Right at this moment, the token worn on the young man's neck suddenly cracked with a snapping sound. He was raising his hand to his forehead to wipe his sweat, his face showing dissatisfaction, his eyes looking upward as he thought to himself, "Strange, the weather hasn't changed, so why did it suddenly get so hot?" The small token on his neck was now also emitting faint rays of light. Immediately after, the token fell to the ground and shattered with a clinking sound. After that, the young man looked down at it with an extremely regretful look, clearly showing his helplessness. And then he panicked and cried out, "It's gone, it's gone." He placed one hand on his chest to try and calm himself down. Our male lead, Jiang Lin, was currently looking at the livestream camera and telling everyone, "Those three little ghosts just now weren't eating hair, but were sucking that person's lifespan through the hair. We call this type evil ghosts. If caught by a ghost envoy, more than half of them will be beaten until their souls scatter and shatter."
After speaking, he immediately smiled and clicked the button to turn off the livestream, exclaiming again, "That's all for today's livestream. See you next time." After that, Jiang Lin's face became more serious than ever, while frowning and thinking to himself, Li Xiao's actions and expressions just now were a bit unusual. Did he go through something? After thinking, our male lead turned away and his face returned to normal, then told himself, "Let's stop here for today. If there are any problems later, it won't be too late to adjust." At this moment, the system's blue panel popped up right in front of him. "Ding, dear host, the female ghost marriage mission's acceptance date is about to expire. Please consider scheduling time to complete the mission." Seeing this, Jiang Lin was startled and suddenly realized, "How could I forget this?" His eyes involuntarily widening. Then he clicked on the box with the words, "Female ghost marriage," and smiled. The system panel appeared again. When the ghost envoy was doing a mission in Huai City, he found a little ghost distributing invitations. According to that little ghost, that female ghost had already married over a dozen husbands, and recently she wants to get married again, still marrying humans as usual. After reading those words, the male lead spoke up. "This is actually quite similar to the style of a princess I met a few hundred years ago." As he spoke, he could imagine the scene of a girl sitting on a chair, surrounded by many handsome men. They were all very busy, because some were massaging her legs, some were massaging her shoulders, some stood beside to feed her, and some others were constantly dancing to entertain her in front of her. Right after that, he froze, escaping from those thoughts, and then shook his head repeatedly to forget it. At the same time, Jiang Lin quickly activated a passage which was a spatial door, and he thought again, "This matter of ghosts getting married and sending invitations has a bit of a connection to human desires."
After finishing the startup, right after that, he stepped inside the spatial door that was radiating very strong blue light energy. He continued to think, a ghost's betrothal gift shouldn't be casually taken and used. Since there happens to be nothing to do right now, I might as well go take a look. At the same time in the mortal realm, it was late at night outside, inside an apartment. Currently, there was a young man whose necklace token had been dropped and broken earlier today, sleeping soundly. While sleeping, he was tightly holding a piece of paper with the words, "Congratulations on winning 30 million. He was deeply immersed in his dream. The scene in his dream currently showed a house magnificently decorated for a wedding. There were many red fabrics neatly hung and draped above, along with red lanterns of the same color. This young man was holding a woman's hand and happily asking her, "Whose surname will our child take in the future?" The girl smiled happily. The young man secretly thought to himself, "I've been so lucky lately. First I bought a winning lottery ticket, then I was confessed to and proposed to by a beauty. She firmly refused a betrothal gift and even provided a house as a dowry. However, she probably wouldn't want me to be a live-in son-in-law, right?" Right at this moment, the girl turned to the young man and said, "Of course it's the Sue surname. Husband, we've been married for a few days now. You still haven't carefully looked at our bridal chamber, have you? Today I see you happen to have time. Do you want to go see our courtyard?" The young man quickly replied, "All right." And then the two of them walked into another space. A person's announcing voice rang out, "Son-in-law Sue has arrived." The two of them walked arm in arm, everyone's face smiling happily. The young man looked towards the servants here and laughed happily, saying, "Oh, all right." They also happily welcomed the young man. He continued to think. Su Nuo said this type of address is to match the ancient-style architecture. Not to mention this kind of simulated ancient life is also very novel. This house is really big, just like a real grand household in ancient times. Setting aside the land for now, constructing such an exquisite house must cost a considerable amount. This time I really picked up a treasure.
While thinking, he looked around nervously at everything here. Everything was decorated very solemnly and beautifully. The girl next to him still linked her arm with his and smiled very happily. Then the girl pointed upward and said to the young man, "Husband, I'll go urge the kitchen to bring some snacks now." He quickly replied, "Okay." And then the young man stood alone waiting by the lotus pond, while the girl quickly walked away to the kitchen. After the girl left, he sat down right there, closed his eyes, and enjoyed himself. Suddenly, from under the pond, a splashing sound was heard. Many water drops splashed up and disturbed the surface of the lake. Seeing this, the young man was quickly startled and turned around to see what had happened.
and immediately he saw a head floating on the surface of the water. Its 2 eyes were pitch black without visible pupils, and its disheveled hair looked extremely terrifying. In the mortal realm, at Hui City, it was still night outside. Our male lead, Zhang Lin, was floating in midair. His face was very serious as he clicked on the Start Livestream button. He then spoke up. "Tonight I'm live streaming a female ghost proposing marriage for everyone to see. Rumor has it that this female ghost just married her 13th husband." After hearing him say that, a lot of viewer comments continuously popped up. What's the situation? So he's streaming now? Didn't the streamer say that's it for today? Look upstairs for a bit. It's past 12 o'clock. It's truly a new day. Doge. Underworld time? The Underworld livestream room truly lives up to its reputation. Kids who sleep late have a livestream to watch. Hee hee. Holy crap, what kind of underworld rich lady is this? Over 10? Is this the life of an emperor?
After reading all of everyone's comments, he once again moved alone in the air above a city. He directed his gaze down below and silently thought in his mind. This female ghost's cultivation level is very likely above Ghost General, having already formed her own ghost domain. Then he spoke up. Recently ascended to the Ghost King realm, haven't made a move yet. As soon as he finished speaking, on one of his palms, a source of energy began to activate, crystallizing into a swirling circular shape. It continuously emitted many streaks of blue light. He raised one hand to the sky, and those energy sources immediately shot out, shooting into the air with immense power. He thought again, "Where are you hiding?" That power transformed into a long beam of energy and shot forward a very long distance, so far that its starting point couldn't be seen. Our male lead stood quietly behind and observed in silence. Returning to the scene inside the dream of that young man, right now a piercing scream rang out. "Ah! Ah!" At a small house, the young man's face was now pale, clearly showing fear, sweating profusely and constantly crying out, What are you?" An echoing voice asked him back, "What am I?" The young man gritted his teeth, slightly opening one eye to observe in terror. Right at this moment, a pale white hand from under the lake slammed onto a rock on the bank. The fingernails were both pitch black and long and sharp, looking extremely terrifying. The sound of water splashed as that hand was placed down. The other person's voice spoke again. "You ask what I am?" And now the image of this mysterious person could be seen clearly. That person had a very eerie appearance. Blood-red eyes, long, disheveled, and messy hair. Water continuously flowed from his eyes and mouth, dripping down his neck and onto his white outfit with a pitter-patter sound. The overall look was incredibly gruesome. Witnessing this event, the guy's whole body couldn't stop trembling. He raised one hand to tightly grasp his other wrist and gritted his teeth. Right at this moment, that eerie ghost started to grab the iron bar with the intention of climbing up and getting closer to the young man. Seeing this, his jaw dropped in extreme panic, and he began to lose his composure. Immediately after, he sharply turned around and ran away, looking back while running and screaming, "Damn it! What the hell is this damn ghostly place? I have to leave, damn it!"
Immediately, that strange ghost teleported, turning into a flash of yellow light. Swish! And suddenly it appeared right in front of that young man, flashing an extremely savage smile. Losing his composure and unable to control himself, he heavily punched the strange ghost in the face and then screamed, "Ah!" Right after that, the strange ghost lay sprawled out motionless on the ground, and the sweating young man stood silently looking down. He kept panting heavily and thought in his head that luckily his arms still had some strength, having not stopped training these past few years, but at this moment he couldn't think any further. He quickly ran away while crying out, "Let's run away! Help!" After he had just run away, that strange ghost woke up. One side of its cheek was swollen big from the excessively hard punch, and it sighed heavily. Are newcomers this violent? After that, it turned back into a yellow light and returned under the lotus pond, and the scene returned to how it was originally, as if nothing had ever happened. By the window, Bai Wuchang looked at the sleeping teenager with a strange mood. He drew out his morning stick with a resolute gaze.
He swung the stick near the young man's head, and a strange blue vortex appeared. From that vortex emerged the images this young man surnamed Su had dreamed of, with a very terrified face. He dreamed that he was running away from something and had stopped to pant heavily, saying that even in broad daylight, ghosts were running rampant. His face was covered in sweat. He pleaded while panting, saying that he must definitely tell Xiaono later. If there are ghosts during the day, wouldn't it be even crazier at night? The young man surnamed Su took long strides down the hallway, thinking that when his wife bought this house, they were definitely ripped off. Living in a haunted house like this, being scared to the hospital every day, no matter how much money they had, they couldn't endure it. Suddenly, from a corner, a small ball rolled clattering to the feet of the young man surnamed Su. That small ball turned his face pale, and he looked at it fearfully. The ball on the ground stopped, and he said it was a small white ball, scaring him to death. The young man surnamed Su curiously picked up the ball to examine it, wondering which little kid it belonged to. As soon as he finished speaking, a child's voice suddenly replied that it was hers.
From the roof, a ghost girl with an innocent and carefree appearance, but with bright red blood flowing from her eyes, smiled and thanked Father Su. At this moment, seeing that scene, the young man was scared out of his wits and screamed loudly. The girl jumped down to the ground with a smiling face, but the young man's legs desperately wanted to escape this scene. He was so terrified that he couldn't run, leaving him with no choice but to cower on the ground, holding his head and questioning this insole about what she finally wanted to do and why she kept wanting to haunt him. The eyeless insole girl said that Father Su took her eyes and didn't return them first. Hearing this, he was startled and replied, "What eyes? If I find them, will you stop haunting me?" The girl replied that it was exactly the thing in Father Su's hand. He wondered, in his hand? Then he opened his palm. What was once a white ball had now turned into the girl's eyeball. Startled, he threw the eyeball rolling onto the ground while screaming "ah" in fear and cowering once again. That insole girl questioned why Father Su threw her eyes, and he stammered that it was clearly her fault first.
Suddenly, the young man felt strange about how this ghost addressed him. He asked in confusion, "Wait, what did you call me?" The innocent little girl replied, "Father Su. You are the Father Su that Mommy married. Besides you, there are Father Zo, Father Wa, and Daddy Kwakwa." He continued to ask, "Then what is your mother's name?" The little girl replied with the name Sun Wo. "I am no Xiao Xiao." He seemed shocked upon hearing the name. He stood up abruptly and staggered backward, firmly insisting, "No, that's not right. My wife is a human. She is absolutely not your mother. At most, it's just a coincidence that the names are the same. In this world, there are many people with the exact same first and last names. That's right. It must be like that. It's definitely like that." Interrupting that conversation was the clack-clack sound of footsteps and a voice. "When they first arrived here, they were all like you." The young man surnamed Su stepped back in panic when he heard the little girl address the newcomer as Daddy Yan. This Yin Soul girl, No Xiao Xiao, quickly jumped up to let this young man carry her. She said excitedly, "Why is Daddy Yan here?" He smiled affectionately and replied, "Your mother told me to come and see if something had infiltrated again." The Yin Soul giggled and replied, "Daddy Yan, help me find my eyes." He answered, "All right." The night was quiet by the window of Mr. Su's room. At this moment, Bai Wuchang Zhonglin was live streaming while using the morning stick to watch this human's dream. He looked into the recording device and stated his judgment based on the information before his eyes. The cultivation level of this female ghost is at least at the Great Ghost General level, or relying on the ghost domain of a ghost to form a world in the mortal realm, where this human, having just been married by her for 2 or 3 days, is still kept inside. Today, I will take you all to see what a ghost's barrier formed in the mortal realm looks like. Bai Wuchang Zhonglin brought everyone into that barrier called the Huai City Dreamscape.
He was standing in front of the conversation with the young man surnamed Su. The young man surnamed Su asked why they wouldn't just let him go. Yandade said, "You don't still think you are human, do you?" Hearing this, the young man surnamed Su was startled, asking, "What?" with beads of sweat rolling down. Yandade, holding the eyeless little girl, continued, "That's right, you are still human right now, but probably in a few days. Your body is about to give out, and when that time comes, you won't be anymore. I am just like you, half tricked and half deceived here by Shao Nuo. I once escaped, but failed." The young man surnamed Su angrily said, "Why are you telling me all this?" The young man in blue turned his head and said, "A little thing accidentally broke in here. I was worried about Xiao Xiao's safety, so I came over to check. I'm kindly reminding you one more thing. Xiao Nuo is very powerful. Don't even think about leaving." Hearing this, he trembled and thought, listening to what he means, my body is not dead yet. A few days, there are still a few days left. No, I definitely can go back. I am human. He returned to his quarters. With heavy footsteps, he entered the house, and the 2 servants bowed to son-in-law Su. He walked in without saying a word, which made the 2 servants suspect something. After the door was closed, one of them said to the other that son-in-law Su was acting abnormal, and to quickly report to the young lady. The other girl replied yes. Food was already served on the table, steaming and piping hot. However, the young man surnamed Su retched and was about to vomit upon realizing the truth. He thought that for the past few days he had been eating the food of ghosts, and now just looking at it made him want to throw up. The girl Nono, wearing a red dress, came over and held his hand. She gently said, "Husband, did you eat something that gave you a stomachache today?" He violently shook off her hand, stood up abruptly in anger, and said, "Don't touch me."
The girl, with a surprised look on her face, asked, "Husband, what's wrong with you?" He calmed down and said, "Didn't I tell you not to call me husband? I'm not used to hearing it." The female ghost Sunhua stammered, then, "Hubby." He scratched his head and said, "I've been here for 2 days already. I want to go back to get some things." In his mind, he thought about what he was thinking at that time. He didn't even bring his phone. Otherwise, he could use it to call the police right now. The girl, Xiaonhua, leaned close to his face and gently said, "What do you want to get? I'll tell the maid to bring it over for you, okay?" She quickly sat on his lap. She continued to speak in a sweet voice. "I really don't want to be separated from my hubby." He stood up angrily. "Let me go back. I don't want to stay in this broken down place anymore. I don't want to turn into that thing that is neither human nor ghost." The female ghost lifted her red skirt, her face no longer gentle. She said, "You already know everything. Why are you so silly? What's the good of going back?
Without the money I gave you, wouldn't you still be eating instant noodles and living in that rented house? He wondered what money. He thought about when he had taken her money. Apart from the winning lottery ticket not long ago, he originally didn't get any money. He was startled again. Wait, the money you're talking about is that lottery ticket? She replied quietly. What else? There's also the matter of the fair, rich, and beautiful girl proposing to you. Didn't you really like it? He slumped down on the floor, because everything was caused by the female ghost. He said, Fake? It turns out it was all fake. The female ghost took step by step closer. She stroked the young man surnamed Su's chin and said, But it could also be real. Shanhua's face became cunning. She approached Su Cheng and set a condition. As long as you stay here, then the words you just said will be...
Su Cheng shouted loudly while using all his might to push Funuo backward. He gritted his teeth, pronouncing each word. Don't touch me. Extremely enraged, he bluntly declared, I want to live a decent life, not stay with you ghosts. Funo asked back in bewilderment, Did you say ghosts? She charged forward, terrifying Su Cheng. You ungrateful brat. Funo slapped Su Cheng so hard that he fell to the floor, leaving a red mark on his cheek from the strike. Funo quickly stepped hard on Su Cheng's face. He was in immense pain, but still tried to endure it. Funo asked again, The reason you can still live decently now is because I let you live. So what about ghosts? She continued to cross her arms and scolded incessantly. Could it be that you would live a better life if you went back? Every day in a place like that, working as tired as a dog for a little bit of money? Didn't you want a big house and a baifume wife? Now you have it all. What is not good about it? A second later, she softened her voice and said to Su Cheng, After returning, the neighbors will be noisy, the boss will be looking down on you, and in the end, you still amount to nothing. But here you have a house, you have a wife, you can have everything you desire, isn't that right? Su Cheng glanced up at Funo and retorted, You are not wrong. These are all the things I want, but I truly want to live like a normal human. He raised his voice and glared. What I want to do or how I live is my choice. I won't have a ghost choose for me. Furthermore, the most important thing is my life. Except for the underworld, no one can take it away. He stood up, looking straight into her eyes with a bit of hesitation. Funo exclaimed, You. Then she quickly approached and grabbed Su Cheng by the collar while her face turned black and deformed. This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Suddenly, a powerful beam of yellow light appeared on the ceiling, shaking everything around.
Funo covered her eyes with her hands, feeling extremely blinded and surprised by the appearance of this strange light. Just a few seconds later, Jianglin pierced through the ceiling and stepped down unhurriedly. He approached Su Cheng, put a piece of candy in his mouth, and ordered, Eat this quickly. Su Cheng agreed to eat it. Yeah, okay. Jianglin quickly pushed Su Cheng into a blue circle right in front of their eyes and urged, Let's go. After returning, stay in a place with heavy yang energy for a few days. Although Su Cheng was a bit scared and confused, he still agreed to follow Jianglin's words. All right. At this moment, Funo finally snapped back to reality and opened her eyes. She panicked and said, Where did my husband go? She asked Jianglin in surprise, Where did you take my Su Cheng? Jianglin replied calmly, Of course, I sent him back to where he belongs. Funo angrily expressed, He already accepted our betrothal gifts. We are already married. This is exactly where he should be. Jianglin immediately refuted her words. Giving betrothal gifts to a living person is already a violation. Therefore, this transaction is invalid, and this marriage is also invalid. Jianglin glared and decided, Since you have violated the rules, you must also come with me for a trip. Funo laughed to the point that the black in her eyes disappeared, leaving only the terrifying whites. She did not forget to threaten, Lord Ghost Envoy, have you forgotten? This is my territory. Her nails grew extremely long and sharp as she said, Having lived in Wang City for so many years, it's not like I'm unprepared. Wanting to take me away won't be that easy. However, in just a moment, she became timid and afraid. Why hasn't the ghost energy descended yet? Jianglin spread his hand out to let his power strike Funo.
Suppressed by Jianglin's power, Funo's eyes widened and her mouth hung open, still in shock. Funo couldn't believe Jianglin's technique was this powerful. A round blue sphere now enveloped Funo's entire body. Even though she used 2 fingers to cast a spell, she couldn't control it. She helplessly said, Even I couldn't seize the ghost energy in the air, and I have the cultivation level of an early-stage great ghost general. How could you do it so easily? Funo trembled in fear and asked, Exactly what realm are you? Jianglin smirked, It's fine, just 1 realm higher than you. Suddenly, several ropes tightly bound Funo, making it hard for her to breathe. She screamed, I don't want to go with you. I will stay here forever. I will never go anywhere. Jianglin replied with a cold face, It's fine if you stay here, but you've disrupted the order of the mortal realm. Jianglin snapped his fingers, and Funo's territory instantly exploded into pieces. He then awkwardly scratched his head. I didn't even use that much strength. Jianglin dragged Funo away using the rope he had just bound her with. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Jianglin. Exactly what have you done to her? Jianglin turned around to see Nua Xiaoxiao and Yandade kneeling together, begging Jianglin to reconsider. Nua Xiaoxiao sadly said, It was Xiaoxiao who said she wanted a father. Xiaoxiao was wrong. Don't blame Mom. Only blame Xiaoxiao. Jianglin tilted his chin and asked, Is it because of you? Funo shouted loudly. No! Then her tone softened. No, it's because I wanted to get married. It's not Xiao Xiao's fault. Don't blame her. Zhanglin turned his head and said, I thought so too. I'll record these 2 reasons first. After that, all the servants in Funo's mansion pleaded for her. Lord, please release our master. We can see you are even stronger than Funo, but please let her go to give us a way out. If she dies, none of us will be able to live. Zhanglin bluntly replied, I didn't say I wanted to keep you guys around either. Hearing this, the servants turned pale, looking around frantically without knowing what to say. Then Zhanglin flew over to where Funo was sitting at the front gate.
He looked at Funo and said, Everything here has been pretty much resolved. I will turn off the live stream in a bit. Not just for getting married, many ghosts will also rely on these things to cause trouble. Therefore, the things you pick up might be... Zhanglin hesitated and stopped speaking, resting his chin on his hand in deep thought for a long time. Later, he raised his hand as if he had thought of something. You can take them to the police station. If they are ghostly entities, the police station can also suppress them a bit. In your mortal realm, the yang energy and righteous energy at the police station are both extremely abundant. After that, Zhanglin pressed the button to turn off the live stream on the screen, then used one hand to summon a blue circle. He stepped inside and arrived at his destination. Here he met his disciple and called out, Li Xiao. Seeing Zhanglin, Mei Xiao also seemed surprised. Captain. Zhanglin quickly asked, What do you need from me? Come inside. Li Xiao stepped past him and politely said, No need, Captain. I still have things to do in a bit. Zhanglin turned his head back. Then just say it right here. Li Xiao was sweating profusely, but gathered his courage and asked, Captain, I want to know why I was assigned to Bai Wuchang and not Hei Wuchang. Zhanglin looked at him for a long time. This made him feel confused and a bit flustered.
Zhanglin walked while closing his eyes and said, This matter is a long story to tell. You should just come inside with me first. After entering Zhanglin's private room, the two sat down and started talking seriously. Zhanglin crossed his arms and spoke first. You feel like wondering why I assigned you to Bai Wuchang instead of Hei Wuchang, right? Li Xiao hesitantly replied to his words. Is it because I am too agitated when facing ghosts? Or is it because I am not rational enough? Or because I am too ruthless when making a move? Zhanglin sighed and immediately explained. In Hei Wuchang, it's not like there aren't people more ruthless than you. There are also those who act out of agitation. Zhanglin looked straight into Li Xiao's eyes and said, I don't know what you have been through, but can you manage to be in the abyss without transforming into the abyss itself? Hearing Zhanglin's words, Li Xiao was startled and shocked. What? Zhanglin smiled gently and spread his hand. A red stream of power flew out from his hand and rushed towards Li Xiao. Being latched onto by this aura, Li Xiao felt extremely angry, his face becoming hotter and more irritable than ever. Suddenly, a few seconds later, Li Xiao's eyes opened wide as if something was sealing him. Then right after that, his body recovered instantly, while Zhanglin still sat there calmly observing his state. Li Xiao fearfully opened his mouth. Captain, Zhanglin rested his chin on his hand and thought, actually assigning him this way was definitely related to Li Xiao's intense reactions. The work of Hei Wuchang usually involves the dark side of this world. Based on Li Xiao's current state, it can be seen that putting him into Hei Wuchang would definitely be an extremely unstable factor. Seeing that he had no reaction, Li Xiao called him again. Captain? Zhanglin leaned forward and said so Li Xiao could understand. You are still very young right now. Wait for this period to pass. If you meet the requirements of Hei Wuchang, I can help request it for you. But before that, you probably have to adapt a bit to the work of Hei Wuchang.
Zhanglin continued, Let me ask you a question. Why does the underworld hunt down evil ghosts? Li Xiao quickly replied, Is it because they disrupt the order of the mortal realm and take human lives? Zhanglin smiled mockingly and said, Ghost envoys hunt down evil ghosts. Although they can rely on an offensive state, their actual responsibility is protection. So if you want to become Hei Wuchang, why not try starting with those evil ghosts, protecting wandering souls? Can you do that? Li Xiao was startled. He looked behind Zhanglin and saw a man standing there, smiling at him. At this moment, Li Xiao clenched his fist and clearly showed his determination. I can do it, Captain. Zhanglin instructed him carefully. Go do your work first. Do the assigned tasks well, then think about other things later. Li Xiao obediently replied, Understood, Captain. Zhanglin watched Li Xiao's departing figure with a satisfied smile on his lips. Afterwards, he quickly opened a notebook and examined the details inside. He put his pen down to write a few lines, thinking that when arranging work for Li Xiao in the future, he could consider matters involving evil ghosts a bit, but there still needed to be someone accompanying him. If Li Xiao could learn how to protect rather than attack, relying on his ability and diligence, it probably wouldn't take long for him to meet the requirements of Hei Wuchang. Zhanglin stared intently at his pen and pondered. It seems this captain position is not only about distributing work, but also responsible for the psychological guidance of the team members. Zhanglin took something out of his sleeve. It turned out to be small miscellaneous items floating in front of him. Zhanglin looked at them for a long time, then he stood up and walked outside with the small items in his hands, among which was Xiao Noa's keys piece. As Zhanglin's feet touched the ground, another young man, Su Cheng, was striding somewhere else. This young man, Su Cheng, stood in front of a building belonging to the police station and looked at it.
He kept trembling and tried to reassure himself with his thoughts. He remembered that someone had once told him he needed to stay in a place with heavy yang energy for a few days. The yang energy here should be heavy enough, right? Suddenly, the security guard of the police station building appeared in front of him with a suspicious look. The guard turned his head and asked, "Hey you, do you have something to report at the police station?" The other party replied with a pale, lifeless face, "I want to go to jail. How much is it for one night at your place?" The guard was stunned and speechless for a moment. The young man, Su Cheng, quickly waved his hands and explained, No, it's not what you think. I'm not here to go to jail." He frantically pulled a phone out of his pocket. "It's like this. It seems I was chosen by a female ghost to be her son-in-law, but I really don't have the slightest impression of it until I met a streamer on a live stream. Then that person told me I should go to a place with somewhat heavy yang energy, so I came here." The security guard suddenly realized. "So that person is you. You look quite handsome, actually." The guard approached, patted Su Cheng on the shoulder, and smiled in agreement. "Then stay here. I'll let you stay for 3 days, and if that's not enough, then 7 days. That will definitely be able to suppress the yin energy on your body." Su Cheng quickly nodded and said 2 words, "Thank you." At the same time, he reminded himself that from now on, he would never pick up random things again, and he wouldn't dare to dream of sweet dreams that didn't belong to him. Su Cheng smiled joyfully, looking up at the vast blue sky and the bright sunshine shining down, as if warming his soul. "I get to live. This is so great." At the 18th hall, inside the interrogation room, Zhang Lin was interrogating the wicked woman Fu No. Zhang Lin asked her, "Where did you get things like this?"
Fu No knelt on the cold floor and answered fearfully, "These things are from a transaction with another ghost. I help him find ghosts and humans, and he gives me ghost energy." Zhang Lin continued to interrogate. "Then is there any specific characteristic about the transaction between you and that ghost?" Fu No tried to recall and answered, "He wears a mask, calls himself the ghost shopkeeper, and is much stronger than me. He can appear in my ghost domain. As for other things, I don't know." Zhang Lin stood up and said seriously, "I understand now. When the time comes, a ghost envoy will take you away." Zhang Lin left, leaving Fu No there, but he couldn't help but ponder a question in his mind. "Do I need to inform the captain about this?" At another location, the Underworld Mission Center, Zhang Lin was clicking on the words "Issuing Missions" on the screen. He scrolled through the mission board for a while and felt, "The missions lately are indeed a bit dull. I should probably just do the work of Team 18 first." A call from behind Zhang Lin rang out. "Lord Zhang." He pressed the button to close the mission board and turned around to see who called him. Zhang Lin asked, "May I ask if Your Excellency has any guidance for me?" The ghost envoy standing in front of Zhang Lin immediately reported, "Lord, recently there has been a lot of news about ghosts whose strength suddenly increased. Please be careful, Lord." Zhang Lin was surprised. Ghosts' strength increased suddenly? Zhang Lin rested his chin on his hand, thinking back over everything, and recalled Fu No's words just now. The bead can make a ghost's strength increase rapidly in a short time, and today's matter, could they be connected?
Zhang Lin clasped his hands together and smiled, saying, "Thank you." The ghost envoy smiled politely. "Lord, you are too polite." Zhang Lin flew off with a whoosh and decided what he needed to do. Go find the captain first. At another house, a masked man with pink hair, matching Fu No's description, was holding an object in his hand and said, "What a pity, a rare, great ghost general trading target." Suddenly, his servant walked in and asked, "Master, does this matter affect us?" He calmly replied, "It's just a ghost envoy. Tell the ghost envoys below to be a little careful. Don't die again." The servant clasped his hands in obedience. "Understood." He opened the door from a distance with one hand. This masked man looked back very sinisterly. "Oh, a new guest has arrived. This person's aura is truly wonderful." The scene shifted to the city, which was extremely quiet at night. There was a young man wandering around. The young man held a dry branch and kept drawing a few lines on the ground. He kept muttering to himself, I've studied, but nothing is going in. Truly nothing is going in." He said helplessly, "I have no other way. Maybe I should try to split my head open to see what's inside." A stranger's voice rang out. "Little friend, do you want to buy something?" He turned his head and was surprised. "Why do I remember that when I first got here, all the shops in this city were already closed?" He quickly stepped inside the shop and looked around for a while. The young man felt disbelief and asked again, "Do you really have everything here?" The shop owner immediately replied, "I sell everything. What do you want to buy?" He walked and looked at everything. I want to buy..." The man walking in front of him immediately held out a pen and said, "I think you might need this. This pen can write out any answer you desire." He took it and was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "Any answer? How much is this pen?"
The shop owner immediately said, "No need for money. You being able to go back and write down what you want is already the greatest return for me." Suddenly his phone rang and sounded, "The tigress and the creditor are looking for you, master." He startled, turned his back and blamed himself. "Oh no, what have I done today?" He grabbed the bag he always carried and ran away immediately. He didn't forget to shout loudly, "Mom and Dad, I was wrong. Please listen to my explanation. Next time I will definitely do better on the exam." The middle-aged man watched him run away in a panic, pondered over something, and walked back inside the shop. In front of a door, there was a force surrounding it. At the delicious food restaurant, Jiang Lin and Ni Ju were sitting and discussing a few issues. Ni Ju analyzed, "The bead you brought earlier is like the items brought back by my other team members. I have researched them." He hesitated and then said, "I suspect that there are living things contained in these." Jiang Lin surprisingly exclaimed, "What? Living things?" Jiang Lin calmly reconsidered everything and speculated, could it be a ghost artifact used to seal living things? Seeing the anxiety clearly showing on Jiang Lin's face, Ni Ju immediately said, "I just took those things to the Ghost Artifact Workshop to be checked. There should be results soon." To explain a bit, the Ghost Artifact Workshop is a place specialized in making ghost artifacts belonging to the underworld. Other types of ghost artifacts like the Morning Stick of the Ghost Envoy are all made there. If other ghosts want to make ghost artifacts, they must go through various levels for approval. The materials and labor fees to create a ghost artifact are very high. Ordinary ghosts basically don't even have the chance to make a ghost artifact.
Returning to reality, Ni Ju suddenly asked Jung Lin about something. "Right, is there a reason you came here this time?" Jung Lin suddenly woke up from his daze and focused on Ni Ju's words. Jung Lin took out from his pocket the things he had prepared all along. "I came exactly for this." He laid out all the items he had obtained from Funor and said, "These are the things I got from doing the female ghost's marriage mission." Ni Ju was a bit surprised by what Jung Lin just reported. Jung Lin continued, "These are the things the female ghost exchanged with a shopkeeper. I need the captain to help bring them to the Ghost Artifact Workshop for appraisal to check the origins of these items." Ni Ju quickly took the items in front of him and agreed with Jung Lin. "All right, if there is any news, I will notify you." After a long while, the two finally finished talking. Jung Lin said his goodbyes and left. "Then I won't bother the captain anymore." Ni Ju also replied, "Go do your work." Jung Lin turned around and walked away while calculating in his mind. It seems that things haven't been too peaceful lately. It's better to continue befriending the team members of Team 18. 1 month later, the scene shifts to the mortal realm. While on high school, in the classroom, everyone was looking at a student, and at the same time, the teacher's voice rang out. "Congratulations to Zhuang Yifan for progressing at lightning speed, this time truly ranking first in the entire grade." As the teacher spoke, Zhuang Yifan's writing speed was even faster. Everyone should learn from Zhuang Yifan. Now class is dismissed. The voice of a classmate came over to praise him. "You're amazing, Zhuang Yifan." However, at this moment, he was already too tired. With the pile of books on his desk, his eyes were red and had deep, dark circles. The pink-haired female classmate sitting in front turned around and asked, "In just 1 month, going from last place to first in the grade, tell me, how did you do it?" Zhuang Yifan remained engrossed in writing, answering indifferently, "Just did it. My brain has been enlightened. Is that a problem?"
The girl looked angry but didn't dare to show it too much, quickly grabbing her bag and leaving. "If you don't want to say it, then don't. What are you showing off for?" Zhuang Yifan's face had darkened by this time. He crazily wrote his assignments while saying, "Not enough, not enough. This homework is too little. I want to keep writing. I want to keep writing." A while later, at the private house of the student from earlier, police cars were parked all outside, not knowing what had happened inside. The police officers cautiously held their guns and carefully inspected the house from the outside. After rushing into that house, they found out that Zhuang Yifan had dropped dead, lying sprawled on the floor due to studying too much. It was unknown since when. There were also many scattered pieces of paper next to the body. The police officer touched his nose to see if he was still breathing. After confirming that he was dead, the officer felt reassured. He picked up his mobile walkie-talkie and reported to everyone on the other end of the line. "Zhuang Yifan confirmed dead. Please notify the family to come and claim the body quickly." The subordinates quickly obeyed his order. Understood. Suddenly, behind the police officer's back, a few sounds rang out. Click, 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 click. A middle-aged man was sitting pompously on the study desk, a smirk on his face clearly showing his smugness. He continued to click his pen, making the same clicking sounds as before, and said some very incomprehensible words. Truly a delicious flavor. After that, this man quickly turned around and left immediately. Zhuang Yifan's mother ran in, too shocked to speak. "Fan Fan!" She hugged her son in her arms, crying bitterly and saying, "Fan Fan, please wake up. Let's go home." This mother kept asking her son but never got an answer. "Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Oh God, isn't our family miserable enough? You even took away my only hope? Why?" That man left, but it seemed that no one could see him. From beginning to end, his face remained as cold as ice. He quickly returned to his shop and strode inside.
His servant appeared right after. This servant smiled with satisfaction and glanced to the side. He knelt down, reaching his hands forward to offer an item to the man in front of him, and called out twice, "Master." The masked man looked at the pen and said with delight, "So fragrant. This feeling, it's truly wonderful." Suddenly, a voice emanated from the pen. "What exactly do you want to do? We made a deal, using everything I've learned to work for you, but not to help you harm people." He gripped the pen tightly and snapped back. "You use your brain to work for me, and I fulfill your wish. This is the deal between us." The man gritted his teeth, his eyes showing contempt. "Now your brain belongs to me. How I use it has nothing to do with you." The mysterious voice inside the pen continued to ring out. "But we made it clear, no doing things that offend heaven and reason." The masked man asked again,
Offending heaven and reason? Which of my actions offend heaven and reason? Why have I never seen it? The person inside the pen was too angry to speak. You... He chuckled, while a blue light glowed on his 2 fingers. For ghosts, there is no such thing as offending heaven and reason. He channeled his power into the pen, then placed it back on a shelf filled with soft drinks and cereals, muttering, "Good stuff. Then we can harvest something." The voice from the pen rang out once again, expressing agreement. Fine. The servant appeared at this moment to report to him. "Master, a new guest has just arrived." He turned and walked into a blue circle right behind him, not forgetting to instruct, "You continue the business. I won't bother you anymore." The servant bowed respectfully and obeyed. "Understood, master." A few seconds later, the masked man transformed back into his original form, looking incredibly calm. The scene showed the chapter earlier, then quickly shifted to another location, the eastern King Yama's palace. At this time, King Yama was sitting on his chair, looking extremely angry as he said, "Lately, quite a few bugs have appeared in our territory." King Yama used the power in his hands, then pulled out the objects he had collected. These are ghost artifacts sealing living things. As we now know, they can upgrade the strength of ghosts in a short time.
The ghost envoy standing below looked at the ghost artifacts in front of them and said in panic, "Sealing living things to make ghost artifacts has never been allowed." The second person said, "Where did the living things sealed inside come from, and what is the purpose of using these things?" The third person stared blankly and replied, "These things are inherently very difficult to deal with. Moreover, if this thing appears, it won't just appear once." Everyone started discussing enthusiastically, with everyone chiming in. One guy started complaining, "Whether these things appear in the underworld or the mortal realm, I'm afraid they will cause quite a bit of chaos, increasing our workload again. Oh God." The person next to him darkened his face and said, "Furthermore, this type of living ghost artifact will seek out humans or ghosts with desires. This is what is hardest for us to guard against." King Yama waved her hand and spoke up. "Such things are now being sold rampantly outside, and the mortal realm is also full of them. The news I received is that the person buying and selling these things is someone called the shopkeeper." She quickly ordered, "I want each of your teams to be in charge of the safety of one area and immediately eliminate the vermin in those areas." After hearing the order, all the ghost envoys clasped their hands together and said in unison, "Understood." King Yama waved her hand and threw the letters towards her guards. King Yama said, "Go quickly." Jiang Lin held the paper with the words Team 18 Patrol Area in his hand and was stunned for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. He and the people behind him clasped their hands together and obeyed. Yes. Jiang Lin was about to leave for his mission when a hand was placed on his shoulder. He panicked, turned around, and realized it was Nie-Ju, the captain. Nie-Ju raised a finger and told him to follow his words. "Go to the intern office and get a few ghost envoys as interns, otherwise you won't be able to handle it." Jiang Lin smiled brightly and said, "Thank you, Captain." He thought carefully. The other team members still had their own work. It was just a simple patrol, so letting intern ghost envoys do it would be even more appropriate. Nie-Ju urged him, "Go. Remember to pay attention to safety while patrolling." Jiang Lin bowed his head and replied, "Okay." Then he quickly left to do his work.
At the workplace of Team 18, Jiang Lin held out a card and said to everyone, "This is a temporary token. In case of emergency, you can break this to inform me of the situation." He also did not forget to instruct his subordinates. "The patrol area of Team 18 depends on you guys. While working, remember to pay attention to safety, and if you encounter trouble, absolutely do not show off." All the people standing there held the token in their hands and shouted loudly, "Understood, Captain." After receiving the order, everyone left, leaving only Jiang Lin sitting there. He quickly clicked the button to start the live stream with everyone. The notification immediately popped up on everyone's phone. Ding! Everyday Underworld Healing is live. Come and watch. Viewer comments and notifications immediately appeared. Mummy donated with a message. "Good luck with the broadcast. I get to see the streamer's cool face again. So happy." The friend above, "Tell me why you can say such beautiful words."
Jiang Lin only spoke up at this moment, saying that recently if one encounters strange things, for example, a poor student suddenly getting a pen that makes him achieve maximum scores or something like that, one must be careful or bring that item to the police station immediately. Then he continued, "Today I will show you guys a little bit about how the normal communication between me and my team members works." In his hand, he had prepared a pen and a notebook. Then he wrote a few lines to leave a message for Nie-Ju. "Nie-Ju, the ghost shopkeeper has appeared. Pay attention to safety when working. If there are any clues, you can contact me at any time." Immediately, Nie-Ju also quickly replied, "Understood, Captain." Signed, Nie-Ju. Then Jiang Lin looked into the camera and decided, "Next I will show you guys the patrol area assigned to Team 18 this time. What missions and ghosts are in Team 18's patrol area?" Jiang Lin quickly appeared at the Underworld Mission Center to ask for some information he needed. Jiang Lin approached a table where a ghost envoy was sitting. The ghost envoy sitting there stood up and greeted very politely. "Greetings, Lord. May I ask if there is anything I can help with?" Jiang Lin held out a map and pointed to a house on it, then requested, "Please investigate the missions in this area a bit." This ghost envoy immediately followed Jiang Lin's instructions. "All right, please wait a moment, Lord." He used his power and flipped through the papers underneath to find the information. After finding the area mission list of Team 18, he immediately handed it to Jiang Lin to look over. Jiang Lin took it and observed it attentively for a while. He clasped his hands and thanked. "Many thanks."
The other party smiled politely. It hasn't been very peaceful lately. When Lord Zhang is working, please remember to pay attention to safety. Zhang Lin smiled and replied, many thanks, you too. A while later, Zhang Lin left that place. He approached a large circle and decided to touch it. After stepping through the circle and entering a new space, he hurriedly informed the viewers.
The next live streams are all about wiping out ghosts related to Area 18. The first stop is Nan Province, Nanan Scenic Area. Nanan Scenic Area is also said to be a lover's holy land. It is said that as long as you go there with the person you like and bow under the goddess stone, the two of you can stay together forever until the end of your lives. The goddess stone suddenly became very popular. Firstly, because it has its own unique story, and secondly, because many netizens have revealed that confessing love there has a very high success rate. Zhang Lin walked in the sky while also looking down below. He thought to himself that the scenery there wasn't bad either, with various flowers blooming in all 4 seasons. Besides confessing love, going there for a date is also a suitable choice. Great, for the next vacation, there's no need to dream anymore. Suddenly, a black hole appeared along with a rope that grabbed Zhang Lin's leg. Zhang Lin was startled and looked at the rope. A few minutes later, his entire body was tightly tied to a chair floating in midair. Zhang Lin looked at the scene in front of him in shock. It turned out that he wasn't the only one tied up here. Many couples and other people were in the same situation. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Haha, a rare guest has arrived. Welcome to my territory, Lord Ghost Envoy." The people there were all blindfolded, screaming in despair. "Help me! Let us go! Ah, help!" That voice rang out provocatively again. "Beg me to let you go." A black shadow approached Zhang Lin with a sinister face. "Lord Ghost Envoy has also arrived. Everyone can participate in a round. Show a good performance." That pitch-black shadow snapped its fingers and didn't forget to sneer. After that, a young man and a young woman were brought in front of Zhang Lin. The black shadow said excitedly, "Come, come, come, Lord Ghost Envoy. I will introduce a few rules to you." The couple in front of him both looked as pale as ghosts. The black shadow approached him, flying around him, and said, "Right now we are playing the game of truth. Through 2 rounds of playing, we can test whether they truly love each other or not. If it is the truth, then it's impossible to lie, right?" Zhang Lin's face remained cold, and he finally agreed. "Fine." Zhang Lin turned his head, smiled, and asked the guy back, "Then what are you betting?" The ghost smiled sinisterly, flying around him. "The game has just begun. Keeping a little bit of suspense makes it interesting." He, on this side, was also secretly casting a spell. "Then I am really looking forward to your suspense."
The monkey over there now flew towards the 2 people who were tied up. "Lord Ghost Envoy, look at this couple. They have been in love for 3 years and are about to get married. However, this man only pursued her for her company's secrets. So pitiful. This silly girl is still dreaming about getting married." Hearing this, the girl immediately changed her expression, tears welling up in her eyes as she asked, "What?" The ghost then snapped its fingers. "Next couple." At this moment, another couple was rushed over with terrified faces. Right now, in front of him were 2 couples tied up in midair. The ghost smiled, approached the young man and said, "This young man is exactly the scheming type that humans often talk about, scheming for 4 years just to finally hold that girl's hand." Then the ghost went over to the blonde girl and continued, "This girl is even planning to break up." With that, the ghost laughed proudly. "What a touching love, ha." Zhang Lin on this side frowned in annoyance. It wasn't the true body of the master of the ghost domain, but it was curious that he couldn't sense its existence. It was as if the entire ghost domain was the master of the ghost domain. The formation of this type of ghost normally relies on its own abilities or ghost energy, but what if it transformed itself into the ghost domain? At this moment, a 3rd couple appeared, and the monster began to say that the 3rd couple met online, while the 4th couple were childhood sweethearts who had been in love for 2 years. The ghost approached them. "It's just a pity that you don't have any dark secrets." He thought to himself, "That means as long as the ghost domain exists, it will exist. Destroy the ghost domain, and it will also die."
He remained calm without a single ripple of emotion. Was its game to test love? Perhaps this time I can find Mang Po because of the 100-year love. At this moment, an earnest cry rang out. "Please let him go. It really has nothing to do with him." The girl looked up at the ghost and pleaded, "He just came out to hang out with everyone. It was my unrequited confession. It has nothing to do with him. We are not even a couple." At this time, the ghost covered the girl's mouth and said, "I know. Just now he also said he wasn't close to you." The ghost then laughed gleefully. "So you just had unrequited love for 3 years? Haha." It mocked the girl's love. Is the feeling of loving but not attaining very uncomfortable? But reality is exactly like that, even more cruel. Even if you dig your heart out in front of him, the other party wouldn't care at all. Zhang Lin suddenly spoke up. "Aren't you talking about yourself?" Hearing this, the ghost muttered, "Is it me?" The ghost then suddenly laughed out loud. "That's right. I was about to dig my heart out, but she still left. Isn't this kind of love very ridiculous?"
It then beckoned with its finger. Lord Ghost Envoy, if you don't believe it, how about we watch together? Right after that, they disappeared into thin air. A moment later, all the people were lined up neatly on an empty plot of land. The ghost hovered beside Zhonglin and smiled, saying, "The ones below have entered the game of risk phase." At this time, men were lined up on one side, women on the other, facing each other. The ghost then asked him to be the judge of this game of risk. At this moment, some black things appeared from the ghost's hands. Those streams of black energy then began to envelop the bodies of the people below, causing them to be in constant fear.
Right after that, the black shadow directly divided the empty plot of land. At this time, the people below were already suspended in the air. Below them were water currents with huge ferocious fish constantly trying to lunge and bite them. Seeing this scene, the girls panicked. "Why is it like this? We just want to love normally." The remaining people on the shore were terrified seeing this scene. The monster then said, "Look quickly. The people you like are waiting for you on the opposite side. Do you see the large stone hanging above them? Every 10 minutes it will lower a bit." The monster laughed and circled in front of them. "If you can save them before the stone falls, they won't die. Isn't that great? Now the game begins. If you want to save people, you can set off now." The man at this time slumped to the ground, backing away in panic. "No, you just want them to die here." The monster laughed. "How would you know if you don't try? Maybe this sea is very safe." At this time he shook his head and said, "I don't want to." The monster laughed more and more smugly. "You can choose not to go down, and no one will blame you, because this is human nature. In the face of life, love is not worth mentioning." Right at this moment, a voice rang out, "I'll go." The girl from earlier spoke up, looking at the person she had liked for 3 years. "My love for you is only one-sided. But if I hadn't asked you to come confess your love at the Goddess Stone, you wouldn't have been involved." The girl kept sobbing and said, "If you die, it will be all my fault. Being killed by someone you don't even like is too unfair to you." Right after that, the girl jumped directly from the cliff into the water. At this time, another voice also rang out, "I'll go too." The young man on the shore then jumped down. "I don't like using this trick. Loving someone means being wholehearted. Even if there's no result, I won't regret it." The ghost looked at the school of fish gradually surrounding the two people below and laughed. "Go on. The things in this sea love fresh food like you the most."
Did you guys really think you could pass the game? These man-eating fish are me. At this moment, the fish were about to rush at the two of them when they were held back by some kind of energy. Right after that, all the fish were knocked unconscious. The ghost then flew up and looked down below. The whole school of fish was dead. How is this possible? At this time, the male lead had also untied the rope at some point, standing in the air looking at him. Seeing this, the ghost was puzzled. "What did you do?" Zhang Lin simply said, "Nothing, just took a little time to tie you up." By now, the ghost had been tied up by him. This ghost domain was transformed from your body, so the entire ghost domain had to be captured. At this moment, that whole piece of land was bound by iron chains. The ghost now looked sad. "I was careless. You won." He looked at it with an emotionless face and said, "So have you seen the answer yet?" Hearing this, the ghost asked blankly, "What?" Zhang Lin continued, "After finishing this game, have you gotten the answer you wanted?" But the ghost just laughed. "Love is just a fart." Hearing this, he asked back, "Because you like a fart, you became a ghost for a fart?" Hearing this, the ghost was stunned. Right at this moment, a voice rang out, "I think it's just that you haven't met the right person yet." Hearing this, the ghost was startled and dumbfounded. The girl had already reached the shore by now, looking up at the ghost and smiling. That's life. Who doesn't meet inappropriate people? But you can't deny yourself because of an inappropriate person, let alone deny the rest of your life because of an inappropriate relationship. Hearing this, the ghost was completely stunned.
The others were also gradually lowered. The girl with unrequited love looked at the boy approaching her with tearful eyes and said, "I won't cling to you anymore in the future." The monster on the other side laughed sadly. "Who is the right person? Who is the suitable person for me? Who should I dig my heart out for? Haha." At this time, he didn't let it continue speaking and reached out his hand. Immediately, the others were rescued and left that ghost domain. Zhang Lin on this side shouted, "Teleport." The monster was startled. Right after that, an entire ghost domain was gradually lifted, starting to curl into a small ball. A moment later, it was gradually retracted into Zhang Lin's hand. Just as the monster was looking bewildered, the ghost domain merged into the ghost's body, and it lowered its head slightly. Zhang Lin continued, "Have you heard of the ghost shopkeeper? He wears a mask and sells some ghostly entities." It immediately said it knew. At this time, it was still terrified. "I turned into this appearance now because of him." Hearing this, he continued to ask, "Tell me the details. Do not leave out any detail." The ghost began to recount. "I couldn't find him. He can appear randomly at any location. He helped me form the ghost domain, and every certain period of time, he lets me take a certain amount of remuneration." Hearing that, Zhang Lin asked when the next time would be. The ghost continued to speak in constant fear. "I don't know. I only met him once, but he was very friendly.
Maybe as long as he appears near me, the remuneration will be taken automatically. At this time, the ghost stammered again. What if... It thought in its heart, let it be. Let's just leave it like this. I'm too tired. He looked at it and wondered, what is going on here? Right after that, he quickly collected the ghost back into the bag, taking it back to deal with later. At this time, he looked at the person next to him and said, human life is very short. You will experience a lot. Love is not the only thing, and you don't need to forget or destroy yourself because of love. Right after that, he continued to fly away. Let's go to the next location. At this time, the scene shifted to Hospital Room 101. The woman had woken up. The girl who just woke up immediately asked the nurse next to her, hello, may I ask where the man who was tied up with me is? She smiled and said he was in the bed next to hers, and the girl smiled and said thank you. At this time, the girl stepped out of bed. She approached the man next to her, and he also looked at her. He looked at her and asked, are you awake too? The girl then unexpectedly gave him a tight slap.
Seeing this, the guy angrily questioned, are you crazy? The girl shouted back, didn't you only date me for the company's secrets? He still tried to make excuses, so she continued, let's break up. I will report the things you stole from me to the superiors. Just wait for the court's summons. Right after that, the girl turned and left, leaving the guy sitting on the bed angry. He was just one step away, yet it all went down the drain. At this time outside, there were two people standing looking at each other talking. They glanced around. The man looked at the girl and said, I feel like our love hasn't quite reached the point of life and death together. The girl felt the same way, and the young man directly said the two of them should break up. Right after that, the two of them hugged each other and said, I wish you happiness in the future. Me too. Then those two left, and another two were walking outside. The two of them tightly held each other's hands and smiled. This is great. We are both fine. The blonde man smiled at the girl. Don't worry, I will never leave you. I will protect you. Hearing that, the girl smiled. I know. We have known each other for over 20 years. Of course I trust you. How can this garbage method prove true sincerity? I don't believe it. The man then held the girl's hand and said, let me take you to eat hot pot. Hearing that, the girl also said, let's go quickly. I want to go to that trending hot pot place on the internet. If we're late, there won't be any seats left. Hearing that, the young man immediately agreed, and the two of them ran off. At this time, seeing the silhouettes of two people skipping ahead, two others appeared. The young man looked at the girl beside him, scratched his head shyly, and said, about that. At this moment, her hand immediately grasped the young man's hand. Hearing this, he instantly blushed and was startled. The girl smiled and continued, it wasn't wrong. I really did think about breaking up, but now I still like you. As for the future, who can know for sure? Seeing this, the young man smiled happily. The girl blushed and said gently, your girlfriend is hungry. Can you go eat with me? Hearing this, he immediately stepped forward and said, of course, let's go. Then the two of them held hands and smiled as they walked forward. Meanwhile, on the other side, the girl who had been in unrequited love for 3 years stood there forlornly. She lowered her head slightly in sadness. Sigh, everyone is in pairs. Why is it so hard for me to confess my love? At this moment, an amused voice rang out. Excuse me, is it a trend for you girls nowadays to pretend not to know someone after confessing? Hearing this, she was startled and immediately turned around. The guy had already walked out. Seeing him, she quickly covered her mouth. Didn't you say we didn't know each other? The guy replied, we don't. Now the two of them were standing face to face. The young man smiled, placed his hand on his chest, and said with full sincerity, can you give me a chance to get to know you again, the brave warrior who dared to fight against a man-eating monster? The black-haired young man beamed brightly and continued, I heard everything you said in the ghost domain. He stepped closer, causing the girl's face to flush red, and asked her, do I not have a chance anymore? The girl now happily threw her arms around him and said joyfully, of course you do, of course you do. The two hugged affectionately, and the young man spoke up. Hello, my girlfriend. Elsewhere, in a wooden cabin deep in a dense forest.
A bald man was working on his computer. Suddenly, two people walked into the house. The bald man turned and said to them, how is it? Any news yet? The girl, with a joyful expression, said, yeah, there was a problem with the goddess stone in our area. It entered the Underworld healing livestream, but luckily nothing happened to anyone. The young man next to her chimed in. I've confirmed it. Those youths all left safely. This incident has brought quite a lot of traffic to our scenic area. The bald, middle-aged man sighed in relief and said, that's good. I'll report this to the superior shortly. He continued to assign tasks to the two of them, telling them to work on a promotional project for the scenic area recently to seize this opportunity, and both of them replied in unison, okay. On a dark night with a perfectly round moon, a bus was driving through a desolate and remote forest. Outside, there were dark figures seemingly waiting for this bus. The figures boarded the strange bus one by one. The door closed gently, and then the bus continued to run in this quiet area. On that bus, there was a young man still sleeping soundly. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Once fully awake, he directed his eyes toward the bus window. He panicked and whipped around to look at the scenery outside. He thought to himself, did I sleep for that long? Why is it already dark?
Didn't I miss the evening roll call? He nervously turned on his phone to check. The phone showed 6 p.m. He breathed a sigh of relief that it was only 6. But then he was startled again, his mind starting to deduce. That's not right. It's only 6 p.m. Logically speaking, the sky shouldn't be dark this early. He panicked and asked the driver, "Driver, where are we now? I'm getting off in front of Tiannan University. Have we passed the stop?" He froze as the other passengers on the bus turned their faces down to look at him with soulless eyes.
Interrupting that fear, the driver spoke up, saying the next stop was Luanyu Station and he hadn't reached his destination yet. He thanked the driver, but then he spaced out. That's not right. Where is Luanyu? He scratched his head in frustration. Could he have taken the wrong bus? Impossible. He took out his phone, muttering to himself to just call his department head and ask him to make up some excuse. He put the phone to his ear, but only heard a dial tone. There was no ringing sound. He looked around, flustered, because the phone kept beeping and couldn't connect to his friend. He looked at the phone and saw there was absolutely no signal. He thought, this isn't right. Something is very wrong here. He broke out in a cold sweat, piece everything began. Couldn't make a phone call, an unfamiliar station name, and those weird passengers. He panicked. Where on earth was this bus heading? What should he do? Suddenly, a loud noise on the roof of the bus caught his attention. Terrified, he clung to the window frame. Then he calmed down and looked up to see what it was. That thing flashed past his face so quickly he couldn't react in time. He pressed his lips tightly together and swallowed hard with a gulp. Gathering his courage, he glanced backward, only to see a completely horrifying scene. It looked like a human skin hanging in midair, making a threatening gesture. The young man screamed, "Ah, ah, ah," then threw his backpack at the terrifying thing. Suddenly, the strange passengers on the bus all turned entirely black, and they all stood up. Their feet quietly began to step forward. The human young man curled up in a corner in fear, covering his head with his hands in panic, but his eyes still tried to watch the movements around him. His hands covered his head, while right before his eyes were the black shadows of the crowd, glaring at him with pure white eyes. Panicking, he backed away and said, "What do you want to do? Don't come over here." A strange figure with soulless eyes moved close to the young man, terrifying him. It rubbed its hand on his face, making him gag. It wasn't just him. There were many, many hands clawing at his body, and he didn't understand anything at all. The driver's voice rang out. "It's probably because some air leaked in when the doors opened earlier. Be careful." Looking through the gaps between those hands, he replied in his thoughts, "Be careful. Be careful of what?" The bus continued speeding down the road. Due to inertia, the black entity swarming the young man tumbled to the floor. Outside the bus, there were also many of those black shadows clinging to the vehicle. The speeding bus and the driver's zigzag steering caused some of them to fall off. Those shadow figures hugged the young man tightly, making it hard for him to breathe. His face turned pale, and the swaying of the bus made it hard for him to hold on. Finally, he threw up on the bus, causing the man and woman hugging him to widen their eyes.
He held his face while the strange passengers looked at him with angry eyes. Those two passengers looked at each other with unusual expressions. One of them said he had too many expressions. The young man still covered his mouth, nauseous because the bus kept spinning. The two of them continued to say, "That's right. How can he do that?" The older man next to them said he didn't know. He got dizzy again, covering his mouth, but still almost throwing up. A passenger said, "Where's the bag? Where's the bag? Hurry up." And then the older passenger grabbed his bag from the seat. He had a look of not needing it, but that passenger approached. That old man shoved the bag over his head just in time as he spewed out what was left in his stomach. They all breathed a sigh of relief. The moonlight shone brightly in the sky. The bus kept swerving on the dark road. The ghost envoy saw everything. He said, "Is this the hearse that appears late at night on the mission list of Area 18? Bai Wuchang Zhenglin cast a spell and said, "If this hearse continues to run on the road, it is too dangerous for the mortal realm." He forcefully cast a spell on the speeding vehicle. Wherever that beam of light went, it swept through the dark figures, causing them to dissipate. The ghosts clinging to the roof of the bus also began to jump off and scatter. Zhang Lin wondered why there was so much gathered malicious and wrathful energy here. His source of green power hit the dark things like an arrow. Those things dissipated quickly. Ghost Envoy Zhang Lin looked up at the small camera and said, "These aggregated entities of malicious and wrathful energy only have their evil instincts and the drive to snatch food left. There's no need to bring them back to the underworld. Normally, they are quite timid. When facing a stronger version of themselves, they will choose to run away." Zhang Lin, Bai Wuchang, teleported right next to the bus. The wheels screeched to a halt. He glared fiercely at the bus. Inside, the driver said, "Lord Ghost Envoy."
Bai Wuchang said, "You take him back first," and a sound of wind arose. The bus stopped once again, and the driver said they had arrived at the stop, but the passengers inside remained silent without a single movement in response to those words. The sluggish eyes of the boy who had wandered onto the strange bus opened. Everyone cast a cold gaze at him and said they had reached the stop. He should get off the bus. Voices calling his name rang out. Chen Sen. Chen Sen. It turned out he had been unconscious and was being called by his friends, who were anxiously calling out Chen Sen's name. His eyes widened. He jerked up abruptly, panting heavily from having gone through such a terrifying ordeal. He asked tremblingly, "Are you guys ghosts or humans?" One of his friends angrily clenched his fist and said,
You brat, are you sleep-talking? What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Sen winced, thinking that the pain meant it wasn't a dream, as people say that becoming a ghost means you don't feel anything. Chen Sen subconsciously realized he had returned. He laughed joyfully despite the tears streaming down his face. He said, "That's right, you guys really are my sons." His friend was stunned when Chen Sen hugged him tightly, finding this guy completely incomprehensible. Hanging on to his friend, he raised 2 fingers and smiled radiantly at the rest. Chen Sen said, "My sons, Daddy has returned safely." A friend breathed a sigh of relief. Today's experience was truly surreal. Whew! Even though he had been on the streamer's live stream, it was fortunate he returned safely. Chen Sen was doubtful about what he had experienced. He grabbed his friend's shoulder and asked, "Have I been sleeping in the dorm this whole time?" That friend replied in surprise, "Do you not remember what you went through?" He answered, "I don't remember anymore." Then those 3 friends continuously recounted the events he went through while they were watching the live stream. They emphasized that it was actually real, making Chen Sen ponder. The dorm head's phone received a notification to go to the school gate to pick up their roommate, and then they walked out and saw Chen Sen lying unconscious on the sidewalk. One of his friends noticed something strange. Not only him, but everyone saw the blue bus pass by. Hearing this, Chen Sen stared agape at his friend. So it was actually real?
His friend sighed and replied, "Of course it's true. However, from now on, before getting on a bus, pay a little attention and look carefully at which bus it is." Chen Sen jumped off his friend, and the friend continued, "If there is a next time, you might not be so lucky to meet a streamer." And so the 4 friends reunited, hugging each other because they were completely fine. A crescent moon shone in the night sky. The green bus had stopped, but its lights were still on by the dense roadside. The driver said, "Lord, I have been driving this bus for 10 years, but I have truly never harmed anyone." He broke out in a cold sweat and said fearfully, "Sometimes I even let living souls or lost humans hitch a ride without charging a fee. As for the normal ghosts hitchhiking, if they have money, they give it. If they don't, I just help them." The driver continued, "Just like just now, helping the humans hide their aura." Jiang Lin looked at the shadowy figures at the back of the bus and asked, "What's the matter with you all?" He thought that the remaining passengers, apart from the hitchhiking ghosts, all had some sort of connection to this bus. The most important thing was that they couldn't leave this bus. The old driver continued, "Lord, we don't know about this either. We don't remember anything about our past lives." The old driver's head spun. He said it seemed like an accident happened where they fell into the river. He staggered and fell in pain. By the time we regained consciousness, we were already on this bus. None of them can leave this bus, and I seem to be bound to it as well. Even if I step out, I can't go far.
He staggered, holding onto the bus handrail, and said earnestly, "Lord, after we realized we couldn't leave the bus, we relied on it to earn a little money and food, just so we wouldn't starve to death." The driver knelt down, sweating profusely, grabbed by Wu Chang's clothes and said, "We've never harmed anyone. We have never harmed anyone at all. Lord, we have never harmed anyone." Suddenly, the old man stuttered, Don't arrest me. Stop, don't." The old driver suddenly felt something strange, as if something flashed through him. He rolled onto the floor of the bus in pain, holding his head with both hands, grimacing, and said, "I have never harmed anyone. Let me stay. There are still passengers who haven't reached their destination. I cannot stop. I cannot stop." Bai Wuchang coldly cast a spell on his fingertips. He decisively unleashed an incredibly powerful spell downward. Seeing the bus driver holding his head in agony, Jiang Lin immediately cast a spell to help him. Suddenly, the driver felt the pain disappear, and his whole body felt unusually warm. He let out a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. It doesn't hurt anymore." With that, he slowly stood up and thanked the male lead. Thank you, Lord Ghost Envoy." Suddenly, the bus driver knelt down. He kowtowed to Jiang Lin, begging him in an extremely sincere tone, "Lord, please allow us to stay in the mortal realm." The passengers on the bus also knelt down one after another following the driver, sobbing, "We will do whatever you ask. That's right, we don't have any memories, and we can't leave this bus. We can't go anywhere else. Maybe one day when the bus passes through a certain place, we might remember something." Seeing that the male lead did not respond, he called out "Lord" once more, and only then did Jiang Lin slowly reply.
Driving in the mortal realm requires a driver's license, and vehicles from the underworld wanting to drive in the mortal realm also need a travel pass. He continued, "Not only vehicles, but ghosts walking in the mortal realm also need a travel pass. If you don't have a travel pass, any ghost envoy who meets you can capture you." Hearing this, everyone felt fearful and anxious. Are we going to die soon? Are we going to turn into ashes? If we can't stay in the mortal realm, is our existence still necessary? Is there really no other way? Suddenly he interrupted their murmurs. "There is." Hearing that, the passengers on the bus fell silent, looking at the male lead with respectful eyes. The driver softly said with full gratitude, "Lord." Jiang Lin did not reply. He used his magic power to create the power of a contract and applied it to them. "Become my ghost soldiers. Work for me. I can help you arrange jobs in the mortal realm. Do you agree?"
The bus driver was moved to tears. Then they replied in unison, "We agree. As long as you can let us stay in the mortal realm, we will agree to do anything." Once the magic casting was done, he lowered his hand. The contract gradually merged into their bodies. Everyone slowly opened their eyes, and a special mark appeared on their foreheads. He instructed, "From now on, this will be your travel pass. Other ghost envoys who meet you will know your identity and will not make a move. If you encounter an attack from ghosts, revealing the mark can also make them a little afraid." "Thank you, Master." After saying that, he flew outside and used his magic power once again. Everyone on the bus felt somewhat relieved by this time. A gate opened in front of them, and the whole bus and Jiang Lin entered together. Behind the gate was the underworld. The spirits there saw the male lead with the strange bus and all looked curiously. At this time, at a large stall, there were two spirits sitting, drinking, and chatting with each other. "Did you see that? A large passenger bus just returned."
I see it. I miss my car so much. It's a pity I couldn't bring it down, otherwise I could still go for a joyride. The other girls also gossiped because of the car's appearance. I don't want a car, nor do I want delicious food. I just want to bring my phone down to play games. Having a phone means having everything. You can take it anywhere. One of the girls playfully spoke up. "You still want to bring a race car down here? If it were actually possible, what would you use to run it? Use ghosts?" The pink-haired girl giggled and replied, "The underworld doesn't allow using living ghosts as objects." Suddenly, the pink-haired girl waved her hand, signaling them to lean in closer. "Have you guys heard about the matter of living things being used as ghost artifacts? Recently, all the ghost envoys have been busy with this." Another girl spoke up cautiously. "You've got some nerve. Watch your mouth. Saying things you shouldn't say will bring disaster upon yourself." "What is there to be afraid of? This matter has already spread everywhere. Do you know Shumo Jai, who writes novels? I know about this. It seems a certain author has gone missing. That author is Shu Ah-san or something." Because they were so engrossed in the story, the girls didn't sense the appearance of a group of people dressed in black entering. Sensing something ominous, one girl in the group slowly turned her head. Suddenly, from behind, there was a cold gaze staring right at her. Seeing the appearance of that person, the girls covered their mouths in fear and tremblingly said, "Lord?" The one called Lord merely said calmly, "The underworld has not been peaceful lately." Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind them, "You all should pay attention to your safety." The pink-haired girl timidly replied, "Understood, Lord." The rest of the girls turned pale with fear, not daring to breathe heavily, silently comforting themselves in their minds.
"Scared to death. I thought he wanted to cause trouble for us. So scary. Next time I won't dare to speak nonsense anymore." As the person addressed as Lord was walking away, a voice suddenly called out, "Lord!" The girl timidly reported, "I have a friend I haven't seen for a long time. Can you guys find her?" Hearing this, he pulled something out from his sleeve. He calmly asked back, "Are you sure she's missing and didn't just go somewhere else?" The girl firmly affirmed, "Yes, if she went somewhere else, she would have told me." Holding a book and a pen in his hands, he proceeded to ask, "All right, tell me your friend's name, distinguishing features, and address first, along with what she was doing previously." As if grasping a lifeline, the girl was moved to tears. "Thank you, Lord. Her name is Ching Hei, and she has a brown mark at the corner of her eye." After a while, he summarized it as follows. In 3 days, someone from Wandering Soul Registration Point 28 had gone missing. The security situation was unstable. Looking at the book in his hand, he pondered deeply. There are too many wandering souls missing recently. It's quite strange, but how were these wandering souls taken away? Having said everything she needed to say, the girl pleaded sincerely, "I've troubled you, Lord Ghost Envoy. Whether it's good or bad news, please let me know." He replied with a single word, "All right." Then he turned around and ordered the ghost envoys behind him, "Strengthen the patrols and be more careful. Absolutely do not overlook any suspicious movements." They replied in unison, "Understood." Elsewhere, the bus Zhang Lin brought over stopped in front of a massive gate. He continuously used his magic power to increase the bus's defensive strength. After finishing with the bus, it was the driver's turn. That stream of energy surrounded him just like when they established the contract. Suddenly a chain appeared and tightly bound him. However, not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but he actually felt extremely comfortable instead, unable to hold back a groan. Comfortable. Continuing on, the chain suddenly snapped in half.
He looked at the male lead in panic, but he calmly explained, "From now on, you will no longer be bound by the hearse. You can go wherever you want now." Feeling that his previous actions were inappropriate, plus the other passengers behind him teasing that he was screaming like he had lost his soul just now, the driver was so embarrassed that he fumed with smoke. Even so, he did not forget to thank Zhang Lin. "Thank you, Lord Ghost Envoy." The male lead turned to leave, and before leaving, he reminded everyone, "In a moment, a ghost envoy will come to register your information. Just cooperate with them." "Understood, Master." Just as he finished speaking, a black cat appeared from nowhere and ran into the car. Zhang Lin had just gotten off the car when someone ran over from afar, calling, "Yu." Seeing the other party, he immediately said, "I'll leave the work statistics of these ghost soldiers to you, then share the information with Ni Ju for a bit." As he spoke, he thought to himself,
This driver has driven the hearse so much, he must be familiar with the roads and very familiar with Niju. The person who just arrived rubbed her head and said breathlessly, "Captain, I'm sorry, Yu ran out, so I—" She was about to explain when the male lead interrupted. "It's fine." The girl couldn't believe her ears and asked in surprise, "You're not blaming me for not keeping an eye on Yu? You're not punishing me?" He smiled lightly and replied, "No blame and no punishment. Normally, you can also relax a bit. Just remember to send me a copy after processing." She cheered happily, guaranteed to complete the mission. He turned and walked away, leaving the girl with an encouraging sentence, "Keep it up." After everything was resolved, Zhang flew in the air while talking to the notification bar in front of him, crying, "The streamer has recruited soldiers? What do you want ghost soldiers for?" The friend above, "Don't be embarrassing. More people make things easier, don't you know?" Hearing this, he immediately replied, "All ghost envoys belong to the underworld, but the ghost soldiers who have a contract with me belong to me." As soon as he finished speaking, the notification bar continued to pop up. Finally, the streamer also has his own soldiers. "Congratulations, congratulations," accompanied by a happy face sticker. The male lead set foot on the ground, smiled lightly, and said, "That's all for today's livestream." After saying that, he pressed the button to end the livestream. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Captain." The person who just called was a burly man. Seeing him turn his head, he immediately said, "Can I refuse your arrangement?" Seeing the other party say this, Zhang was confused and asked, "Do you have any difficulties?" The man smiled awkwardly and replied, "Yes and no. I'm used to being alone for that matter. Besides, it's too dangerous."
He recalled the situation at that time and sighed inwardly. "I am currently at the Ghost General stage, and I don't accept ghost soldiers. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing to get lost along with a ghost soldier?" Then he placed a hand on Niju's shoulder to comfort him. "You don't need to worry about this matter. Its defense and speed are not bad. The driver also knows the way." Hearing this, the man couldn't help but be surprised. "Captain, this is—" The male lead continued. "If this getting lost issue can be resolved, efficiency and work performance will probably improve. Try cooperating first. If it doesn't work out, we can think of another solution." Hearing this, Niju became excited again. "Thank you, Captain." He thought to himself, "Since the captain is thinking of me like this, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to refuse." Zhang conjured an orb and presented it in front of him. "This is a living ghost artifact I obtained from an evil ghost. It will react when encountering other living ghost artifacts. Place it on the hearse, and if there's any news, report to me immediately." Holding the ghost artifact in his hand, Niju felt somewhat more reassured. "Understood, Captain." Before leaving, he didn't forget to assign a task. "Go and get acquainted with them for a bit." "Understood, Captain." After the male lead left, Niju approached the passengers amidst their panic. He placed the ghost artifact orb into the vehicle, letting it slowly merge with the bus, then turned to explain the situation to everyone.
"Regarding that matter, I must go with Niju of your team. When working, you guys just need to lead the way for me. If you encounter danger, run if you can. Staying behind will only make you cannon fodder. Can you do that?" Everyone nodded in understanding and replied, "Yes, yes, yes, Lord. Rest assured, we will definitely work well with you. And moreover, we know how to escape. That's right. Having run around in the mortal realm for 10 years, we know every escape route." Hearing them say that, Niju just smiled wryly and thought to himself, "There's no need to be so honest." Entering inside, Niju received congratulations from the ghost envoys. "Lord Niju, congratulations on getting new team members." "Haha, shared joy, shared joy. Let's work hard together in the future. You too." On Zhang side, he was sitting in the study, deep in thought while reading a book. Along with that, there was a voice speaking. "Captain, I am completely capable of taking on more difficult missions." Hearing this, he didn't reply, thinking in his head that Fujua was already at the middle stage Ghost General realm. The old man continued, "Allocate the forces of Team 16 to me. I have use for them. I also believe I can be like Niju and complete more difficult missions." At this time, he finally spoke. "Maybe next time I will give you other missions, but taking Ji Yin with you is too dangerous." Pondering the events that had occurred recently, it seemed that after the incidents with Niju and the hearse, Team 18 needed some adjustments. "If I take him along, I can protect him well." He quickly agreed. "All right, I've noted it down. Go back to work." Watching the old man leave the room, the male lead calculated silently. It seemed Fujua was quite satisfied with this Ji Yin, so temporarily he couldn't separate the two of them. Saying that, he used his magic power to pull a book towards himself. In the mortal realm, at a high-rise building, a girl was standing in front of an apartment door. Her face was gloomy and extremely lifeless as she muttered to herself, "What kind of murder method is perfect?" Suddenly, her phone rang. The girl looked at the phone screen and muttered in annoyance, urging again, always urging. On the phone were messages from a person named Hai Tong. He had sent her many messages, but she hadn't replied to any of them. "Baby, when are you going to hand in the manuscript?"
"The deadline is almost up. If you don't submit it, it won't be in time. If you don't submit the manuscript, you're dead meat. Reply to my message. Don't pretend. I know you're looking at your phone." Suddenly, she was so startled that she dropped the phone in her hand. The girl's phone consequently smashed hard onto the ground.
In front of her, a door gradually opened. The girl stood up, staring in astonishment at the scene before her. Did I transmigrate? The room inside featured ancient architecture, completely different from the scenery outside. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Not exactly. It's just that you have an affinity with this old man, which is why you can see me and my shop. The old man calmly continued. Using the terms of you humans, you have stepped into another dimension. If you don't believe it, you can look around to see if you can spot anyone. She turned around in shock. In the hallway now, humans seemed to have evaporated from this world, with no one left. In the entire large hallway, there was only her. Somewhat believing the mysterious old man, the girl turned back and asked, "A shop from another world, what does it have?" In her heart, she was extremely thrilled, thinking to herself, how exciting, a murder case in another dimension, there's so much material to write about. The old man just smiled and said 4 short words, "You have inspiration." As if hitting her weak spot, she was startled. What? He held out a board and a pen in front of her. Use this creation pen, and inspiration will flow out endlessly. She still felt shocked by what the old man just said, her face full of suspicion as she approached. Is it really that magical? Are there other things? He gently said, "This is all you need," and handed the board and pen to the girl. The girl, as if grabbing onto a lifeline, couldn't hide the excitement on her face, tightly hugging the drawing board and pen as if afraid the old man would change his mind right now. How much is it? The old man said nothing, but just gave a strange smile. Suddenly, the girl became dazed.
Muttering, "Yes, I only need inspiration. That's enough. Yes, I only need inspiration." The old man only said, Go create what belongs to you." The girl left with an emotionless face, everything at this moment returning to its original state as if nothing had happened. In her workspace, ever since getting the drawing board and pen from that mysterious old man, the girl threw herself into drawing comics. On the screen, the horror comic updated chapter 142, 143, and 144 all at once. The person named Haitang, who earlier had been threatening and urging her to release chapters, was now astonished by her work rate. What the hell? 3 chapters at once? Are you crazy? The girl lost control, her hand continuously drawing. I want to draw. I can still draw. I can still draw. That girl frantically used the drawing board and pen received from that mysterious old man to draw comics. The pen moved continuously with the girl's hand, creating piercing, scratching sounds. Suddenly, a sobbing voice echoed from the pen. "It hurts so much. It's so uncomfortable. Stop it quickly." Inside the pen's nib, there was a spirit imprisoned. The girl looked around blankly. What's going on? I remember. She held her head, piecing together what had happened before she was brought to this damned place. Leave. I want to leave here. What exactly happened? Why did that courtyard turn out like that? Who exactly am I? She cried out in despair and hopelessness when suddenly a stream of ghost energy appeared from nowhere and poured into her body. She stopped abruptly and didn't scream anymore. That stream of ghost energy was still pouring in amidst the girl's surprise. So comfortable. A little more. A little more. Yes, I want more. Much more power. Exactly like this. Exactly like this. Ha ha ha. Go to hell. Go to hell. Suddenly, she seemed to break free from the temptation. No, it can't be like this. But a voice interrupted. This will make you stronger. Weren't you very comfortable just now?
The owner of the voice just now was Shua-san's phantom. He floated, looking at her, and continued. "Since you're already here, you should listen to the shopkeeper's arrangements. The shopkeeper can make you stronger. Isn't that good?" Hearing this, she angrily shouted, No, it can't be like this. Stop it. You are harming people." He smiled sinisterly and replied, "So what if it harms people? What's wrong with ghosts harming people?" She continued to argue. "Sooner or later, the underworld will find out. They don't allow doing such things." The other party still maintained a disdainful attitude. Then isn't it better to be stronger than them? A screen appeared before her eyes, showing the girl drawing out of control. She panicked. Don't draw anymore. You will die. You will die. Don't draw anymore." Contrary to her, the man jokingly encouraged, "Draw, keep drawing. What a great power." The ghost energy emitting from the girl was immediately absorbed by the man. He continued to instigate. "Draw a bit more frightening. Draw a bit more brutal." Seeing this, the girl stood up and shouted, No, I don't want to stay in this scary place." After speaking, she rushed out in a panic, running backward. "Let me leave here. I want to leave here. I want to leave here." Hearing the girl say that, he smiled deceitfully. "Ha ha 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 ha, you can't escape. None of us can escape." After speaking, he cast his magic power, transferring a strange source of energy to the female artist. The energy immediately surrounded the girl. Then she slammed her drawing pen on the table. Looking like she had lost her mind, her hands typed on the keyboard with clacking sounds. On the computer screen was a horrifying notification of a new chapter update. Clicked. After a ding sound came the notification. "The horror comic you follow has updated to chapter 143. Continue reading." Readers all shared a feeling of panic mixed with fear after reading the new chapter. They wondered if this author had a sudden breakthrough. Why did she suddenly draw so terrifyingly? Someone even fainted from shock in the bathroom. Someone else got possessed by a ghost when reading this chapter.
Elsewhere at the library, Yaezi calmly took a book from the shelf, while Tang Tenze was still recounting. "Oh right, I heard..." Before the other could finish, Yaezi took a piece of paper and stuffed it into his mouth. Some people encounter ghosts reading comics, some encounter ghosts telling ghost stories. The conclusion is probably that something happened in the underworld. The Ancestor Forum talked about it in great detail. Your rambling wasn't completely useless. Tang Tenze spat the piece of paper out of his mouth and continued. "So do you need to consider..." Yaezi took off his glasses with a serious expression and said, "Tang Tenze, it's best if you don't go out recently."
Tang Tianze suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, that's amazing. You sound exactly like that kid from the Zhang family." Suddenly, a child appeared clinging to Tang Tianze's body, constantly calling out, "Daddy, Daddy!" Yaezi witnessed this scene and remained silent. Yaezi thought to himself, "You attract wandering souls so easily. Sometimes I even wonder if you're testing me on purpose or have some other intentions." Then he asked, "What else did Zhang Shun say?" Tang Tianze replied, "He told me to check carefully first, and also pay attention to all matters related to the water element." As he spoke, a bunch of question marks popped up in his head. After that, I asked him, "What kind of water? Fresh water or seawater? Purified water or ice water?" He just rolled his eyes at me and ignored me. Hearing this, Yaezi had no objections and just said, "Then it's best you listen to what Changshin said. Don't contact your family." He asked in confusion, "Why?" Yaezi slowly explained, "Because for others, it might be a life and death game, but for you, it's a father and son game." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Hearing his words, Tang Xianze followed behind him, nagging, "What are you talking about? It sounds so confusing. But then again, the ghosts that clung to me so many times before, didn't you resolve them all for me? Last time jumping in front of the tomb, and also the Shenjie incident, plus the time before that when we went to meet the sponsored child and were followed by a ghost on the way. Didn't you resolve all of those? Yaezi, why don't you just set up a supernatural investigation agency, like the ones you often see in novels?" He reached out to take a book from the shelf, frowning as he replied, "I haven't thought about it. I don't have that much capability."
Seeing that everything he had said was being ignored, Tang Tianze became furious. "I've said this much, so why are you..." Yaezi quickly covered his mouth with her hand. "Tang Tianze, you should first think about how to make your ghost son rest in peace and reincarnate." Tang Tianze was surprised, not understanding what he had just heard. "Son? What son?" Yaezi briefly explained. "Your ghost son, 2 years old, is currently in your arms." Tang Tianze panicked upon hearing this and looked down. "That thing calling me dad last night wasn't a ghost, was it? Are ghosts popular for randomly acknowledging fathers everywhere nowadays?" Yaezi said nothing, only smiling as she put her glasses on. On the street outside, bustling with people, a little ghost unexpectedly appeared. It sat down, looking at a wallet someone had dropped on the bench. Recently, incidents of ghosts tricking and catching humans had occurred. "Ha, today I will also give it a try." Suddenly someone walked by, noticed the wallet on the bench, and stepped back. He picked up the wallet. The ghost thought he would put it in his pocket, but he brought it into the police station opposite instead. After that, he walked out to the astonishment of the ghost. How could this be? It held its head, shouting unwillingly. How could this be? After all, who are you looking down on? Why did you bring the money into the police station? Ah, without the ghost energy mark, how am I supposed to follow you anymore? Ah! Suddenly something knocked on its head, accompanied by a man's voice. "What are you screaming for, disturbing the citizens here?" The owner of that voice was Ni Ju. Seeing him, the ghost knelt and begged, "Lord Ni, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again." In its heart, it cried silently, "Boo-hoo, I couldn't catch a person, and now the money is gone too. Boo-hoo." Ignoring its rambling, he grabbed his clothes and lifted it up. Looking at it, he said with a stern face, "Quickly tell me which way to Hukai Road. Point the wrong way and I will crush you." The monster cowered and pointed across the street. "Go 10 meters to the left, then 5 meters to the right, then 10 meters forward, and you will reach Hukai Road." Hearing the monster's answer, Ni Ju thought for a long time. He visualized his current standing position with the monster, then imagined the footprints the monster had left. The monster sweated profusely and cried out in fear, "No!" It added, "You can't be." Ni Ju was so angry that the pupils in his eyes vanished. "Didn't you know the way?" The pitiful little monster hugged its head. "I remember the way was like that." Despite his anger, Ni Ju patiently said, "I will give you one more chance." It pointed to the opposite side and confessed, "I have a friend living next to the fountain. I'll go over." The monster mumbled the last few words, "To ask?"
Then Ni Ju reached out one hand and summoned his power. A few seconds later, the friend that the goblin mentioned was dragged up from under the fountain by Ni Ju, looking very dazed. Ni Ju grabbed it by the stomach with one hand very swiftly. Then he pulled up the shirts of both goblins and ordered, "Which way is Huakai Road? If you point the wrong way, you will also be beaten." The two goblins took turns pointing the way. Maybe it's this way. No, this way is correct." But neither direction was right, making Ni Ju wander all over the place. Zhang Lin, who had just appeared, sat on a chair in the back. The 3 young men standing behind Ni Ju held a map and said, "Is this the way to Wakai Road? Why do I remember it's to the west? No, it should be to the east. Oh, this is the 3rd time we've gone with Lord Ni, and we've gone the wrong way in a single day." Zhang Lin held his head helplessly. "I underestimated Ni Ju too much. I thought he was just bad with directions, but I didn't expect his lack of sense of direction to be contagious." Then one of the 3 men from earlier said joyfully, "I remember now. Perhaps we should head east." He turned around and said to the 2 guys behind him, "I'll go scout ahead. You 2 stay here and don't listen to anything Lord Ni says. Just bring him over."
After that, this man immediately climbed up to drive a bus parked nearby. Zhang Lin rested his hands on the back of the seat and fell into deep thought. It seems they are about to undergo ghostification. What should I do to help them? Suddenly, a red-pink orb appeared in front of Zhang Lin, making him come up with an idea. It turned out to be the Demon Domain Orb, a harvest from the Goddess Stone event, which could sense the existence of the ghost shopkeeper. Zhang Lin then flew in the direction of the Demon Domain Orb. A while later, at a nearby apartment building, the crescent moon peeked out and shone down on the ground. Hong Ya appeared, and at the same time she was holding a stick in her hand. She directly used her power and blasted it to pierce through that house. As the power approached the house, a flash of light suddenly lit up. Hong Ya successfully broke into the human's house in the mortal realm. Hong Ya walked around the house to inspect and heard a girl's voice echoing from afar. I can draw, I can draw. The girl's face began to turn manic as she continuously muttered a sentence. I want to keep drawing, I want to keep drawing. Even though the desk was empty, the girl was still drawing frantically. Hong Ya shouted a warning. This ghost is about to go crazy. Hong Ya took a step forward and dashed over to snatch the pen from the girl's hand, causing her to panic. A voice from inside the ghostly pen screamed, Lord Ghost Envoy, you have finally arrived. The voice inside the pen continued to ring out, Lord Ghost Envoy, it's really Lord Ghost Envoy. Hong Ya looked up at the pen with a hidden meaning. She was about to rush forward with the stick in her hand, but then stopped abruptly, as if something was not quite right.
The shape of the pen went from straight to bent. It twisted and shouted, Lord Ghost Envoy, I beg you, please take me back. Another person's voice replied, Go back? Do you think you can still go back? Going back means you will only die. Hong Ya continued to listen to the conversation between the two sides. This is all they're doing. It wasn't me at all. The one controlling the pen arrogantly said, I live inside your body. Do you think the Lord Ghost Envoys will believe what you say? The girl at this moment seemed to be going crazy, no longer normal. Hong Ya stepped forward and lightly touched the girl's shoulder, making her tremble violently and feel an extreme chill. Hong Ya used his power to move the girl and himself to a corner of the room. The voice of the controller echoed threateningly again. Furthermore, the contract signed with the ghost shopkeeper already has your name written on it. The person trapped in the pen stubbornly denied, It wasn't me, it wasn't me. A surge of dark power began to envelop and embrace the girl's body, then whispered, I still don't understand why you want to run away so badly. The power of a ghost envoy is so attractive. Hong Ya frowned and narrowed his eyes, then calmly thought of a solution. Perhaps dealing with this guy first was the key to breaking the current situation. No sooner said than done, he stood on his tiptoes and rushed straight toward the pen, whipping him to a pulp. He cried out in fear, Hey, your opponent is not me, Lord Ghost Envoy. Hong Ya stopped hesitantly. What did his words mean? Suddenly, a tiny flash of light appeared behind Hong Ya, making his eyes widen. He immediately turned around, grabbed the stick, and used both hands to block the power rushing toward him at a terrifying speed. Hong Ya took a few steps backward to defend.
Then, the image of a massive monster appeared in front of him. It smiled sinisterly and said, Her drawing has already taken shape. You have no chance left. Hong Ya slightly lifted his foot as if something was sticking to the bottom. The monster approached closer with a provocative voice. Middle stage nether realm? Not a bad meal at all. Hong Ya gritted his teeth in fear, but he quickly rushed forward to face the monster without any hesitation. He slashed at it, but this monster dodged extremely professionally and skillfully. It stepped back, holding a sharp knife in its hand, ready to deal with Hong Ya right here. Hong Ya and the monster chased each other around the house for a long time. Suddenly, an extremely fierce tornado appeared right inside the house. The two manifestations of the soul inside the pencil appeared and began to argue. The first manifestation, with an extremely cunning face, crossed its arms and said, You see, I told you, as long as we are stronger than the ghost envoy, they won't be able to do anything to us. The second manifestation, trembling with fear and clasping its hands, replied, Lord Ghost Envoy will definitely lose. The guy from earlier turned back with a sinister look. Then what about this? Right after he finished speaking, a monster stepped out from the space right in front of them. That monster flew up, accompanied by the guy's words, The ghosts she created are not just one. The monster was about to fly towards the girl, while the girl hugged her head in panic. Hong Ya's voice rang out, Despicable. The monster then changed direction, flying elsewhere, not forgetting to look down with a contemptuous expression. The girl just sat still in one place, hugging her head without moving, her face turning pale.
Suddenly, the monster was pierced by something, causing it to instantly spurt blood. It turned out that the stick Hong Ya always carried with him had finished it off. However, the monster he was fighting earlier appeared behind his back. It held a sharp knife, preparing to slash down on his head. Hong Ya momentarily couldn't defend himself and was struck in the back by the monster, causing him to cough up blood, lose his balance, and stumble forward. Blood splashed onto the cheek of the girl sitting opposite. Her eyes widened in disbelief. In the girl's eyes, Hong Ya appeared extremely weak and completely drained of strength. Hong Ya approached the girl, clutching his chest with one hand, while trying to lean against the wall with the other. The girl asked fearfully, Who are you? She reached out to touch him but couldn't. Instead, he passed right through her. Hong Ya gritted his teeth, his head throbbing as he tried to think. Even though he was severely injured, he had to stay calm and think carefully. There must be a way to both protect the person and safely leave. Anyway, this human will have to die sooner or later, so wouldn't it be better to just let me kill her? It would save you the effort, and I might even consider letting you off the hook this one time.
Hongya quickly pulled out the stick, and the ghost immediately vanished. Hongya spoke up. Before her work is completed, I will not let him achieve his goal. The ghostly entity over there just smiled smugly. He thought that Zhonglin couldn't stop him. That makes it easy then. Using her life to draw the final conclusion will surely be very spectacular, he said while laughing. At this moment, Zhonglin told him that what he was actually referring to wasn't the work they created, but themselves. Human life, from beginning to end, is already a masterpiece, a spectacular and great masterpiece. The work he is pursuing hasn't finished yet, and he doesn't have the habit of letting others end it early. Then he wants Zhonglin to just die. After you die, he will let that human exert her final trace of exhausted strength.
Saying that, he rushed towards Zhonglin. Seeing the critical situation, Hongya didn't know how to stop them or what he should do now. Since things had come to this, he could only call them for help. Saying that, his hand bled, a lot of blood, emitting a red light. Then a massive explosion occurred, sending Hongya and that ghost flying into the wall. The light from Hongya's recent distress call pierced through Zhonglin's protective barrier and through all the buildings. Outside, everyone received Hongya's distress signal. They immediately had a bad premonition. Something had happened to Hongya. The distress signals were all directed towards one room. The other one started going mad. He used inspiration on the human's pen, laughing maniacally while saying, "Truly unexpected, but like this, can you still handle it?" Inspiration could use a human to create countless paths to gather power. In critical moments, the power brought by the ghosts would all turn into its power. Hongya, watching from the side, also saw that he had truly gone mad. Today, he would let them taste the feeling of being killed by the ones they protected. The light radiating from his inspiration was incredibly intense. Niju appeared nearby, and at the same time, the others also arrived one after another. Zhonglin looked up at the sky. He saw that this sign meant a team member was in danger, but now that Niju's group had arrived, Hongya was temporarily safe. That ghost shopkeeper asked him why he didn't go save his people. Weren't they the ones in danger? Zhonglin interrogated them. How many ghost shopkeepers do you have in total? What is your purpose, and where do you come from? This ghost shopkeeper was still stubborn. He said Zhonglin couldn't kill them. Even if they died, the day our king returns would be the day they resurrect. This mortal realm and the underworld would all have to welcome their return. Saying that, he laughed out loud, but halfway through the laugh, he felt pain from the lump on his face again. Zhonglin was extremely surprised. As soon as the ghost shopkeeper finished speaking, his body exploded like a bomb. It then created a massive explosion, leaving a deep crater in front of Zhonglin. At this moment, the red bead appeared again. Where was it leading him this time? Zhonglin guessed that perhaps earlier he should have attacked that shop, instead of the ghost shopkeeper and the old man in gray.
Zhonglin glided swiftly across the houses. He observed the surrounding streets and thought, before that thing enters the city center, it must be stopped, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Niju was still fighting the ghost soldier, and Fujio was controlling her staff to fight. Niju slammed the ground hard, and the ghost soldier hastily dodged to the side. Fujia stood on a tall building, observing the situation below. Then she tapped her staff on the ground, and purple light radiated in all directions. Countless thorny vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping around the body of each ghost soldier. The thorny vines secreted a terrifying purple liquid. The purple liquid stuck to the bodies of the ghost soldiers, instantly corroding their flesh. At the same time, at the comic artist's apartment, Hongya stood shielding the girl. She turned and used her stick to touch the girl's forehead. Hongya caught the sleeping girl's body, saying, "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Go to sleep first." After that, she carried the girl and jumped out of the damaged apartment building. She landed gently. Immediately after, a passenger bus approached. The man on the bus looked at Hongya and called out, "Lord Ghost Envoy, over here." Hongya placed the girl on the back seat, glanced at the man, and instructed, "You guys take care of her." The man scratched his head and smiled, "No problem." Hongya turned to leave and called back, "In terms of attack, the hearse doesn't have an advantage. I still have wandering souls to receive. I must leave here first." The man replied, "Understood." Afterwards, the two men helped the girl lying on the seats conceal her living aura.
The passenger bus left right after that. The moon had risen high. The evening city was gloomy and quiet. Zhonglin's glowing red eyes observed the surroundings. After that, he unleashed his ghost energy. A red bead peeked out nearby. Zhonglin sharply spotted the red bead gliding past and running into a small alley. Zhonglin threw out his stick. The stick immediately doubled and tripled. In just a blink of an eye, the stick multiplied into countless numbers, quickly chasing after the red bead. The sticks collided with a house, and a loud explosion rang out. The house was shattered to pieces, revealing billowing ghost energy radiating in all directions. These streams of ghost energy quickly dashed forward, wanting to attack Zhonglin. Zhonglin reached out his hand, gently blocking the streams of ghost energy. He created a barrier to enclose them, swallowing the rays of ghost energy inside. Zhonglin looked into the house and thought, the morning stick and the ghost domain orb are both quiet now. It seems there is no problem. Zhonglin descended from high above onto the ruined house. He looked at the objects floating in the air, muttering, there are so many living ghost artifacts.
These objects carrying ghost energy ran outside, wanting to escape. They continuously crashed into Zhonglin's barrier, but did not cause a single crack to appear on the barrier. Zhonglin looked at these objects carrying ghost energy, thinking anxiously, the ghost shopkeeper is dead and the shop is destroyed, but why do I always feel that everything has only just begun? Zhonglin took out a bag. The bag quickly sucked in the objects carrying ghost energy. Zhonglin continued to think, could it be that there isn't just one ghost shopkeeper? Who is the king that it mentioned, and from where does he want to return? This matter requires returning to the underworld to make long-term plans with Lord Yama.
A book flew out. Zhang Lin looked at the book and said to himself, there is no new distress signal. It seems they can handle it. Zhang Lin looked at the magical artifact aura not far away inside. Their strength is greater than I thought. He opened a teleportation portal and left the house. On this side, the battle between Niju, Fujia, and the ghost soldiers was not yet over. The pen hid behind a ghost soldier who was exhaustedly kneeling on one knee on the ground. A voice reminded Niju, Niju, its power comes from the pen behind it. Be careful. Hearing this, Niju did not hesitate to rush to attack the ghost soldier. You have some skills. The ghost soldier raised his sword to head level, blocking Niju's morning stick. At this moment, Niju suddenly sprang to the side. Niju leaped behind the ghost soldier, aiming his attack at the pen. The stick collided with the purple light surrounding the pen. Niju was slightly surprised to see that the pen was completely unharmed. Just then, the ghost soldier charged over holding his saber. Niju turned and kicked the ghost soldier squarely in the chest. The ghost soldier slammed hard into the opposite wall, causing the wall to crack with a sharp crunching sound. Niju held the morning stick tightly with both hands and raised it high. Niju smashed hard onto the pen, and a crack appeared on its protective shell. At this time, the ghost soldier charged again, raising his saber to slash at Niju. A stick reached out, blocking the ghost soldier's saber. Two other Baiwachangs appeared, intercepting the ghost soldier, and one said, leave it to us here. Niju turned to the two Baiwachangs and said, thank you.
Just as he finished speaking, two other ghost soldiers appeared behind Niju, baring their fangs and charging forward. Niju swung his stick, striking the two ghost soldiers. After dealing with the two ghost soldiers, Niju turned to look at the pen. The two ghost soldiers were bound tightly, floating in midair, while Niju continuously swung his stick to hit the pen. Finally, the barrier protecting the pen cracked. The continuously attacked barrier gradually lost its effect. The cracked barrier absorbed streams of ghost energy to slowly recover. Niju looked at his result and gave a snort of laughter. Niju raised his stick high again and shouted, I want to see if you recover faster or if my attacks are faster. Niju's stick swung down forcefully, attacking the pen once more. This time, the barrier was finally completely shattered. Shulu, who was hiding inside the pen, coughed up a mouthful of blood. The broken protective layer caused Shulu to be injured, and he started to worry. Had he calculated every step? If this continues, I will die here. Shulu broke into a sweat. Damn it, is this ghost envoy about to break through his cultivation level? I have no interest in joking around with my life against you. Shulu calculated and thought while wanting to escape. I must leave here quickly. It seems that female ghost envoy is already injured. As long as I take her away, this trip won't be a loss. Shulu used his power, wanting to leave quickly. At this time, Niju was surrounded by other ghost soldiers and couldn't pay attention to the pen. Shulu seized this opportunity and smiled wickedly. Shulu seized the moment and quickly fled. Before leaving, Niju said to the two ghost envoys behind him, they are at a disadvantage against Hongya. I'll leave this place to you. They replied in unison, rest assured. Then he quickly chased after that pen. Suddenly, a ghost appeared behind him intending to sneak attack, but Niju discovered it and destroyed it instantly. In a flash, he caught up to that pen. Inside the pen, Shuasan's soul and a phantom with the exact same appearance felt a sense of suppression. Shuasan immediately said to that phantom, enough.
He frowned and asked again, what are you talking about? She yelled right in his face, I've said enough. Since when had his body been tightly bound by iron chains? On his forehead was an enchanted talisman. Seeing the situation going wrong, he shouted loudly, what do you want to do? Calm down. The ghost shopkeeper just wants you to work. He will let you go later. Seeing her unmoved, he continued, don't you still want to write novels? Have you forgotten why you left Shumojai? We have arrived in the mortal realm. Shuasan held the pen. As long as I can control this pen, I can definitely help you escape. Watching him struggle desperately to escape the iron chains, she only replied lightly, but all of this right now is not what I want. The space inside the pen, affected by Nieju, was shaking more and more violently. Seeing he couldn't talk her out of it, the phantom started screaming. Shuasan, you are a liar. Didn't you always want to write novels? If you want to die, don't drag me along. Shuasam controlled the iron chains with her hands, while having to withstand the lightning bolts flying everywhere, causing her to lose strength and cough up blood. I want to write novels, but not a way of writing that costs other people's lives. If freedom and happiness are like this, I don't want them. Suddenly, the phantom was struck hard in the stomach by that lightning bolt, making him vomit blood. Shuasan looked at him full of pity. Knowing he couldn't survive, she just said softly, thank you. Remembering her life, she pondered, thank you for your appearance. I used to complain why you hesitated to come find me, and also felt resentful because of Shulu's methods. However, my life is about to end, and I feel,
Why do I have to be like this? Why bother fighting? Why bother being angry? Why bother being sad? What I want is actually very simple, but not in this life. Then in the next life, if I still have a next life. Shuasang closed her eyes, accepting her fate, and slowly sank into eternal sleep. Outside, Nieju looked expressionlessly at that weird pen broken in half on the ground. On the other side, the ghost envoys were still destroying the ghosts, causing chaos in the mortal realm. The advantage right now was on the side of the ghost envoys. Holding the carefully packed drawing board and pen in his hand, Nieju said to the nearby ghost envoys, "I'll go over there to see if any slip through the net." They then replied, "I'll go east, then I'll go south." Inside the bus, that girl gradually regained her consciousness. The passengers saw the girl wake up and cheered happily. She woke up. The boy next to her timidly added, "But we are ghosts. Can she see us?"
Yet the first thing the girl said after waking up was, "Can I use you guys as real-life reference material?" Hearing her say that, the ghost let out a puzzled harumph. Outside, the ghost envoys were still flying in the sky, searching for ghosts. Behind them was an apartment building where a room had its lights on. Inside the room, a baby was trying to reach for a strange blue glowing stone in her crib. The baby grabbed the mysterious stone that appeared in her crib, babbling meaningless sounds with her mouth, but in her mind, she had the consciousness of an adult. A remnant soul. Why is there a remnant soul here? Suddenly, a red mole appeared in the middle of Sha Qingqing's forehead. Right after that, the remnant soul seemed to be threatened by something and fled from the little girl's hand in fear, but she quickly caught the remnant soul. Suddenly, Qingqing was picked up by someone, her hand still tightly holding the remnant soul. It turned out to be her father. He asked affectionately, "What is Qingqing smiling at? What's so funny?" Because he was an ordinary human, he couldn't see the remnant soul in his daughter's hand. In the distance, a woman's voice echoed, "Did you wash your hands when you came back? If you haven't washed your hands, you can't hold Qingqing." He smiled wryly and replied to his wife, "I definitely washed them. That's why Qingqing doesn't despise me." Hearing that, the wife put her hands on her hips and grumbled, "Yeah, once you have a daughter, you completely forget your wife."
Seeing his wife looking somewhat sad, he was stunned and bewildered. Then he immediately ran over to hug and coax his wife. "Wife, I was wrong. The sky is vast and the earth is vast, but my wife is the greatest. Our daughter can barely be on the same level as my wife." Hearing her husband flatter her like that, she couldn't help but smile, affectionately hitting her husband's chest, all her anger completely vanishing. "You really are talkative." Then she touched her cheek to her daughter's cheek, smiling radiantly. "But for me, our King will always be ranked first." While no one was paying attention, the remnant soul quickly jumped down. Seeing it escaping, the little girl thought to herself, "Ghost soul, don't run. Come with me to meet Meng Po." After saying that, she suddenly realized the current situation. "Wait, right now I am not Meng Po. I am the reincarnated Hawking King. The remnant soul will naturally have a ghost envoy come to deal with it." Done with that, the little girl quickly forgot about the existence of the remnant soul, immersing herself in the love of her family. As for the remnant soul, it quickly ran towards the house's door, but was blocked by the door. It looked blankly at the thing stopping it. From behind came a voice that made it curiously turn its head. "Let's go. Take our King to watch cartoons." The remnant soul looked at the family of three laughing and playing happily. Seeing this scene, it ran over and jumped onto the sofa, watching Hawking King and her parents gathered together. Suddenly, its face naturally blushed red. Elsewhere at this time, the moon was already high, and a mysterious man wearing a black cloak was floating in the sky. He silently looked at the ruined house below. Seeing everything completely empty, he pondered, did this ghost envoy only collect trash in his past life? Why didn't he leave anything behind? Oh well, I'll record it first, and figure it out when the time comes. At the same time, in the underworld, there was a shadow sneaking around, acting extremely suspicious. Seeing no one, he went inside Dianwang Pavilion. Inside Dianwang Pavilion, the sneaky guy from earlier peeked around. Just now I clearly saw that ghost soul fly into the eastern hall. Where did it go? Looking back and forth without finding anything, he immediately ran deep inside. If I still can't find it, if I get discovered, I will be in trouble. Elsewhere at King Yama's palace.
At this moment, Yama was dozing off in the study. Suddenly, a subordinate spoke up to report, waking her up. "Master, 2 captains just came here." She asked curiously, "What are they here for?" The ghost envoy continued, "They brought 2 document files." Looking at the documents in front of her, she thought to herself, "Since becoming King Yama, I haven't dreamed for a very long time, and moreover, it was a dream from a very long time ago. Could it be hinting at something?" Breaking from her train of thought, she silently read the submitted documents. Boredly flipping through the pages, she said sluggishly, "Our king? What kind of address is this? Could they casually pick a stupider name?" Pondering in her heart, only that person deserves to be called a king. Do those fools deserve it? Yama muttered as she read, "We should welcome our king back. Is it a ghost that was previously sealed away, or is a great ghost about to rise? It seems I need to be a little cautious about this matter." Her expression turned serious as she called out, "Guiwa." Instantly, a ghost baby appeared right in front of her. "Call the ghost envoys to make a trip." It quickly replied, "Understood, master." After finishing speaking, Guiwa flew out the door like a dart. After Guiwa left, Yama still stared intently at the documents.
Elsewhere at the 18th hall, Zhonglin sat exhausted in the study, holding the paper in his hand, thinking, sometimes I can smell the sea breeze in the shop. Sometimes I smell something like a volcano. There aren't many clues. I have to go check the places where the ghost shopkeeper might be active and figure it out then. As for other places, I still have to wait for news from Lord King Yama. Done, he placed the paper recording the confession of the ghost artifact down on the table. In front of his eyes, a notification screen popped up indicating the start of the live stream, and he immediately clicked on it. Instantly, he stared in astonishment at the text on the screen. There are ghosts in the north. Regaining his composure, he quickly replied, ghosts in the north. The north has northern ghost envoys, and the south has southern ghost envoys. He continued loudly, I am a ghost envoy of the Eastern Hall. If I casually go to another underworld territory to arrest wandering souls and bring them to justice, it will be a big deal. Let's do it this way. Since it's inconvenient for me to go to the north, I'll take this opportunity to let the fans enjoy it once. Many comments popped up on the screen again. If the streamer says so, then I'm relieved. With you guys saying that, I'll fight until even my relatives don't recognize me. Welfare, welfare. I'm ready, my whole family is ready. Let's see what I can get this time. The male lead read the comments on the screen attentively. He was a bit bewildered and thought to himself, welfare gift boxes?
The screen in front of Jiang Lin displayed a message to send a red envelope, and he immediately clicked on it. Then he grabbed the hovering camera. On the screen, he clicked on the inventory section. Before his eyes was a gift box named Welfare Gift Box. Without hesitation, he quickly clicked to open the gift box. Right after, a notification sounded. Open the streamer's Welfare Gift Box. Obtained 7-color egg X1. Please check and receive it, host. Instantly, a glowing 7-color egg appeared in front of the male lead. He curiously observed it. Giving me an egg? Do you want me to hatch it? Or eat it to increase some skills? It's a pet egg, so maybe it can be eaten. Unexpectedly, that egg could hear what Jiang Lin was saying. Seeing that he intended to eat it, it immediately ran away to another spot. The 7-color egg trembled in fear, as if trying to say, don't eat me. He smiled wryly. I won't eat you. Go play by yourself. Hearing this, it breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Lin ignored it and focused on reading the paper in his hand. Elsewhere, in a vast palace, our king stood deep in thought, looking ahead. Suddenly, someone approached from behind him. Our king, everything has been arranged. The person who just spoke was the northern king Yama. He turned his head and replied, then let the banquet begin. Then he cast his magic power to create 3 dark orbs and pushed them away. On Yama's side, in her study room, the subordinates were struck by the attacks one after another and died instantly. On the western king Yama's side, the exact same situation occurred. The subordinates of the 3 King Yamas met the same fate as those of the other 2 Yamas. The 3 of them were so stunned that their eyes widened as they looked at the paper with a red seal in their hands. What kind of trick is this madman playing again? At the same time, in the mortal realm, at the eastern boundary, the ceiling talismans were suddenly torn in half. Dark clouds appeared in the sky, accompanied by strange purple lightning strikes. An arrogant voice rang out. Finally out. Ha ha ha. Mortal realm, I have returned. Now let me see what else you have to lock me up. I, our king, have returned. That lightning strike flew towards the barrier. Inside the barrier, ghost envoys were already standing guard. It showed no fear and charged straight into the barrier.
That lightning bolt struck straight into the barrier but was repelled. Seeing this, it began to split and morph into ghosts. What's going on? Another ghost replied, it seems the actions of those guys have long been guarded against by the underworld. Sigh, who knows how long we can operate outside. However, being able to stretch our muscles a bit is already a profit. Looking at the ghost envoys inside the barrier, the ghost began to shout provocatively. Whether we can break out depends on our skills. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. You're not wrong. Whoever likes that sealed ghost land can go. Anyway, I, your father, won't go. Ha 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 ha. Even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me. After saying that, both sides rushed into battle, and the ghosts charged forward aggressively. Take this! They fought intensely, neither willing to yield. Elsewhere at King Yama's palace, Yama attentively read the paper in her hand. Then she frowned and cast her magic power. Before her eyes were images of the ceiling talismans in the eastern boundary of the mortal realm suddenly tearing in half. Ceiling talismans everywhere else were facing the same situation. After grasping the situation, she made the screen disappear and called out, Guihua, pass the word to the western King Yama and the southern King Yama that the special seal has been broken. Guihua immediately received the order. Understood. At the western King Yama's palace, the western King Yama was endlessly shocked after hearing Guihua's report. Then he turned and said, Tell that Yama, I will watch over my west. Tell her not to worry. Guihua replied, Understood, Lord Yama.
At the southern King Yama's palace, the southern King Yama, after hearing what Guiyan said, held his head in deep thought. Suddenly, Zhang Da walked over. He immediately reported, Lord Yama, the special sealing place has been broken. Nan Ming thoughtfully replied that the east and the west had also received the news. Zhang Da spoke up in frustration. My lord, the special sealing location is where a portion of the hellish ghosts were sealed 10,000 years ago. When the ghosts accumulate to this extent, it seems impossible to completely destroy them. Before he could finish, the southern King Yama interrupted. Few people know the location of the hellish ghost seal and how to lift it. In the end, who leaked the information? Why would he want to do that?
He looked down at the paper with a red seal on the table and continued. Bele indeed has this ability, but sealing the hellish ghosts is still the order of that lord who is still executing it. That madman could absolutely never betray that lord. Or has that lord returned? There was one more seal that hadn't been broken. Suddenly, Nanming realized something, and he thought to himself, could it be that this seal is aimed at me? After hearing the Southern King Yama's analysis, Zhangda immediately pleaded. Zhangda requests to go into battle. The situation has been chaotic lately, and the mortal realm has fallen into turmoil. Suddenly, Nanming jumped up. He flew forward and replied, Zhangda is permitted to go into battle, leading the departments to handle the sealed lands. Zhangda immediately accepted the order. Understood, my lord. In another space, inside the mirrors were images of the Yama kings preparing for the upcoming battle. Our king, his face expressionless, watched their every move. Have they set off? Do you think they will like this gift?
Red energy rays appeared around our king. He said calmly, these things merely cause a bit of chaos for the mortal realm and the underworld. I know they cannot hurt you, but using them as a prelude to the banquet is even more inappropriate. He continued, the things that the three of you once remembered the most and also least wanted to accept, if they have intentionally forgotten them, then I will help them remember. Bai Shui replied from behind, as long as it's a gift from you, they will like it. After speaking, Bai Shui silently thought to herself, giving him a little more time, he intended to return to his former position. Then she looked at the item in her hand, thinking that as long as she could see him again, she would do anything. Suddenly, our king exclaimed, how is this possible? She hurriedly called out, our king! She anxiously called out again, our king! Our king pointed forward and said, it's nothing, look over there. Bai Shui looked in surprise at where he was pointing. In the reflection of the southern underworld realm, there was an image of the southern King Yama cleaving that giant ghost in half. Afterward, he silently looked at it for a moment, then stared intently at our king, who was watching from behind the reflection. Let's fight. Looking at the southern King Yama arrogantly challenging him, our king sneered. This severed giant ghost was an evil ghost created by dispersing the desire for stronger power from his own body. He sneered. I didn't expect him to have surpassed his past self. Looking at the southern King Yama in the reflection, he marveled. As expected of Nanming, who is renowned as the strongest in the four directions. Our king stepped onto the spatial stairs. A powerful energy radiated around him. Nanming, I am waiting for you. On Yama's side, she flew into the air. She began to execute her magic power. All ghost envoys guarding unassigned locations, hear my command. I now issue a kill order. Hunt down all the troublemaking ghosts. The energy she radiated instantly transmitted to all the ghost envoys. Special ghost envoys immediately headed to special seal locations 1 through 6. Other ghost envoys, arranged by the captains, could either support other ghost envoys or directly join the hunt.
As soon as the words ended, everyone shouted in unison, understood! Then they scattered to carry out their duties. Receiving the order from Eastern King Yama, Zhonglin rushed in to eliminate the ghosts causing chaos in the underworld. Suddenly, a wave of energy reached the male lead's ears, and a voice rang out. Checking the live stream location, do you want to split the camera? Zhonglin looked at the camera and asked, you can even split yourself? The mechanical voice immediately replied precisely, if multiple directions are detected at the same time, which can simultaneously promote underworld culture, I will actively remind the host that the camera can be temporarily dispersed. Hearing this, he just replied with one word, okay, then thought to himself, right now I need more forces, splitting the livestream is also beneficial to me. Seeing the male lead agree, the camera quickly split into multiple entities, then scattered throughout the underworld. Suddenly, a dark shadow glided past behind him, and Zhonglin vigilantly turned around. He quickly chased after it, with the camera behind him still recording the entire process. Zhonglin successfully caught the suspicious figure. Elsewhere, ordinary people were being scared out of their wits by the mysterious shadow. He Wuchang was still doing his utmost to hunt down the ghosts. In the Eastern Territory, Niju was suddenly surrounded by 2 ghosts at the same time. Seeing Niju in a difficult situation, a ghost envoy offered to help. Brother Bai Wuchang, don't be afraid, just leave the fighting and killing to us. They didn't expect him to send those ghosts flying with a single strike, then turn his head with a bewildered look and ask, what did you just say? Witnessing Niju's power, they smiled awkwardly. No, it's nothing. Why is Brother Bai Wuchang so brave and fierce, completely different from our He Wuchang?
Niju, while destroying the ghost next to him, said, are you here to support? Thank you, but you should go somewhere else. I don't need it here. Hearing this, they replied in unison, all right. Walking a bit further, they saw an old woman and a little kid, and the same thought popped into their heads. Perhaps such a combination will need our help. He Wuchang ran over and called out loudly, old lady. Fucha turned her head, while her other hand held a stick to destroy a ghost. Her ghost envoy also swiftly sent the ghost flying, much to He Wuchang's astonishment. Seeing that their presence was useless, they quickly left. No, it's nothing, just passing by, passing by. Before they left, Fucha even added, "If you need any help, just say the word. We are heading to the next place now." All right, all right. Seeing that everyone they met so far was strong, they secretly pondered. Didn't they say Bai Wuchang has no expertise in fighting monsters? Why are all these Bai Wuchangs so strong? Everything that just happened was recorded by the livestream camera. On the screen were countless comments from the viewers. Lord Ghost Envoy is so mighty. Lord Niju is awesome. Niju, what did you just say about who needs help? Are these two Hei Wuchangs trying to help? But there might be some misunderstanding about Bai Wuchang. Lord Hei Wuchangs, keep it up. Thank you for coming to support. Indeed, thinking back to the situation during the Ghost Festival back then, it was no different from now. Isn't it true that day will eventually turn into night? Even the Tengu eclipsing the sun wasn't like this. Everywhere now, the situation is in chaos. Some people burn incense, while others don't care, not believing that ghosts are real. Some even paste talismans all over their rooms.
Deep inside the forest, a girl was sitting on the ground holding a phone. She was so scared that she burst into tears, her whole body trembling as she typed. On the phone were the words, "Guys, I'm on Yanglin Road, Jing'an District, Hongxi Province. If I die, can everyone transfer me to the streamer? Whether I can meet the streamer or not depends on you." Then she pressed send. After that, she sat huddled in fear, hugging herself. Suddenly, a bus flying in the sky called out, "Quickly get on the bus, it's not safe for you here." The bus landed and the girl stood up and approached it. Suddenly, her eyes widened in terror. Inside the bus were scary shadow figures staring intently at the girl. The girl was surprised and thought to herself, "This driver looks so familiar. Where have I seen this driver before?" Suddenly, she remembered, "Wait, it seems to be from the streamer's live stream." Then she spoke up, "Isn't this the bus that once appeared in that live stream?" Without hesitation, the girl quickly ran onto the bus. "I almost missed a chance to escape. It seems the wish in the live stream really works. I actually got on the hearse. I even encountered this kind of low probability event. When this is over, I definitely have to buy a lottery ticket." She stepped on naturally without any fear, which surprised the driver as well. The girl even held the driver's hand, constantly thanking him. He just replied lightly, "No need to thank me." Then he watched the girl walk away. The driver was still amazed by the girl's bravery, because this was a hearse, and inside the bus were full of spirits of the deceased. She sat down in an empty seat, saw the driver was still looking at her, thought the driver was worried, and spoke up to reassure him. "You just drive, no need to care about me, I don't get carsick." Sitting down in the driver's seat, the driver rubbed his chin in deep thought. Are humans not afraid of ghosts anymore nowadays? Do they trust ghosts that much? By this time, the moon was high in the sky. While driving, the bus door was suddenly slammed by a ghost with a grotesque face, scaring the driver out of his wits. That female ghost lifted the bus up. Inside, the bus shook violently. A girl inside the bus couldn't bear it and screamed piercingly, "Ah!" Seeing this, the young man behind quickly covered her mouth. "Your screaming will attract ghosts. If you don't want to die, don't scream." The human girl from earlier held out her phone in front of the one who just screamed. "Don't be afraid. I brought my phone. We can watch the live stream. It's fine." After watching Zhonglin's live stream, she calmed down. Outside, the female ghost was still continuing to wreak havoc on the bus. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward, kicking away the female ghost's hand that was clinging to the bus. The bus fell to the ground, creating an ear-piercing noise. The person who just saved them was Hei Wuchang. He spoke up and asked, "Are you guys okay?" The driver quickly replied, "We're fine. This bus of mine is a bit battered. Lord, please be careful." He turned to leave, not forgetting to remind them before going. "Then quickly leave this place. It's not safe here." Understood. On the other side, the female ghost was being destroyed by Hei and Bai Wuchang. Taking advantage of that opportunity, the bus left the place. Nighttime.
The car drove into the forest, then stopped in front of a house with ancient architecture. Outside the house, a solemn man stood guard. The driver stopped the car and shouted, "Hurry and get off! Hurry and get off! You guys try to stay in that yard. Before dawn, do not wander around." Two girls and a young man, who were ordinary people, helped each other out of the car. "Thank you, rest assured." Suddenly, the girl exclaimed, "There's someone here, that's great." She approached and said to the man standing in front of the door, "Can we go inside to hide? Outside, well..." The man immediately replied, "Go inside." Saying that, he led the three of them inside. On the other side, at Area 18, the suspicious guy Zhang Lin have just caught arrogantly said, "It's too late, you guys are too late, haha." Finishing his words, he quickly jumped into the lake nearby. Suddenly, a strange mark appeared on the surface of the lake. The male lead observed, muttering, "A seal." Suddenly, from that seal, a ceramic bowl with exquisite patterns emerged. Sensing someone behind him, he turned his head around.
It turned out to be Captain Ju and his two underlings, Oxhead and Horseface. Looking at them, he thought to himself, "So the captain's ghost artifact is a bowl. Are the other two here to attend a feast?" Captain Ju looked at Zhang Lin and said softly, "It all depends on you next." Hearing this, the male lead was a bit dazed, but he quickly cast his magic power, pushing the whisk into that bowl. His hand emitted a source of energy to control it. In the blink of an eye, the whisk multiplied into many, and instantly they all darted down into the lake. On the shore, a shout rang out, "Be careful!" Suddenly, countless ghosts surfaced from the lake. Before they could do anything, they were beaten to a pulp by a spiked mace, while others were pierced by a trident.
Moving swiftly, Oxhead and Horseface joined forces to eliminate the ghosts. Just leave this simple matter to us. Suddenly, a spoon appeared out of nowhere, scooping up the corpses of the ghosts one by one and dropping them into the giant bowl. The number of ghosts in the bowl kept increasing. Soaked in the bowl of spiritual water, they couldn't do anything. Zhang Lin, a bit curious, asked Captain Zhu, "Are we going to start eating soon?" He replied, "We can share it. Do you prefer it braised or steamed?" Hearing this, Oxhead asked, "Is Captain Zhu's cooking delicious?" While scooping the ghost corpses into the bowl, Oxhead and Horseface said, "I prefer braised. I prefer steamed." The male lead fell silent in deep thought. These evil ghosts are under control now. Did the ghost shopkeeper die jumping in there, or was he sealed? Why did he jump in there? What did he mean by saying it's too late? Thinking that Zhang Lin took his words seriously, Captain Zhu laughed to break the ice. "Haha, I was just saying that. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously." Seeing no response from him, Captain Zhu called out, "Zhang Lin, you!" At that same moment, a blinding light burst from the middle of the lake, accompanied by a seal. Then a shout of "seal" echoed. Rustling sounds spread everywhere and a figure appeared. Seeing this, Zhang Lin recognized the person as the magistrate. He looked into the screen again. The man shouted loudly, "Seal!" At this time, a golden light appeared and surrounded the mountain, while the water around churned ceaselessly. The ghosts began to scream in endless pain as the golden light enveloped them. On the rock outcropping, a golden character appeared, trapping them inside. Standing far away and observing, he saw trails of black energy gradually seeping out from the rock. Right after that, the golden light flashed and then went out, and the black energy also gradually disappeared. At this moment, the full moon had risen high, and the sea was calm, as if nothing had happened. Over on this side, Wuchang immediately appeared, storing something into a bowl. He handed it to him and continued, "We need to go to the seal location for a bit. It hasn't been very peaceful lately. Stay safe." He also replied, "Understood, Captain." He watched their figures leave and thought, although it was a bit chaotic at first, everything is proceeding according to order. Let's go check out other places in Area 18. After that, Zhang Lin immediately flew into the air and dashed away. Over on this side, the little girl was walking up the hill. She looked around, and suddenly from the nearby bushes, a voice rang out. "You're here, my lovely child. It's been a long time since I saw you. Let me take a look at you." The girl, currently standing in midair, stopped and said, "That's right, I came to visit you, and also to kill you one more time." She looked down coldly. As expected, "Beishui, are you crazy? Why did you release him? I'll settle the score with you after dealing with him." At this moment, her eyes became sharp and cold, radiating killing intent. Immediately, she began to attack, using spells to strike downwards. A purple flame started to blaze, covering the area below. Her hand reached out, creating something that looked like a piece of purple cloth.
At this moment, miserable screams kept echoing from below. "Killing one's father will be punished by heaven." She looked down with an emotionless face. "Wow, would a father really throw his own child into an alchemy furnace?" Yama smiled mockingly. "Moreover, your child is already dead. I am Yama, not your child. Punished by heaven? Who will punish me?" At this time, the voice below cried out begging, "No, heaven loves you the most. I was forced too. It was what the emperor wanted." The begging voice faded. Yama did not bother to listen anymore, raising her hand to take out a seal character. "It's too late." At this moment, the character gradually grew larger above the canopy. Yama angrily shouted once again, "Seal!" Immediately, a powerful surge of energy crashed down, while a voice still echoed inside, "This is the will of heaven. This is the will of heaven." A moment later, everything dissipated. Blood trickled from the corner of Yama's mouth as she looked down and said, "You just keep living like this." Yama wiped away the drop of blood and muttered, "Bei Shui, now I'm coming to settle the score with you." At this time, he was still observing her through the small screen. Father and child killing each other again. "Excuse me, was it appropriate for me to speak nonsense just now?" The viewers kept discussing. "Damn it, don't I know too much already? Countless plots are replaying in my head. Do I need to hide for a bit? Heaven and earth as my witness. I just sneezed. I didn't hear anything. The streamer isn't running away. What are you guys rushing to run for?" On this side, the male lead also just finished off that monster with his broom. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Zhang Lin, what are you?" Zhang Lin was startled. The person arriving at this moment was Shu Zuzi, who had just defeated a monster. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no, the camera. I was just focused on watching Lord Yama." He hurriedly reminded the other party, "Brother Shu Zuzi, Shu Zuzi then said, "Are you too tired recently? Maybe you should rest first." Then he looked inside and said, "Or is there some special ghost hidden right in front of you that you were just fighting?" Seeing this scene, he was startled. "He can't see it?" Zhang Lin then asked him back, "Did you not see anything?" The other party said he didn't see anything. Hearing this, he let out a sigh. "It seems the captain didn't notice the thing in the live stream just now. It seems Lord Yama didn't notice either. Could the equipment in here have some function that only I can see, or is it a setup by the system?"
He immediately turned and continued, "It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of some things and spaced out a bit. Yeah, I'll tell you later. Let's deal with the ghosts of Area 18 first." He secretly felt that not seeing it was also good, saving a lot of trouble, he then managed to say. After that, they continued to fight the ghosts. While hovering in the air, he thought, Lord Yama hasn't returned to the underworld yet. Could it be that he has discovered the whereabouts of the ghost shopkeeper? At this time, the system's voice continuously rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily mission. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of promoting underworld culture. He wondered if the upcoming content could be broadcast on the live stream. Lin also decided to solve the immediate troubles first and wait until it could no longer be broadcast to figure out the next step. He immediately struck a nearby monster. At this moment, the southern realm was swarming with monsters. They shouted, "Charge, brothers! We've taken down 31 of them now." My first intention, 31 of them? I just slashed down a wave of sword energy and killed over a dozen of them. At this time, looking at the scene outside, the monsters trembled. I'm not going out anymore. I also feel that my life is more important. Outside, the monster had now been knocked down. Shang Dao immediately turned his head to look in another direction. Right now, Lord Yama has already gone to the north. Let's fight a few battles, but I hope Lord Yama doesn't slaughter the entire north. We won't be able to handle it. Meanwhile, over in the western realm, those 3 people were still pushing the red cart forward stealthily.
Then, suddenly, a loud boom echoed in front of it, and they fired a shot. Immediately after, a massive, earth-shattering explosion rang out. The land that had just been blown up was now devastated, and the monsters had died, lying on the ground. Over here, a young man took out his binoculars to look and exclaimed, "Ghost energy bullets are very expensive, but the effect is really good. It saves time and effort." The person next to him also quickly loaded his gun. The remaining guy said excitedly, "Bring it on, bro." Shifting to another scene, 5 people were here, beginning to accumulate ghost energy. Rumbling sounds echoed continuously, and something resembling a gun appeared in their hands, something that shouldn't exist in the underworld. At this moment, what was fired from the gun gradually accumulated and formed a certain symbol. He looked down and smiled. The southern seal, combined for temporary use, can achieve a good effect, but if we want to seal more professionally, we will still need to bother the ghost envoys of the Eastern Hall when the time comes. The person next to him nodded and said, "All right, let's go to the next location." They immediately shouted in unison, "Understood." Shifting to the northern underworld realm, at this moment a horde of ghosts was flying through the sky and rushing over. A young man was holding a voodoo doll and piercing it with a needle. With a whoosh, the doll went straight into his bag. They looked up and smiled awkwardly. "Lord Yama, our props and tools are all used up. What do we do now?" The person next to him looked at the girl and continued, "Lord Yama, can I go outside?" Lord Yama's expression did not change at all as she asked, "Why?" They hugged each other in terror and said, "We are scared, staying here all the time to research magical artifacts and stab paper dolls to catch ghosts. We haven't been outside for a long time." Seeing this, Yama was speechless. She rubbed her forehead in frustration, not knowing what to say, when a voice rang out. "Beilei, do you want to make the entire north die along with you?"
At this time, the 3 of them appeared from the black hole. Yama angrily frowned and stared at Bei Shui. Suddenly, Yama exclaimed in astonishment, "Lord?" Past memories emerged. A pink-haired little girl sitting in front of the mouth of an alchemy furnace. A hand reached out to the little girl, and then that person held her hand and led her away. Ending the recollection, Yama said emotionally, "You have returned." Hearing this, our king replied, "It's me, long time no see. Little Yama, Sihei, Nanming, long time no see. It's been a long time since everyone gathered together." Shihei heard this and raised his hand to stroke his beard, saying, "It has been over 10,000 years. Meanwhile, Nanming crossed his arms over his chest, his face darkening. Standing nearby and seeing this, Bei Shui glanced at our king, blushed, and said, "This person is the reincarnation of that lord. The reason the lord didn't appear for so long is that he entered reincarnation." Bei Shui continued with a gentle gaze, "Didn't you all receive the gifts the lord gave? There are some of those seal locations that even I don't know about. He remembers everything related to us. Doesn't this prove it?" Hearing this, Shihei and Nanming both stared at Bei Shui in astonishment. Meanwhile, Yama thought inwardly, if this person is really him, then the broken seals and the matter of the ghost shopkeeper were all done by him. Then hasn't he betrayed his wish from that year? Before leaving, he clearly told us to guard everything in the underworld. Yama frowned, thinking of another possibility. But if the person in front of me isn't him, who would have such great audacity to act using his appearance? Or is this really his reincarnation, and merely going through reincarnation has changed his personality and style? Unable to figure out the answer, Yama looked at our king and asked, "Why?" Before Yama could finish asking, our king said, "You don't need to be confused, little Yama. It is I who have changed. I have gone through many reincarnations and have also seen through many things." Our king smiled and continued, "Now that I'm back, I just feel that these 2 worlds of yin and yang should undergo a change. Leading you all here today is also because of this matter. If you are no longer willing to follow me, I will not blame you." Hearing this, Shihei was speechless with astonishment, while Yama said angrily, "If you are the Lord's reincarnation, then I can no longer follow you either.
This violates the original promise between you and me. But Bei Shui on this side had a completely different attitude. She said, as long as it is you, I will do whatever you want. On Nanming's side at this time, he angrily warmed up his arms and legs, stretching his muscles as if preparing to fight our king. Nanming said, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that your sudden return has changed you too much. I need to test you a bit.
Having finished speaking, Nanming immediately took out his sword. Gripping the sword tightly, Nanming said, let's fight. Since our last parting, I haven't had a suitable opponent for a very long time. Seeing this, Bei Shui immediately stood in front of Nanming to stop him. Our lord has just reincarnated and returned. His cultivation level is still recovering. Hearing Bei Shui say this, Nanming replied, I don't care about that. Let's fight first and figure it out later. As soon as he finished speaking, Nanming rushed forward to attack our king, saying, if he defeats me, I will acknowledge him. If he can't win... Seeing Nanming charging towards our king, Bei Shui panicked with worry. Slashing his blade down with a fierce look in his eyes, Nanming continued, then stepped down from the throne. Seeing the attack coming down, our king was not afraid at all, but raised his hand to gather power and even reassured, Bei Shui, it's fine. Our king used one hand to block Nanming's attack. At this moment, Nanming used all his strength to face our king. Before long, Nanming was sent flying away by our king. After that, Nanming did not give up at all. He immediately changed his tactics, smiled provocatively, and said, you have some skills. Having finished speaking, Nanming proceeded to attack our king for a second time. At this time, our king observed with a stern face and said, late stage Nether Emperor.
Nanming's attack transformed from a single sword into multiple swords flying straight towards our king ahead. Seeing this, our king merely waved one hand lightly and was able to knock away all the swords. After dealing with Nanming's attack, he thought to himself that he had underestimated these kings Yama of the four directions. At this moment, Nanming retracted his sword, held it tightly in his hand and said with a smug face, late stage Nether Emperor. No, that's not right. Why don't you guess again? But our king didn't say much and immediately rushed forward to attack. The two began a fierce battle where neither was weaker than the other, evenly matched. After that, our king struck a powerful palm toward Nanming, and Nanming quickly used his sword to block the blow. Their battle was so fierce that it shook the heaven and earth. Even the adjacent roof could not avoid the disaster, beginning to crack and fall apart. On another side, Shihei and Yama were intently observing the situation, while Bei Shui looked sad and worried for our king. Suddenly, our king was ruthlessly stabbed in the chest by Nanming, causing him to be severely injured. Our king said in pain, you... But without waiting for our king to finish his sentence, Nanming interrupted with a triumphant look. I am at the peak stage Nether Emperor realm. If that guy hadn't taken so long to return, I would have already reached the Nether King realm. After speaking, Nanming forcefully pulled his sword out of our king's body. Seeing this, Bei Shui hastily shouted, Lord! Seeing Bei Shui agitated, Shihei and Yama immediately held Bei Shui back. After Nanming finished dealing with him, he boldly declared, this is fundamentally not the Lord. Hearing this, Shihei and Yama exclaimed in shock, what? Bei Shui angrily questioned, what proof do you have? The Lord's aura and memories are completely correct. Hearing that, Nanming replied, how do I know? Just fighting a battle tells it all. This guy can't even defeat me. How could it be him? Hearing this, Bei Shui exploded in anger and said, the Lord has just returned and his body is still weak. No matter what proof you have, you can't just hack him to death. On what grounds? Hearing that it sounded reasonable, Yama quickly chimed in. Bei Shui is not wrong. Shihei also felt the same way. He glanced at Nanming and said, Nanming, this time it was your negligence. Hearing everyone say so, Nanming fell into deep thought, pondering to himself, was I really wrong? But my intuition tells me that the guy just now was a bit off. At this moment, the atmosphere became awkwardly tense. Nanming shyly glanced behind where Shihei, Yama, and Bei Shui were standing, while everyone else was also staring at him. Suddenly, fireworks exploded in the dark sky, and all four of them subconsciously raised their eyes to admire the beauty of the fireworks. But looking at such beautiful fireworks, Nanming carried a faint sense of sadness. With a sorrowful expression, he said, we won, shouldn't we celebrate a little? Nanming recalled the old days when he defeated the evil ghost. It was our king who said to him, we won, shouldn't we celebrate a little? How about setting off some fireworks? I see the mortal realm always celebrates like this. Then our king snapped his fingers and said, come out everyone, let's watch the fireworks together to celebrate Nanming's victory. The fireworks that year were as beautiful as they are now. Standing there watching the fireworks back then were also Shihei, Bei Shui, and Yama when they were young. At that time, Nanming was still just a child. He laughed joyfully and said, the methods you taught me are all useless. How can you be so strong after all? Are you really human? Nanming still remembered that when our king heard that, he replied with a sad expression, I probably shouldn't be considered human. After that, everyone happily watched the brilliant fireworks together. Suddenly, a terrified scream shouted loudly, pulling everyone back to the present. Lord Yama, things are bad. Hearing this, Bei Shui panicked and quickly looked towards the source of the voice, urgingly, what's wrong? From a distance, a Bai Wuchang came running breathlessly to report, ghosts, the evil ghosts are increasing in number.
Hearing this, Yama turned her head to look at Beishui and asked, "Do you still remember the original reason the Lord asked you to be the Northern King Yama?" Hearing that, although Beishui's eyes were evasive, she still answered, "I remember." Yama heard this, looked at Beishui, and continued, "Wait until this matter is over, then I will settle the score with you." Hearing this, Beishui replied, "All right." After saying that, Yama immediately led Shihei and Nanming away, leaving only Beishui behind, watching their retreating backs. After everyone left, Beishui asked herself with a sad expression, "Lord, was it really not you this time? After this time, can I still wait until you return?" On another side, there was a white dog with an angry expression, frowning and saying, "This created lord is too weak. It seems I underestimated Nanming." It was sitting and muttering on the grass when suddenly a white-haired man wearing a mask appeared behind it. The white dog sensed someone behind its back and turned its head to look, its expression filled with shock and tension. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the dog by the scruff of its neck. The masked white-haired man looked at it and said, "Little kid, don't cause trouble here."
The cat struggled and cried out, "Let me go, let me go! On what grounds are you controlling me?" He pressed his face close to it and warned, "I don't interfere with matters in the underworld, but I can still manage matters in the mortal realm. You caused such chaos, hurting so many living beings, and even letting the Northern King Yama take the blame. Be careful, or the Lord will punish you when he returns." Hearing this, the cat shrank back in fear. It turned its head away and argued, "Those living beings only temporarily return to their original states. At worst, I'll just pluck a few more of my hairs when the time comes." Hearing this, he simply replied softly, "You should still obediently come back with me and stay at my place for now. Think about how you should explain it to him when the Lord returns. Even so, it's still stubbornly. If he punishes me, so be it. It's not like I'm afraid of him." Then it pouted in annoyance. "Isn't he the one who likes managing this land the most? Why has he abandoned it and stopped caring now? I've caused this much chaos, so why hasn't he appeared yet? It's been so long. Is it possible that he's not coming back?" He sneered. "Just wait. It'll be soon," and then hugged the cat and returned. On the other side, the kings Yama of the Four Directions were still doing their best to exterminate all the ghosts and monsters, disrupting the underworld. Finally, everything returned to its normal track. Humans began to welcome the new day, and some even stood outside to breathe in the fresh air. People happily strolled on the streets, exclaiming how wonderful a peaceful world was. However, there were still some hilarious situations, typical of which was a little boy being forced to do his homework by his mother. "Mom, it was almost the end of the world. Why do I still have to do homework?" But what answered him was his mother's fierce glare. In the underworld at the 18th hall, Jiang Lin was about to step inside when a voice called out to him, "Captain!" It turned out to be Niju accompanied by 2 ghost envoys. Looking at the other party, he thought to himself, "I didn't expect Niju to have upgraded to the Great Ghost General realm already." The male lead smiled lightly. Hong Ya has reached the peak stage Ghost Soldier, and Li Xiao has also reached the early stage Ghost Soldier. It seems this evil ghost incident has been a great help to them. Seeing Jiang Lin approach, he continued, "Captain, rebuilding the Northern Hall requires reinforcements. Team 18 is withdrawing the 3 of us." "Go on, make sure to rest. Your health hasn't fully recovered yet." They replied in unison, "Yes." Watching the 3 of them leave, he thought silently, "The other members have probably grown a lot too. I must make some time to see if their work groups need any adjustments." A few days later in the mortal realm, inside an apartment, there was a young man and the spirit of an old man. The young man was stacking coins when he turned to ask the old man, "Ancestor, this incident blew up so much, and so many ghosts appeared. Have they all been resolved by the Lord Ghost Envoys?" The old man frowned and asked back, "What do you want to ask?" The young man quickly said, "Ancestor, you see, my divination learning isn't bad. How about you teach me a few more tricks to defend against ghosts? What if I finish learning divination but end up being harmed by ghosts? Wouldn't everything you taught me be a waste of effort?"
The old man saw right through his disciple's dark intentions. "I teach you how to guard against me. Do you think your ancestor is a fool?" He crossed his arms sternly, ordering him to practice everything taught before 10 times. He, his plan having failed and now forced to practice extra, revealed a reluctant expression. "Ancestor, I didn't mean that." But the old man showed no mercy and assigned even more, telling him to recite everything he was supposed to memorize once again, making him turn pale with fear. "Ancestor," he cried silently in his heart. "Ancestor, I really didn't want to guard against you. I just wanted to protect myself. Boo-hoo." Then he frowned and thought to himself, "I should still spare some time to find Ye Zi." In the underworld, Jiang Lin sat in the study reviewing the account books. Suddenly there was a call. "Captain!" A ghost envoy came to report that no matter how the ghost envoys patrolled the realm, there were still ghosts slipping through the net in the mortal realm. "Previously, I always wondered why we couldn't just teach people the methods." Hearing this, the male lead was confused, his head full of question marks. Jian continued, "Oh Lord Wuchang, could it be that I was too strict with him or my teaching method was wrong?" Jiang Lin rubbed his chin. What he said was very possible. Then he replied, "But have you ever thought about if humans use those spells to deal with the underworld? Are you saying he uses a pot to stew ghosts?" Before the other party could speak, the male lead interrupted. "Do you think those previous memorials found their way here based on thin air?" Jian was flustered. He continued, "Lord, is there a problem in this matter? But for me to make a decision, I must fully consider the actual circumstances. Only looking at the positive side is not enough.
If you are free, you can go read the records at the Dantong Pavilion of the Underworld. Perhaps it can help you understand more. Hearing Jiang Lin say this, Jian was completely convinced. Thank you, Captain. I will definitely go take a look. This time my considerations were not thorough enough. He replied lightly. Go to work. Watching the other party leave, the male lead thought to himself, Jian is still too young. He still needs to learn and assist more.
Perhaps Lord Yama will look at this matter of saving people and guarding against ghosts more comprehensively. Afterward, he continued his work of recording the memorials. On the other side, right before their eyes, was the city scenery of the underworld with brilliant lights, and countless comments appeared on the screen. Is it the ghost city? It seems like I haven't been here for a long time. I miss it a bit. Since that pitch black sky on Earth event, it has also been a long time since we watched the story of the ghost shopkeeper. It has been partially resolved. That's right, it's been a long time since the last broadcast. I remember last time when the shop just opened, they even practiced dancing in front of the door. Haha. Now that you mention it, I also just remembered that a while ago there was a very popular dance trend. Today, the streamer seems free. What are you preparing to do? Jiang Lin turned to look directly into the camera and said to the people watching his livestream, today he plans to go make a reservation to invite friends for a meal. Restaurants in the underworld are the same as in the mortal realm. Nice spots also need to be reserved in advance. After he finished speaking, more comments appeared on the screen. Not knowing if it's an illusion, but why does this place feel a bit more bustling than usual today? There's a slight feeling of joy. Is there any festival in the underworld recently? He immediately replied, yeah, New Year is coming. The comments on the livestream popped up again. New Year is coming? The underworld also celebrates New Year? Then Jiang explained, along with the extended lifespan of ghosts, the New Year holiday for monsters and ghosts is actually not that important. But many ghosts still keep the habits from when they were in the mortal realm. The New Year for ghosts is only second to the Ghost Festival. The meaning of the New Year is reunion, saying goodbye to the old and welcoming the new. Suddenly, from behind, an old man called out loudly, Lord Zhengwuchang. He turned his head and asked, is there something wrong? The old man raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his forehead from running too fast, panting as he recounted the story. It is like this. Previously, because of the ghost shopkeeper's matter, I didn't go to watch Chen Jimin cook. These past few days, the ghost shopkeeper's matter has ended, so I went to take a look and found out he was a bit abnormal.
Then the old man recalled that time. That day I entered his dreamscape normally. At first, everything was very normal, but the dishes, after being cooked and arranged on the plate, all changed. I couldn't tell what that thing was, but it was definitely not something normal. Finally, Chen Jiaming also showed signs of instability. When he cooked the second dish, he used a ghost as an ingredient. From afar, the old man's spirit silently observed Chen Jiaming's bizarre expression as he held the ghost and smiled eerily. Haha, this guy is very fat, can be used for braising. Recalling how the other party violently dismembered the ghost, the old man continued. His smile looked very strange, looking like his body was possessed by something that specializes in eating ghosts. In that dream, Chen Jiaming held the ghost emotionlessly. This can be used to make soup using the method the ancestor taught. I wonder what the taste of a ghost will be like. The old man continued. The next step was just as I thought. He really put the ghost into the pot to make soup. Ending his recollection, the old man turned pale and held his head. Oh, Lord Wuchang, could it be that I was too strict with him, or is my teaching method wrong? Does he want to rebel against me, or did my using a ghost's identity to teach him affect his health? Should I teach him intermittently to make it better? After a moment of silence, Jiang Lin asked, you said he used a big pot to stew ghosts? The old man quickly replied, yes, but that's not the main point. The main point is he also mentioned the taste of a ghost. Then he looked straight into the male lead's eyes and said, Lord, is there a problem in this matter? Or is there something wrong with Chen Jiaming's brain? Then I am a sinner of the Chen family, not only harming people, but also breaking the Chen family's inheritance. Jiang Lin rubbed his chin in deep thought. Could it be that he has too much free time? Hearing this, the old man was surprised and let out a, huh? The old man thoughtfully stroked his long white beard. It seems there was a similar situation before, but I didn't pay attention. Could it really be that I was too worried? Lord Zhang Wuchang, have other ancestors experienced this kind of thing? Jiang Lin replied, similar situations have occurred. Hearing the male lead say so, the old man rejoiced, his expression completely different from before. That's good. Wait for next time. I'll arrange more assignments for him. Hearing this, Jiang Lin just smiled and replied with one word. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of him showing comments from the livestream viewers, like some daily news. A 20-year-old boy was dragged out of a bar by his parents. Sure enough, it's because of too few assignments. Streamer, I can't bear this disaster, accompanied by an elite signature sticker. Ancestor, be careful. If that boy doesn't want to study, you can mention me. Suddenly, I feel like I don't know who to pity anymore. Ha ha ha. So I choose to be amused by myself.
Then he said to the viewers watching, that's it for today. See you next time. At Z Restaurant Chenji, Jiang Lin walked in and said to the shopkeeper, hello, I want to book a private room for 3 days from now. The other party happily replied, all right, please wait a moment, dear customer.
Then he took out a card and handed it to the male lead. "Hello, customer. Private room number 44. 3 days from now, it will be open all day for you. It will be invalid if you pass the appointment time." He reached out to take it and politely said thank you. After finishing, he walked out of the shop thinking to himself, "There is nothing else to do today. Let's go to the cultivation room." At the intermediate level cultivation room, Zhang opened the door and walked in, wanting to see if this time he could advance from the early stage Ghost King realm to the middle stage. A screen appeared in front of him with the words System Shop, and he clicked on it. Then the System Shop displayed many small categories. He thought to himself, there are so many categories. It's almost the end of the year. It seems that the internship of the child from Shuzuzi's family will end at the end of the year. The child is about to become an independent ghost envoy. I must give a gift, a life-saving item. Zhang scrolled and observed for a while, then stopped at the soul condensing bead and soul protection armor. Satisfied, he said, "These two then." The detailed information of these two items appeared on the screen. Soul protection armor, 2,000 accumulated points, can store ghost energy to block attacks. At most, it can block a fatal blow from a ghost general. The rebound power is 2%. Note that it takes time to replenish ghost energy, and the blocking power depends on the amount of stored ghost energy. Next is the soul condensing bead, 3,000 accumulated points. Wearing it normally can increase the stability of the soul, preventing it from being shattered. Usage condition, cultivation level below Great Ghost General. Note, this is a one-time use ghost artifact.
The screen began to display a notification. Discount successfully applied. The original price was 5,000 accumulated points. Actual payment, 4,000 accumulated points. Successfully purchased the soul defense armor. Successfully purchased the soul condensing beads. After the payment was completed, Zhang sat down on the cushion below, then conjured up the spirit pills. He quickly swallowed them. Next to him were the words, "Using the countdown time in the cultivation room. The remaining time is 1 hour, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. The male lead's body began to emit spiritual energy. Then it surrounded him, and he sat silently cultivating. Not long after, Zhang opened his eyes in surprise, accompanied by the system's voice ringing out. Congratulations to the host, leveling up from the early stage Ghost King realm to the middle stage Ghost King realm. He took a deep breath, looking up to regain his composure. Then the male lead let out a sigh of relief, saying to himself, "Fortunately, the cultivation room is fine this time. It seems choosing the intermediate cultivation room was right." Suddenly, a headache struck. "What's going on? Why does my head suddenly hurt so much?" He cried out and collapsed to the ground. His consciousness began to blur. Suddenly, a large tree appeared in front of him. Under the canopy of the massive ancient tree, sunlight pierced through the leaves.
Colorful flowers bloomed competitively, accompanied by the chirping of birds in the sky. Zhang only woke up at this moment. He was startled, observing his own body. In my previous life, I was clearly a human. How did I turn into a bird now? Saying that, he stretched his wings, then flew into the sky to look at everything around him. The male lead, in the form of a bird, landed on a nearby tree branch. Suddenly, he saw a house below. A little girl ran out from the house, holding a basin of food in her hands, smiling brightly. "Father, mother, I'm going to see how the birds are doing. They must be very hungry by now." The mother called out, "Look how rushed you are. Don't feed them too much." The little girl quickly replied, "I know, mother." Saying that, she scattered grains on the courtyard for the chickens, humming a song. Click, 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 time to eat. The roosters, seeing the food, rushed in to fight for it. Seeing this, the little girl angrily stomped her feet on the ground a few times to scare them. "Ouch, leave some for the little birds." Then she scattered grains to another side, calling the birds over to eat. "Come over here to eat quickly, nu shahua." And just like that, day after day, month after month, Zhang lived in the form of a little bird. In spring, he ruthlessly pushed aside the female birds who wanted to find a mate. In summer, he foraged for food. In autumn, he flew away to escape the cold. And in winter, he stayed in his nest. Time passed just like that. The little girl's parents went to catch rabbits, then brought them to the market to sell. Every time business was good, they would buy delicious food for the little girl. In a flash, 2 years had passed. The innocent little girl from back then had now become a beautiful young woman. At this moment, she was holding a basin of grains to feed the chickens. Cluck, 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 xiaohua, nu, time to eat. Eat a bit more, and remember to lay eggs after eating. She looked up at the male lead who was in the nest and sighed. "Oh my, after so many years, why haven't you found a mate yet? Is it because father said he was afraid your nest had been infected with living auras so no other swallows want to stay with you? I really want to catch a female swallow for you."
Zhang silently turned his face away. The little girl's father came up from behind, rubbed her head and said, "Other swallows can't enter, probably because it doesn't want to live with other swallows." After hearing this, the little girl asked curiously, "Why?" Her father explained, "Territorial possessiveness, or perhaps it hasn't found a mate worthy of it. Animals looking for a mate probably also have their own requirements." He continued, "When I was young, I once saw a pair of wild geese. One of them had died, but the remaining wild goose quietly guarded by its side, never leaving, and then died along with it." Hearing this, the little girl was curious. "What happened next? What happened next?" The father continued telling the story.
I didn't know what to do either, so I dug a hole in the same spot and buried them together. Thinking about it now, animals probably also have their own requirements for their mates, and furthermore, they are not the same. After hearing this, the little girl looked at the swallow with a profound gaze. Loyalty, purity, unyielding nature, appearance, or strength? If it were based on your own requirements, what kind of swallow would you like? Chu-Si looked up at the swallow. Hearing the conversation between the father and daughter, Zhang-Lin was helpless and speechless. Suddenly, in the distance, another swallow approached him. The male lead expressionlessly and bluntly smacked it aside. Seeing this, Chu-Si was extremely surprised, then pointed to the male lead and said loudly, "I know now. This swallow is too strong. All the other swallows that come are beaten back." Without bothering to reply, he flew somewhere else. In a flash, it was the 3rd year Zhang-Lin lived in this place in the form of a swallow. In the spring, Chu-Si held a broom and tried her best to chase the other swallows away, not letting them get close to the male lead's nest. Then she sat down, holding her face, watching the flock of chickens, muttering, "I wonder if it will come back this spring." Suddenly, hearing the familiar chirping sound, Chu-Si ran over happily. In the 4th year here, Chu-Si had come older. At this time, her mother was tying the strings of her clothes for her. She said, "Mother, it came back again 2 days ago. Do you think it will find a suitable mate this year?" She gently asked back, "Then what about you? Do you have someone you like yet? What do you think of the person the matchmaker mentioned today?"
Hearing this, she hugged her mother's arm and acted spoiled. "Mother, I'm still young." Her mother continued, "You are already 12 years old. 15 is the age to get married. You are no longer young." "No way, I'm still young." By the 6th year, Chu-Si was standing at the door eavesdropping on the matchmakers talking to her father. "Father of Chu-Si, please consider the 6th young master I mentioned. The young master of the Li family is better. If your daughter marries into the Li family, she will definitely enjoy blessings. The Li family even specially hired a guard team." Hearing this, he just replied lightly, "All right, I will definitely tell my daughter to consider it carefully. Thank you, 2 sisters." After walking a distance away, the 2 matchmakers whispered to each other, "You've also heard, right? Bandits have appeared on the mountain peak of Chow family village. We need to be careful here." The other matchmaker replied, "I haven't gone out much recently either. If the Li family hadn't offered a lot of money, I wouldn't have wanted to come. This Chu family girl is outstanding and rare. I don't know whose family has such good fortune." On the side of Chu-Si and her father, just as he walked in, he saw his daughter standing behind the gate. Seeing that she was discovered, she playfully stuck out her tongue. He frowned and knocked her on the head. So ill-mannered. Whose daughter listens to matchmakers talking? "Ouch, father, if you don't tell and I don't tell, who would know?" Then the little girl pointed at Zhang-Lin, who was in the form of a swallow. "Father, why does the swallow fly out to greet you every time you go out?" Hearing this, he was puzzled. "Is that so?" The little girl explained, "Yes, for the past few days when you went to the backyard, it flew up. Today you went out 3 times and it flew out 3 times. He looked up at the bird with profound eyes. "Is there really such a thing?" "That's right. However, I haven't seen the other swallows for the past 2 days. I wonder if they flew far away to build new nests." Hearing this, he was surprised, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. "Daughter, what did you say? The other birds have all flown away?" Seeing her father's reaction, she was a little scared. "Yes, I haven't seen them for the past few days." Saying that, he immediately instructed his daughter, "I will go up the mountain to check. Stay at home and take care of your mother. Don't go out unless there's something important." "Yes, all right."
Then he took his bow and arrows and quickly set off. That swallow also flew after him, silently watching him run away. By this time the moon was high. Chu-Si's mother was sitting and sewing clothes when she heard a rattling sound at the door. Curious, she looked up. It turned out to be Chu-Si's father, who had just returned from the mountain. He quickly entered the house and tightly closed the door. Seeing that he had been gone since morning, she asked worriedly. Hearing this, she continued to ask, could it be caused by the bandits from Chow family village making them fly elsewhere? It's a bit unsettling. It's not yet the time for their annual migration. It should be at least another half a month before they start migrating. Chu-Si's mother asked again, could it be the bandits of Chow family village doing something that made them fly elsewhere? He sat down on the chair and replied to his wife, wait until tomorrow. I'll go out again to gather information. For these 2 days, you and our daughter shouldn't go out much. All right? Well, let's just go to sleep. I'm exhausted. Then they turned off the lights to sleep, and the house sank into silence. Suddenly, at 3 a.m., the male lead in the nest sensed something. Suddenly, Zhang-Lin in the nest sensed that something was wrong. Then he flew down and darted straight into the house. Piercing sounds echoed from inside the house. It turned out to be the male lead, slapping Chu-Si's face a few times to wake the little girl up. She blankly held one side of her swollen face. Swallow? Then he pulled Chu-Si's wrist. She still didn't understand what was going on. Where do you want to take me? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. Daughter, wake up quickly. Opening the door, she immediately said to her parents, Father, it seems the swallow wants to take me somewhere. At this time, the two of them raised their guard, holding sickles and bows for defense. Let's follow and see. Saying so, everything sank into silence in the dark night. The family of 3 walked below, while Zhang-Lin flew above to observe the situation. Chu-Si walked and wondered, Father, could it be that the swallow's mate is injured and it wants our help? Maybe. Before he could finish speaking, loud noises rang out in the distance. It turned out to be the bandits from Chow family village. He panicked and shouted loudly, This is bad, run quickly. Then he pointed at the male lead and said to his wife and daughter, Follow the swallow up the mountain. The two panted and replied, Okay. Below, the bandits ran quickly toward the village, while Chu-Si's family was currently on the opposite mountain, so they were not discovered by anyone.
Chushi's father walked while anxiously observing the situation. Not long after, a massive fire broke out in their village, accompanied by desperate screams for help. After things settled down, the three of them found a cave and lit a fire to keep warm. The mother and daughter hugged each other tightly in fear, sobbing, while Chushi's father silently looked at the flickering fire. Then he looked at Zhanglin. "Thank you for saving our lives." Then Chushi's mother took out some cakes and said, "Here, eat something. Earlier when you mentioned the bandits, I prepared some dry rations just in case." Chushi took a bite and asked, "Father, mother, where are we going next?" Hearing his daughter's question, Chushi's father silently looked at the dry ration in his hand. Then he replied, "Our village is on the border of Sha country and Get country, but in reality we are closer to Get country. Normally, whenever something happens, we always rely on the people at the Get country border for help." He took a bite of the dry ration and continued, "The previous bandit incident was handled by the Get country's yamen. Let's go to Get country first, see what the situation is like over there, and then plan our next step." The mother and daughter happily replied, "I will listen to you, father. I rarely go out. I will follow your arrangements, husband." Zhanglin silently watched their family gather together. In a flash was morning. By this time, the three of them had arrived at U City.
Suddenly, the male lead pulled Chushi's hand. She asked curiously, "What's wrong, Swallow? Could it be that it's dangerous inside this city and we can't go in?" Answering her were chirping sounds. Then he flew away, and Chushi called from behind, "Swallow!" Looking at the swallow on the tree, the little girl below called out loudly, "Aren't you going into the city with us? Later, I can find food with you, build a nest together, we can play together, clean the vegetable garden together, and also..." Before she could finish speaking, a hand was placed on the little girl's shoulder. Chushi's father waved his hand to signal the swallow to go. Then it chirped to say goodbye to their family. Chushi couldn't bear it, but he explained to the little girl that it had protected them all along the way, had missed the migration trip for a long time, and if it didn't leave now, it wouldn't be able to find its flock anymore and might freeze to death. Hearing this, Chushi was startled and understood. She reached out to make a gesture and said loudly, "Then you go, see you next year." Hearing that, he smiled and said, "Daughter, say goodbye to it." "Goodbye, Swallow. See you next year. By then, I will come here to pick you up to play at my house. Even though we changed to another place, you can definitely come here, right?" Then the swallow answered with a chirp and flew away. After that, it found a mate, built a warm nest together, and had a whole flock of children, finally ending its life cycle. Returning to reality, drops of sweat flowed down Zhanglin's forehead. He was currently surrounded by a strange aura. Then the male lead retracted the aura. He staggered tiredly, clinging to the wall to leave. Suddenly, the male lead lost his balance. He fell into a strange space. At this time, Zhanglin suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was lying on the ground, surrounded by snow. In a daze, Zhanglin heard someone's conversation. "Young miss, there is a person. Is he dead? This servant will go take a look." Zhanglin had difficulty opening his eyes. Before his eyes were two maids holding umbrellas. Seeing him move, one of them cried out, "Still breathing?" The girl called young miss, sitting on the sedan chair, called out, "Can he be saved?"
The maid squatted down, gently touched the male lead's hair, and replied, "Unless the divine Dr. Hilao is here, otherwise it will be very difficult." Hearing this, she immediately said, "Then leave the umbrella for him, to prevent someone with bad eyesight from stepping on him." They immediately obeyed. "Yes, young miss." Then they placed the red umbrella next to Zhanglin and slowly left in the snow. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew the sedan chair's curtain open, revealing the person inside. The girl had a face exactly like Chushi in his past life as a swallow, but her aura was completely different. Her face was cold as she looked towards the male lead. "This is the Zhanghu. It is too miserable. Do not come here in your next life." Zhanglin woke up with a start. He sat up suddenly, holding his head, and thought to himself, "A swallow? A person in the Zhanghu? An umbrella?" Then he sat in deep thought. What happened next? What happened after I died? Why can I not remember the events after that? The woman in that sedan chair seemed to be Chushi. If she was the reincarnation of Chushi, when I was a wild goose, I saw her off for a part of the journey, and in this life, she saw me off for a part of the journey. The encounter between her and me aligns with the karma and reincarnation of the underworld. But if the swallow and the person in the Zhanhu are both my reincarnations, then I have recovered the memories of 3 past lives. Then he staggered to his feet. Regardless of which past life's memory this is, remembering the events of several past lives, this does not comply with the rules of the underworld. Could there be a problem with Mangpur soup? If that is really the case, I am afraid it will affect the entire underworld. I must find out the reason behind this. At the Naihe Bridge, Mengpo was scooping soup for the souls about to reincarnate. Seeing Zhanglin hesitating behind her as if he had something to say, she asked, "Captain Zhang, is something the matter?" Hearing this, the male lead pursed his lips in deep thought. Even if he asked directly, he had no evidence, and he was afraid it would cause misunderstandings and unnecessary impacts. Perhaps there had been exceptions before where breaking through to the Ghost King realm restored memories of past lives. It is just that I had never heard of it. But in the end, he decided to keep it to himself. "It is nothing. I was just conveniently passing by." Then he thought to himself, "The underworld is so vast, it is normal that I do not know everything. I must investigate first before making a decision."
Hearing this, Mengpo frowned and said, "Have you guys been very free lately?" Zhanglin immediately replied, Yeah, the matter with the ghost shopkeeper just ended, and the surroundings of King Yama's palace are being rebuilt. Work hasn't been too busy lately, so I have advanced to cultivation level. Receiving an answer not to her liking, she became annoyed. Mengpo looked straight at the male lead and said in a serious tone, "It would be strange if you came looking for me without any business. I am a very tight-lipped person. I act when paid. If you have something to ask quickly. If not, then hurry up and leave." The male lead smiled awkwardly. "Can't I just take a stroll?" Mengpo angrily pulled out a large hammer. "Speak quickly." Seeing this, he reassured her, "Don't get agitated. I can't hide it anymore." Zhang Lin then said, "I actually want to ask, during your time working as Mengpo, have you ever met anyone immune to Mengpo soup?" Mengpo immediately set a price. 1,000 hell coins, bill it to Lord Yama. Zhang Lin quickly replied, "All right, bill it." In his mind, he secretly thought, "It's fine to ask now, but thinking about the details of the money makes me uneasy. What if something unexpected happens at work?" After that, Mengpo created an illusion in which Yama was drinking the soup like water and exclaiming that the taste wasn't bad. Then she turned to the male lead and said, "Lord Yama is not restricted by Mengpo soup, but since I took office until now, I have never seen a wandering soul immune to Mengpo soup. However, the world is vast, so it's not impossible for there to be a wandering soul with special aptitude. Captain Zhang should go ask elsewhere. Thank you, Mengpo. Please keep an eye out for me." Saying that, he handed her a stack of money. On the screen in front of him, a line of text appeared. "Discount card used successfully. The payable amount is 1,000 hell coins. The actual amount to pay is 800 hell coins." Mengpo reached out to take it. "All right, if you have free time and nothing to do in the future, you can come over to chat." After finishing his business, he left. From behind, Mengpo grabbed a wandering soul by the collar and shouted, "Are you cutting in line?" The other party fearfully explained, "Lord Mengpo, I don't want to cut in line. I'm just afraid of missing out." She pulled out a large hammer and yelled, "Are you waiting for your family to arrive so you can go together?" The wandering soul stammered in reply, I want to wait and see if I can wait until..." Suddenly, from a distance, a girl's voice called out, "Husband, is that you?"
The young boy's wandering soul was overjoyed. She found me! She found me! Then Mengpo cast a spell to help the other party change out of those torn old clothes into a brand new outfit. "Hurry back to your original place. Next time someone acts like this, I will throw them to the back of the line to queue again." The two of them quickly embraced each other. "I found you, so we can go together. In this life we couldn't be together, but in the next life we will definitely be together." Looking at the affectionate couple, Mengpo felt weary in her heart. Seeing this scene every day was worse than having a heart-to-heart talk with evil ghosts. Master Zhang Lin was walking on the road when suddenly a rustling sound came from behind him. He immediately turned around, and behind him was the 7-color egg he had received earlier. Why is it following me? The egg cast a spell to make itself transparent, praying in its heart that the male lead wouldn't see it. He silently observed it, his mind full of questions. What is it following me for? Suddenly, a voice called out, "Is your lordship looking for something? Do you need any help?" It turned out to be He Wuchang. Looking at the male lead, he thought to himself, "It really is Lord Zhang Lin." Recently, many ghost envoys have praised his performance in the ghost shopkeeper case. To be able to achieve merit and be highly regarded by Lord Yama is truly admirable. I must definitely learn from him. But the male lead replied, "No need, I am just practicing." He was puzzled. "Standing?" Zhang Lin explained, "Have you ever heard of 1-2-3 wooden man? Practicing it frequently can increase one's perseverance." Hearing this, He Wuchang was extremely surprised and sighed with emotion in his heart. No wonder Lord Zhang wants to stay in a place where wandering ghosts rarely pass by. It turns out he is secretly cultivating. Sure enough, behind every success there is sweat and blood. There aren't that many geniuses, and there aren't that many fortuitous encounters. Only perseverance and hard work are top tier. Then He Wuchang replied, "I understand." The male lead just gave an Then he bowed and said loudly, "Thank you, your lordship. I will work hard. Please rest assured, your lordship, I will definitely not tell anyone about this. Please continue." After he finished speaking, Zhang Lin was startled, not understanding what was going on. He looked at He Wuchang walking away in confusion. Taking advantage of that opportunity, the 7-color egg sneaked away. Seeing this, he shouted loudly, "Don't run!"
Looking at the 7-color egg that he had trapped inside the barrier, Zhang Lin thought to himself, "Ever since I got the memories of that past life as a wild goose, I always feel hungry, seemingly having a lingering obsession with food." He approached the egg and said, "Could it be that this egg is so lively just so the meat inside will be fresher and more delicious? If you keep following me, I don't know what you should do, so I might as well just eat you." He reached out his hand to grab the egg, when suddenly it changed color. Seeing the egg change from 7 colors to red, he asked curiously, "You can change colors? Do you know how to turn blue?" Blue, blue. The 7-color egg changed color according to the male lead's command, letting out a tired sigh of relief. Zhang Lin sat down and gently touched the egg's body.
Just a light touch and the egg went soft. Seeing this, he smiled in amusement, then picked up the egg. Let's go, back to the 18th hall. Hearing about the 18th hall and imagine the scene of Oxhead holding a rattan whip and beating its kind. Just thinking about it made it tremble with fear in the male lead's hands. At the Diantong Pavilion, Zhang Lin stepped inside.
He observed his surroundings when suddenly a voice called out from behind, "Captain, are you here to read?" It turned out to be Chi-In. He turned his head and replied, "Yeah, still haven't found the book you want?" Chi-In immediately answered, "Yeah, whenever I have free time recently, I come here. However, there are too many books in this Diantong Pavilion. I've been searching for so long but yielded no results." Hearing this, he said, "In the Diantong Pavilion, you have to search like this. Come here. Tell me the name of the book you want to find." Then he tapped a few times on a nearby bookshelf. "I want to find books related to the history of the underworld." Suddenly, a ghost mask appeared in midair. Chi-In was so startled and terrified that he dropped the whole pile of books he was holding and screamed, "Ah!" Then the mask made a sound. "There are many books recording the history of the underworld. How many years ago do you want to find? Can you finish reading them all?" Chi-In thought to himself, "I didn't read books in the past, so I'm basically illiterate in knowledge, but I absolutely cannot let the captain know, otherwise it would be very embarrassing." The mask quickly replied, "Wait a moment." It quickly pulled over all the bookcases related to the history of the underworld. The entire Diantong Pavilion echoed with ear-piercing rustling sounds. In an instant, many bookcases had surrounded the two of them. The mask turned to say to Chi-In, "The books you want are here. You can read them slowly." Chi-In couldn't help but be surprised, thanking it profusely, exclaiming in his heart, "Too many. There are way too many." Zhonglin also turned to say to Chi-In, "If you want to learn the knowledge about the one who imparted the spells that I mentioned before, you can read at bookshelf number 3 over there first." Chi-In immediately replied, "Thank you, Captain. I'll go read now." Having found books for Chi-In, the mask asked the male lead, "Captain Zhang, what book do you want to find?" He replied, "Recently I got a pet egg and want to raise it. Any suggestions?" The mask said, "That pet egg is a good item. I suggest you read these." Then it took out 2 books and presented them in front of him. Looking at those 2 books, the male lead muttered the titles, "How to Cultivate an Egg into an Exquisite Ingredient, 100 Ways to Eat a Spirit Beast Egg." Hearing this, the egg inside his shirt trembled in shock. Zhonglin rubbed his chin and asked, "Are there any books related to raising it? I want to keep a pet."
Right at this moment, the blue mask spoke to our male lead again. "To raise a pet, you must be by its side every day." As it spoke, 2 books flew into the air, supported by a wisp of white smoke. He looked at them and said, "That goes without saying." At the same time, the 7-color egg heaved a sigh of relief. The mask spoke again, "Lord Zhang, I wish you joy in raising your pet. Whatever book you need, just come to the Dantong Pavilion." As it spoke, a stack of books on raising spiritual beasts flew up and moved toward him. Zhang Lin held the stack of books in his hands, smiled happily, and said, "All right, thank you." The mask quickly replied, "Take care, Lord." After finding the books, he quickly went to the staffed counter inside the Dantong Pavilion. He handed a piece of paper to the staff member and said, "Library card." The man took the paper and said, "Understood, Lord Zhang." Then he took a stamp and pressed it onto the male lead's card. He continued, "Lord Zhang, enjoy your reading." He immediately thanked him. After that, our male lead walked outside. As he walked, he looked down at the stack of books in his hands and thought to himself, "Breaking through the cultivation level brought back memories of past lives, and the system just gave me this egg. Perhaps this is exactly the right time, the right place, and the right harmony. However, now that it's my turn to raise and hatch an egg, why does it feel a bit strange?" Then he raised his hand to stroke his chin and exclaimed, "I wonder what it will be like living with an egg." After saying that, he imagined a scene of himself sitting and cultivating with this 7-color egg inside a room. Then there was another vision of him reading books with it. Just thinking about it made Zhang Lin smile in a naive and happy way. Next, he gently patted the bag holding the egg hanging at his waist and said, "Let's take care of each other from now on." Over at the 18th hall at this moment,
our male lead was sitting quietly reading a book, and next to him was the 7-color egg placed very neatly on a towel. Zhang Lin widened his eyes, looked at the egg next to him and thought, "After interacting with it for a few days, I can see that it is a high-level egg with emotions and spiritual energy. But the book doesn't say how to communicate with an unhatched egg. What should I do now? If I'm not near it, will it die? Will it rot when it dies?" Immediately, the egg suddenly vibrated. Then it farted out a heart-shaped smoke that also had 7 colors exactly like its body. This made our male lead extremely surprised. The 7-color fart smoke from the egg was floating and drifting closer to the male lead, leaving him dumbfounded and motionless. He continued thinking in his head, "What does it mean by this? Does it want to play with me? Does it want to get close to me? Or is it trying to tell me that it currently has psychological problems? Who would manage the psychological problems of a hell pet?" At this moment, the heart-shaped fart smoke of the egg quickly dissipated, and at the same time, a blue electric wave appeared and transmitted to the male lead. Suddenly, 3 more colorful eggs appeared. In total, there were now 4 eggs placed on the towel next to the male lead. The 4 eggs simultaneously farted out 4 heart-shaped smokes, emitting pff, 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 pff sounds. He looked at them in surprise and continued thinking, "That's not right. According to Raising from an Egg, the emotion of a high-level egg might be protesting the current raising method. The book also says that if a high-level egg is raised right after birth, the hatched spirit beast will be superior to spirit beasts of the same type and period.
As he was thinking, the 4 fart smokes of those 4 eggs also suddenly dissipated and transmitted an electric wave into his body. Right after that, it returned to its original state as a single 7-color egg and was still placed next to the male lead. Zhang Lin looked towards the egg and said, "I understand now. It was free range before, but it is an egg with ideals, so it is dissatisfied with the current free range method." Then he held the egg in his hand, left the study table and continued, "Raising you into a kung fu egg is also not a bad choice." Hearing him say that, the egg was also somewhat surprised and felt confused. Going out to the yard, he gently placed the egg on the ground. Then he smiled happily and said, "Then let's start from the most basic step, starting with the horse dance." While speaking, he performed the horse dance and continued, "The most important thing in practicing martial arts is perseverance." Seeing him like this, the egg also started using its 2 legs to perform the same movement as him. Seeing this, Zhang Lin strongly agreed and exclaimed, "Good, that's right, exactly like that. Keep it up."
A moment later, our male lead turned around and said to the 7-color egg, "Today I have an appointment with a friend. You continue to practice. I will check when I return." However, at this time, the egg was exhausted, sweating profusely, and its 2 legs were trembling incessantly. Zhang Lin walked quietly out of the building alone. Then the blue panel of the system appeared, and he immediately clicked the button to start the live stream. When he started the live stream, a lot of comments from the viewers immediately appeared. Starting the live stream again, throwing flowers, the streamer, Happy New Year, take us to see the new year in the underworld. Is there any ancestor going to punish their descendants today? I have my claws ready.
Does the streamer want to invite friends today? The manager of all heavens and myriad realms, Kang Yan Long, donated to the streamer a skyscraper CEO with the message, "I'll cover everything." Shigu Digu Gushu donated a hot air balloon CEO with the message, "The person above get lost. I'll cover this place." Our male lead looked at the live stream camera that was broadcasting and told everyone that today he would take them to see the new year in the underworld. Right at this moment, while our male lead was floating in midair, a voice suddenly called out, "Captain," making him surprised and turn around. Behind him was a young man wearing the exact same outfit as him. He approached Zhang Lin and smiled happily, saying, "Captain, this year is the first year our Team 18 is established. Should we decorate this place a bit?" He exclaimed in surprise, "Why so?" Then he looked down at the bottom of the building, his face becoming more silent than ever, then looked back up at the young man and agreed, "All right, you guys go ahead. I won't participate." The young man quickly replied very happily, "Yes, Captain." After that, he left, walking while thinking in his head that he had always been used to being alone and quiet, but now he felt that occasionally it also needed to be a bit lively. Right at this moment, the 7-color egg suddenly bumped into him unexpectedly, making him very surprised and turn around. It continuously puffed out air non-stop, and at the same time puffed out a heart-shaped puff of smoke. Our male lead quickly understood its intention and spoke up, "Do you want to join too? Then go with them. But don't forget to practice." As soon as he finished speaking, the 7-color egg quickly flew down to the bottom of the building. Then it quickly puffed out 3 heart-shaped puffs of smoke and sparkled as if showing that it was very happy and looked towards him. On a street in the underworld, it was currently decorated with many lanterns that looked very pleasing to the eyes. Everyone was bustling and busy buying and selling. Many peddlers continuously invited customers. New year, new atmosphere. New year, new face. Exchange limps. No need for 998 anymore. No need for 998 anymore. New year promotion. Buy one, get one free. Things needed to celebrate Tet were all bought here. People walked back and forth, the newest types of clothes, as well as accessories and makeup. At this time, 2 men were walking arm in arm, talking happily. "Ha, you came back for the new year." "That's right. Haven't been back for a year. Your work is too busy. It's hard to come back even once. Let's have a drink together when you're free." The other quickly replied, "All right, another time." Zhang Lin was still quietly floating in midair, the live stream camera still beside him. He spoke up again. "Whenever it comes to the end of the year, all the shops decorate the ghost city very brightly and lively."
The ghost envoys of the underworld also have a year-end party, but they must receive an invitation from Lord Yama to attend, because there are ghost envoys whose ranks are not high enough, so they cannot enter the Great Hall to join the banquet. After hearing him say this, the viewers' comments quickly popped up again. "Ha ha ha, it turns out ghosts are also wage earners. Am I the only one feeling so desperate? Working as a wage earner while alive and still having to work after death. When will this ever end?" Another comment, "Ha ha ha, the friend above is so cute. I can feel the anger of a wage earner like you even through a screen. Awesome, awesome, awesome. The new year in the underworld is quite lively too. Tsk, the importance they attach to the new year is no less than ours." At this moment, he spoke up again. "Next, I have to go meet my friends. Wait until the real new year comes. I will show you guys again how the underworld celebrates the new year." Saying that, he clicked to turn off the live stream, then landed on the ground and walked silently. After a while, he stopped at a building. A man stepped out from inside and bowed his head. "Greetings, guest." He walked inside, and as soon as he entered, he raised his hand and greeted, "Brother Shuzizi, sister-in-law Xiaogotzi." It turned out that his friends were 2 men and 1 woman. Upon seeing them, they quickly greeted back. "Hello, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Lin, long time no see. You arrived quite early today." At this time, Brother Shuzizi approached Zhang Lin and said, "This is truly the largest Z restaurant in the Ghost City. You'll have to spend a lot of money this time." Hearing that, he just smiled faintly without saying a word.
Then Zhang Lin continued, Eating a meal with Brother Shuzizi is nothing much. The restaurant waiter reached out to guide the guests, gesturing as he said, "Guest, please come in." The four of them sat at a round table. Seeing the little boy, Xiaoguzi, reaching out to grab the menu to order, Zhonglin understood and said, "Let the kid choose first." Shuzizi turned to Xiaoguzi and added, "Uncle Zhong let you choose, so go ahead and choose." Shuzizi then turned to Zhonglin and said, "Recently, I've bought quite a lot of New Year goods. In 2 days, I will have Xiaoguzi bring some over to you. When would be convenient for you?" Hearing this, he smiled and said, "There is no inconvenient time. When Xiaoguzi arrives, just tell the ghost envoy at the gate." Shuzizi replied, "All right." Zhonglin continued, "That's right, isn't Xiaoguzi about to become an official ghost envoy soon? So have you decided what you want to do in the future?" Hearing the male lead ask this, Xiaoguzi smiled naively, scratched his head and replied, "I just completed the comprehensive internship assessment. They said the decision will be made next year. I want to try doing SEALs or joining the logistics team, but I just don't know if I can get in or not." Zhonglin added, "Although the logistics team works in the rear, there is a lot of work. Repairing, constructing, and even agriculture are not bad choices."
"What are you thinking about?" Xiaoguzi held out his palms, looking intently as he replied, "I want to go to the agriculture team to see the plants growing healthy. I would feel very much at ease." Our male lead continued, "These two teams probably won't be a problem for you. It just depends on what you choose when the time comes. Here, this is for you. Congratulations on finishing your internship. From now on, you will also be an independent ghost envoy." As he spoke, he held out a brown bundle and pushed it toward Xiaoguzi. He quickly took it and smiled brightly, thanking Uncle Zhong again. Brother Shuzi, sitting nearby, quickly patted his head and whispered, "This kid." Right at this moment, there were suddenly many drum beats sounding boom, 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 which also caught the attention of the four of them. Plates of food were brought out one after another, including fish, meat, vegetables, all kinds of dishes. Everyone took turns sitting at the dining table to enjoy the meal. Brother Shuzi even teased, "You invited us, but why order so many dishes? Later, your sister-in-law will scold me again." Zhonglin listened and softly replied, "All right, next time I will order less." Xiaoguzi reached under the table, saw the items inside the cloth bag, and had a surprised expression. Looking up at Zhonglin, not knowing what to say, Zhonglin seemed to notice his emotions and just smiled. The meal ended very quickly. Zhonglin also asked to leave. Seeing this, everyone went outside to see him off. "Remember, if you have time, come and pick up the New Year goods your sister-in-law bought for you." Zhonglin bowed and said, "Okay, Brother Shuzi, Xiaoguzi, sister-in-law, see you next year." Xiaoguzi waved his hand nearby and replied, "Goodbye, Uncle Zhong." After that, Zhonglin flew into the high sky. Below, Brother Shuzi talked to his wife. "Do you feel like Zhonglin is somewhat different?" The sister-in-law also noticed something unusual. It seemed Zhonglin was a ghost envoy with an immortal aura now. At this time, Xiaoguzi took out the cloth bag to show them. "Father, Mother, look at this." Both of them looked inside the bag and saw many valuable items, including large-sized jade stones. Seeing these items for the first time, Xiaoguzi was bewildered. He raised his hand to rub his head. "This is the gift Uncle Zhong gave me. Isn't it too precious?" He even intended to go find Zhonglin. "Should I go return it to Uncle Zhong in a bit?" Brother Shuzi and his sister-in-law remained silent without saying a word. Then Brother Shuzi reached out to pat Xiaoguzi's head. Recognizing his son's kind heart, Brother Shuzi praised him. "Since Uncle Zhong gave it to you, just accept it. No need to return it." But Xiaoguzi was still full of doubts. "Father, Uncle Zhong is only a second-class ghost envoy. Why does he have such powerful ghost artifacts?" Brother Shuzi didn't rush to answer immediately, but asked him instead, "Do you trust Uncle Zhong's character? Do you think your uncle would harm you?" Xiaoguzi answered innocently, "No, Uncle Zhong wouldn't harm me."
Brother Shuzi continued, "Indeed, as long as we have a goal and learn how to plan, buying such a ghost artifact is not a difficult thing. Uncle Zhang giving you such a good ghost artifact is to tell you to work hard and strive to become an official ghost envoy. Xiaoguzi, do you know what to do now?" Receiving the gift and hearing these words, Xiaoguzi said excitedly, "Yes, I know, Father." After that, the three of them started heading inside the house. The sister-in-law felt that they couldn't just accept such a precious gift without doing anything, and that they should wait for a chance to return the favor. Brother Shuzi didn't think so. Based on the relationship between their two families, they didn't need to mind such things. The sister-in-law saw that it made sense and could only choose, "When the time comes, I'll make some food and pastries to give to Uncle Zhang." Brother Shuzi agreed, "I think that's fine." The sky here was still constantly soaked in a red hue.
Time passed, and the sky gradually became beautiful again. Zhonglin, after leaving Brother Shuzi's house, took a stroll, but then he realized something, standing in front of the gate with an unfamiliar feeling. "I even thought I went to the wrong place. They acted too fast." Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Lord Zhang." Just as he turned around, a strong gust of wind blew by, knocking off the hat he was wearing. After bending down to pick up the hat, a little monster appeared out of nowhere and smashed straight into the wall. The little ghost's face had turned red from hitting the wall, but it still didn't forget its mission, handing him a red invitation. "Lord Zhang, this is the invitation to the year-end party. Lord Yama told me to give it to you, inviting you to attend." Zhonglin put his hat on properly and replied, "All right, many thanks." Having completed its mission, the little ghost gradually disappeared into the air. "Farewell."
Lin looked at the invitation and thought, another year has passed. This year is no different from last year, but it seems somewhat different too. The next morning in the mortal realm, the sky became clear and blue. It seemed a new day had arrived. The sunlight shone down, and people were bustling about on the streets with laughter and chatter. Some people pointed at 2 drawings on the wall in disgust. Didn't the young man of this house not believe in door gods? Who knows? It seems this year is like last year, but something feels a bit different. Elsewhere, in a large apartment building, someone was holding a brush, writing words one by one on a red cloth with an excited expression. Beside him were probably his wife and son. The words written on it truly made people envious. New year wealth, getting a wife, having kids, winning the lottery, stepping to the peak. Going to work, leaving work, firewood, rice, oil, and salt are all taken care of. Reading these lines, the wife next to him got annoyed. Don't say I know you. The atmosphere of New Year preparation seemed to have reached everywhere in the world. On the street, an old lady saw a young man holding a shopping bag and asked, "Kid of the Chen family, going to buy New Year goods?" The Chen family kid, with dark circles like a panda, sluggishly waved back, "That's right, Aunt Wong." But in his heart, he was extremely depressed because he was swimming in a pile of deadlines. Who knew the ancestor would still assign homework for me in the new year? Doesn't the underworld need to celebrate the new year? In another large building in the city, a man was standing inside the restroom washing his hands. Suddenly, something flew into his eye, making him raise his hand to wipe it. Looking at himself in the mirror, looking haggard as if he hadn't slept for days, the uncomfortable feeling in his eye seemed to persist. So itchy. He kept rubbing his eye continuously. Even so, all efforts were in vain. He could only look at his appearance in the mirror and sigh. Ever since I went partying at the graveyard, I ran into these weird ghosts. Every time I get followed by them, there are various strange sequelae. There really should be a medicine for regret in this world. Then a message was sent. The sequelae this time are your dark circles. Remember to wipe with water frequently, otherwise the dark circles will become increasingly severe. In worst cases, it will be itchy or even sting. It will be fine in about 2 or 3 days. He read the message and muttered, "Still 2 whole days." Suddenly, a voice entered. Isn't this the #1 person of the Tang family, Tang Tanzei?
The person approaching was an office worker, and he didn't come with good intentions. You just breezed through the stage. It's already hard enough, but dressing like this doesn't suit your status. He deliberately came over to provoke Tang Tianze, saying his wearing sunglasses made him look like a useless blind man. Tang Tianze wasn't a pushover either, immediately retorting, "A person with a gold-plated body like you also knows how to go to the toilet?" He tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Today was a big day for the Tang family. If he messed things up, the old man would freeze his cards. A small matter shouldn't ruin the big picture. This kind of idiot wasn't worth it. Not worth it at all. The young man was rendered speechless by Tang Tianze's words. Not stopping there, Tang Tianze added fuel to the fire, covering his nose with his hand. So stinky. Isn't that shit from 82? This guy still didn't let it go, deliberately mocking. Tang Tianze, what are you so smug about? Do you really think following Yayoshi will turn things around for you? No one has forgotten the things you did before. He kept blabbering without any sign of stopping. The old man has already crossed your name off the list of heirs. You won't be able to scrounge up much anyway. Tang Tianze suddenly interrupted. Then what are you worried about? The guy's face immediately froze. What? Tang Tianze took off his glasses, revealing his dark circles. Your news is so fast. Do you know that I can summon ghosts? As he spoke, he made his eyes turn a weird reddish color. Talking to me, you've got some guts. Tang Tianze pointed at his own eyes. Of course, I'm not as formidable as Lord Ghost Envoy. At most, I can only summon ghosts. Do you see my eyes? Guess what caused this? With just these few words, the guy was scared out of his wits and ran away. Get lost.
Tang Tianze stood in front of the restroom door and said, "When you come out, remember to wash your hands. I hate bad smells." He called out inside, "Next time you want to make a move on someone, you should practice first. Avoid messing with people you shouldn't mess with and causing trouble for the Tang family, or your inheritance qualifications will be gone." Only a click sound was heard from the door. Tang Tianze looked into the mirror again. Itching to death. This dogshit Tang Shu is really troublesome. From behind, another voice rang out. "Just now at the door, I saw that Mr. Tang has signs of starting a business recently." A young man walked in. "Meeting is fate. How about we cooperate?" But Tang Tianze raised his hand. "Wait a moment." Then the young man picked up his sunglasses and put them back on. The two then shook hands professionally, and the young man introduced himself, Zhang Sheng, fortune teller. Tang Tianze replied politely, "Tang Tianze can summon ghosts." Zhang Sheng, "I know your fortune telling is very accurate." In their hearts, both of them had their own thoughts. Zhang Sheng had the desire to find someone who could defend against ghosts. The ancestor has no free time to defend against ghosts, so I can only find someone who knows how to defend against ghosts. As for Tang Tianze, he originally had the intention of seeking out Zhang Sheng for a long time. "I was wondering what excuse to use to persuade Yeze. Opening your office here solves half of it." Realizing that his plan was about to succeed, Tang Tianze was so excited that his cheeks began to blush looking at the person in front of him. Based on the way Yeze spoke, he also had the protection of the ancestor. In the future, when going out, there would be the protection of an additional ancestor. As the two began to walk out to discuss business, the young man hiding in the restroom also poked his head out.
He looked at the two chatting, his expression unwilling. Zhang Sheng, since when did Tang Tianzhen know Master Zhang? Could it be that he has left the family and started joining the circle of those who truly hold power? Withdrawing from the inheritance list? Could it be that grandfather had other arrangements for him? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but tightly grip the door in anger. Could it be? A feeling of jealousy towards the other party. He felt as if he had been deceived. Am I the one who doesn't know anything? Very quickly he regained his confidence. No, I am the true heir of the Tang family. Stepping outside, he no longer had the fearful look from before. I am 10,000 times stronger than Tang Tianze. I will prove it. Transitioning to the Underworld's New Year's Eve in the Underworld, Zhang Lin had also arrived at the banquet.
Inside his pocket, the 7-color egg suddenly popped out. Zhang Lin could only use his hand to push it back inside. Despite that, the 7-color egg still refused to sit still. Zhang Lin raised his hand to signal silence. I brought you out today. What did you agree to with me? Stay quiet and don't run around. Suddenly, someone approached from behind. Is Captain Zhang going to attend the year-end party? The person who came was Captain Oxhead. In his hands, he also held a dog and a fox. Zhang Lin smiled and greeted. That's right. Captain Oxhead looked at Zhang Lin and noticed his expression was a bit strange. Captain Zhang, why are you looking at me like that? Captain Oxhead thought Zhang Lin was staring at him, so he turned around to check. Is there something wrong with me? Zhang Lin tried to calm himself down so as not to reveal any flaws. No, it's just, aren't you going to the Underworld's year-end party today? He remembered the captain's appearance when they first met, feeling that it was still the same as their previous encounter.
Previously, captains were always very serious about attending the year-end party, but Captain Oxhead's style seemed a bit off. Captain Oxhead reached up to touch his horn with an indescribable expression. Indeed, the Underworld's year-end party is not as serious as you think. I can't explain it clearly to you. You'll know in a bit. It's just as well we go together. Zhang Lin was also quite curious. All right. As the two walked on the road, Zhang Lin couldn't help but ask, Captain, how is the year-end party usually arranged? Captain Oxhead recounted, there are no arrangements. It's just Lord Yama inviting everyone to eat and drink, welcoming the new year together. Zhang Lin wondered, then what about the work report? Captain Oxhead said, when you arrive, just hand the work report to the ghost soldier next to Lord Yama and you're done. But then Captain Oxhead looked at him anxiously. In the past, indeed, everyone reported one by one. Their reporting alone took 1 to 2 days, until a few hundred years ago with your previous captain. Captain Oxhead remembered that year when the previous captain brought a pile of documents. His report alone took a whole day and night. Captain Oxhead still remembered that memory vividly. Lord Yama almost ran away listening to Captain Ju's report. The other ghost envoys watching Captain Ju report also went weak in the knees, yet the previous captain was still very enthusiastic about reporting in detail. Because of that incident, from then on Lord Yama no longer let everyone report one by one, but only required submitting the work report. After all, it's a year-end party. As for the host of the party, as long as everyone eats and drinks happily, it's fine. Hearing this, Zhang Lin laughed heartily. Another day I definitely must thank the captain carefully. Captain Oxhead gently reminded him, just as the two of them arrived at Lord Yama's palace. Thanking him is fine. However, don't talk about this in front of others. This matter more or less makes your previous captain a bit uncomfortable. Zhang Lin indicated that he understood.
Zhang Lin held the Underworld's year-end party invitation and handed it to the ghost soldier outside. The ghost soldier, who was still wearing a red bow on his head, saw the two of them and invited them inside. Have a good time, you two. When entering, please submit your work report to the ghost soldier wearing red clothes. Zhang Lin smiled and said, all right, thank you. Captain Oxhead turned in another direction. My report submission area is over there. I will head there first. Zhang Lin also went to his own area. All right. He looked around to find the way. My place is over here. Seeing the ghost soldier wearing red clothes with a red bow on his head, Zhang Lin noticed that the ghost soldier's expression was quite subtle. He followed the procedure and handed his work report to the ghost soldier. After receiving it, the ghost soldier handed him a key and instructed, Team 18's party area is in the west, please. Zhang Lin held the key in his hand. Thank you. Stepping inside, the atmosphere became noisy, bustling, and lively. Seeing this, Zhang Lin smiled. Now there is no need to report on work anymore, just eating and drinking. I can live stream to do my mission. Saying that, he opened the system and started the live stream. Immediately, the live stream mode was turned on. The daily underworld healing that you follow is about to live stream. Come and watch. In the sky, there were colorful and brilliant fireworks. Some people also started watching the broadcast and commented, no need to go to work and no boss pushing for work, suddenly being so idle feels a bit unreal. Someone also shared the same view. I sympathize. Me too. I almost instinctively brought out my laptop to work just now. The kids liked it the most. My younger brother went out to play. My brothers, let's play a game first. When the live stream starts, remind me.
The screen was showing comments, asking if there would be a live stream today and if the Underworld celebrated the New Year, when a hand appeared in front of the screen. Zhang Lin appeared and greeted the viewers. Hello, my dear netizens. Today I will take everyone to see the Underworld's year-end party. The New Year atmosphere had reached every home, a time when people gathered with their families. Without having to worry, some took the opportunity to stay home and binge-watch a few movies or play a game. The children in the city played joyfully. The aunts and uncles also took this chance to play mahjong together. In the comment section below, people were sending countless messages. Someone named Pian Pian Xiaonianlong generously donated a sports car to the streamer with a message. There were also people who had just left the mahjong table specifically to watch the broadcast. When it came to the Underworld's year-end party, everyone was excited. "Come here quickly, I have enough bread and sunflower seeds." And some even wanted to use this opportunity to scare the children. My naughty boy just broke my lipstick, so I smiled lightly and invited him to watch the Underworld livestream together. I have been looking forward to the Underworld's year-end party for a month now. Zhang Lin looked at the comments on the system with a surprised expression. I thought there wouldn't be many people on New Year's Eve. Suddenly someone called out, "Captain Zhang, what are you standing here for? Let's go inside together." He closed the system panel and walked in with everyone. They had arrived. Behind him, the system also split into two to cover the entire scene inside Lord Yama's palace. Sure enough, Lord Yama's palace was incredibly massive, and many people were already seated at the tables. The system also didn't forget to use the secondary camera to switch the livestream scene. On the main camera side, it switched the livestream scene back. Zhang Lin was struggling to find a seat when Captain Chang reminded him, "There are no fixed seats here. Just find any random seat. The year-end party isn't that strict." Seeing the captain, Zhang Lin slowly sat down at the table next to Captain Chang. Captain Chang felt Zhang Lin looking at him but not saying anything. "Did I do something wrong today?" Zhang Lin waved his hand and replied, "No, Captain, you are no different from usual. I just remembered some interesting things at work recently."
During that time, he was recalling the words Captain Oxhead had said. Talking to Captain Oxhead was also considered part of the job. The captain raised his glass for a toast. "Happy New Year. This is your first year-end party since becoming the captain, so have a drink too." Zhang Lin picked up his cup. "All right." A glass of wine flew out of nowhere and poured directly into Zhang Lin's cup. The two of them raised their cups and said in unison.
Lin felt the world spinning around like a pinwheel, and rabbits started running around aimlessly. The viewers of the livestream started another round of discussion. What kind of wine is that? Even the streamer can get drunk? Is passing out after one glass due to the streamer's low alcohol tolerance, or is there a problem with the wine? No, there's something wrong with you guys. Protect the streamer. Not only the commenters, but even the guests at the year-end party teased. Even someone in the Ghost King realm can get drunk. You can only drink like this at the year-end party. Let's see if he's really drunk. It's always like this if you're not careful the first time. Even new ghost envoys can drink more than 3 glasses. This is just 1 glass. Keep going. Zhang Lin raised his hands, trying to calm himself down. Is it okay? The captain sitting next to him reminded Zhang Lin that he shouldn't circulate his energy right now, as it would backfire, telling him to wait a bit before doing so. He remembered that year when he first came to the year-end party, he was also tricked into drinking 3 glasses. Therefore, the long reporting time prepared in the second year was precisely to shorten the party time. However, although Lord Yama had cancelled the reporting session, he already had experience and wouldn't get drunk anymore. Hearing the captain's instructions, Zhang Lin obediently nodded, his face still slightly intoxicated. At this moment, the captain took out a pill.
He immediately and attentively fed it to Zhang Lin. After swallowing the pill, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the alcohol in his body had been somewhat alleviated. Zhang Lin immediately thanked the captain. The captain also reminded him not to lower his guard just because of this. He should pray for his own luck today. In all these years, he had yet to see any ghost envoy who could walk out of here sober. While Zhang Lin was still stunned by the captain's warning, someone immediately appeared behind him, cheerfully wanting to come forward and toast Zhang Lin. Move aside, leave the second glass to me. Captain Zhang, you must absolutely drink this second glass with me." He constantly praised and at the same time congratulated him, saying he was the fastest promoted ghost envoy in the past 100 years. Hearing this, Zhang Lin only nodded since he still had alcohol in his system. When Zhang Lin turned toward the captain, he had already left with the others. How did the captain dodge the drink? The man drank his glass empty in one gulp, quickly handing over the wine glass and urging Zhang Lin, really knowing how to make it hard for people to refuse. "Zhang Lin, I've bottomed up." This made him chug it without hesitation. As soon as he set the glass down, his mind was completely muddled. The wine glass spilled, and Zhang Lin simultaneously collapsed onto the table, completely unconscious. On the system screen, countless viewer comments were displayed. One viewer screamed horribly, "Ah, damn it!" The person below reassured the one above to calm down, asking if they had seen their fist. This person advised staying calm, otherwise he would be the first to strike. Just by watching through the screen, one could feel this wine was very strong, but the viewers didn't want to drink it either, just curious to take a sniff. Then the viewers quickly urged Zhang Lin to wake up. They absent-mindedly asked a question. "If we use Joss paper now, will it make the Lord Ghost Envoys let the streamer off?" Another viewer quickly replied, "Let him off for what? Don't you guys want to see the streamer's drunk appearance? Who knows, this might be the last time in his life." Another viewer also agreed. "The person above makes sense, ha ha ha." Someone else chimed in, "Damn it, are you guys devils? But I like it."
Seeing Zhonglin pass out, the ghost envoy felt he was too weak, passing out after just one cup. He quickly went to find his next target, leaving Zhonglin lying there. The few ghost envoys following behind also expressed that the juniors this term were too weak, everyone passing out after a single cup. Another ghost envoy completely agreed, saying, "That's right, back in our day, it took a cup and a half before we went down." The ghost envoy who had offered the wine earlier invited these two to also go look for the next target. Then, a hammer suddenly struck the table, splitting it in half. It turned out to be Meng Po's hammer. She had completely smashed a table, and then she ordered the other ghost envoys to hurry up and clean it. The ghost envoys passing by saw Meng Po drunk and immediately wanted to tease her. "Ha ha ha, Meng Po is drunk. Is this what she looks like when she goes crazy after drinking?" The two looked at each other, wondering if they should slip away. If they didn't run now, were they waiting to be beaten to death? Meng Po, seeing that her words didn't seem to reach the ears of these two, raised her hammer and chased after them while screaming, "You still dare to run? Today I will let you taste the power of the great iron hammer." The two who were being chased ran as fast as their legs could carry them. They encountered another ghost envoy clinging to a pillar with a flushed red face. It seemed everyone had completely lost their minds. Yet another pair of ghost envoys had gone crazy.
Is this ghost envoy demanding an oral exam even when drunk? Start answering. What is the most important thing in a seal? What is the concept of a seal? What types of seals are there? If you can't answer within 1 minute, you'll copy it 100 times as punishment. The question ghost envoy was completely dumbfounded. Another one was hugging the captain, crying and wailing endlessly. "Oh, mother, I miss you. Chan, why are you by his side? Am I not worthy?" The captain couldn't understand why he ran into such a drunk ghost. Seeing one person turned into two, Zhonglin was still passed out on a table. The egg only jumped out from his shirt at this moment. Zhonglin keenly sensed the egg and immediately grabbed it, his alcohol-flushed face coming face to face with the egg. Very delicious. Zhonglin seemed to think it was a boiled egg and continuously tapped it on the table to crack the shell to eat. Zhonglin then brought the egg up to smell it. Then, out of nowhere, he grabbed a bowl and smashed it hard on the spot where the egg was, but the 7-color egg smartly dodged. Only then did Zhonglin get a little angry. "Can't smash it. Monster. Knows how to run. Monster." The egg thought it was about to die, sweating profusely. So Zhonglin held the bowl and kept running everywhere, chasing the 7-color egg, the surroundings as chaotic as a battlefield. A ghost envoy appeared from behind, chasing and calling after Zhonglin. It was just that he was walking too fast and this person couldn't catch up. But before he could catch up to Zhonglin, he felt a massive killing intent from behind. Meng Po's giant iron hammer smashed hard onto the spot where this ghost envoy was standing. But luckily, this ghost envoy dodged in time, otherwise his body would have been shattered. Meng Po approached, holding an empty wine jug with exactly 1 drop left. He felt that something bad was about to happen. Meng Po said he had the guts to cause trouble in her territory. She let him run away just now, but he wouldn't be so lucky this time.
This ghost envoy didn't know how much alcohol Meng Po had already drunk, truly at a loss for words. Meng Po suddenly picked up her cup, shaking it to signal something. The wine pillar immediately filled Meng Po's cup. Meng Po then continuously chugged the alcohol like plain water. After that, she decisively smashed the cup above. Flying into another rage, Meng Po looked extremely terrifying at this moment. The surrounding ghost envoys saw her enveloped in ghost energy and turned pale with fear, lifting their legs to run away. A drunk Meng Po was absolutely untouchable. Zhonglin, you better pray for yourself. Meng Po carried her great iron hammer, flipping tables to find Zhonglin, wondering where the evil ghost who just caused chaos was. At this time, the 7-color egg had already been grabbed by some hand. Meng Po continued to flip tables, actively searching for Zhonglin, while Zhonglin, right behind her, was still looking for the 7-color egg. Where's the egg? Come out. But the egg at this moment had been saved by a dog hiding behind a table flipped by Meng Po, suddenly feeling very safe. The dog hid behind the table, silently thinking, "Master, it's not that I don't love you anymore. I just want to keep my life." The dog was still sitting in the corner gap. Zhonglin at this time was still gleefully looking for the 7-color egg. Then Zhonglin noted something from behind. Another destructive weapon had appeared. A chain attached to a hammer also joined Meng Po in wiping out this area. Someone else was chasing Zhonglin. "Evil ghost, where are you running to?" Had Zhonglin become a wanted criminal or something? Zhonglin, the one being chased, was still bewildered. Realizing he was being chased, Zhonglin instinctively ran away to protect himself. Zhonglin then grabbed a plate of food on the table and threw it at the person chasing him. This was truly an uneven battle. That guy was no pushover and continuously counterattacked, making the surrounding people curiously stand by and watch. The bystanders were all dumbfounded with their mouths wide open. How could they expect a new-faced ghost envoy like Zhonglin to dare to fight back so ruthlessly? In mid-air at that same moment, a little girl appeared with a lineup of ghost envoys behind her. Everyone attending the party clasped their hands and bowed to Lord Yama. Lord Yama turned out to be just a little girl. She glanced over the party. Then she floated up to the highest position, which was the seat reserved for King Yama. Lord Yama sat down at her banquet table. All the people following Lord Yama also simultaneously sat down in their respective positions. Seeing the party suddenly interrupted like this, Lord Yama spoke up, telling the party to continue. Hearing this, everyone said in unison, "Understood, Lord."
The ghost invoice below also cleaned up and arranged everything neatly to attend the party with Lord Yama. The food tables were all restored to their original state, and even each plate of food was automatically refreshed and filled. Another evil ghost in the body of a red child appeared. The evil ghost landed on the ground and spoke. "Welcome everyone to join the Underworld's once-in-a-century year-end party. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am the host for tonight, Guiwa number 3. Why Guiwa number 3 and not number 2, number 7, or number 8? Because my real brothers and sisters rank me 3rd. Guiwa number 3 continued to speak. The 1st and 2nd already have dedicated bosses, and although Guiwa number 3 also has one, Guiwa number 3 can develop a side job and earn extra on the outside. However, Guiwa's income today all depends on you lords." Guiwa raised his cup.
Shouting loudly, "Lords, you can see on the right side of the dining table there is a communication stone. On the left side, if you need to pass a message or an item, just break it, and the Guiwa will appear to deliver it, hoping to receive a small tip from everyone. Now, the year-end banquet officially begins." Guiwa raised the first cup towards King Yama's table. "The first cup, we respectfully toast to our esteemed Lord Yama." Everyone raised their cups simultaneously. "Respects to Lord Yama." Guiwa continued to speak. "Next, following the tradition of previous years, we have invited the ghost envoys who have been newly promoted within the last 100 years to introduce themselves to everyone. Each Lord Ghost Envoy has 10 minutes to perform. Which Ghost Envoy will go first?" Meng Po summarily stood up. "Let me!" Oh, she even threw the wine bottle she was halfway through drinking. Isn't it just a performance? She will definitely give them an unforgettable banquet. Ha ha! Guiwa couldn't stop Meng Po's enthusiasm and raised his cup. "Then let us invite Meng Po." The other ghost envoys all stepped forward in unison, and Meng Po took the lead. As expected of Meng Po, "Go up! Make it spectacular! Looking forward to your performance. Be brave. You can perform anything." As soon as Meng Po landed at number 3 Guiwa's spot, she immediately summoned her giant soup pot.
Meng Po summoned an extra soup ladle, saying this would definitely be a special portion. Her drunken face simultaneously wore an extremely sinister and unpredictable expression. The ghost envoy sitting over there also didn't know what Meng Po was planning to do by bringing out the soup stew pot. Meng Po on this side was still stirring very enthusiastically, and the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Another ghost envoy thought to himself, so it turned out he didn't like transforming such a large magical artifact to cook soup. What are you looking at me for? Everyone has a few personal hobbies. At this time, Guiwa nearby suddenly shouted loudly, "Lord Meng Po, you caught the wrong ones." Guiwa went to Meng Po's side, trying to stop her performance. Meng Po acted as if she didn't care at all, continuing her performance. "Burn or not burn? If you don't burn, then I will destroy you all right now." The yin souls in the pot were all curled up in fear because of Meng Po's cold, inhumane gaze in front of them. She showed off her cooking skills. Yin energy enveloped the area, flying chaotically everywhere, causing the yin souls to all dissipate into the soup pot. Her stew pot finally boiled, bubbling loudly.
After Meng Po finished cooking the pot of soup, she turned around and asked Guiwa, "Oh, can't this be burned? What's the rush? As long as it's fire, it's fine." Guiwa approached, but seeing Meng Po so drunk, he didn't dare get too close, only daring to tiptoe over to see what that black smoking thing was. Ghost fire also has spiritual energy and needs to be cultivated. With Meng Po being so terrifying, how could anyone dare not to burn it? After witnessing the performance just now, Guiwa was truly and completely terrified. He forced a smile in front of Meng Po's soup pot and tentatively asked, "Lord Meng Po, what did you add in here? How does the soup taste?" Meng Po just replied that they were all very ordinary things, but combined they would have a very magical effect, and it would be ready soon. Everyone smelled the fragrant aroma of Meng Po's soup and exclaimed, "Oh, it smells so good." Several ghost envoys brought their bowls, wanting to ask for a bowl of soup. When Meng Po scooped up the first ladle of soup, a skull appeared, causing the ghost envoys, even though they were in the underworld, to feel a chill down their spines. Everyone turned ashen, screaming, "Ah!" and ran away holding their bowls. Someone even knelt down, adding more spices to the soup pot. How thoughtful. Meng Po now boldly held the soup pot. She scooped a large ladle. This ladle of soup looked truly dubious. Meng Po then hoisted the ladle of soup on her shoulder, spun around, and the soup flew everywhere from the bowl as if she were distributing it to the underworld. When the people below saw Meng Po's soup, they avoided it like the plague. Everyone covered their soup bowls and ran away, afraid that her soup would fall into their bowls. But Meng Po is an extremely thoughtful and fair person. Wanting everyone to have some soup, she grabbed everyone's bowls and poured the ladle of soup splash by splash into each bowl. "Oh, the authentic special edition soup. Please don't be polite, everyone." Meng Po was still happily thinking that the people below were running to catch her soup. Indeed, appearances can easily deceive others. The soup even flew into Zhang Lin's bowl. Zhang Lin was still vaguely guessing, hangover soup? Completely unaware, he took a big gulp, drinking a full bowl of soup at once, and went out a loud burp. As soon as Lord Yama saw the Lord finish slurping the bowl of soup, he immediately ordered, "He drank it, ghost soldiers go."
From under Zhang Lin's feet, 2 arms grew out of nowhere and grabbed him. The ghost soldiers uniformly hung Zhang Lin upside down. Could it be that the Meng Po soup cooked by Meng Po is poison? Otherwise, why would Lord Yama be so nervous? This is too unlucky, being publicly executed by the ghost soldiers next to Lord Yama. Luckily, I haven't drunk it yet. Zhang Lin only vaguely opened his eyes at this moment. He struggled to grab the bowl, even though he was hung upside down. The white dog Bai Chuan saw this and looked at the bowl with a confused expression. Zhang Lin vomited out all the soup and said, "It's held tightly by me, blurg." After throwing up all that soup, Zhang Lin walked over and flipped the bowl over, revealing a red egg. Little Ghost Boy saw this and said, "All right, next please welcome our Captain Zhang to introduce himself to everyone. Lord Mang Po can go back and rest now." Zhang Lin hugged the egg tightly, his cheeks flushed from the alcohol, and thought for a moment before saying, "What does Captain Zhang have to do with me, Zhang Lin?" The little ghost boy hurriedly called out, "Captain Zhang, Zhang Wu Chang, Lord Zhang Lin." Hearing his name, Zhang Lin froze for a moment, then turned his head and asked, "Are you calling me?" The little ghost boy nodded happily and replied, "That's right, Lord Zhang, you are the newly promoted captain in the past 100 years. The little ghost boy continued eagerly, "Can you come up here and introduce yourself to everyone?" Suddenly a hand was raised, interrupting the little ghost boy's words. "Wait!" It was Mang Po. She asked in confusion, "Who is paying my performance fee?" The little ghost boy froze in bewilderment. Seeing her demanding payment, the little ghost boy thought to himself, "You tried to murder us, and yet you want us to give you money? What kind of logic is this?" Seeing that no one seemed to want to pay her, Mang Po revealed a sinister smile. "Ha!" Seeing Mang Po smile, the little ghost boy felt anxious and thought to himself, "Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" Then Mang Po pretended to be weak, shedding a few tears and saying, "You won't give me money?" But immediately after, she pulled out her weapon, terrifying all the He and Bai Wuchang. Mang Po swung her great iron hammer at everyone and shouted, "Don't think that you can bully me just because I'm weak." The little ghost boy, along with He and Bai Wuchang, fled in terror and cried for help. "Lord Yama, save us!" Suddenly someone handed her money, and her expression immediately changed back to a happy one. It turned out to be King Yama coming to their rescue. King Yama was also a bit afraid of this woman and spoke up. Thanks for your hard work on the performance." King Yama also thought helplessly. Reasoning with a drunk Mang Po? Stop causing trouble. Her great iron hammer is the logic. The Bai Wuchang walking behind him also sighed in resignation. Just give her the money. Boo-hoo. Money can be earned. But if this hammer strikes down, will I still be able to survive? Boo-hoo-hoo. Behind them, the He and Bai Wuchang were lining up to give money to Mang Po. "Thanks for your hard work on the performance. This soup is quite delicious." Meanwhile, Mang Po happily exclaimed, "So much money!" After receiving a generous payment, Mang Po happily counted the money in her hands and left. Seeing this, the little ghost boy patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, while Zhang Lin stared intently at Mang Po.
He seemed to have realized something interesting. He thought he could make money and not worry about starving. At this time, the little ghost boy approached and said to Zhang Lin, "Welcome, Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang is the newly promoted Bai Wuchang captain of the 18th Brigade. Do you want to show everyone something?" Seeing that everyone wanted to see his skills, Zhang Lin lifted the red egg. The little ghost boy and everyone below saw Zhang Lin just standing there, raising the egg in his hand above his head without anything happening. Seeing that nothing was happening, the little ghost boy became curious and stepped forward to suggest to Zhang Lin, "Captain Zhang, is there any other performance you want to show? For example, a special skill?" Hearing that, Zhang Lin immediately replied, "I know, I have an extremely formidable special skill." Hearing this, the little ghost boy flew high up and said, "Next, let's invite Captain Zhang to show off his specialty." Zhang Lin looked at the red egg and said, "Turn green," while his other hand summoned a feather duster. Then the egg turned into a green egg, and 3 feather dusters appeared in his other hand. Everyone around was curious about what Zhang Lin was about to do. Suddenly, Zhang Lin tossed the egg into the air, then Zhang Lin spun the feather duster, preparing to perform for everyone to see. Surprisingly, Zhang Lin showed off his balancing talent for everyone. The green egg was balanced in the mid-air. Suddenly, someone from below threw a plate up to Zhang Lin with a sinister smile. Everyone below discussed noisily and excitedly. Zhang Lin caught the plate skillfully, then tossed it up to keep it balanced in the air. He balanced the plate on the feather duster professionally, making everyone stunned. Suddenly, bowls, plates, spoons, and fruits flew up from below, rushing towards Zhang Lin. Seeing this, Zhang Lin thought of something. He gathered momentum and jumped up. Then he caught the flying items to use as his juggling props, like a real circus performer. The He and Bai Wuchang below witnessing this scene discussed, "Oh, tell me, when this Captain Zhang wakes up and realizes he has performed acrobatics in front of the crowd, I wonder what his reaction will be." Bai Wuchang beside him also chimed in, "I want to know too. Tsk, although our underworld doesn't have cameras, there must be a type of memory magical artifact that can record this moment. Isn't it like this every year?" Bai Wuchang continued with a worried expression, "But my experience this year tells me, don't provoke Mang Po." He Wuchang beside him also replied in worry, that's right. If a hammer strikes down, you die, you just die." While the two were talking, suddenly Bai Wuchang was unexpectedly hit in the face by the feather duster. The others were also hit by the objects Zhang Lin had just used, and panicked, running away in all directions. At this time, the green egg resting on Zhang Lin's shoulder trembled, while the others kept running away.
Jiang Lin, whose face was dizzy and head spinning with the green smoke, was hit in the face by the egg. A person who had just been knocked down started to get up, saw the food on the ground, and exclaimed blankly, "Oh!" He hallucinated himself in that green smoke and exclaimed excitedly,
"Mom, look at me flying! I can fly! I can fly!" Another guy shouted, "Ha ha! The food is flying! I can also fly! Ha ha!" Suddenly, both of them changed their expressions to sad and depressed, and one said, "I am so useless." A moment later, Jiang Lin also opened his eyes and looked around. The green smoke was also gradually dissipating, and the others, when the hallucination ended, could no longer fly and fell to the ground, some lying sprawled on the ground. Right at that moment, Oxhead caught a Hei Wucheng who had just fallen from above, but he was still in his hallucination of love, hugged Oxhead's face and said, "Jiang Chang, I love you." Immediately, Oxhead didn't care about anything else and instantly threw him into the sky. The white dog beside him gently hugged Oxhead. Seeing this, he hugged the puppy and cuddled it. "My baby is still the most thoughtful." The dog also gently licked his face. Suddenly, Oxhead froze, sensing something dangerous behind him. A stranger standing behind him put a knife to his neck and said, "Stay still, do not move." Seeing him threatening him, Oxhead was not afraid at all and calmly asked him, "What do you want to do?" He immediately replied, "Release my captain." Oxhead immediately let go of the pet puppy and gently put the dog down. The other side, seeing that Oxhead didn't understand what he meant, said, "Not this one, never mind, go over there." Then he sat down at the table and chairs and looked at Oxhead. At this time, Oxhead stood there, but his hand behind his back was holding a red object called a communication stone. Then he crushed the communication stone in his hand.
At this moment, that figure approached, eyes shining, smiling sinisterly. A moment later, the little boy was standing in front of Oxhead. "Hello, for just a small fee, I can serve you at any time. May I ask how I can help you?" Oxhead immediately said, "You'll understand if you turn around." The little boy then turned his head to look back, and it seemed someone had appeared behind him. At this time, that person was an old man with a flushed red face. The expressions of both Oxhead and the little boy immediately became somewhat spectacular. The old man was currently carrying a table and running forward like a flying arrow. Oxhead asked, "Can you catch up to him?" The little boy scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "My speed can't be as fast as his." Oxhead then handed over a piece of paper and said, "It's fine, sorry to bother you." The little boy gave an okay hand sign and continued, "Next time if something like this happens, you can find me. Call me anytime and I will be there, guaranteeing excellent service." Oxhead smiled and said, "All right." Right after that, the little boy returned to Jiang Lin, who was still dead drunk. The little boy asked, "Captain Jiang, go get some rest." Hearing that, he still mumbled. Jiang Lin then talked about paying the performance fee. Hearing this, the little boy was left speechless. The people below looked up and watched in silence. Right after that, they ignored it and continued eating, drinking, and talking, everyone minding their own business. At this time, the little boy suddenly smiled slyly. He held out the piece of paper and continued, "Lord Zhang's performance can be said to be extremely enthusiastic, so of course the performance fee cannot be missing. You lords, please remember to give the money to Lord Zhang." On the other side, Yama couldn't help but let out a long, frustrated yawn. Could it be that my treatment of the captain is too low? Why does he ask for a fee every year he performs at the year-end party? At this moment, a series of noises suddenly rushed to the front of Jiang Lin. Seeing the non-stop chaotic scene, the little boy spoke up. "Captain Zhang is in emergency care, so let's just skip it." At this time, the others were still sitting quietly at the table. The little boy continued, "Let me see who is still sober." Then the little boy suddenly looked to the side and smiled. Instantly, a green flame from his hand shot forward. The flame directly illuminated an area where two young men were sitting. Let me introduce to everyone for a bit. These two are respectively Captain Yu of the newly promoted SEAL team and Captain Lu, the newly promoted Hei Wuchang. At this time, the person sitting there in a daze asked, "Where is Hei Wuchang?" At this point, they only pointed to the companion saying he was under the table. So the guy immediately looked down, and the two pairs of eyes met. And the drunk Hei Wuchang at this moment was carrying the table, running forward with heavy thumping steps.
Captain Yu, sealing at this moment, was suddenly startled. He quickly took out the talisman, attacking forward and saying, "Where are you running?" Right after that, boom, boom sounds rang out, and flames burned everywhere. The captain looked forward groggily and exclaimed, "You have some skill," while the little boy on this side cried out. Then the captain, drunk and groggy, continued, "It seems I can only use the most primitive sealing method." He rotated his wrists. At this time, that guy had also rushed over, hugging his friend, and the captain immediately blocked them. He grabbed this guy's head and shouted seriously, "Caught you! I told you I am a successful person in every battle. Without me, there can be no sealing." A long burp also came from his mouth. On this side, the male lead's table was still very peaceful. He sat quietly in one place, holding something in his hand. At this time, in his hand was a white egg, which was constantly being wiped clean by Jiang Lin. Suddenly, he paused. Jiang Lin suddenly turned back to look behind, with an astonished gaze. At this time, New Year greetings kept appearing on the screen, hoping for a new year of great luck and prosperity, money flowing in like water, and this year definitely having the god of study possess them, to be protected by the streamer.
Fireworks were constantly cheered on the screen. He just stood there stunned, watching the fireworks continuously exploding, and the wishes kept appearing. It's 12 o'clock. The new year has arrived, wishing the streamer continued promotions and wealth.
At this moment, down in the mortal realm, a woman holding a phone smiled. This year, I want to rank first in the whole grade. Fireworks continuously went off outside the glass door. In another house, a couple looked out the door, also praying for their child to grow up safely. A neighbor woman downstairs looking at her phone was also talking to her grandchildren. The new year is here. I hope all my children are safe. At this moment, outside, there were 3 people, 2 adults and 1 child, lighting a fire. The little boy looked up at his grandmother blankly and asked, "Do we have the genealogy information yet?" The streamer has to say the exact full name and date of birth for the ancestor to receive it. The mother also smiled. "Mom, think back. What kind of people were our past ancestors? Let's not miss anyone." The old woman then said, "It's been so long I can't remember clearly. There seems to be someone named Don, probably surnamed Wang." She leaned on her cane and walked forward. "That's right. It's Wang Don. Besides him, there is no one else. When I die, you must also remember my name clearly. Never mind, so that I will always have money to spend when I go down. I still better write it down." Hearing this, the little boy immediately ran over and happily held his grandmother's hand. "Grandma, I will never forget you my whole life. Even if you die, I will still watch the streamer's live stream to see you." The daughter also followed and said, "It's the new year. We should say auspicious words." Shifting to another place, an old man rubbed the head of a small dog and said, "Meeting each other this year is destiny. You didn't prepare a gift for me. I won't make things difficult for you either. Lead the way for me. Let's consider this matter dropped. What do you think?" The dog was shedding sad tears at this moment and said, "No overtime during rest periods, no overtime. I don't know anything." The old man immediately picked the small animal up, smiled and said, "All right, who are we following? Let's go." Just like that, the small animal cried out, "I don't want to work overtime." On this side, another divine official was sitting, gazing at the night moon. He held a jug of wine in his hand and softly said, "Happy New Year, sister."
Over here, another ghost official went to the old woman's house in the underworld. "Do you think this is okay?" The old woman quickly said, Yes, you learn very fast." At this time, the 2 of them looked outside together to watch the New Year's Eve fireworks. "Grandma, Happy New Year." The old woman also cheered, "Happy New Year." On this side, the old man handed red envelopes to the 2 little kids. Nia, Chen, Happy New Year. Grandma, Happy New Year. In the underworld's ghost city, 2 young men were standing and talking to each other. Li Gaosheng, "Pay up the debt you owed me last year." He quickly replied, "Next year I'll give you a little fee." The other guy continued, "You say that every year. Only a ghost knows when you will be reincarnated." The young man opposite just smiled and waved his hand. "I don't plan to reincarnate. The mortal realm is more miserable than the underworld." In the residential area of the ghost city, 2 old men sat on the roof and chatted. "I don't know when I will completely disappear. Not even my soul will be left." The old man in black next to him also asked, "How long have you been down here?" The old man in gray replied, "I've been here for at least 200 years. Hearing this, the old man in black said that he had arrived here a bit earlier than him. The old man in white then said sadly, "We 2 old men should just go when it's time, avoiding the disdain of our descendants. Look, I've only been here for this many years and no one remembers me anymore." The old man in black also said, "Why do you think human memory is so short?" At this moment, a young man below waved his hand and called out, "Wang Ardan, someone burned money for you. Hurry down here and receive the money." At this time, the old man looked down in astonishment. "Someone remembers me?" The old man next to him looked at his peer and couldn't help but sigh. Human memory doesn't seem to be short either. Tears of emotion welled up in the old man in white's eyes. Jiang Lin witnessed everything from his side. As every blessing and wish of the people appeared, he smiled and said, "Happy New Year." At this moment, he directly slumped over the table.
Yama on this side was still holding a wine glass deep in thought when a voice rang out, "Lord Yama, I want to challenge you." A young man holding a giant hammer stepped onto the arena at this time. Seeing this, she smiled and said, "All right." She then stood up and said, "Then I will make my move. Watch closely." After that, Yama dashed down as fast as lightning, leaving the young man unable to react. Right after, there was a direct kick to his body, making the magistrate's jaw drop. A loud crash rang out, and the magistrate was kicked flying far away. At this moment, a golden arm suddenly appeared from midair and lifted the young man up. Yama looked down at everyone and asked, "Does anyone else want to step up?" Seeing this, the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Shifting to the southern hall in the underworld, people were currently running all over the place. Come, the latest offensive ghost artifacts. Whoever wants to exchange weapons, quickly look over here." Over at the western hall, it was much more peaceful. The guests kept watching their King Yama calculating the ledger to learn from it. Then at the northern hall, everyone sat quietly at the dining table, watching the children dancing happily. At this time, the male lead was supported by a ghost envoy who poured some water for him. Jiang Lin only now groggily woke up. He sat up, rubbing his forehead with a hiss. He looked at them and asked the people around, "What are they doing?" Someone replied, "They are refining the remaining wine in their bodies. The alcohol essence is a very good support for cultivation." The male lead then walked over to the captain and called out to him, and he explained,
After refining the alcohol essence, one can also quickly recover fragmented memories. Hearing this, Zhang Lin was surprised. Memories? He thought to himself, if I can rely on this opportunity to recall the memories of my previous lives, perhaps I can find the reason for the breakthrough and remember more things.
He immediately thanked the captain. On the other side, the captain replied, "It's nothing. There are many things that are better left unremembered." Zhang Lin clasped his hands and smiled. "Thank you, captain." After that, he sat back down like everyone else and began to circulate energy to cultivate. Seeing this, the captain sighed. At this time, as he gradually cultivated, memories flashed through his mind. Suddenly, Zhang Lin opened his eyes wide and looked at the screen in front of him. A notification popped up. The streamer doesn't want to silence us, right? I didn't see anything, and exiting the live stream now is useless anyway. At this time, other people were also holding their phones and watching the content above. The young man sitting in the toilet couldn't help but be amazed. A girl was also looking at herself through the screen. There was a young man holding his phone who was so surprised that he stuck his tongue out in fear. Right after that, a series of comments appeared. "I'm crying. I was wrong. Damn, is the guy above okay? I told you to pick a good spot first. I really thought I was a goner just now. Scared to death. I thought I was on the live stream myself just now. My relative stared blankly as I knelt down on the spot. You guys are better off. I even acted like I saw a ghost right on the street." At this moment, he noticed a comment. "Seriously, I drew so many pictures. Am I supposed to destroy them all now?" Zhang Lin then looked at the screen, smiled, and said, "No need, as long as someone is happy." At this time, the viewer said, "The streamer is so cool. I love you. I got my life back. The streamer is so kind. I will definitely burn a lot of joss paper for you, ensuring you live a very prosperous life down there. Don't scare me next time. My mom is about to take me to a mental hospital now. No matter how I explain, she won't listen. It was too intense just now." Looking at the comments, he couldn't help but press a button and thought, I didn't expect the Underworld's year-end party to be so chaotic. If this spreads out too much, it will have a bad influence on the Underworld. At this moment, a whimpering cry echoed from the other side, and Zhang Lin shifted his gaze to the side.
On the other side, looking at the bruised face in the mirror, someone said, with my illustrious reputation in my past life, why can't this fragment be completely shattered? At this time, on the other side, a guy named Hei Wuchang was taking out items while saying, will Lord Yama forbid me from attending the year-end banquet next year? At this moment, the dining table was gradually brought out. Meanwhile, the girl looked at the pile of money and said, how many people have I robbed? Is it still in time for me to turn myself in now? A moment later, the group of ghost envoys left. At this time, a colorful egg jumped onto Zhang Lin's hand. Let's go back too. He thought to himself, fortunately, even when I was drunk, I still had some reason left and didn't cook it into soup. At this time, at the 18th hall, he looked at the front door and pondered. Ever since the Shumo door changed his couplets to this, it wasn't afraid of people coming to cause trouble anymore. At this time, a few ghost envoys carried some boxes out from inside and said, Captain, you're back. Did you have fun at the year-end banquet? He replied that it was okay. They took out some red envelopes and said, Captain, during the 3 days you were not present, many people sent New Year gifts, saying it was to congratulate you on your promotion. We have also processed the gift list and placed it on your desk. He looked at the red envelopes and smiled. Right after that, he sealed them carefully. Zhang Lin smiled and handed them to the envoys. These past few days, you guys have come and guarded Hall 18th. Go home and celebrate the New Year. Happy New Year. The two of them received them and rejoiced. Thank you, Captain. Congratulations to the Captain on your steady promotion and success in everything. Many thanks, Captain. Wishing the Captain happiness, luck, and smoothness every day. After that, the two ghost envoys hung lanterns on both sides of the hall. He looked at it and couldn't help but think, this year I am no longer a ghost living alone in a dilapidated small house. Zhang Lin then walked inside the hall, and at this moment he picked up the list placed on the table. Zhang Lin then picked up the pen that was always placed there. At this time, the small egg also supported a book floating towards him. While floating, the book bumped into Zhang Lin's arm. Seeing it, he chuckled.
Zhang Lin picked up the book and moved closer to the desk. Then he opened the book to check the content inside. Zhang Lin simply sat down, smiling as he looked at the content of the book. At this moment, the events he had just experienced continuously appeared in his mind. He was slightly stunned as he recalled. A ghost envoy for hundreds of years, the mortal realm for mere decades. Suddenly, the system chimed with a notification that his missions were completed. Zhang Lin began to calculate. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to experience the mortal realm for a bit. He activated a spell, and a door immediately opened. At this very moment, our male lead, Zhang Lin the Bai Wuchang, was quietly hovering alone in midair. Below him was a massive city. As he moved, he observed the viewers' comments continuously popping up. The Underworld year-end party, once in a century. Looking at the drunk Lord Ghost Envoys, it's so funny. Unfortunately, we can't save it. Does the person above want to die? Do you still want to reincarnate into a good place after you die? The streamer's Dojin art copyright, come get it on my scarf. Immediately after, he looked very intently at a comment saying, the streamer's Dojin art copyright, come get it on my scarf. After reading it, he thought in his mind, streamer, are they talking about me? Next, Zhang Lin quickly clicked on that comment. As soon as he tapped it, a spatial rift emitting a blinding blue light immediately appeared. The male lead thought to himself, then this trip to the mortal realm shall start with you. Right after that, Zhonglin arrived in the mortal realm and entered a room, simultaneously transmitting a ray of light into a woman sitting on a chair. The girl was sitting with both legs pulled up on the chair, smiling, seemingly very focused on watching something. He silently approached her as she sat at the computer desk, staring intently at the screen currently showing an image of him with another woman. She blushed and exclaimed, "Such a cute streamer, I wouldn't trade him for anyone." Suddenly, our male lead leaned his body very close to the girl, making her feel a chill down her spine. She unexpectedly shivered and widened her eyes. Immediately after, she pulled a blanket tightly around herself, huddling and trembling on the chair, crying out, "It's so cold." Then, looking intently at the computer screen with his image, she muttered to herself, "Oh, the last time the streamer got angry, it was truly terrifying."
What if I die and also become an underworld civil servant meeting the streamer? Currently, he remained silent and quietly stayed behind her to observe. The girl continued talking. I heard that ghost envoys can know what people did when they were alive. What if the streamer finds out? Not good, not good at all. Hearing her say such things, his face became extremely helpless. Following that, the girl scratched her head, tore her hair, gritted her teeth in anger, and cried out, "It's so hard to decide. Where should I even start deleting? I want to keep every page. It's so hard to decide." Ignoring her internal struggle, our male lead quickly reached out, placed his hand on the mouse, and moved it. This made the girl freeze in extreme surprise. Immediately, she picked up her phone again and continuously typed something, her whole body trembling nonstop out of fear. She typed into her phone, "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Come collect my body quickly. Just now." Typing up to this point, she stopped and slowly turned to look behind her, her face covered in cold sweat from panic. But when she turned around, she saw absolutely nothing. At this moment, Zhonglin was still intently staring at the computer screen. Suddenly, while sitting, she fell backwards with a loud crash, then gritted her teeth in anger.
After that, she lay sprawled on the chair due to extreme pain, muttering to herself, "It hurts so much. Looks like I'm not dead yet." Seeing that scene, he became even more helpless and speechless. Then the girl sat up, holding her phone tightly, and said, "Boldly guessing, I've encountered ghosts too. Maybe I can also seek help from the streamer, right?" Seeing this, his face showed great confusion at her actions. Now the girl continued typing on her phone, "Streamer, please save me. I met a ghost in the new year. I am..." Before she could finish typing, a beam of light suddenly fell directly onto her head out of nowhere. This was exactly the doing of our male lead. At this moment, the blue light rays were slowly fading from his hand as he spoke, "Since you are my fan, you should go to sleep first." After being hit on the head by his blue light, the girl immediately fell into a deep sleep, completely unaware of anything. After that, Zhonglin created a band of light to move the girl, placing her on a bed right next to him. Meanwhile, he sat at the computer desk to continue doing his work. Right now, he was looking at the words "streamer ha ha ha" on the computer that the girl was watching earlier. Seeing that, he moved the cursor to that box. Click, click. Instantly, it seemed he saw something that made his face turn red, and at the same time, he froze in sheer surprise. At this very moment, our male lead Zhonglin was still sitting silently, staring extremely intently at the computer screen. The image inside the girl's computer was the male lead taking off the clothes he was wearing, with two text boxes below saying "previous page" and "next page." He quickly moved the mouse to click on the next page box. Click, click. As soon as he clicked, Zhonglin immediately widened his eyes because he saw something completely unexpected. Inside the computer screen now was an image of himself intimately cuddling with another man, looking extremely romantic, with the other party's cheeks flushed red. Immediately, the young girl lying on the bed next to him woke up and cried out in embarrassment, "Streamer, don't!" Seeing that, he became very angry, extremely irritated, and turned around to yell loudly, "I already saw it!" Then he controlled his stick to smack the girl's head, making her lie back down on the bed. He stood up and said coldly, "You should still keep sleeping." After that, the girl once again fell into a deep sleep, completely unaware of anything, to the point that drool wet her chin. Our male lead, both helpless and angry, then walked through a spatial rift to leave this place. He returned to his house in the underworld, stepped inside, and quickly closed the front door. After that, he simultaneously controlled a piece of paper floating in the air. That piece of paper was firmly stuck to the middle of the front door, with words written on it saying, "Recently in secluded cultivation, refusing to receive guests." The new year had arrived in the underworld. At this time, everyone was taking down the decorative lanterns together, working and saying to each other, "Let's get to work, let's get to work." At this moment, there were two men sitting at a food stall by the road talking to each other. Did you notice that after the underworld's year-end party, many captains have gone into secluded cultivation? The other person took a sip of wine and replied, "All cultivating at this time? If so, it's too much of a coincidence." The other person held out a hand and said
said with a very knowledgeable expression. I heard that they got so drunk that day that they caused a ruckus in the Great Hall. It was extremely humiliating that day. So recently, unless there is something going on, those Lord Ghost Envoys won't go out. At the same time, there were two other girls walking on the street, gossiping with each other. I heard that recently Lord Yama is also adjusting some sort of treatment for the Ghost Envoys. Have you heard? The other girl quickly said, "You don't even know this? There are two newly appointed captains who, right after introducing themselves, started asking for money. Lord Yama wondered if the treatment was too low to cause this, so he recently wants to make adjustments." The other person quickly replied,
"Oh, so that's how it is. At the same time, it was also the next year, but in the mortal realm, inside a company that was currently cheering, celebrating the new year, and wishing for smooth work. The people working in the office were talking to each other very enthusiastically. Smooth work. Have you watched the Underworld Healing livestream lately?" The person next to him quickly replied, "Yes, yes. This year I even burned joss paper for my ancestors. That amount of money is probably enough for my ancestors to spend for a year down there." Another person stretched out both arms and said, "This year we must continue to support the livestream." Two women by the water dispenser in the company were also talking to each other. "This year I plan to take an early Tet holiday to reunite with my relatives." The other woman quickly replied, "This year I plan to bring my parents to live with me, taking them to see my territory." At this time there was another man sitting at a nearby desk talking on the phone. "I already said it, I like you. Whether we date or not is up to you to decide." As he spoke, he was so embarrassed that his face turned red, sweating profusely out of shyness. The two women were also standing there, drinking water while eavesdropping on this confession. Outside at this moment, the traffic light was turning green and then quickly switched to a red signal. Someone's eyes were blinking open, seeing everything as if it were becoming blurry. That was the spirit of a man. He was holding his head in pain and cried out, "Ouch!" Right after that, he turned to look behind him and immediately saw his own corpse lying motionless in a pool of blood right under the head area. He cried out in panic, "Ah!" Around him, there were currently 4 or 5 people gathered together. Next to them was a car and a man stepping out, anxiety clearly showing on his face. The man driving the car stepped out and quickly took out his phone to call. "Hello, 120? I hit someone. Hello, 110? You guys hurry over here." Because he was so panicked, this young man stuttered, while the spirit of the man who was hit and killed stood there in a daze, watching silently.
Passers-by were still gathered around. A man knelt down near the corpse and shouted loudly, "Brother, are you okay? You must try to hold on, don't scare me." At the same time, a woman there also quickly made a phone call. "Hello, is this 120? This is the intersection of number 110 Young Ann Road. A car accident happened here. Please come here quickly." "Hello, is this 120? The spirit of the man who was hit by the car helplessly put his hand on his head and sighed. "Oh, my illness. Why did it have to act up on the road like this?" Right at this moment, our male lead, Jiang Lin, quickly appeared right behind the man's spirit and said, "It's time to hit the road." As soon as his spirit saw him, he was completely terrified and jumped up, crying out, You, what are you doing?" Jiang Lin said coldly, "I'm here to send you on your way." The man continued, "I know, you are that Hei and Bai Wuchang or something, right? Stand there and don't move." Hearing this, the male lead felt both confused and helpless. The man inexplicably took off his shoe, and immediately after, he quickly threw the shoe hard towards where Jiang Lin was standing. The old man threw the shoe at Bai Wuchang, but he dodged it gently. Not only that, he tried his best to punch towards Jiang Lin with a rustling sound, while saying, "I will beat you to death, you Bai Wuchang, you ghost envoy." Standing still and calm because he had the power to shield himself, this Yin soul was already exhausted, panting out of breath. He wiped his sweat and said, "It seems I didn't hit him." The Yin soul sneered, thinking if he didn't hit him, wouldn't he know how to run? Then the old man threw his elbow towards Jiang Lin and ran straight ahead, escaping from Bai Wuchang's sight.
But honestly, the running speed of humans was too slow. Jiang Lin sighed speechlessly. In his eyes, the man was running at 32 times slower speed. Very quickly, the hands of Bai Wuchang, Jiang Lin grabbed the collar of the fleeing Yin soul and pulled him back. The old man's face changed color. He said it was time to hit the road, but that Yin soul could only smile awkwardly. He suddenly knelt down, holding on to one leg of the ghost envoy Jiang Lin. He pleaded, Wait, I beg you." Around him, the purple aura of lingering obsession emanated more and more. Jiang Lin looked at that purple aura with worried eyes, thinking that such deep lingering obsession could generate a lot of ghost energy in an instant. If left unmanaged, he feared it would turn into an evil ghost. So he asked, "What else do you want to wait for?" Hearing those words, the old man quickly said, Wait for the police to come check the situation and collect the body or something. Once the police arrive, I will go with you. Really, I won't hit you anymore. I know you don't have money either." The old Yin soul turned his face away and muttered to himself, "They said hitting a ghost with a shoe could cost money. I have to find a way to give more money to my wife. Why is this ghost envoy so poor?" Jiang Lin sighed and said, "Okay." The old Yin soul kowtowed profusely, with tears welling up in his eyes, saying thank you. That Yin soul arrived at the scene of his own accident, where the police cars had also arrived. He quickly ran close to his body when he saw it was about to be taken to the hospital. The police officer was taking a statement from a witness to the accident. The old Yin soul leaned close to his ear and said,
Comrade police, please watch over my body carefully. He urgently added, also there is money in my pants pocket. I just received my salary of over 10,000. But they couldn't hear him speak or notice his presence. Faced with that truth, the old Yinsel clung to the police officer's shoulders and said, then leave it for my wife. Please remember to give it to her. Raising our child alone will be very hard for her. He ran around talking to all the police officers there, but they couldn't see him. He just cried out in despair, Comrade police.
Look at me quickly, Comrade Police Officer. Listen to me, Comrade Police Officer. Why are you ignoring me? He exhaustedly reached out and called to the backs of the two people walking away. Comrade Police Officer. The Insol's hand reached out, trying to grab the police, but couldn't. He clenched his hands tight. Perhaps his lingering obsession grew even deeper. He got angry. Purple, resentful energy appeared around him, and he spoke. I still have so many things, so many words. Suddenly, the old man held his head. Why can't I remember? Why can't I remember? Why? Jiang Lin had approached right behind him. Several commenters said, Streamer, give us some time so we can go find his family. Jiang Lin nodded. Okay. At an ancient housing area, 3 young men were smoking together, one of them holding a phone watching something. The blonde guy looked at his friend's phone and asked, Aren't you watching that daily Underworld healing livestream again? The guy with glasses next to him asked, This is very weird. Why do you keep liking to watch it? The red-haired guy replied, Maybe because in the livestream you can see the appearance of the world. Then suddenly the guy with glasses saw something. He surprisingly grabbed the phone. He shouted, Damn it, isn't this Zhao Wei's father? The red-haired guy asked, Where is her house? The guy with glasses remembered and replied, It seems to be the 7th floor of the street opposite the vegetable market. It seems her mother is on the opposite street. The guy with glasses finished saying that she sold vegetables. Then the red-haired guy hurriedly pulled his friend away and said, Take me there quickly. If we're late, there won't be enough time. The remaining guy also hurriedly called after the two, Wait for me, you two. The guy in blue arrived at the door of some house and knocked. Is anyone home? The other 2 friends had also arrived at the vegetable market where there was an older woman. They said, Found her. Auntie Joe is here. Auntie Joe with a kind face asked the young men, Is something wrong? Did Wei cause trouble? The red-haired guy put the phone into her hands and said, Auntie, look quickly. Uncle doesn't have much time left. Auntie Joe didn't understand what was going on, so she said, What nonsense is this child talking about in broad daylight? Then she finally looked at that phone and saw a familiar figure. She stammered, This is... The phone showed the police and her husband's corpse. The young man asked if she had anything else she wanted to say to him, so that one person sent a comment, while another person was also sitting at a computer desk searching for information.
Then a grandfather and grandchild also quickly watched the events in this live stream. The system displayed the comments that Ms. Joe said to her husband. Old Joe, you go first. Wait until I go down there later. I will cook braised pork for you again. These words were quickly shared by everyone in the comments of the live stream. Bai Wucheng at the scene said, Shousheng, your wife said you don't need to miss them. Wait until she goes down there later. She will cook braised pork for you again. He continued, She told you to depart in peace. Wait until you meet in the underworld. She will cook braised pork for you again. Mr. Zhou's spirit was stunned and said, Huh? He brightened up and said, I remember now. I have a wife and also a daughter. This wife of mine really is. Who would miss her braised pork? Eating out is so much more delicious. Jiang Lin breathed a sigh of relief because the Yin soul was no longer panicking. The spirit of Mr. Zhou Sheng turned to the police officer and said, Comrade police, please give that money to my wife. The police officer heard the voices of passers-by saying, There is still money in the pockets of the deceased's shirt and pants. Please take it out and give it to his wife. He is on the live stream right now. The police officer turned around and said, All right, I will fulfill your last wish. Jiang Lin and the Yin soul looked together at the medical staff taking his body away. Bai Wucheng placed his hand on the Yin soul's shoulder and said, It is time to hit the road.
That Yin soul clasped his hands, squeezed his eyes shut, and sincerely said, You are a good ghost, a kind-hearted Wucheng. Thank you, thank you. Let me tell you, the braised pork my wife cooks is very delicious. Taking a bite fills the teeth with meat. So delicious, just eating it with white rice, I can eat 2 big bowls. The comments in Bai Wucheng's livestream quickly appeared. Pfft, the streamer is a good person +1. I just washed my face with tears. At this moment, the streamer wants to hit someone. That was a comment from a person named Doghead. The facepalm person also said, It's truly heartbreaking. None of us have wives. Only you do. My girlfriend is lying next to me. All right, tomorrow I'll go eat braised pork. Aunt Joe was extremely pale due to excessive grief. She hooded the phone and cried loudly. She cried louder and louder because her spouse had passed away so suddenly. Then she collapsed to the floor, her hands still tightly clutching the phone to her chest. The 2 young men saw this and panikedly called out to Aunt Joe. Mrs. Zhu knocked on the door of the apartment in front of her. A voice from inside rang out, Who is it? She immediately replied, I am Chu Dunyat's lover. The door opened. Inside was a simply dressed young man. He rubbed his head and said, Aunt Joe, please come in, come in. Mrs. Zhu stood outside and replied, I won't come in. I came to thank you. Thank you for your help so that he and I could meet for the last time. After saying that, she shoved a gift bag into his hands. He awkwardly pushed it back.
Auntie, what are you saying? This is what I should do. All right, don't refuse anymore. I still have to go look after the vegetable stall. All right, then I will accept it. After handing over the gift bag, Mrs. Zhu left. Before leaving, the young man also said, Auntie, if you need any help, just tell me. She replied, all right. Then she walked towards the elevator. He held the gift bag she gave, his eyes still following her back. From that moment, the young man felt the fog that was always in front of him shatter, revealing a scenery he had never seen before. Then he closed the door. Walking into the house, he was still deep in thought. What it was, he couldn't say clearly. He only remembered the feeling at that time, an urgent feeling of suddenly wanting to risk his life to do a good deed. That feeling of being acknowledged by others whenever he recalled it made his heart endlessly excited. Then he looked at the scribbled paper left on the table, in which it was written,
Studying hard, helping those in need more, going out to see the outside world, making money. That feeling was like being reborn. A voice from the bottom of his heart told him, you should live like this. Elsewhere in the underworld, in the 18th hall, Jiang Lin was live streaming and talking to the viewers. The saying that throwing things at Bai Wuchang loses money is incorrect, so please don't throw them next time. It's very easy to cause trouble. Then he thought to himself, however, how did a momentary joke by other Wuchangs become a custom in the mortal realm? That's all for today. See you later. After saying that, he pressed the button to turn off the live stream on the screen. Suddenly, a letter flew over. Seeing the letter, he immediately bowed. Lord Yama. Then the letter opened. After investigating, the ghost shopkeeper case was all caused by the Northern Hall, and the Northern King Yama bears the main responsibility. From now on, he will step down from the position of King Yama and go to the Black Abyss. The management position of the Northern Hall will be taken over by the 4 great magistrates of the Northern Hall, temporarily replacing the management position until a new King Yama appears. During this time, the remaining 3 halls, the Western Hall, Southern Hall, and Eastern Hall, will respectively send a ghost envoy to become a governor. After reading it, the male lead was a little surprised. The Northern King Yama directly abdicated. The impact of the ghost shopkeeper was so great. Perhaps the captain would know something. He should ask around so it would be easier to act in the underworld later. Then he frowned and thought, just where is the Black Abyss? At the 9th hall? After hearing Jiang Lin's question, the captain slowly replied, you don't need to know these things about the Black Abyss right now. When the time comes, you will naturally know. Compared to this, what do you think about the other 3 halls sending ghost envoys to the Northern Hall? Holding a teacup in his hand, the male lead replied, they can go to the Northern Hall to study and learn from the system of the Northern Hall.
Suddenly, he realized something. Wasn't this a gathering of ghost envoys from all 4 halls? The ghost envoys dispatched by the 3 halls were definitely outstanding individuals representing one underworld realm. Ghost envoys from all 4 directions gathered, 4 types of generations clashing with each other. What could be learned was definitely more than staying in one place. Captain, is there an inside story? After hearing this, he put down his teacup. There is no inside story. Then he continued. However, I heard that a long time ago, the underworld realms of the 4 directions could visit each other, without any restriction orders. Every once in a while, the underworld realms of the 4 directions would hold a banquet for the ghost envoys of the 4 directions to interact and learn from each other. At that time, most ghosts of the underworld could have a grand 3-day festival, with all expenses paid by the underworld. After the captain finished speaking, the male lead was a bit surprised. So there should be many banquets. He continued. Perhaps something broke the bridge and it's no longer there. The captain said to Jiang Lin, you are a newly promoted captain. The work in the new year will be more and more. If you need help, just say it. He immediately replied, all right. Then he sipped his tea and continued, if there's nothing else, go back first. All right. Then the male lead stood up to take his leave, and the captain waved his hand. I am leaving first. All right, goodbye. After saying that, he turned and left, while the captain silently watched the male lead's back. Outside, the ghost envoy saw him step out and respectfully said, take care, Lord Jiang. All right. Suddenly, Jiang Lin looked up at the sky and saw many Bai Wuchang riding cranes flying somewhere. The ghost below found it strange and said loudly, where did these ghost envoys come from? Why is everyone whiter than me? Those paper cranes are also quite interesting. Is it ghost energy? Do you see it? The clothes on their bodies don't look like cloth, but like the paper we use for writing. Oh, I heard the Northern King Yama abdicated. Who will manage the Northern Hall in the future? I don't know. It seems the underworld is about to change drastically again. Hearing them say that, the male lead frowned. Will the underworld really undergo a drastic change? Elsewhere in the underworld, Black Abyss, the 4 kings Yama were all here. Nanming, Yama, and Si Hei stood behind looking at Bei Shui. She turned around and said expressionlessly, the matter of the ghost shopkeeper has committed a great mistake. Today I punish him to enter the Black Abyss. I have troubled you, governors.
Western King Yama sighed, you don't necessarily have to do this. There are many ways to make amends. Hearing this, Bei Shui shook her head. No, I am no longer qualified to hold that position. Not only have I betrayed the Lord's trust, but I also did such a thing to the mortal realm that he cares about. Seeing her so resolute, Nanming asked, have you thought it through? Yama beside him added, once you enter there, you won't have a chance to come out again. No one knows what is inside. Bei Shui, have you really thought it through? Bei Shui replied, I am sure. It's just that if one day, before she could finish, Yama interrupted, I will come and tell you first. Bei Shui smiled, and behind her fragments of light appeared. Thank you. Yama couldn't bear to look and turned his head away. Go, goodbye.
After speaking, Beishui jumped down. Reaching the edge of the pit, she closed her eyes tightly and shouted, "I am Beishui, guilty of crimes, entering the black abyss to atone for my sins." As she spoke, her tears fell, willing to follow my master. Then she entered that pit. In just a blink of an eye, Beishui disappeared as if nothing had ever happened. Seeing her gone, the three kings Yama cast their magic power, and a massive source of energy surrounded them. "There is no turning back from the black abyss. I am Nanming. There is no turning back from the black abyss. I am Yama. I am Shi-He." They said in unison, "Farewell here." The black abyss gradually disappeared, and the three kings Yama left. Elsewhere at the ghost market, the ghosts in the market shouted their wares. "Come quick and see the 82-year-old Laby. If it's expired, it's free. Come quick and see the newly arrived eyeballs. Valentine's Day in the mortal realm is coming soon. Are you sure you don't need a new eyeball? Come over here and check out the new ghost artifact model, a 1-to-1 replica of Huanju from the ghost shopkeeper, extremely meaningful and great for souvenirs." At the Naihei Bridge, Mengpo was still scooping soup out for the spirits.
In the Eastern Realm, an old man was giving a storytelling performance. One must know that there is a travel restriction between the realms of the 4 directions. Ghost envoys are not allowed to casually set foot in other realms, let alone casually interfere in the affairs of other realms. Therefore, the arrival of the Northern Hall this time is certainly no small matter. It is said that on the day the ghost envoys of the Northern Hall arrived, the Lord Ghost Envoy of our Eastern Hall was also acting unusually. Upon meeting the ghost envoys of the Northern Hall, his face turned pale. Waiting for just a glance from the Lord Ghost Envoy, the old man then slammed his hand heavily on the table, creating a loud noise. If you want to know what happens next, please listen to the next chapter. Hearing him say this, everyone stood up and put money into the bowl on the table. Seeing this, he stroked his beard and thought to himself, "I didn't expect the underworld to have such interesting things. In a few days, I'll have to visit my descendants in their dreams to hear what happened in the live stream." Elsewhere, Shuzi said to Zhonglin, "Study hard when you go to the Northern Hall and make the Eastern Hall proud. Rest assured about the members of Team 18. With me and the captain of Team 9 here, nothing will happen." The male lead smiled and replied, "All right, thank you, Brother Shuzi." Then the other party handed Zhonglin a pack. "Your sister-in-law prepared some things for you to use on the road." He took it and immediately said, "All right, thank my sister-in-law for me." "What's there to thank? We are all family." "All right, hurry up and set off. It wouldn't be good to be late." After that, the male lead turned around and left. Before leaving, he turned back and waved at Shuzi. Looking at him, Shuzi thought to himself, "This kid is becoming more and more human now." Zhonglin stood on the road, opened his screen, and pressed the start button for the live stream. He said to everyone watching, "Next, I have to go to the Northern Hall to study and to reinforce the seal for the Northern Hall." Suddenly, a line of text appeared on the screen. "System mission to become a first-class elite ghost envoy. Mission progress 15%. Then the system's voice rang out continuously. "The host has activated Branch Mission 1, popularize the unique underworld culture of the Southern Hall. The host has activated Branch Mission 2, popularize the unique underworld culture of the Western Hall. The host has activated Branch Mission 3, popularize the unique underworld culture of the Northern Hall."
The host has activated Branch Mission 4, completing at least one special grade mission for the first time. The host has activated Branch Mission 5, learning at least one skill. Hearing this, the male lead was a little surprised. I thought completing the requirement to become a top-tier ghost envoy would activate a new mission. It seems the system's missions will change based on the changes in the underworld. Whether it is the mortal realm or the underworld, nothing seems to be immutable. On the screen, words appeared again. "Congratulations to the streamer for learning at public expense, wishing the streamer a promotion and increased merit in the new year." Where is the streamer going? Where is the first destination? Oh, streamer, come to our place. Go to the south. Streamer, come to the west. There are a lot of interesting things in the west. Zhonglin continued, "So next, let's go on a journey together." Then he thought to himself, "As for the special mission, it seems only high-ranking officials of the underworld can activate it. Ordinary ghost envoys have no way to connect. This time, I just happened to be in contact with ghost envoys from the 3 other halls. Let's see if I can get any useful information." It didn't take long for him to arrive at the place, and someone was already standing there waiting for him. Seeing him, the old man asked, "Is the person arriving Zhonglin?" He was precisely the senior of the seal crossing, Su Yuji. The male lead cupped his hands in greeting. "Senior, I have troubled you this trip. Please get on first." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked towards the boat. Just as his foot stepped onto the boat, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "The host has activated Branch Mission 6. Maintain your true heart." The system's voice continued. "All branch missions this time depend on the registration deadline of the host returning to the Eastern Hall once again. If the mission is still not completed after returning to the Eastern Hall, then the mission will be abandoned." Hearing this, Zhonglin thought to himself, "Maintain my true heart? Could it be that going out this time I will encounter something that will make me change my mind? Never mind, since the system has reminded me, I'll know when I get there." After everyone was fully gathered, the boat set off. Chu Yu-ji said to all the ghost envoys on the boat, "The arrangement for our journey this time is to go to the Southern Hall first, then to the Western Hall, and finally to the Northern Hall. Going there from the underworld, it will be hard to avoid dangerous and forbidden places, so we will go there directly from the mortal realm. The Southern Hall will come to receive us. Do you have anything else to say?" Suddenly, a ghost envoy spoke up. "Senior, do you know what the Southern Hall is like?" He immediately replied, "Nowadays, the four directions of the underworld realm rarely interact, and I know very little as well, so you will need to find out what the Southern Hall is like for yourselves." Hearing this, the ghost envoy who just asked became excited. "Really? Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. I definitely won't let this trip down." Then he silently thought to himself, "Going to the Southern Hall first? Perhaps I might even meet the legendary Lord Southern King Yama, who is my idol. It's just a pity that I don't know the taboos of the Southern Hall. If I accidentally offend my idol, it wouldn't be good." After that, everyone started bustling and discussing the trip. Seeing that things were starting to get chaotic, Shu Yu-ji shouted loudly, "Ask one by one. Those whose turn hasn't come yet should get to know each other a bit." As soon as his words fell, two ghost envoys seemed to recognize each other. The two silently looked at each other. "I still remember she performed a handstand at the year-end party. Over there, he also said he could do a handstand and eat." In their heads, both had the same thought: disdain. Zhang Lin just happened to look over and saw two people storming off, while another was sitting in a corner smiling to himself. Suddenly, he smelled something. The fragrance came from the dining table behind him. Shu Yu-ji was also standing there asking the person sitting at the table, "Little girl, is there anything interesting this time?" The girl picked up a piece of meat in her bowl and replied, "Interesting, it doesn't matter what we eat, as long as it's lively and happy." Then he asked further, "Can I eat together with you?" The girl smiled brightly and replied, "Of course you can, it's only lively when everyone eats together." The people standing outside started to approach. It looks really delicious." Then she cast magic power to create chopsticks and distributed them one by one. "Everyone can eat now. Rest assured I brought enough food." Zhang Lin also stepped forward and handed over the bag of food he brought himself. "I also brought some food. We can eat together." He thought to himself that occasionally joining the fun didn't seem too bad. Afterward, the table was enlarged to fit everyone sitting together. Looking at everyone getting along so well, Shu Yu-ji couldn't hide the joy on his face. The ghost envoy who spoke up first earlier ate a spicy piece and immediately stuck his tongue out, turning his face away, only to catch sight of a person silently reading a book without participating in the feast.
Finding it strange, she immediately asked, "Brother Lu, aren't you coming over to eat with us?" He kept his focus on the book and replied, "I'm not hungry. You guys go ahead and eat." Hearing him say that, a group of them chimed in, "No need to be so tense. Relax when you can. You'll be busy later when we reach the Southern Hall." That ghost envoy stepped forward and snatched his book. "Stand up, Brother Lu. Stop throwing a tantrum. Everyone is from the Eastern Hall. There's nothing to be shy about. Hurry up and come eat." Who's throwing a tantrum? All right, Brother Lu, I know you're just shy. The words seemed to hit the nail on the head, turning his face pale purple. Before he could react, the guy quickly pulled him to the banquet table. "This time, just consider it me forcing you." Overcome with embarrassment turning into anger, he shouted, "Shut your mouth." After a while of partying, they arrived at the southern underworld realm. They stood on the boat. Shu Yoji, standing at the front, cast his magic power, shooting a beam of energy straight into the fog ahead. Then he yanked the energy beam back, and suddenly, Shu Yoji widened his eyes in shock. He turned around and shouted, "Quickly, get out of the way." Something like an egg fell and smashed hard onto the floor, and a pair of wings slowly appeared. The thing Shu Yoji had just pulled in was a ghost monster that had a somewhat human shape and a pair of wings on its back. Everyone stared at it in silence. Suddenly, a ghost envoy, not only unafraid, but even touching the wings, said, "Is this a ghost monster transformed after death? I can't sense any aura of animals or other species on him." After saying that, the other ghost envoys also curiously approached.
It was the first time I had seen wings like that. They looked like ghost energy but weren't quite. The ghost, having been touched for a while, couldn't stand it and said, "Let go, who allowed you to casually touch me?" They didn't care and kept touching it. It wasn't real bird wings, yet it had such a reaction. "Stop!" Unknown when, Shuyushi had already stood behind him. Without saying a word, he slammed his hand hard onto the base of the wings on his back, and then the wings vanished. Seeing this, he was scared purple. What did you do?" Then he thought to himself, "I actually thought they didn't know where my wings came from. That way, even if I were caught, I could still run. How am I supposed to run now? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come over to join the fun." He trembled and backed away. "What do you want to do to me? Don't come over. Don't think that just because you have more people, I will be afraid of you. It seems to be a ghost running out from the Southern Hall. It just so happens we want to go to the Southern Hall, so everything works out." After saying that, he cast his magic power on him. Later, with his battered body on the ground, Shuyushi dragged him along and said, "Perhaps his wings still have some kind of cultivation method. We still haven't fully grasped this. The fact that I could dispel it was only because I had read about it in the Diantong Pavilion of the Underworld before. After arriving at the Southern Hall, you all must seize the opportunity to learn this method." "Understood, Senior." The ghost, who was lying still, suddenly realized something. He looked up and shouted loudly, "Southern Hall? You want to go to the Southern Hall?"
he screamed agitatedly. I don't want to. I don't want to go back anymore. Let me go. I beg you, this great kindness cannot be repaid. Spare me. I don't want to go back. Seeing him so noisy, he immediately pasted a talisman over his mouth. He helplessly whimpered, woo woo. Looking at him, John Lin thought to himself, could it be that the Southern Hall has some secret they don't want others to know? Suddenly, the male lead was startled as a voice called out loudly, Welcome to the Southern Underworld realm. The ship of the Eastern Hall has finally arrived at the Southern Hall.
Suddenly, 2 people descended onto the boat and they introduced themselves. I am the ghost envoy of the Southern Hall, here to pick you up, Meng Shen, and the person next to me is Fu Yi. Seeing this, Shu Yoji took out the document. We came to the Southern Hall to help with the seal. Here is the document. Meng Shen silently used his magic power to check the envelope. Then he opened his eyes. After checking everything thoroughly, he handed it back to Shu Yoji. Greetings, friends from the Eastern Hall. Welcome to our Southern Hall. Originally, we were supposed to pick you up earlier, but suddenly we received news that an evil ghost had escaped, so we searched all the way here from over there. Shu Yoji replied, Is it the evil ghost with wings? Meng Shen was a bit surprised. Have you seen it? It's in the back. Meng Shen immediately said, Thank you, everyone. After arriving at the Southern Hall, if you need anything, just come find me. He smiled and replied, Since everyone is here, it was just a matter of convenience. Then Meng Shen ordered, Fu Yi, take him back. That evil ghost screamed, I don't want to go back. I'd rather be tied up here for the rest of my life. Let me go, save me. Meng Shen turned around and said to everyone, Don't worry, everyone. He escaped from prison. We are just taking him back to where he belongs. Now I will take you back to the Southern Hall, in the Southern Underworld realm. Looking at the Southern Hall in front of them, the people of the Eastern Hall were amazed and thought to themselves, Is this the uniqueness of the Southern Hall? I heard that you from the Eastern Hall can open a passage to the Underworld at any time, and there are places like that too. Meng Shen continued, For the Southern Hall, there must be a specific location to open the Underworld passage. When there is time, I will show you around to get familiar with it. Sorry to trouble you, Lord Meng. Shu Yoji added, Ever since the Underworld banned travel between the 4 directions, each has completely developed on its own. The Southern Hall has changed so much nowadays. The Southern Hall also has many interesting places. You can go sightseeing then. Wait a moment, I will take you to your quarters. Before tomorrow, you can move around freely. However, suddenly Meng Shen's face darkened and his voice became stern. The Southern Hall has a rule, from 12 a.m. to 4 a.m., except for ghost envoys who have necessary duties.
Ghost envoys who did not have essential tasks all had to temporarily stay in their rooms. Hearing Meng Shen say this, Shu Yoji asked again, Every night from 12 a.m. to 4 a.m.? That's right. I hope you don't mind. Even for me, when there's nothing going on, I absolutely must stay in my room. All right, we will keep that in mind. Then Meng Shen led the delegation from the Eastern Hall to tour the Northern Hall. This is exactly as Meng Shen was introducing things, suddenly something slammed hard into the building in front of them. Meng Shen rubbed his head and gave a forced smile. An accident, haha, barely an accident. It's fine, there's more. Before he could finish speaking, another force smashed into the building again. Unable to hold back, Meng Shen got angry. This is the budget that Lord Zonghui laid out for the ghost envoys of the Eastern Hall to build new houses. Then he turned to Shu Yoji and said, Please wait a moment. Immediately he went out to grab the 2 kids who had just been causing trouble. He silently glared at the 2 kids, but they continued to yell and argue. Uncle Meng, he sneak attacked me first. Meng Shen shouted, I don't care which one of you struck first. Do you know what kind of disaster you've caused? Now, immediately, one of you go find Lord Zonghui, and the other go find your dorm manager, and tell them what you've done. Then his face darkened as he warned, Otherwise, I will pluck all your tiger fur bald. The 2 kids fearfully said in unison, Understood, we will go right now. As soon as they were set down, they ran as fast as a ghost was chasing them. Chinjojo saw this and laughed. Ha ha ha, kids just like to play. Teaching them a lesson is reasonable. This place is deserted and not very scenic. Let's go somewhere else to take a look. Shu Yoji chimed in. Just in time, I also want to see what the underworld of the Southern Hall is like. Let's go to the mission center to have a look. Looking at the male lead, he thought to himself, A good ghost is truly a good ghost. Many comments appeared on the livestream screen. Give me a pair of twins like that. They both have the character Wong on their foreheads. Could they be tigers? Tigers reincarnated. What else? Look, that's a tiger transformation. I've already booked my ticket, heading south right now. Do you guys think I can meet the streamer? Is the person above tired of living? At the waiting hall in the mortal realm, the ticket seller smiled awkwardly at the passengers. We are extremely sorry. Tickets to all southern cities have been sold out. At the Southern Cities Cultural Tourism Promotion Office. Hurry up and get over here. Immediately prepare the promotions and all kinds of tourism arrangements. Right, assign 2 more people to keep an eye on the Underworld livestream room. Remember to donate a bit more. The streamer might look down on our money, but if we need to show our sincerity, we should show it a little. In the Underworld, the male lead's group was entering the Underworld Mission Center. Upon entering the main hall, they suddenly saw 2 people fighting. Someone in the group asked curiously, Isn't this the Underworld Mission Center? What are they doing? Meng Shen immediately replied, This is the specialty of the Southern Hall, combat.
Regarding the competition, Meng Shen continued speaking from behind. Do you see the board above them? The hand seals and spells appearing there are the mission board. In the Southern Hall, if you want to receive a mission, you have to rely entirely on your own abilities.
The stronger the mission, the more ghost envoys will fight for it. Those 2 ghost envoys fighting just now were also competing for a mission. The ghost envoy from the Eastern Hall then asked, "Then would anyone want to do the bad missions?" Meng Shen immediately replied, "Those missions are used by intern ghost envoys for practice. The missions being fought over are usually the good ones selected from various professions. Some ghost envoys who are too busy to complete their missions will also place bounties at the mission center. Luckily, I also managed to snatch a wandering soul guiding mission these past 2 days." Zhang Lin spoke up from behind. "Even guiding wandering souls has to be fought over? What are the criteria for evaluating a good mission?" Meng Shen rubbed his chin and replied, "I can't clearly explain this at the moment. However, if you are interested, I will take you along when I execute the mission. All right?"
Seeing Meng Shen speak to the male lead like that, the others immediately called out, "We are going too." "All right, then I will call you when the time comes." Shu Yoji smiled silently, watching everyone get along with each other. After that, Meng Shen said, "Let me take you guys to see another mission center." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Uncle Meng, Uncle Meng!" It turned out to be the 2 kids who were causing trouble earlier. "What are you guys doing here? Has the trouble you caused not been big enough?" The 2 kids looked at Meng Shen with sparkling eyes. "Uncle Meng, door manager sister number 2 said we can go. It's all arranged. You can stay there, you can stay there. We have made up for our mistakes this time, Uncle Meng." Meng Shen laughed and replied, "I know. Wait until I finish my work and I will settle the score with you 2. After saying that, the 2 kids ran away, sticking their tongues out playfully before leaving. Then he turned around and asked, "Lord Shu, should we continue to show everyone around or go to the accommodation first?" "Let's go see the accommodation first. It won't be too late to take a walk later." "All right, let's go then." Everyone silently stared wide-eyed at the towering skyscraper in front of them. Everyone watching the livestream flooded the comments. "I can't find a single point to praise this room." "All right, guys, originally there were a few very good rooms, but now they are gone." "Oh, I suddenly feel a very familiar smell, the smell of poverty. Do you think we can pull some money to build a house for the streamer?" Zhang Lin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Suddenly a notification popped up. What's Good to Watch donated 10 gold ingots. Fresh Fish donated 3 sports cars. Likes Eating Mung Bean Sticky Rice Cake donated a skyscraper. The male lead thought helplessly, "I already have a house in the Eastern Hall. Having a place to rest in the Southern Hall is enough. I will find someone to explain it clearly to them later." Then Meng Shen turned to speak to Zhang Lin. "This is a specialty of our Southern Hall, modeled after rooms in the mortal realm." The male lead turned back to look at the people behind him, only to see everyone's faces darkened.
Meng Shen rubbed his head, smiled, and continued. "Front, back, left, and right are all neighbors, so it's quite lively." Shu Yuji coughed lightly and replied, "It is indeed lively." Then he thought to himself, "This is the first time I've seen such a tall building in the underworld. Could it be that the Southern Hall doesn't have enough land to build on?" After saying that, Meng Shen began distributing the room cards. "These are your accommodation cards. Find your room based on the number written on the card and use the key embedded in the card to open the door. It's almost 12 o'clock, so I'll be heading back first. If you need anything, you can use the card in your hand to contact the door manager." "I remember. Thank you, Lord Meng Wuchang." Suddenly, the sound of drums echoing boom, boom, boom rang out. A ghost flying in the sky continually beat gongs and hit drums. Immediately, the door manager's face turned serious. He clasped his hands and said, "My lords, please remember not to go out. Remember that well." Right after that, he turned on his heel and quickly flew up into the air and left. The people who stayed behind looked at each other. Lord Shu then spoke up. "Rest for a bit. Everyone be a little careful." They replied in unison. "Understood, Lord Shu." After that, he found his room in the building. As soon as he found the room, Zhang Lin inserted the key into the door. While opening the door, he thought to himself, "The Eastern Hall also uses the unique ghost energy of ghost envoys as a room key. I didn't expect the Southern Hall to completely copy the mortal realm like this." As soon as he stepped inside the room, noisy sounds echoed around. "Let's go quickly. Hurry up. We should get back to our rooms. It's 12 o'clock. Damn it, you stepped on me." Hearing the noise, he quickly peeked outside to look. Outside, he saw 3 ghosts floating in the air. A female ghost reached out her hand and said, "I've told you several times not to climb through the window. Not using the main door will only set a bad example for the kids." Zhang Lin smiled upon seeing this scene. "I only came to the Southern Hall for work. I have a house in the Eastern Hall, so there's no need to mobilize resources to build a house for me." At this moment, the viewers couldn't help but wonder, what exactly will happen after 12 o'clock, and why is everyone rushing back like that?
The scene was incredibly familiar, bringing back memories of school days when university students had to return to the dormitory on time every night. Some people even deduced that there was an unfinished underworld city here, and the more they talked, the more curious they became. Zhang Lin was also startled seeing this. Suddenly, a small white object appeared from outside the door and handed him a piece of paper. Inside were the dormitory rules. First, do not destroy the room. Second, the room is very fragile, so no actions that could lead to its collapse are allowed, such as cultivation, and the integrity of the room must be ensured. Fourth, read the previous 3 rules carefully. Otherwise, if the room collapses, you will be beaten by the building's ghosts, fall heavily into debt, and go to prison. Hearing this, he was rendered speechless. He thought to himself, "Is this room really that fragile? Then to cultivate, I must find a slightly better cultivation room." After that, he retrieved the camera.
Zhonglin reached out his hand to let it move outside. Although I can't go out, this thing can. Perhaps it can even live stream something to help me complete the mission. Just like that, the camera hovered in the air, broadcasting a panoramic view of the underworld's southern hall. Suddenly, some kind of animal jumped on the ground below. The camera quickly approached. It was a black cat with sharp eyes. It seemed the cat sensed something at that moment and turned to look around. However, it couldn't see the camera pointing at it. Unexpectedly, someone approached it and said, "Hello." The cat immediately cried out in panic as another man appeared in front of it. The cat quickly ran away. The man behind laughed and said, "Do you think you can escape?" Just as the cat was running, a net suddenly descended from the sky. Immediately after, the cat was caught. A voice rang out, "Take it away. Go report to Lord Zhongqi." Another person quickly replied, "Understood, Lord." Following that, two silhouettes dragged the net containing the cat away as the cat struggled ceaselessly.
I accidentally fell asleep. No, my lord, please consider that this is my first mistake and spare me. He looked down below and sighed. It seems that during this period, the Southern Hall's control over the ghost envoys and ghosts is extremely strict. Suddenly, the bag hanging at his waist vibrated, and Zhang Lin took it out. He looked at the egg and said, "I am currently in the Southern Underworld. This is my temporary room. Don't run around outside." Then Zhang Lin sat back on the ground. "Play by yourself." Immediately after, the egg grew arms and legs and stood in a martial stance there. As time passed, noises echoed from the building. The ghosts immediately rushed out of the building and rejoiced. "It's finally time. I was stuffled to death. I just happened to learn a new skill. Does anyone want to fight with me?" Zhang Lin looked at the time and it was already 4 o'clock. Over here, the egg waiting for him had fallen sound asleep. Zhang Lin reached out and poked it. "Fast asleep, huh? Today I have extra training. Before the training ends, you are not allowed to go out the door." So Zhang Lin opened the door to prepare to go out. The egg refused to accept this and trotted over to him. However, he decisively closed the door. "I will come back to check tonight." The egg bumped into the door and seemed aggrieved, bowing its body slightly. A moment later, they all gathered together. Meng Wuchang spoke up. "Zhang Lin?" He immediately clasped his hands and said, "Present." He then called out to Yu Baixing in turn. Right at this moment, a voice rang out. "Sorry to keep everyone waiting." Meng Wuchang looked back. The person who arrived was Ghost Envoy Meng. As soon as he appeared, he smiled and greeted Lord Su. Lord Su then began to introduce to the other two. These are the Ghost Envoys from the Sealing Department of the Southern Hall, Zhou Yu and Fang Yu. The two of them quickly and politely clasped their hands. This sealing mission mainly requires them to cooperate with you to complete it. Lord Su turned to speak to everyone. These two are the captains of the sealing team from the Eastern Hall, Yu Baixing and Lu Ran. We hope everyone can get along well, communicate, and learn more from each other. So get to know each other a bit. The two groups faced each other. The other side spoke first. "Captain Lu, we will be troubling you two on this trip." The other two also replied. "Captain Zhou, Captain Fang, please guide us." Over here, Manager Meng quickly opened a door and said, "I will take you to the first seal location of the journey." So they walked through the open door one by one. At this time, out in the empty clearing, a car appeared driving silently in the night. The group of them was gathered on the cliff. Chan Chancho reached out and touched the hellhound.
Zhang Lin looked at them, seemingly having written something down in his hand. The two people from the other team spoke up, Captain Liu and Captain Yu. This was the location of the seal, and they quickly wanted to start right away. So the four of them began to form hand seals with their fingers. Gradually, a golden magic circle appeared on the cliff wall and expanded. That circle then struck 2 beams of light straight down to the position below. Lord Su on the other side then said, "Have you seen something?" He replied, "Looking at this seal as a whole, it is not bad at all, but there are some spots that are not very stable, perhaps because it was done too hastily at that time." The other person also spoke up, saying, "That's correct, but on this important seal, we still have to consider another issue." The two people on the other side looked at each other, and Lord Su reached out his hand to transmit power inside. The evil ghosts will definitely return multiple times to attack the seal and find a breakthrough point. What we need to do is to minimize the breakthrough points they can find. Then he looked over at the opposite side. "Captain Zhou and Captain Feng, can you tell me why you originally designed the seal like this?" He replied, "This seal was designed by our previous captain. The aspects that he considered back then were precisely this." So he began to explain to everyone. The people witnessing this scene through the livestream room couldn't help but sigh in admiration.
Some people praised that Lord Liu, which is exactly my current situation. They continuously talked about various work issues. The male lead smiled and started taking notes again. It turned out that people had visited so early. On the other side, the expressions of those people did not look very good, and the male lead silently listened to them continue speaking. The situation was roughly like that. The matter of reinforcing the seal probably could not be completed in a short time. They stood around the formation, observing those standing near it. Dorm Manager Meng then said, "For reinforcing the seal, having Captain Yu and Captain Liu is enough. In the coming time, you captains can make your own arrangements. You can return to the Southern Hall to visit, or you can come with me to guide wandering souls." Jojo raised her hand first and said, "I will wander around by myself."
Zhang Lin then spoke up. We will go with Lord Meng to guide wandering souls, taking the opportunity to learn a bit about the mission execution process of the Southern Hall. Hearing that, they smiled and said, All right, tonight we will gather at your dormitory. The time shifted to the mortal realm at this moment. A man sitting in a wheelchair looked thoughtful. Zhang Lin and his companion approached from behind him. A middle-aged man was sitting alone in a wheelchair on the street. The rustling wind blew, making the leaves flutter. The breeze blew the blanket on his legs, revealing an impaired pair of legs. He had lost both legs, shrinking into himself on the wheelchair. He quickly adjusted the blanket on his legs, and along with that, a coin fell to the ground. A tiny hand picked up the coin. Then a voice called out, making him snap out of his daze. A cute purple-haired little girl smiled brightly, holding up the gold coin and asking if it belonged to him. It's a very important thing to me, thank you. Those tiny hands placed the small but incredibly important golden object into the man's large hands. The little girl smartly said, If it's such an important thing, then you can't carelessly drop it anymore. Things that are lost are very hard to find again. The uncle smiled gently. All right, thank you. Then the little girl ran away with a smile, waving goodbye to him as she went. The uncle also waved brightly to say goodbye, but his joy didn't last long before he started coughing violently. As he coughed, he covered his mouth with his hand. His entire face turned pale and purplish. When he removed the hand that covered his mouth, it was full of blood. Blood from his mouth stained the gold coin, changing its color. Finally free, he thought, closing his eyes as he lay on the wheelchair. He passed away peacefully, even though a long trail of blood still flowed from the corner of his mouth. The two ghost envoys, He and Bai Wuchang, came to receive him, talking to each other when they saw his soul leave his body. He Wuchang said he was a special forces soldier with very high talent. In his 20s, he was already the top among the special forces, having executed many dangerous missions. His soul had completely left his body. The ghost envoys continued talking about him. At the age of 27, while executing a mission, he was severely injured.
Having lost both legs, 3 ghost envoys flew up behind the yin soul. Seeing them, he immediately asked, Are you Lord Wuchang here to pick me up? A mature-looking He Wuchang replied, Correct. Then that He Wuchang took a fighting stance and told him to fight a match. The other 3 stared blankly, not understanding if they were here to pick him up or to spar. That He Wuchang still stared intently at him and asked, Aren't you a former special forces soldier? Let me see how your skills are. As soon as he finished speaking, that He Wuchang rushed forward, his hands raising a punch. The ghost envoy smiled and replied, Then let me go first. And that soul was also very agile. That He Wuchang still smiled. Suddenly, the uncle felt something different about himself, and he stood up in a daze. But then he suddenly became overjoyed, looking down at his legs and exclaimed, My legs! His legs had returned to how they were before the accident. He no longer felt that he was lacking, so he confidently turned back to that He Wuchang and said, Lord Wuchang, pardon my offense. And that Wuchang smiled in satisfaction. The uncle's yen soul jumped high, aiming straight at the ghost envoy who had challenged him. But that ghost envoy quickly dodged the attack, and not only that, could also teleport. He didn't feel discouraged when fighting a powerful ghost envoy. With a determined look in his eyes, he turned around. Then he shot forward like an arrow, just like how he charged into battle in his youth. Half an hour later, the uncle's yin soul body was exhausted and panting heavily, while the challenging ghost envoy was completely unharmed. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and although exhausted, still smiled brightly and said, Thank you, Lord Wuchang, for making me feel like I am alive once more. That Wuchang also smiled and replied, Not bad, you have some skills. He turned to speak to the 2 ghost envoys, Zhang Lin and his partner, saying, 2 captains, let me ask you a question now. Do you know what the standard for evaluating whether a mission is good or not at the Southern Hall's mission center is? The 2 ghost envoys looked at each other awkwardly. That knowledgeable He Wuchang told Zhang Lin and the other, As we see it, after one's ability increases to a certain extent, the most primitive combat can stimulate one's potential, and can even more so make them understand themselves.
Lord He Wuchang spoke with increasing momentum. In the Southern Hall, any strong opponent is an opportunity for us to understand ourselves, so the more challenging the mission, the more it will be fought over. He Wuchang glanced at the yin soul, the uncle seeming to look younger. He said that when the ghost envoys of the Southern Hall guide wandering souls, they can spar with them, and the extremely powerful Ma Zhuang Yao is an incredibly rare opponent to come by. This is also the reason why the mission is highly sought after. The He Wuchang accompanying Zhang Lin spoke up. That makes me feel interested too. Can ghost envoys of the Eastern Hall also accept missions from the Southern Hall?
The old man replied with a steely gaze, stating that there was no precedent for this. However, Captain Liu could go and take a look. From behind, Zhang Lin spoke up. Can special-grade missions also be fought over? Causing the captain to turn around in surprise. Then the He Wuchang surnamed Meng said, Yes, but there aren't many very special missions in the mission center, and they were already taken by other ghost envoys in the past. Zhang Lin bowed his head respectfully and said, Many thanks, Lord Meng. As he bowed in greeting, he thought to himself that it might actually work. In the Eastern Hall, he had almost never seen a special-grade mission. To think he could conveniently do a special mission in the Southern Hall. Then Lord Meng used his hand to open another dimension. A spatial vortex opened up, and they all walked inside. The fiery red sky as the underworld appeared. 4 figures were walking on the bridge. This was the Southern Hall, Huangquan Road.
The ghost envoy surnamed Meng patted the yin soul's shoulder, gave a thumbs up, and smiled, saying, "Just follow the wandering souls ahead, don't stray from the group." He continued, "Be a little careful when you reach Mengpo. She might fight you. She has many hands, so you have to pay attention." That soldier's yin soul clasped his hands, bowed his head, and said, "Many thanks, Lord Wuchang." Ahead was a long line of other wandering souls crossing the bridge of reincarnation. The soldier also looked toward the moving crowd. After taking just a few steps, he seemed to hesitate and asked Lord Meng, "Lord, does stepping on it mean stepping into another life?" Lord Meng crossed his arms and said, "I can't be sure about other wandering souls, but after you reincarnate, you might be born as a human." He paused, swallowing hard with a bead of sweat rolling down. Perhaps he had some concerns, as he spoke frankly to Lord Meng. "Lord, I want to stay here." That yin soul continued, "This current state might be death to others, but for me it is a rebirth." He patted his own legs with one hand and clenched the other with determination. The current me has legs and possesses incredibly rich combat experience. If the Southern Hall is truly as you said, then wouldn't I be of use too? The two ghost envoys of the Southern Hall and Zhang Lin gasped when they saw Lord Meng's cold gaze. His eyes darkened, but then he smiled. He said, "I was waiting for you to say exactly that. Follow me." That yin soul's voice was very clear and loud. The other yin souls around couldn't help but be curious. They whispered among themselves about how it was possible to stay without needing to reincarnate. Then, seeing them like that, Lord Meng turned around with a deadly, dark expression. He said, "If you can fight me for half an hour, you can follow me too." It was terrifying, but in reality, he was enthusiastically recruiting. However, the tone of this He Wuchang was too intimidating, scaring off those wandering souls so much that they lost their wits, hurriedly shaking their heads and saying, "No, no, no." Then those yin souls hastily continued running on that reincarnation bridge.
They ran without daring to look back, which made Lord Meng feel truly puzzled as to why they would flee in fear from such a well-intended invitation. Lord Meng Wuchang took out a few things from his person and placed them in his hands. He turned to Zhang Lin's group and said, "Captain Zhang, Captain Liu, I need to go deal with Shang Yao for a bit now. You guys take a look around yourselves. I will come find you in a while." The two of them said in unison, "All right," and both happily accepted them. Lord Meng continued, "Wherever you want to go, just use ghost energy to activate the map. This is my token. If you need anything, contact me through the token." Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin happily said, "All right, thank you, Lord." Suang Yao and Lord Meng quickly flew away and disappeared on the bridge. Now only Captain Liu and Captain Zhang were left smiling brightly. Both clutched the items in their hands, and Zhang Lin asked Captain Liu, "What are your plans next?" He quickly replied, "Going to the mission center to see if I can get any good missions or meet any good opponents." Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin prepared to leave. Before leaving, he turned his head and said, "Then I will stay here. I want to see what the difference is between the Mengpo of the Southern Hall and the Eastern Hall."
The two of them said their goodbyes here. Zhang Lin told Captain Liu to be careful, and he replied that Captain Zhang should do the same. Standing thoughtfully on the bridge, Zhang Lin thought he was somewhat looking forward to everyone's comments this time. Right at this moment, the male lead's face appeared with a slight, clearly happy smile. He was running alone on the road to the Southern Hall, Huanghuan Road. This was a very high place. The surroundings were completely covered in fog, combined with a gloomy sky that looked quite terrifying. Comments from the livestream viewers popped up again, saying, "So Boss Zhang wants to stay and continue guarding this territory. How exciting. Suddenly, I feel that my mom telling me to study hard wasn't for nothing. Outstanding people are sought after no matter where they are. It's said that the living bring nothing and take nothing when they die, but excellence will be taken along. What you learn is not only a pass in the mortal realm, but will also be useful in the underworld. Come on, hello. I'm good at math, physics, and chemistry. Wouldn't that be useful for connecting electricity down there? I work for a gaming company. Once the electricity is connected, let me make a game. Let me build a computer. Damn it, stop thinking about it, you guys. I'm getting extremely excited too." Inside a room at this moment, there was a young woman focusing intently on her work at a computer desk. At the same time, in another place, a boy excitedly burst open the door and cheerfully said to his mother standing inside, "Mom, sign me up for an English tutoring class. I want to learn." Hearing her child say this, the mother turned around in surprise, secretly wondering in her head if this kid had suffered some kind of shock today. Inside a library right now, a security guard was standing and staring blankly with a confused look because there were so many people coming here to read today. The security guard secretly thought, "Why are there so many people today?" Viewers' comments appeared. "What do you mean you bring nothing when alive, but can take it with you after death? Hot search, entertainment, important news, in the city, and more. As long as you are outstanding enough, your soul can also take it away."
Want to build the underworld? Come on, let's study. I can't change the world, but I want to try changing the underworld. Damn it. Being good at math, physics, and chemistry, can you even connect electricity down to the underworld? At Huanghuan Road right now, our male lead Zhang Lin is floating in midair. Looking down below is a long, endless line of people queuing up waiting to drink Mengpo soup. Mengpo here has up to 6 arms, 3 hands holding bowls. The other 3 hands hold ladles, scooping soup for each person while evenly stirring the soup in a large pot with a blazing fire burning underneath. Suddenly someone spoke up. "Mengpo at our place only requires someone strong enough to do it.
our male lead quietly turned around to scout the situation here. Right at this moment, a little boy appeared right behind Zhang Lin. He clasped his hands and said to him, "Captain Zhang, old Uncle Meng instructed me to come here to act as a guide for you." Hearing that, he turned around and replied, "Thank you." The little boy quickly flew up into the air and said, "I will stay 2 meters away from you. Follow me." He replied, "All right." This little boy and Zhang Lin got close to Meng Po's place, and the little boy spoke up again. "This position has great competition. If it weren't for the fact that only women can do it, perhaps even Uncle Meng would want to try." Hearing him say that, he felt puzzled and asked back, "Why is that?" The little boy quickly answered, "The Southern Hall respects the strong. Meng Po can guard here, waiting for a powerful wandering soul to appear and then competing. How wonderful that would be." At the same time, the system's notification popped up. "Ding, congratulations host on completing the daily mission, popularizing underworld culture, guiding wandering souls. Ding, congratulations host on completing the daily mission, popularizing underworld culture, mission center competition format." Seeing this, the male lead thought in his head, "Didn't I already do this guiding wandering souls mission in the Eastern Hall? Coming to the Southern Hall, can I do it?"
He put his hand on his chin again, looking puzzled. Could it be that the North-South division of the underworld allows the same mission to be done again? Doesn't that mean if I go to the Western Hall and the Northern Hall, I can do it too? Isn't this just accumulated points delivered right to my door? While Zhang Lin was concentrating on his thoughts, the little boy standing next to him poked his 2 index fingers together and spoke up. "I have a question. May I ask if you are the disseminator of the underworld?" Hearing his question, the male lead froze for a moment and thought to himself, "So I've been discovered?" He immediately replied to the little boy, "Why ask that all of a sudden?" Then he thought again, "I need to come up with an excuse to cover this up." The little boy then said, "This Southern Hall is very ordinary. Depending on the time period, the underworld will need faith, or when humans are about to forget the times, the underworld will manifest a contract, and the chosen one will be the disseminator of the underworld's culture. I only know Lord Zhongqi, Lord Xia Bian, and Lord Fan Wuju. However, Lord Zhongqi is very busy. I can't meet him. As for Lord Xi and the others, I heard they recently went to the Northern Hall for retirement." Zhang Lin asked the little boy again, "So through what methods do they disseminate?" The little boy spread his hands and explained, "The specific popularization method depends on the developmental situation of human society." Hearing this, our male lead put his hand on his chin and looked up, thinking to himself, "So I am that chosen one. At first, I just thought the sudden appearance of the system couldn't be avoided. I felt there was nothing to lose by trying, but I didn't expect the dissemination to have started like this." While thinking, he looked at the little boy's leisurely pace. In the dark, everything was already arranged. The little boy spoke up and asked again, "Captain Zhang, where do you want to go next?" He immediately replied, "Let's follow Lord Meng's map." He quickly agreed, "Okay." The little boy's hand tightly grasped Zhang Lin's hand. He asked again, "However," the little boy replied, "Only ghost envoys who have taken missions know about this." He then raised 4 fingers and said, "Why can't you guys go out from 12 a.m. to 4 a.m.? Do you know about this?" The little boy quickly replied, "This is the cultivation time that Lord Zhongqi set aside for us. If we want to become strong, we can't just take missions and work. We need time to cultivate and hone our skills." Hearing this, he was very surprised and exclaimed, "Oh, how so?" The little boy continued, "When everyone is cultivating and learning, it can create a good cultivation atmosphere. Lord Zhongqi has said that in such an atmosphere, everyone will naturally become more formidable and increasingly self-disciplined. No matter what, while being able to support ourselves, we must not forget to make ourselves more outstanding." The male lead completely agreed and added, "You're not wrong." The little boy then started crying. "Boo-hoo-hoo. Talking about supporting myself makes me think of my debt from burning the room 2 days ago. If I didn't have this debt, I would definitely be extremely happy right now. Boo-hoo-hoo." At this moment, our male lead and the little boy had arrived at the Southern Hall and were in the ghost market.
Right at this moment, in a small street in the underworld, there were many people bustling about, everyone talking very excitedly. "Do you want to grow wings? Butterflies, hawks, dragonflies, you can get a set for just 998. You can learn until you master it. We will teach you how to transform ghost energy." They had everything. Someone else also chimed in. "Come take a look. The latest edition of the Torrential Pear Blossom Ghost Energy Manual is here." Our male lead was also present here. He quietly observed 2 men in front of him pitching goods to each other. "Do you want extra wings? The newest wing shapes, fresh out of the oven." The other person showed a very annoyed expression. "Not interested. I don't have money." He then looked across the street, and the man selling wings quickly ran to the other side to invite the pedestrians over there. "Lord, do you want a new pair of wings?" They immediately answered in unison, "No, we don't."
The little boy was also standing next to Zhang Lin when a nearby seller immediately asked him, "Lord passing by, did you come to the ghost market to cultivate? Do you want to become stronger? Want to upgrade faster than other ghost envoys? Want to take a safe shortcut? If so, come to my place." Hearing this, the male lead asked back, "Do you have a way? Tell me about it." The seller quickly brought up the books and spread them out for him to see.
continuing to introduce. The secret manual in my hands will make you no longer have to worry about your career. If you don't like it, you can read this one. He pushed another book forward. This is definitely good stuff. Guaranteed that once you learn it, you won't lose out. Only 998. What do you think? At this time, the little boy grabbed his shirt to signal him not to buy it. The two of them looked at each other and understood. Right after that, our male lead looked up at the seller, shook his head, and replied, "Let me think about it." Seeing this, the seller looked very disappointed. He blushed and continued to peddle his goods. Lowered to 700. 700. It can't be any cheaper. Only 700. This last wind and fire wheels will be yours. Once learned, it guarantees a 100% speed increase. Zhang Lin spoke up again. "I just wanted to politely decline you. I don't want to buy it." Hearing him refuse like that, the seller cried and ran away, shouting as he ran, "No affinity, no affinity." Our male lead and the little boy stood there watching helplessly. At this moment, the little boy gritted his teeth, slapped his hand on his face, and muttered to himself, "What a disgrace to the people of the Southern Hall." After that, the boy took the male lead's hand and walked away, smiling and saying, "Lord Zhang, let's go stroll around the next street." Hearing this, he agreed, "All right, all right."
At this moment, something caught the little boy's eye, making him exclaim, "Ah, it was another bookstall on this street." Our male lead was holding a book in his hand here. The seller was about to say something, but the little boy gestured, "Shh." A moment later, the little boy led Zhang Lin into an alley devoid of people and told him, "There are quite a lot of these skills and manuals in the ghost market. They are the most expensive in the shops, second in the stalls, and if you want them a bit cheaper, they are in the alleys, which is right here." He looked around this alley. In front was the Z restaurant, and opposite were the weapon shop and the secret manual general store. The little boy continued, "The items in this alley are not only cheaper, but there are also many rare items that neither the stalls nor the shops have." Hearing this, Zhang Lin wondered, "Is it reliable?" The little boy immediately replied, "Of course it's not reliable. For authentic ones, you still have to go to the mission center to exchange. Those in this ghost market are left for poor ghosts, perhaps wanting to take a shortcut. However, there are many types of ghost market skill manuals and those in the alleys. After all, every day there are many ghosts cultivating new skills. You can take a look, but whether you can buy something reliable depends on luck or the buyer's judgment." Hearing the little boy say that, the male lead secretly thought in his mind, "I should pass on the ghost market in the alleys. Their origins are unknown. It wouldn't be good if some problem occurs during the process." He then asked the little boy, "Can ghost envoys from the Eastern Hall also go to the mission center to exchange for secret manuals?" The little boy quickly replied, "Of course you can. As long as you have contribution points, you can go exchange them. Contribution points can be obtained by doing missions at the mission center. So Lord Zhang, should we continue strolling around the ghost market or go to the mission center first?" The male lead asked back, "Are there any other interesting places in the ghost market?" He continued, "Of course there are. There are many more." Hearing this, he wanted to explore more, so he told the little boy, "Then let's continue strolling. Sorry to trouble the guide." Having finished discussing, he raised his hands to the sky, looking excited, and cheered, "Ghost Market Journey Phase 2, let's go!" Our male lead quietly walked behind the little boy. The two of them went to the center of the ghost market. Here was an arena, and currently 2 people were fighting each other on the stage. Many people around were continuously cheering, come on, charge, hit him, woohoo, great, so formidable." The little boy led Zhang Lin here, and standing outside, they could also clearly hear the extremely passionate cheering, come on, counterattack, counterattack." Our male lead then turned and asked the little boy, "May I ask, what is this place?" He happily explained, "This is where the Southern Hall can freely compete."
Xiao Hu introduced, "Here, the ghost energy within everyone's body cannot exceed a certain limit. They only compete in skills and techniques." Hearing this, Zhonglin finally understood and said, "So that's how it is." Then the eyes of the two looked towards the ghost that had just been knocked flying into the air. Xiao Hu continued, "Here there are all sorts of ghosts. When they have nothing to do, they will practice new techniques, then continuously test and practice them, eventually forming a completely new set of techniques." Xiao Hu grabbed Zhonglin's arm and pulled, saying, "Ghost envoys also frequently come here to compete. Lord Zhang, we have to go inside to see clearly." Hearing this, Zhonglin agreed, "Okay." After saying that, Xiao Hu pulled Zhonglin's sleeve and dragged him inside, not forgetting to say to the people around, "Please make way of it. Please make way." Above each arena hung a rule, competition rule. As long as you don't die, it's fine. A battle had just ended on the arena. Suddenly, below the arena, someone shouted loudly, "Ah, you couldn't even win fighting like that. Let me do it." Then the person who just spoke jumped directly onto the arena. He gathered his strength and threw a punch. He said, "Taste my Daoba's punch." Seeing this, the red-haired guy who had just won the previous match threw the defeated guy aside, then used an ice shield to block the attack of the guy who had just stepped into the arena. The crowd below cheered excitedly. "Great, good fight, hit him, yes, hit him hard. This move is so cool, I've memorized it, damn it. Who researched this new move? Is there a new secret manual? So strong, I want to buy it, I want to buy all of them, me too, me too." Seeing this rule for the first time, Zhang Lin asked blankly, "Is there no other rule besides death?"
Shahu shook his head and replied no, because on the battlefield, no one waits for you to get ready before attacking, but there is a distinction. Shahu explained the rules. If someone stands up there, it means challenging everyone, and any ghost can enter the arena to fight the challenger. Group fights are also allowed, and the challenger can become the ghost market overlord. In a one-on-one arena, it can only be one-on-one. Group fighting is not allowed. Zhang widened his eyes, looking across the arena in amazement, and let out an "oh." On the stage, a group of ghosts rushed at the red-haired ghost but couldn't do anything to him, and they were even kicked flying backward by him. As soon as one ghost fell, a long blade grew from his wrist. Taking advantage of the red-haired ghost being distracted by blocking the attacks of the other ghosts, he rushed over. He slashed the red-haired ghost's back, making him cry out, "Ah!" Zhang and the ghosts watching the battle were all surprised and dropped their jaws in astonishment. After the winner was decided and the match ended, the two ghosts stood with their hands clasped, facing each other politely and said, "You are very formidable. Next time I will definitely win it back. Just luck, I also learned a lot from you. Thank you." After that, there were other matches, including group matches, a match between a defense-specialized ghost and an attack-specialized ghost. There was a match between two old men exchanging moves. The fascinating battles brought satisfaction to the viewers on the livestream, and many comments popped up. 6666666 comments already. These skills of the Southern Hall look really cool.
Looking at it makes me want to imitate it too. My second soul is about to awaken. Bones can turn into blades, so can I also summon a divine dragon? Doghead. Isn't this exactly what I used to imagine? Boo-hoo-hoo. Even so, but still, our world does not lack fighting styles and martial arts. Right at this moment, in a certain boarding house, a man was sitting in front of his computer, clicking into Zhanglin's livestream room, Everyday Underworld Healing. At this exact time, the man watching the male lead's livestream muttered to himself that livestreams nowadays are truly just to gain popularity. They dare to say anything, even an Underworld livestream. However, the visual effects of the moves and characters in this livestream are done quite well. On the computer screen right now, it was showing an image of a ghost envoy twisting its body and constantly panting. Huff, huff. The man watching also imitated it and panted, huff, huff. At the Southern Hall at this same time, still on the arena, there were two ghosts fighting each other. One ghost had taken down its opponent by pushing it to the ground, causing one of its legs to snap in half with a very loud thud. It screamed in pain. Right after that, it immediately stood up, took its broken leg, and pressed it onto the remaining half. Hey, hey! Then it shouted, "Keep going, keep going." The man watching the live stream was both very focused and exclaimed, "Ha, great!" At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the room. "Dad, didn't you say these things are all fake and wouldn't let me watch them?" Hearing this, the man felt utterly helpless, as he had been caught by his son watching these things. The father quickly jumped up from his chair and started explaining. "Dad just opened it by accident. I'm about to close it now." The son walked in and said, "Don't. I've been standing here watching you for 10 minutes and you didn't even notice. Besides, the match is getting exciting." The father, sweating profusely on his face, cried out, "You brat! Have you finished your homework that you dare to come here and bargain with your dad?" The son held out his phone, which was currently displaying the male lead's Underworld livestream, and said to his father,
"Lao Peng, stop joking around. This trick only worked when I was 3 years old. It doesn't work anymore." He then put his arm around his father's shoulder and continued, "Lao Peng, I'm telling you, this livestream has media certification." Hearing this, the father froze. "Media certification? Are you kidding me?" He replied, "Why would I kid you? Look at my phone. Don't look at me." After looking at his son's phone, the man was very surprised and froze. He immediately exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's real." The young man also added, "Of course, I've been following it for a long time. Through this, I've also helped a lot of people, Lao Peng." Right at this moment, the father saw something on the phone screen that made him extremely panicked, and he shouted loudly, "Brother Song, struggling before death?" After that, he slumped down on the computer chair and fainted. The son was extremely terrified and cried out, "Lao Peng." He picked up his phone again and frantically dialed 121, 120. "Lao Peng, Dad, 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 hold on." But before he could press call, the father opened his eyes, woke up, and calmly said, "Why are you still in my room? It seems I'm still not fully awake." Seeing this, the son yelled helplessly, "Lao Peng." But right after that, the father fainted again, unexpectedly slumping back into the chair. Seeing this, the son crouched down and pinched his father's thigh with his hand. Instantly, the father woke up and screamed, "Ah, ah, 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 it hurts." Then he raised his hand, smacked his son on the head, and scolded, "You brat, are you trying to murder your own father?" The young man teared up and replied, "I just wanted to tell you that this isn't a dream, and this live stream isn't a dream either. Dad, calm down. Don't faint. It's okay. We just need time to slowly accept new things."
As he spoke, he held out his phone, the screen still broadcasting the male lead's livestream. Hearing this, the father replied, "You brat, if you're afraid something might happen to me, then watch it with me." The son quickly pulled up a chair with a clatter and placed it next to his father to sit down. He added, "Dad, how about I tell you about it first? Don't watch it just yet." The father began to explain. "The reason I was scared just now was because I saw your Uncle Zong. You said this is real, so can I still see him, say goodbye to Uncle Zong, and have a few words with him? When he passed away, I couldn't see him off on his final journey." As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes out of regret. The son handed his father a tissue to wipe his tears and said, "If it's meant to be, perhaps you can meet him." Then he stood up, pointed at the computer screen on the desk and said, "Dad, this is the ghost market of the southern underworld. Dad, look at Uncle Zong, look." Instantly, 2 streams of tears rolled down the old man's cheeks, and he emotionally exclaimed, "I see him. Old Zong, goodbye." People always entrust the emotions they want to express to the next meeting, entrusting them to software that replaces face-to-face encounters. After death, there is only belated regret, regret over a missed date, regret for words left unsaid, regret for conflicts that could have been avoided. So bid farewell once and begin to bid farewell all over again. Over in the underworld of the Southern Hall, at the center of the ghost market at this moment, our male lead was still holding the little boy's hand. He spoke up, "Let's go to the mission center." Hearing this, the boy wondered, is that ghost envoy over there just going to leave like that? At this moment, our male lead was looking over in that direction, and the boy beside him seemed very confused by this.
He stared intently at a person standing on the arena in front. He had a very tall and muscular build, bulging with muscles, raising his hand triumphantly and calling out, "You've been watching for so long, why not give it a try?" At this time, the little boy stepped in front of the male lead and spoke up, "Joji, this is a guest from the Eastern Hall." That guy Joji crossed his arms and said, "It's rare to come here, shouldn't you try it even more?" Hearing that, the audience below reacted very enthusiastically. Is it that this guest doesn't dare? That's right, since you're here, give it a try. Yes, we should also let the guest feel the enthusiasm of our Southern Hall. After hearing them speak, the little boy turned around and asked the male lead, "Are you going? Fight, fight, go fight with them." He simply replied, "Yeah." Right after that, Jiang Lin stepped up the stairs of the arena, standing opposite Joji. He reached out his hands forward and said, "Right, do you know the rules of the arena? Someone tell our guest." He calmly replied, "In the match, as long as no one dies, it's fine." As soon as he finished speaking, our male lead instantly vanished, making the other guy look extremely surprised and confused. In just a split second, he appeared right in front of him at an extremely close distance, which made Joji incredibly terrified. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "So fast." The audience below still didn't stop cheering enthusiastically. "Overlord! Overlord! Woo!" That little boy also continuously shouted, "Lord Ghost Envoy, charge forward!" Right after that, Joji retreated backward. He held out one palm forward, and a lot of purple energy rays instantly appeared. He spoke again. "This is Lord Ghost Envoy's first time here. How about I wait for you to finish preparing?" Our male lead was still extremely calm right now. He stood observing the situation and silently thought in his head that indeed, just as that little ghost said, stepping onto this arena, ghost energy would be suppressed. Right at this moment, that guy Joji suddenly lunged forward, holding an energy blade in his hand, charging straight toward Jiang Lin. He cried out, "Lord Ghost Envoy, excuse my offense." He thrust the blade forward and slashed at him, causing him to lean down. The shoes stepping on the ground of Jiang Lin suddenly lit up with a miraculous yellow light. He looked down in surprise. Right now, there were many yellow energy rays radiating from his heels. Then it spread out into massive pillars of light to the 4 corners of the arena.
Our male lead was very surprised and exclaimed, "What kind of competition format is this?" After witnessing this scene, that guy Joji was completely terrified. At this moment, his face was pouring with sweat as he cried out, What is your cultivation level?" Jiang Lin quickly replied, "Middle stage Ghost King realm." Upon hearing that, he immediately froze. Seeing this, the male lead asked, "What's wrong with you?" That guy held his head with his hands, his face turning pale, and smiled bitterly. Heh, heh, heh. Then he raised a finger and said, "Lord Ghost Envoy, this arena is limited to those below the Ghost King realm. I am the arena master, picking and choosing. How could I pick a Ghost King realm as my opponent?" After that, he slumped down on the arena floor, thinking to himself, my face, I want my face." At this time, our male lead also stepped down, glancing at him while thinking, if that's the case, then forget it. He walked down, took the little boy's hand, and spoke again. "Just now when you introduced the arena, why didn't you mention that the Ghost King realm couldn't go up?" He immediately replied, "Who would have thought that a Ghost Envoy captain could reach such a cultivation level? Captain Zhang, can you teach me how to cultivate? Can you take me as your disciple?" As he spoke, his eyes sparkled brightly like 2 stars. But he remained silent, thinking to himself that this probably wouldn't be considered causing trouble, and it would be better to go back and inform Lord Zhu. Seeing that he didn't answer, the little boy called out again, "Lord Zhang, can you hear what I'm saying, Lord Zhang?" The 2 of them walked for a distance before our male lead suddenly stopped in front of an alley. Because he stopped too abruptly, the little boy bumped into his back and cried out, "Ouch!" He turned around and said, "Can we go to the mission center next?" The little boy held his head and replied, "Sure, just go straight." After saying that, the 2 of them walked on in silence. Right in front of them now was the mission center area of the underworld. Before them stood a massive high-rise class building. Right above it was a clock pointing to 11:55. The little boy spoke up again. "Lord Zhang, I didn't expect you to pass the mission acceptance test so easily. At this rate, it probably won't be long before you can redeem a secret manual." Our male lead quickly said, "Thank you for today." Then he and the little boy continued walking. After a while, they saw another little boy sitting across the street, looking exactly like the boy walking with Zhang Lin. As soon as he saw the two of them, he quickly raised his hand and said, "You guys are finally back." Immediately after, the first little boy tackled this boy to the ground and burst out laughing. "Haha, take my punch." The boy lying underneath struggled continuously. Seeing this, our male lead smiled faintly. Then he reached into his robe to take out something. Our male lead pulled out a shiny stack of money, surprising the two boys so much that they stopped fighting. He held the stack of money forward and said, "Tomorrow I want to go on a mission. Whoever has time among you, please take me to get familiar with the rest stops of the Underworld Passage."
Upon seeing such a thick stack of money, the two boys' eyes immediately lit up, and they asked in unison, "Is this for us?" He replied, "Yeah." Then each of them took half of the stack of money and cheered excitedly, "Of course, no problem, just leave it to us." Zhang Lin instructed again, "All right, gather here in 4 hours." The sky in the underworld was always blood red and gloomy, looking very frightening. Our male lead was inserting the key into the lock to open the door. Click-clack, the system's blue panel popped up again. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the daily mission, promoting the culture of the underworld, Ghost Market, accumulated points plus 500 points. Just as he stepped inside the room, that colorful egg saw Zhang Lin and happily flew around him nonstop. The male lead spoke up, "Being lazy today?" Hearing him ask that, the egg quickly shook its head and acted coquettishly. He continued, "Tomorrow, come with me to the mortal realm to do a mission." Opening the book, Zhang Lin was writing the words Southern Hall. While writing, he thought to himself, "Now is the right time to write down the things I saw today at the Southern Hall." After that, he closed the work notebook. Because he was tired, he reached his hand up to his shoulder to stretch, and the 7-color egg was still hovering around him. Immediately after that, the male lead sat quietly on the bed to cultivate, and a brilliantly glowing blue fire emanated around his body. At this moment, something suddenly appeared, causing his eyes to unexpectedly open. It was a sharp knife that inexplicably grew on his arm, making our male lead extremely surprised as well. From where the knife was, it disappeared again, and a small blue flame popped up. Right after that, he continued to sit quietly and cultivate, and the blue flame continued to burn fiercely. But that sharp knife popped out again and caught Zhang Lin's attention. He reached out his hand, grabbed the tip of the knife, quickly broke it off, and thought, "The intensity is still not enough." At this time, the comments from the livestream viewers popped up again. "Damn, I didn't see that wrong, did I? Did the streamer turn his bone into a blade?" The person above,
"You are not seeing things. The streamer even took a knife to play around a bit and even chopped it off. Everyone, I have tested it for you. It's quite fun. The hospital's Wi-Fi is also very strong, bros. Absolutely awesome." At this moment, our male lead spoke up again. To a ghost, whether it's bones or flesh and blood, these are merely residual terms when they were human. Our bones are just the external manifestation of highly concentrated energy within the body. As long as enough energy is accumulated, any destroyed part can be restored to its original state. Right now, there are many men watching the image of our male lead through a large TV screen, where the sound is broadcasting. There is always a missing part on a ghost's body, either because the body's energy is insufficient to recover or because of a lingering obsession. This lingering obsession could be something they wanted to accomplish while alive but couldn't, or a desired outcome they failed to achieve. There are many reasons. Hearing this, these men continuously took notes in a notebook, all with very serious and mysterious expressions on their faces. The comments in the live stream popped up. "Streamer, we also have bone knives. Where can we get a similar bone knife? That's right, treat yourself a little better. I just ordered a cup of milk tea. I died so tragically, I have already made an appointment with my eldest son. If he doesn't come, even as a ghost, I will chase after and beat him." Streamer, does the state of being a ghost have anything to do with being human? Zhang Lin read the comment and slowly explained. Ghosts have many phenomena, which are states that cannot escape their connection to when they were human. Therefore, even if things might be a bit better after death, do not arbitrarily harm yourself while being human. Zhang Lin rested his hand on his chin, pondered, and continued. There are also special situations, such as being sacrificed or harmed by something special. The recovery rate of these types of wounds is very low, and it might take a very long time to fully recover. Afterwards, Zhang Lin said, "Next is the cultivation time of the Southern Hall. I will continue to cultivate the bone knife. You guys should go to sleep. Good night." Hearing this, comments popped up. "Good night, good night, good night." After speaking, Zhang Lin closed his eyes to circulate energy, and a green aura radiated around him. In another place, 4 scientists were watching Zhang Lin's cultivation process through the livestream. A bearded man wearing glasses turned around and said to everyone, "Hurry up, quickly record his movements." The person next to him also followed up. "Aren't ghosts evolved from humans? But how does this process take place?" Another person also spoke up. "Is the physical structure of a ghost the same as a human? These are all issues worth researching." The bearded man agreed, saying, "That's right. Isn't that kid from the Ye family investigating ghosts? Are there any new discoveries?" The young man in the room heard this and spoke up. "It seems that recently Ye Yoshi is doing business with others related to ghosts and has reported it to the relevant departments.
A person asked, who was he working with? Initially, we invited him so many times, but he never came. I thought he wanted to work alone. The young man said, Tong Tianzhe of the Tong family, and another person surnamed Zhang named Zhang Xian. Hearing this, the bearded old man said, Zhang Xian, very famous in the industry, knows divination, and his other abilities have also been verified by the relevant departments. Another person suddenly raised his voice. Tomorrow we will go visit that kid. These kids having such good things but not taking us along, it's too much. The bearded old man soothed the other person. All right, we'll talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow. Let's finish watching today's live stream first. Another old man also agreed. That's right. This live stream cannot be rewatched. If we miss it, we can only sit and cry. After that, they focused again on watching the live stream and taking notes.
The sky was glowing red at this time. Zhang Lin, who was resting, woke up with a start and opened his eyes. He sat up only to suddenly see a person fall from the ceiling. The young man who jumped down from the hole in the ceiling rubbed his head and said embarrassedly, Sorry, I just remembered something that could probably be used on ghost artifacts. I couldn't resist wanting to try it out, but I didn't control it well, so it turned out like this. Seeing this, Zhang Lin put on his hat and asked, Who are you? Hearing this, the young man was unexpectedly stunned. Huh? Then he grabbed Zhang Lin's hand, scratched his head shyly, and said, hello. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Ah-Si, one of the members of the Southern Hall's Ghost Artifact Workshop, mainly researching ghost artifacts. Zhang Lin also replied, Hello, my name is Zhang Lin. I am a ghost envoy from the Eastern Hall coming to the Southern Hall to study. Ah-Si then smiled brightly and said, That is quite normal. We ghosts of the Southern Hall don't just stay at home either. My situation is just an accident, an exception. Ah-Si opened his lapels to show Zhang Lin his tools and said enthusiastically, Let me fix it for you, let me, absolutely don't move. Zhang Lin immediately agreed. All right. Then Ah-Si started to repair the ceiling for Zhang Lin. He nailed the ceiling, repainted the wall, and wiped the floor. After a while, it was finished. Ah-Si wiped his sweat and let out a sigh of relief. Whew! Then he happily showed off his result to Zhang Lin. How is it? Is this enough to fool the door manager? Zhang Lin sat on the bed looking at the patched ceiling, speechless. Hearing the question, he could only stammer in reply. Probably. Seeing Zhang Lin's reluctant expression, Ah-Si immediately asked, Should we use a little more glue? Hearing this, Zhang Lin replied, Let's give it a try. Zhang Lin then supported Ah-Si to apply the glue. Suddenly, Zhang Lin felt something and turned his head to look. An arm appeared, accompanied by a flurry of comments popping up. Oh my god, is this really an on-the-scene live stream? The ceiling falling down is one thing, but why are they doing repairs in the middle of the night? From a hole in the broken wall, someone was crawling out, and the comments became even more heated. What just happened? Why does it turn into this horror scene the moment I came back? Or should I go clean up again? Ahead, Sadaka has appeared. Qin Chao glanced over with bloodshot eyes under her hair, which terrified everyone in the livestream even more. Brothers, although I know there won't be any problems with the streamer being there, I don't dare to look straight at my own wall anymore. The person above made it sound like a terrifying scene is about to happen. Zhang Lin and Ah-Si were also startled by this sight. Ah-Si even jumped up and screamed, Whoa! Qin Chao touched her hair. Seeing this, Ah-Si held on to Zhang Lin tightly in fear and said, She's about to lift her bangs. When I was little, I saw a really scary face like that. But when Qin Chao lifted her hair, a beautiful face appeared and asked, Do you want to eat hot pot? Which immediately made Ah-Si lose his fear. Then Qin Chao smiled and said, I see it's very lively on your side. Let's eat hot pot together. Eating alone is too lonely. Zhang Lin could only agree. Let's eat. Hearing the answer, Qin Chao replied, All right.
Then Chinchocho pulled out a super large hot pot from the hole and laughed loudly, saying, Ha ha ha, the hot pot is here. Zhang Lin looked helplessly at the hole, while Ah-Si said, Let me help, and reached out to help Chinchojo hold the hot pot. Zhang Lin glanced at Ah-Si and Chinchojo, who were sitting and lighting a fire to cook the hot pot, and couldn't help but think, Are these two deliberately coming to ruin things tonight? Forget it. Afterward, the three of them sat around the hot pot. The egg flying around Zhang Lin was noticed by Chinchojo. She pointed at the egg, drooling, and asked, This egg looks very delicious. Can we put it in the hot pot? Hearing this, Zhang Lin immediately grabbed the egg, looked warily at Chinchojo, and said, No. Chinchojo looked dissatisfied and annoyed. Ah-Si, sitting between the two, sensed the atmosphere and felt very awkward and embarrassed, sighing, Sigh. Then, to break this atmosphere, Ah-Si asked while dropping food into the pot, What have you guys been doing recently? I was studying in the Ghost Artifact Workshop of the Southern Hall, but it seems they don't value ghost artifacts. Hearing this, Chinchojo replied, I strolled through both the mortal realm and the underworld. I'm in the intelligence group, running everywhere. Zhang Lin also replied, I wandered around the Southern Hall. The arena in the ghost market is quite interesting, and it can also restrict ghost energy. Afterward, Zhang Lin asked, By the way, do you guys know what a special grade mission is? Ah-Si shook his head while eating, but Chinchojo said, A special grade mission, I know. She quickly added, During my 2 days in the Southern Hall, I also did some research. Perhaps the concept is no different from the Eastern Hall.
Before Chin-Cho-Cho could finish her sentence, Jiang Lin interrupted, "Wait a minute," and snapped his fingers. A blue barrier appeared, surrounding the three of them. Jiang Lin said, "Careful, walls have ears." Seeing this, Aussie went, "Oh, oh." After that, Chin-Cho-Cho, with a relaxed expression, said while eating, "Indeed, your cultivation level and background are not low either." Aussie listened from the side. She took another bite and continued, "Even if I don't say it, it won't be long before Lord Yama lets you come into contact with this kind of mission anyway." Suddenly, Chin-Cho-Cho's expression turned serious as she said, "Special grade mission, gods." Chin-Cho-Cho then said coldly, "Special grade missions are related to the gods." Jiang Lin then asked, "And then what?" She picked up her chopsticks and bowl and continued, "And then it's..." She put a piece of food into her mouth, smiling happily, and said, "Wait until someone does it and you'll know. It's not convenient for me to say much about other things." Seeing this, the other two looked at her with assessing eyes. At this time, Jiang Lin pinched his fingers to cast a spell, and right after that, a protective layer gradually appeared over the scene here. Outside, the ghost envoys couldn't help but poke their heads out of their rooms because they smelled the fragrance. At this moment, a cry echoed through the building. "Who is still cooking hot pot in the middle of the night? I just fell sound asleep. Why are you treating me like this? Tomorrow, I will definitely go to the ghost market to have a feast."
Those watching the live stream quickly rushed to comment, "Oh my god, it smells so good. This is late night poisoning. I just decided to lose weight. This is harming me." Some people also chimed in to order a hot pot. "My takeout just arrived. Does this count as eating hot pot with the streamer?" At this time, the three of them inside were eating deliciously, and the viewers couldn't help but exclaim, "Everyone, the nightlife has just begun. Spicy crayfish, spicy pig trotters, and sweet and sour chicken feet. Hey, I suspect there is a food delivery shop among us. Quickly tell me the name of the shop." At this time in the underworld, voices of scolding and shouting constantly echoed. "Who is still eating and drinking at night? I'm starving to death. Did someone burn something for the dead? Who's eating it?" At this time, the people outside were also arguing. "Was it you who ate it? Do you want to start a fight? If we fight, who's afraid of who?" Right at this moment, a figure appeared and walked over. "Get out of the way and fight." The woman covered in magic power said, "Don't cause trouble here." Immediately after, she punched all the guys gathered here, sending them flying away. On this side, Jiang Lin had left the room and went outside. He stretched and said, "Let's set off." The two smiled and walked outside. Finally, the time shifted to the next morning in the suburbs of the mortal realm. At 7 a.m., vehicles were still moving around. A truck entered a certain empty lot and then stopped. The driver suddenly turned the vehicle to the right, and so the large truck went straight into the trail of that road. From inside the vehicle, a voice rang out, we're here, stop rushing. It's not like giving birth, what's the rush?" At this time, inside the empty lot, another vehicle appeared with two people standing there waiting. The man driving the truck then stepped down, still holding a cigarette in his hand. He then stubbed out the cigarette butt on the vehicle and said, "The goods are all inside." The other two quickly opened the truck door and checked the goods. The muscular woman then carried the stuff out to carefully inspect the items inside. The woman suddenly turned around and said, "There is no problem with the goods. Let's go quickly, don't miss the time." The man accompanying her stood in a corner, calmly smoking a cigarette. At this time, he didn't notice that some object was appearing at the base of the tree behind him. The two people who appeared were Jiang Lin and the little boy. After that, the man drove away, and the two figures, one big and small, still stood under the tree behind him. At this time, the two walked to a greenhouse deep inside. The little boy then looked at the piece of paper and pointed. "This is the underworld passage of Nan Province."
The map in the little boy's hand appeared, and the marked place he wanted to find was right here. There were a few more passages nearby, which they would slowly search for later. Hearing this, Jiang Lin looked up, glanced around, and smiled. The boy also looked around and said, "This place seems to be where the forest ranger used to live in the past." Then he suddenly rushed forward. Jiang Lin followed his gaze and asked, "What's wrong?" The boy then touched the tire tracks on the ground. He turned to Jiang Lin and said, "This place has been abandoned for a long time. How could anyone still be living here? Could it be a new forest ranger?" Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound nearby, and they both looked over. A red truck drove up, and the driver's face didn't look like a good person's. Vaguely looking from the outside, they saw a child inside, trembling in constant panic. The child seemed to see something and immediately banged on the window as if asking for help. But at that moment, an adult's arm appeared and covered the boy's mouth, making his expression even more terrified. Right after that, the curtain was pulled shut, hiding everything happening inside. After that, the vehicle began to leave. Someone inside the truck asked, "What's on?" The guy inside the cargo area replied, "It's nothing, keep driving." He and the boy just watched the truck gradually drive away. Jiang Lin's expression remained as calm as ever, while the boy beside him looked on and couldn't help but say, "Humans still love to court death like this." Then he seemed to think of something and smiled. He pointed forward and said to Jiang Lin, "Going past that direction is probably past Tunghua Road in Mu Province. Underworld Passage number 2 is nearby." He also smiled and followed. At this time, Jiang Lin turned around to look at the livestream screen still broadcasting behind him. The viewers started to comment incessantly. "Damn it, what is in there? Is it a child? Could it be full of children inside? Human trafficking? I'm already sitting straight up."
Others also took turns cursing the human traffickers. Among the livestream viewers at this time, there was also a police brigade, and they also spoke up to remind everyone not to be impulsive and not to alert the enemy. Just like that, the two of them, one big and one small, went deep inside toward that convoy. At this time, in another place, a muscular young man holding a weapon walked outside. Another girl holding a camera immediately opened the door and ran out. Human traffickers, just you wait. Today I will expose you. Right after that, the sound of unlocking echoed in the basement parking lot. Two men seemed to look at each other for a moment. One rode a motorcycle and one drove a car. After that, both vehicles rushed out of the garage together. The car sped swiftly forward. The man driving the car looked back in confusion. Through the rearview mirror, the man saw the muscular guy riding the motorcycle constantly following behind him, and he wondered, damn it, why is this boss following me? Did the brat at home offend this boss? After that, they arrived at Tunghua Road, and the guy was slightly startled. Then both vehicles stopped to wait for pedestrians to cross the road. The person in the car asked the person next to him, "Boss, are you going to Tunghua Road?" The other man, while sucking on a lollipop, turned and said, "That's right, what's wrong? Are you going there too?" Hearing this, the man in the car wondered if this could be a teammate. At this time, the motorcycle rider reminded him, "Are you also going to Hualu Road to help intercept the human traffickers? Go back. Ordinary people going will only cause more trouble." The person in the car pointed to himself and said confidently, "I've learned some martial arts, and I was a soldier when I was young." At this time, the motorcycle guy adjusted his earpiece and said, "I'm on my way there." Then he tried to say to the person in the car, "Don't worry, just leave it to me here. We definitely won't disappoint your expectations." After that, the motorcycle rider directly sped forward. The man driving the car watched him and fell into deep thought. At this time, he thought of another direction. Since the big boss had gone to catch the people, then he and the others would help these children find their parents. So he changed the car's direction. Just like that, the car continued to speed away. Over on this side, Zhang Lin and the little boy were at the amusement park in front of the Ferris wheel.
The little boy hovered in the air and said happily, "Before this was a wasteland, but now it has become so bustling. No, wait, the last time I came here seems to have been more than 10 years ago." He then turned and said to the little boy, "Let's go somewhere else to take a look." After that, they went to a convention center. There seemed to be some kind of event taking place here. The man standing on the stage holding a mic raised his hand and said, "Our policy definitely follows the national policy, and all departments are outstanding. If you invest money now in less than half a year, you can make a profit 10 times over. As long as you join now, we can refund 10% of the principal amount per capita." Hearing this, the people below immediately raised their hands and said they wanted to invest. Following the master can make so much money. Half a month ago, I used 1,000 to earn 5,000. What are you guys still waiting for? At this time, all the people below had prepared their money and quickly went forward. Each of them held a handbag full of money, ready to hand it over. The man on the stage began to laugh and said, "In the past, I was just like you, going to work every day, being oppressed by my superiors, and having my salary deducted. Coming here, do you see those luxury cars down there? They're all mine. I've only been doing this for a year, and I believe that among you here, there will definitely be someone who can do better than me." On this side, Zhang Lin and the little boy observed everything. The commenters started getting excited. They thought that this was no different from a pyramid scheme. Some people had been scammed before, and some even took screenshots so they wouldn't have time to escape. At this time, someone also discovered, "Look at the wall over there. It seems there is some sign. It's the NN Hotel. Great, there are directions outside. Call the police. The Hay family? You've been scammed out of all your money now." At this time, the police team also rushed in. Anti-fraud app, everyone remember to download it to prevent being scammed. Seeing this, Zhang Lin rubbed his chin and thought, encountering so many things today, could it all be a coincidence? He looked at the little boy next to him.
At this moment, the little kid seemed a bit guilty, raising his head and asking, "What's wrong?" Zhang Lin turned to him and said, "We've walked quite a bit today. Let's head back." The kid quickly replied, Okay. After that, they opened the gate and returned to the underworld. A moment later, police cars with sirens wailing incessantly appeared outside the large building. The police officers were already waiting behind that door, always ready with their guns clicking as they were cocked. One person peeked through the crack of the door to monitor the situation inside. That fat guy was still speaking glibly on the podium, using flowery words to lure gullible people in, shouting loudly, "Today you only need to invest $9.98. Tomorrow you can have $38.88. The police officers ran in with heavy footsteps, pointing their guns straight at the people inside, shouting loudly, "Police here, don't move." The citizens inside quickly covered their heads and squatted down, while that guy stood on the stage completely surprised. The clicking handcuffs locked the hands of the scammer. The police officer said, "Someone reported you for running a multi-level marketing scam. Please come back with us for investigation." The scammer's face went blank. On Songhua Road, a group of thugs was beating a young man in the middle of a crowded place. He cried out, "Ah, I beg you, let me go, ah." Next to them, a group of cars blocked the road, and some thugs surrounded a few children, who were crying loudly, "Boo-hoo-hoo, I want to find my mom, boo-hoo-hoo, mom." From behind them, the police officers arrived and told them, "Hello, we are the police. We received a report saying there are people kidnapping and trafficking children on Songhua Road. May I ask who are the people involved? Please come back with us for investigation." They scattered, scratching their heads and ears, revealing a badly beaten young man. Those police officers were stunned when they saw it, while they, the thugs, just smiled wryly and said, "Sorry about that, we just hit a bit too hard."
That scumbag had been beaten beyond recognition, blood streaming from his mouth. The police officer gaped as the man was hauled up. A fierce-looking guy lifted him, handed him to the police, and said he was still alive and fine. Thus, his hands were handcuffed. A police officer approached the crowd, saying that there were quite a lot of children, and asked if it would be too much trouble for them to take the kids to the police station.
The green and red-haired guy smiled and said no problem. The scene shifted to the southern hall of the underworld. That little boy said to Zhonglin, "Lord Zhong, my guiding time is up. If you want to continue, you have to add more money." Bai Wuchang looked at him and said there was no need. He wanted to take a walk alone. The boy happily agreed, saying, "Okay, goodbye." He turned and walked away, while the boy looked at him and thought, whatever. After all, he is at the Ghost King realm. Not many people in the southern hall are his match anyway. Just let him go. A stream of power and aura flowed like a river through a green meadow. As Zhonglin cast his spell, he thought to himself that the aura here and the aura of the arena were very similar, invisibly suppressing him, or rather his ghost energy. But why? Then his hand squeezed tightly, causing that green power to dissipate and shatter into the air. Zhonglin moved toward the opposite side, where there was a stream of murky black water. He hovered just above the ground, which was submerged in thick, gloomy mist and smoke. He continued to fly slowly to observe the anomalies of this place, when something suddenly scurried past his feet. Suddenly, from behind Zhonglin, a rat with blood-red eyes appeared and lunged straight at him without hesitation. Having sensed the approaching threat, he glanced back. Then he used his energy to knock the creature far away, making it let out a squeak. His power wrapped around the ferocious creature like a silk ribbon. It went crazy, baring its extremely sharp fangs. The power enveloping the creature tightened more and more, causing it to struggle violently. It let out a hiss, and he approached to see what kind of creature resided in this place. Without any fear, he drew closer and closer to this monster.
He looked at the creature and said these were underworld rats. The rat squeaked as its limbs were tightly bound by that power. Suddenly, there were popping sounds that caught the attention of Bai Wuchang, Zhonglin. There wasn't just one, but a swarm of underworld rats with blood-red eyes, slightly startling the ghost envoy. But they were quickly beaten to a pulp when he began to cast spells with streaks of blue light. He waved his hand, causing those auras to shoot out and cleave the frenzied incoming underworld rats in half. Zhonglin hovered in the midair as the rats were scattered. The remaining ones froze upon seeing this. They scattered in panic with a lot of purple demonic energy surrounding their bodies. The ghost envoy rested his chin on his hand, thinking it was exactly as written in the man. They would attack ghost envoys, but upon sensing the threat from the ghost envoy and strong ghost energy, they would flee. But why? He noticed something fishy here. While he was thinking, suddenly behind his back appeared a headless monster with a weird exterior, emitting strong, evil energy. The hands of that demonic beast reached toward Bai Wuchang's neck, but he quickly realized it. He turned around to dodge those huge hands from touching him. Zhonglin used his own hands to block the ghost's hands, tightly gripping those disgusting hands. And then a spectacular scene occurred. The ghost's entire body burst into bright flames, exploding like fiery red fireworks. The remaining corpse turned into air bubbles, leaving no trace on the ground. Zhonglin coldly said, "Don't dare to come out anymore." He used green magic power like a lightning bolt to strike straight into the ground. Each pillar of earth was lifted effortlessly as he flew high along with the mass of soil. Beneath the ground, gray and dense demonic energy appeared. A number of rats emerged. Some clung to the earth platform, while the weaker ones tumbled down to the ground, squeaking deafeningly. The rats that fell to the ground in pain bared all their sharp teeth because they could not bear it. Zhonglin had spotted the largest rat, which was probably the alpha. The ferocious underworld rat bared its fangs and claws at Zhonglin, squeaking without any fear of the ghost envoy. But then he used an invisible hand to grab it, and the rat immediately fled. However, how could it compare to the speed of Bai Wuchang? That arm quickly grabbed the beast by the neck, making it cower and squeak. Then, with just a slight force, he could crush the tiny rat's body. Zhonglin squeezed tightly, causing blood to splatter, ending the life of the disgusting creature. The scene was so cruel, so he quickly used his hand to cover the small camera lens, so that the people in the mortal realm would feel less afraid. Suddenly, from his powerful hands that had just squeezed the rat, a purple orb of power appeared. He did not understand what it was. Without thinking much, Bai Wuchang decided to take it back to study and put the obtained item into the giant bag. That giant bag shrank until it was tiny, fitting perfectly in the palm of Bai Wuchang's hand. He tucked the bag into his belt and then disappeared from the pile of earth he had just lifted. He teleported down to the basin he had just dug up to examine the situation of the underworld rats.
Looking down from above into that large pit, it was full of rat corpses, and many white bones were clearly visible on the brown soil. Bai Wuchang used magic to sense that pile of dry bones. He thought these ghost envoys came from different areas. Could the mutation of these monsters be due to the special nature of this region, or was it because of these bone fragments? Or perhaps these bone fragments were merely infected by the aura of those monsters? That's right. His mission was to deal with the ghost envoys attacking other ghost envoys. The other answers probably only the ghost envoys of the Southern Hall would know. Then he shouted downward. A surge of power emanated from his hands, causing the mound of earth to be compressed back to its original state. Suddenly, from somewhere, there was a crying sound of ah 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 that startled young Lin into
turning around, wondering who it was. He turned his body completely and approached the place where the sound came from. There was a young man in green struggling to pull a rope. While pulling, he yelled, "Ah, ah, ah," his scream echoing through the forest, causing the birds to scatter in flight. It turned out that the thing he was pulling was a giant massive black fish. The fish leaped into the air, and both the person and the fishing rod flew up along with it. His hook had pierced through the fish's tail fin, and the young man was trying to hold tightly onto that tail. He let out another desperate scream because the fish was so powerful, making him struggle with the fin and get tossed into the air. The moment the fish landed was also when the green-shirted young man saw Bai Wuchang Zhonglin. He awkwardly said, "About that, hello." Then Zhonglin still stood stunned as that young man continued to be dragged away by the fish. This time it jumped into the water pit, dragging the loudly screaming young man along. The green-shirted young man refused to let go. Even though the fish swam a few laps underwater, he only kept screaming, but his hands still clung on tenaciously. On the shore, Zhonglin also sighed, entirely speechless at this boy. The fish seemed angry. It turned its head to look at its tail, intending to attack this thing clinging to it. The young man grimaced, thinking he had to use that move, so he let go of the fish's fin. He sprang up with a hey and launched himself straight into the air. Not deterred by the giant animal that was several times larger than himself, the young man spread his arms and tightly hugged the head of the giant black fish. The fish seemed to become gentler, closing its eyes. As for the young man who had bumped his head, he said it was a success. In his mouth, he was still holding a sparkling glove that looked like a 7-colored fish scale. Then, using all his might, he pushed the massive body of the fish to one side. The fish rolled its eyes, not understanding anything, and then hurriedly swam away, ignoring the young man's gaze. On the back of the black fish, something shiny like a scale appeared, which was truly bizarre. The black fish was tightly bound. It ground its teeth in anger, unable to believe that a kingfish like itself would be caught by a puny human. The black fish jumped up to struggle and escape. Once this ghost energy of the southern hall caught its prey, there was no way to break free, so no matter how the black fish struggled, it could not escape. After that, the ghost envoy holding the end of the rope whipped the black fish hard onto the surface of the lake, but because the throwing force was too strong, both the ghost envoy and the black fish fell into the lake. After the surface of the lake remained still for a while, Zhonglin stood bewildered, staring at the lake. A moment later, the young ghost envoy surfaced from the water, his mouth gaped wide open to breathe. Wah!
Then he looked down at his hand. The black fish was already lying obediently in the cute little cage. Then the ghost envoy walked over and spoke to Zhonglin. "Just now, thank you, brother. If you hadn't taken a look at this black fish and distracted it, I don't know how much longer I would have had to fight it." Zhonglin smiled and replied, "Are you also here to do a mission?" The young man replied, "Yes." Then he sighed. "Missions in this special area are the most troublesome, but the reward is slightly higher." Hearing this, Zhonglin asked curiously, "What do you mean by special area?" Hearing this, the young man suddenly realized that this might be Zhonglin's first time doing a mission here. He walked up to Zhonglin and asked, "Is this your first time doing this kind of mission?" Hearing this, Zhonglin nodded and replied, "Yes." The ghost envoy took the opportunity to lecture the newcomer. "Let me tell you, from now on, it's best if you look closely at the mission." He explained, "The Southern Hall has many areas like this. You felt it when you entered just now, didn't you? Ghost energy is restricted here, not much different from the arena in the ghost market." Zhonglin agreed, "That's right." Still not fully understanding, Zhonglin asked with a bewildered expression, "What is going on here?" That ghost envoy yawned widely and explained, hearing that during the Great War in the past, it suffered some special flesh and blood influence. After hearing the explanation, Zhonglin understood a little. Zhonglin then said, "So that's how it is. Can you explain in a little more detail?" Hearing this, the ghost envoy erupted with spiritual energy to explain as an example. This kind of suppression is quite troublesome for us, but it is very beneficial to ghosts and monsters. He revealed to Zhonglin that therefore, many troublemakers and offenders would run to this special place to hide, making Zhonglin extremely surprised. The ghost envoy then explained, because the ghost energy of the ghost envoy here is suppressed, when they run here to hide, it is very difficult for ghost envoys to find them, and they can also hide and attack ghost envoys. Then he recalled the black fish and said, "This guy ran here after committing a crime, making me search until I was out of breath." Zhonglin understood and said, "So that's how it is." The ghost envoy concluded the story and said, "My mission is completed. Brother, do you need me to lend you a hand?" Zhonglin gratefully replied, "Thank you, but I can do it myself." Seeing that Zhonglin could handle it himself, the ghost envoy bid farewell to Zhonglin to leave. "All right then, brother, I'm going to submit my mission. You be a little careful." Zhonglin smiled and greeted this passing friend. "All right, thanks." But after walking a short distance, the young man put his hand on his chin, wondering, "Why do I feel like I forgot something?" A few seconds later, he suddenly remembered and slapped his forehead, saying, "He doesn't even know the situation of the special area well. He definitely doesn't know that there will be guys actively attacking ghost envoys recently." He hurriedly turned back immediately and told himself, "I have to tell him, otherwise what if something happens to him?" But when he returned to the original spot, Zhonglin's figure was nowhere to be seen. The ghost envoy looked around anxiously to see if he could find Zhonglin's figure. He peeked from behind a tree trunk, carefully searching for Zhonglin step by step. He was even careful enough to use an invisibility spell so that no one could see him in the special area. But suddenly he felt that something was happening behind him. He turned around and looked up at the scene before him, making his face turn pale. The entire swamp was floating in midair. He thought in fear, "Damn it, has this special area become so special that it can fly on its own?" After hesitating for a while, he decided, "There's a disturbance here. I must quickly report to the mission center." He took out his token. There is a strange disturbance in the southeast special area. But at this moment, when the ghost envoy looked back at the surrounding scene, he saw Zhonglin there. Zhonglin also sensed it and looked towards him.
Zhanglin's expression changed. He sensed that someone was watching nearby. The ghost envoy, who was standing there observing everything, suddenly had Zhanglin's egg rush toward him. He couldn't react in time to dodge, and was struck hard on the head by the egg. The ghost envoy was hit so hard his forehead swelled up, and he temporarily lost consciousness. Zhanglin walked over only to realize it was an acquaintance. It was him. A while later, when the ghost envoy woke up, Zhanglin pulled him up to sit. He held his sore head and sighed. "Brother, I finally found you." Zhanglin asked curiously, "Why are you looking for me?" Now the ghost envoy suddenly remembered what had just happened. He jumped up to shield Zhanglin, his expression serious and vigilant. "I suspect there's a foreign entity invading here. When I just arrived, I noticed the ghost energy suddenly became very thick, and what's more, the swamp was lifted into the air." Hearing this, Zhanglin quickly explained, "I'm really sorry, that was me doing a mission. I needed to dig up the swamp." The ghost envoy seemed to not understand yet. He smiled, turned around and patted Zhanglin's shoulder, saying, "So it was you, brother. You should have said so earlier." It was only now that he suddenly realized, his eyes widening as he flinched and shouted, "It was you?" Zhanglin just replied calmly, "If there are no accidents, yes." After that, Zhanglin performed a few moves to let his friend see with his own eyes. Seeing such a powerful person for the first time, the ghost envoy turned pale and forced a smile, saying, "Ha ha ha, it's fine, brother, you continue, keep going." After saying that, he was so scared that he ran away. As he ran, he screamed in his heart, "Ah, a big shot is right in front of me, boo-hoo, how embarrassing."
Zhanglin saw this person suddenly crying and howling strangely. He couldn't understand what was going on with this person anymore. Could it be that the ghost envoys in this southern hall were all like this? After that, Zhanglin quietly continued with his work, dealing with the rest of the swamp. After finishing, Zhanglin wandered around and discovered a white rat ghost eating its prey. It had also spotted Zhanglin. It sniffed its nose to catch Zhanglin's scent, identifying him as a juicy prey. Then the rat ghost rushed over, baring its sharp claws and sharp teeth at Zhanglin. A moment later, Zhanglin subdued the rat into his white back. Afterward, he looked around and thought that there were quite a few ghosts and monsters in this place. He could take the opportunity while in the southern hall to stroll around a few more times and train his skills. Returning to the mission center of the southern hall underworld, Zhanglin was carrying a file folder in his hand. He was planning to go and compile his experiences. While walking on the road, he brushed past a familiar figure. The little puppy saw Zhanglin. Its eyes lit up, and it wagged its tail, wanting to run to Zhanglin. Woof woof. Chinjojo therefore also noticed him, and she smiled. "Oh." The puppy jumped off Chinjojo and rushed to hug Zhanglin's leg. Chinjojo ran over and said embarrassedly, "I'm really sorry. Maybe it smelled the hot pot on you. Did you just come back from a mission?" She asked this because she saw the file folder in Zhanglin's hand. Hearing this, Zhanglin nodded and said, "Yeah, did you harvest anything today?" This little girl did a 360-degree turn, dodging Zhanglin's question to ask back, "Let's eat barbecue today." Hearing this, Zhanglin was left speechless and said, "Changing the subject that fast?" Chinjojo clapped her hands with a joyful smile. Hee hee.
Latest news, we can't enter the cultivation room anymore because the cultivation room is full tonight. Zhanglin accepted it with a helpless expression. "All right, this time you should enter through the main door. Don't climb the wall anymore." Jinjonjo happily walked alongside Zhanglin and said, Hey, all right, for the sake of you agreeing to eat with me, I will let you know a piece of news." After that, Jinjonjo lowered her voice, just enough for Zhanglin to hear. Today, Lu Buwei locked himself in prison. He went to be neighbors with that winged ghost, the guy who smashed our boat when we arrived. This news was truly earth-shattering. Zhanglin was rarely emotional, but when he heard Jinjonjo say this, his eyes widened. "What?" Zhanglin doubtfully asked Jinjonjo, "Does the place where ghosts are locked up serve as training for ghost envoys?" Jinjonjo replied with a very calm expression, "No, he purely wanted to go find ghosts to fight. 2 days ago, Lu Buwei even asked her if there was any place more exciting than the arena." Hearing this from behind, Zhanglin could only gulp down his saliva. In the future, he really should stay away from intelligence ghost envoys to avoid being tricked and still having to count money for them. Jinjonjo expressed her intention to go buy some ingredients and asked Zhanglin if there was anything else he wanted to know. Zhanglin walked right behind her. He planned to visit the cultivation room of the southern hall to ask what time it would be less crowded. Seeing that he didn't ask anything else, Jinjonjo also left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say goodbye to him. "Okay, see you at the dormitory at 12 midnight, not forgetting to add a mischievous smile. Seeing her so playful, Zhanglin only answered, "All right," without saying anything else, knowing that this girl was always so energetic. At the intermediate cultivation room, people formed a long line waiting to enter the rooms. Zhanglin stepped to the front of the room, right behind the line of people waiting. Holding a map, he could feel the heat of the cultivation room just by looking at the scene before him. It seemed the cultivation room of the Southern Hall was very popular. He could only come back here at another time. At this time, the little boy that Uncle Meng had assigned to be his guide finally appeared with a bruised and battered look.
Jianglin sighed because he just realized how popular the Southern Hall's cultivation room was. When he felt he was about to be discovered by Jianglin, this little boy quickly bent down and hurried away from the line.
The little boy hid behind someone who was lining up, secretly watching. Seeing that Jianglin didn't seem to notice him, the boy finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lord Zhang didn't spot me, otherwise he would definitely find out that I didn't tell him the cultivation room of the Southern Hall was very sought after. Just as he took a few breaths, feeling lucky because if Jianglin felt that he had come all this way for nothing, what would he do if his guiding fee was cut in half later? The boy just turned around, only to find a ghost envoy standing in front of him with a pale and gloomy face without a drop of blood. The ghost envoy grabbed the boy, informing him that Lord Zhang Kui was looking at him. Perhaps it was related to the incident last time when he and Dong Ran vandalized the dormitory prepared for the ghost envoys of the Eastern Hall. The boy felt something was wrong and wanted to refuse, asking the ghost envoy if he could choose not to go. The ghost envoy immediately replied, no, reminding him not to make Lord Zhang Kui wait too long. The boy became dejected and reluctantly agreed. Arriving at Lord Zhang Kui's place, Lord Zhang Kui was in the study room reviewing documents, feeling that recently the number of people making offerings and burning paper money for the Southern Hall had increased. But there was a problem. The addresses on their paper money were written unclearly, making it impossible to be stored in the Underworld's treasury. However, if the ghost had money in their hands, they would spend it. Once the coins were circulated, the Southern Hall, being a place that accommodated ghosts, would also be a place to reap benefits. Some projects could already be started. This was a good opportunity.
The little boy sent by Uncle Mang finally arrived at Lord Zhang Kui's place. Being overly terrified, he stammered a bit. Lord Zhang Kui, I have arrived. Lord Zhang Kui, just putting his book down, was enough to make him turn pale with fear, shrinking his whole body in submission. Lord Zhang Kui then began to ask, 2 days ago, you and Zhong Yao destroyed room number 6. How much money is still owed? Replying to Lord Zhang Kui, the boy answered, currently it is still 1/10. Zhang Kui asked the boy, if you were given a job to earn money, would you want to do it? While the boy still thought Lord Zhang Kui was demanding the money to repair the room he had destroyed and was about to ask for an extension on the repayment time, we will definitely pay it in full. Feeling that such a good opportunity wouldn't come easily, he became even more afraid. Could it be that he did something wrong again? Did Lord Zhang Kui decide to settle the score later? But upon hearing that he could earn money, he really couldn't pass up this opportunity. Oh, earn money. Zhang Kui asked the boy again, right, do you want to do it? The boy immediately rushed forward. Yes, of course I will do it. Lord Zhang Kui, what is it? What do I need to do? He gleefully approached Zhang Kui, which even took him by surprise. The meaning was already clear from the words. Zhang Kui's intention was exactly to let him earn money. Jianglin had just finished his live stream in the dorm. That's all for today's live stream. See you tomorrow. He pressed the button to end the live stream. At the same time, the sound of knocking on the door outside echoed right on time. Knock, knock, knock. It was Chin Zhou. Since it was exactly dinner time, she had invited a friend to eat together to make it more lively. From now on, everyone would be dining companions. The friend accompanying Chin Zhou stepped forward to greet Jianglin. Good evening, he. He even brought a large bag of food, making it look as if he were leaving his hometown for good. Jianglin didn't feel there was any problem either, so he invited them inside. Chin Zhou's friend and she were setting up the dining table, while Jianglin was preparing the food for dinner.
Chin Cho blew the fire. A barbecue immediately took place, and Jianglin ate and drank with the two of them. Chin Cho cleverly sprinkled a lot of chili powder on her friend's portion to help him perform a fire-breathing circus trick. She really knows how to tease others. Jianglin looked at the two of them. With Chin Cho here today, what if they said something that couldn't be broadcasted? But in the end, he felt he should just drop it and continue the live stream anyway. After all, his daily mission for today was already completed. It was already late at night. The dinner for the three of them was finally over. Chin Cho and her friend were both full and holding their stomachs. Chin Cho assigned the after-meal chores right away. See, everyone does a task. You will take the stove outside later, and she, Chin Cho, will clear the food. See happily agreed immediately, saying to leave it to him, and told Chin Cho to rest. It would be her turn next time. Chin Cho thought that was fine. See happily picked up the things to clean up. Jianglin only then locked the door in the room. He looked at Chin Cho. Ding dong! Chin Cho patted Jianglin's shoulder. You ate my meal. Your news has arrived. According to her words, in 5 days, information about the special level mission would appear. If Jianglin wanted to try, he could go to the mission center. Hearing Chin Cho's words, Jianglin was also extremely nervous and excited. The special level mission had finally arrived. Jianglin thanked her. Many thanks. Chin Cho left, only replying to him that it was just a small matter. Jianglin returned to the dormitory. He sat on the bed again, continuing to study Volume 1 of the Basic Southern Hall Cultivation Manual.
Jianglin's state of mind changed instantly. In this training manual, all his questions were answered. Why those guys in heaven had 72 transformations and could have wind, storms, and lightning, while the underworld was limited to yin energy and ghost energy. After a person dies, the internal structure of a ghost's body forms a principle.
If we can utilize external objects to form ghost energy and ghostly entities, why not try exploring ourselves? It is obvious that our own bodies are the true treasures, an incredibly abundant resource vault. The more Zhang Lin absorbed, the more he felt his cultivation level rising to a new height. The basic cultivation manual of the Southern Hall immediately turned to the second volume upon sensing Zhang Lin. His cultivation level had gone up a notch. Moving to the second volume, Zhang Lin absorbed even more profound knowledge. True strength comes from being strong oneself. Now he never doubted the latent characteristics within everyone's soul and inner body. Whether it was the capacity to create or the ability to execute, they were all incredibly precious. Zhang Lin sank deep into his consciousness to cultivate. His cultivation process finally came to an end. When he put the manual down, it had already reached the third volume.
Zhang Lin just opened his eyes, restoring his original state. Zhang Lin was still sitting motionless on the bed. Zhang Lin still couldn't believe that his cultivation level had upgraded so quickly in a year, and he couldn't find a way to settle it. He didn't expect that he couldn't find a way in the Eastern Hall, but could find one in the Southern Hall, though he needed to reinforce his ghost energy foundation a bit. The arena in the ghost market didn't allow ghosts of the Ghost King level to go up. Zhang Lin had to find another high-level arena. There were many places in the underworld that Zhang Lin had never been to. Perhaps when taking on missions, he could also visit a few places. That way he could broaden his horizons and accumulate more experience. In the Southern Hall, Zhang Lin could only rely on that little ghost. However, it seemed he hadn't seen it for a few days. Maybe it had been ordered away by someone. Returning to the modern city, gold coins were fluttering everywhere again. The two little ghosts sent by Lord Zhangquai were both stunned by this scene. A gold coin even flew and stuck to the face of the little ghost that Uncle Meng had instructed to guide Zhang Lin. As soon as the accompanying little ghost saw the money, its eyes sparkled. With so much money, we'll be able to pay off all our debts, right? The two little ghost brothers happily ran all over the city picking up gold coins, with the bright goal of paying off their debts ahead. Of course we can, of course we can. After picking for half a day, the two brothers had collected 2 large baskets of gold coins. When the two little ghosts were happily planning to continue picking up gold coins, they came across a mortal with mortal eyes mumbling something. Little friends of the underworld, Lord's ghost envoy, this is all money burned for the Southern Hall of the Underworld. Everyone, take it to your cultivation room. Eat a little more, drink a little more, don't be polite. Then he clasped his hands again, his mouth pleading more and more. That's right, once everyone gets the money, don't stay anymore. If you really want to thank me, you can help me ask about my ancestors, or help me take care of the ghosts of my family down there. Thank you very much. The money had just been burned and immediately reached the hands of the little ghosts. The two little ghosts and him looked at each other with 6 eyes. Could it be that he could see them? But a gust of wind blew past, making the paper money fly everywhere. He hurriedly looked around but couldn't see anyone anymore. But suddenly he became panicked. It seemed he just saw something flash before his eyes. Could it be a ghost? He himself thought he was going to die. The last time he burned joss paper, he was still missing one person.
The purple-haired little ghost picked up the hell coin and continued its work. Noticing something unusual, the little ghost turned to its older brother and said, "Brother, he said this is money burned for the Southern Hall, but the address they wrote is incorrect." This little ghost then came up with an idea. It turned back and asked its brother, "So do we need to tell them the exact address? That way we can just sit idle and count money." Hearing its younger brother's wicked intention, the other little ghost knocked it on the head. "Of course not." The little ghost reminded its brother, "Revealing the underworld's address will bring disaster to humans." The younger brother rubbed the bump on its head and said sullenly, "I was just joking." Moreover, it was even more curious why these people started burning money, but the two little ghosts couldn't go and notify everyone individually. The older brother little ghost reminded the younger brother to hurry up and keep picking them up, as this was a rare opportunity. Back in the underworld, at the mission center of the Southern Hall's underworld, Zhang Lin was holding the manual and continuing his research. By now, he knew that one could use ghost energy to create weapons and ghost artifacts. Didn't that mean one could use external objects to merge with oneself? All things have characteristics. As long as their advantages are maximized, can we apply those advantages to ourselves? It seemed that the content of the third volume, besides synthesizing the knowledge of the first 2 volumes, also expanded into external objects. But wait, Zhang Lin started to wonder, what is an external object? A feather fell from the sky, catching Zhang Lin's attention. Zhang Lin reached out and caught the feather. Then he saw someone with wings gliding past from behind. Zhang Lin realized, the wings on the ghosts of the Southern Hall, could they be the external objects mentioned in the book? Zhang Lin stepped inside. To turn these things from thoughts into reality, the road he had to travel was still very long. Stepping inside, he saw many 3D screens in front of him.
A ting sound rang out. The screen suddenly became completely blank. Zhang Lin didn't think that the ghost envoys of the mission center would make such a minimal mistake, but the screen in front of his eyes suddenly changed again. The screen displayed a special mission because the person who accepted the mission last time could not complete it within 10 days. Opening the special mission, issuing 10 mission cards, mission requirement, Ghost King Realm and above. It was exactly as Chinzuzu had said, truly worthy of being a ghost from the intelligence squad. Her information was indeed fast and accurate. John Lin approached the mission reception area. I want to accept that mission with the yellow text. The mission registrar asked Zhang Lin again to make sure. Ghost King Realm and above? Zhang Lin replied to him. Yes. This person left a sign saying, temporarily away, please wait at the counter. It seemed he was planning to guide Zhang Lin to the mission reception place. He told him to come over here with him. He led Zhang Lin to a place. According to him, special level missions are related to gods and have certain requirements for the ghosts accepting the mission. Because this is a rule of the underworld, only ghosts to the Ghost King Realm and above can see special level missions. He stepped forward and touched the orb on the table, his face showing a bit of fear. Zhang Lin immediately sensed the middle stage Ghost King Realm cultivation. He turned around and said Zhang Lin had passed the test. Next, he would explain the content of this mission to Zhang Lin. If, after clearly understanding this information, he still wanted to accept the mission, only then would he dare to take out the mission card. Hearing this, Zhang Lin immediately agreed. According to him, a god's body contains immense power. If a god's body or inner mind is affected, the resulting reaction after death is also very large, for example, producing an inner demon. Through the path of reincarnation, many gods will utilize the power of reincarnation and rebirth to nourish their vitality. The body of the reincarnated person will retain their divinity. When the time comes, the divinity hidden in their bodies, along with temporarily hidden powers, will emerge once again to help them return to their divine status. Of course, there are also situations where the nourishment fails. The internal condition of the body not only does not improve, but on the contrary, becomes increasingly worse. For these types of gods nourishing their vitality, the underworld records them in a book to regularly check their condition. He reminded Zhang Lin that this special mission involves a reincarnating god whose inner corruption erupted, leading to an unexpected accident on the way to work. After he died, the power hidden in his body burst out, creating a special ghost domain that affected the environment within a 100-mile radius. Zhang Lin still had questions about this special ghost domain.
He explained to Zhang Lin that currently it could be confirmed that the ghost domain still possessed a lot of strong killing power. Therefore, according to their judgment, when this reincarnated person died, they harbored some kind of strong lingering obsession, and their lingering obsession had created this ghost domain. He showed Zhang Lin the contents first, before talking about the next part. Zhang Lin held it and looked, seeming extremely interested. The papers stated the name of the ghost domain and general regulations describing the mission. Currently, there were at least 5 humans being dragged in by this ghost domain. The underworld had tried to cut off the ghost domain's connection with these humans from the outside, but the results were not optimistic. Mission requirements: ensure the safety of the humans and free them from the ghost domain's binding from the inside. Mission note: this type of ghost domain will suck away human souls, causing their human bodies in the mortal realm to fall into a coma or become vegetative. He then continued to hand more contents to Zhang Lin. So there were other requirements? He said that if the binding could not be resolved from the inside this time, they would implement forced violent measures to sever the ties binding the humans. According to the contents on the second piece of paper, forced violence could produce negative impacts. Once a special level mission is discovered, a ghost envoy will go to assess the difficulty and characteristics, then assign it to suitable ghost envoys. But if that ghost envoy cannot complete it within a certain period of time, it might have already caused a huge impact on the ghost domain. The mission center will proceed with the second measure: open the mission, invite qualified individuals, and find 10 suitable ghost envoys to complete this mission together. Ghost envoy requirements: the ghost domain requires the Ghost King realm or above. If this mission still cannot be completed, the mission center will proceed with the third option: violent execution. Regarding violent execution, he told Zhang Lin to understand it simply as direct destruction. Now that he had finished explaining the mission, he asked if Zhang Lin would accept this mission. Zhang Lin did not hesitate and immediately agreed. I accept.
After hearing his agreement to accept the mission, he handed him the mission card for the special grade mission. He didn't forget to wish him luck and say thanks. Teleporting to another place, Zhang Lin stepped out of the gate and immediately turned on his screen to start the live stream. Today, he would be doing a special mission. As soon as he turned on the screen, comments from the viewers flooded in. Today, the streamer actually has free time to explain things to us. Let me go to the window to see if the sun is rising. Today, my left eyelid kept twitching. It turns out something good is really happening. Streamer, new fan here, checking in. Streamer, where are we going today? Catching bad guys or finding things? Zhang Lin coughed a few times. This mission was a bit special. He reminded everyone to be careful with their words later. The viewers immediately agreed, but based on the previous unpredictable behavior of the netizens, he was still a bit uneasy. Zhang Lin moved across the buildings. He opened the mission card to check the information. The incident location was next to a road. Mission details: according to the investigation by the staff at the mission center, at that time, the reincarnator was on his way to work, but while walking, the condition inside his body suddenly deteriorated. The mutated body after death has been integrated into this area. Mission keywords: teacher, exam location. The reincarnator who died was a teacher.
Mission deadline. Within 10 days, you must quickly arrive at the location and complete the mission. After that, he put the card away to continue moving. Arriving at a section of the road, Jiang Lin felt that this special grade mission was extremely mysterious. If he hadn't obtained the mission card, he wouldn't have been able to sense that there was a ghost domain here at all.
Jiang Lin stepped onto the ground. He opened the mission card again. He moved forward while opening the mission card to pinpoint his location. The screen of the mission card suddenly changed. Jiang Lin also put the card away and reached his hand forward. A roaring blue flame radiated from his arm. Jiang Lin sensed something from the flame. He reached his hand forward. His entire body teleported to another place. Jiang Lin was standing in a classroom. Inside, there was only one desk and one chair. Jiang Lin released his ghost energy to scout the surroundings. Sensing that it basically couldn't leave this room, he didn't gather much more information. Jiang Lin immediately retracted his ghost energy, but a ghost domain absolutely couldn't be this small, making his suspicions grow. A small flame gleamed in his hand. He pointed at a spot. Instantly, the wall in front shattered. Large chunks of the wall crumbled and fell. Jiang Lin continued walking. However, everything restored to its original state.
Jiang Lin began to become more alert to his surroundings. In his hands, he started to form arrows. As soon as he threw them into the air, the space before his eyes was instantly torn apart, but then it restored to its original state. This made Jiang Lin start to recall the rules within a ghost domain. If he didn't figure out the rules of this room, he might not be able to clearly see the entire ghost domain even if he went outside, just like the female ghost proposing marriage from last time. A ghost domain is a spatial area created by a ghost, transformed into their own minor realm. This is a ghost domain, and the laws within a ghost domain are created by ghosts. Some ghosts will build all kinds of houses and furniture just to live in. Some ghosts will use it for other purposes. For example, the female ghost who came to propose marriage and played a game of truth. Between heaven and earth there are laws, and within a ghost domain there are also laws. Once a law is formed within a ghost domain, it is equivalent to the law of this world. Trying to break it using magic power is extremely difficult, and moreover, the loss would be immense. He said to the robot. Similarly, the ghost domain we encountered before had no rules, equivalent to an unlocked room that you can enter and exit freely. This ghost domain is exactly the lock of the room. It needs the law to be deciphered to open the door. Next, we need to find clues and decipher the law of this room. Both Jiang Lin and the robot were floating in the room. Jiang Lin started to notice. The clue to the whole room is exactly this piece of paper. Could it be that this rule wants me to solve a test question? A dignified ghost envoy, living in the underworld for hundreds of years, is not an academic-type ghost either, so is it really appropriate to do this? Jiang Lin picked up the piece of paper with a doubtful look.
However, since the mission center issued this mission and didn't require ghost envoys to study formal academics to participate, it probably wouldn't be too difficult. Jiang Lin sat down and picked up his pen. The countdown timer started for 1 hour and 30 minutes. Just as he sat down to look at the exam paper, the chat channel immediately exploded. Lord Ghost Envoy has to take a Mortal Realm exam? Am I seeing things? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Functions, parabolas, geometry? Damn it, it's really an exam from our mortal realm. Sure enough, even becoming a ghost doesn't let you escape this ordeal. Damn it, why do I still see the math exam that gives me the biggest headache in the underworld? Could it be that I'm dreaming and haven't woken up yet? I suspect I'm having a nightmare. Someone wake me up. The viewers who were still students attending school were also extremely surprised. Damn, an exam? Do ghost envoys also have to take mortal realm exams? Not only students, but viewers everywhere were astonished to see a ghost envoy taking an exam. 2 teachers were even worrying if this year's exam questions would be leaked. Should they change to the 8th set of exam papers? If the difficulty was too high, would the students be able to accept it? A mother watching the live stream also had to pull her daughter over and ask, "Daughter, I just watched a live stream where a teacher seemed to be talking about this year's exam paper. Do you want to watch it with me?" The girl took one look and immediately recognized that this was an Underworld live stream, and the streamer was a dead person. The chat channel below was frantically giving Jiang Lin the answers. Streamer, choose A for question 1, choose C for question 2. Streamer, you can do it, slaughter them, leaving no piece of armor behind. I've checked the fill-in-the-blank question twice. The answer is probably 2. I advise you to speak cautiously. It's still not too late to shut up now. The streamer said to be cautious when speaking. Stop, brothers, please calm down. Jiang Lin, getting hints from the viewers, quickly scribbled down the answers. When the mission center issued the mission, there were only requirements regarding the cultivation level, so it was probably fine if everyone helped him out. The loudspeaker started announcing, "There are 5 minutes left for the exam. Candidates, please pay attention to the time. 30 seconds left." Finally, time was up. The bell started ringing loudly. Ring, 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 ring. At that exact moment, Jiang Lin put his pen down. His exam paper automatically flew up, just hovering in the air. Finally, the exam was graded right on the spot. The paper seemed to have been graded. The result made Jiang Lin even more nervous. There were no other ghosts around, so it must be the laws of nature operating the magic power.
The final exam paper was finally returned. On the paper was a continuous series of X marks along with a bright red score of 16.
A strange voice broadcast over the speaker again. Study hard, improve every day. Men at their birth are naturally good. Their natures are much the same. Their habits become wildly different. 9981, 6742, 7963. Zhang Lin immediately stood up, only to appear at a construction site. The staff members were working extremely hard in the hot weather. Zhang Lin felt great admiration for the scene before him. To be able to create such a ghost domain after death, just how powerful must that god have been when they were alive? The staff member suddenly stopped walking. When he turned toward Zhang Lin, the number 10 appeared on his face. He asked Zhang Lin, "What is the formula for calculating the surface area of a cylinder?" Zhang Lin was a bit surprised. What kind of rule is this again? Asking questions in a classroom. Immediately, the number on his face changed from 10 to 0, but then it turned back into the face of a normal person. Was this person picking up a brick to finish Zhang Lin off? He shouted loudly, "Why didn't you answer? Why don't you study hard?" He threw the brick at Zhang Lin. "Why don't you study hard? Is studying not good?" Zhang Lin gently dodged that brick with just a tilt of his head. However, every edge and corner of the brick was as sharp as a knife, causing Zhang Lin's hair to be cut off. He continued to grab more bricks from the cart, continuing to ask Zhang Lin why he didn't answer his question. He became even more furious. "Why don't you study hard? Why?" His hands threw bricks swiftly. Zhang Lin realized that seeing Zhang Lin not answering, he started attacking. So the 10 seconds just now was the time to answer. Before, it was a test. This time, it was answering questions. Could it be that this place is based on a school model, and maybe there will be a time for school dismissal?
Before he could even finish saying why, Zhang Lin's hand had already reached his face. He decisively made a swift strike, causing this male staff member to fall to the ground. Several other workers from afar also heard and saw this, immediately stopping their unfinished work. Even the crane stopped, but it suddenly moved in a strange direction. The crane's arm was aiming right at Zhang Lin. On the faces of the workers inside, a 10-second timer appeared, along with a question. What is the formula for the surface area of a cylinder? How do you calculate the volume of a cylinder? Zhang Lin was no longer holding back. Ghost energy enveloped his arm. Zhang Lin suddenly heard someone answering, "I don't know, stop asking, stop asking. Even if you ask 100 more times, I still won't know." Zhang Lin saw another person appear in this ghost domain, running towards him in a terrified panic. Behind him were many workers holding weapons with ferocious expressions, chasing him as if they wanted to beat him up. He cried and wailed while running all over the construction site. "Spare the child, I haven't even grown up yet." Following right behind him was a mathematical terror. What are the sine and cosine formulas for 3 angles? What is the general equation of a circle? Run? Where to? Why haven't you come back to answer the question? He finally noticed Zhang Lin standing right next to him.
Leon grabbed his hand, asking if he was a newcomer. Then he pulled Zhang Lin to run along with him, saying, "Run, why are you still standing there dazed? These people can beat people to death." Zhang Lin guessed these were probably people from the mission center. The person was pulled inside. Another worker appeared right behind Zhang Lin. He carried a large shovel and shouted loudly, "Don't run." Zhang Lin also didn't let him touch him. He focused his aura to counterattack. With just one move, he blew all of them away. While he was still running headlong, Zhang Lin had already taken care of them. Where did he pull him into? He immediately slammed the door shut. He even locked the door. Where did he get the key from? These workers frantically pursued to ask questions. "Come out here and answer the questions," waving sticks and shovels together like a parade like this. He only breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. At this time, he sat down and asked Zhang Lin, "Did you just arrive today? You are dressed up as Heian Bai Wuchang. Do you want to be Heian Bai Wuchang?" Zhang Lin instead asked what was on his head. He asked Zhang Lin what he thought. Was it cool? This is Iron Man. Zhang Lin asked him why it was on his head like that. He expressed that he didn't know either. He wanted himself to become Iron Man, and so it turned out like this. But whatever, he was trapped here and couldn't get out anyway. It was all the same. At this moment, Zhang Lin finally realized. It turned out that within the laws of this ghost domain, there was also a part of imagination that can make imaginations become concrete. Therefore, when he saw him, he assumed that he wanted to be He and Bai Wuchang. He then introduced himself as Fu Ye and asked for his name. Zhang Lin answered with his name. "My name is Zhang Lin." He then asked him, out of all the subjects, did he have a strong subject? Zhang Lin answered him that he was pretty good at fighting. Did that count? As for physical education, then that was not like him. But being able to run also meant running with all his might when facing a question he couldn't answer. Zhang Lin asked him what if he couldn't run in time. Then, just wait for death. He answered so calmly. Can't fight back? Zhang Lin thought to himself. Could it be that this space only had 2 types of choices, running away and answering questions? But just now when he sent those workers flying, it seemed the ghost domain didn't show any reaction mechanism. No, at that time, all those workers looked over, seemingly wanting to surround Zhang Lin. Fu Ye then said, "Fight back? Do you think the opponent is human? Those ghosts won't die. Even if they die, more ghosts will appear. This is a nightmare. Yes, exactly a nightmare. This is a nightmare from which one can never wake up." Zhang Lin wanted to know more clearly what kind of place this really was.
Fu Ye sighed and answered him that one day he woke up and was already here. At this moment, our male lead Zhang Lin, Bai Wuchang, was sitting leaning against the wall talking with Fu Ye.
This guy was confiding in him that being here is like being in a school, going to class every day, finishing class, taking breaks. It's just that the teaching method of this school is a bit scary and different from other schools. This period is a Nath class. We just need to wait until class is over, then we can go gather with the others. The male lead spoke up and asked, "What about the others? How many more people are there?" Fuyei immediately replied, "Of course, I'm not the only one. There are also..." Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of drums rang out. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he heard the drum beats, Fuyei's facial expression changed rapidly. His face turned pale and clearly showed fear. Then he approached the door and peeked out to observe secretively, to the surprise of the male lead. Fuyei slightly opened the door and saw something that looked like a pair of very hairy legs, which made him jump in fright. Then he panicked and cried out, "Damn it, it arrived so quickly." Zhang Lin said in surprise, "What arrived so quickly?" Fuyei collapsed, sat blankly leaning against the wall and muttered, "The math test is really hard. If only the top student Han Sisi were here." At this time, our male lead approached the door. After seeing the thing on the other side, he was also startled. He closed the door again and thought to himself, "What kind of test is this again? Perhaps Fuyei understands it. If he had never encountered it before, his complexion definitely wouldn't have become so poor just now. It was just that his appearance at this moment was such that this guy Fuyei had become unconscious and was drooling from his mouth." Zhang Lin said helplessly, "Do you know..." Before he could finish, Fuyei said, "Brother, relying on two idiots like us, we won't be able to come up with the answer." At this time, he woke up, crying 2 streams of tears while continuing, "Without an answer, we can't escape anyway. Brother, learn from me, just lie still and ignore the world." Hearing this, our male lead was also helpless and couldn't say anything more. He lay down again. Who wouldn't want to use knowledge to massacre all directions and kill those evil ghosts without leaving a piece of armor behind? But if we don't have knowledge, we just don't have knowledge. This can't be faked, so stop trying. At this time, the bell rang again. Clang, 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 and another sound came out. Creak, 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 creak.
Fuyei quickly and unexpectedly pulled Zhang Lin's hand down. He pulled the male lead to lie near him and said, "Brother, close your eyes. Maybe the physical pain will be slightly reduced." Our male lead had no choice but to lie still, feeling helpless. At this moment, many dense cracks continuously appeared on the ceiling above. Suddenly, a large hand grabbed something and rushed down quickly. It was a man with a giant physique who spoke out the problem. Given the function f of x equals 12 minus x squared. Question 1. Find the equation of the tangent line to the curve y equals f of x with a slope of -2. Question 2. Let the area of the triangle formed by the tangent line to the curve y equals f of x at point t f of t and the coordinate axes be s of t. Find the minimum value of s of t. Now, after hearing the problem, Fuyei fell into deep thought. Then he replied, "Let me calculate it." The giant man continued, "The function formula f of x equals 12 minus x squared." At this time, Fuyei stood up and walked away. He tightly grasped the male lead's wrist and whispered to him, "Are you ready?" He was still extremely surprised and answered, "What?" Fuyei immediately ran away at a very fast speed, shouting as he ran, "What do you mean, what? Of course we are running away." Zhang Lin said again, "Didn't you want to lie still and let things be?" Fuyei quickly replied, "This is a strategy to lure the enemy."
Once this kind of question starts, it can be asked for at least 30 seconds, and after it finishes speaking, it will repeat once. Only a ghost knows where we will be after waking up. Dying multiple times in the same place will turn you into a lunatic. Let's run quickly. As he spoke, he raised both hands to hold his head, his face showing extreme unease mixed with sheer terror. That large man still sat motionless there, but 3 of his smaller clones were relentlessly chasing the male lead and Fuyei at a very fast speed. He continued, "Given the function fx equals 12 minus x squared. Question 1. Find the tangent equation to the curve y equals fx with a slope of -2. Zhang Lin immediately asked Fuyei, "Is answering the only way to stop them?" Fuyei quickly replied, "What's the point of 2 uneducated guys like us thinking about this? Running is the most important thing right now." As they were running, a large rock suddenly appeared and fell right in front of them, causing Fuyei to break abruptly. He anxiously turned back and asked Zhang Lin, "Are we going to die here today? Where will we respawn next time? I begged to spawn during PE class, but do they even have PE class here? It seems not. We are doomed. I have to die a few more times." At this moment, our male lead's face darkened, and a blue flame began to ignite in his hand. A ghost-beating stick then appeared right on the palm of the male lead, and his body radiated a massive amount of power energy. He swung the stick toward the rock, his power entirely enveloping this large rock to the amazement of Fuyei. Instantly, the rock flew up and hovered right above the head of that large man, and then quickly dropped heavily onto him. Witnessing such a scene, Fuyei panicked extremely. His face turned pale as he screamed out loud, "Oh, oh, oh." At this time, Fuyei turned around and dazedly asked our male lead, "Holy crap, Big Shot. How could you do that, Big Shot?" Ignoring his brainless question, Zhang Lin then grabbed the back collar of Fuyei's shirt, and then the 2 of them pulled each other into the air. Fuyei's face at this time was still very absent-minded, unable to fully understand what was happening. The sun at this moment was red, and the sky here was extremely gloomy and gray.
After flying for a while, our male lead and Fuye landed on the ground. From behind, he panicked and exclaimed, You can fly? Zhang Lin turned around and replied, I also know how to fight. Fuye stuttered again. Then can you beat that giant? He coldly replied briefly, I can. Fuye raised his hand, wiping his sweat while saying, Then why do we need to run away like this? So the questions he just asked me were because of this? Zhang Lin then answered, I don't understand the rules here. Right at this moment, a massive vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. From that vortex, dense lightning continuously appeared and crackled, which caught the male lead's attention. He began to say, It seems the other ghost envoys have also arrived. At the same time, in another place, a person slammed his hand hard on the 2020 National Math exam paper and shouted, Damn it, I'm already dead. What the hell am I taking an exam for? That was a very fat and large ghost envoy. He angrily kicked the desk in front of him over and then said, Since you want to make things difficult for me, then I will use my fists to teach you how to behave. At this time, he slammed a hand heavily onto the ground, creating many cracks emitting sources of blue energy. After that, he felt extremely smug and crossed his hands behind his back, but it recovered incredibly fast.
Seeing this, the fat ghost envoy was extremely stunned and exclaimed, Damn it, that actually works? Interesting, then let's see if your recovery speed is faster or my fists are faster. At the same time, he lifted his leg. Instantly, he hovered in midair again, with 2 sources of power on both arms, but everything restored to normal again. Seeing this, he let out a breath and told himself that as long as he finds an opportunity, fists are more effective than the pen. Ditsi Gui, the sage's teachings, first be filial and fraternal, next be careful and trustworthy. If there is surplus energy, then study, love all equally, and be close to the virtuous. When parents instruct, do not be lazy to act. When parents call, answer without hesitation. In winter, keep them warm. In summer, keep them cool. This ghost envoy was tightly holding his ears in helplessness. In the morning, greet them. In the evening, make sure they rest well. Before going out, you must inform them. Upon returning, you must see them face to face.
Guhu Tungyevo. Hearing those things, this fat ghost envoy continuously felt disoriented and furious, his whole body trembling non-stop before shouting, Get lost! He put both hands on his head, covering his ears so he wouldn't have to hear these things. His face clearly showed extreme discomfort, sweating profusely, and at this moment he opened his eyes. There was no one around here. Suddenly he realized something, but there was not a single soul in this spacious room. He stepped closer to the desk and looked at the 2020 National Mathematics exam paper, sweating again. Holding the math exam in his hand, he exclaimed, Damn it, in this god-forsaken place, even fists are useless. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have accepted this mission. While speaking, he pulled out the chair to sit down and started writing something on the paper, saying again, If it's a test of knowledge, why not send those elegant scholars over here? Isn't this just making things difficult for people who use their fists like us? In another space at this same time, another ghost envoy stepped out from a spatial rift. He looked at a piece of paper placed neatly on the desk and exclaimed, Sure enough, there is a test. Immediately, he sat at the desk and worked attentively. The bell started ringing. Ring, 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 ring. At this moment, the ghost envoy was holding the 2022 National Literature exam paper with a total score of 150 points, and he scored 125 points. Looking at the exam paper, he smiled faintly and thought to himself, I really have a talent for studying. Right at this moment, a lot of smoke carrying blue energy suddenly flew over and hovered above his head, making a whooshing sound that caught him completely off guard. Instantly, a giant energy hand reached down and tightly grabbed the ghost envoy's entire body, making him unable to move, and then it immediately kicked him with a very powerful strike.
A foot stepped right through this energy source, and then the whole body passed through this blue energy source, emitting a sizzling sound. The young man panted continuously, a clear look of exhaustion on his face. The system's blue panel appeared right in front of him. Ghost Domain Entrance Exam, 2 of the known rules. Players who exceed the required score will be kicked out of the Ghost Domain. Only teach students with poor academic performance. At this time, he was standing in front of a vast space. After reading the system panel, he thought to himself, so that's how it is. Immediately, the spatial rift vanished with a whoosh. This young man had returned to the classroom from earlier, looking toward the desk where a 2020 National Physics exam paper was placed. He sat down at the desk again and thought, Physics? What is this? Guessing blindly this time won't get me kicked out again, right? Over at the male lead Zhang Lin's side at this moment, Fu Ye was hugging him in fear. The energy source above their heads was gradually dissipating. The bell suddenly rang ring ring ring, startling Fu Ye. Then he quickly lay down on the ground and said, Class is finally over. I need to rest a bit next. After school time is our free activity time. There won't be any more questions or exam papers. We can go here and there too. At this moment, he looked up at the sky and asked, What does that mean? He was looking toward the system's blue panel, which displayed the text, Next period, Physics. Seeing this, Fu Ye explained, This is the timetable. The next period is the physics class.
During this time, we can go to the library to temporarily cram. However, we have to find teammates first. As he spoke, he helplessly reached up to scratch his head.
Then he continuously looked around, and then Fouye pointed towards a direction over there where a large pillar of red smoke was rising, and exclaimed, "It's over there! Big Shot, let's go over there to regroup with the others first." He quickly agreed, "All right." Fouye pushed Zhonglin away and smiled awkwardly. "Big Shot, let me walk by myself. With you dragging me like this, I really feel uncomfortable." He asked in surprise, "Walk by yourself?" Fouye immediately replied, "Right, I'm a good sports student. My brain processes things a bit slower, but I can still memorize things. For example, A equals V minus V naught divided by T adds speed." At this moment, Zhonglin was startled, as if he had discovered something. A source of energy suddenly flew over and blew with a whoosh around Fouye's body right at this moment. At this moment, strange sources of energy continuously radiated around the body of this guy Fouye. Instantly, he started running as fast as the wind abruptly. But our male lead still caught up with the speed and said coldly, "Is this the concrete manifestation of the power of knowledge?" That made Fouye feel extremely helpless. He said awkwardly, "Perhaps so. Anyway, speaking out some corresponding knowledge can produce similar effects or abilities, but this energy also has limitations. For example, I just recited the acceleration formula. Once the speed increases to the highest level, it won't increase anymore. Oh, this kind of energy can only be used during exam time. If it could also be used during the question and answer time in class, I wouldn't have been chased by those workers like that." Hearing that, he brought his hand to his chin and listened attentively. Then he asked again, "Do you have any other discoveries?" Fouye replied, "According to our analysis, this place was created based on a school simulation, such as answering questions in class, taking exams, and having free activities after school. The same goes for knowledge. Class time is the teacher's teaching time, so we are all very passive. Only after school and during exams are we allowed to freely unleash and apply what we have learned. This place is very weird, isn't it? But we won't die. Even if we die, we don't know where we will wake up. Maybe if we die too many times, we really won't wake up anymore. But I want to continue living, at least."
"As long as we live, there is hope. What if one day I find a way to leave this place?" He then asked back, "So how long have you all been here?" At this moment, a voice called out from behind, "Fouye." It turned out to be the girl Han Sisi and Shi Young walking over. Fouye pointed at them and said to him, "Big Shot, do you see that? Over there is the top student Han Sisi. You can ask them later. They will definitely remember more clearly than I do. However, the time outside is not the same as the time in here, so I don't know if it's accurate or not." While following him, Zhonglin said, "All right, let's go over there and find them." Fouye was delighted to see his classmates. He ran over quickly and said with a smile, "Are you guys doing okay?" Han Sisi replied, "We're fine. Everything is going smoothly." Chi Young, beside her, also asked, "You didn't run into any difficult problems, did you?" Fouye put his hands behind his head and smiled. "I'm fine." "Oh right, Chi Young, Han Sisi, did you two see Sister Sin?" Han Sisi pointed to the side and said, "She went to pick up 2 other people. She should be back soon." Fouye clapped his hands together, "Ah," and then said, "Let me tell you two. Just now I—"
The sky was already bright by now. Fouye was currently introducing Zhonglin to them, saying, "Right, let me introduce to you two. This is Big Shot Zhonglin. If it weren't for him today, I would have definitely died." Chi Young and Han Sisi said in unison, "Greetings, Big Shot." Fouye continued, "Big Shot Zhang, this is Han Sisi and Chi Young. The 3 of us were the first ones to appear here." Listening to this, he smiled faintly. Then he spoke up. "Fouye said that you two have pretty good memories, so tell me what you guys have experienced. Maybe we can find a way to leave this place." Hearing this, Chi Young looked at Han Sisi and smiled meaningfully. After that, they sat down right there. Han Sisi started speaking. "After the 3 of us arrived here, we started our desperate survival. When the 3 of us first arrived, we didn't know how to cope. Fouye's strong subject is physical education, and his initial sign was childish arrogance. On top of his head was a King Kong toy. Han Sisi is an art student with excellent grades in all subjects, not biased towards any. Her initial sign was a short-haired girl walking her own path, ignoring what others said. Only after interacting for a long time did we become friends who can trust and rely on each other like now. As for Chi Young, his initial sign was cross-dressing as a woman, extremely quiet, and always on guard against everyone. Besides Sister Sin, we have a total of 6 students. The other 3 also arrived not long ago. Whether in martial arts or studies, Sister Sin is extremely formidable." Hearing her speak, Fouye smiled, while our male lead still listened very attentively. Chi Young also added, "We don't know much about the other 3. Maybe you'll know once you meet them." At this time, Fouye spoke up to ask, "Why hasn't Sister Sin returned yet?" Han Sisi smacked Fouye right on the head and said, "The next period is physics. You'd better quickly memorize some knowledge." Chi Young then threw a book at Fouye's face, making him fall backward, and said, "Memorize it quickly for me." He now had a swollen lump on his head and cried out with a sobbing face, "Sister Sin, hurry back and save me. I really don't want to memorize it." Just then, he was startled and unexpectedly looked straight ahead.
It turned out that Sister Sin was returning while carrying a girl. Seeing this, Fouye cried out with a bright face, "Look quickly, Sister Sin is back!"
Sinya was floating in midair, carrying someone in her arms who seemed to be unconscious. As soon as they saw Sinya return, everyone gathered around her and said, "Sister Sin, you're back." Sinya quickly spotted Zhang Lin and asked him, "How many slots did the mission center open this time?" He replied coldly, 10, but I don't know exactly how many people will come. Sinya said, "I'm the first one here, just call me Sinya." He also introduced himself, Zhang Lin. Shinan said, "Class is about to start. I will explain the specific situation later." He simply replied, "Okay." Then, looking at everyone else, whose faces all showed clear confusion, Sinya thought to herself, "How could I forget that these idiots are still here? But it doesn't matter whether they understand or not." After that, she spoke to everyone. "The next period is physics. Do you guys remember the knowledge I told you to memorize?" Everyone replied in unison, "We remember." Sinya said, "Good. There is still some break time left. I want to take a moment to study." Everyone chorused again, "Okay, Sister Sin." At the basketball court right now, everyone was still memorizing together. Even Fu Ye was trying extremely hard to focus on memorizing.
Xinya was standing with Qi Yang talking. "How do you calculate the magnitude of gravity?" Qi Yang immediately recited the formula, G equals mg. Then she reminded him again. "Later you must stick close to Fu Ye. Absolutely do not let him get separated and be alone." Qi Yang quickly obeyed. "Understood." Han Sisi was also extremely focused on reviewing her lessons to prepare for the next period. The bell started ringing. Xinya stood in front of everyone and said, "Try hard to survive. We must resist until the very end." Holding each other's hands, they replied, "Understood, Sister Sin." Seeing this, our male lead secretly thought in his mind, "Is class about to start? Last time it was a construction site, so where will it be this time?" Now it seems that an important phrase should be added to this ghost domain, the pursuit of survival. If the desire to survive is not strong, it will be very difficult to leave this place. At this moment, a lot of energy was swirling and rolling around him and Xinya. Fu Ye was currently falling alone from a large cloud. The livestream camera was still following and recording him. Falling onto the cloud, Fu Ye cried out in pain, "Ouch! Oh my God, where is this?" From the palm of Fu Ye's hand, a large red light suddenly appeared. He quickly jumped up and cried out, what kind of mode is this again?" The question began to appear. As shown in the figure, wooden block A is placed on a horizontal table in a static state. The total mass of the hanging weight and the tray is 0.6 kilograms. The reading of the spring dynamometer is 2 newtons. The friction of the pulley is ignored. If gently detached as shown, object A is placed on a horizontal plane, hanging an object B with a weight of 10 newtons by a fixed pulley, knowing that the maximum static friction between object B and object A is 4 newtons. After reading it, Fu Ye was extremely confused. He continuously tried to call for help. "Hello, hello, is anyone there? Is anyone there? Qi Yang, Han Sisi, where are you guys? Please answer." Turning back and looking around, there was not a single soul here, making Fu Ye so terrified that his face turned purple, sweating profusely. He stepped closer to the red board displaying the question. Then he clicked on the solve box. The solving time began to appear. Many formulas popped into his head as he tried his best to concentrate on solving this question, muttering, "Which formula should I use to solve this?" Right at this moment, the time to answer ran out.
At this moment, the cloud beneath Fu Ye's feet was gradually disappearing. After that, he immediately went into a free fall in midair. Fu Ye was extremely terrified and screamed loudly, "Ah!" Fortunately, our male lead was also here. He had noticed it because of that piercing scream, and he immediately turned around. Right now, many clouds were converging here. Right at this moment, our male lead, Zhang Lin, was standing alone on a large cloud. He reached one hand forward, and from his palm, a blue energy source appeared, continuously radiating outward. After that, it instantly dissipated in a flash.
A lot of clouds suddenly moved above his head at a very fast speed. He looked up at them and thought to himself, could it be that the suppression of the ghost envoy's ghost energy while executing a mission is also one of the laws of this place? Let's follow and see. After thinking, he immediately flew after those clouds. Suddenly, a terrifying black cloud appeared. It was chasing right behind Zhang Lin. It got close to him and exploded abruptly. Fortunately, he managed to move away in time. He turned back to look at it in surprise. Then he thought with a serious face, playing this big? Is this trying to make these students lose their lives here? After that black cloud exploded, it automatically vanished into the air. The male lead looked forward. The clouds that were moving earlier had now gathered into a massive cloud. He continued to think, have the clouds formed a closed space again? At this moment, Fu Ye suddenly fell from that cloud and continuously shouted, "Ah, ah, ah, ah!" He fell with a thud onto the cloud below and cried out, "Ouch!" The system's red board appeared again with a question as shown in the picture. Wooden block A is placed horizontally on the table in a static state. The total mass of the suspended weight in the tray is 0.6 kilograms. The reading of the spring dynamometer is 2N. The friction of the pulley is ignored, if removed lightly. After reading the question, he struggled to stand up, his whole body trembling incessantly, and said, "What? Again?" After saying that, he clicked on the solution box and started writing formulas on the system board. He thought again,
If I had known earlier, I would have listened to Sister Sin. If I don't know, I should just write down all the formulas I remember. For better or worse, I would get a few points and not fall a second time. Fu Ye had just finished writing.
Then suddenly the system's red board triggered an alarm again, startling him into screaming, "Ha!" Right after that, a terrifyingly dark cloud appeared. Fu Ye panicked and cried out, "Clouds! Dark clouds!" His face started turning pale blue. The dark cloud swooped down at a very fast speed, laughing extremely sinisterly. Fu Ye ran for his life while shouting, "I'm not going to get electrocuted, am I? Ha, ha, ha! What karma did I create? Help me!" The dark cloud continuously chased after Fu Ye's back. He cried loudly as he ran, "I have already written down everything I know. Not knowing means not knowing. Ha, ha, ha! Help me!" The time for answering the cloud right in front of Fu Ye's footsteps suddenly vanished. Ha! Not only that, the cloud under his feet was also fading away. He quickly jumped from one cloud to another. Then he sat there helplessly, crying like a baby. "Boo-hoo-hoo! Why must such unlucky days come at a time like this?" Then he folded his hands and begged the dark cloud, "Oh, if there's anything, let's talk it out slowly, talk it out slowly. Don't act recklessly, don't act recklessly." But the dark cloud ignored him and rushed over at a very fast speed. Fu Ye screamed in terror, "Ah!" At this moment, a hand grabbed Fu Ye's collar and pulled him up completely unexpectedly. That dark cloud now exploded right in front of Fu Ye's eyes. Afterward, the hand released him, letting him stand firmly on another cloud. "Ha!" He turned around and said, "Big Shot? Only a big shot would lift me like that. Big Shot, are you there? If you are there, please make a sound. Otherwise, I'm really scared. Big Shot, I guarantee I will be obedient. I will do whatever you say. I will not disobey. Just let me follow you."
At this moment, a voice from behind suddenly rang out. "Is that Fu Ye?" Right at this time, the young man named Fu Ye was still on the clouds. He constantly looked around and called out loudly, "Where?" Looking towards the cloud on the other side, he immediately saw another person, which was Qi Yang. Upon seeing him, Fu Ye called out loudly, "Qi Yang, it's me, Qi Yang, I'm here." As he spoke, he continuously waved his hand to attract attention. Seeing this, Qi Yang said, "You wait there, I will come over." Hearing that, Fu Ye looked very surprised, rubbing his head and muttering to himself, "Come over here? How can he come over here?" Right after that, Qi Yang immediately disappeared from the cloud on the other side. Fu Ye slumped down and yawned until tears came to his eyes. "Even though I don't know what method he used to get here, I trust my bro." At this moment, Qi Yang was standing on another green cloud that was moving. He approached Fu Ye and said, "Fu Ye, read the question for me." Fu Ye quickly replied, Okay. At this time, he started looking at the system's board and read the question. As shown in Figure A, it is a light sensor recorder in the finished product packaging workshop of a factory. The photoresistor R11 can receive the luminous component. Choose the correct proposition below. A, the processing speed is, B, the processing speed. After reading, Fu Ye turned to Qi Yang and asked, "This time it's a multiple choice question, or should we try choosing C?" Qi Yang said while moving, "Let me see the picture first." The two of them read the question very attentively and racked their brains thinking. Right at this time, another girl named Han Sisi was also sitting on a green cloud and moved to their place, saying, "How is the situation on your side?" After reading the question, all three of them sat in deep thought. The atmosphere was extremely quiet, and everyone had a very puzzled expression. Suddenly, a large black cloud on the other side exploded right under the male lead's hand. Down below, the three of them were still extremely focused. At this time, he threw the live stream broadcasting camera down to their location. It fell onto the cloud and bounced up hard. Right after that, it flew after another man who was currently wearing an outfit exactly like Zhang Lin's, seeming to be a ghost envoy as well. He was flying at a very fast speed towards Fu Ye and his friends. Then the man grabbed the clothes of the two of them, startling them to crying out, "Ah, ah, ah!" And then he pulled the two of them flying into the air at a very fast speed. From the place where they were sitting, a black cloud suddenly rushed straight down and exploded, emitting a very loud sound, boom. After moving to another place, the man who was a ghost envoy dropped the two of them onto a cloud. Right now, right behind them, three black clouds suddenly appeared, still stubbornly chasing after them.
Seeing this, the man turned around and waved his fan, which contained powerful energy, to start launching his attacks. He continuously aimed at those dark clouds to attack them. After that, he folded his fan. He then turned to the other two and spoke up. "Sorry to bother you. Are you students who got pulled in here?" At this moment, the two of them just stared with their mouths wide open and eyes bulging, not understanding what was happening. Fu Ye immediately asked, "Are you a top student?" This man replied, "Not exactly, but my self-study ability is extremely strong." Fu Ye's friend also said, "All right then, put your hand out first. Then please trouble yourself, Big Shot, to help me solve this acceleration problem. And me too. Seeing this, the man wondered, "What is acceleration?" and thought to himself, "What the hell are kids learning these days?" Hearing that, the two of them looked disappointed and exclaimed, "This is physics. It seems you don't know either." Fu Ye also added, "Everything. But if you don't know, what's the use of having everything?" This man, who was a ghost envoy, looked at their problems and said, "Is this all the material? I can just learn it now. What's there to be afraid of?" After saying that, he sat down and looked at the question papers with a very focused expression.
At this moment, he was still studying and pondering their solution papers, with streams of energy containing physics formulas continuously radiating out. 5 minutes later, the man folded the exam papers, stood up, and said to them, "Take me to solve the problems."
Right at this moment, seeing this strange ghost envoy man exuding such a confident demeanor, the other students began whispering and discussing among themselves. Did this guy freeze up because the physics problems were too hard? The person next to him replied, No way. Could it be that another idiot has entered here? The man was now standing in front of the system board containing the exam questions. These students said again, He doesn't even know what acceleration is, so how could he possibly understand the profound mysteries of physics in just a few minutes? Immediately after, one of them approached and said awkwardly, Classmate, no need to force yourself. The guy next to him also added, That's right, we should still do it ourselves. Before they could finish speaking, the two of them suddenly jumped in shock and exclaimed, Damn it, a study god? Everyone was absolutely terrified to see that man continuously answering on the system board at an extremely fast speed, his hands moving rapidly without stopping.
It was already late afternoon. Over at Sister Shinya's side, she was carrying a girl named Han Sisi, escaping from the dark clouds. The dark clouds behind them immediately exploded. At this moment, a ghost envoy appeared, wearing an outfit similar to the male leads. He rushed out and threw a punch. Numerous sources of powerful energy immediately appeared. Right after that, he continuously punched the dark clouds to attack them relentlessly. His face was full of provocation, making Shinya and Han Sisi look on with helpless eyes. Shinya put her arm around Han Sisi's shoulder and spoke. Someone has distracted the dark clouds. Remember what I am about to say. She quickly replied, Okay, Sister Shin. Memorize the mnemonics to understand curvilinear motion and universal gravitation. Hearing them speak also attracted the attention of that man. He pricked up his ears to listen, while Sister Shinya continued speaking. First, the trajectory of motion is a curve, and the existence of centripetal force is a condition. The orbital velocity of the curve changes, and the direction at a point is called the tangent. Second, circular motion moves towards. Hearing this, the man immediately looked extremely terrified and thought, What the hell is this again? It gives me a headache. Why do humans always create this nonsense to make things difficult for themselves? At this moment, many extremely complicated mathematical formulas appeared in his head. Right after that, he soared into the sky, raised his hand, and said, I will come look for you again after class. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. Sister Shinya said again, Ignore him. Let's continue. Okay, Sister Shin. Shinya continued. The second mnemonic is the centripetal force of circular motion. The supply-demand relationship is psychological. Supply enough centripetal force supply. Balancing supply and demand is inseparable. A moment later. Right now, our male lead was still watching Sister Shinya and Han Sisi solving problems together through a large screen. He put his hand on his chin, his face pondering deeply as he thought to himself, So this is the rule of this class.
The rules of the physics class. First, on the white clouds, a physics question will appear for a few minutes. The questions will sequentially be multiple choice, fill in the blank, and essay questions. The answering rule is, if you cannot answer within the specified time, the white cloud will dissipate and a black cloud will appear and explode. If you can answer it, a green light will appear on the white cloud, giving a safe time of 5 minutes, and you can also designate the next question you want to answer. For example, commanding the white cloud below to fly to any other cloud to answer other questions, just like how Qi Young found Fu Ye earlier. Once the safe time ends, a new physics question will appear on the cloud again. Students can also refuse to answer, but they will face an attack from the black cloud. Our male lead was pondering. The master of this ghost domain is a reincarnator of the gods. His strength cannot be underestimated, but other than wanting these students to constantly study and take tests, he doesn't seem to be doing anything else. There are only two ways to break this ghost domain. One is to find the center of the ghost domain to destroy it. The second is to resolve the lingering obsession of the ghost domain or satisfy the conditions the ghost domain has set. For example, for some ghost domains, the lingering obsession is to kill a certain person, or to build an amusement park so people can play with him. There are all kinds of them, hundreds of thousands of strange things. Finding out the purpose of the ghost domain and then breaking it is one of the missions of the ghost envoys. Right at this moment, a voice rang out, "Watch out!" But he was still deep in thought. What exactly does he want to do? What is his goal? On the other side, there were 3 students whose answering time was almost up, with only one last second remaining. Jiang Lin looked up. Then he reached out a hand to start activating his power. The 3 of them quickly fell onto a cloud he created. Seeing this, Fu Ye exclaimed, "I knew the big shot wouldn't abandon us." Qi Yang then said, "I feel the same way." Han Sisi also chimed in, "That's right, we are quite lucky. I wonder how the others are doing." The 3 of them then fell silent and looked down below.
Right after that, she stood up and walked close to the system board containing the physics questions. At this exact moment, Han Sisi's eyes suddenly widened. Then she looked down at her feet. From where her shoe prints were, petals began to appear, and inside those petals was a lot of money. Seeing this, she cried out in immense surprise, "Is this money?" At this moment, after our male lead witnessed the scene of flowers containing a lot of money blooming under Han Sisi's heels, he put his hand to his chin and pondered in his mind. Is this their own desire? This ghost domain will manifest the things the students desire the most in their hearts in various forms. But here, if they are not attending class, they are doing exercises, and Shin Ya always follows these students to spread knowledge. Does it mean she is doing this not just to cope with solving exercises and attending classes, but it is also related to breaking the ghost domain? But if she already knew the method, why couldn't she complete the mission?
While thinking, Zhang Lin's face showed a lot of discomfort. Right after that, he hovered in the air and looked down at them, who were focusing intently on solving the exercises. While the three of them were solving the exercises, a loud ringing bell suddenly sounded. Ring, ring, ring. Seeing this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief and said in unison, "Class is finally over." Han Sisi flinched as if remembering something. She reached out, grabbed Chi Young's hand and said, "Class is finally over." Chi Young turned to look in confusion and asked back, "What?" Han Sisi replied, "It's no longer necessary now." Fu Ye was very puzzled seeing this, and he asked, "What are you guys talking about?" Han Sisi continued, "Fu Ye, Chi Young, duck down." At this very moment, the three clouds they were standing on all split into three parts, and a very strange red light appeared.
Seeing this, the other two immediately burst into laughter. Ji Young said, "Great, I thought something happened. Isn't it just the clouds starting to separate?" Fu Ye beside him also added, That's right. Isn't it too easy? Hasn't the countdown time to answer the question ended?" Hearing what the two of them said, Han Sisi didn't know what else to say. Suddenly, the three clouds now crashed into each other. This made the three of them instantly plummet downward, everyone panicking and screaming loudly in fear. "Ah!" They were in freefall when immediately our male lead appeared, reaching out his hands. Right after that, Han Sisi landed safely on the ground. Zhang Lin also landed here. He looked forward and thought, it's not the training ground from just now anymore. This is either a teleportation within the spaces of the ghost domain, or when we are thrown out, we will be thrown to a random place. At this moment, the other three were constantly looking east and west. Fu Ye muttered, "Luckily the big shot is here." Ji Yang beside him also said, "We must thank the big shot. If we can ultimately go with the big shot, it will be less miserable." Han Sisi then said, "I think so too. We might as well cling to his thighs first. It's not impossible. Let's cling first and figure it out later." Hearing this, our male lead turned around. Right at this moment, Fu Ye hugged his leg and cried out, "Big shot!" The three of them quickly knelt right at his feet and said with very earnest faces, "Thank you for saving our lives, Big Shot." Fu Ye also spoke up, "From now on, if you say go east, we will go east. If you say go west, we will go west. We will absolutely not argue back." Hearing this, Zhang Lin asked again, "Will you all listen to me?" Fu Ye quickly replied, yes. If you say 1, we definitely won't say 2. If you tell us to go east, we absolutely won't go west." Hearing this, he agreed. "All right then." Zhang Lin pointed at them and said, "Fend for yourselves." Right after that, he flew up into the air, leaving the three of them behind down below. Currently, the three of them looked at each other helplessly. Fu Ye said, "He flew away. The big shot has abandoned us. We have to fend for ourselves." Chi Ye asked, "Who will do it this time?" Han Sisi quickly replied, "But me." At this moment, she squatted down, while Chi Ye and Fu Ye silently observed Han Sisi's actions. Right after, she stood up and said with a solemn face, "Fiery trees and silver flowers catch the eye with red. Deafening drums and flutes stir up the spring breeze." As soon as she finished speaking, incredibly strange holes of light appeared around them. At the same time, many fireworks suddenly burst continuously in the sky, looking very beautiful. The three of them were standing in silence, watching the fireworks booming in the sky very attentively, when a group of people walked over. It was Sister Sin Ya, along with the ghost envoys, and our male lead was also walking with them. Currently, there was a ghost envoy carrying 2 souls of newly deceased people. Upon seeing Zhang Lin, Fu Ye cheered like a child. "Big shot, you came back. You definitely couldn't bear to leave us, right?" Han Sisi also smiled happily and said, "Big shot, you came back. Does this mean you agree to let us follow you?" Zhang Lin replied coldly, "No, I just ran into Sin Ya along the way." Hearing this, Fu Ye was extremely disappointed and fell face first to the ground. The three of them cried out sidely, "Big shot!" At this time, the chubby ghost envoy laughed loudly and said, "This is great. Everyone is here. It seems I don't have to listen to that nonsense anymore." Another ghost envoy, holding a fan in his hand, also said, "This humble scholar is just like everyone else, here to accept a mission. Can we exchange some information?" At this time, Sin Ya spoke up. "Of course I am the first ghost envoy to accept the mission, so let me speak first." The male lead happily replied, "All right." Then Sin Ya turned and said to Fu Ye's group, "You guys go over there and review your knowledge a bit. Wait until class starts. After we finish discussing, we will go find you." Hearing that, they immediately replied, "All right, Sister Sin." After saying that, the three people, Chi Yang, Fu Ye, and Han Sisi, were sitting and reading books very attentively. On Sin Ya's side, she was also saying, "I have been here for a long time and have summarized a few rules of the ghost domain."
First, the flow of time in here and out there is not the same. 3 days in the ghost domain is 1 day outside. According to Sen Ya, she has been here for at least 20 days. Second, based on the time of the ghost domain, there will be a test here every 7 days, testing all subjects. The tests and classes here are both ghostified, different from the real world. The test here is a test, but also a survival level during the exam. Although candidates can use the power of knowledge, the mortality rate is still very high. Third, how will ghost envoys die in the ghost domain? It is temporarily unknown. The death of those 6 students in the ghost domain is not always a real death. They can still resurrect, but will consume a bit of mental energy in their soul. Staying in the ghost domain for a long time will truly put their lives in danger.
Fourth, Sin Ya once searched for the core power of the ghost domain herself, but couldn't find it. This ghost domain is like a maze. It will shift even more, and each space has its own laws. Fifth, inside the ghost domain, students are not allowed to fight or bully each other. They must follow the rules. Sixth, if one has thoughts of dying, they will be targeted by the ghost domain, which will generate harder questions and greater threats. Seventh, with the increase of time, more and more poor students will be pulled inside, because during these 20 days, Sin Ya students here have increased from 1 person to 6. After hearing that, our male lead immediately spoke up. According to what you just said, could all of this be related to the lingering obsession of the gods who created the ghost domain? After all, before dying, that god was a teacher, and even died on the way to work. A ghost envoy holding a fan in his hand also agreed. I agree. The students pulled in here are all those who failed their exams, meaning the teachers tried to forge steel but failed. Hearing this, our male lead also agreed and smiled faintly. Sin Ya spoke up again. I have participated in a few tests. This is exactly the experience I have accumulated so far. I suspect that getting maximum scores in all subjects will allow us to get out. Hearing this, that fat ghost envoy suddenly stood up and cried out, Maximum scores? Then isn't that demanding my life? Zhang Lin asked, Maximum scores? Are you sure? Sin Ya replied, Right now this is the only path left to take. He immediately said, We can try. That ghost envoy also agreed and replied, Studying is my strong suit. But that fat ghost envoy was still not very satisfied. He continued to cry out, Is there really no other way? If it's already so difficult, why not send top students to do the mission? Why do they want bad students like us to come? As he spoke, his face turned completely purple. At this time, Sin Ya said again, If you feel that solving the questions is too difficult, you can find a good student. That way you can reduce the obstacles of it. That ghost envoy replied, Even a top student might not necessarily get a maximum score in every subject. Zhang Lin added, If you are confident in your own abilities, you can also choose not to solve the questions. Just protecting the students is enough.
Hearing this, the fat ghost envoy immediately showed an extremely delighted attitude, rotating his wrists while replying, I'm the best at fighting and stuff. Tell me what your plan is. I can do it. Sin Ya pointed a finger upwards and said, According to the time of the ghost domain, there is 1 more day until the next test. What we need to do now is supplement our knowledge, memorize all this knowledge to be well prepared. As she spoke, she brought out a thick pile of books. Seeing that, the fat ghost envoy immediately dropped his jaw and widened his eyes in shock. Right after that, he ran for his life and shouted, I'm going to find another way. Good luck, guys. Hearing this, the 3 of them were helpless and couldn't say anything more. The ghost envoy guy with the fan then started to pick up a book.
Opening a book to read while speaking, then I will start learning now. Our male lead is still standing under the live stream broadcasting camera and says, I haven't researched much in this aspect, but maybe I can provide a few study methods to help those students. Hearing this, he was surprised and asked him, Did you just die? After hearing him ask that, our male lead looked very surprised and exclaimed, What? He quickly covered his mouth with his fan, smiled slightly, and replied, You just said you haven't researched these things. Is it that you just haven't researched this particular subject? Weren't you also a teacher when you were alive? Have you researched mathematics? Are there any skills to memorize quickly? Zhang Lin answered helplessly, No, I have been dead for a few hundred years. I don't understand what schools in the mortal realm are teaching nowadays. Hearing this, that ghost envoy let out an, Oh. He then said evasively, It's still better to memorize it first. He smiled slightly and replied, Yeah. The blue system board popped up with comments from the viewers. Hurry up, prepare of it, it's almost our turn. Me, top 10 in the physics competition. Police brigade, among us there are math staff who also helped create exam questions in the past. Damn, the police are awesome. Gathering of talents. The Southern Police team also registers for English, politics, and history. The provincial literature champion has appeared, registering for English. Doing business, whether it's spoken language or written expression. All kinds of grammar are okay. I have a young child at home, so I research exam papers every year. Me. I register for chemistry on behalf of my teacher, who is invited to create exam questions every year. He even has a laboratory himself. I will register for this matter too. I'm a student at school, but I have self-studied all the high school textbooks. Based on my scores every time, I can probably get the maximum score. Asking a despicable question, can I steal the exam papers? Right at this moment, the male lead and his group were focusing on reading books. Everyone's face was extremely attentive. Up in the mortal realm at this time, there were 3 girls sitting at a table studying. Placed in front of them was a small TV showing Zhang Lin's livestream session. One girl spoke up, Let's start secretly learning from now on. At the same time, in another place inside a company office, a plump man opened the door and told the people inside, I remember your exam scores were all around 600. Quickly stop the work in your hands and go watch the Underworld healing livestream.
It was already evening. At the library right now, Sin Ya was handing Han Sisi a piece of paper and saying, Start with English. It is relatively easy to remember, and it is easy to get a high score on the test. She immediately replied, Okay, Sister Sin. Currently, our male lead was focusing intently on writing something on the system's blue board. Meanwhile, Sister Sin Ya and that ghost envoy were continuously handing out test papers for everyone to do. Fu Ye was no exception. He was also doing the test very attentively. The next morning, at the library right now, some people were slumped over the desks sleeping, while others were still extremely focused on solving the questions. The bell rang, waking everyone up, to the point that even the sleepyheads jolted awake. Sinya and our male lead stepped inside, and she said, "The exam is a situation simulation. After entering, read carefully and listen carefully to the prompt. If you don't hear the exam prompt, take the initiative to find it, then discuss it when you meet." That ghost envoy and Jiang Lin quickly replied, "Okay, be careful." Outside, it was still morning. At the English testing site right now, Sinya was standing alone in a vast field of golden ripe rice. She was observing two farmers who were working very hard on the seasonal harvest. Suddenly, behind her back, a voice spoke up, "Hanja, time to eat," followed by the voice of a child, "Dad, time to eat." Sinya looked up toward where the sound came from. It was a small family consisting of a mother, a father, and a daughter. The father, who was harvesting rice, joked, "Little girl, what dish did you cook for Dad today?" The daughter happily replied, "Egg fried rice." "Okay, Dad will eat a bit later." Another man on the other side also said, "Brother C, stop working. Go rest for a bit." This farmer was sweating profusely but still smiling brightly. "Just a little bit left. You guys go first. I'll finish it up." Sinya walked closer to where they were talking. She walked past the farmer. He was still smiling slightly, looking as if he wasn't tired at all.
This caused Sinya to freeze in her tracks. Suddenly, she could see the exam questions appearing on the back of the farmer's shirt. The topic was Autumn Collection. Question 1. Combined with the context, evaluate the effect of the previous conversation. Question 2. Combined with the scene of the peasant woman bringing food to her husband, briefly analyze the feelings and thoughts the author wanted to express. Upon reading this, Sinya immediately put her hand to her head, thinking to herself that it was lucky she had crammed a bit last night, otherwise she would have been truly stuck here. Would the author even know if the text was analyzed this way? To answer the first question, descriptive language was used. At the same time, our male lead was standing at the location of the literature exam. He looked at the house and thought, "This setting is quite realistic." Then he placed his hand on a door, pushed it slightly open, and stepped inside. Stepping into the house, right in front of our male lead was a white-haired old man sitting at a desk, attentively writing something. Seeing him, the old man looked up and asked, "You're here?" Our male lead clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Please instruct me, sir." The old man waved his hand and replied, "Come here." Our male lead slowly floated closer to the desk, looking at the paper the old man was writing on, which read, "In the 8th month, the autumn is high and the wind howls fiercely, rolling up 3 layers of thatch from my roof, flying across the river and scattering." The old man chanted again, "My hut alone is ruined, yet even if I freeze to death, I would be content." Hearing him recite this, our male lead froze. He looked at the paper the old man was writing. The high ones hang tangled in the tops of tall forest trees. The low ones drift and turn, sinking into the ponds and puddles. The swarm of boys from the southern village bully me because I am old and weak. They cruelly act as thieves right to my face. Brazenly, they carry off the thatch into the bamboo grove. My lips are scorched, my mouth dry. I cannot shout them down. I return, leaning on my staff, and sigh to myself. Shortly after, the wind calms and the clouds turn ink black.
Jiang Lin kept looking around this place. Right at this moment, the system board displayed comments from the viewers saying, "Streamer, streamer, I knew it. It took me 2 days and nights to memorize the poem, Song of My Thatched Hut Ruined by the Autumn Wind, when I was in middle school. There are tens of thousands of large mansions, a shelter for the less fortunate all over the world. The author used his own pain to express the pain of the poor in the world, to express the pain of society and the suffering of the era." After reading it, Jiang Lin was stunned. He started to pick up the pen on the rack and lightly dipped it into the ink.
Right after that, he wrote on another piece of paper. At the same time, at the literature exam location, in front of the fat ghost envoy, was a vast sea with many warships. The system's red board displayed the prompt, "Write 2 lines of poetry related to the Battle of Red Cliffs." As soon as he read the prompt, this ghost envoy became a little anxious and said, "Can I do it directly? Whether they want to snatch beauties or fight for power and position, can I help one side win or destroy both sides?" The system immediately replied, "No." Hearing that, the fat ghost envoy cried helplessly, "Wah, wah, wah, wah." A rustling sound echoed from Han Cece's location at this moment. She was sweating profusely on her face. Standing at the history exam location, right in the middle of an extremely tense battle, she thought in panic, there are many warriors bravely charging forward to fight the enemy. Brothers, charge! An artillery shell was fired and exploded ahead. It exploded right near Han Cece, causing her to startle and panic and cry out, "Ah! Ah!" The warriors charged together, shouting to kill, everyone holding a sharp sword in their hands. The atmosphere here was extremely terrifying. The system's voice resounded at this time. What is this battle called? Who is the leader? Upon hearing the prompt, Han Cece froze, then looked up at the flag hanging here and thought, it's Yu Qian. Immediately after, she answered the prompt resoundingly. Yu Qian, a famous official, a famous general of the Ming dynasty, a national hero. After the Tumu crisis, he swore to defend the city. He is a famous defensive general. I request General Yu to grant defensive power.
Immediately, a tall man wearing golden armor appeared next to Han Sisi and said, "General Yu is here." His body suddenly glowed dazzlingly, and then that suit of armor was suddenly worn on Han Sisi's body, surrounded by golden rays of light. Behind Han Sisi at this moment, an artillery shell was flying at an extremely fast and dangerous speed. Right at this moment, Han Sisi quickly turned around to the back. But fortunately, when the artillery shell flew over, a barrier large enough to protect her entire body suddenly appeared. A voice resounded again, "With this general here, I will absolutely not abandon anyone or any inch of the nation's land." Then he transmitted a thought to her. "Are you all right?" Han Sisi opened her eyes wide in surprise.
The scene before her eyes was extremely ruined. Many continuous explosions occurred, creating many large clouds of black smoke. The warriors were still fighting endlessly to protect their country. Han Sisi had now regained her composure, her face clearly showing determination as she exclaimed, "Perhaps the answer to my exam also lies in this war." As she spoke, she ran quickly toward the battlefield. Over at Qi Yang's Gaiology exam location, he was currently standing and talking to another bee, the sound coming from their wings going buzz, buzz, buzz. The other bee called out, "Qi Yang," but he thought in his mind that perhaps bees would communicate with each other like this. The book said that insects would use antennae, horns, and proboscises to exchange information. Immediately, the other bee quickly flew away, leaving Qi Yang behind, which made him show disappointment and think, why doesn't it care about me? Could it be that I haven't tried hard enough? Forget it. Let's change the method. Let's see if there is any useful information around. He hovered alone in the air beneath the blooming fresh flowers.
Qi Yang was alone in a very beautiful flower garden. Suddenly, a red system board appeared with a test question on the tree trunk. Help the flowers successfully bloom and bear fruit. Record this process. Reading the test question, Qi Yang appeared extremely panicked. He turned to look at this vast flower garden, sweating as he thought to himself, "No way! Do I have to pick all of these? Will I even survive to leave this place?" Right at this moment, he immediately saw another bee also flying here. Seeing this, Qi Yang had a little hope and thought, "Could it be here to help me collect nectar? This stage isn't a biology test, it's more like a physical education test. Really, Fu Ye should be the one to try this." While thinking, he cried miserably, while that bee quietly and calmly collected nectar from the pistils below. At the same time, in another place, many zombies with incredibly terrifying appearances were showing up. Their heads were cut off, their eyes were bulging and blood red, looking very horrifying. That was the location of Fu Ye's chemistry test. At this moment, he was standing in front of a horde of zombies, every single one looking creepy and ferocious. A sound, rang out. Seeing such a gruesome scene, Fu Ye's face turned pale purple, sweating profusely as he cried out, "Damn it, a chemistry test is a chemistry test. Why is there a biochemical hazard too? The memorized knowledge can't even be used." As he spoke, he put his hands on his head helplessly. Suddenly, a zombie's groan rang out. Fu Ye started holding his head with both hands and cried out, "Does it want me to use these things to protect my life? Damn it, what I fear most is practical application." A one-armed zombie was approaching his spot, constantly groaning, Seeing this, Fu Ye was so scared that tears streamed down his face as he screamed loudly, "Ah!" He started picking up the bottles of chemical liquids and muttered, "Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, please let the knowledge manifest. I really don't want to die here. Damn it, with so many random things, which one actually works?" At this moment, he was holding a chemical bottle with a skull sticker on the outside and said, whatever, I'll choose this bottle first." Right after that, he forcefully threw the bottle toward the approaching zombie. As he threw it, he yelled, "Hi-ya!" The zombie still stepped forward while groaning. The chemical medicine bottle poured onto its head. Immediately, a massive explosion erupted from its head. Seeing this, Fu Ye immediately said, "Damn it, that actually works?" But another horde of zombies suddenly swarmed in at this moment, their numbers incredibly massive. All of them groaned in unison. Fu Ye had to face this terrifying nightmare all by himself. At this moment, Fu Ye was still standing alone, facing the horde of zombies with incredibly bizarre appearances. He cried out helplessly, "Damn it, why is there another crazy one? Save me!" Looking down at the zombie that had just been taken down on the floor, he said again, "Is it dead? Explosives are useful, that's great. But how was that explosive formed just now? I don't even remember. Help!" At this time, Fu Ye was in a state of extreme panic, tears welling up uncontrollably. A zombie suddenly approached. Not just one, but many were getting closer to Fu Ye. He screamed loudly, I can't escape, boo-hoo-hoo." Crying, he held the chemical flasks in his hands and said, "What mixed with what then causes a reaction can make an explosion." At this time, our male lead was writing on a piece of paper that had the words, "One of the common characters is B, a teacher, transmitting knowledge, teaching professions, and resolving doubts. D, a gentleman of broad learning, reflects on himself every day.
Just as he was writing the letter D on this test paper, a giant energy hand suddenly appeared and grabbed him by the back of his collar. Immediately after, it pulled him and threw him out of the blue space. Zhang Lin was so surprised he couldn't utter a word. Right after that, he was already outside and could observe a cube that was covered in the front by some kind of energy. He exclaimed again. It seems Shenya's judgment wasn't wrong. Right at this moment, the bell suddenly rang. Ring, 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 ring.
Right now, a teacher named Wang Bukui just released his hand from Fu Ye's ear and said coldly, "Fu Ye, you led your classmates to climb over the wall during class and even got into a fight with others. If they end up crippled, it will be a lifelong matter. How are you going to take responsibility? Are you going to use your title as the school bully to take responsibility?" Fu Ye, holding his ear in pain, replied with a dissatisfied expression, "Hasn't nothing happened yet? We didn't even fight to that extent. Besides, my family has money." Wang Bukui adjusted his glasses and said, "If you ruin someone's life, this is not a problem that money can solve. Hand in a self-reflection letter to me tomorrow. There are some things you should rethink." Fu Ye said from behind, "I think it's more like you are targeting me, Teacher Wang Bukui." Ignoring his words, the teacher kept walking, thinking deeply to himself. "I hope this self-reflection letter can make him remember it well. Otherwise, once he enters society, the price of some things won't just be a self-reflection letter." That energy then projected Chiang's past. At this time, he was surrounded by a group of youths. They were teasing Chiang. "Ha ha ha, don't you like being a girl? Call us brother and let us hear it." Another guy added, "That's right, wear a short skirt next time you come out, or else we won't let you go home." "Bro, do you think he's wearing a bra? I heard there are silicone breasts now. Ha ha ha." This blue-colored energy carried both the image of Fu Ye getting his ear pinched and the image of Chiang being bullied. At this moment, Fu Ye was having his ear pinched, and he cried out, "Ouch, ouch, ouch! Wang Bukui, of all things you lack morals. With so many people, why did you only catch me?" The teacher calmly replied, "Why catch you? Weren't you the one leading the truancy so they could skip class together? Since you let them out, you must bear more responsibility." Fu Ye spat and replied with a stubborn attitude, "I can clearly see that you just don't like me." Right after that, Wang Bukui pinched Fu Ye's ear even harder, making him cry out in pain. "Ah, ah, ah, ah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts!" The teacher spoke again. "So you know what pain is? Go back and write a self-reflection essay, 10 copies. Fu Ye pointed a hand at himself and said, 10 copies? Why are their self-reflection essays piled onto my head?" His face showing extreme anger. Over at Chi Yang's side, a guy was pinning him against the wall, saying with a contemptuous expression, "Don't be shy. Ha ha, come here and take a look." Right at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "What are you doing?" Hearing this, they all turned around to look behind. It was teacher Wang Bukui, who was walking over and rolling up his sleeves. His face looked extremely displeased. Seeing this, Chi Yang seemed somewhat relieved. Teacher Wang Bukui stood in front of Chi Yang, shielding him from the bullies, and said, "Not studying properly? What are you doing here?" They turned pale with fear, sweating profusely when they heard the teacher ask if they wanted to go to the police station. The teacher took a step forward, causing the group of students to run away in terror.
The teacher still stood blocking in front of this student. He said it was fine now. Chi Yang was covered in dirt, and his face showed utmost gratitude to the teacher. Teacher Wang turned around and said in a gentle voice, "If you are bullied at school, you can tell me or report it to the police." Chi Yang panted as if exhausted. He said, "Thank you, teacher. I'll remember." Teacher Wang still looked very worried, his eyes deep in thought. In the teacher's lounge, he hesitantly asked a female student, "What is going on with Chi Yang?" The female student replied, "It's just that he likes wearing girls' clothes. Last time in the restroom, I heard someone bullying him because of this." She recalled and added, "Actually, Chi Yang is a very good person, but because his preferences are not like the vast majority, he gets bullied." Chi Yang was stunned when a hand applied a bandage to her wound. Teacher Wang said caringly, "From now on, don't rush home after school. Wait for me so we can go back together." He placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "If anything happens at school, I hope you can come to me first. I don't want to see my students getting hurt when coming to class, nor do I want you to be bothered by these things, lose focus on your studies, and affect yourself." Then Teacher Wang instinctively patted her head. He said gently, "I'm here for everything. Don't worry. In the future, if there's anything you want to say but can't tell anyone, you can come find me." Chi Yang pressed her lips tightly together. She also clenched her palms. She bowed down. "Thank you, teacher." As she bowed, she cried, tears falling like rain because of all the grievances.
Teacher Wang saw this and smiled in satisfaction. In his heart, he thought that once the students mature a little and have their own stance, they won't be easily affected by the words of others anymore. In this world, everyone has the right to be themselves. As long as it doesn't break the law, a teacher can't protect them for their whole lives, but at least before the exam, he can protect them for a period of time. Zhang Lin came to meet Teacher Wang. He said, "Are you sure your body has been fine lately?" The teacher replied, "Of course it's fine, I wouldn't lie to you guys." Teacher Wang waved goodbye to Zhang Lin. He also left but still fell into deep thought. Teacher Wang's mood then worsened significantly. He thought, "No, I have to wait, I have to wait. The exams are coming soon. I still have to take the kids to the examination hall. I haven't even led them into university yet. I absolutely cannot drop the ball at this moment, absolutely not."
The teacher walked inside, still with the same train of thought. I just need a little more time. When the time comes, I will proactively report and clarify my condition. The sky remained clear and blue with white clouds gliding gently without a hint of turbulence. Zhang was in another spatial dimension where he was monitoring Teacher Wang. He stared intently at the screen and thought that perhaps his starting point was good. But when humans can control their own thoughts and turn into a ghost domain, the situation is already out of control. He stood in front of the screen, reading the comments of the viewers. Someone wrote, "Mom, my eyes are stinging just looking at this. This is the most divine teacher in everyone's eyes, burning himself to burn for others. He is quite a good person, it's just that the rules of this ghost domain are quite perverted. You have to get full marks in every subject to leave. If it were me, I probably would have died inside." Someone commented, me too, but in a few days I plan to visit my old school to see my teacher. Someone asked, is anyone forming a group at the Agricultural University? I am currently in City H and will return tomorrow. Another person complained, my father commits domestic violence, so I always have wounds on my body, and there are many false rumors about me at school. And the last person commented, Faithui School, Taidhyung City, Class 6-9, violence is being used here. Can someone come help her? I am too weak.
After reading it, he thought that perhaps someone would continue Wang Mu's perseverance in his place. Zhang Lin stepped into the spatial rift to move to another place, still lost in his thoughts as he walked, having figured out the lingering obsession. The next step would be easy to resolve. He had to solve it quickly, or else more innocent students would be dragged in here. Just as he stepped into the new location, he was surprised by the shadow figures running around in chaos. It turned out that the people trapped here were running frantically, closing their eyes tightly to escape from the piles of test papers flying everywhere, screaming out loud. Fuye ran over and shouted loudly. His panic even made Bai Wucheng feel surprised. Fuye held his head in despair. He said no, which made Zhang Lin not understand what was going on. Fuye was hit on the head by something flying by, causing him to sit on the ground in pain, his face grimacing and looking very uncomfortable. The thing that hit him was the book 5 Years of Exams, 3 Years of Mock Papers, which became clearer and clearer. The book fell right in front of Fuye, causing him to freeze in his tracks while running. Furthermore, that book automatically opened before his eyes. Fuye held his head, screaming in despair. I don't know why there are so many test questions. He cried loudly, while the others also ran away in chaos. Zhang Lin asked the two people standing there what kind of rule this was. Sister Sin looked out at them and replied, "It's nothing. It's just homework arranged by the ghost domain for those who didn't pass the exam. It's not life-threatening."
Sister Sin yet turned to ask him, I saw you coming from that direction just now. Did you just go out, or were you caught and taken to another place? Zhang Lin replied, I just went out and came back in. The three of them approached the male students. As they walked, Zhang Lin said, your conclusion is not wrong. Achieving a perfect score allows one to get out. The ghost envoy brother continued, just now when I went out, I saw the Wang Mo created by the ghost domain. Hearing this, Sister Sin was also surprised and turned to him. She suspected he was the teacher of Fuye and the others. She put her hand to her chin in thought and said, it seems his lingering obsession is to protect his students until the exam. The blonde ghost envoy also said, the starting point is good, but if this continues, let alone participating in the exam, they won't even be able to keep their lives. Those who were assigned homework were still struggling to do it. Even the fat ghost envoy was caught up in this matter. Zhang Lin continued, we cannot leave them here. Waiting until the exam ends will put their lives in danger. Sister Sin stared intently at the crowd and replied, furthermore, if we really wait until then, I'm afraid new students will be dragged in here. The blonde ghost envoy added, there's another problem. Even if he can protect these students until the exam, we cannot be sure if the ghost domain will truly be broken. Zhang Lin and Sister Sin suddenly turned around. What do you mean? That Bai Wucheng placed his fan against his chin and continued. He suspected there was still a trap inside. He frowned and explained, does Wang Mo want to personally protect those kids until the exam? Or is it? Sinya sighed with a bead of sweat as she thought, or does he want them to take the exam safely? The blonde ghost envoy frowned and replied, that's right, his lingering obsession. If it's the former, leaving Qiyang and the others in the ghost domain will put their lives in danger, and whether they can smoothly participate in the exam by then will be a problem. Zhang Lin understood and he said to the two of them, but if it's the latter, we can release the students outside, ensure their safety and let them participate in the exam. Then Bai Wucheng and Zhang Lin realized again, musing, but if that's the case, will it be considered fulfilling his lingering obsession? None of the three said anything more, only deepened thought about how to resolve and complete this trial. Suddenly, someone from the group of students screamed, help me, it's too difficult.
Zhang Lin was resolute. He chose to save people first, causing the other two to turn to him and look at that determination. He said that now Wang Mu had completed the ghost domain and lost control, regardless of what his original intention was. What is the purpose? Sister Xinya turned and stared at him agape with a surprised look. He continued, saying that this was not as important as the lives of those students. Fu Ye and the rest were frowning and grimacing because the homework was too difficult. He closed his eyes and bowed his head, his mood visibly downcast, as he added that the worst-case scenario was to abandon this mission if there was no way to break it, then wait until these students get out to let the ghost envoys of the mission center enforce it with violence. Sister Shin looked at him and said she agreed. If after the students get out we still cannot break the ghost domain, then let's think of another way. Whatever you guys want to do, I will cooperate. After all, my mission time has already passed. The
The fan holding Ghost Envoy also smiled in agreement, saying, I also agree. We are executing a mission and cannot gamble with human lives. The Ghost Envoys of the Eastern Hall have hot blood and humanity. I like it. The three of them continued to discuss their strategy. Zhang Lin said that while we still have some time now, let's process these clues. I got a perfect score on this exam. How about you guys? Sister Xinya said dejectedly that 0.5 points were deducted in English. The blonde Ghost Envoy said, I'm still missing a dozen points. I will work harder and can absolutely get a perfect score. The girl Xinya turned around and said, it seems the previous format is still useful, so let's follow that, dividing into classes to teach. Avoid leaving anyone out. Zhang Lin agreed, saying he could provide the teaching methods. The remaining Ghost Envoy smiled brightly and agreed. Okay, but regarding these things, there is some knowledge I don't understand. I can only help you tutor the students. The girl in red stretched out her hand and said this time we are only allowed to succeed, not fail.
All three of them placed their hands on top of each other, laughing and saying they would definitely succeed. The chubby Ghost Envoy was still struggling with the pile of notebooks on the desk, piled up like a mountain. Seeing Zhang Lin, he quickly ran over to say goodbye and didn't forget to say, Brother, when you go out, remember to call me. I am going out to see if there are any other clues, Zhang Lin reminded. You must come back in 7 days before the exam. The blonde Ghost Envoy was sitting and studying with Han Sisi. Fu Ye was also striving to review for the upcoming exam day. Brother Zhang Lin was also diligently noting down the knowledge on the screen. Everyone focused on studying like a real school. In the mortal realm, a young man watching also had to exclaim, Oh, I didn't expect that one day I would have to let people from the underworld urge me to study.
A mother who had just returned from the market was watching a live stream while hurriedly taking off her shoes, saying she didn't expect that famous teachers nowadays would even offer free lessons. She had to quickly call her daughter to watch, as this month they could save quite a lot on extra tutoring fees and could afford a few more meat meals. In the mortal classrooms, this teaching live stream was also booming. The city had so many paid tutoring classes, yet they weren't as good as this one. It would be a huge loss not to watch. Is it really that incredible? I've never heard of it. All students in the class, hurry up and register, the teacher in charge said. Your learning task for these 2 days is to watch the live stream. Whether your total score is over 600 or under 300, you all must watch. Back in the ghost domain, 7 days had passed. Han Sisi, Fu Ye, and Shi Yong had become sluggish and lifeless after a period of grueling study. Then the three of them looked bright and radiant. Fu Ye said, Of course we want to. We can finally get out. Han Sisi, with sparkling eyes, asked, What do we need to do? Shi Yong also said, As long as the big shot says it, we will definitely follow. Zhang Lin reached out his hand and said, Then get ready to enter the examination room. Along with that, a blue power appeared in his hands. He continued sternly, After you enter the examination room, this mirror will always follow you. If there is anything you don't know, you can ask it. Mirrors appeared in Zhang Lin's hands, making the students excited. He emphasized that this time they must get a perfect score, which made them feel it was impossible. Each student received the mysterious mirror. They took it and smiled awkwardly, saying, That's right. Zhang Lin continued to advise them. Those teachers will follow you into the examination room. Remember what you have felt these past few days. The three of them didn't understand. Fu Ye asked him in confusion, Big Shot, we clearly can do it. Why still? He said coldly, To let you remember the feeling of studying these past few days after you leave here. You must study hard. This knowledge you learn is for yourselves. No one can steal it away. The other three also smiled and spoke up. Sister Sin said, Study hard. Only then will you have more choices in the future, so as not to let down the teachers who protected you. The blonde Ghost Envoy smiled brightly and said, If you don't study hard after going out, be careful you don't turn into bad students and get caught in here again. The chubby Bai Wuchang also laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, that's right. Don't come in here again. Study hard. The three of them were moved by those words of advice. They smiled, agreed in unison, and prepared to enter the important exam. Their slogan echoed, Study hard, make progress every day, refuse to be bad students. The ringing bell sounded, signaling that the time to enter the exam had arrived. They hugged each other to show their affection and gratitude. Zhang Lin waved goodbye to them, not forgetting to encourage their spirits further. Do your best on the exam. Go for it. In another space, the sky was crystal blue.
Fu Ye opened his eyes and looked around. It was the exam area for natural science subjects, filled with dense trees. The young man had fallen down here, so his body felt a bit sore and achy. He frowned and rubbed his head. The screen displayed a reminder. This is a comprehensive exam. Here you will feel hungry, feel tired, and need to rest. The simulated time of the exam is 10 days, but the actual time is longer than the time of this exam round. During the exam, only comprehensive knowledge is allowed. It is forbidden to directly use types of power that exceed common knowledge, such as magic and immortal arts. In his head, he thought, forbidden to use power beyond normal knowledge. Doesn't that mean no flying to the sky and burrowing into the earth? As the screen suddenly turned off, a reminder from the mirror told Fu Ye that the purpose of the exam area was to let him survive in a primitive way. Comprehensive also means not just the knowledge of one subject.
To get the maximum score, knowledge from multiple subjects must be used. Before he could fully understand, Fu Ye noticed something strange, and his face changed color. But then he calmly hid behind a large tree when a wild boar came rushing out of nowhere, panting heavily. He easily dodged it, smiled, and thought, "Up until now, it has always been this exam area tormenting me. This time, it's finally my turn to turn the tables." He charged straight at the wild boar that was running out of control. As he accelerated, he thought, "I have a teacher. Who should I be afraid of? It's just a wild boar. So easy." While running, he talked to the mirror, saying, "Teacher, what should we do now?"
The scene shifted to another space, where the sky was azure. Bubbles shot up. This was the social sciences examination hall. The young man, Shi Yang, also opened his eyes, but was in an upside-down position. His long hair flowed down, and fish with upside-down eyes were staring intently at him. He was startled to see these fish, and then the fish were also startled by Shi Yang. He swam somewhere else and saw that these fish didn't chase after him. But then, in the opposite direction, there was another mermaid. She had blonde hair and golden eyes looking towards him. She looked at Shi Yang attentively and was a bit surprised. He also looked at the mermaid in panic. She reached out her hands and said, "Warrior, why are you here? Hurry and come with me." Thus, a young man and a young woman held hands. Shi Yang was stunned when this mermaid took his hand. He put his hand to his neck, thinking he could finally breathe. The mermaid hurriedly held his hand and led him away. Shi Yang asked, "Where are we going?" She turned around and replied, "Have you forgotten? Today is the day Her Highness the Princess chooses a husband. She will definitely hope for you to come." The two of them went to an ancient underwater architecture with breathtaking scenery. As they walked in, what caught their eyes were mermen fighting each other. He looked from afar towards the arena, where two individuals were confronting each other, one holding a dagger and the other holding a broadsword. The screen displayed, "This is the social sciences examination section. You can only use the energy of the social sciences. You are a merman warrior, the beloved of Her Highness the Princess. You need to win the final victory in this arena. This examination section will be based on the conclusion in the arena, and the actual time will not exceed the examination time." After reading this, he thought, using social science knowledge to fight? He scratched his head in frustration, wondering if he was crazy or if the person who set the exam was crazy.
Elsewhere, a pair of feet stepped onto something soft. It was Han Sisi, who had been teleported to a room full of soft pillows. She walked around, looking around to check the trial. The screen displayed her exam question. She suddenly turned back to look. This was a math trial where she could use mathematical knowledge. "You are a math genius, a persistent person in the eyes of others. Please find the math problem hidden here and solve it. For this trial, the actual time will not exceed the exam time. Please be aware of the exam time." She sighed because the question was too confusing, not knowing where to start. She rubbed her chin, trying to analyze it a bit. Then she stood up abruptly, smiled brightly, and said to the mirror, "Teachers, this exam depends entirely on you guys." Elsewhere, a feather duster was wiggling in front of a pig, fanning strongly and making it very uncomfortable. It turned out to be on Fu Ye's side. He was boiling something. Then the pig also fainted, and he rustled the pig to the ground. Then, while arranging stones into a circle, he thought, could this really filter seawater? Next, he roasted the pig leg, with smoke billowing up, and he drooled, exclaiming, "Oh, so fragrant." On Wee Kyung's side, he was also trying very hard. He rolled his fists, smiled confidently, and said to his opponent, "Today I want to have a strategic battle with you." But he kept rambling on for a while, leaving that merman completely speechless. In another space, the girl Han Sisi found the stack of exam papers and opened them one by one to read the questions. Then the girl started taking the exam with a very confident mindset.
The scene shifts to another place. The bell rang ring 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 at a school in the mortal realm. The students excitedly ran out into the yard. A group of students laughed and joked. "Hey, hey, hey, have you guys watched that live stream yet? The one the teacher sent?" The girl next to them replied, watched it. The teachers in there are all very good." Another boy also excitedly said, "This is the first time I've watched a live stream. The format of this live stream is quite interesting." A fat student was sitting alone in a hidden corner looking at his phone, smiling brightly. "Ha ha ha, after school I will also watch the live stream. I will surpass you all." But then the fat young man was very shocked. Putting the phone screen close to his face to look carefully, he said loudly, "Damn it, the famous school bully has woken up?" In the VIP hospital room, there was a familiar face being cared for. His hands gradually moved. Then he opened his eyes. Fu Ye had escaped from the ghost domain. He lay on the bed, his eyes aimlessly looking at the ceiling. A woman came and said, "Are you awake?" He turned his face away sharply and said, "What are you doing here? Where is my father?" The blonde girl said, "You've been sick and in a coma for over 10 days, but the hospital couldn't find any symptoms. The boss told me to come here every day to check on your condition." He slowly sat up on the hospital bed, slamming the glass of water on the table. He angrily shouted, "Who are you? Who needs you to visit? Where is my father?" He threw the glass on the ground so hard that it bounced and shattered. The secretary calmly sat down, picked up the cup and said, "Previously, the boss came to visit you twice. The madam also came." Fu Ye frowned, gritted his teeth and said,
In my family's household register, there is only me and my father. The secretary didn't say any more, just stood there looking at him. She gently placed the cup on the table and continued, I know. Now I will go call the doctor to check on you. Fu Ye also gradually calmed down. He looked at her coldly and said, Then why don't you hurry up and go? The secretary didn't leave, but just pressed the button at the head of his bed to call the doctor, making him not understand what she was doing. She smiled wildly while he was stunned. The female doctor stepped into the hospital room. She said, I'm here. Is Fu Ye awake? Time passed. The sky was clear blue.
After the examination, the female doctor said, I have checked you and there are no major issues. She continued, saying, it is just that lying down for too long caused your bodily functions to degrade a bit. Just 2 rehabilitation exercises on time at home and you will recover quickly. He stretched his back, and the doctor advised further, if you don't want to stay in the hospital, you can go home tomorrow. He smiled brightly, saying, okay, thank you. The blonde secretary beside him also thanked the doctor, and the doctor turned to say goodbye, saying, it is nothing, just doing what I should. Please no need to see me out. Sky was clear, and Fu Ye's personal belongings had been neatly packed by him in preparation for discharge. The secretary behind him said to him, then I will take you home now. As he was organizing his belongings, he smiled and replied, take me to school. She replied, then I will pick you up after school. He turned to her and said, okay, gently, no longer irritable as before.
The scene shifted again. Fu Ye opened the door and entered the classroom with a happier and more gentle mindset than usual. A few classmates came to greet him, and a female student asked in surprise, Fu Ye, you're awake. Another male student said, we saw you in the live stream. You were so cool. The other friend also excitedly said, that's right, that's right. How did it feel solving questions with a streamer? Tell us about it. He hurriedly brushed past his classmates, leaving them constantly trying to figure out his answer. He smiled faintly and sweat dropped. Fu Ye thought it had only been a few days since they last met, yet these people were talking nonsense. Perhaps he had completely forgotten everything that happened in the ghost domain created by Teacher Wang. He continued to think, from now on I will definitely study hard, and then he pulled out his notebook. But then he felt terrified when he saw the mountain of homework he had to do. His smile completely vanished, and he stared silently with wide eyes. The pile of homework looked like an evil ghost in his eyes. Fu Ye scratched his head, thinking his desire to study was indeed an illusion of the brain after falling. While he was confused by his own unusual behavior, a voice rang out. Fu Ye, you're back? Study hard, and if there's anything you don't understand, just come ask me. He angrily slammed the table, frowning, and said, Wang Bukui, you, which was the name of his old teacher. But then he saw a different face, and didn't understand why, his face going blank as he looked at the new teacher's face. His eyebrows drooped, showing a hint of sadness. Fu Ye calmed down, obediently sat in his seat, and said, yes, sir, I understand. In his mind at this moment, he thought he had almost forgotten that Wang Bukui had already passed away. Sitting in the classroom, Fu Ye intently looked at the page of the book, his mind thinking about his old teacher. Wang Bukui, look, money is still useful. If one had money, who would work overtime all night? If you had money, you might still be alive right now. The first class after Fu Ye woke up had begun. The teacher in the class said, all right, let's turn to page 35. Look here. Fu Ye sat in class while gazing thoughtfully out the window. Perhaps he was remembering that dedicated Teacher Wang again. He sat in the classroom, gazing out the window, and suddenly wondered how those guys were doing. The bell rang loudly, marking the end of the school day.
Fu Ye walked out of the classroom with a frown. The new teacher had just told him to study hard and to find him if there was anything he didn't understand. He pondered and didn't answer the teacher, muttering to himself that he had truly seen a ghost, actually being able to sit in the classroom for a whole period. He then thought that since he was just discharged from the hospital, maybe he could fake an illness. After all, Wang Bukui wasn't here anyway. Forget it, climbing the wall would still be faster. He walked toward the school fence, rubbing his arms, preparing to escape from the school. But on the way, the voices of some classmates caught his attention. They said, so you like cross-dressing as a woman, huh? Now I know, this guy used to look my way a lot before. Could it be that he likes me? They continued saying, tss, so disgusting, haha. Chi Yang, you are a man. You don't talk like this every time, do you? They continued to attack him, and one guy said, everyone, tell me, if we take a picture of him and upload it to the internet, will it become a hot topic? Then they burst out laughing together. Fu Ye recognized these students who were bullying Chi Yang. He said, aren't these my underlings? The person being surrounded looked a bit familiar, but Fu Ye hadn't yet remembered that Chi Yang went through the exam in the ghost domain with him.
A hand patted someone's shoulder. It turned out to be Fu Ye coming to talk to his underlings. The underling broke into a cold sweat in fear when he heard Fu Ye speak up. I haven't been here for just a dozen days, and the position of the school boss has already been taken. The 3 bullies from earlier smiled brightly, and with admiring eyes they stammered, Brother Fu, you're back at school? Brother Fu, you've woken up. We saw in the live stream that you were very heroic, very cool. The other one pointed at him and said, yes, exactly. Brother Fu, how would we dare to sit in your position? You are the school boss, forever the school boss, the only school boss, ha ha ha. The young man surnamed Fu frowned and asked them, who are you surrounding? One of them pointed at Chi Yang and said, Brother Fu, this is the new fun we found in the live stream 2 days ago. Another asked, "Brother, can you believe it? He likes wearing women's clothes." Qi Yang looked up. Perhaps he hadn't remembered Fu Ye yet, while the bully's complaints still echoed in his ears, groaning that whenever they thought about him sitting next to them before they would. Fu Ye also looked at the strange boy with surprised eyes. Perhaps he felt something familiar. The two of them stood facing each other, sharing the same thought. Have I met him somewhere before? This person looks so familiar. One underling noticed the school boss's different expression when looking at this classmate, and he asked in shock, "Brother Fu, do you know this pervert who likes to wear women's clothes?" Fu Ye angrily yelled and hit him on the head, scolding, "Isn't it just liking to dress like a woman? Does it affect your rice bowl?" The one who got hit cried out, "Huh?" Fu Ye put a hand on Qi Yang's shoulder and declared loudly, "I don't care about anyone else, but listen clearly." He pointed his thumb at himself and spoke boldly. "Qi Yang, the one who likes wearing women's clothes, is my brother. From now on, he is under my protection." Qi Yang also felt strange. Then the three of them froze, each standing strictly at attention and saluting. "Hello, second brother." Fu Ye told them, all right, go do whatever you need to do. I need to have a few words with my brother." They hurried away while shouting, "Understood." Qi Yang looked at him coldly, then brushed off the arm draped over him and said, "Thank you." Fu Ye was startled and replied, No need to thank me." His mind was a tangled mess as he thought, "What's wrong with me today? First I suddenly came to school, then I took someone in as my brother. Is there really something wrong with my brain?"
Fu Ye felt a bit annoyed, but awkwardly said, All right, you go first. Dressing like that, passers-by will think you and I have an improper male-female relationship. Don't ruin my reputation." Qi Yang replied, "Let's go. We should head back to the classroom." Fu Ye angrily shouted, "If you want to go, then go. I'm not going." Out of nowhere, Han Sisi stepped up and said, "Then where are you planning to go?" The three of them bumped into each other, and Qi Yang, not remembering her, asked Han Sisi, "Classmate, who are you?" Han Sisi opened her phone to the Underworld Healing livestream. Then she held it out to show them the image of Bai Wuchang Zhang Lin, saying, "Look, do you recognize this person?" The two of them looked at the phone together, trying to see if it was someone they knew. The two of them still had blank looks on their faces. Han Sisi tried to angrily say, "This person, Big Shot Zhang Lin, the Superman Fu Ye, the female dressing Qi Yang, and me, Han Sisi." She repeated the slogan, "If you don't study, you will die, remember?" The two of them still didn't recognize it at all. Fu Ye said he didn't recognize it, and Qi Yang didn't remember either. She angrily handed them a book, saying, "You two go back and solve these exercises. If you still don't remember, I won't be friends with you anymore." The two of them had giant question marks in their heads, while Han Sisi stormed off straight back to class.
Fu Ye held up the exercise book, cursing and saying, "What do you mean we're no longer friends? Is this girl crazy?" He still held the book the girl handed him to look closely. Then he intended to throw it away, but some force stopped him, keeping it in his hand. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Damn it, to think there would be a day when I wouldn't throw a workbook away." He opened the book and said, "Let me see what tricks this crazy girl is playing." A gasp rang out. After Fu Ye opened the page of the workbook, he saw mathematical formulas flying out in flurries. He was stunned. Voices echoed. "How long have you all been here?" After we arrived, the desperate survival began. He gasped in shock as he flipped through those familiar pages. "If we don't get a perfect score, we will die here." He hissed with a headache, remembering the words spoken earlier. "Studying makes me happy. I love studying the most. After getting out, if I don't study hard, who knows, I might get caught and brought back inside. No way, I will never continue being a bad student again." Fu Ye cried out, "Ouch," as those previous words kept appearing in his head. "From now on, we will be brothers. Go quickly, go cling to her. Han Sisi, you are better at social sciences than us. You go up." Both of them held their heads. Fu Ye exclaimed, "Damn it, could it be that I came to school right after waking up because I entered Zhang Bigshot's live stream?" Then Qi Yang and Fu Ye recognized each other. They looked at each other with joy. "You also remembered?" "That's right, I remembered." The two hugged each other. "Brother, from now on we will work hard together, absolutely not being bad students anymore." Qi Yang replied, "Got it." Then the two of them ran to Han Sisi, who had walked away. They called out to her, Han Sisi, Han Sisi." She turned her head to see what they were talking about. Fu Ye smiled brightly, waving his hand and saying, "Han Sisi, I remembered." Behind him, Qi Yang also said, "We both remembered." The girl looked at the two of them in a daze, and then she gave them a very bright smile. At the principal's office, the principal said, "I see that you have all remembered. When Teacher Wang was still alive, he cared about you very much. The things he hasn't finished, I will do in his place. I have already helped you find a tutor. If there is anything else you need help with, you can come to me, just like you would go to Teacher Wang Mu." All three of them agreed, saying, "Yes, Principal." The teacher continued to advise that from now on they must also help each other in their studies and pass the final exam together. The three of them said in unison, "Principal, we understand." The teacher said, "All right, you may return to your classroom now." They affirmed to the principal that this time they would truly not disappoint Teacher Wang's expectations. All three of them then walked out of the principal's office one by one. The teacher pondered and thought, "Wang Mu, the things you left unfinished, I will help you complete them. You can rest in peace now." The scene shifts to the ghost domain, where the ghost envoys participating in this mission are all gathered here to assess the situation. Zhang Lin casts an exploration spell inside. The girl Xinya asks how the situation is. Zhang Lin retracts the spell and replies that things went very smoothly on their side and they have woken up, but he confirms that they had guessed wrong. The ghost envoys fall into deep thought. Xinya says letting the poor students out to welcome the exam still couldn't meet the requirements of the ghost domain. Zhang Lin says that might be the case. The blonde ghost envoy asks, should we go to the mission center now to find out about the situation? Zhang Lin says wait, this ghost domain is no longer pulling people inside. He wonders whether it has lost its activity or if it has temporarily become quiet just because all the students have reached the maximum score. We need to find the reason that made it quiet. The blonde Bai Wuchang says, all right, currently the students are all safe, and the ghost domain has also temporarily stopped, so this humble one will take his leave first. This humble one didn't contribute to this mission originally anyway. If it succeeds later, the reward will have nothing to do with this humble one. The chubby Bai Wuchang also quickly bids farewell. I'm leaving too. These books are too scary. I won't join the fun anymore. The chubby guy smiles and hands a token to Zhang Lin, saying, Brother Zhang Lin, thank you for this time. If you need anything in the future, just come to the Southern Hall to find me. Zhang Lin accepts it and says, okay. That is a pass token. A king-level ghost envoy has the right to give their hall's pass to ghost envoys of other halls. The two of them fly away and wave to say goodbye to him, and he also smiles and says goodbye. Sister Xinya is also preparing to leave. She says, I'm going to check on those children too. If there is a chance in the future, we'll cooperate again. Zhang Lin also waves, see you later. Zhang Lin and Sister Sin turn their heads and walk in different directions. Zhang Lin walks into that ghost domain again. He continues to wait just in case the ghost domain has any changes. Night falls and the bright moon has risen high. There is no movement inside the ghost domain, but it hasn't disappeared either. Zhang Lin looks up from inside at the outer layer. He anxiously wonders if there is no movement until now, perhaps there really is no movement anymore. Since the ghost domain is in the mortal realm, let the managers of the mortal realm handle it. Zhang Lin steps out of the space of the ghost domain. As he walks, he thinks that there are netizens watching in the live stream. I believe they will resolve the ghost domain properly. Suddenly, there is a calling voice from behind. The person calls, Zhang Lin, over here, making him, the ghost envoy, turn his head to see who it is. He quickly walks over and sees a pink-haired Hei Wuchang sitting and eating hot pot. The girl warmly reaches out her hand and invites, come here quickly, come here quickly.
Zhang Lin flew up to the truck and asked if she had also accepted the special grade mission, but she didn't answer and kept rambling about this hot pot, whether it was spicy, extremely spicy, and how much she liked it. Surprised, he asked, Chen Jojo, did you come to visit Xinya? She was eating, and his question made her cough and choke. She smiled and asked how he knew. Watching her eat intently, he said it was a guess. Before the news from the mission center had even been announced to the public, she already knew the details of the special mission. The ghost envoy who accepted the first mission was exactly Xinya, and from a certain perspective, the two of them were quite similar. This female ghost envoy looked at him and gave a thumbs up. She didn't say anything else, but still invited him to come over quickly and eat with her, saying she would slowly tell him everything. Zhang Lin fluttered his robe and sat down. He picked up the chopsticks and told her to quickly speak. As the girl picked up food, she cheerfully recounted that the two of them could be considered sisters, though this was a matter from when they were alive. Furthermore, many things happened back then, and they rarely interacted. She just wanted to take this opportunity to come over and visit her. He picked up a piece of food and said that was quite nice. The girl added that as he knew, being ghost envoys, they definitely knew more things than ordinary people. For some matters, it was best to know when to stop. After all, as their abilities increased, there would be more and more matters. Having been dead for a long time, they no longer had too much lingering obsession with the living and everything else. But there were times when they couldn't bear just watching and wanted to visit once. He said, like this time you helped Xinya. She nodded. Pretty much like that. What about you? Did your mission go smoothly? He said overall it was fine, and he said that was good. In the quiet space of this place, the two of them continued talking. After finishing the meal, Hei Wuchang started packing the bowls into the back.
She packed up her bag and said, right, your work with the sealing team is almost over. If you have anything else you want to do, make the most of your time. He stood up and said, all right. Just as she was about to leave, the girl remembered something and said, all right, here's a hint for you. In this ghost domain, you might have some other harvest. He was startled, opened his eyes wide and said, huh? Zhang Lin guessed there might be another harvest here. Chin Jojo said, could she mean there is still something else inside the ghost domain? Zhang Lin then approached the ghost domain. A rift appeared on the boundary of the ghost domain. Zhang Lin muttered in his mouth, Ghost Energy Fortress. A massive wave of ghost energy enveloped the space of the ghost domain. Zhang Lin sat in front of the ghost domain's boundary. He took out the cultivation manual he got from the Southern Hall. The sealing team's mission was almost complete, and there wouldn't be enough time in a few days to take on another mission, so he might as well wait here and see. It was also a good time for him to read the book he obtained from the Southern Hall.
At the city high school, even though it was late at night, the lights in the classroom were still on. There were still students sitting and reviewing their lessons, and some students were sleeping on their desks. There were also students who were extremely stressed, scratching their heads in frustration while solving problems.
Suddenly, a yin soul appeared in the classroom. It laughed suspiciously. Hee 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 hee. Time to eat, time to eat. The negative emotions in high school are the most delicious. Just as the yin soul was about to eat the negative emotions radiating from the students, suddenly, ghost energy rushed into the classroom, slamming the door and rushing in, causing the yin soul to be pushed backward. It cried out in pain. Aha! The terrifying ghost energy made the yin soul wary. So scary. Too scary. Something big is definitely about to happen here. The yin soul then phased through the wall and left the classroom. To preserve its life, it was better to leave first. In the old city next to the ghost domain, a man and a woman were walking together in the quiet night. The woman then said to the man, "Let's not stay here anymore. Let's go over there." Okay, let's go over there. The woman pulled the man to the edge of a lake. She hugged him, making him turn his back to the lake. "Darling, you can't wait anymore, right?" "Of course." The woman's face then revealed its true form, a strange ghost face wrapping around the back of the man's neck. Then let me satisfy you." But an sound interrupted her work, and she turned around to see what it was. A stream of ghost energy circled behind her back, an enormous stream of ghost energy enveloping her, causing her to scream in fear. The man then asked what was wrong with her. She suddenly started kowtowing continuously on the ground, which terrified the man. She kowtowed while shouting loudly, "I was wrong, Lord, I was wrong. I will leave here immediately." She suddenly jumped into the lake with a splash, leaving him completely dumbfounded. The man looked around. Whoa. Where did the girlfriend I just got go? Did I meet a ghost? Next to the ghost domain, several monsters were sitting and talking to each other. One monster asked, "Have you heard? There are ghost envoys we old town area. Don't go there recently." The other monster asked, "Why are the ghost envoys there? I truly heard there is a terrifying atmosphere over there. No ghost dares to get close." Also on that street, another monster arrived carrying a suitcase. The other monsters asked what this monster came here for, and it replied, "To settle down, because I heard the living aura here is abundant. I like crowded and bustling places."
The other monsters and ghosts advised him to leave quickly, as a lord wanted to claim this place as his own territory and wouldn't allow any ghost to approach. That's right. Another monster felt that they should also run away. Zhang Lin was sitting outside, still attentively studying the cultivation manual from the southern hall. As Zhang Lin was reading, who would have thought that a voice would suddenly echo behind him? "Thank you, my journey ends right here." Zhang Lin turned around to see who was behind him, probably because he had sensed something. Behind Zhang Lin, an open spatial portal appeared, and a voice came from the door. "My mission as a human has ended. The duties of a god like me should also come to an end." The portal then dispersed into the surroundings, and Zhang Lin also closed his book and stood up. Just when he thought nothing would happen, at that moment, a light from the spatial portal pierced straight through Zhang Lin's forehead. Fragmented pieces appeared in his eyes, starting from the scene of a person parting the clouds from the sky and descending to the ground.
Two scenes of a person cultivating. Another person is facing a giant hand. It is still the voice from the spatial rift, this person holding their head wondering why I have to go to this extent for them. No, I don't want to. Without me, this world will still continue to spin. Zhang Lin, after witnessing many fragmented images, only then opened his eyes and woke up. Zhang Lin saw that gods were not necessarily truly ruthless and heartless. There were also times when they wanted to let go of everything, times when they were powerless. Noticing something unusual about the spatial rift, Zhang Lin didn't know what was going to happen. The sky was getting dark. In a city cemetery, a group of people were standing burning incense in front of a tomb. On the tombstone was the name Wang Mu, with a photo exactly like the person in the spatial rift that Zhang Lin saw. These people seemed to be his students. A male student spoke up. "Wang Bukui, tell me, why are you so capable? You can even create a ghost domain. A ghost domain is nothing. You even pulled us into it. Are you holding a grudge?" "Holding a grudge is one thing. You even wanted hell to be in problem-solving mode. Now it's great, we have to do makeup classes every day." Before the exam, according to the student, they would definitely be forced until they met the requirements. Waiting for poor students like me, are you happy? But it wasn't you who led them out either. What do you have to be happy about? The student sat huddled in front of Wang Mu's tomb, constantly complaining, as if he also needed comfort from this teacher, saying that every day the teacher only knew how to lecture him. "Look how you lecture me now." Two students behind suddenly grabbed his shoulder. A female student asked if he had smeared poison on his mouth when going out to the gate. The male student annoyedly replied, should he have smeared it on his face? The other female student also said that was enough, asking if he was done talking. If he was done, he should move aside, it was her turn. Saying that, she pushed him to the back. She knelt down and spoke in front of the tomb. "Teacher, I have money now. When I was in 11th grade, my family had a crisis and desperately needed money. I skipped school to work part-time many times, but fortunately you pulled me back." It was the teacher who told her, without knowledge and relying only on physical strength, how much money could she earn. She was wasting her study time. The teacher said the best way to make money is to invest in her current self, making herself more valuable.
She suddenly clenched her hands, her whole hands trembling. The teacher had also said to listen to him, try for another year or two to pass the university entrance exam, and he would apply for a grant for her. It seemed, because she was too emotional, she burst into tears. "Teacher, do you know, the school said that since we helped with the promotion this time, they gave us a scholarship. It's just a pity you can't see it anymore."
Then it was another student's turn. Teacher, if we can pass the exam, the school will have another bonus. The student told the teacher, now I am trying very hard to be myself. In the future, if others bully me, I will fight back, telling the teacher not to worry that I would go down a path of no return because of others' words. In the end, all 3 students bowed their heads, saying in unison for the teacher to rest in peace. A blue light appeared on the tombstone again, just like the light from the spatial portal that Zhonglin had seen. All the lights in the air dissipated. Zhonglin watched the light gradually disappear, feeling that the lingering obsession had faded, and the ghost domain had also vanished. Zhonglin took something out of his pocket. It was an empty bottle. Only then did Zhonglin open the bottle cap. The ghost energy was sucked into the bottle. It continued like this until it was completely gone. Finally, Zhonglin closed the cap.
Ring, 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 the school bell rang at the exact same time. Zhonglin then put the bottle into his sleeve. Zhonglin flew up, he decided to leave this place. At the Southern Hall Mission Center, the mission registrar didn't expect that someone could actually complete this mission. He even thought they would have to initiate the violent execution plan. He told Zhonglin to follow him, and Zhonglin was led to a strange room. The mission registrar then opened the lid of Zhonglin's ghost energy bottle. Zhonglin then spoke up and asked the mission registrar, what is the purpose of collecting all this energy? The mission registrar showed an ambiguous expression, saying, you won't understand this, but this power has many uses. The mission registrar gave an example, such as researching other types of ghost domains to be used in various assessments in Hell. For instance, creating a ghost domain to punish a certain ghost envoy who made a mistake. Wouldn't that be a good use for it? At this time, the collected energy had merged into the assessment orb. The registrar then told him that it was just a joke, don't take it seriously. However, Zhonglin's face was still very panicked. Finally, he handed over the special grade mission rewards, saying, thanks, merit card, 100,000 contribution points, 15 cultivation cards. The mission registrar then explained to Zhonglin that if he didn't want to use the cultivation cards, he could exchange them for contribution points. Contribution points could also be exchanged for various methods and skills of the Southern Hall.
Hearing this, Zhonglin also thanked him, hoping they would be fated to meet again. Zhonglin took the merit card and many books out of the room. This time he really picked up some treasures. Down at the dormitory, Zhonglin was asking Meng Shen for advice. Zhonglin seemed to have comprehended something, realizing that was how it worked, and thanked Lord Meng. Meng Shen felt there was no need to thank him. It was as easy as turning over his hand. After speaking, Zhonglin left. At this time, an arm pulled Meng Shen back. He was a captain. He asked Meng Shen if that was the ghost envoy from the Eastern Hall. Hearing that they were about to leave soon, why did he still look so busy? Meng Shen then answered him that they went out representing the image of the Eastern Hall, and this time they probably also carried the orders and hopes of the Eastern King Yama. He continued to ask, how does the ability of the ghost envoys of the Eastern Hall compare to the ghost envoys of their Southern Hall? Meng Shen thought about this question for a moment. The other ghost envoy tapped Meng Shen's shoulder. Say something, will you? He immediately replied, his ability is very strong. I believe that in the near future he will be able to develop other skills based on the basic cultivation method, and might even create new cultivation methods or skills of his own. Right now it seems that although the connection between the 4 underworld realms is little, everyone is making progress. Then he asked, what about your side? How is the situation? I heard you've been bothered by an Eastern Hall ghost envoy lately. That ghost envoy snorted and answered, on my side, that Hei Wuchang from the Eastern Hall fights every day. His strength is higher, and furthermore his recovery ability is also fast. Every time we fight until he can't move anymore, but the next day he can jump around again. Honestly, there are times I hope they leave quickly, but also times I don't hope they leave. Elsewhere, at the high-level cultivation room,
Zhonglin was cultivating while reading a book. Ghost envoys can utilize external objects to strengthen themselves. To utilize external objects, the first step is to clearly understand their characteristics, traits, functions, and operational trajectories. Suddenly, something grew out of the male lead's back. Then comes the second step, the method of using ghost energy to create a ghostly entity. In the blink of an eye, a pair of pitch-black wings was formed. And the third step is how to use it flexibly. Looking at the wings, he exclaimed in astonishment, could this be the external object that I created using ghost energy? Having said that, Zhonglin stood up and flapped the wings, then took a test flight around. This feeling was very magical. Suddenly, a feather fell from the wings. He picked it up to observe. The wings were formed by ghost energy, so this feather probably also contained power. Besides flying, could the feathers also be used as sharp weapons for attacking? No sooner said than done. He immediately put it into practice. The feathers transformed from soft to sharp and shot downwards. The moment they touched the ground, they created an explosion with considerable destructive power. Zhonglin smiled with satisfaction. The effect is not bad. However, using this move requires considering the flight time and paying attention to power and speed. The male lead, full of enthusiasm, shouted loudly, again! At the boat dock of the Eastern Hall.
须由之 and the ghost envoys 抱着谢跪拜读蒙神. Hope to see you again. Thank you for Lord Meng's care during this time. Hearing this, he also replied, Hope to see you again in the future. I wish everyone a safe journey. After that, the boat left the dock, flying forward to explore new horizons. On the boat, Jiang Lin quietly found a hidden corner. He clicked on the screen in front of him, opening the mission column of the system board. A board immediately appeared before the male lead. Mission 1. Popularize the cultural specialties of the Underworld's Southern Hall. Completed. Mission 2. Popularize the cultural specialties of the Underworld's Western Hall. Incompleted. Mission 3. Popularize the cultural specialties of the Underworld's Northern Hall. Incompleted. Side Mission 4. Complete at least one special mission. Completed. Mission 5. Learn at least one new skill. Completed. Mission 6. Maintain your original heart. Incompleted. Suddenly he noticed Mission 6. Jianglin rubbed his chin in deep thought. What exactly does maintain your original heart mean? Suddenly there was a loud call. Lord Jiang. Seeing two tiger kids inexplicably appearing on the boat, he was a bit surprised. Do you also want to go to the Western Hall? The two tiger kids immediately said aggressively. That's right. This time we are here to take on a new job. Although it is a bit far, the reward is not low. It was entrusted by Uncle Meng, and Lord Su told us to go to the Western Hall with you. Jianglin asked curiously, just the two of you? Saying that, they immediately handed over a document. Don't look down on us because we're small. Our combat power is not weak. For this matter, Lord Zhongqi even gave us 2 long-distance flying ghost artifacts, and we have fully prepared our travel documents. Seeing this, he just said softly, if that's the case, please pay attention to safety when going out. The two kids sat obediently on the chairs and smiled in reply. Got it. Thank you, Lord Jiang. As soon as they finished speaking, they leaned against each other and yawned. Woke up so early in the morning and feel so sleepy. Lord Jiang, we're going to rest for a bit. You guys go ahead and rest. Then the two kids quickly fell asleep, while the male lead sat quietly next to them reading a book.
At this moment in the ghost market of the Western Hall, everyone was buzzing because the delegation from the Eastern Hall was about to arrive. The latest news from the mortal realm is here. John Woo Chang is coming to our Western Hall. The latest images, only 10 original copies. It's the ghost envoy who can go online, who can live stream, and who can let all the humans watching the live stream know what is happening in the underworld. Hearing this, the people of the Western Hall began gossiping with each other. I've heard of him. He's very famous in the mortal realm. My husband said he would live and die with me, but I'm dead and he's still alive. I want to sue him on the live stream. My wife was scammed in business. Perhaps she ran into a fraud syndicate. When the time comes, I also have to go and say a few words. But these are trivial matters. They probably won't care. Another person then said, why wouldn't they? Oh, one look and I can tell you don't follow current events. I suggest you go learn a bit about ghost domain studies before you come talk to us. Suddenly, a laugh rang out. Hee hee hee. Do you want to know what Zhang Wu Chang is coming here for? Do you want to know when they will arrive? Then a little girl shouted, do you want to know Lord Zhang Wu Chang's personality and what his hobbies are? How to be able to show your face on the live stream? I have the latest image recording stones here, limited to 10 copies, and there will be continuous updates in the future. Everyone was surprised upon hearing this. What? There's actually such a useful thing? After saying that, they all rushed toward the little girl, fighting over the image recording stones. Quick, give me one, give me one. I want one. Everyone was pushing, shoving, and fighting each other. It's me, sell me one. I clearly got here first. Mine, give it to me, give it to me. The little girl who was selling the image recording stones just now stealthily squeezed out of the crowd, panting heavily.
Hee, I have money now. You guys take your time fighting over the stones. I'm slipping away. The little girl ran away quickly to hide, ignoring the crowd of people pushing and fighting each other. Give it to me. Get out of my way. At a house in the suburbs. Master! Master! The little girl happily walked in and called out loudly, Master, I'm back! Suddenly she was startled to the point of being dazed. With a boom, smoke billowed out. The little girl's face was covered in dirt and she coughed. While waving her hand to clear the smoke, she asked, Master, what are you doing? The other person was no better off than her. You're back? Why are you back so early today? The little girl called walked into the room. Lord Zhang Wuchang and the others are about to arrive at the Western Hall, so I hurried back to sell the shadow stones. Business wasn't bad today. Hee, is that so? Master, next time you research ghost artifacts, could you tidy up the surroundings properly? Also, that defensive ghost artifact, you definitely have to turn it on. Otherwise, it's really not enough to waste. Originally, the ghost artifacts you could sell at the annual meeting weren't enough anyway. The other person held his head sadly. It's because they don't have a good eye. Those ghost artifacts of mine are so interesting. Then said, so interesting that a ghost even has to heal the opponent? Who would buy that? Could you make some more practical household items? Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, who did you just say is coming to the Western Hall? I knew you weren't listening to me. It's Zhang Wuchang who can go online in the underworld. Then he opened his eyes wide. Zhang Wuchang is coming? After speaking, he shouted, Finally, I can start researching that matter. Really, Master? Yes. Suddenly, slapped the other's shoulder hard. Then, Master, you have to work hard. Otherwise, it's highly likely you won't get to meet Zhang Wuchang. After all, when the time comes, there will be many ghosts who want to meet Zhang Wuchang. If you don't have any strength, people won't even look at you. Then she reached into her pocket and pulled something out. Cheer up, Master. Then she gave him a stack of money from selling the shadow stones. I'm going back to the underworld to gather information. Be careful not to blow up this house, you hear?
Saying that, A jumped out the window while he continued his research work. At King Yama's palace, from outside someone stepped into the study. Lord Yama? Western King Yama, Shihei immediately said. What's the matter? Don't be nervous. Speak slowly. The ghost envoy quickly reported. The ghost envoys of the Eastern Hall, led by Shu Yuji, have left the Southern Hall and are on their way to the Western Hall. So fast? Then he stood up.
Speaking with a stern face, this is our chance. Get ready to start the plan we have prepared for a long time. Understood, my lord. After finishing the report, the ghost envoy received the order and left. Western King Yama Shihei thought deeply with profound eyes. First, there was the incident caused by Bei Shui, and now the spreader from the Eastern Hall is traveling out. It is indeed a God-given opportunity. On the Eastern Hall ship, Zhang Lin was still sitting quietly reading a book next to the two Huzi kids from the Northern Hall. Suddenly, one of them woke up, ran quickly towards Su Yuji, and called out loudly, "Lord Su!" The little boy handed over a ball, and he curiously asked, "This is—" The little boy replied, "This is what Lord Zhangqi told me to give you, saying you will understand once you see it." He politely replied, "Thank you." The little boy quickly added, "Lord Su, no need to be so polite. You just need to use your energy to activate this ghost energy orb." Having completed the mission, the little boy happily turned and left. Su Yuji silently looked at the ghost energy orb in his hand. From the ghost energy orb, an illusion of Lord Zhangqi slowly appeared. That illusion then said, "Lord Su, this time Lord Yama and I have some business outside. If we couldn't come to give this to you in person, someone would deliver this item to your hands. We are extremely grateful to the Eastern Hall's ghost envoys for coming to the Southern Hall to resolve the seal issue this time." "Lord Zhangqi, you are too polite." Everyone curiously approached to look at the ghost energy orb. Zhangqi looked at them, smiled, and asked, "Haha, did the ghost envoys from the Eastern Hall have fun coming to the Southern Hall?" Qin Jojo and the ghost envoys nearby excitedly reply, "Yes, we have learned quite a lot on this trip. It's true that the Southern Hall is different from the Eastern Hall. We can learn many things, which is very interesting." Zhangqi continued, "It would be great if you all could come live in the Southern Hall. I see that your style is quite suitable for our Southern Hall."
"Really, Lord Zhangqi?" Before they could finish, Shu Yuji interrupted. "What are you saying? Speak up a bit, I can't hear clearly." Immediately, everyone shut their mouths tightly and didn't make a single sound. Then the three of them changed the subject and made an excuse to slip away. "Ha ha ha ha, I just bought a house in the Eastern Hall. How could I leave? Ha ha ha. A person of the Eastern Hall, a ghost of the Eastern Hall. The Eastern Hall is my immortal soul. Alive, I am a ghost of the Eastern Hall. Dead, I am also a ghost of the Eastern Hall. Ha ha ha." Shu Yuji chuckled, then waved his hand to dispel Lord Zhangqi's illusion. Standing silently looking into the distance for a while, he suddenly let out an "oh" sound. Shu Yuji sighed helplessly and thought to himself, Lord Janma just finished his journey to the Southern Hall, and someone has already thrown a wrench in the works. The army of the Western Hall is more formidable than the Southern Hall. What should be done about this? I have to think of a way, find a way to defeat them.
In the mortal realm, after knowing that Zhang Lin had gone to the Southern Hall, everyone immediately started talking excitedly. "Are you watching the live stream? The streamer has come to our place." "Of course I am watching. He is on his way. I have to quickly notify everyone on the forum." At this time, Chen Xin, hearing the news about Zhang Lin, said in surprise, "Southern Hall, Western Hall, and then the Northern Hall." "Perhaps that is so," Tong Tianze replied while playing on his phone. Yetzi rested his chin on his hand, sitting in front of the computer, and pondered. "I remember the Western King Yama and Eastern King Yama once fought each other. I wonder if the streamer will encounter any difficulties coming to the Western Hall this time." Down in the underworld, at a tea house in the Eastern Hall, the storyteller standing above said, "Following the previous part, this time let's hear what happened when Zhang Muchang went to the Ghost Market. The Ghost Market of the Southern Hall has such an arena. Whoever goes up will have to accept the challenges of ghosts and monsters. With such a spectacular arena, how could Zhang Muchang be missing?" Shu Shuzi's son was also a fan of Zhang Lin. Hearing that it was related to Zhang Lin, his eyes lit up like stars as he pulled his father's hand and said, "Father, listen to the legend of Uncle Zhang being transmitted from the Southern Hall." Seeing his son so excited, Shu Shuzi could only nod in agreement. In the mortal realm, Hong Ya, who hadn't seen Niju for a long time, asked caringly, "How have you been lately?" Niju shyly scratched his head and replied, "I'm doing okay. Since the captain went on a business trip, we were assigned to different teams, so we haven't seen each other for a long time." Hearing this, Hong Ya suggested, "Then some other day, Team 18 should gather together." Niju nodded in agreement and said, "That works." In the underworld, Shu Yuji, looking gluey with an annoyed expression, stared at his subordinates. The Bai Wuchang were sitting and standing around, looking very depressed. Zhang Lin had just finished reading a secret manual and let out a yawn. Zhang Lin looked up and saw Qin Juju walking towards him, so he asked in confusion, "Is something the matter?" Qin Juju asked excitedly, "Did you get the pass for the Southern Hall?" Zhang Lin took out 2 cards from his clothes, nodded and said, "Yeah." Qin Juju also took out her card to show off. "Right, what is for single use and the other can be used for a long time?" She sat down next to Zhang Lin and continued. "However, didn't Lord Zongquei leave that little ghost to us permanently just now? The single use doesn't matter anymore." Zhang Lin also agreed and replied, "Yeah."
After that, Chinjuju asked Janglin, waiting for the results of this assignment, will you still go to the Southern Hall? Maybe I won't come, will you stay here for long? While Chinjuju was talking endlessly, a majestic voice rang out, impossible. The two of them were startled and looked up to see Shu Yuji staring at them. Frightened, Chinjuju said in a panic, Lord Shu, what are you doing? Does anyone know that scaring a ghost can make their souls scatter and shatter? Shu Yuji said with a dark face, I'm here to inform you, the meeting is starting. Chinjuju watched Shu Yuji leave in annoyance, following behind him and grumbling, this Lord Shu, I don't know what's wrong with him today. After everyone had fully gathered, Shu Yuji informed everyone, there is still a little time before we go to the Western Hall. Let's use this time to summarize what we have learned in the Southern Hall. You guys can discuss with each other. Bai Wuchang raised his hand to volunteer and said, Lord Shu, let me go first.
Su Yuji nodded in agreement. All right, then you share first. Bai Wuchang stood up and shared. During my time at the Southern Hall, I learned a lot from my seniors. I went to investigate the 10 great seals, repaired 5 or 6 mid-level seals, and even participated in the exchange meeting of the Southern Hall sealing team. 5 minutes later, that Bai Wuchang was still talking non-stop. Regarding this trip to the Southern Hall, I made friends with many ghost envoys and also heard many different opinions. Hearing Bai Wuchang speak, Su Yuji nodded and said, not bad. After that, Su Yuji looked towards Lu Bue and asked, Lu Bue, what about you? Lu Bue calmly said, fought a few times at the Southern Hall, sat in prison for a few days. Hei and Bai Wuchang sitting around heard this and curiously asked, what? And then what happened? Lu Bue crossed his arms and recounted, after that, I got on the boat with you guys. Honestly, I also feel that I gained quite a lot this time. How about we try having a fight? Su Yuji helplessly covered his face with his hand and said, all right, next person, Chinjuju, you share. Seeing it was her turn, Chinjuju replied, okay, and then took out a lot of local specialties to show off. Chinjuju scratched her head and said shyly, strolling around the underworld of the Southern Hall, the mortal realm scenery wasn't bad either. The food at the Southern Hall is also very delicious, and I gathered a lot of ingredients. The more I talk, the more I crave it. Can we eat while we hold the meeting? Su Yuji felt very helpless. Now he could only put his hopes on Janglin. Janglin, your turn. Janglin nodded and said, all right. Janglin took out many secret manuals and said, strolling around the Southern Underworld realm, did a few missions, and exchanged for some skill books and cultivation methods. If you guys need them, you can come find me to borrow and read them. Su Yuji finally smiled with satisfaction, stroked his beard and praised, very good, keep going. In his heart, he felt that this was what sharing knowledge should truly look like. After Janglin shared the secret manuals, Hei and Bai Wuchang split into two sides. One side focused on studying the secret manuals, while the other side ate hot pot and enjoyed the cuisine of the Southern Hall. A while later, Su Yuji spoke up. All right, everyone has shared quite a bit. Finally, I will add one more sentence. On this trip, you will encounter many ghosts or interesting things, as well as many temptations. Speaking up to here, Su Yuji put on a serious face and raised his voice. But I hope that whether it is now or in the future, no matter where you go, always remember that the Eastern Hall is your home and also your eternal backing. Understood?
Moved by Shu Yoji's words, everyone's morale soared. Understood. Bai Wuchang, who was sitting and eating hot pot with Janglin's group, also said, understood. Lu Bue, holding a bowl of hot pot in his hand, agreed with these words, saying, Senior, the proverb says it well, there is no place like home. Chinchojo determinedly said, the Eastern Hall will be my backing, and I will also become a powerhouse of the Eastern Hall. Janglin also declared, I just bought a house in the Eastern Hall. I don't have money to buy a house anywhere else. Everyone on the boat heading to the Southern Hall now had their hearts set on the Eastern Hall with a burning determination. I am a ghost envoy of the Eastern Hall. We come from the Eastern Hall, and of course we will return to the Eastern Hall. Lord Shu, Senior, rest assured, we will not be poached by other King Yama's palaces. Shu Yoji was finally at ease and no longer felt uncomfortable. He raised his hand and said, born as a soul of the Eastern Hall, even if I scatter into ashes, I will still be the energy of the Eastern Hall. After saying that, Shu Yoji turned and walked away, thinking to himself, good, you guys keep talking. I won't bother you anymore. On the live stream, everyone's blood boiled with excitement from Shu Yoji's declarations. Fired up. I come from the flower planting nation. I will return to the flower planting nation. As a person, one must not forget their roots. As descendants of Yan and Huang, one must not forget their motherland. Study for the rise of the flower planting nation. Strive for the rise of the flower planting nation. I am proud of the people of the flower planting nation. In the future, I will make the people of the flower planting nation proud of me. In the midst of that, someone interjected, wait, what? I remember back then Lord Yama of the Eastern Hall and the Western Hall had fought before. Will the Western King Yama make things difficult for them this time?
Zhonglin saw the comments on the screen and almost laughed out loud. Haha. Seeing that Zhonglin didn't say anything, Chinjojo scooped a ladle of soup and said, Zhonglin, quickly try this dish. It's very delicious. Zhonglin said gratefully, okay, and held out his bowl to receive it. The two Xiaohus looked at the people of the Eastern Hall who were eating and drinking happily. They were also infected by the joy. A Xiaohu asked his big brother, Brother, do you think our friends in the mortal realm can see us? The Xiaohu next to him said full of hope,
I don't know. Maybe they can see us if we get a little closer. Then they approached Zhonglin, and the older Xiaohu said, Now, we have to follow Lord Zhang. Lord Zhongqi has spoken. We have to earn more money than last time. After we return, we will have a generous reward. Hearing his big brother's instructions, the Xiaohu nodded in agreement and said, Brother, rest assured, I remember. Shu Yuji looked at Zhonglin's group, stroking his beard, and thought, It seems that the ghost envoys of our Eastern Hall are still very attractive. Next, we can let Zhonglin lead him. Suddenly, the system sounded a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, popularizing the unique culture of the Southern Hall's underworld, mainly popularizing the special features of the Southern Hall, cultivation skills, the operation system of the mission center, the Daemon Market Arena, the special Mortal Realm area, the lifestyle of the Southern Hall, and not going out after 12 midnight. Reward, 10,000 accumulated points, 1,000 power of faith. Mission completion status, excellent, doubling the reward, receiving a portion of the Southern Hall's local specialties. Ding! The Southern Hall's local specialties have been distributed. Please check and receive them, host.
Hearing the mission information from the system, Zhonglin couldn't help but feel surprised, thinking, a Southern Hall specialty? The image of the Southern Hall specialty appearing before Zhonglin's eyes was a hard green object resembling the shell of some animal. Zhonglin thought, this is... Then Zhonglin curiously touched it. The shell emitted rays of blue spiritual energy, startling Zhonglin. Those rays of blue spiritual energy transmitted straight toward Zhonglin. Zhonglin looked down at the blue light surrounding his body. He widened his eyes in astonishment, looking at the shell, and saw the projection of a bug reflecting from it. After that, Zhonglin closed his eyes and absorbed the energy it generated. Combat spells clearly appeared in his mind. After a while, Zhonglin opened his eyes. He was very surprised by the effectiveness of the shell, thinking, just a shell on the body can greatly benefit my Ghost King realm, so how formidable must its true form be? Zhonglin looked down at his hand and continued to think. However, such a formidable four-legged animal, why have I never seen it when I was in the Southern Hall? The scenes I just saw, could this four-legged animal be a pet raised by Lord Southern King Yama, or is it used to record something? To gather more information, Zhonglin looked at the system screen and asked, Scraping a piece of your shell to use as a specialty? Will Lord Southern King Yama come to cause trouble for me? Before the system could answer, Shu Yuzu's voice rang out. We are about to enter the Western Realm. Everyone pay attention. Hearing the sound, everyone dropped what they were doing and gathered into two vertical lines. Shu Yuzu announced, Everyone knows our Eastern Hall and the Western Hall have had conflicts in the past. This trip might not go too smoothly.
Shu Yuji instructed, When acting in the Western Hall, protecting your lives is the most important thing. If you encounter any unexpected situations, try your best not to cause conflicts, because our reinforcements cannot get there quickly. In response to these instructions, everyone shouted in unison, Understood. For this trip, Zhang Lin could only think to himself, hoping that the Southern King Yama wouldn't come to cause trouble at this time. The ship of the people from the Eastern Hall finally reached the border of the Western Hall. Shu Yuji's voice rang out. All post envoys gather entirely on the deck, prepared to disembark. Hearing this, everyone shouted, Understood. As the ship advanced a bit further, at this moment, a voice echoed out. Ahead is the administrative area of the Western Hall. Despite hearing the voice rising, still standing there coldly, that person continued to say, If ghost envoys from other halls have accidentally taken the wrong path, please stop. In the midair, a plume of white smoke formed, revealing the silhouette of a ghost envoy. That ghost envoy threatened. Otherwise, life or death is not guaranteed. Shu Yuji picked up a piece of paper and looked at the ghost envoy in front of him. Then he looked at Bai Wuchang behind him. The ghost envoy of the Western Hall continued. If you are friends of the Western Hall, please present related documents or items. Shu Yuji threw the piece of paper towards the ghost envoy of the Western Hall and said, This is the customs clearance document from the Eastern King Yama. The two eyes of the Western ghost envoy shot out two beams of light, piercing through the clearance document. After checking it carefully, the ghost envoy clasped his hands and said, So it turns out to be guests from the Eastern Hall. Please wait a moment. After speaking, the silhouette of the Western ghost envoy turned into a puff of white smoke and completely dissipated into the air. After that ghost envoy left, Shu Yuji breathed a sigh of relief. But not long after, he heard a loud sound coming from a machine.
Shu Yuji looked up at the sky in astonishment and saw a helicopter flying over, hanging a huge banner underneath. Welcome the streamer to the Western Underworld realm. Seeing this kind of welcome for the first time, Shu Yuji couldn't help but be amazed. Before Shu Yuji's group could collect themselves, two more helicopters flew over, scattering confetti everywhere to celebrate. Seeing this welcoming display, Shu Yuji didn't understand what was going on. Here we go again. What is the Western Hall doing?
Meanwhile, seeing this ostentatious welcome, Jiang Lin couldn't help but feel that this scene was very familiar. Knowing Jiang Lin's confusion, a comment from 999 Runger read, "Knowing the streamer was coming, I prepared the procedures related to the flight permit a month in advance. Today, the whole sky is hung with flying ribbons at the western border just to welcome the streamer here." He commented again, "Thanks to the reward money in the streamer's livestream, my family's business was brought back to life. Knowing the streamer was coming to the western underworld realm, I specially prepared this welcoming ceremony, hoping the streamer likes it." Reading the comments, Jiang Lin thought, sure enough, no wonder it looked familiar. Since the others couldn't read the livestream, two ghost envoys of the Western Hall said doubtfully, "What is this situation? Why is someone arriving faster than us? Could they have flown here by mistake? But it doesn't look like it." Seeing that the ghost envoys of the Western Hall had arrived, Su Yoju quickly handed over the clearance documents for inspection. One ghost envoy of the Western Hall took the clearance documents, checked them, found no issues, and affirmed, "It really is a document from the Eastern King Yama." The ghost envoy next to him, seeing this welcoming display for the first time, was bewildered. Is human information so fast nowadays? Then where do we put the face of our Western Hall? Meanwhile, the two little tigers also went to the ghost envoys of the Western Hall, took out their own clearance documents and said, "We are from the Southern Hall. This is our document." The ghost envoy took the clearance documents, looked at the two tigers, and let out an "Oh. Oh, please wait a moment, you two." The two ghost envoys of the Western Hall flipped through it for a while and found no problems. Then they returned the clearance documents and said, "No problems." The two ghost envoys of the Western Hall turned to everyone on the boat and said, "Please follow us." The people on the boat followed the two ghost envoys of the Western Hall and flew away, while Su Yoju stayed behind,
turning the giant boat into a small boat and putting it away on his person. But Shu Yuji's eyes noticed the clouds that were gathering. They were gathering behind them, almost as if surrounding them. Shu Yuji looked at the clouds and couldn't help but worry. It seems like we are surrounded. Could it be that the Western Hall wants to show off their power? In another place, Ayer, in high spirits, kicked the room door open and said loudly, "Master, Master, Jiang Wuchang and the others have arrived at the Western Hall." She excitedly looked at the person in the room and said, "Jiang Wuchang and the others are here. Let's hurry and go see." The person called Master by Ayer turned his head and coldly said two words, "Not going." Looking at her master's pale face, Ayer was so scared that she stepped back and shouted, "Damn it!" Looking at this dilapidated appearance, Ayer couldn't help but feel sorry. "Master, while I wasn't here, what have you been through?" Ayer's master embarrassedly scratched his head and said, "Working, making money." Ayer poked her head over and asked again, "Are you really not going?" The nimble hands of Ayer's master tightened the screws and coldly rejected Ayer's invitation. "Not going. The work is not done yet. Didn't you say I should make a little more money?" His mouth said so, but Ayer's master thought in his head, "This mission must be kept a secret. I should chase this little girl away first and then figure it out." After that, Ayer's master turned his head and spoke to chase her away. "You hurry up and go," but then saw Ayer sit down.
She rested her chin on her hands, stared at her master, and smiled, saying, "Master, then I will stay here with you." Ayer had been with her master for so long that she naturally noticed he was hiding a secret. She narrowed her eyes and asked threateningly, "Master, what secret do you have after all?" She mocked, "Normally you want me to stay. If you don't tell me today, I won't leave." Being questioned, Ayer's master froze for a moment, then turned his head and said, "This is my secret mission. You cannot be here." Hearing this, Ayer crossed her arms in annoyance and sulked. "Wouldn't it be better to say that earlier? I thought you were doing something bad behind my back again." Ayer's master waved his hand to shoo her away. "Are you the master or am I the master? All right, hurry up and go. When you leave, take the image recording stone with you and bring it back for me to see later." Afterward, Ayer went out according to her master's wishes. "All right, master, then I'll head out first." After saying that, Ayer jumped out of the window. Then she looked towards the Western Hall. Her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Damn it, what kind of situation is this?" Meanwhile, at the Western Hall, fireworks filled the sky, forming the words, "Welcome friends from the Eastern Hall as guests to the Western Hall." In front of the Western Hall, two rows of people stood in formation, each holding a weapon in their hands, looking very serious. But the people of the Eastern Hall, seeing this welcoming display for the first time, couldn't help but feel suspicious. "Don't we have conflicts? Is this a sign that they want to kill us?" Xiao Hu, standing nearby, sighed. "Everyone has a spear. They are indeed richer than our Southern Hall." Right at this moment, the two rows of people stepped aside, making way for a line of ghosts to walk out. Some were beating gongs and drums, while others danced a welcoming dance that looked very bizarre. Witnessing this scene, the people from the Eastern Hall thought to themselves, "It seems it's not as wild as before." After the welcoming performance, a representative from the Western Hall stepped forward. He cupped his hands towards Su Yoji and said, "Lord Su, greetings. I am Kai Chin. We welcome the ghost envoys of the Eastern Hall as guests to our Western Hall." Kai Chin explained, "This is the welcoming ceremony we prepared. We hope you all like it."
Su Yojir clasped his hands politely and said, "The Western Hall is truly thoughtful.
Tai Chin reached out in an inviting gesture and said, "Please follow me, everyone. We have prepared a welcome banquet to wash away the dust for our guests from afar." Suyo-jir turned his head and nodded to Zhang-lin. Then Suyo-jir reached out his hand and said, "Then I will have to trouble Lord Tai-chin to lead the way." Tai-chin led the way, taking the people of the Eastern Hall on a tour of the Western Hall, while Zhang-lin looked around as he walked. Watching this welcoming scene through the screen, everyone exploded in the comments. "It's good that they're not fighting. It's good that they're not fighting. The streamer is so handsome. No, I mean those guns are really cool. But this Western Hall is truly top-notch. Beast-eared girls, maids. Damn, it's the paradise of the underworld. The ghost envoys over there are so cool, carrying those submachine guns, too cool. Damn, it's a man's dream. To be able to use guns after coming to the underworld. The Western Hall is too modern. Could it be developing even faster than the mortal realm? Holy crap, I think I even saw a mobile phone. Don't spout nonsense, guys. Life in the underworld might not be that wonderful. We must endure. But if the underworld really lets you play games, has beast-eared girls, handsome guys who can fly, plus a long lifespan, I suddenly kind of want to go. Endure, endure. Being impulsive makes you a ghost. Right. I didn't see anything. I love the streamer. I love the Eastern Hall."
Zhang-lin and the people from the Eastern Hall continued their stroll. After a while, Kai-chin brought everyone to a private dining room, inviting the people from the Eastern Hall to taste the Western Hall specialties. Sitting at the dining table, Kai-chin made a suggestion, asking if they wanted to watch a movie. Shu Yuji asked in astonishment, "They even show movies?" Kai-chin laughed loudly and introduced, "Of course, whatever the mortal realm has, we have, and whatever the mortal realm doesn't have, we also have." Then Kai-chin pulled something out from his person. He presented an object in front of Shu Yuji and Zhang-lin, then introduced, "This is called the image recording stone, which is very popular in our Western Hall. The movies we can show rely on it." Holding the image recording stone in his hand, Shu Yuji studied it for a while and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is it really that magical?" Kai-chin continued to boast about the Western Hall. "Cameras. Do you know about cameras? It's something the mortal realm researched. We have them here too, this image recording stone. Here we also have bars, which are places for drinking and dancing in the mortal realm." At this moment, Zhang-lin stood up and said to Kai-chin, "Thank you. I have a general understanding now. I'll go walk around and take a look for a bit." Hearing this, Kai-chin immediately said, "All right, I am right here. You can call me at any time." Zhang-lin nodded and said, "All right." After that, Zhang-lin stepped outside. Zhang-lin went out to the balcony and looked down at the street where people were coming and going.
Zhang-lin threw a camera from his hand. The camera from above recorded a series of images of the city. In the modern city, high-rise buildings stood close together. In the footage, there was also a ghost riding a motorcycle, zooming from the roof of one high-rise to another. There were images of humans and ghosts eating together in a restaurant, and the silhouettes of ghosts and humans playing video games together. Suddenly, from behind Zhang-lin, Chin Jojo's voice rang out. "This dish and this one too. From this side to that side, bring them all out at once." Zhang-lin turned his head and caught sight of Chin Jojo clasping her hands, looking pleadingly at the waiter, which made him helplessly say, "All right." Then the waiter turned to the kitchen and said, "1 portion of each dish for me." "Oh no, 2 portions. We can't let the guests from the Eastern Hall go hungry." Then the waiter looked at Chin Jojo, whose eyes were shining and mouth-watering, sighed and thought, "I was wondering why she was smiling so pitifully. It turns out the food wasn't enough." Hei and Bai Wuchang, sitting next to Chin Jojo, looked at each other in confusion. Then they also thought, "With so much, we really can't finish it all. Can the Western Hall's money really be this much?" The waiter stroked his hair with a proud expression. "Phew, almost caused a misunderstanding with the colleagues from the Eastern Hall, almost ruined this reception banquet." Thinking this, he smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, please wait a moment everyone, the food will be served right away." A moment later, the old plates of food quickly disappeared. In their place appeared new, extremely appetizing plates of food, making everyone amazed, while Chin Jojo's eyes lit up. At the same time, a group of dancers stepped out and respectfully said, "We have kept the distinguished guests waiting for a long time." After the introduction, the dancers began to dance, and everyone clapped and praised. Excellent. The dancers danced skillfully. Some Bai Wuchang also stood up to dance. A little fox ate while watching the performance. Chewing, it said to the little fox next to it, "Brother, this is all a conspiracy." The other little fox agreed, saying, "The ghost envoys of the Western Hall are actually using a honey trap, wanting to flatter the ghost army in the live stream." That little fox continued, "Yeah, I can see that, don't worry. Just eat and drink their stuff first." The other little fox agreed, "All right." A while later, Su Yuji waved his hand and said to Kai-chin, "I can't eat anymore. I can't eat anymore. Don't order any more dishes." Hearing this, Kai-chin replied, "All right." Then Kai-chin pressed a button on the table.
Instantly, the food on the table disappeared. After finishing their meal, Shu Yuji, Cai-chin, and the others left the restaurant and went out onto the street. They were walking and chatting when suddenly a person on the street shouted, "I'm not doing this anymore. What kind of situation is this? Not treating a ghost like a ghost. Whoever wants to do it can do it." Just as he finished speaking, a gunshot rang out, startling Shu Yuji. It also terrified the person who had just spoken when he discovered a bullet hole right next to his foot, a little bit off and he would have been hit. The young man was frightened, thinking he was a goner, yet he was still in one piece, only his legs were trembling slightly. Old Shuyuchi looked at his demeanor and frowned slightly. Only now did the young man look up, realizing that countless people had gathered around to watch. The young man broke into a cold sweat out of fear. "Lord's ghost envoy, I want to resign." As soon as he finished speaking, he cried like a baby. "Why did you shoot? Do I have to die just for resigning now?"
Sai-Chin also didn't understand the reason why, turning around to ask his subordinate, "What is going on?" The subordinate, whose hand was still holding the gun, had a pale face. "It was the gun that acted first, Lord Sai-Chin. I can explain." Saying that, the gun he held fired continuously, and everyone guessed that this gun was probably malfunctioning. Everyone started asking the subordinate holding the gun, "Did you feel anything wrong with it before?" Being asked like that, the guy was a bit stunned, but then suddenly remembered something, and he nodded. Yes, when the welcoming ceremony took place earlier, the fireworks in my gun couldn't be fired." He recounted the day the ceremony took place. "At that time, I even tried firing it a few times, intending to go get a check today after finishing work." Saying that, he handed the gun to the ghost envoy. The ghost envoy held the gun and inspected it. It was indeed a bit unusual, and still needed the professional tools of the ghost artifact workshop to be properly appraised. The ghost envoy returned the gun to them, saying, "I have to make a trip to the ghost artifact workshop." Then he turned to confirm his identity with Sai-Chin. "Lord Sai-Chin, I am a member of Lang Sha from the Ghost Artifact Workshop of the Western Hall. Whether my words are true or not, you will know immediately if you tell your team members to go check." Sai-Chin was not someone who didn't understand what was going on, and just replied coldly, "Thank you." Then he said to the subordinate standing behind him, "Go back and check it out. You have half a day off." The guy still hugged the gun tightly in his hands, overjoyed at being allowed to rest. "Yes, Captain." But he didn't forget to say goodbye to the elders. Sorry, colleagues of the Eastern Hall, I'll be leaving first." Shuyoji waved his hand to signal, "It's fine, go ahead." Immediately a spatial portal was opened, and the subordinate stepped inside, crossing over to the other world.
Junglin stood to the side, watching and thinking to himself that the combination of this formation and the weapons was indeed a level higher than our Eastern Hall. He didn't know what this disc was. Tai-Chin walked towards old Tsuyuji with an apologetic and anxious expression, extremely sorry that such a thing had happened. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out from somewhere. "Mother, the Western Hall is about to fall into chaos. The ghost envoys are attacking our own people. They're about to rebel." Tai-Chin's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. "Excuse me, I need to resolve a little problem." Tsuyuji very timely stepped back to yield the stage. "Please go ahead, go ahead." Although the old man said so, his eyes kept staring intently at the spatial portal. To encounter this scene right after finishing a meal and coming outside, he didn't know if it was a coincidence or deliberately arranged by the Western Hall. If it was deliberately arranged, why would they do this? Just as that young man was about to run away, a hand suddenly pulled his collar back. Seeing Tai-Chin, his face was filled with panic. "Lord, I didn't say anything just now. I was just talking nonsense. I've worked too much overtime and haven't rested well, causing hallucinations. I didn't hear anything." He was on the verge of dropping to his knees, clasping his hands and begging, "As long as you spare me, I will definitely forget everything I saw today." But how could Tai-Chin let it go? Gripping his head tightly with one hand, he said, "I have to take you on a trip to Huangchua." This guy felt that his life was completely over and there was no way out. Tai-Chin created a barrier linking to Huangchuan under his feet and asked politely, "I have to take him to Naihei Bridge. Do you all want to come along and see?" Tsuyuji naturally wanted to follow. "We guests will follow the host. Let's go together." Afterward, the whole group followed behind Tai-Chin. Junglin watched helplessly as everyone disappeared into the spatial portal.
He smiled. In terms of weaponry, the Western Hall indeed did it better. Then he slowly followed behind to watch the fun. Junglin looked around for a while and realized he had arrived at the Naihei Bridge, a place with no trace of people, gloomy and cold. A feeling of unease rose, making him slightly frown. Something was wrong. On the Naihei Bridge right now, there was absolutely no one, completely empty. Finding it strange, Junglin stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, Lord Kai-Chin, why are there no wandering souls on the Huangshan Road of the Western Hall?" Kai-Chin calmly replied, "Please follow me. We will go to the end of the Naihei Bridge." Everyone followed him, taking turns going down to the end of the bridge. They saw an arcade game machine ahead, similar to those in movie theaters. A young man who had just won a game was rejoicing happily. Some were anxious, not knowing what would happen when it was their turn, while others were very expectant. They lined up to play one by one. After that, their souls flew to two different places. Kai-Chin, still tightly gripping his subordinate's collar, led everyone closer to the arcade machine. "Please follow me." Very quickly, everyone gathered around. Kai-Chin stepped up first. He pressed a button on the machine. Then he began to explain step by step. "I have the authority, so when I operate it, the screen will light up. Next, I will explain this machine in detail to everyone." After saying that, Kai-Chin pressed the white button at the bottom, and the game machine started up.
The screen displayed information about Kai-Chin, including his date of birth and his lifetime rank and status. It turned out that this machine was generated by this ghost energy to help wandering souls reincarnate. As long as a wandering soul stood in front of it, information related to them would appear above.
Hearing this, everyone stared in astonishment, and someone even exclaimed, "Is it really that magical?" Shu Yuji felt that this machine was not simple. "So does it have any other functions?" Chai-Chen continued. "Everyone knows that drinking mangpo soup means everything will start over, ending the previous life and entering reincarnation. That is also the reason they named the machine. Every wandering soul before reincarnation can see their future self, but at that time they have already drunk mangpo soup. Everything is predestined and will not change. To give the wandering souls more choices, the Western Hall created this ghost artifact. We call it the Destiny Reversal Machine." Chai-Chen once again operated the buttons on the machine. Paper suddenly appeared in everyone's hands, clearly detailing the information about the Destiny Reversal Machine. Its function is to connect to the reincarnation platform of ghost artifacts within the 6 paths of reincarnation. It can convert the wandering soul's information into related values and simulate approximate information about their next life. Its usage, before drinking mangpo soup and reincarnating, it lets the wandering souls know in advance where they might be reborn, whether their family will be happy or not, and how many children they might have. At the same time, the Destiny Reversal Machine will provide relevant suggestions based on the wandering soul's personal information and the actual situation in the Western Hall. It will also let the wandering souls know what to do to improve their stats and how many stats are needed to achieve the changes they desire. For example, if a wandering soul is predestined not to have children in the next life, he can try from now on to have one. The Western Hall gives all wandering souls the opportunity to write the script for their own lives. Your next life is written by you. And that is all the information about the Destiny Reversal Machine. We will give the wandering souls the opportunity, but whether they can grasp it or not depends on them. But someone also raised a question. Lord Kai-Chen, there will also be wandering souls who do not cherish the opportunity, but instead complain to the heavens and blame others, right? Chai-Chen understood perfectly. Of course there are. After all, wandering souls also come from the mortal realm. Sometimes they are no different from humans.
Someone felt this Destiny Reversal Machine was truly miraculous and still wanted to ask again, "Lord Kai-Chin, are you giving wandering souls a chance to change?" That is correct. A ghost envoy guessed that for this Destiny Reversal Machine to operate, there must certainly be conditions. So what kind of price must a wandering soul pay to exchange for a change? Kai-Chin slowly answered each question one by one. Before reincarnation, anything is possible, but the more you change, the greater the price you have to pay. Kai-Chin gave a simple example. There are people who work in the underworld for 100 years just to find an opportunity they can grasp in their next life. There are people who use their knowledge to make countless contributions in the underworld just to have a perfect family in their next life. There are also those who wander in the underworld for hundreds of thousands of years just to pray for blessings for their children so their families can be protected. To put it simply, the things they want to change are all the things they sought but could not get in this life. Jiang Lin fell into thought. So that was how it was. The Eastern Hall and Southern Hall relied on the contributions of ghost envoys in the underworld. When they wanted to reincarnate, they could also receive a reward. When he read the information about the Destiny Reversal Machine, he immediately knew that those contributions could be converted into numerical values to simulate the approximate information of the next life. This made wandering souls feel like fighting for the opportunity to change. Indeed, the Western Hall was unique. Whether it was for humans or wandering souls, the attraction was not small at all. He looked at the person in front of him. However, this Lord Kai-Chin hid things very well. He noticed during the conversation up until now, the use of the Destiny Reversal Machine would definitely have some limitations, but this Lord Kai-Chin did not mention them at all. Furthermore, the work in the underworld was also divided into many types, some good and some bad, depending on who could accept them. The people who could be retained were definitely put to good use by the underworld.
On the side of the broadcast screen, viewers continued to comment nonstop. Some felt that working while alive and continuing to work after death meant that the work done while alive was for the rest of one's life, and the work done after death was for the next life. Truly, the living person works and the soul works. Others were so scared they swallowed their saliva. Moreover, living in the underworld for a long time, once you start working, it's for hundreds of thousands of years without stopping. Of course, there were also people who agreed. I feel it's fine. Aren't we continuously working without money right now? If we have money in the next life, wouldn't that end 3 generations of poverty? Otherwise, we will have to work life after life. Jiang Lin read the comments and smiled to himself. In the live stream room, lively discussions continued. How familiar this sounded, just like what we say now, building a good foundation for children from the start. Hell has also started setting up its own reincarnation script. I've thought about it. Descendants have their own blessings. If I don't have descendants, I will enjoy my own blessings. Did my ancestors also think this way, which is why I am so poor? It's good enough to get through this life. Who knows if we will still be us in the next life? I agree with the person above. Chai-Chin started dealing with the subordinate, pointing at the machine. This is your choice. You wanted to give your son a chance to be a normal person.
Are you sure you want to give up now? As he spoke, Chai-Chin reminded, think carefully about what you have done for this matter. If you are sure you want to give up, I will take you to drink Mangpo soup. The subordinate's eyes immediately welled up with tears, crying, "Oh!" Then he slumped down, wailing. He finally accepted. Sir, please let me go back. I was not lucky enough to have children in this life, nor have I ever experienced the blessing of having descendants. In the next life, it was so hard to get a son. I cannot let my son be intellectually disabled, Lord. Chai-Chin stood completely still, not moving an inch and saying nothing. The subordinate continued, Lord, it is true that I was wrong. Please punish me. I beg you not to take away my chance to work. I really need this chance, and my son needs it too. Chai-Chin asked again, have you thought it through? The man nodded, affirming firmly, I have thought it through. I really have. Then Chai-Chin said to the subordinate standing behind, guards. A ghost envoy appeared. Your subordinate is here. Chai-Chin simply said, if you have thought it through, then follow him. You know what to do with the rest. The subordinate stood up. I understand. After that, he was dragged away by the ghost envoy.
Chai-Chin said to everyone again, on the path of perseverance, anyone can have the thought of giving up. That is not shameful, but giving up is giving up, and everything will be lost. If you persevere, you will achieve what you want. That is the reason why they want to give wandering souls a chance, because no matter what decision is made, it is not wrong, but it will affect the wandering soul's future life. Our Western Hall gives the right of choice to the souls themselves. Others have no right to interfere. Another ghost envoy raised his hand and spoke. May I ask Lord Chai-Chin, with so many professions in the Western Hall, is there any profession that can quickly fulfill one's wishes? Chai-Chin began to explain. If one is of the technical type or intellectual type, it might be easy to gain stats and complete the transformation, but in reality, it depends on the different ghosts. Anyway, according to human sayings, among the 360 trades, there will be champions and there will be those slacking off. We are ghost envoys of the Western Hall. All we need to do is ensure that the Western Hall will never deceive and will treat every wandering soul fairly. Hearing this, the ghost envoy understood. Understood.
Chai-Chin smiled again and raised his hand to point forward. Our Western Hall is very talented. Now I will lead you to the living quarters. Shu Yuji clasped his hands. Sorry to bother you. Everyone also started to follow. All the ghost envoys, under Chai-Chin's guidance, headed to the living quarters. There were even some very young ghost envoys, among them a pair of twins. Brother, look, this guy is saying again how good their Western Hall is everywhere. It's just a cat praising its own long tail. The other agreed. That's right, bringing us here and talking so much, I feel like he's just saying it for his water army to hear. The younger brother started to worry. Brother, they won't target Zhang Wuchang, will they? But the older brother didn't know either. Who knows, we'll deal with it when it comes. Let's go see how the living quarters are first. Chai-Chin led everyone to the living quarters and stop it. We've arrived. These are the dormitories the Western Hall has prepared for you. Everyone was immediately startled. Looking down, there were villas everywhere. Everyone can choose a villa that they like. Inside each villa, there is a cultivation room where you can cultivate with peace of mind. Even using skills, as long as it's not exposed, should probably be fine. Zhang Lin pretended to joke. What if I accidentally break the dormitory? How should I compensate? Kai-Seat smiled and replied, you are underestimating the construction materials of our Western Hall too much. If you really have the ability to destroy it, who knows, our Lord Yama might even seek your guidance and give you hell coins. The ghost envoys began to approach with interest. One room for each person, not disturbing each other. Chai-Chin happily explained, yes, one room for each person. As long as you don't fight and cause trouble, you can still visit each other. Chai-Chin also provided more information. The maximum endurance this cultivation room can withstand is the Ghost King realm. Inside, there are also some auxiliary weapons and artifact forging tools. Everyone can use them freely. Shu Yuji stroked his beard and also had to praise the Western Hall's dedication. Truly thoughtful. Chai-Chin welcomed everyone. You're welcome. Since you've come to the Western Hall, you are our friends. Saying that, Chai-Chin started to bring everyone to the living quarters. Then now I will arrange for the ghost guards to take you to choose your dormitories. Is that all right? Shu Yuji replied on behalf of all the ghost envoys. No problem. Thank you. Chai-Chin said to the guards, men, lead our friends from the Eastern Hall to choose their dormitories. The ghost guards answered in unison. Understood, Lord Chai-Chin. Each ghost guard took on the task of leading the Eastern Hall's ghost envoys away. Zhang Lin was brought to the front of a villa.
He received the business card from the ghost guard. Thank you for taking the trouble to show me around to choose a dormitory. The ghost guard bowed deeply. No need to thank me. I hope every day you spend in the Western Hall is a happy one. If you need anything, you can look for Lord Chai-Chin at any time. All right. After finishing his task, the ghost guard left. Zhang Lin brought the business card from earlier close to the door. Immediately, the door opened, accompanied by an announcement sound. Congratulations to the host for completing the Underworld Culture Popularization Mission, Reincarnation, Destiny Reversal Machine, and 500 accumulated points. Congratulations to the host for completing the Western Hall Culture Popularization Mission. He opened the system. That's all for today. I'm turning off the live stream. Then he proceeded to his room to rest. It just so happened that there was no one around, so he could study the specialty of the Southern Hall and see what cultivation level it belonged to. He pushed the door open. Inside, the room was very spacious, fully furnished, and no different from being in the mortal realm.
The cultivation room here could withstand the Ghost King realm, so it should be durable enough. He reached out his hand, and immediately a stream of energy radiated outward. The aura enveloped the entire room. Fortunately, the room remained completely unscathed. Wherever the aura passed, everything remained exactly the same. Jiang Lin verified that there was no damage and felt relieved. It is indeed very durable. What Lord Kai Chin said was true. Now I can use it with peace of mind. He took out a token from his ghost energy bag.
The blue stone tablet glowed to a strange degree. Immediately, the whole room was surrounded by another aura. Even the 7-color egg came out. Its energy was so strong, could it mobilize the ghost energy in a Ghost King realm body? Then its cultivation level is probably above the Ghost King realm. But how am I supposed to know its effect? Suddenly, from the top of the stone slab, a strange object began to emerge. The black ghost energy flew near the object, and only then was this little monster seen sucking the aura into its mouth. Seeing this, Jiang Lin opened his mouth in horror. Jiang Lin guessed that this turtle-like monster could actually absorb ghost energy. To think you can actively absorb yin energy, could this be cultivation? After finishing the absorption, the little monster immediately lay down to rest. I wonder if having enough yin energy will allow you to turn into a physical entity, transforming into a little phantom outside the main body. He reached out and touched the monster. It wasn't moving anymore. After observing for a while, he put the stone into the back, deciding to leave it for later research. Hopefully the system taking you away has cut off your connection with the main body, preventing you from becoming any more formidable. Otherwise, if your main body comes here looking for me, it will be very troublesome. Saying that, he sat down on the floor and began to cultivate. In front of him, a table immediately materialized, upon which were a pen and writing paper. Jiang Lin picked out a brush pen to write. He wrote on the blank paper. After writing for a while, Jiang Lin paused. What he had written down was Destiny Reversal Machine. No, the fact that the Western Hall and the Eastern Hall once had a conflict is no secret. Jiang Lin was slightly suspicious. For the Western Hall to seemingly disregard past grudges and welcome the ghost envoys of the Eastern Hall so grandly, it seemed they were trying to show something. The fireworks, the ghosts serving as the audience, the subsequent meals at the ghost market, the explanations about the Naihei Bridge, it seems they are intentionally trying to show something to someone. A thought suddenly sprang up. Could it be they already know I am live streaming and want to use the live stream to achieve some kind of goal? Suddenly there was a knock on the door from outside. Zhang Wucheng, are you there? He suddenly became vigilant. I'm coming right away. He stored the items into a spatial storage, and instantly everything disappeared.
Jiang Lin instructed the egg in his hand, don't run around outside. After that, he went over and opened the door. He saw that the person who arrived was Lord Kai Chin, Captain Kai Chin. Are you there? Kai Chin, holding a pen and paper, said happily, Streamer, I have a younger sister who is your fan. Can I get your autograph? Hearing these words, Jiang Lin could confirm that his previous speculations were completely correct. As expected, he knew my identity as a streamer. Kai Chin suddenly waved his hand and said, Streamer, please don't misunderstand me. I came here to discuss a cooperation with you. Jiang Wucheng heard the word cooperation. Kai Chin continued, there were too many ghost envoys from the Western Hall just now, so it was inconvenient for me to speak. In fact, the fireworks and dance just now, including the dormitory here, were all carefully prepared by us. However, it wasn't to welcome the ghost envoys of the Eastern Hall, but to welcome you. Hearing this, Jiang Lin was a bit stunned. Welcome me? Kai Chin laughed loudly. That's right, Streamer, your deeds have already spread throughout our Western Hall. We have used image recording stones to record many live streams to watch, and my sister has kept a lot of them. If you have the chance, you can come to my house to take a look. Although Jiang Lin didn't dare to believe it 100%, could it be that I was really thinking wrong? I should first hear what he has to say. Let's go into the room and talk. Kai Chin was not shy. Thank you, Streamer. Kai Chin came very close and talked about a myriad of things. Streamer, apart from the Destiny Reversal Machine, we still have many ghost artifacts combined with the modern scientific and technological techniques of the mortal realm. Jiang Lin didn't care much. We can look at these things later. Let's talk about the cooperation you just mentioned. Immediately, Kai Chin stopped in his tracks and stated his purpose. I will add some content to your live stream, and you will help us promote the culture of the Western Hall. Jiang Lin was startled upon hearing this. What? Tai Chin then took out another stone. Please wait a moment. He held the stone in his hand, shaking and pressing it. Immediately a frame appeared, showing a woman and a little girl laughing and talking. Tai Chin continued. These are all things that our ghost envoys and the ghosts in the mortal realm have recorded. You will know once you see it. Jiang Lin was also very curious. All right. On the screen, the little girl's voice rang out. Grandma, if you were given a chance to choose again, would you still want to be my grandma? Hearing her granddaughter ask this, the grandmother smiled and replied, What nonsense are you talking about, silly child? In the next life and the life after that, I still want to be your grandma. A child like you has no chance of escaping an old lady like me. The little girl was also very innocent and obedient. She truly hoped, I know, grandma is the best. In the next life, I still want to be your granddaughter. Then the scene changed again. A young man wearing a student uniform walked up to an old man resting under a tree after a period of farming. Old man, if you knew in advance what this life would be like, would you still come to this family?
Seeing the old man pick up a shovel and give chase, Brat, are you despising me for being old and no longer useful? Do you believe I can use a dog-beating stick to chase you across 3 streets right now? The young man cried as he ran away. I believe you, I was just asking. I don't despise you. How would I dare?
The scene shifts to a train station where a girl returns to her family from a trip. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Our western side isn't bad either. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. You won't leave again this time, right? The girl looked at her parents after many years apart. I won't leave anymore. Really won't leave anymore. I've already resigned. I want to ask one question. If you could choose, would you choose to be my parents? Now there was also a couple talking to each other. Tell me, do the children here have to line up to choose their mothers before they reincarnate? Who knows how long it took our baby to choose us? The woman guessed that the baby did, while the man next to her only hoped that their child would always be healthy, so they wouldn't regret coming to our home. A fantasy ranking board featured top content about changing the apocalypse and invincible simulation before birth. The rankings from 2 to 10 were all extremely fascinating topics. Even on the livestream networks and forums, the current hot topics were all, if you encountered the destiny reversal machine of the Western Hall, would you choose to change your fate? Tens of thousands of similar questions appeared. Some expressed their views that they wanted to change their fate. The system's voice rang out, "Congratulations to the host for completing the daily mission, promoting the underworld's culture of reincarnation and rebirth of the Western Hall."
And the result was that he had won a double reward, the Destiny Reversal Machine Lucky Bag. Speaking of the Destiny Reversal Machine Lucky Bag, it had a similar function to the Destiny Reversal Machine in the Western Hall, which could digitize the user's current personal situation and simulate the development of their life trajectory for one reincarnation. Zhonglin opened his mouth wide when he saw this gift, a one-time change. He looked towards Kai Chin. After all, he had to complete the task of popularizing the underworld culture of the Western Hall. Since the Western Hall had come seeking cooperation, he could also do them a favor, just in case it came in handy later. He didn't think much and agreed. "All right, but whatever you want to promote, you must tell me in advance." Hearing this, Kai Chin was delighted. No problem. He asked again, "So when do you plan to start?" Kai Chin hurriedly handed him a piece of paper. "Any time is fine, but before that, could you give me your autograph? Otherwise, when I go home today, my younger sister won't let me in the door." Zhonglin took the pen and wrote. He never expected there would be a day when someone would ask for his autograph. After writing, he handed it to Kai Chin. It's signed. Kai Chin took the paper, unable to hide his joy. "Thank you." The two shook hands, officially getting to work and cooperating happily. The next day, as he opened the system to take a look, he clicked the button to start the livestream. Immediately, what caught his eye was a barrage of messages from the viewers in the livestream room. Zhonglin looked at the numbers and was stunned. Ah! Suddenly, a sound rang out. He went outside, opened the door to check, and it turned out to be a robot. "You have a new message. Do you want to read it?" Zhonglin wanted to hear what it was, so he commanded the system, "Read." "Doesn't this look like Guihua from our Eastern Hall?" Immediately, a button on the robot opened and a voice sounded. "Hello, friends of the Western Hall. Today we will hold a food banquet in a new format." The image displayed was exactly a fox. At the banquet, there will be many delicious dishes and diverse performances. The banquet address and specific details have been recorded in the invitation. Everyone can participate in the banquet with this invitation.
Zhang Lin stared at the screen without blinking. Finally, I hope everyone can have a good time at the banquet. After projecting, the robot retracted the screen inside and handed Zhang Lin the invitation letter to the banquet. Having completed its mission, it flew away. Zhang Lin looked at the broadcasting device behind him and said, "So today we will go to attend this food banquet." As time passed, the night of the underworld fell. At the location of the food banquet in the center of the 9th level of hell in the Western Hall, Zhang Lin arrived at the entrance of the banquet and saw countless ghosts coming. Zhang Lin looked around. "This is a food banquet in hell. It is certainly different from the mortal realm. I should still remind everyone a bit." Just as he finished speaking, countless spirits were flying back and forth everywhere around him. Zhang Lin spoke through the broadcasting system. "The content of today's live stream is not suitable for eating. I hope those with weak hearts do not watch. The elderly and children do not watch. And those who are easily agitated also do not watch." Hearing this, the netizens watching the broadcast were also confused. "Isn't it a food banquet? Why are there such taboos? The streamer has already said so. What are you guys still spacing out for? Start preparing." Some people were scared hearing him say that. Zhang Lin had to warn everyone once again. "Those I just mentioned who still haven't given up, exit the live stream immediately." Immediately, the system adjusted according to Zhang Lin's words. A pregnant woman in the human world watching the broadcast inexplicably could no longer watch it. "Why was I kicked out?" There were also students. "I got kicked out. How about you?" "I'm fine. The streamer is about to enter." Some people angrily tapped their devices continuously. "My conditions are suitable, but I still got kicked out. Today, I don't believe I can't get into the live stream." Returning back to the underworld.
Zhang Lin saw the system send a notification that all those who met the conditions had been fully purified. At the same time, he also gave a piece of advice to the viewers watching the broadcast, stating that those who were logged out had all met those conditions. If there is anyone around you who is watching the live stream and gets logged out, advise them to go for a health checkup. Everyone was very grateful for Zhang Lin's action. He walked over to the Ghost Envoy and handed them the invitation letter. The Ghost Envoy opened the invitation to read it, and his eyes immediately widened in surprise. Then he warmly welcomed the guest. "This food banquet is very famous in our place. I wish you a good time, Lord Streamer." Zhang Lin took the invitation, looking a bit confused while holding it, and said, "Thank you.
Could it be that I've managed to join the fan club? Outside, the ghost envoys follow the invitations to the banquet. Just as Janglin walked in, a voice spoke. Welcome, everyone, to today's food banquet. The inside of the room looked no different from a 5-star restaurant. Suddenly, a little girl ran up to him from nowhere. As soon as he sat down, the little girl sat right next to him. She looked at him with eyes sparkling like stars, her heart so nervous that she clenched her fists. Should I take the initiative to greet the streamer, or pretend not to see him and quietly share the table? The MC's voice rang out. This is our first appetizer for today, shredded ghost salad. The MC was a beautiful fox spirit who was also the chef. In her hand, she was still holding a knife radiating an aura. That aura surrounded the prey tied up on the stage. The prey was a fat old man trembling all over. No, I was wrong. No, I was wrong. Really, I won't dare to do it again. The fox spirit approached, looking amused. Seeing this, the old man became even more panicked. Beautiful heavenly fairy, Lord Heavenly Fairy, I won't dare to do that anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt down. He was just short of kowtowing and begging. In the future, I will definitely change. Please let me go, let me go. The fox spirit didn't make things difficult for him. All right.
Hearing this, Lao Tom finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then a blue aura surrounded him, causing him to panic. Under Hu Li's control, that blue aura lifted him high up into the air. Hu Li even reassured him, don't worry. However, her expression was incredibly terrifying as she spoke while bringing the knife closer. This sharp blade of mine will not get stuck when slashing down. It can definitely make you feel the most comfortable. After that, she raised her hand high, instantly turning his body into countless fragments. Hu Li briefly spoke about him. Pom Bin, 28 years old, clearly knew that the milk powder his family produced was harmful to human health, but still did not stop. She spoke with an emotionless face. To make money, over 3 years, he expanded with 2 more factories, killing hundreds of innocent children. With just a few simple movements, a dish was served, but through it one could also feel the anger directed at a heartless person. In order to suppress the news that the victims had problems after drinking it, he killed over 10 young men. As a result, he had been punished in hell for 30 years. A super large giant pot was brought out, and the first dish of the food banquet appeared. She used her power to control the food to each table. Freshly made shredded ear salad is here. Who wants to eat? The ghost envoys raised their hands enthusiastically one after another. I'm here, I want it. She just raised her hand high. The pieces of meat also flew along, and then were neatly placed on the plates of the ghost envoys. One ghost envoy saw the plate of food and, without hesitation, grabbed his chopsticks immediately. Finally met you here, he ate while speaking angrily. Making money with fake milk powder, right? I'll pull you out from your ass. Everyone ate greedily. This was the end of those who died a tragic death. There were also people who were victims of that incident. They cried while eating. Who told you to kill my child? Zhang Lin witnessed everything from beginning to end, and suddenly saw a ghost envoy whose body suddenly became transparent, even though he was eating. Simultaneously, all kinds of ghosts gradually flew away from the hall. The male lead sat back at the table, stared at the opposite side, crossed his arms and smiled, saying, These ghosts could have reincarnated early on, but due to some reasons they couldn't. Now the lingering obsession in their hearts can be said that the karma is over. They should reincarnate, but this dish is not over yet. He immediately raised his finger to redirect the live stream. Right after that, they witnessed a strange scene. The viewers exclaimed, Oh my God, I finally know why the streamer had such strict requirements. I threw up all my food today. I won't be able to look straight at salad anymore. Stop mentioning it. Just mentioning salad makes me want to throw up. The milk powder is the 3 Cows brand, right? I think I heard it was quite a big scandal before. The male lead spoke up. Wait until the banquet is over. Sheng will continue to go back to receive his punishment.
The viewers immediately started speaking up. If you think you are lucky enough to escape the punishment of the mortal realm's laws, you are completely wrong. Streamer, today I didn't do my homework and even teased my teachers. Will I be punished if I go down to hell? Others continuously started confessing their sins in fear. He couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. It's really not that serious. Hell, as spoken of in the moral realm, is truly an exaggeration. He then raised a finger and continued. Hell is also very chaotic. They don't just accept anyone. Generally speaking, as long as you haven't committed a severe crime, you won't be sent to hell to be punished. But if you have done some immoral things, it will be reflected in other aspects. Right at this moment, the system sounded a notification. Congratulations, host, on completing the daily mission, popularizing underworld culture. Hearing this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. It turned out that popularizing culture to other underworlds, even if it had already been done in the Eastern Hall, was still considered a new mission. He began to ponder. It seemed that he could do many similar popularization missions in the different halls. Right then, a little girl nearby smiled and said, It's the 8th generation ghost-severing blade. Hearing this, the male lead was puzzled. The little girl pointed forward and said, That is a ghost artifact from Artifact Treasure Pavilion. Our master of the 7th generation also participated in making it. Hearing this, he nodded in understanding.
The little girl excitedly added, "Don't treat it like a vegetable chopping knife. Look at the patterns on it. This is the biggest highlight of this blade." Suddenly, the little girl was surprised and blushed. This voice is so familiar. The little girl turned to look at him. Seeing her expression, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong with me?" Instantly, the little girl covered her face in panic. "The streamer is talking to me." The girl covered her mouth and said, "Are you talking to me?" Zhang Lin smiled and said, "Yes, yes." Sitting on his chair, he pointed forward and continued, "Can you continue introducing this ghost artifact to me?"
The little girl immediately climbed onto the chair under his confused gaze. Her face was full of seriousness as she raised her hand and said, "All right." Seeing her expression, he couldn't help but be speechless, feeling that it wasn't really necessary. The little girl began to recount everything. "That blade is very formidable. The wounds it inflicts are not only very hard to heal, but also carry long-lasting damage, like burning fire. I also didn't expect that Sister Meng Po would use it to prepare this culinary banquet. Just now, the ghost salad might still have had a lot of lingering damage. Furthermore, I heard my master say that the fire on the blade back then was not ordinary fire." Right after, the little girl looked worried. "That flame is also hard to create, but my master didn't clearly tell me what exactly it is." Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "Your master also knows artifact forging?" The little girl answered honestly, "My master even has an advanced artifact forging certificate." She pointed at him, blushing. "If you need artifact forging, my master can give you a 20% discount." Immediately after, she changed it to a 50% discount. Seeing this, Zhang Lin covered his mouth and laughed. "All right, I'll go take a look when the time comes." The little girl obediently cupped her hands and said, "Then I will come to pick you up when the time comes." The little girl turned her head, smiling to herself. "I've helped my master get an order from the streamer. With a 50% discount, my master will definitely agree. Who knows, meeting you might even make it free." On his side, he simply said thank you. Zhang Lin then sat down on the chair and continued, "However, let's wait until the culinary banquet is over." The little girl replied that it was fine. After that, the two sat back in their chairs, and the little girl kept stealing glances at him. A voice on the stage rang out, "Next is the second appetizer." At this moment, all the guests here heard the announcement, "It is hot and sour soup." Zhang Lin immediately looked up at one side of the stage and saw a woman hanging there. The woman looked down, her face full of pleas for help. Up above, the host took out a large jar and said, "Ordinary dishes only require the simplest preparations."
She reached out her hand toward the bottle that shot out a drop of blue water, saying, "A little pure dew from the spider lily." At this moment, the woman was gradually brought in front of the pot. Immediately after, the rope snapped. The woman with a pale green face fell into the pot of water, carrying 12 years of accumulated karma as a human trafficking ghost in dark deals. On the other side, the monster continued to add more onions and ginger inside. The woman hurriedly sat up, wanted to cry out for help. However, Meg Meng poured the jar of salt straight into the woman's face, saying, "3 spoons of salt, don't like to talk." Right after that, the woman lost consciousness and dark shadows gradually flew out. The girl on the other side held the spoon and smiled, continuing, "Next is to mix evenly, mix evenly." Her giant spoon dipped into the pot. She flew into the air, slowly and continuously stirring the spices inside the pot until the ingredients completely blended into the broth, and the hot and sour soup was complete. The woman's body also gradually blended with the sauce inside the pot. Just like that, her body melted like paste. "Meg Meng, if people don't add cucumbers and chili, can it still be sour soup?" She smiled and said, "Of course it can. Isn't this the most important ingredient?" The girl snapped her fingers and said, "This is a good ingredient." A bolt of electricity struck directly into the pot. While in this profession, she had kidnapped hundreds of children and dozens of young girls. Some were sent to mountainous areas, some went into underground trades, and a portion died on the way. The girl continued to mix the spices inside endlessly. Some died of illness and some were beaten to death for disobeying. This person even sold her own 3 children. The bitterness within could probably only be known by herself. Then she tapped the spoon against the pot, and the flames immediately flared up fiercely.
The pot started to boil fiercely, emitting a fragrance that gradually drifted upwards. The people below smelled the spreading aroma and couldn't help but feel excited. "Is it done? It's done, right? Meng Meng, quickly take the pot down. It smells so good. Give me a portion first." Meng Meng immediately portioned it into the bowls, and the bowls flew up into the air. Right after that, each bowl was moved to everyone's tables. The little girl over there immediately drank a mouthful of the sauce happily, while the male lead looked at the bowl in his hands, lost in thought. The viewers couldn't help but speak up, taking an 80-year-old deep breath out of fear. What a sinister woman, speaking gentle words while cooking the most delicious dishes. This person is truly vicious, even selling her own child. No wonder she appeared here. Some people were curious and wanted to eat, yet felt nauseous at the same time. At this time, the little girl looked over at him and saw his expression looking as if nothing happened. The little girl then approached him and asked curiously, "Lord Zhang Wuchang, are you live streaming?" He smiled and said, "Are you interested in this?" The little girl replied that she was just curious because many ghosts also watched his broadcast, so she wanted to ask if he was currently live. Then, feeling full of interest, the little girl added, "However, I'm only interested in your live stream because every time you record, it's not simply just to earn living aura, but it can also change the underworld." Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow in confusion.
Jianglin then asked the little girl, "Why do you say that?" The little girl replied, "Through watching your live stream, we have seen a different mortal realm and a different underworld." She continued shyly, "We have seen the role of ghost envoys in your live stream, and we have also seen many kind-hearted people. When encountering danger or when someone needs help, many people will quickly jump out and do whatever they can." At this point, the little girl looked at him excitedly. "We also see ghosts in the mortal realm doing good deeds, and of course we also see many bad people and evil ghosts." She started sobbing. Those ghosts who couldn't reincarnate and leave had seen too much of the dark side, but they could still feel your warmth, eliminated their lingering obsessions, no longer had to suffer in the underworld, and have been reincarnated. Hearing this, Jianglin was also surprised. He didn't expect that he still had such power. Then the little girl pointed towards the people who were leaving. "Look quickly, the exit of the culinary banquet." At this time, the people inside were all walking out happily. A friend of mine left just like that. I saw with my own eyes that while watching your live stream, the ghost energy on his body gradually dissipated and returned to the state of a wandering soul. At this point, the little girl was deeply moved. I personally saw him off to the path of reincarnation. Hearing this, he also understood. Then she looked in another direction and said, "So I hope you continue to open your live stream to help kind-hearted people avoid suffering." Hearing this, he quickly replied, "I will try my best. Thank you for telling me these things." Right at this moment, Meng Meng on the other side smiled and shouted, "The appetizers are done cooking. Next we'll start the main course." Jianglin smiled at the girl and continued, "Now let's continue watching the culinary banquet." The little girl covered her face shyly and said, "Okay. Oh my God, I just met the streamer. How could I speak out all the thoughts in my heart?"
Over there, Meng Meng began to point at the remaining people. "Now for the main course. Everyone can start ordering. Please welcome our special chef for today." This person was none other than Shin Jojo. Holding a knife and a ladle in her hands, she said, "Hello everyone, I'm here as a chef to help out. Whatever you want to eat, just order as you please. I will try my best to meet everyone's requests." Seeing her, he was completely shocked, not expecting her to appear here. The people in the hall immediately said happily, "It definitely must be grilled and pan-fried until both sides are golden brown. Boiled ghost head, spicy stir-fried ghost head, 10 portions are fine. 10 portions of ghost meat sashimi. Someone else wants mapo tofu. It needs to be fully cooked, very soft and melting in the mouth." These words were gradually gathered into Meng Meng's hand. "All right, next, let us announce the main dishes." She opened her hand. These dishes are spicy stir-fried ghost head and grilled ghost hands. Meng Meng then turned to Jojo and said, "Prepare the ghost heads to cook the spicy stir-fried ghost head." She immediately replied, "Okay." Following that, a series of pots were conjured up by Meng Meng, bringing 2 large pots of oil to raise the oil temperature and a grill to make a portion of ghost hands without any problem. Right after that, the hand holding the knife of Jojo radiated yin energy. Instantly, the ghost heads behind her were neatly chopped off. This scene was somewhat horrifying. Immediately, the heads were evenly divided into pieces. Jojo looked at the pot and couldn't help but force a smile. She looked at the ghost pot while struggling internally. How are ghosts refined in this hall? These dishes are prepared without any sense of contradiction. Then she tried scooping up a little sauce. I should ask Meng Meng later. Maybe this cooking method can be applied to the hot pot. She professionally began to constantly blend the spices inside the pot. On the other side at the grill, ghost arms appeared and agonizing screams rang out. "It hurts! It hurts!" The ghosts constantly begged for their lives. "We won't dare to do it again. Please spare us. I'm dying. Save me." Meng Meng still smiled gently, listening to those pleas for mercy, her hand lightly holding the knife. Then, without hesitation, she raised her knife. The large knife instantly came down on the ghost arm, making the ghost scream in agony.
Following that, 2 hands were immediately skewered with long sticks. Freshly baked, grilled ghost hands right out of the oven. Zhao Zhao saw this and also spoke up. "The chili, stir-fried ghost head is also done." Seeing this, the viewers watching the broadcast immediately went to the comments. "I saw the first person on the left wearing glasses on the news. I saw him too. It seems that the serial killer hid very well back then. He hid for half a year before being exposed. The fat man in the middle looks familiar. Glancing through the records, it turns out he was a drug lord arrested 5 years ago. And that guy, the one far away, even though he's young, he's actually a mercenary." Seeing the ghosts eating, the viewers couldn't help but imagine the taste of those dishes, finding them fragrant and mouth-watering. Following that, the ghosts continuously shouted out the names of the dishes. Seeing this, the viewers also wanted to order spicy stir-fried ghost, pickled ghost, and ghost meatballs. The viewers just kept watching and associating them with food. At this time, someone even said, "Are you guys devils or what? Daring to actually order?" Seeing this, Jianglin smiled. The acceptance capacity of these people has indeed become stronger and stronger.
At this moment in the mortal realm, a young man holding his phone hurriedly covered his mouth and went to the bathroom sink. There was also a man sitting on the toilet, watching and trembling, feeling truly terrified. On the other side, a girl witnessing this scene smiled. Sugar-stewed ghost, steamed ghost in a tiffin, there are new ingredients updated. On the other side, Meng Meng was holding the dishes and raising them up. The culinary banquet is halfway through. If you still want to order, please be quick. Don't miss this opportunity, time won't come back. A ghost immediately rushed forward with others, wanting to eat. The man sitting on this side moved his hand slightly and then stood up. Jianglin seemed to want to do something. Seeing this, the little girl was curious. Is the streamer leaving?
The little girl smiled, waving with deep emotion. Such happy times are short-lived. Next time we meet, I hope to say a few more words with the streamer. Goodbye. At this time, the system suddenly sounded a notification. Mission completed, promoting underworld culture at the culinary banquet, rewarded 500 accumulated points. The next mission is to obtain the Heart of Faith for 1,000 points. He turned and spoke to the system and the livestream room. Everyone might not be able to endure the next content. Now let's go to the ghost market of the Western Hall to take a look. Seeing this, some viewers felt regretful, leaving already, while others were emotionally grateful that he was thinking of them. Just in time, my endurance has reached its limit. At this moment, on a popular online forum, someone posted about the live stream and said, "Bad guys, I advise you to think for yourselves." Another line read, "The net of heaven is vast, sparse but not leaking. You might escape the living, but your soul cannot escape." Two young men in the mortal realm sitting in a corner looked at their phones and asked each other, "Boss, should we give up?" The man smoking a cigarette said, "Send this batch of goods to the front of the police station." Following that, there was news broadcasted on the media. Recently, a stolen batch of medical equipment suddenly appeared in front of the Western Police Station's gate. There was another news report that a lost portrait from a museum had been returned intact. There were also images of a woman who had been missing for the past 2 days being successfully found. At this moment, the Western Hall's ghost market was bustling with people passing by, or more accurately, ghosts passing by. He looked at the system and said, "I'll take you all for a tour to admire the ghost artifacts in the Western Hall." The moment he appeared, the girls immediately recognized Zhang Lin. "Look, it's Zhang Wuchang. Zhang Wuchang is actually strolling in our market. Wasn't he at the culinary banquet? Who knows? But we have to admit he is so handsome." The girls hurriedly talked to him. "Coming to this market today was the right choice. I met my idol. I'm so excited." His expression remained completely unchanged. He went to a ghost artifact shop. "Let's go into the shop and take a look first." Zhang Lin flew inside, where a person was standing on duty.
He looked at him and asked, "If you want to buy anything, just browse freely. Once you've chosen, come here to pay." Zhang Lin smiled and said, "Yeah." He walked over to the items that looked like boxes on the shelves. He looked at them and thought, these things all seem to be very ordinary ghost artifacts. He rubbed his chin. "Is there anything special?" "Over there," the guy asked. "Brother, couldn't find what you were looking for?" He replied, "I want to buy some interesting and useful items." The guy then said, "Brother, your disguise is truly perfect. You even prepared a voice-changing ghost artifact. Could it be that today, out of regret for not being able to attend the culinary banquet, you decided to cosplay as Zhang Wuchang, just like those fans of Zhang Wuchang?" Hearing this, he wondered, what did cosplay Zhang Wuchang mean? Did he have to pretend to be himself? The guy opposite him said shyly, "Considering we are in the same boat, I will teach you how to choose some interesting things." The guy looked at him and continued, "It looks so alike. I almost thought Zhang Wuchang really came. I heard those guys in the Northern Hall have excellent face painting skills, and you were about to surpass them." Hearing this, he didn't know what to say. The man on the other side continued to pick up a book and said, "Come on, let me introduce you to this cool stuff first." He then took out the inside and said excitedly, "You see, this book is like a brick. There is space inside. Many people like to use it to hide things very well. If you carry it with you when encountering danger on the road, it can be used as a brick." Zhang Lin felt it was quite interesting when he heard this. He smiled slyly and continued, "I am telling you, but don't tell anyone. Last time Wang Xiaohua next door heard about this product and immediately came to buy it. Later I heard that whatever she hid was discovered by her husband. She even hit her husband's head and was chased by him for 3 streets. Then he picked up another thing. Look at this tissue bag. The tissues inside are disposable and can wipe out traces." Hearing this, he was curious. He continued, "Traces like handwriting, footsteps, oil spills and such, everything from invisible smells to visible traces can be completely erased." Then he took out something to write on the book. "Let me show you once. Write 2 words on it." He immediately stood in front of him and wiped away all traces. The words also disappeared completely.
He confidently said, "Some ghosts use it for studying and checking, some use it to do something else," smiling mysteriously. He then whispered softly, "Put it this way. If you want to wipe clean the lingering foul smell, then burn this piece of paper. If you apply it to the smelly area, the smell will quickly disappear. If you want to remove the traces, you can use a similar method. Naturally, you can also wipe it off directly. Many male ghosts who sneak out in the middle of the night, afraid of being checked by their wives, buy this product, and it works very effectively." He just kept talking, and Zhang Lin also played along. "Get me one," and then he continued to introduce the next products. After a while, the male lead also got a number of items he liked and smiled. It seemed he had accidentally bought too much. In his hand there was also a white mask. The guy across from him looked at him, smiled, and continued, "Brother, the mask in your hand is the newest mask from the Western Hall. I wouldn't tell ordinary people. Don't tell others that I gave it to you as a gift for buying things. This thing is too expensive. I can't give away too many." He simply said, "All right." After that, he shrunk the bag of items and stored it inside his sleeve. The male lead touched the mask and pinched it. The face seemed to have an expression. Zhang Lin put on the mask. Now he probably wouldn't be recognized by others anymore. Zhang Lin then attached something like Doraemon's bamboo copter. Instantly, with the speed of an arrow, he dashed forward. The people around looked back and asked each other, "Did you see what just went past here? It looked like a ghost envoy dragging a large black rat like this." After that, he went to another area. Zhang Lin walked without feeling shy or maintaining his image like before.
Then unexpectedly he saw a cabinet labeled as antiques. After a long while, Jiang Lin carried another large sack and continued. He went to the ghost artifact shop and just calmly walked past. The shopkeeper saw him walk past and fell into silent contemplation. The guy over there yawned. It seems that recently Zhang Wucheng's popularity is very high, so more and more people are cosplaying him. But in less than half an hour I've already seen 2 people, yet this one doesn't look like the other. Right at this moment something unexpectedly bumped into him. The shopkeeper immediately fainted and a ghost suddenly appeared.
The shopkeeper immediately shouted loudly, "Da Fei, if you keep being so reckless, don't come looking for me next time. Every time I see you, I have to get bumped into by you. Even if I had countless lives, I wouldn't be able to bear it when you bump into me like this." Da Fei hurriedly said, Da Yang, do you know? Zhang Wuchang has left the culinary banquet and come to our ghost market. He continuously shook him. He even came to your shop." And the shopkeeper, being shaken until his head spun, said, "Da Fei, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been angry with you. Don't be so agitated. Let me go first." Yet Da Fei still did not stop shaking him madly. "You even talked to Zhang Wuchang. Do you know that? You even talked to Zhang Wuchang." So he immediately lost control, punched Da Fei into the wall and said, "If you keep talking nonsense in broad daylight, be careful or I will smash your head." The shopkeeper continued, "How could I not recognize my idol? How could I not recognize it if he came?" Da Fei then said, "I'm not talking nonsense. The entire Western Hall knows that Wuchang left the banquet to come to the market and even came to your shop." Hearing this, he let out a long yawn and asked, "Are you sure?" Da Fei continued excitedly, "Of course. If you don't believe it, you can go ask the other ghosts in the Western Hall."
Hearing this, he propped his chin up and muttered, "But today I hosted a cosplay ghost." Suddenly he was startled and panicked. That person is Zhang Wuchang. Then he kept crying out miserably, "Was the person I hosted really Zhang Wuchang and not a ghost dressing up as Zhang Wuchang?" Da Fei immediately said, "That's right." He just hugged the pillar in agony. "I even hit Zhang Wuchang a few times. I even hit my idol a few times. Boo-hoo." At this moment he broke down and said, "Look at me. How do I look?" Da Fei hovered in the air and said, "Not bad. Neat features, well dressed." Hearing that, his eyes sparkled as he continued, "Can I face Zhang Wuchang's camera yet? Am I photogenic?" Da Fei just shrugged and added, "You have it all." He then let out a breath and said, "That's good. The only thing is not to lose the face of the Western Hall." Then, looking exactly like a little girl, he continued, "I wonder if Zhang Wuchang will come again. I must prepare in time to welcome him." Seeing this guy do a 180-degree turn, Da Fei thought to himself, "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have told you." A while later outside, the male lead still continued to comfortably walk through the streets. Suddenly, a light flashed right to where he stood. Jiang Lin quickly dodged it. His face looked displeased. But right after that, the light vanished from that place as quick as lightning and went in another direction. Jiang Lin thoughtfully watched the light dash away. He stood still for a moment, seemingly struggling a lot. Following that, he seemed to have made a decision behind that mask. Immediately, Jiang Lin dashed off to chase the yellow light. After that, he swiped his card at the door and opened it. Jiang Lin just threw the bag on the ground. He took off the mask wearily. Sitting on the chair, starting to recall his trip, he smiled. The ghost artifacts in the Western Hall are not like those in the Southern Hall and Eastern Hall, although currently it's still unknown when I will leave the Western Hall. Maybe I can find a ghost artifact shop to make a custom ghost artifact, thinking of taking it back to the Eastern Hall to use when executing missions. Thus, he watched the live stream end. As Jiang Lin walked up the stairs, he recalled that the master of the little girl he met at the culinary banquet today seemed quite formidable. The created ghost artifacts could even appear at such an important culinary banquet.
He immediately pushed the door open. As soon as he entered, the egg left his clothes and flew into the air. Jiang Lin reached out to catch the object. Just as he was about to touch it, a green light gradually radiated out. Jiang Lin closed his eyes to feel the aura. Just like that, he sat in meditation on the ground, beginning to feel the aura radiating from inside the stone. After that, he started observing the building area below. Jiang Lin then landed and walked to a place with the sign number 01. He looked around and wondered to himself, are there really ghosts here creating ghost energy? He recalled the guy's words, "Lord Jiang, Heir's residence has its own defense system. When you arrive, don't do anything, just ring the bell and wait for her." Remembering this made him feel a bit nervous. Jiang Lin repeatedly pressed the bell and decided, "I'm already here, let's just see how it goes." As soon as the bell rang, a creaking sound also echoed. A little girl walked out from behind the door. The little girl immediately jumped for joy. "Jiang Wuchang, you're here."
Jiang Lin walked inside and asked, "Do you remember when I talked to you about ghost artifacts last time at the culinary banquet?" The little girl happily led him inside and said, "Lord Sai Chin also told me in advance that you would come. Please come inside with me." At this moment, a barrier circle appeared in front of them. The two of them calmly walked through it. The little girl looked at him, smiled and asked, "Lord Zhang Wuchang, did you encounter any unexpected situations just now?" Hearing this, he replied that he hadn't. At this moment, a light emitted from the house in front of them. Jiang Lin looked forward in astonishment. He looked up and was a bit stunned to see black smoke flying out from inside the room. The little girl next to him immediately clasped her hands and apologized. Jiang Lin looked up and asked, "What happened?" The little girl hastily bowed her head in apology, saying, "I am extremely sorry for startling you right after you entered." He looked at the smoke and breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that it wasn't dangerous. The little girl then said in embarrassment, "This is the commotion caused by my master. Every time he researches a new ghost artifact, it causes a commotion." Then the little girl pointed at his feet and continued, "Please pay a little attention to your feet." He looked down, and the little girl began to explain. "The yellow area is the safe zone, where you can walk freely. Actually, as long as you follow me and don't wander around, nothing will happen." Seeing this, he immediately said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." The little girl ran ahead and said, "Okay." Then he just hopped along, following the little girl's every step forward. "Lord Zhang Wuchan, let me introduce you a bit to the artifact refiners of our Western Hall." He smiled and replied, "All right, sorry to trouble you." The little girl started introducing. "Our Western Hall has many artifact refiners, but high-level artifact refiners are very few."
The little girl looked up at him. Artifact Treasure Pavilion is very famous. Usually there is only one resident high-level artifact master. Moreover, they are extremely busy. Recently I heard that their orders have been lined up until the month after next. The little girl stopped at a cabinet compartment and continued. Often when their artifact masters are busy, they encounter a common problem, which is that they often forget where they place the demonic artifacts. Hearing this, he was puzzled. Then wouldn't that accidentally hurt ghosts and monsters? She stepped forward and continued. "No, working at the Ghost Artifact Workshop for a while, basically they will walk the path of an artifact master." The little girl scratched her head shyly. "My master is like that, so I won't get hurt, but half of my working time is spent looking for my master." Hearing this, he was puzzled. Why? At this time, a ladder was gradually lowered from above, and the little girl continued. "Because he not only doesn't know where he put the ghost artifacts, but he also forgets himself." John Lin understood upon hearing this. "So that's how it is." The little girl looked up again. "It seems that the master caused quite a commotion this time." She pointed forward in embarrassment and said, "About that, Lord Zhang Wuchang, how about you wait here for a moment? I will go see how my master is doing." He said, "All right." After that, the little girl quickly ran up the stairs. As soon as her hand touched the door, smoke gradually billowed out. Immediately after, black smoke rushed in. The little girl instantly burst into tears and cried loudly, "My dress!" Coughing constantly, the little girl opened the door. Next, the window was also opened, and the little girl let out a sigh of relief. Then she looked inside and spoke, "Master, why didn't you open the protective barrier?" At this moment, the young man inside was completely unconscious, his whole body emitting thick smoke. The little girl grumbled, "You didn't even put away the things around here."
At this point, the girl looked worried. If things continued like this, the cleaning ghost wouldn't be able to bear it. Most importantly, if there were a few more explosions like that, our wallets would be as clean as that face. But her master's face was not clean at all at this moment, as he took out his glasses. He wiped them clean and blew off the dust. The little girl then continued, "Forget it. Let's solve the matter at hand first. Zhang Wuchang has arrived. Master, go change your clothes quickly." He was still in a daze at this time, muttering, "Has Zhang Wuchang arrived?" Immediately after, his eyes widened. He shouted, "Did you just say Zhang Wuchang?" Reported to her master, "Zhang Wuchang is already downstairs, master." She looked speechlessly at his flustered appearance. "Hurry up!" Bao Yan's hands pulled his legs as he twisted and ran away. "I'm going to change my clothes. It'll be done in a second. You hold Zhang Wuchang back." She immediately agreed. "Okay." Then he dashed off and returned a second later with a flashy, handsome appearance. However, he was still suspicious. Did you really invite Zhang Wuchang over?" The girl was startled and reached out both hands to reassure him. "Master, calm down, calm down. Don't let your expression get too excited." She reminded him bit by bit. "Don't scare Zhang Wuchang. It's his first time here." Bao Yan immediately stood still. Understood, I understand." The little girl quickly showed him a way. "Master, come learn from me. Take a deep breath. Breathe evenly." The other person immediately let out a sigh of relief. "Take a deep breath. Breathe evenly." Then the two of them approached the door together. "Master, are you calm yet?" He replied, "I'm calm. Let's go." So led Bao Yan down the stairs. "Sorry for keeping you waiting so long." The two of them walked down with a stiff mindset. "Welcome, dear guest." The sky outside the underworld was still dyed in a quiet red color. As for the other three sitting in the living room, Bao Yan and sat up straight, not daring to move. The silence dragged on like this for quite a while. After that, Bao Yan finally tried to peek over at Zhang Lin. He also noticed the young man and looked back. Zhang Lin's eyebrows furrowed. There was nothing there. Bao Yan initiated the conversation. Zhang Wuchang, are you live streaming?" He hesitantly replied, "No. Seeing their postures, I even thought he placed a ghost artifact behind me, reminding me to pay attention to safety." The young man in front of him immediately slumped into the chair. "Oh." nudged Bao Yan's arm to remind him to get serious again. "Lord Zhang Wuchang, this is my master and also a high-level artifact refiner." The young man awkwardly introduced himself. "Hello, Zhang Wuchang. I am indeed Bao Yan. I know you, and I am also one of your fans, but I'm not crazy about it." Then Bao Yan asked him, "What kind of ghost artifact do you want to make by actively seeking me out?" Zhang Lin described it to him. "Do you know about the tournament of the Southern Hall? Can it suppress ghosts and monsters below the King Realm?" He immediately recognized it. "I know."
Zhang Lin pointed a finger up. I want to make a similar arena. The image of coins dropping on his head made Bao Yan's eyes light up. His attitude became increasingly enthusiastic. I know that kind. Did you bring the materials? AR looked at him in surprise. Master, do you want to see how cheap your smile looks right now? Just a moment ago, I didn't know who was putting on airs to keep his price high. Didn't Zhang Luchang just ask you to make an arena? Why did you suddenly show your true colors?
Zhang Lin nodded. I brought them. He immediately took them out and placed everything on the table. Each item was piled up and appeared before the other two. Bao Yan tried touching the pile of materials. He evaluated them. I know this. The records of the Western Hall mentioned it. At that time, John Kui of the Southern Hall personally came to order it, saying there wasn't enough stuff in the house. I can make it for you, but your materials are not enough. Zhang Lin still happily offered. What else is needed? Can I find it? Bao Yan immediately pointed towards Air. You can, but the Western Hall is relatively dangerous. Lord Zhang Wuchang, you need to take Air with you. She can find it. Air only thought to herself, Master, if you want to find an excuse to be alone with Zhang Wuchang, just say it directly. Why use me as a meat shield? Zhang Lin also quickly got to the point. All right, may I ask what the specific location is? AR bitterly said to herself, although I also want to spend a little more time with Lord Zhang Wuchang, not by using this trick. Master, you are too wicked. Bao Yan smiled and slowly recounted. In the south of the Western Hall there is a lake, and in the middle of the lake is a giant peach tree. Suddenly he brought up another matter. Excuse me, can I study the camera you use to livestream? Zhang Lin exclaimed in surprise. What? Bao Yan rubbed his head curiously. I just want to know how that thing can allow the underworld to communicate with the mortal realm. Zhang Lin also raised his eyebrows and thought for a moment. He answered them. I don't know about this matter, so I am very sorry I cannot answer you.
Bao Yan curled his lips. Oh, I thought there was some kind of technical breakthrough this time. Lord Zheng Wuchang, perhaps you know that mortal realm phones lose their effectiveness when brought to the underworld. Air followed up on his words. The Western Hall has done a lot of research, but still couldn't get a phone to connect to the internet, let alone communicate with humans. She voiced out the doubt on Bao Yan's behalf. So ever since your live stream appeared, my master has always been thinking, how can you live stream in the underworld? The little girl took the opportunity to recount a few things. Master even found a chance to ask Lord Zongqi of the Southern Hall, but your methods of broadcasting are different. Lord Zongqi also couldn't understand it. So now your live stream is an unsolved mystery of the underworld. Air pointed her hand at Bao Yan. Master always wonders if it's some kind of artifact. Zhang Lin also understood what she meant. Hearing you say that, I'm suddenly a bit curious too. If I can find the answer, I will definitely tell you. Zhang Lin was more curious about them. Let's not just talk about me. How did you and your master meet? Air suddenly smiled sweetly while Bao Yan's face twisted. About that. The little girl pressed a button on the chair. Lord Zhang Wucheng, it's better to see it with your own eyes than just listen to a story. A spatial portal was immediately opened. Wait until we get there, then I will slowly tell you. He also agreed with her. All right. The three of them went to a place together, where steep cliffs stood tall amidst a clear blue sky. Air led Bao Yan and Zhang Lin down the path. Back then, the first time I met Master was exactly here. She recounted happily while the other person seemed unhappy. Don't judge Master by his usual unreliable appearance. When it comes to ghost artifacts, Master is very reliable.
Following her words, Zhang Lin imagined the scene of him being attacked by a ghost. Previously, when he went out to find materials, he encountered a rampant evil ghost. Even though he almost died, he didn't forget to bring the materials with him. Seeing such a scene at that time, I was also scared out of my wits. The little girl even illustrated it by grabbing his clothes. said loudly. Then I pulled him and asked if he wanted to die. She continuously patted Bao Yan's chest. Do you know what the master said to me? He was running and pulling me at the same time, even asking if I wanted to go back with him to work for him. He also said, his awkward smile was still vividly described by her. There are so many ghosts here, but only you are worried about whether I will die or not. Zhang Lin immediately burst into laughter, while was still directing and acting by herself. Oh my God, I didn't expect that the first time I met the master he would say to me, I don't know many things, without you I will die. At that time, I'd even thought he was some human trafficking ghost from somewhere. They continued moving into a large forest. Lord Zhang Wuchang, this way. In front of them was a large lake branching into two. This side was a relatively large tourist area of the mortal realm. The little girl walked close to the water surface and then stopped. However, usually boats were banned from crossing this lake, so they could only observe from a distance near the fence. The large tree in front of them was very prominent. No one knew how many years that peach tree had lived here. It also hadn't borne fruit for a long time, and most of the time it was deep in slumber. Took the initiative to fly up. We are not subject to the restrictions of the mortal realm. We can go over there and take a look. Lord Zhang Wuchang, Master, you guys follow me. The three of them followed A's flight path and approached the peach tree. The little girl took out a strange object and held it out in front of the tree canopy, making Zhang Lin curious. The branches quickly shook violently in response. After finishing the inspection, she reported, Lord Zhang Wuchang, let's go down.
The two of them gently set foot on the ground. A light breeze blew past them as they looked up high. Touched the tree trunk and chatted with it. Grandpa Peach, today we came here to pick up some stones and then leave. After properly asking for permission, she instructed Zhang Lin. The type of material the master mentioned is under this peach tree. Lord Zhang Wuchang, please be careful. He immediately expressed his gratitude. All right, many thanks. While Zhang Lin was observing the surroundings, he suddenly saw something very unexpected. The lake surface was obscured on one side by some huge shadow. Zhang Lin quickly used his yin-yang spell to wrap around his body.
He parted the water and slowly penetrated into the riverbed. Zhang Lin seriously advanced deeper, but not long after he started, he sensed something. Out of nowhere, a sharp point darted straight through from the water's surface. Zhang Lin raised his hand and looked at it warily, but that thing only brushed past him once before diving headfirst to the bottom of the sea. Zhang Lin wondered, what is going on? Air called down from above, Lord Zhang Wuchang, continue going deep under the lake. Dao Jiajia is letting you collect the materials. Having been informed beforehand, he also retracted his spell. Zhang Lin focused more on descending to the bottom of the lake. He stepped onto the sand, surrounded by rocks and moss. The branch from earlier threw the stone into the young man's hand. After completing its task, it quickly withdrew.
The person above asked again, Lord Zhang Wuchang, that material is a stone. Have you seen it? The wrapping layer around the stone gradually dissipated in his hand. Zhang Lin turned and swam upward. I saw it and I got it. Replied in satisfaction, that's good. Above, the water surface shook violently, and Bob Yan threw the stone up there. Lord Zhang Wuchang suddenly emerged, splashing water everywhere. Quickly asked him, Lord Zhang Wuchang, are you all right? He happily replied, I'm fine. The material you mentioned, I got it. Suddenly, a rather unfamiliar voice rang out. How long have I slept? The peach tree behind them revealed an old face. Spoke up. Dao Jiajia, you're awake? You've slept for 50 years. Dao Jiajia asked her another question. 50 years. So have you waited for that person? Zhang Lin stared at him attentively and secretly assessed. The strength of this peach tree is so great that even I cannot see through it. Immediately denied. Dao Jiajia, you remembered wrong. I'm not waiting for anyone. As for Zhang Lin, he voiced his gratitude to him. Thank you, senior, for helping to retrieve the material. He laughed magnanimously. It's just a stone. Dao Jiajia looked around full of nostalgia. This place has changed quite a bit. Playfully followed up. Of course, the mortal realm is very interesting now. Dao Jiajia, you can look around more. I still have many interesting stories. Wait until next time I come, I will tell you. Now we must return to make the ghost artifact. He agreed with them. All right, go. The two adults behind bowed their heads. Senior, farewell. And waved her hand at him. Dao Jiajia, goodbye.
All three of them quickly flew off in another direction. Waiting for them to leave, Dao Jiajia finally lowered his branch and said, Aren't you going to come out yet? His branch trembled, signaling to go down. A yellow leaf hidden inside the canopy lit up brightly. It transformed into a person and sat leisurely on the branch. That person picked his ear in a punchable manner. Then he lay down. Why don't you have any peaches left? Dao Jiajia replied to him in annoyance. They've been gone for a long time. Why are you here? The other guy pulled out a pink peach from somewhere. Came to the Western Hall for a stroll, do a few things, and visit you, by the way. He took a bite and asked curiously, Just now you said that little girl was waiting for someone. What's the matter? Dao Jiajia asked him, Do you want to hear a story? He began to evoke those memories as a strong wind blew past. It was merely a story of one person waiting and another wanting to hide. Beside a thatched hut, the chirping voices of children echoed, Brother, come up here quickly. The scenery up here is so beautiful. The senior brother was extremely worried, so he shouted loudly to his little sister, Be a little careful, don't fall down. The little girl agilely climbed to the very top of the tree and poked her head out. The child pointed in a direction and exclaimed, It looks like a lot of people are arriving at the village gate. They're even carrying a sedan chair. Her senior brother immediately explained, It's probably the owner of the house in the north of the village. The little girl's eyes lit up brightly. I heard that earlier this spring, they started building a spacious house in the north of the village with a large courtyard. She eagerly invited her brother. I heard there are flowers and cats. Brother, let's go see. However, her brother looked afraid. Forget it. We cannot afford to offend such people.
The little girl suddenly leaned inward. Then the child happily jumped down. Her senior brother, feeling suspicious, immediately stopped her. Our parents warned us you are not allowed to wander around today. But the little girl remained resolute. I'm just going to take a look. I won't do anything. She ignored her brother and ran off. Moreover, taking advantage of the fact that their parents weren't home yet, no one would be able to find out. Her senior brother had no choice but to chase after her. Hey, wait for me. Let's run. The two children followed each other and blended into the crowded group of people. Over here, over here. Ayer pointed inside and smiled brightly. I told you it's very bustling here. There must be something interesting inside. Her brother was hesitant, but we can't squeeze our way in. The little girl grabbed her brother's small arm. Ayer very confidently pulled the child behind her. Follow me, I have a way.
No one noticed when they ran to the back of the house. Ayer's feet stepped on her brother's shoulders, making him tremble. "Little sister, this is not good. Peeking is not something a gentleman should do." Ayer was still stubborn and said, "I am a girl, not a gentleman. Just looking for a bit. I'll look and then tell you." The little girl excitedly grabbed the wall. "This is even easier than climbing a tree." Thanks to her brother, she easily gained momentum to climb up. Ayer's innocent eyes widened when she saw the first thing behind the wall. On the other side, there was also another child locking eyes with her, making both of them shout in unison, "Oops!" Chapter 263. Ayer was not shy at all and immediately introduced herself. "My name is Ayer. What's your name?"
Bao Yan shyly looked at the ground. Bao Yan. She pondered, Bao Yan, homophonous with the word salt. Why would someone be named Salt? Is it because your family lacks salt? Bao Yan quickly shook his head. "It's not the Yan in table salt, it's this one." "I got it." He picked up a small branch nearby. Then the small silhouette struggled to scribble a few strokes on the ground. "Let me draw it for you to see." The beautiful character Yan written on the ground made Aer extremely delighted. "So it's this Yan, huh?" He smiled. "Yeah." But at this moment, a woman appeared behind them. "Little young master, who are you talking to?" Aer quickly jumped down, while Bao Yan screamed in panic. "Ah!" He looked around awkwardly. I. Only after confirming the other person had left did he secretly sigh in relief. Phew. The woman was suspicious. "Little young master, is there something on the wall?" He quickly made up an excuse. "It's nothing, Nanny. I just saw a big bug, so I cried out." The nanny gently touched his cheek and coaxed him. "Little young master, the weather outside is cold. Stay here for a bit and then go back to your room to rest." Bao Yan obediently complied. "I know, Nanny." Despite that, the boy's gaze kept looking back. From that day on, that little girl became a frequent guest of this little young master's house. The next time Aer Hinen set up a ladder to come over and say hello. The following times, she taught Bao Yan how to climb trees, making the boy complain, "So tired." They sat together and chatted happily. "Aer, when are we going back? Nanny said my body is weak, I can't stay outside for too long." "I'm guiding you to train. The more you train, the stronger your body will become." Aer also brought beautiful dishes to the boy, which delighted him immensely. When night fell, it was also the time Aer was most energetic. When Aer was very small, she could already run all over the mountains and fields, and even learned how to hunt from her father. After growing up, she became even more formidable. She was strong and her agility was very flexible. One year, she even killed a wolf and brought it back. Aer secretly took its tooth and gave it to the young master of the Bao family. Aer's old house was dark because it was late at night. Even so, the girl happily held Bao Yan's hand to lead him into the house. She looked proudly at her achievements, while Bao Yan fearfully hid behind her back.
The wolf's body was completely motionless due to a large wound on its abdomen. Aer turned to him and said, "You were so scared. You've definitely never seen a wolf before, right?" She reached into the wolf's mouth and broke off a tooth. She held it out to Bao Yan. "This is for you. My father said this is a good item. It can ward off evil and protect your peace," or something like that. He looked at it blankly. "This thing seems very precious." She pushed it into his hands and forced him to accept it. "Anyway, just take it." Bao Yan very carefully wrapped the tooth in his bag to keep it safe. They continued heading outside, led by Aer. "It was so hard to sneak you out here. Come on, I'll take you to eat peaches." The sky gradually brightened from the quiet night as a new day began. A hand reached out to a pink peach and plucked it. Aer and Bao Yan sat on the tree, leisurely enjoying the sweet fruit. Suddenly, the young man sadly announced, "Aer, in a few days I have to return to my other home." Hearing this, she calmly took a bite of her peach. "Then will you come back here?" Bao Yan immediately affirmed, "Of course. My wet nurse said I'm returning this time for my coming-of-age ceremony. Once I'm a young man, I can go wherever I want." Aer happily agreed to that. "Then I'll wait for you to come back." But she hadn't finished speaking when she suddenly sat up straight. She looked him right in the eyes and blurted out, "What if you don't come back?" This question startled Bao Yan, leaving him unable to answer. The atmosphere between them became so tense and uneasy that Bao Yan didn't dare to speak. Aer covered her mouth and burst out laughing. She boldly declared, "Then I will go find you." The young boy's face flushed red. "All right." They reached out and hooked their pinky fingers together. "Then let's make a promise like this." Bao Yan smiled happily. "Okay, even if it's to the ends of the earth, you must find me." The little girl replied to him, "No problem." They parted ways as the carriage took Bao Yan away. After that, the young master indeed did not return. Aer didn't smile as much as before. She just leaned thoughtfully against the tree. Aer waited for him for a few years. When she grew older, she packed her luggage and set off on a journey, finally unable to wait any longer. The petite girl walked briskly away from the peach tree, having left her home to find him. She passed through large valleys with vast varieties of trees. The sun beat down on her head with a glaring heat that felt like it could catch fire. Finally, her footsteps came to a halt. An heir had searched for a few years before finding the Bao mansion. The people in the mansion paid no attention to the country girl standing before the gate.
However, she looked up in wonder. What happened? He hasn't come to find me. Could it be that something happened at home?
Two women chatting softly in the back made her hear them. The little young master of the Bao family is so pitiful, dying at such a young age. Yes, I heard his body was always very weak. He was always raised at the manor before this. Immediately grabbed the other person's arm. She asked excitedly, "The young master of the Bao family? Are you talking about Bao Yan?" The other person replied to her in confusion, "That's right. What are you to him?" A's tears welled up as she turned and ran inside. "It can't be. He clearly said his health had improved and that he would come find me after turning 20. The guards in the mansion threatened her upon seeing her. "Where did this little girl come from? Get out of here right now." She ignored them and pushed them away directly. Men, this little girl is too strong. Get out of the way. I want to find Bao Yan." Those people picked up their weapons and blocked her. "Stop her quickly. Don't let her cause trouble for the eldest young master." Still resolutely shouted out loud, "Bao Yan! I want to see Bao Yan! Let me see him!" The knives and swords of those people all fell to the ground. They fled in fear after exchanging a few moves with "A monster! It's a monster! A monster has broken in!" Hastily grabbed a person. "Hey, do you know where Bao Yan is?" But that guard screamed loudly, "Save me! Don't touch me!" He rolled on the ground and fainted on the spot out of fear. The rest of them didn't dare to approach either and scattered in all directions. "Am I that scary?" A's gaze suddenly caught sight of a well. The girl quickly walked over and leaned her face in. Her eyes and her entire face had transformed, looking exactly like a real monster. That person only now spoke up to comment, "I remember now. That child is a half-blood between a human and a monster." He raised the peach high and exclaimed, "Back then when I picked her up, she even grabbed a few strands of my golden hair. Very strong." But that person frowned again. "However, as far as I remember, I already sealed her monster power. How strange." After finishing his food, he sat up again. "What happened to that little girl after that?" Dao Jiajia continued to tell. "She was called a monster by people. Everyone was afraid of her. Bao Yan's tomb was stained with fresh blood. They brought her to Bao Yan's tomb and killed her." That person was not satisfied with the ending. "Don't tell me. After that, actually Bao Yan didn't die, but only had to fake his death due to other reasons." But the tree agreed with it. "You guessed right." That yellow-haired young man expressed disgust. "The human world always likes such plot twists, and now is no exception." Dao Jiajia acted focused on his story. "Actually, the truth is, Bao Yan faked his death." Bao Yan hurriedly ran towards the crowd gathering densely. Little young Master Bao was almost out of breath. Finally, he ran to where everyone was. Pant, pant.
As soon as everyone saw Bao Yan, they stepped aside. Bao Yan stood rooted to the spot in front of a grave. Her body covered in wounds, was already lying still beside the tombstone. While Bao Yan was still stunned by Er's corpse, he didn't realize that someone in the crowd was holding a blood-stained sickle. Could this be the one who caused Er's death? Still in shock, Bao Yan knelt down, reached for a peach, and tremblingly took a bite. As he bit into it, tears streamed down his face. The little young master knelt for a long time in front of the tombstone. Then he collapsed next to Er's body. At this moment, the name on the tombstone finally became clear: the grave of Bao Yan. From then on, people around spread the rumor that little young Master Bao witnessed Er's death and then died along with her. On the peach, Bao Yan's bite mark had begun to bleed at some point. After Bao Yan died, for some unknown reason, he ended up at Zhang Lin's place. When little young Master Bao's spirit flew to a tree, a voice called up from below to greet him. "Little young Master Bao, long time no see."
Little young Master Bao was extremely surprised that he still recognized him, and that this peach tree could even speak. The peach tree then replied to Bao Yan that he and On Air had picked many of his peaches. Had he remembered now? Bao Yan finally remembered. The peach tree asked Bao Yan why he didn't reincarnate, but instead had the leisure to come under an old tree like him. Bao Yan replied that he was waiting for. She left before him, and if he left now, he probably wouldn't be able to catch up. The peach tree then asked little young Master Bao if he wasn't afraid of her being a monster. Bao Yan didn't know why he should be afraid of her, as she hadn't done anything to harm him. Little young Master Bao said that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have died, so waiting for her here was considered an atonement. From that day on, even when it snowed, Bao Yan still sat under the tree waiting for a silhouette. Bao Yan stayed here with the peach tree just to wait for her. When summer arrived, plump peaches appeared once again, or even at dusk. "Not true. Didn't you say one person hides and one person runs?" A stranger suddenly appeared on the tree with a bright, shining golden aura. The peach tree replied to him, "Haha, that's right. When Bao Yan found On Air reincarnated, one sentence made the little girl so scared that she ran away, hiding from him for a lifetime." The person with the aura asked why that was. The peach tree then answered, "In the second life, On Air reincarnated into a man, and Bao Yan could only protect her in a dull way. In the third life, the fourth life, up until this life, he was finally able to contract her as a ghost soldier, binding her by his side." The person with the aura ate a peach while finding the story of these two quite interesting. He continued to ask the peach tree, "Then why did you still ask if that little girl had waited for the person to arrive? Doesn't even the peach tree know how to speak now?"
No, the peach tree just wanted to see if that little girl had remembered yet. She has reincarnated too many times. The memories of that life have probably become blurry. The guy with the aura suddenly flew off the tree. He dashed straight ahead, saying they would meet again later, but he had to go now. He just went far away like that, making the surroundings become strangely quiet. The peach tree then dropped a seed onto the ground. The peach tree found a place to bury it. After some time, the peach pit could sprout, and there might be a few more small peach trees. The robot, not knowing since when it had been in the bushes, suddenly popped out. It continuously panned its cam, observing the surroundings and discovering the peach tree. Then, going higher, it saw the peach tree as if isolated in the middle of a vast watery space. It turned out that Zhang Lin was controlling the robot to reach the peach tree. Finally, it returned to his side after completing its mission. Under the comment section right now, it was flooded with comments showing deep emotion. "I can't take it anymore. Boo-hoo-hoo." Luckily, the streamer installed a camera beforehand so we could watch such a story. You call that lucky? It's hard to let go. Clearly, they were so close to being able to be together.
There was another comment asking why Bao Yan didn't tell Aer beforehand. Why? That was because Bao Yan also had his own difficulties. He couldn't let too many people know he faked his death. Moreover, there were no phones at that time. Passing news still required writing letters, and horse carriages were not convenient. The viewers at this time were all crying profusely. I understand that logic. It's just that I find it hard to let go, expressing my feelings on the public screen. The screen continuously displayed the comments. Hard to let go, hard to let go, hard to let go, hard to let go. Zhang Lin didn't know how to comfort them anymore. He could only reluctantly reassure them. I understand your feelings. Since Bao Yan didn't tell Aer, then don't let it spread from us. The comments, being comforted by the streamer, unanimously agreed with him. All right, streamer, we will wait for Aer to find out on her own. Instead of waiting for Bao Yan to tell Aer, later we can secretly gossip about the two of them on the livestream. How interesting. A little girl at this time, not knowing where she was, sneezed. This little girl had a figure and hair that looked exactly like Aer. She was mopping the floor, accompanied by in-energy swirling around her. She asked, "Who is talking about me?" Did she remember something? A thought of an apple tree appeared in her mind, along with Aer shivering under the tree. Could it be? Aer suddenly clapped her hands. I understand now. I caught a chill under the peach tree. I'm about to get sick. While the little girl was still daydreaming, an arm appeared from behind, startling her. Master, master. A person who looked like a researcher. He was mixing some things together. This hair was very familiar. Aer only remembered now. Master once said before, unless they touched something dirty, normal ghosts wouldn't get sick. But Aer brushed that thought aside. Let it go. Let it go. Adjust. Adjust. She returned to a state of focused cleaning. The little girl climbed from one bookshelf to another, cleaning strenuously. But just as she bent down under the bookshelf, she discovered a strange button. Oops. She immediately pressed it. Just after pressing it, she shouted loudly, Master, you forgot to turn on the protective barrier again. Sure enough, as soon as it was turned on, a barrier appeared around the building. In the underworld, inside the hotel, Zhang Lin was still cultivating with all his might. Behind him, two strange people appeared. They just stood there waiting until Zhang Lin finished cultivating, when the in-energy surrounding him gradually dissipated.
He just sighed and turned around. It was the two little ghosts waiting for Zhang Lin. He had been here for 2 weeks, and tomorrow they had to leave. Just as Zhang Lin was about to stand up, saying, "All right, you guys," he suddenly saw something that surprised him. The two little ghosts were teary-eyed again, clasping their hands in front of Zhang Lin. He stammered, asking them what was wrong. As soon as he asked, they immediately hugged him. It turned out they couldn't bear to leave Zhang Lin, nor could they bear to leave the Western Hall. Just as the words fell, the little ghost who said it couldn't bear to leave Zhang Lin was knocked on the head by the other little ghost. "What did you say?" The beaten little ghost was now crying profusely. It also couldn't bear to leave Zhang Wuchang, but everywhere here was so much fun. While speaking, seeing the bag bulging at its waist revealed exactly where the fun was. It suggested, how about they pretend to break something and stay to work off the debt, staying a few more days. After saying that, it was hit again. "All you know is how to play every day." The other little ghost then said that they came here this time to say goodbye to Zhang Wuchang. After saying that, they cried and sobbed again. "Zhang Wuchang, this time we really have to go. Goodbye." Zhang Lin also waved goodbye. Since they had bought so many ghost artifacts, he reminded them to be careful on the road. They flew out of the window, telling Zhang Lin to rest assured no one could rob them.
Zhang Lin saw that they had grown up and felt extremely reassured. It was also time for his appointment with Sai Qin, so he should get ready to set off. Zhang Lin finally set out, and the viewers in the livestream excitedly left comments below. "Wow, the scenery in the west is so beautiful, streamer. Take us to see the sights. Wait, look over there quickly." In broad daylight, a strangely shaped mountain appeared. It had no slopes, just stood vertically in midair, and there was a tree on the peak. Zhang Lin then flew towards the tree.
A person appeared in front of him. It was none other than Sai Chin. Tai Chin spoke. "You've arrived." Zhang Lin then asked Sai Chin what the thing in front of him was. Tai Chin said this was the latest ghost artifact they had just researched, and the target was humans. Tai Chin also emphasized it was living humans. Living people always have a lot of regrets, remorse, and expectations. If only I hadn't done that then. If only I could have said it then. Perhaps if only. But there is no regret medicine in this world. Therefore, they made this, and they call it the contract tree.
Zhang Lin couldn't believe it. This thing could actually form the power of a contract. Chai Chin handed Zhang Lin a wooden tablet, saying there were two methods to sign a contract. Signing a contract with another person could increase the probability of reincarnating together in the next life. Signing a contract with oneself could leave a message for oneself in the next life. Saying that, he threw the wooden tablet toward the tree. The red thread hooked to the tablet immediately wrapped around a branch to hold the contract. As long as these contracts were written on the wooden tablet and thrown onto the tree, if it didn't fall down, Chai Chin said it was considered successful. Zhang Lin couldn't help but sigh. Is this a hack? It could change the laws of reincarnation and leave messages for the next life? Wait, that tablet needed to be wrapped tightly to be successful. That also meant the contract was controlled by the Western Hall. Only information that passed the Western Hall's inspection could be recorded. Zhang Lin didn't think the Western Hall could create such a sophisticated ghost artifact. Back in the mortal realm, Zhang Lin's livestream continued to broadcast on phone screens. The viewers in front of their screens were speechless. This is a real-life version of 3 Lives, 3 Worlds. Everyone in every household was watching Zhang Lin's livestream. Couples watching felt it was great, because now they could promise to reincarnate together. Meanwhile, single people were thinking about what message to leave for themselves in the next life. Even middle-aged people were pondering what to write. Be a good person in the next life. Love yourself in the next life. Those who sold their lives to capitalism were wondering if it was possible to hide all their wealth from this life before dying, and then leave the information for themselves in the next life. Back to the Western Hall.
Zhang Lin's livestream was still being discussed very heatedly. Could it really be like that? Isn't struggling for a lifetime all for money? Inheriting from oneself is too overpowered. Having the legacy of a past life right after birth, just imagining it is interesting. Tai Chin said that for the contract to be successful, one condition must be met. A single sentence uttered by Sai Chin made the viewers immediately freeze, extremely anxious, just as they were about to finish writing the contract and the will to leave for the next life. What condition was this? 5 years. One must reside in the Western underworld realm for 5 years or more. One cannot die unexpectedly anywhere else. Only then can the contract tree be used. After hearing this condition, the viewers in the comments section of the livestream immediately exploded. Isn't this openly and honorably snatching people? The Eastern Hall and Western Hall show their speechlessness. The 4 great underworlds are fighting over us. Zhang Lin saw this method, thinking of other realms new. At the underworld's Eastern King Yama's palace, Yama angrily slammed his hand on the table. That smelly old man, taking advantage of Zhang Lin's livestream to promote his own underworld is one thing, but to dare to openly snatch people? What on earth does he want to do? At the same time, at the underworld's Western King Yama's palace, it is time for the underworld to move forward. For our Western Hall's Palace of Ghost Artifacts, only by expanding and developing can we open up a new situation. Only petty ones like Yama would want to maintain the original state. At this time, the person standing next to him became worried. What if Lord Mingwang found out? On one side, at the underworld's Eastern King Yama's palace, Yama was furious. If Lord Mingwang knows, he will definitely not spare him. Meanwhile, at the Western Hall's Palace of Ghost Artifacts, they were still very relaxed. Rest assured, Lord Mingwang won't blame us. At that time, cooperating with John Wuchang, he had told him that Zhang Lin only had 3 requirements for the cooperation. First, they could promote, but they could not prevent the human water army from leaving, nor could they use ghost artifacts to force them. Second, provide full amenities for the Eastern Hall's ghost envoys to visit and spend in the Western Hall. Third, let the Western Hall send a group of professional artifact refiners to the Eastern Hall for research and exchange. Outside the underworld's Eastern King Yama's palace, someone came in. Report, Lord Yama.
The artifact refiner sent by the Western Hall had arrived. Yama was extremely excited at this moment. They had actually delivered them. All right, Yama felt that their Eastern Hall was also preparing to refine artifacts. Meanwhile, at the underworld's Southern King Yama's palace, Zhang Da was currently reporting to Lord Nanming. These are the movements of the Eastern Hall and Western Hall. Please take a look. Lord Nanming glanced over it for a moment. Currently, no taboos had been violated and no major incidents had occurred, so Nanming thought it was best to ignore it. If a major incident were to happen later on, they might even end up fighting, Nanming said, then crushed the stack of papers in Zhang Dao's hands. In the mortal realm, it was now completely dark. A youthful voice, seemingly belonging to a male, rang out. Look everyone, this is the legendary mountain, and at the top is the contract tree.
A person was live streaming in front of the contract tree, expressing his desire to climb it and take a look. In the comments section, people were explaining to him that it was a barren mountain, basically impossible to climb without stairs, so the barrier to entry was probably quite high. At this time, he also expressed that he thought the same. But at night, at the foot of this mountain, hazy illusions appeared in front of him, followed by wooden steps as straight as a steep slope leading down from the top of the mountain. His livestream viewers were a bit panicked at this point. Wasn't this created by ghost soldiers? Look, there's ghost fire. Who would dare to climb? Hearing this, he was also a little scared, but still acted tough. Scared? Scared of what? His online username was I want to leave the mountain, so he became even more determined to be the first person to climb the mountain today. In the comments section, viewers began to marvel at this bravery. That's impressive. My brothers, hurry and look. This guy wants to climb to the contract tree. The number of livestream viewers suddenly skyrocketed, making him, standing in front of the slope, even more resolute. Brothers, double tap.
At the Yeyu Affairs office, everyone was currently doing their own work. A person in the affairs office then spoke up. The new ghost artifact from the Western Hall is not bad. If one secretly saves money, then secretly leaves that account for the next life, it feels pretty good. Then he asked the person sitting at the same table if they wanted to go see it together. His two friends both felt uninterested and didn't go. Seeing this, he screamed, "Why? What is the joy in everyone's life?" Everyone seemed unconcerned with his question. He then sighed in frustration. Let's do this. If you absolutely had to leave one piece of information, what would you guys leave? The person reading the book answered him that it would be math problems. This person would leave it for their next life to test their IQ. It truly makes people scared. He asked the remaining person, what about you? Could it be that you were also a pervert like that?
This person replied that in his next life, he didn't want to tell fortunes anymore. Then he suddenly snapped his fingers, looking excited. Otherwise, just leave a message so that in his free time, he could watch the daily Underworld healing livestream. Saying that, he sneaked to the side. Talking to real people is so boring, I'll go watch a livestream. Back to the mountain with the contract tree, the streamer from earlier had already pitched a tent and camped at the foot of the mountain, and he was currently livestreaming too. Welcome 60,000 bros to my livestream. Broadcasting for the first time at the western border, tomorrow morning he would be the first person to reach the top of the mountain. Looking at the view count, he felt he had struck it rich, secretly laughing in his heart. Ha ha ha. Whether they were humans or ghosts, with such a massive number of fans, he would wake up laughing even in his dreams. He placed the livestream stick in front. Hundreds of thousands of fans watched the mountain climbing gear he had prepared here. At this moment, he rummaged through his back. He then held up a pair of shorts, telling everyone to quickly look at his family's heirloom shorts, saying if the bros admired it, they should interact. But at this time, the livestream screen changed. Oops! The number of livestream viewers dropped to 233 viewers. He then shouted loudly, "Where are my fans? Why are there only a few hundred people left?" He hurriedly ran in front of the phone screen, letting the shorts fly right onto his head. "Don't go, guys. I haven't finished sharing yet. Aren't you going to watch the first person to climb the mountain anymore?" At this moment, the comments just appeared. Brother Sun, someone has already gone up the mountain. You are no longer the first one. Lord Zhang Wuchang's livestream camera has already captured the mysterious figure. Everyone has come to the Underworld livestream to check in and watch. Right now, up on the top of the mountain where the contract tree is located, the comment section is extremely excited behind the white smoke, waiting to see what Zhang Wuchang's camera managed to capture. Viewers are getting ready to see what Zhang Wuchang's camera has recorded. They don't know who quietly went up the mountain without turning on their livestream. Could they be sneaking to an appointment? Or perhaps it's a big shot leaving behind a treasure map. The white smoke gradually disappeared and an animal's paw appeared. They didn't know why it was a dog and a cat. No, they saw that the piece of wood they were carrying was no ordinary thing. The dog and the cat then looked at each other. Woof, meow. The white cat raised its paws and canced. It then advanced to attack the brown dog. Meow, meow. The piece of wood the brown dog was holding in its mouth now showed a heart-shaped scratch. Was this on purpose? The white cat pointed at the tree, telling the brown dog to throw it up. Meow, meow. The brown dog listened and leaped up. Woof, woof. The white cat then clasped its paws in prayer, meow, and following that the wooden board flew towards the contract tree. But unfortunately it slid down and didn't stick to the tree. This made both the cat and the brown dog a bit disappointed, meow. The piece of wood fell to the ground. The brown dog then wanted to try again, but it was stopped by the white cat. The white cat then rotated its leg joints. It wanted the brown dog to let it do it. With the brown dog's encouragement, the white cat took the board, gathered momentum, and leaped up. The white cat dashed straight onto the branch, the board moving at maximum speed. Both of them below were eagerly awaiting the result. It's just that it fell down again. Quite disappointing. It seems the two of them cannot become a couple. The white cat then looked over at the brown dog, who put on a sullen, fearful face. The white cat raised its claws and scolded the brown dog, asking if he originally didn't want to be with her for 3 lifetimes. The brown dog covered its ears in fear, and the livestream viewers were completely dumbfounded. Could this cat actually talk? The livestream viewers all gaped in shock. Oops. The brown dog then spoke up. Not at all. I truly want to be by your side. Maybe the ghost envoy made a mistake, or the date is wrong. The quality of this piece of wood isn't good. But the white cat clearly felt that he was still thinking about the black cat next door.
Die, scumbag! Having said that, the white cat knocked the brown dog far away. Even though it screamed, he didn't care. The comment section, witnessing this scene of domestic discord, felt terrified. Oh my god, cats and dogs can even talk? My mom asked me why I'm kneeling while watching a live stream. Does this dog actually like a cat? The live stream viewers felt a sense of self-pity. Boo-hoo, even cats and dogs are in love, yet I'm still single. The next day, the cat and dog pair that made a wish on the contract tree on its very first day became a trending topic across major platforms. Online articles were sensationalized, highlighting the appearance of a dog that likes a cat. They were also the first couple to go up on the contract tree, and the whole internet was searching for the black cat beside them. People gradually discovered a new way to play with the contract tree. Whether someone is sincere or not, visiting the contract tree once will reveal the truth. In the artifact forging laboratory, Zhang Lin stepped inside. Then he pressed the open button on the screen. An article about the talking dog and cat appeared before his eyes. After reading it, he closed it and thought to himself, "The ghost artifact of the Western Hall is so effective, I must study it." Then he cast his magic power to create colorful spiritual energy stones.
Then he put them all into the alchemy furnace, creating a fire to heat them. Suddenly, the furnace exploded. The male lead, covered in black smoke, looked helplessly at the scene before him. Wiping the dirt off his face while looking at the book, he realized that this was indeed not that easy. He had to read Bao Yan's notes over and over again. Then he recalled Bao Yan's words. If one wanted to start artifact forging, memorizing the basic knowledge was only the first step. After that, one must learn how to control the fire. Learning how to add ingredients at the right time and accumulating experience through continuous practice, that was what was said. But every time Zhang Lin tried, he failed. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" The male lead adjusted his clothes and peeked out to open the door. In front of him was a little boy holding 2 furnaces. Seeing him, the boy warmly said, "Boss, want to buy a furnace? This is a must-have item for artifact forging." Looking at the little boy in front of him, he rubbed his head and thought, even Bao Yan took half a year to grasp the basics of artifact forging. I should probably just go home first. At the door of the cultivation room in the Western Hall, right after the male lead stepped out, a small object on the ground suddenly shouted loudly, "Senior shoe, senior shoe. I said it already. 2 more days, 2 more days." Zhang Lin curiously picked up that small object to take a look. Suddenly, a young man appeared. "Good thing I followed along. This robot is not working well. It probably malfunctioned." Seeing the male lead ask what was going on, the other party quickly replied that they had just received a notice from Senior Shu Yuji. The work of the sealing team was almost finished, and they would probably leave the Western Hall in 2 days. Hearing this, the male lead muttered to himself, "Only 2 days left? I wonder if the artifact refiner sent by the Eastern Hall has been put to use yet." After confirming the date of return, everyone became busy. Today, Zhang Lin was planning to retrieve the camera at the contract tree, but unexpectedly, the camera captured a special scene. Down below, an old woman lying on a hospital bed was being pushed forward by a doctor, accompanied by an old man sitting in a wheelchair. People clamored, make way, there are too many people here. Oh, don't touch them." Suddenly, the doctor accidentally bumped into a young man, who immediately yelled, "Can't you see there are so many people here?" His girlfriend pulled him back and whispered, "Let's just go." "Why are you in such a hurry?" The girl held her phone screen in front of him and said, "I'm watching the Underworld livestream. Look above the heads of this old man and old woman." That person was Zhang Lin. On the livestream screen, many comments from netizens popped up. "Zhang Wuchang is here. Is someone about to die? Friends who are present, quickly make way, or better yet, go down the mountain. What if the person the ghost envoy is looking for is me?" Seeing the male lead ask what was going on, the other party quickly replied that they had just received a notice from Senior Shu Yuji. The work of the sealing team was almost finished, and they would probably leave the Western Hall in 2 days. Hearing this, the male lead muttered to himself, "Only 2 days left? I wonder if the artifact refiner sent by the Eastern Hall has been put to use yet." After confirming the date of return, everyone became busy. Today, Zhang Lin was planning to retrieve the camera at the contract tree, but unexpectedly, the camera captured a special scene. Down below, an old woman lying on a hospital bed was being pushed forward by a doctor, accompanied by an old man sitting in a wheelchair. People clamored, make way, there are too many people here. Oh, don't touch them." Suddenly, the doctor accidentally bumped into a young man, who immediately yelled, "Can't you see there are so many people here?" His girlfriend pulled him back and whispered, "Let's just go." "Why are you in such a hurry?" The girl held her phone screen in front of him and said, "I'm watching the Underworld livestream. Look above the heads of this old man and old woman." That person was Zhang Lin. On the livestream screen, many comments from netizens popped up. "Zhang Wuchang is here. Is someone about to die? Friends who are present, quickly make way, or better yet, go down the mountain. What if the person the ghost envoy is looking for is me?" The old man smiled kindly and raised his hand to stroke the forehead of his wife lying on the hospital bed. Standing in front of the huge ancient tree, he said softly, "Zhao Zhao, we're here." The old woman slowly opened her eyes. Seeing his wife wake up, the old man sitting in the wheelchair next to the bed immediately asked, "Zhao Zhao, can you hear me? I am your old companion, Wang Hai. We've come up the mountain." The old man named Wang Hai was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes. "Now that we have airplanes, we can go wherever we want. Didn't you want to see the Sea of Flowers the most? Once we finish our business, we'll go tomorrow." Hearing this, the old woman remained silent, but she was also moved to tears. Seeing her like this, the old man became frantic. "No, don't cry. It's all my fault." He leaned in and gently wiped away his wife's tears.
I've made you work hard your whole life. Then he reminisced about his entire life. For so many years you were never sick. No matter what happened, you were always by my side. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that God would be so cruel to let you go before me? After saying that, he reached into his pocket to take something out. It turned out to be a wooden token. I never believed in the afterlife before, but now I believe. I want to believe. Receiving the token from her husband's hands, she trembled and used all her remaining strength to hand it back to the old man. Wang Hai reached out both hands to accept it. Immediately afterward, he understood her intention and hurriedly replied, "Okay, okay."
Zhao Zhao, look, I will throw it up there now. As soon as he finished speaking, he gathered momentum and threw it hard onto the ancient tree. Everyone watched, waiting for the result. As expected, the token wrapped around the trunk of the ancient tree. Wang Hai let out a sigh of relief. That's great. The people around also stopped to join the fun. It's a success. Phew, so lucky. Before he could finish, suddenly something fell in front of the old man. Wang Hai looked in astonishment at the token he thought he had successfully thrown, which should have been hanging on the canopy, but was now lying flat on the ground. He was so scared that he broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe what he had just seen. How was this possible? It must be that the force was too light. I'll do it again. Zhao Zhao, look at this. Whoosh!
Dao Dao! When he turned around, she had already closed her eyes and fallen into eternal sleep, with a contented smile on her lips. The heart rate monitor next to them beeped, and the doctor said with a sad face, "Mr. Wang Hai, your wife has..." He cried out in agony, "Dao Dao!" then tightly grasped the blanket, tears streaming down his face. "My Dao Dao!" The people around witnessing this scene could not hold back their emotions. The young couple even sobbed loudly. Wang Hai's son and his wife approached to help their father up. "Father, let's take mother home." "No, I'm not leaving. Does your mother not want us anymore, Dao Dao?" His granddaughter approached and asked, "Grandpa, is Grandma sound asleep? She usually says we shouldn't fall asleep while enjoying the breeze. Let's go home to get a good night's sleep." Finally, he accepted the truth, trying to suppress his emotions. "All right, let's go home. I apologize to everyone for bothering you." Suddenly, there was a noise from behind. A girl nearby screamed, the wooden tag is moving. It flew up. Old man, look quickly. The wooden tag is hanging on the tree. Sir, don't leave." The old man looked up, and it was true. He suddenly exclaimed, "It's true. Dao Dao didn't abandon me." The daughter beside him looked in the direction he pointed. "Mother!" Just as Wang Hai said, up in the tree there were two figures. Old Lady Dao Dao respectfully said to Zhang Lin, "I agree to stay in the underworld to wait for him. Thank you, Lord Wuchang." The people watching the livestream left many comments. "Boo-hoo, I'm crying. To win one's heart, never to be apart. I admire such affection. I believe in love now. I want to escape singleness." From today onwards, everyone's attitude towards the contract tree had changed. The contract tree was no longer just a tool to test feelings, nor was it synonymous with breaking up. Some of those feelings might be very fragile, but some feelings can be extremely enduring.
A large sign was attached to the boat. "Farewell, streamer Zhang from the Western Hall." Chang Lin stood formally, looking at the person opposite him. Bao Yan approached and said, "Zhang Wuchang, before you leave, there is a matter I want to ask of you." Chang Lin smiled, then shook Bao Yan's hand. "Sure, this cooperation has been very pleasant. Just tell me if there's anything." Bao Yan leaned close to the male lead and whispered, "Give me your autograph." "Ahaha, no problem." After finishing the matter, Bao Yan went down to the boat to return. "Let's go. Zhang Luchang has already felt everyone's enthusiasm. Don't affect the boat's departure." The servants walking behind respectfully said, "Boss, let us hold your hand." Shu Yuji stood on the boat, looking into the distance. This time it's finally quiet. Then he shouted, "Roll call, prepare to depart." Suddenly, a ghost envoy spoke up. "It seems only Chinjo Chu hasn't arrived. Yesterday, she said she discovered some ghost artifact food." Hearing this, Shu Yuji was furious. "Men, go find her and bring her back to me right now." They quickly obeyed, ensuring the completion of the mission. At the ghost artifact street, Chinjo Chu's eyes sparkled as she looked at the bowl of food in front of her. "Wow, Mingpo's soup shaved ice is so delicious. Let's taste a bowl." But before she could eat, she was pulled up. "Stop drinking. You've drunk so much. It's time to go." "Nonsense. I only remember drinking one bowl. Let me go." Not long after, they escorted Chinjo Chu in front of Shu Yuji. "Lord, mission accomplished." Chinjo Chu immediately asked, "Are you guys about to leave?" Shu Yuji's face darkened with anger. "What do you think?" Contrary to him, Chinjo Chu was still thinking about food at this moment. "How about you guys go first so I can eat another dinner?" Shu Yuji flew into a rage and shouted, "No!"
Suddenly, 3 ghost envoys appeared and surrounded her. Chinzo Jo felt something was wrong. "Hey, you guys wait!" However, she was quickly tied up and lay curled up on the ground. Shu Yuji felt that everything was settled and said loudly, "Let's go." As soon as the words fell, the boat flew into the sky. Shu Yuji pointed to the board in front of him and said sternly, "Read." Chinzo Jo felt powerless and muttered, "The Eastern Hall is our home. We must unite. The Southern Hall, Western Hall, and Northern Hall are ultimately people from other homes. Read it another 100 times. Let's see if you still dare to leave the team." All right. This entire process was live-streamed by Zhang Lin. The viewers continuously commented, "The food looks so appetizing. Packing Chinzo Jo onto the boat. Ha ha ha. Senior Shu is working hard for this team." Suddenly, the system sound rang out.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, popularizing the unique culture of the Western Hall. The main popularization of Western Hall culture includes unique Western Hall clothing, teleportation formation, destiny reversal machine, underworld culinary banquet, ghost market scenery, and contract tree. Rewards obtained, 10,000 accumulated points, 1,000 points of Heart of Faith. Mission completion status, obtained Western Hall specialty ×2. Hearing this, the male lead thought to himself, 2 portions of specialties. Previously, when leaving the Western Hall, the specialty left behind looked inconspicuous, but every time I cultivate with that thin green shell, I feel clear-headed. This proves that the specialties of the underworld realms are not ordinary things. Then he opened his soul storage bag. The system voice rang out. The soul storage bag does not have enough space to proceed with cleaning. The male lead stared thoughtfully at the bag in his hand. Not enough space? The soul storage bag looked as big as a palm, but the inside was as big as a basketball court. It must be because the arena that Air gave was too large. Then Zhang Lin started to clean up the bag. Not long after, he had completely cleaned it and divided the 2 portions of Western Hall specialties inside. Suddenly, he opened the specialty box and was extremely surprised. This is... Inside the 2 Western Hall specialty boxes were a pitch black ball and a small stick. He silently looked at the 2 items in his hands, not understanding what they were used for. Out of curiosity, he poked the small stick into the ball. Suddenly, a face appeared on the ball. With a poof, it transformed into a mini robot. Zhang Lin placed the robot on the ground and watched it walk.
But after taking 2 steps, it fell to the ground. He was confused and thought to himself, what exactly does this specialty do? Suddenly, Shu Yuji called out from afar, "Attention, we are about to reach the northern underworld realm." As soon as he finished speaking, the male lead put the robot away, and everyone prepared to disembark. Suddenly, something appeared in the sky. Chin Juju shouted in surprise. It seemed like something was approaching rapidly. A paper crane tried to crash straight into the ship, but was blocked by the barrier. After that, countless paper cranes were flying towards them. Elsewhere in the northern underworld realm, a tent was set up on a cliff. Inside the tent, 3 children were talking. "Blow it up." "No, we can't act recklessly." "Then let me do it." Then one child threw out a card and shouted, "Take this, 3 6s, ha ha ha." The child who just threw the cards laughed gleefully. "I won, stick your face over here." "Boss, we all have equally handsome faces. Don't you feel heartbreaking drawing on it?" The boy didn't bother to listen and said, "The more I draw, the prettier it gets. Adding a beard, adding a small flower." Seeing flowers drawn on his face, that little boy flew into a rage. Quickly play the next round. We definitely have to win to draw on your face." Thinking that the 3 of them would play another round, the boy who just drew raised his hand to signal a stop. "Wait, don't talk." Then the boy threw down his cards and stood up. Just as he opened the tent to the outside, another boy, not understanding what the other party was going to do, said, "You didn't just win and are planning to run away, right?" The boy frowned and replied, "There is movement from the direction of the 1,000 paper cranes." On Zhang Lin's side, the boat was being surrounded by many paper cranes. A ghost envoy, seeing this scene, leaned over and whispered to Shu Yuji, "Lord, should we knock them down?" He pondered and replied, "Don't be impatient. They don't have the intention to attack, but they might be items of the Northern Hall. Wait, if the Northern Hall makes no movement, we will forcefully break through." The male lead was still live streaming at this time, so besides the people on the boat, the viewers also witnessed this scene. Hearing that the Northern Hall is famous for its skill in making paper cranes and playing musical instruments, will 1,000 paper cranes poop everywhere? Are you a devil? It's clearly a perfect scene of 1,000 paper cranes in the sky. Be serious. Don't say anything else. Look over there. There's movement. Suddenly, these paper cranes flew towards another direction. They gathered in one place. The boy whose face was drawn with flowers earlier shouted at the Eastern Hall's boat, "I am a ghost envoy. Who are you from the Eastern Hall? State your names." They looked at that boy, all having the same thought in their heads. The appearance of this ghost envoy is not very serious. Shu Yuji held a stack of papers, stepped forward and replied, "We are ghost envoys of the Eastern Hall. This time we received an invitation to inspect the seal. Here is the document." The boy silently stared at them, suddenly noticing the male lead. Through the boy who was at Zhang Lin's group, the other 2 boys could see the situation. "Hee, Zhang Wuchang has also arrived. The next part will be interesting." That boy immediately said to the remaining boy, "Let's go. We will also head over there." At this time, the boy at the male lead's group was checking the document that Shu Yuji handed over. "No problem. Just wait for our boss to come over." Then the boy pulled out a bowl of melon seeds and asked, "Want to crack some melon seeds?" Chin Chu-ju below replied, "You can crack melon seeds?" Shu Yuji and Zhang Lin looked at her in confusion. What's wrong with cracking melon seeds? The boy put the whole bowl of melon seeds into his mouth, eating and explaining, I can simulate the 5 senses of the main body, linking with the ghost energy of the main body. Digesting food in the stomach is just using it as a container." Then the boy opened his mouth wide and reached his hand inside. The melon seeds inside had transformed into another shape. Shu Yuji exclaimed in astonishment, "Your structure is different from normal people." "Ah no, different from normal ghosts." Suddenly, the other 2 main bodies appeared and continued, "That's right, he is fundamentally not a human nor a ghost." As expected of Chin Chu-ju, being able to see through his true avatar at a glance. "Let me introduce myself to everyone again. I am the Northern Hall's ghost envoy, Feng Hei. These two, they are my paper dolls. Hearing this, Jiang Lin immediately asked, can paper dolls even talk and eat? Feng Yihei quickly replied, normal paper dolls cannot. I also spent a lot of effort to succeed. Look, 3 people playing cards is no problem. On the livestream screen, many comments appeared. This paper doll is so awesome, he can play with himself. Please make a paper girlfriend. A paper doll version of a husband. Please teach me.
After saying that, Shu Yuji stood up and introduced, I am the captain of the Eastern Hall, Shu Yuji. These people are. Before he could finish, Feng Yihei interrupted. The sealing team's Yu Baiting, the intelligence team's Qin Qinju, Bai Wuchang Jiang Lin, and Hei Wuchang Lu Buwei, right? You are all stars. Don't be so polite. Up ahead is the Northern Hall. The dense fog surrounding the boat gradually dispersed, and the Northern Hall slowly became clear behind the mist. Suddenly, a giant paper airplane, larger than the male leads group's boat, flew over them. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, that's a paper airplane. Jiang Lin was extremely interested and surprised. Don't these ghost envoys fly by themselves? Feng Yihei's paper doll replied, they make paper dolls every day. Why exhaust their ghost energy flying around? I feel like my body has no strength left at all. Not long after, the boat landed on the ground. Let's enter the underworld. Then Feng Yihei took the lead, and everyone followed him in a line. As they walked, Feng Yihei said, the Northern Hall specializes in playing musical instruments and folding paper. These paper dolls can act as guards, clean up, and even these baby-like paper dolls can die in place of their masters during battles. Therefore, in the Northern Underworld realm, the more domestic products made of paper you have, the richer you are. Finally, they entered the inside of the Northern Hall. As soon as someone saw the male lead's team, they shouted, look quickly, it's the Underworld's live streamer Jiang Lin, someone from the Eastern Hall. As soon as the words fell, everyone standing there stared fixedly at the male lead. He forced an awkward smile, and the live stream viewers immediately commented, see, I knew why the elders don't like staying at home playing with dolls now. Why do I feel a bit panicked? Feng Yihei continued, however, low-level paper dolls also have a weakness. They're afraid of sound waves. After speaking, he clapped his hands together to create a sound wave. The paper dolls there clutched their heads, running around frantically and screaming. Suddenly, a man lying with his head resting on a sofa was startled and shouted loudly, Feng Yihei, you were disturbing my viewing of Jiang Wuchang. Feng Yihei still didn't know he was being scolded by a livestream viewer, so he calmly turned back and said to the male lead, come, there's an acquaintance waiting for you here. Suddenly, a dazzling and radiant source of energy appeared.
Jiang Lin was stunned. Could this be... Suddenly, a woman with a sun symbol behind her and a man with a moon symbol appeared, the day and night wandering gods, respectively responsible for patrolling the mortal realm by day and night and supervising ghost envoys of good and evil. They were originally fierce deities, but after being subdued by the Eastern King Yama, they became well-known high-ranking ghost envoys of the Eastern Hall. Suddenly, a ghost envoy popped out from behind them, smiled, and said, that's right, and there's me, Asi, who has come to the Northern Underworld to wait for you all. Are you surprised? Are you amazed? Suddenly, Shu Yodi exclaimed, it is truly a great honor to meet you. Captain, there's no need to be so polite. Asi reached out his hand, thinking Shu Yoji would shake it to greet him, but he just brushed past, completely ignoring him. He approached the two known as the day and night wandering gods to greet them. The netizens watching the live stream saw this scene and immediately jumped into the comments. Are these two gods from the same family? Why do they look so different? I heard that the wandering gods' appearances are either too terrifying or too beautiful, so they have to cover their faces. Shh, don't let them hear you. Seeing this, Jiang Lin thought to himself in the back, these two are not ordinary ghost envoys. The ghost envoys of the Eastern Hall are divided into third class, second class, first class, and special class. To become a first-class ghost envoy, one must have extremely strong power and make a special sacrifice. Becoming a first-class ghost envoy is still my main mission for now. If these two are not considered special-class ghost envoys, they are at least first-class. The one called Rie lightly said, let's go, we've already helped you check out the accommodations. After seeing the spacious living quarters, Qin Jujo excitedly exclaimed, wow, is this entire floor ours? That's right, today we won't return until we're drunk, all right? Then everyone joined the welcome party to the Northern Hall together. Asi showed off his DJing skills, making everyone excitedly clap and cheer. The next day, the Northern Hall mission officially began.
Feng Yihei and his paper doll immediately said, whatever plans you all have, we will fully cooperate. Qin Jojo quickly replied, I want a copy of the Northern Hall documents and then gather information. After receiving it, she left to do her mission. Thank you, farewell. Asi also received his mission. I want to go to the Luaki workshop in the Northern Hall. The person behind continued, I heard that Ghost Market has a place for paper doll combat tournaments. May I ask how to get there? About this, before finishing, Yu Shen interrupted, simple, I will use the moon wheel to take you guys there. Finally, only Jiang Lin was left. Feng Yihei approached him and asked, what about Jiang Wuchang? He pondered for a moment and replied, I just want to learn the paper flying spell. At a certain hall, the male lead walked in. A person lying on a chair with a covered face sluggishly said, doing what? No entry for unauthorized personnel. I am Jiang Lin, here to learn spells. As soon as he finished speaking, that person jumped up in shock. What? Jiang Lin. Then rushed inside like a gust of wind. Wait a moment.
Not long after, a beautiful, gorgeously dressed girl walked out. "So it is Jang Woo-tang. Why didn't you say so earlier? Come this way." The livestream viewers couldn't help but marvel at the girl's speed. Changing so fast. Where did the old gatekeeper from just now go? Changing faces faster than Photoshop. She happily said, "Jang Woo-tang, follow me." Then she led him into a room. "This is the beginner paper flying class." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. "Be careful, get out of the way." Suddenly, something flew over. Luckily, the male lead dodged in time, but it hit the person behind him. The thing just thrown looked like a piece of poop and flew straight into Director Ma's face. The student who threw it said in a fearful voice, Teacher, I used ghost energy to simulate a bad smell. Does it have that smell?" Director Ma angrily shouted, "Jang Woo-tang is visiting the school for the first time and you are already causing trouble." That student cried out in surprise, "What? Jang Woo-tang?" Then Director Ma grabbed the student's shirt, gained momentum, and threw the boy out of the classroom with one toss. "Go to the training field and reflect on this." At this time, the male lead finally dared to speak up. "About that, will I be learning here?" Director Ma, who was furious a second ago, burst into a friendly smile the next second. "That's right, you can start learning today."
However, you must agree with me that live streaming is not allowed while teachers are lecturing. I can only help you make the first period public. Jiang Lin quickly replied, "No problem, just one period is enough. On behalf of my fans, thank you." "All right then, I will issue you a new glove, wishing you success." At this time, the class had started, and the classroom began to buzz. The teacher for this period introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I am Huo Mo, in charge of the beginner class. Only by making a product that satisfies me can you be promoted to the intermediate class. To master the paper flying spell, the first step is to infuse ghost energy into a piece of paper." As he lectured, Teacher Huo demonstrated. The dart he created flew swiftly, piercing 2 models made by the students earlier, and then flew back towards Teacher Huo. After that, he said with a stern face, "Does anyone still dare to not listen attentively?" Witnessing such a scene, all the students trembled and replied in unison, "We wouldn't dare, sir." Seeing that everything was settled, he continued his lecture. Just infusing ghost energy is not enough. The second step is to bring the paper to life. Soon, the pile of scrap paper in the classroom gathered into a human shape. Teacher Huo muttered a spell and shouted, "Guard!" From a paper figure, it began to move and grew additional details to complete itself. Not only could the figure move, but it could also emit sounds, letting out a roar that echoed throughout the room. All the students gasped in awe. Then came rounds of applause. "So cool, so cool. We also want to be as formidable as you, teacher."
As soon as he finished speaking, a male student stood up to practice. Watch this. Pour ghost energy in. But the result he got was a deafening explosion. Teacher Huo crossed his arms and frowned, saying, "No good. Your aura is chaotic, not focused enough. In the first class, if you can just use ghost energy to make the paper float, that is already extremely good." Suddenly, something was floating below. It turned out the person doing it was Zhang Lin. Teacher Huo was amazed and secretly praised him. He learns quite fast. The teacher then coughed and looked towards Zhang Lin. A student felt extremely excited. He approached Zhang Lin, his eyes shining brightly as he expressed, "Whoa, big boss, how can you do that?" Zhang Lin didn't know what to say. He just honestly expressed that he followed the teacher's method, channeling ghost energy into the paper. Seeing this, the student immediately followed suit. "All right, I've channeled all my 20 years of single-life ghost energy into this." However, in the end, it burned the paper to ashes, and some surrounding papers even flew into his and Zhang Lin's faces. He appeared extremely frustrated, slamming the table with a tearful, disappointed expression. "Boo-hoo, why is my hard work not even equal to someone doing it randomly?" Seeing him like that, Zhang Lin suddenly didn't know how to comfort him, and could only say that if he practiced more, he could do it too. Zhang Lin didn't know whether he should tell him the truth, that his ghost energy had already reached the Ghost King realm, and that he had learned the correct way to use ghost energy in the Southern Hall. The guy suddenly became as happy as before, approached Zhang Lin, clasped his hands, and called Zhang Lin Big Boss twice, saying he would follow him from now on and asking for guidance. But wait, the teacher in the back was feeling unhappy. The teacher then spoke up, saying the paper flying spell could bring paper to life, while a talisman could not. The teacher instructed them to find a way to make the paper remember its master's thoughts, starting with turning ghost energy into a guide. The guy still hovered around Zhang Lin's desk. "Big shot, I've cut out the paper doll, you try it." His eager, adoring eyes watched intently as Zhang Lin practiced. Zhang Lin then began to input the command, and a blue flame wrapped around his 2 fingers. Ghost energy surrounded the paper doll, making it tremble. The naive student pointed at the paper doll and turned to call out, "Teacher, look, the big shot succeeded!" But before he could finish, the paper figure had already fainted on the desk. The teacher then looked smug. "Haha, you are still far off. The paper flying spell cannot succeed based on talent alone." The teacher announced that today's lesson would end here, and tomorrow he would guide everyone on using ghost energy commands. The students answered in unison, "Understood, teacher." Back at the hotel, the viewers in the comment section were extremely indignant for Zhang Lin. "It's infuriating. That teacher is just jealous of Jang Woo-tang. It's just flying paper. What's the big deal?"
Zhang Lin reassured everyone not to be angry. The teacher is right. The paper flying spell is very profound. Before resting, I will show everyone my room. The viewers were surprised when they admired Zhang Lin's room. Oh, why doesn't this room have a bed? Only a pile of paper. Are you supposed to use this pile of paper as a bed? Zhang Lin wasn't sure either. He only remembered that he seemed to press a button. The pile of paper in front of him suddenly flew up, then formed a bedside table and a night lamp.
Yet another fully equipped room was folded out of flimsy pieces of paper. The viewers had already seen the fully furnished room, but still had a question. This room doesn't have a bathroom. How can he take a shower? There's another button next to it. Streamer, press it and see. Zhang Lin also listened to the viewers and pressed it. Instantly, a bathtub appeared right before his eyes. The viewers were completely dumbfounded by this sight. Oh my god, so impressive. Ding! Congratulations on completing the daily mission. Promote the accommodation of the Northern Hall. Accumulated points plus 500. Zhang Lin looked to the side and saw a fish made of paper. He thought this was probably what is called a type of ghost artifact. It seemed he had an idea. Suddenly, he heard a voice in his mind. I also want to learn the paper flying spell. It turned out to be Dandan. Zhang Lin was extremely surprised that it knew how to speak now. It seemed it had also been trying hard. That's right, Dandan had also learned a lot of things from Zhang Lin. It also wanted to go learn the paper flying spell. Zhang Lin said it could learn if it wanted to, but it had to pay tuition fees. Tuition fees? The 7-color egg had no money. It replied to him dejectedly. Zhang Lin then told it to start tomorrow. Zhang Lin instructed it to go to the mission center to do missions to earn its own tuition fees. As for today, Zhang Lin was already too tired. He wanted to rest. After saying that, Zhang Lin let out a yawn and lay down on the bed. Dandan was extremely thrilled at this moment, radiating a halo of light and looking incredibly happy. Master has agreed to let Dandan go do missions. Dandan is very capable. His hotel room was once again flooded with Dandan's light. Even from the pitch black outside, one could see his room's window shining as bright as a car's headlights. With it being so bright, how could he possibly sleep?
Morning came again. Everyone started talking about Jiang Lin's livestream. A young man was talking with his friend. Streamer Jiang livestreamed this egg today. The other person asked why he was cursing people, because the word egg is a homophone for bastard. The person being told only truly realized at this moment that there really was an egg in the livestream. Dandan went to the mission center the next morning. It poked its head out to look. Then it suddenly cut into the line of people waiting to register for missions. The person whose spot was taken only then began to notice the egg. He shouted loudly, "Hey, line up, don't cut in." But the one cutting in was an egg, making both the people in front and behind look bewildered. An egg? The loudspeaker in the speaker's hand was suddenly possessed by ghost energy. The loudspeaker flew into the air, making sounds on its own even though no one was holding it, and then it broadcasted Dandan's voice. Oh, are there any missions suitable for Dandan?
It was getting dark. In a classroom, the teacher started asking the class, "Yesterday I told you to go back and input commands. How was your practice going?" The student who recognized Zhang Lin as a big shot yesterday happily showed off to his teacher. "Teacher, my paper doll can fly now." Seeing this, the teacher grabbed his paper doll and scolded him for blowing it with his mouth, which was the wrong method, and told him to practice more after school. Another student told the teacher that his paper doll exploded after he poured a command into it, yet he was still smiling cheerfully. The teacher said his situation was called a failed spiritual energy infusion, not a command. The teacher kept knocking the students' heads, angrily shouting, "Invalid, invalid, all invalid. Is there no one who can learn this?" But suddenly, a voice rang out from the corner of the class. "Oh my God, so amazing!" The teacher immediately recognized that this was Zhang Lin, who performed the falling paper doll yesterday, to see if he had made any progress today. The student from yesterday still looked at Zhang Lin's practice with admiring eyes. A big shot is truly a big shot. How can you do that? Zhang Lin demonstrated 2 paper dolls fighting each other. What kind of realm had he reached when others couldn't even lift them yet? The paper dolls even swung their arms realistically. Then the other paper doll rushed forward to attack. Zhang Lin then spoke up. "Teacher, I taught her a set of command martial arts. Please see if there is anything that needs to be added." The teacher approached with an extremely surprised expression and stammered, "Did you complete this yourself? In just one night? How could you do it?" Zhang Lin explained that he had referred to the structure of the paper fish in the hotel and formed a ghost energy loop. He placed the command in the middle and controlled a trace of ghost energy to link with another command. The teacher then understood. So that's how it is. The advanced paper flying spell of the Northern Hall will use the ghost energy production interface to deploy a ghost energy CPU in this case. Then it simulates an NPC and finally performs ghost interaction. Hearing the teacher's words, Zhang Lin understood, and then he asked the teacher if he could write another API. The surrounding students felt like they were hearing thunder. They understood the words the two of them said individually, but put together they couldn't understand anything at all. The teacher told the other students to go outside, saying he needed to discuss the details of ghost energy control with Zhang Wuchang. There were some secrets that couldn't be let known to others, so the students looked scared upon hearing this and immediately obeyed. Understood.
The other students stood out in the corridor, holding stacks of paper. Students from other classes passing by also wondered and asked, "What's wrong with your paper flying class?" One student spoke up to explain, "The big shots are discussing a problem, forcing us to stand here for self-study."
But a student from another class just noticed that there was an egg on his head. The student from the paper flying class angrily shouted, "Your head is the one with an egg on it." At this time, the student looked up at his head, and there really was an egg. Zhang Lin looked out the window and saw the 7-color egg outside the door. Zhang Lin hurriedly said goodbye to the teacher. "Teacher Hua, let's discuss this next time. I have something to do and need to go out for a bit." Saying that, Zhang Lin stepped out of the classroom door. It was getting dark. Arriving at the daily mission registration desk, the manager reminded Zhang Lin, "Be careful with your egg. Running around like this affects others." Zhang Lin then apologized, hoping that he could issue a mission for it. The mission issuer looked at the egg suspiciously. "Issue a mission for an egg? What can an egg do?" Dan Dan then explained, "It has learned many things from Zhang Wuchang. It knows telekinesis skills, defensive skills, and various cultivation methods."
Zhang Lin said it was fine for him to issue the most normal mission. Thank you. Going outside, Zhang Lin reminded it to remember that it must be patient when doing the mission. Furthermore, Zhang Lin took a hat and put it on it. "Put this on." Inside the hat Zhang Lin gave it were mission items and a pass for the yin and yang realms. He instructed it not to lose them, and he would wait for its successful return. As soon as Zhang Lin opened the livestream, viewers immediately flooded in to comment, "Look everyone, Zhang Wuchang is livestreaming Dan Dan again. Why is this egg flying around randomly?" At this moment, Dan Dan just received the mission. Mission name, find the seed. Mission description, a seed containing ghost energy was accidentally left behind in the mortal realm. Please find and retrieve it. The seed's location is within a mission area of about 2 square kilometers. Having arrived at the center of the target area, please begin the search. The 7-color egg has a type of innate talent that even Zhang Lin doesn't have. Although it looks like it's flying around randomly, it's actually transmitting its thoughts to all nearby living creatures and animals, asking them to help pay attention to the location of the seed. At this moment, it asked a frog, "Did a seed fall near here?" The frog then answered, "No, don't know, haven't seen it." But the 7-color egg's thought transmission range is only 2 meters, so Dan Dan decided to broadcast like a carpet search. The egg continuously asked around, "Did anyone see it? Did anyone see it? Did anyone see it? Did anyone see it?" Finally, a blade of grass answered the egg, "Yes." Found it. Could the seed have grown into grass? Using the item pouch can check whether the other party is a ghost energy seed or not. When the pouch gets close, the ghost energy seed will reveal its true form. The egg immediately scattered the pouch everywhere around the blade of grass that just answered.
But there was absolutely no reaction at all. The egg felt desperate. Got it, it seemed to have thought of something. Dan Dan's way of conveying information must have been wrong. It had to ask more specifically. Then it spoke up again. "Has anyone seen a seed nourished by ghost energy?" Back in the classroom, the 2 paper dolls were fighting with martial arts again. In the room, Zhang Lin sat opposite the female teacher and Teacher Hor. The female teacher spoke up. "Zhang Wuchang, I heard Teacher Hor say that you have invented a type of linked paper throwing spell yourself. We want to record this method, and of course, we will credit you as the source and author. In return, ghost envoys from the Eastern Hall currently in the Northern Hall will all be able to take the beginner and intermediate paper flying spell classes for free." Regarding this condition, the female teacher asked what he thought. Zhang Lin thought for a moment. This is a matter between the Eastern Hall and the Northern Hall. He cannot make the decision. The female teacher replied that there was nothing he couldn't decide. He invented the paper flying spell, so whatever he said goes. Their Northern Hall is extremely fair and encourages innovation. The female teacher then handed over the paper, saying Zhang Lin only needed to sign his name to confirm. Teacher Hor walked to the door of the room. As soon as he opened a door, a dazzling golden light shone on Teacher Hor. Teacher Hor stammered, You are the day-wandering god." Teacher Hor asked why she came here. The day-wandering god then replied, "For this matter, you let me negotiate with the director without paying attention to it?"
Teacher Ho didn't really mind and then invited her in. Come in, come in." The day-wandering god immediately entered and immediately announced that for Zhang Lin's invention copyright, she hoped the school could use lifebound paper to purchase it. Teacher Huo was a bit surprised by what the day-wandering god just said. Five sheets? No, she replied that it was 50 sheets. She still found it to be too much, impossible, but the day-wandering god felt it wasn't much. Could it be free for students? Is their Eastern Hall not even worth 50 sheets of paper money? But this was no ordinary paper. The day-wandering god then said, Zhang Lin is a high-level ghost envoy, so his invention copyright must be special. If they can cooperate for a long time, there will be more methods in the future. A massive 50 sheets. The female teacher appeared extremely decisive at this moment. 10 sheets, at most 10 sheets. The day-wandering god also refused to give in. Are the paper flying spell innovation of the Northern Hall and the future of high-level students only worth 10 sheets? The female teacher then added another 10 sheets for her, making it 20 sheets. At most 20 sheets, enough for you to use. The day-wandering god added another 15 sheets, making it 35 sheets. The female teacher couldn't stand it anymore at this point. My authority can only approve 30 sheets. Fine, then 30 sheets. The female teacher sounded very desperate upon hearing this. Fine, 30 sheets it is. It was getting darker. Going outside, the day-wandering god gave the lifebound paper to Zhang Lin and told him to take it. Zhang Lin asked what exactly this thing was, that they couldn't even bear to part with 30 sheets.
It was then that the day-wandering god explained to him that lifebound paper is the necessary material to unlock the high-level paper flying spell. Only when one has this thing can they learn the essence of the Northern Hall's paper flying spell.
Day-wandering god then said, for the sake of their Eastern Hall, everything from now on depends on Zhang Lin. Hearing this, Zhang Lin was also happy, saying he would now go back and cultivate diligently. A green shadow appeared behind Day-wandering god and spoke. Ever since you knew the Northern Hall as their final stop, you've started paving the way for them, right? The shadow revealed itself as a masked person who said, researching the Northern Hall, preparing documents, going to the location, and carefully preparing all kinds of tuition fees. Is it necessary? Day-wandering god asked him back, why wouldn't it be necessary? Day-wandering god said, they are the future buds of the Eastern Hall. If she delayed, how could the flowers bloom? At this time, Zhang Lin was cultivating diligently. He attached the last branch to the paper tree trunk. The tree collapsed again. Zhang Lin felt that controlling the small pieces of paper was indeed too difficult, so he should rest first. Zhang Lin decided to get into bed to rest. Zhang Lin remembered Teacher Huo's words, you have finished learning the content of the beginner class. Hand in your graduation assignment in these 2 days, and you can move on to the intermediate class. Day-wandering god also encouraged him. For our Eastern Hall, everything from now on depends on you. Zhang Lin felt motivated, suddenly sat up again, and tried once more, determined to overcome this. In the comments section, everyone was also cheering for him. Streamer, keep it up. Waiting for the streamer's work, we must let the people of the Northern Hall see how formidable the streamer is. Morning came again. Dan was also watching the live stream. Seeing its master working so hard, it couldn't give up either. Returning to Dan's situation, he was currently being gnawed on by a puppy. It reminded the dog, don't come bother me in the future. I am not your mother. The dog didn't care at all, still thinking the egg was its mother, and immediately barked, woof woof, you are mom, you are mom. Dan still very firmly explained to it, I am just an egg, how can I be your mother? It still continued to bark, woof woof, mom is right.
Dan suddenly felt something and reminded the dog, shh, be quiet. The flower on the other side then spoke up to catch its attention. Look, aren't these flowers beautiful? The sky outside is so clear and blue. It is so wonderful to be able to admire it with you. Dan immediately realized that it was the underworld seed and escaped from the dog's mouth. Caught you, underworld seed. The flower in front panicked. You're mistaken. I am just a normal flower. You still say you didn't run out from the underworld? The egg told the seed to quickly return with it. The seed, caught by Dan, screamed, I won't. I have found my best partner. I will never leave. Dan wondered, a partner? The seed then confided in Dan. He has firm skin and a stable inner self. Because of him, this summer becomes hot and the winter becomes cold. He knows how the seasons change and enjoys the gathering clouds. Dan was also curious about the underworld seed's partner. Is your partner that good? Where is he? The seed then pointed out the location. It's this gentleman here. The seed pointed right at the rock next to it. No matter how Dan looked at it, it was just a normal rock. They were being affectionate right in front of Dan's eyes. The underworld seed began to defend its boyfriend. It's not normal at all. This is the uncanny workmanship of nature. How can you say it's normal? The underworld seed wants to stay here with him forever. What a deep and passionate love.
At this moment, Dan was also running out of patience. It asked Brother Stone to take a trip to the underworld with it. If he agreed, they would go. One direct sentence made the couple scared. If they didn't agree, it would smash the rock into 8 pieces. The seed, in fear, finally agreed, saying, No, I'll go. I agree to go with you. At this time, the little puppy from earlier appeared again. Woof woof. Dan reminded it not to be too happy. Dan told it that it also needed to return to the underworld. At this time, there were also 2 people up here on the mountain. An old woodcutter called out, Old Han, let's go home and eat. Old Han replied that he was looking for Wang Chai. The old woodcutter, seeing it wandering on the slope when he returned, asked if there was some treasure. Old Han then expressed, Oh, there's no treasure. A thief broke into the house to steal things, and even poisoned the dog's food bowl. Wang Chai's life was saved, but all 4 puppies in her belly died. Hearing the news, the old woodcutter gaped in shock. What? There are people who harm cats and dogs like that? If I meet that thief, I will definitely beat him to death. Dan, eavesdropping on the 2 woodcutters' conversation, was also curious. From afar, it told the little puppy to go up the slope together to take a look. The puppy immediately followed and came across another dog digging the dirt in front of them. That dog, with its face covered in mud, turned around. Seeing the other dog turn around, the puppy suddenly sat down and obediently wagged its tail. Woof! Dan sensed it. That's right. This must be your mother. A little boy appeared from afar, calling Wang Chai, time for dinner. Perhaps Wang Chai was the name of the mother dog. Indeed, the mother dog happily went over to the boy, leaving the puppy behind. The boy told Wang Chai that the family cooked braised pork, and he had secretly set aside 2 pieces for it. Hearing that,
As if understanding, it happily wagged its tail and barked eagerly. Dan Dan could now feel at ease to take the puppy away. Let's go. Having met your mother, I can safely take you away now. The puppy also seemed to agree, barking once. Seeing Dan Dan return, the mission assigner asked, your mission this time was to retrieve the ghost energy seed. What is the mission item you want to hand over? Dan Dan immediately pulled out numerous items from the bag, from the puppy to the seed, followed by its partner. The mission assigner looked completely shocked. What are all these?
Jiang Lin then spoke up to explain that it was a side quest. If ghost envoys found other spirits during a mission and brought them back, there would be a reward to receive, right? The task distributor's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Jiang Lin, realizing it was Jiang Wuchang. No problem at all. Yes, he would immediately settle the payment for them. Hearing this, Dan Dan was extremely overjoyed. It cheered, "Yay! Dan Dan has tuition fees now. Dan Dan can go to school." Then Jiang Lin went to the center's registration room. The teacher asked Jiang Lin who was registering, and Jiang Lin said he wanted to register his friend for the paper flying class. Was that possible? The teacher replied that it was no problem and asked him to fill out some information. When Dan Dan jumped onto the table to fill out the information, the teacher was truly surprised. The teacher doubtfully asked, "Is this thing your friend? Can it understand the lessons?" Jiang Lin told Dan Dan to quickly say hello, and Dan Dan immediately greeted the teacher. The teacher still didn't know how Dan Dan was communicating, realizing it was telepathy. She thought to herself, as expected of Jiang Wuchang, even his friends are extremely special. Jiang Lin was quite surprised that the teacher knew him. The teacher then explained that her son was his classmate. Since he came to the school, her son would mention him 100 times every day, and now he was studying much harder than before. Just by looking at the teacher's face, Jiang Lin recognized her. The student who constantly called him Big Shot turned out to be her son. Seeing that it could listen to lectures, communicate, and was a friend of Jiang Wuchang, the teacher said there was no problem and it could attend class in the afternoon. Dan Dan was still rejoicing that it could go to school with its master. However, the teacher suddenly said that wouldn't work, because today Jiang Wuchang had another task, presenting his graduation work to advance to the intermediate class. Dan Dan at this time still didn't understand the teacher's words regarding work and graduation. Back in the classroom, Teacher Ho invited Jiang Lin to the podium. Next, please let classmate Jiang Lin present.
Jiang Lin immediately took out the paper model he had painstakingly made at the hotel. His graduation project was the scene below. The classmates were all extremely surprised by Jiang Lin's meticulous work. Don't make a sound, just watch. Jiang Lin began to focus his ghost energy. The dry wooden branches bloomed, the paper figures moved, and leaves fell all over the yard. A large insect also appeared, and it flew out of the classroom. Jiang Lin blew a breath, and snow immediately appeared. The paper figures also followed suit and built a giant snowman. Teacher Huo saw that the transformation of spring, summer, autumn, and winter was indeed very clever, but the consciousness of the paper figures was still lacking. However, Jiang Lin told the teacher to stay calm. It wasn't over yet. Just watch. From inside the house, another paper figure appeared, carrying a brush.
Jiang Lin immediately put pen to paper and wrote the following lines. Spring day revival, hundreds of flowers competing in beauty. Midsummer vitality, insects playing music. Autumn fruits abundant, whole mountain changing color. Empty winter frost, silent snowman. The watching students were utterly speechless, creating a terrifying silence, to the point where Jiang Lin had to speak up. Hey, why isn't anyone saying anything? Can a graduation project like this pass? Everyone felt extremely treated unfairly. There was a student whose older brother had worked hard for 2 years and didn't even get his name recorded, thinking that Jiang Lin bringing this out was just to show off to the school. Isn't this a graduation project for the intermediate class? They even thought that being in the same class as Jiang Lin was truly unlucky. Only the student who had called Jiang Lin a big shot, Shi Fei, was still full of enthusiasm, immediately denying what the other person just said. What's unlucky? It's lucky, so lucky. Who knows, in a few years, reporters might come for an interview. Teacher Ho didn't dare to say it out loud, only daring to think to himself, with Jiang Lin's level, what else is there to learn? He should just open his own school. Not understanding the situation, Jiang Lin still asked blankly, Teacher Ho? Teacher Ho tried his best to hide the astonishment in his heart. It passes. It completely passes. The intermediate class has a combat class, a support class, and a comprehensive class. Teacher Ho told him to choose as he pleased. During the days when Jiang Lin was learning the paper flying spell, something happened in the mortal realm. This child was Sha Qingqing, who was already 1 year old. Qingqing's whole family was very happy for the baby's presence in this world. Qingqing's mother approached and affectionately called her, Qingqing, look, our Qingqing has grown up. Qingqing's older brother also approached, holding a candy, and called out to her, come here, there's delicious food here. Qingqing's father also came over and reminded his son, don't tease her, let your sister grab it herself.
But Qingqing noticed something strange. She saw a woman with a cloud of black smoke approaching her mother. Qingqing immediately reached out and called to the aunt, Black, Black. Seeing his younger sibling call out Black, the older brother realized, Black, Auntie's hair is indeed black. All right, hurry up and grab the item. Seeing that Ching Ching had safely grabbed the item in her hand, the aunt felt relieved and praised Ching Ching for being a good baby, saying that when she grows up, she will definitely get into Peking University. Ching Ching's mother guessed that since Ching Ching grabbed a ruler, she might become good at mathematics and physics. Ching Ching's mother picked her up. "Mom, Mom!" Ching Ching's mother replied to the baby. "All right, all right." The mother carried her child back to sleep. Ching Ching's mother placed her in the room, and seeing that the baby was breathing evenly, she felt relieved and left the room. Ching Ching opened her eyes at the same time. She continuously used the paper flying spell, and immediately a paper doll appeared right in front of her. At that time, on the desk opposite Ching Ching's bed, the laptop was playing Jiang Lin's graduation livestream. Seeing this, the baby watched intently and followed along. Ching Ching babbled a few words, "Move, move," and the paper doll accordingly flew into the air, but it also quickly fell to the ground, leaving Ching Ching a little disappointed. Ching Ching continued to watch Jiang Lin's livestream, also waving her hands and babbling, "Come out, come out." After that, a faint gray smoke appeared on the tip of Ching Ching's finger. Wasn't this ghost energy? Move! The ghost energy from Ching Ching's finger entered the paper figure, making it tremble and sway. A spirit formed from ghost energy was right next to Ching Ching. It annoyedly recalled the words of Ching Ching's mother and the aunt. Tss, tss. What mathematician, what physicist, even wanting to get into Peking University. Not burning us ghosts to death is already something to thank the heavens for, being able to release yin energy from such a young age.
The spirit saw that although this little girl hadn't fully recovered her memories recently, she was beginning to remember everything, and her mind was maturing extremely fast. Ching Ching at this moment continued to control the paper figure to practice martial arts, throwing punches and kicks. If her future profession wasn't going to be the nemesis of monsters and ghosts, she would be a chaos demon king. Ching Ching turned around, looking towards the yin soul, but it turned out it wasn't the soul. It was just her brother looking in out of curiosity. 3 pairs of eyes looked at each other in silence. Seeing Ching Ching acting strangely, the brother panicked, ran out of the room in fear, and called out for his mother. Ching Ching quickly lay down, telling herself to quickly pretend to sleep, sleep. The yin soul also hid back inside the teddy bear. The brother and the mother started to appear outside the room, and both the yin soul and Ching Ching held their breath to listen. "Mom, listen to me. This child saw a ghost. I saw it." He came back. Ching Ching widened her eyes in surprise. The brother was staring intently at Ching Ching. This killing intent was too scary. Ching Ching felt that she was just pretending to sleep, and no one would believe the nonsense of a child, so whatever he said, Ching Ching wouldn't know. The brother then suddenly kneeled down, begging Ching Ching to accept him as her disciple. This made Ching Ching open her eyes in surprise, while the brother continued to say, "You know spells, don't worry, I will keep it a secret, please accept me." Ching Ching sat up and immediately winked to signal the yin soul. The yin soul inside the stuffed bunny also understood Ching Ching's intention, and went outside to keep watch for Ching Ching and her brother. Only then did Ching Ching ask her brother, "You didn't tell Auntie?" "Oh my, master, really?"
At first, the little boy was still a bit scared, but when he ran down, he realized that spells were all secrets and could not be spoken of. The yin soul in front also saw that the child was easy to teach. This boy was truly sensible. At this time, Ching Ching asked the older brother again, "What can a disciple do?" The older brother then revealed all his abilities. He knew how to ride a bicycle and peel apples. As soon as Ching Ching heard this, her attitude matched her name. Ching Ching rolled over and fell asleep. "I'm sleeping." The older brother started to panic so much that he said, "Don't, I also know." The laptop on the table was still broadcasting the Underworld livestream, Underworld Healing. Having no other choice, the older brother used his ultimate move. If she didn't accept him, he would cry for Ching Ching to see. Ching Ching reminded the older brother to keep his voice down and not to cry. All right, all right. Ching Ching had no choice but to agree. The system announced the latest news. A man returning from work was attacked by a stranger. It is currently under investigation, so please be careful and pay attention to safety when going out. In the intermediate class, the teacher spoke up. "Today, I will introduce to everyone a new friend of the intermediate class, Jane Lin." Everyone clapped and cheered, welcoming the big shot. The teacher told everyone to get to know each other, as classes would officially start in the afternoon. An Oxhead classmate approached and patted Jang Lin on the shoulder. "Jang Wuchang, how did you become a streamer?" Jang Lin was surprised that he asked this upon their first meeting. The Oxhead classmate told Jang Lin not to be afraid. He had a streamer beside him, and it was said that at that time it felt like a dream. After waking up, there was a sense of mission. His ghost energy increased, and he used 1,000 paper cranes to reach a new cultivation level. That's right, now he is using paper cranes to stream. Hearing this, Jang Lin was also extremely shocked. The Oxhead classmate asked if Jang Lin had dreamed of something. Jang Lin just stayed silent, secretly reassuring himself that the effects brought by the system were too heaven-defy. He basically didn't know the cultivation level of other streamers, so carelessly exposing himself might not be good. What should he do? A Horsehead classmate then came over and knocked the Oxhead classmate on the head, because he saw Oxhead asking people too many questions. "Are you investigating a household register? Is he very close to you?" Then the classmate spoke up again to make Jang Muchong feel less awkward. "Jang Muchong, just ignore him. He is like this to everyone who comes."
Jang Lin also did not hesitate to answer them.
At that time, he suddenly felt as if something was added to his head. By the time he reacted, he had already started the job of spreading the underworld culture. Seeing Zhang Lin answer, classmate Oxhead immediately looked smug. See, he is also willing to interact. Classmate Oxhead continued to ask Zhang Lin if he had ever heard of lifebound paper. Zhang Lin seemed quite surprised at this time. How did he know? He heard there was a club specializing in high-level cultivation. Could it be? Before he could finish speaking, the teacher suddenly slammed his hand on the table, reminding the class, "Class has started, please go to the designated classroom according to your own classification." Classification? Zhang Lin thought classmate Oxhead was in the same class as him, but it turned out he was in a different class. Only then did classmate Oxhead leave the classroom, saying, "Zhang Wuchang, see you later." Right, we are the combat type. There are two types, the support type responsible for logistics, and the comprehensive type. The comprehensive class is over there. Students in the comprehensive class need to have certain aptitudes and are elite elements. But the teacher did not expect that Zhang Lin actually found this course simple and easy to use. Dan was also in the classroom at this time, wearing a headband of effort, determined to study hard today.
But then a loud noise rang out, causing it to fall backwards. Oh my god, the adoptive parents wasted their effort. Dan didn't know what the streamer was learning this for. Was Zhang Lin learning to play the horn? Dan realized, wasn't this the instrument used to send the living to the underworld? Did they still have to listen to it even when they reached the underworld? Zhang Lin said this was an instrument of the Northern Hall, used to exorcise souls, destroy souls, and could even perform mind control to create an illusion. Dan still thought the Suna was a bit exaggerated. Seeing this, Zhang Lin said, "If that's the case, let's use this one." Did the streamer want to perform an item for the livestream viewers to see? One viewer thought it was great. Today was exactly his birthday, and he wanted the streamer to play a happy birthday song. Another person felt, could it be the streamer only knew how to play congratulations for a death anniversary? Zhang Lin read the comments and replied no to all. Tomorrow he would livestream a mission, the graduation exam for the beginner instrument class. Tonight, Zhang Lin wanted to do secluded practice, so the livestream would end here. The viewers all begged, don't. But Zhang Lin resolutely wanted to end the livestream. Right after ending the livestream, he sat back and relaxed, breathing a sigh of relief that he finally got some peace and quiet. Dan then entered the place where he was livestreaming. "Master, someone knocked on the door just now." Zhang Lin didn't know. A knock on the door? Zhang Lin immediately went to the door. As he opened it, a paper crane appeared in front of the door. Zhang Lin picked it up to take a look. As soon as he unfolded the crane, it turned out the folded paper was a letter with the words written on it. "Do you want to be King Yama?" The next day, Zhang Lin continued his livestream, floating in midair in the mortal realm. In the comment section, people saw that the streamer had come to the mortal realm for a mission again. It was so tense, hoping he wasn't coming to their house. Zhang Lin landed on the ground. Today, Zhang Lin had to complete a beginner mission, Soul Exorcism Melody. Zhang Lin immediately summoned the robot. It then drilled through the wall and entered a room, seeing an alarm clock ringing nonstop. A dog's paw then appeared to turn off the alarm. The dog acted as a mother, dragging the person on the bed to wake up. Having completed its task, it happily jumped out of the room, while the human who just woke up with messy hair looked extremely pitiful. As expected, sleep is incredibly important. After getting everything done, the dog even brought the backpack up for its owner, ready to go to school. At this time, the boy's mother opened the door and asked if her son was awake yet, as he was going to be late for school. She saw that the boy was already fully prepared, with neat hair and carrying his backpack to go to school. His mother was extremely surprised. How could it be so fast? The mother told the dog to take Bao, which was the boy, to school. The dog barked woof as if to say it understood, obeying the order.
Bao arrived at school and turned around to say goodbye to Dahe. After taking his little master to school, Dahe immediately went to the supermarket. The supermarket staff looked panicked. Oh, whose dog is this? A dog coming into the supermarket and grabbing things randomly like this, who wouldn't be scared? The supermarket staff was on pins and needles. Returning home, it carefully closed the door. The livestream viewers felt that this dog was incredibly smart. It took its little master to school, went to the market, and was now watching a movie, truly knowing how to enjoy life. Suddenly, Dahe felt a chill run down his spine. It was Zhang Lin. He had phased through the wall and entered the living room. "You should come out now." Seeing Zhang Lin, Dahe immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Bao's mother arrived at the company, just as she was breathing a sigh of relief for luckily not being late, but suddenly everyone stared at her. What was going on?
An employee asked her, "Xiaoqin, have you ever watched the Underworld livestream?" Xiaoqin said she had watched it, often saw it while scrolling, but was too busy this morning to watch. This person handed over the phone, asking her to take a look and see if this dog looked familiar. Xiaoqin looked at the phone and saw this dog and her own sofa. It took Xiaoqin a moment to realize, this is my dog. Zhang Wuchang has come to my house. Just one scream made everyone around pay attention. At Xiaoqin's house, at this time, the dog was facing Zhang Lin, showing extreme fear. Zhang Lin then spoke up. "Your soul has completely merged into the body, so it seems you have forgotten who you are. As the soul-expelling tune is played, body and soul will separate. In a moment, there will be a tearing sensation. Endure it a little." Zhang Lin then raised his instrument to play. The tune caused Dahe to suffer an unannounced agony. A large cloud vomited from its mouth, and it whined and cried out in continuous pain. but suddenly it managed to break free. Dahei immediately ran away. Zhang immediately used ghost energy to stop it. The ghost energy controlled the curtain, wrapping around and subduing Dahei. Between the yin and yang realms, it turned out to be a human soul, having escaped reincarnation and entered a dog's body. Zhang warned it, if this continues, the dog's body will not be able to bear it. The yin energy will leak out, and the people around will also suffer misfortune.
Hearing Zhang words, the yin soul inside the dog's body seemed to show a look of empathy. It opened its mouth again, and yin energy overflowed. The system announced that synchronizable footage was detected and would automatically synchronize in 3 seconds. The yin soul seemed to have awakened, sitting still in one place, allowing the ghost energy to surround it as fragments of memories gradually appeared. Remembering when Dahei was still small, Xiaoqin was given Dahei by a colleague. A colleague gave me a puppy. Let's raise it, Xiaoqin happily said to her husband while hugging Xiaohei. Her husband wanted to ask for his mother's opinion, but the old woman found it dirty. Regarding being dirty, Xiaoqin told her husband that the last time she saw her mother-in-law use a foot towel to wipe the table, it was even dirtier. The grandmother lived with a family of 3 and always wanted to help, but she always felt like she was causing trouble. There were also times when Xiaoqin found that her mother-in-law had forgotten to flush the toilet again. Or once while her son was massaging her back, he reminded her not to tell the neighbors about his foot fungus next time. Or another time when Bao Bao threw a tantrum because they always had carrots for dinner. Bao Bao didn't want to eat carrots. Until one day, amidst the crowded streets, the grandmother stood with her head bowed by the roadside. The grandmother seemed to be of old age and had developed senile dementia. She asked herself, who am I? Where is this? Why am I here? Everything around her was an endless black void. Then suddenly Bao Bao bumped into her. Ouch! Bao Bao asked her why she bumped into him while walking. Seeing Bao Bao, the grandmother immediately told him to take her home. Everything began to change from that day on. Sitting on the sofa at home, the grandmother began to think, am I really getting old and senile? Is there no way out? Then a shady voice echoed, do you want to change? A dark shadow suddenly appeared right next to her. Only then did the grandmother see it and ask, who is that? Can you cure my illness? The shadow replied that it couldn't, but it could help her regain a flexible and agile body. It approached Dahei. That night, the old woman passed away quietly, but unexpectedly, a new life was born. Later, once when Xiaoqin was brushing her teeth, she saw Xiaohei pouring a brown basin into the toilet. Xiaoqin praised, this dog is so smart. It has learned how to save water at such a young age. Hearing Xiaoqin's praise, the dog also replied, woof woof. When Xiaoqin's husband's foot fungus flared up, Xiaohei would bring the medicine box to him. Seeing this, he was surprised. Is this for me? Thank you. And during meals, seeing Xiaohei eat carrots, Bao Bao pointed at Xiaohei and smiled. Mom, look, the doggy likes eating carrots. I want to eat them too. After that, Xiaohei happily sat wagging its tail, watching the family of 3 eating and drinking very cheerfully. Returning to the present, the grandmother said to Zhang ever since I possessed Dahei's body, my whole body is full of strength and I no longer make mistakes. The camera captured her silhouette as she placed her hand on her chest and said, things I originally couldn't do well, I can do well now.
When Xiaoqin watched the live stream and found out everything, she covered her mouth and cried, saying, Mom, you didn't flush the toilet because you wanted to save water and then forgot. You told others that your son had athlete's foot, but it turned out you wanted to find out how to treat it. And the carrots, the things you didn't do well when you were alive, even after turning into Dahei, you still remembered us.
Boo-hoo.
Right at this moment, Xiaoqin's husband opened the door, rushed in and said, have you watched the live stream yet? It turns out Mom has always been inside Dahei's body.
He also remembered the last time he went to the company and forgot his files. It was her who brought them to him. After speaking, the couple hugged each other and cried. Xiaoqin sobbed and said to her husband, Dahei helped me with the housework, and every time I thanked Mom, but I was never able to thank her directly. Hearing this, her husband said, let's go home. When Xiaoqin's family of 3 arrived home, they called out loudly, Mom, Grandma? But at that moment, they could only see Dahei lying by the window, along with a cool breeze coming through it. Meanwhile, on Zhang side, he said to the old lady, Yin and Yang are separated. You need to follow me back to the underworld to reincarnate. Do you have anything else you want to say? Hearing that, the old lady shook her head and said, nothing more. The old lady gradually faded away. With a contented smile and happy tears on her face, she said, I have done what I could. At this time, Zhang was flying in the sky and said, mission accomplished. I must also return to the underworld. But the livestream viewers had not yet escaped their emotions. Boo-hoo, the streamer's daily underworld healing took my tears away again. Boo-hoo, I feel sorry for Grandma. Zhang was about to open the portal back to the underworld when suddenly a voice rang out nearby. I don't want to go back to the underworld, which caught Zhang attention and made him turn his head to look. Nearby, a ghost envoy was carrying out a mission, but the other person adamantly refused to follow. I won't go back. I haven't received my equipment, my game isn't finished, and I haven't fed the cat. Seeing that the person absolutely wouldn't follow, the ghost envoy said, I know you don't want to go with me, but... Before finishing the sentence, that ghost envoy transformed into an incredibly beautiful girl and said,
If the ghost envoy taking you to hell wears black silk stockings, how would you respond? The sight before him made the guy's eyes almost pop out of his head as he exclaimed, "Oh yeah!" After that, he obediently raised his hands and said, "Please take me away immediately," which made the ghost envoy extremely satisfied. Then she sucked the young man's soul into her bag and said happily, "Yay, mission accomplished." But suddenly, she turned around and found Zhang Lin standing there, making her panic. Zhang Wuchang." At this time, Zhang Lin also recognized an acquaintance. Are you from the west gate of the school?" The girl crossed her arms and asked Zhang Lin, "Who I am is not important. Did you see everything just now?" Zhang Lin replied, "Mm-hmm." Then she asked again, "Are you live streaming?" Zhang Lin smiled and replied, "Mm-hmm." Upon hearing this, her expression changed drastically. At this time, the comments in the live stream jumped. 1 second ago, it was still touching. The next second, encountering you is like riding a roller coaster. Are you joking? Or are you really a ghost envoy? Seeing the girl's terrified and pale face, Zhang Lin smiled, waved his hand, and said, "Then I'll head back to the underworld first." Seeing Zhang Lin about to leave, the girl grabbed his shirt and said anxiously, "No, you can't go. I can explain." She lifted her skirt and said coquettishly to Zhang Lin that this was a special cultivation method of the Northern Hall. Even though she used the honey trap, Zhang Lin remained indifferent, turned his head away and said farewell, making the female ghost envoy panic and call after him, Don't go." She hurriedly hugged Zhang Lin's leg and said quickly, "It's true, I'll take you to see." After that, the female ghost envoy said, "Don't you have life-bound paper? I will take you to the activity department of the advanced class." At a cliff, there were white tents on it. Zhang Lin and the female ghost envoy rode a paper crane over. As they got closer, they saw several people practicing acting. Da Long, drink a little, wife of Xu Xian. Seeing this, Zhang Lin wondered and asked, "Is this also cultivation?" The female ghost envoy immediately turned around and explained, "Our advanced class has many activity departments, such as the returning home department, the money-making department, and we are the deep acting department." She happily raised her hands and said, "Those masters can make paper figures look like living people. First, they all need to learn how to act." Suddenly, a person appeared behind Zhang Lin and said, "Are the masters you're talking about referring to me?" At this time, around the paper crane where Zhang Lin and the female ghost envoy were, 3 ghost envoys appeared. One scratched his head and said, "The 3 of us are also deep actors, the senior returning to participate. Is it a surprise?" Another threw a set of clothes towards Zhang Lin and said, "There happens to be an activity today. Zhang Wuchang should also come and watch." The clothes flew to Zhang Lin and were instantly worn on his body. The outfit matched Zhang Lin's aura so well that the comments immediately boiled over. "Wow, changing clothes in 1 second. Oh my god, the streamer's new look is so great, thanks to the deep acting department." After that, paper cranes appeared above them, and the female ghost envoy pointed towards a yellow paper boat and said, "Go, follow that." They arrived at a ruined village. The female ghost envoy walking with Zhang Lin had changed her clothes halfway here, and now she was wearing an outfit similar to Zhang Lin's. As they walked, she complained, "Why are we doing an activity in this shabby village?" Suddenly, she touched a barrier and quickly pulled her hand back, crying out in pain, "Ouch!" Seeing this, Zhang Lin stepped forward, placed his hand on the female ghost envoy's shoulder, and said, "Be careful, it's a ghost energy barrier." Suddenly, someone approached from behind them. An emperor was commanding the soldiers below to search for the array core to break the barrier. Seeing this, Zhang Lin wondered and asked, "Is this the emperor?" The female ghost envoy explained in a low voice, "That is the head of the deep acting department. We found that there is a super strong ghost energy memory here, so the department had decided to play the emperor and personally lead the expedition." After searching for a while, a person seemed to have found the array core. He spoke up, "The array core is here." Then he started to break it. Suddenly, the array core exploded, blowing away the soldier and making him cry out in pain, "Ah!" From the place where the barrier just exploded, a voice rang out, "Who is breaking my barrier?" The stone dust from the explosion's aftershock forced Zhang Lin and the female ghost to cover their faces with their hands. Inside the barrier, a couple was hugging each other. The woman in the man's arms cried, saying, "Tianba, don't leave me." The man named Tianba comforted the girl. "Rest assured, I will go and come back." Then the man named Tianba rushed out of the barrier and said, "Where are you? Just a few little ghosts dare to touch me, Long Tianba." But as soon as he stepped out of the barrier, ghost envoys appeared like lightning. Tianba felt panicked seeing so many people below. Although a little scared, he still stubbornly said, Many people fighting one person? What's so interesting about that? Who is your boss? Come out here for a solo fight." At this time, the minister of the acting department didn't care about Tianba's challenge. He stroked his beard and ordered, "Catch him for me." Immediately, the ghost envoys moved forward to surround Tianba, then used their spears to pin Tianba onto the ground. Despite being restrained, Tianba still struggled and said, "Using power to oppress people? Despicable." The minister of the acting department looked down from above with a serious face and said, "Signing a contract with humans without permission? Do you admit your guilt?" Right at this moment, the girl rushed over to stop them. "Don't make things difficult for him." She pushed the spear away, hugged Tianba, and said,
I voluntarily signed the contract with Tianba. If you want to arrest him, then kill me. The girl's action surprised Tianba, who called her name, Saihua. Then Tianba hugged her with tears falling. You will die coming out here. Saihua said, no, if we must die, we die together. Then the two began to show their affection. Tianba called Saihua, and she replied, Tianba, hu. This made the minister of the acting department angry because they were too busy showing affection, ignoring everyone standing around. He angrily clenched his fist and ordered the female ghost envoy who had just accompanied Zhanglin. Kosing, cut off their contract for me. The female ghost envoy accepted the order. Understood. She walked up to Tianba and Saihua and cast her magic power. Then a string appeared in front of her. It was the contract string of Tianba and Saihua. The female ghost envoy grabbed the string and started to pull it apart. As the string was pulled, Saihua clutched her head in pain and cried, Tianba, my head hurts so much. Even though he was also in pain, seeing Saihua like that made Tianba very worried, saying, Saihua, you guys, let her go, as the string was about to completely snap.
The Hua's expression changed. Suddenly, the minister of the deep acting department held up the clapperboard and shouted, cut! Holding the clapperboard in front of him, he said, let's redo the previous scene. A paper figure walked over to the Hua, smiled and said, this way please, leaving both the Hua and Tianba looking bewildered. Even though the two of them didn't understand what was going on, they still followed the paper figure's instructions. At this time, the minister of the deep acting department sat and said to the person next to him, the dialogue just now shouldn't capture him for me be changed to capture him for Sem. After some arrangement, a paper figure holding a megaphone said, good, the villain is in position. 3, 2, 1, action. The minister of the deep acting department waved his hand and started his lines again, capture him for Zen. Seeing the scene before him, Tianba gradually understood everything that was happening. He angrily clenched his fists, his veins bulging. You... Tianba released his power and continued, to actually treat the pain of others as a joke, I will make you pay 10 times over. Seeing the aura Tianba released, Zhanglin immediately opened a barrier to protect everyone. Seeing Tianba's true strength revealed, a female ghost envoy hurriedly said, Minister, no, Your Majesty, he is at the half-step Ghost King realm. Seeing Tianba displaying such immense power, the minister of the deep acting department wasn't afraid at all, simply staring intently at him. Tianba angrily threw a punch and charged forward. Bring it on.
When Tianba approached the minister of the acting department, he immediately raised his hand and slapped Tianba. This slap landed exactly on Tianba's face, sending him flying backward. Everyone watching the livestream saw this scene, and countless question marks appeared in the comments. What happened? Is it over just like that? But only Zhanglin could see through the slap just now. He looked at the minister of the acting department and thought, there is indeed a huge gap between the half-step Ghost King realm and the true Ghost King realm. In that 1 second, the minister actually slapped him 3 times. The first time broke his aura defense, the second time shattered his yin energy and ghost phantom, and the third time directly knocked him down. Seeing Tianba getting sent flying like that, Chaiwa anxiously rushed over, Tianba. Seeing the person he loved running towards him, Tianba tremblingly called out, Chaiwa. But just as the two hugged each other, a cut sounded, leaving them bewildered again. At this time, the minister ordered again, Men, the slapping posture just now was wrong, do it again. 2 subordinates then separated Tianba and Chaiwa again. Taihua shouted angrily, what the hell is the underworld doing? Even though we are guilty, it hasn't reached the point of being tortured in every possible way like this. Hearing this, the minister raised his hand toward Taiwan and said, tortured in every possible way? He then destroyed the barrier around their house and said, who exactly is doing the torturing? Ask yourself. The destruction of the barrier made Saihua panic. From a nearby tree, the cries of resentful souls rang out. Help! Spare us! I was wrong! Kill me! The female ghost envoy flew up and grabbed a fruit on the tree. She looked at the fruit in her hand, which was a screaming face. Kill me! She realized that these were the souls of an entire village imprisoned for cultivation. Then she looked down at Caihua kneeling on the ground and said, these are all your fellow villagers, and even your grandparents, yet you... Before she could finish her sentence, Caihua screamed, it was them who wronged me first. Then she bowed her head and cried as she recounted. Because I'm a girl and my parents died early, they humiliated me. My grandparents treated me as a betrothal gift. The villagers treated me as a childbearing tool. Even the children bullied me. She rested both hands on the ground and said sadly, if Tianba hadn't discovered that this desolate village was suitable for soul refining and taken their souls away, I, Wang Taihua, wouldn't know how much more suffering I would have had to endure. As she spoke, teardrops fell down, but her eyes were filled with love. Tianba is the hero in my heart. In the mortal realm, the 2 monitors watching the live stream were stunned. Suddenly, a police officer rushed in and said urgently, what are you still standing there for? A desolate village, a person named Wang Taihua, located in the northern underworld realm. Hearing this, the other 2 officers hurriedly ran off. Quick, go find it.
At the desolate village, the police arrived at the scene to investigate. A police officer reported over the walkie-talkie that they had found Wang Chaihua, and the preliminary judgment was suicide. The police cordoned off the village, and they also discovered skeletons under a piece of wood near Wang Chaihua's body. A police officer said that many skeletons were found under the tree. Back in the underworld, the minister put his hand into his shirt and said, "Good jade must be kept, and good paper must also be kept." Then he took out 2 paper figures, held them in front of Zhang Lin, and said, "Look, do these 2 paper figures look like them just now?" Then he explained, "Zhang Wuchang, the life-bound paper can record and simulate human emotions, creating a paper figure that almost has a soul. This is a gift for you, hoping you graduate soon." Returning to his residence, Zhang Lin's egg saw Zhang Lin return and spoke up, "Master, I'm back." Seeing Zhang Lin walk in, it showed off, "Dan Dan has skipped a grade to the 2nd year." This caused many people watching the livestream to sigh and exclaim, "We are not even as good as an egg." Suddenly, a knock on the door from outside caught Zhang Lin's attention. He immediately went to open the door and saw a paper crane on the ground. Zhang Lin picked it up, opened it, and saw a message on the paper. "You are the chosen ghost. Come to this place, and we can help you get everything you want." Seeing the words on the paper, the egg, Dan Dan, asked, "Where is this place? Do we have to go?" Zhang Lin replied, I have an idea." In a garden, the representative of the Southern Hall, He Wuchang, Fan Wuju, looked around and said, "To have 4 seasons in one garden, the Northern King Yama really has style." The representative of the Southern Hall, Bai Wuchang, She Bian, walked in front and said, "We are probably looking for the Northern King Yama. Don't just stand there. We came here for an important matter." Suddenly, He Wuchang, Fan Wuju pointed in a direction and said, "Wait." In the distance, under a tree, a person resembling Zhang Lin was standing there. Fan Wuju immediately asked She Bian, "Look, is that the streamer from the Eastern Hall?" At this time, the person standing under the tree noticed a paper crane and followed it. Seeing this, Fan Wuju said, "No way. Could he be on the same side as those people?" She Bian calmly replied, "There are still a few days left until the Ghost Festival. What are you worried about? Besides, that might not be Zhang Lin." At the same time, in another place, Zhang Lin sneezed. "Achoo!"
Zhang Lin rubbed his nose and asked, "What? We have to leave the Northern Hall before the Ghost Festival?" Shu Yoji replied, "That's right." Then he turned and boarded the boat, saying, "Set off for the Eastern Hall." Everyone from the Eastern Hall had boarded the boat to return. They sat at the banquet table, clinking glasses. Everyone cheered loudly. "Congratulations on the return." Shu Yoji looked at the lavish banquet table and said, "Strange, I don't remember bringing this much stuff on the boat." Hearing this, Chin Jojo explained, "This is the food collected from the Southern Hall." The ghost envoy next to them also smiled and added, "The pots are from the artifact forging workshop of the Western Hall." John Len pointed at the 2 paper figures cooking in the distance and said, "These are the paper figures learned from the Northern Hall, helping to chop vegetables and deliver items." At this moment, a paper figure was holding the pet egg Dan Dan on the chopping board, making it cry out in fear, "Hey, I'm not an ingredient. Don't take me back to boil." While everyone was eating and drinking happily, a voice suddenly echoed from outside, "Preparing to leave the realm. Please register the information of the people on board." At this time, a group of people riding paper cranes was approaching from outside. Shuyoji looked at the group of people riding paper cranes landing on the boat and thought to himself, "This is bad. We obviously took the detour. How are we still dishonored?"
A member of the patrol team stepped forward and said, "Zhang Wuchang, why didn't you say a word before leaving? I will report this to the headquarters." Hearing this, Shu Yuji immediately stopped him. "Don't." Suddenly, the night wandering god appeared behind the patrol team, startling the patrolman who had just spoken, causing him to ask, "What do you want to do?" As soon as the words left his mouth, they were tied up by the night wandering god and cried out, "Ah, ah, ah!" The night wandering god dealt with those people while instructing Shu Yuji, "Leave this place to me. The Ghost Festival has a special mission. No one can know Zhang Wu's itinerary. You guys go quickly." Hearing that, Shu Yuji replied, "Understood." The Ghost Festival, no matter in which underworld, is a major holiday. The ghosts of the underworld will be granted a certain amnesty to go out and play. At this time, the ghost envoys everywhere in the Eastern Hall will take action to prevent them from getting too excited and letting loose. The clock struck 11:58 p.m., 11:59 p.m., the clock struck 12 a.m., starting the Ghost Festival. A frightened girl covered herself with a blanket and said, "The ghost gate of the Eastern Underworld realm has probably opened. Will any ghosts come?" As soon as she finished speaking, the door to her room was forcefully pushed open by a shadow figure. It turned out to be the girl's lover entering. He opened the blanket wrapped around himself and said to the girl, "Baby, don't be afraid. Look at me." The girl turned her face and said to the young man, "I don't have the free time to look at your body."
At this time, the young man was covered in talisman papers, with a peachwood sword and a bagua mirror attached to his side, and another evil warding item in his other hand. The young man happily explained, "No, look, these are the evil warding artifacts passed down by my ancestors. Peachwood sword, bagua mirror, whatever you want, I have it." Then he picked up the peachwood sword, waved it around, and laughed. "No matter what kind of ghost or monster it is, they won't dare to approach. I will protect you. Ha ha." The two were laughing and talking happily when suddenly a dark shadow flashed by, startling them. The young man asked the girl with the terrified face, "Was there something just now?" The girl also hid under the blanket in fear and replied, "It seemed to fly towards us. Don't you have the bagua mirror? Hurry up and shine it." Hearing this, the young man broke out in a cold sweat, clumsily took out the bagua mirror and said, "Okay, I'll shine it. Before he could finish his sentence, as soon as he looked into the bagua mirror, he saw a dark shadow with blood-red eyes and a mouth behind him.
Seeing this, the young man terrifyingly threw the mirror away and ran towards the girl, both screaming, "Ah, don't come over here!" The two hugged each other in fear, while the ghost was happy because it was about to catch its two prey. Suddenly, a foot stepped on the ghost's face, subduing it. Seeing that someone came to save them, the young man said, "Ah, thank you, Big Shot." But when they looked closer, they discovered, why is it a paper figure? The young man spoke up. "This is the paper figure that our Eastern Underworld realm doesn't have. I've seen it on Zhang Wuchang's livestream." Hearing this, the girl happily peeked out from the blanket and said, "Could it be that Zhang Wuchang is back?" High above, a large number of yin souls were returning from the underworld to the mortal realm to visit their relatives, plunging down in swarms. At Zhang Lin's residence, there were two ghosts standing guard. They were sitting idly on the doorstep, one nodding off to sleep, and the other picking its nose.
Suddenly, the door guard saw something and widened its eyes. It reached out and pulled up the dozing ghost next to it, saying, "Lord, you have returned. Stand up, stand up." Zhang Lin saw the two ghosts guarding the door and was surprised. "Oh, while I was away, the door guards have also been replaced." Hearing Zhang Lin's words, one ghost touched its head and said, "That's right, Lord. You don't know us, but we know you." The other ghost said, "A ghost envoy surnamed Shi came by. Lord Su asked when you would return, and there's also—" Without letting the ghost finish, Zhang Lin walked directly past the two of them. One ghost still tried to call after him. "There are many new things in ghost artifact refiners in the ghost market. I heard they were all brought back by you, Lord." Zhang Lin didn't pay attention to what the ghost said. He walked to the door, then turned his head and instructed the two ghosts, "Guard the door carefully. Remember, for the time being, do not tell anyone that I have returned." Hearing Zhang Lin's instructions, the two ghosts immediately replied, "Understood." As soon as he stepped into the house, the system announced, "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the side mission, popularizing the unique underworld culture of the Northern Hall. The main specialties of the Northern Hall popularized are paper flying spell, musical instruments, theatrical activities, simulated apartment scenes, etc. Rewards obtained, 10,000 accumulated points, 1,000 points of Heart of Faith, and a portion of Northern Hall specialties. Click to draw the specialty gift." After that, Zhang Lin clicked on the word draw below the gift box icon. Suddenly, a stream of water poured down on Zhang Lin from the sky. He then caught the water in a basin and took a towel to wipe away the remaining water drops on his face.
While wringing out his hat, he thought, is the specialty of the Northern Hall only this? It couldn't be. As he was thinking, the system window suddenly popped up a notification, detected that the host has completed the side missions. Do you want to claim the rewards? Zhang Lin clicked to accept. The system issued a notification. Congratulations to the host for completing side mission number 4. Complete at least one special level mission. Reward obtained, plus 50,000 accumulated points. At the same time, congratulations to the host for completing side mission number 5. Learn at least one new skill. Currently, there are new skills learned from other underworld regions, cultivation methods and skills of the Southern Hall, paper flying spell and musical instruments of the Northern Hall. Reward obtained, plus 40,000 accumulated points, and cultivation room acceleration card times 10. Congratulations to the host for completing side mission number 6. Maintain the original heart. Reward obtained, glazed heart times 1. Settlement complete. Please keep up the good work. Zhang Lin searched through his items, wondering, where is the glazed heart? While he was searching, his heart suddenly gave a strong beat, making him freeze. His heart was now emitting a blinding light. Then Zhang Lin looked toward the room and thought, it seems the glazed heart can sense everything that the eyes cannot see. He looked toward the room and saw an area with an abnormal temperature. Zhang Lin thought, that is... Afterward, he walked into the room and saw the robot fighting with the egg, Dan Dan. Seeing Zhang Lin enter, they immediately stopped. The egg explained, I didn't do anything. The robot also fell to the floor and cried out, didn't do. Zhang Lin bent down, picked up the robot, and thought, I've never seen this robot talk before. Could it have the ability to mimic? Then he placed the robot on the egg and said, since you play so well with the robot, let it accompany you from now on. The egg happily replied, okay, Dan Dan guarantees to complete the mission. At Yama's residence, Yama asked, Suyuji, how is the mission progress? Suyuji handed over the documents and said, my lord, this is the patrol report of the 3 halls. And also, seeing Suyuji hesitating, Yama immediately asked, what else? Chinchojo spoke up to answer, I have more detailed information here, but there is one thing that has not been recorded on it, which is related to the Southern Hall. Yama read the report while listening to Chinchojo's report, then exclaimed, oh. Chinchojo continued to report that the Southern Hall had a giant living creature, and it was strictly forbidden to go out every day from 12 a.m. to 4 a.m., probably for fear of affecting that thing. Then Chinchojo asked, Lord, could it be a divine beast? Hearing Chinchojo's question, Yama smiled mysteriously. She said, it could be a living creature, but as for a divine beast, this is not the time for you to care about this matter. Then she asked, how is the Ghost Festival mission in the Northern Hall? Suyoji replied, throughout this process, we have kept our whereabouts a secret. Currently, they probably think that Chang Lin has not yet returned from the Northern Hall. At this moment at the Ghost Gate, several ghosts were rushing out. One ghost spoke up and pointed outside. The Ghost Gate is open. Let's go out. The ghosts here had started to cause a ruckus.
One with a completely green body said, "Look at my 3-meter-long broadsword. I want to scare my worthless descendants." A one-eyed ghost holding a gun said, "What era is it already? Look at my paper submachine gun." The remaining long-haired ghost with claws said that during Halloween, everyone wants to scare people.
The long-haired guy with sharp teeth excitedly raised his arm and said to the ghost behind him, "We can't lose during this ghost festival." Those blood-red eyes began to peek out. A pair of Hei and Bai Wuchang came out to suppress them. Hei Wuchang, with terrifying eyes, prepared to use a spell with his hands, not forgetting to threaten anyone who said they wanted to go around scaring people. Bai Wuchang next to him also raised a sharp sword and said, "Didn't we agree it was just returning to the mortal realm to visit relatives?" Another person holding a lute said, "I suggest you don't do anything reckless." The person next to him used a gun to shatter the gun in the green ghost's hand, causing him to sweat bullets in fear. The ghosts raised their hands in fear and begged, saying they were wrong. They just wanted to take a look, have a late-night snack, and then go back. Night had fallen in the underworld. The streets of the underworld were bustling with passing monsters and ghosts. The two Oxhead and Horseface looked up at the sky and said, "Wow, look, the ghost envoys of the 4 halls have also come to oversee things. This year's ghost festival is really lively." Oxhead, who was eating, also had to stare intently. But then Oxhead pointed in that direction and said, "Not necessarily, look over there." Then from within that gate, powerful green and black energies emerged, intertwining with each other. From inside, many ghost envoys appeared with fierce, angry faces. The ghosts in this hell said that the ghost envoys arriving this year were all great ghost generals at the Ghost King realm, and some were even said to be at the Nether Envoy realm. Then the ghosts saw a familiar figure. "It's Jang Wuchang, he was in our class. Is he at the Nether Envoy realm?" The gates of hell opened, the ghost envoys stepped and flew in one after another, and the people here happily said, "Ah, Jang Wuchang, look quickly, it's the Overlord." The Hei Wuchang standing next to Jiang Lin smiled strangely. Then suddenly that Hei Wuchang grabbed the hand of Bai Wuchang Jiang Lin, raised it and said loudly, "Our Northern Hall hasn't had a King Yama for a long time." He was still enthusiastically saying that we needed someone new, but before he could finish his sentence, something slashed across his neck and blood gushed from it. He didn't understand why or how his neck was bleeding so profusely, and he clutched the wound. Beside him was Bai Wuchang Jiang Lin, rotating his wrist. Then he quickly used a barrier to deal with these people. The ghosts outside saw this and wondered what was going on, what was happening inside. That Hei Wuchang fell down, and before his soul scattered and shattered, he stared at him and said, "You betrayed us." Jiang Lin just looked at him and smirked.
The Hei and Bai Wuchang behind them became frantic, angrily saying that since they had ridden the tiger, they couldn't get off. Then they all rushed at Ghost Envoy Jiang Lin, shouting to kill him, but Jiang Lin wasn't surprised at all. He just stood there smiling genially. Out of nowhere, a long black silk cloth flew out and wrapped around one of the Bai Wuchang, leaving him completely confused. It wasn't just him. All the Hei and Bai Wuchang had bodies entangled by that black silk cloth controlled by a masked person. Jiang Lin suddenly spoke up. "Who said that? Who said I am Jiang Lin?" And then he transformed into a woman wearing a blindfold. That beautiful girl took off her blindfold and called them a disorganized mob that dared to form factions. She opened her bright moon-like eyes and told them to go to hell. Beams of light shot out and pierced the bodies of the faction-forming Hei and Bai Wuchang, causing them agony as the light rays penetrated them like daggers. From within the barrier sphere, a powerful, blinding light shone directly into their eyes, making it unbearable for the ghosts. Oxhead asked what had happened, and Horseface replied that just now it seemed someone mentioned King Yama or something, and someone had already gone to report and bring the magistrate to the scene. The whole sphere glowed. Outside, some Hei and Bai Wuchang and ghosts shouted inwards, "Listen clearly, people inside. You are surrounded. Open the barrier and surrender immediately." A ghost envoy threw a heavy axe to a little demon and told him to take it and try chopping. The little demon took it in fear, sweating profusely in panic. He raised the axe, crying out, "Ah, ah," and didn't dare to strike towards it. At this moment, a silhouette appeared from within that sphere, and the protective barrier gradually vanished.
The girl appearing from inside made that ghost tightly shut its eyes in fear and scream, "Ah, don't kill me!" A stick was swung down. It was the stick of the mysterious girl with the eye patch. While tapping the stick in her hand, she sent greetings to the Eastern Hall ghosts, wishing everyone a happy ghost festival. Oxhead and Horseface widened their eyes in surprise upon seeing the person stepping out. Oxhead pointed his finger in shock and said, "Oh, I just saw Jiang Lin a moment ago. Where did he go?" Horseface next to him was also stunned. That's right, the person who just went in was clearly Streamer Jang. The girl standing partially hidden by the moon said, Jiang Lin has already returned to the Eastern Hall." The female day-wandering god removed her eye patch, raised her hand to her forehead and said, "Or rather, do you think I look like Jiang Lin?" She transformed into Jiang Lin in the blink of an eye. Oxhead and Horseface gaped in awe at that miracle. They recognized him and asked if Jiang Lin had returned to the Eastern Hall. The sky in the underworld was blazing red. Outside the door of Jiang Lin's cultivation room, a large crowd was already waiting for him to come out to meet them. They asked the two ghost guards outside if Captain Jiang had returned. The guard scratched his head and ears because he had been instructed not to tell anyone he had come back. The green ghost tried to brush it off. "No, that can't be. I don't think I saw him." His two subordinates really wanted to see him because it had been too long. The muscular ghost said,
but during the Northern Hall Ghost Festival livestream, the day-wandering god already said it. A female Bai Wuchang beside them also yelled, "Bai Wuchang is definitely inside. We all miss him very much." The little green gatekeeper ghost stepped back, scratching his head and ears, not knowing how to handle this appropriately. He stepped back, sweating. The ghost muttered to himself, "No way, Lord Zhang said that no matter who comes, I can't say he has returned." Right behind him was Lord Zhang, the Bai Wuchang everyone was looking for. He appeared and said, "Do you guys welcome your captain that much?" leaving the guard ghost dumbfounded. The female Bai Wuchang smiled brightly with joy and said, "Captain, the captain has really returned." Before she could finish saying captain, Zhanglin jumped up, flying over her head in a spectacular display.
She turned around to see a pair of highly majestic paper wings growing from her back. She was surprised. Was this a high-level paper flying spell? Zhang Lin laughed heartily with everyone. He didn't forget to share what he had gathered from his recent trip with his team, saying he brought back a lot of specialties for them and that everyone would get some. With that said, Zhang Lin snapped his fingers. In front of all the ghost envoys present, a dummy with a scary face appeared, and they were surprised, not understanding what this was for. Before their bewilderment, Zhang Lin explained that first were these training paper figures, which could learn various martial arts and cultivation methods, and could train together endlessly. Everyone was utterly confused and bewildered. Then suddenly, a paper figure used a move to train the Bai Wuchang in the team, making him flustered. Zhang Lin continued, saying next was the professional cultivation arena of the Southern Hall. The crowd of paper figures was attacking everyone, causing them to panic and scream, while Zhang Lin smiled brightly at the things he brought back. He kept blabbering on that it could suppress ghost energy, so in actual combat, they wouldn't have to worry about injuring their teammates anymore. Not stopping there, on this trip he also brought back a very mysterious purple liquid. He revealed that this final item was a delicious sweet drink refined by the ghost energy of the Western Hall. After training, it could quickly restore their stamina. A paper figure pinned down a Hei Wuchang, forcing him to gulp down this drink. And then, this liquid made him stand up as if he was forced to recover his spirit, continuing to train with the paper figure in sheer exhaustion. A burly young man looked over at Captain Zhang while sparring with a paper figure, saying, "Thank you, Captain. These gifts are so good. I really like them." As for the rest of the Hei and Bai Wuchang, they were exhausted and crying streams of tears, but were still very grateful to him and said, "Thank you, Captain." A colorful egg flew out from the bag, asking its master about the remaining items. Zhang Lin turned back to look. A female Bai Wuchao Chong and a thing, and her eyes lit up, asking what it was, but she didn't forget to slap the paper figure in the face. Zhang Lin walked away with a wry smile and said that these things were not for them. He raised the bag and emphasized that they were for humans. In a quite familiar room, a bald, middle-aged man was looking up at the screen displaying the words, "Streamer offline." The employee next to him said gloomily, "Boss, room prices new the contract tree in the West have gone up again. The soul-suppressing single by the streamer from the Northern Underworld realm is selling very well." The bald boss still sat there pondering. He tremblingly lifted his glasses with his hand, his ears still hearing the nagging words of his subordinate that little tiger in the South was directly boosting the economy, while our Eastern economy. The old boss took off his glasses, revealing a tearful face, and sighed. He said that if the streamer still didn't return, our company would be left with only you and me. Suddenly, the screen lit up, causing the two of them to look over in bewilderment.
The screen showed Jiang Lin along with extremely novel items placed in a box. He said, "Everyone, I have returned to the Eastern Underworld realm. Previously, in the poor student mission at the Southern Hall's ghost domain, 9 people lent a helping hand. Here are 4 underworld ghostly entities. Each person can make a different request. Or if there is anything I can help with, you can just say it." The first one was to thank Boss Shay. Boss Shay picked up his glasses and, along with his subordinate, noticed something unexpected. The young man pointed to a side and said, "Boss, how could there suddenly be a camera here?" The tiny camera had magically broadcast the two of them live. On the TV screen appeared the image of the 2 bewildered people. Boss Shay still couldn't believe it and asked, "Is that me? Are we on TV now?" Then Boss Shay stood up excitedly, clapping his hands together loudly. He said enthusiastically, "Hurry up, I want to make 2 free paper figure employees." The viewers watching the live stream commented, "There is such an operation?" Jiang Lin reminded him that it was not possible. Paper figures could only be used to protect oneself and deal with ghostly entities. The boss dazedly took a towel to wipe his face. "Then give me 2 paper figures that are good at fighting." Suddenly, from out of nowhere, 2 paper figures flew down, startling the two of them with the agility of the gift. Then from somewhere, a mosquito flew in and landed on the boss's cheek. The young man noticed and pointed at the boss. "There's a mosquito on your face." Boss Shay said blankly, "A mosquito?" Without waiting for his reaction, a hand slapped his face hard, causing his face to deform. Not only was it deformed, but his entire body couldn't withstand the blow and he fell to the ground. It turned out to be from the paper figure he had just received as a reward. Boss Shay fell to the ground, causing the rocks to crack and fly everywhere, making the strength of these paper figures easily visible. Despite the painful fall, he didn't forget to give a thumbs up and say, "Truly good at fighting, 5 stars." Jiang Lin sighed upon seeing this scene. The viewers also had to comment, "It seems you have to think carefully about your wishes. I want a paper figure that can patrol. I want a pair of gloves that can hit ghosts when worn." While someone else said, "I want an opportunity to talk to my ancestor." Jiang Lin continued to distribute gifts to people in the mortal realm. He was happy because the gifts were all given out. With only one last person left, what did they want? A comment popped up. "Streamer Jiang, my house has a ghost, please help me." The scene shifted to a place with a clear blue sky. The 7-color egg was floating in front of a house's door along with a strange black beast. The thing inside the egg said, "Master said the friend's house that has a ghost is here." The robot-like beast also confirmed, "It is exactly here."
Everyone watching the live stream nervously messaged, "Where is Streamer Jang? We want to see Streamer Jang catch ghosts himself. Look quickly, look quickly." Those 2 strange things flew into the window of the house. But then the 5-color egg was about to be grabbed by a hand. It thought, "Master is in secluded cultivation. 3 days later, he will personally lead the team. If you affect the Master's cultivation, can you bear the responsibility?" A young man exuding a full dark demonic aura with a haggard face grabbed the strange egg with one hand. He said to his mother, "Mom, I want to eat the egg." His mother nearby said, "What egg? You're talking nonsense." Holding a talisman, the mother said, "Here, take the bowl into the room. The soup I cook for you will be ready right away." The boy was still interested in the egg in his hand. The egg struggled and escaped. It managed to escape, but stuttered suspiciously. This person can see me." The mother kept an eye on her son and then burned the talisman over the kitchen fire. Seeing that stealthy action, someone commented, "This family looks very strange." After burning it, the mother sprinkled the talisman ashes into the soup pot. Everyone watched nervously and said, "Look, what is she putting in the soup?" The mother cheerfully handed the freshly cooked bowl of soup to her son. Drink it, hurry and drink it, my son." The young man took the bowl. He grimaced, brought the bowl to his mouth, and just gulped it down. But then his teeth became long and sharp, biting and shattering the bowl, causing blood to flow profusely around the corners of his mouth. He bit a piece of broken ceramic and chewed it hungrily in his mouth in a terrifying way. Then he handed the chipped bowl to his mother. With a bleeding mouth, he said, "The soup is not good. I want to eat meat." The mother was startled and panicked. This guy went crazy, running frantically and saying, "I want to eat meat," as if possessed by a ghost. He ran and crashed straight into his mother's shoulder, causing her pain. His muscles and veins were clearly visible around his dark gray eye sockets along with his sharp teeth. The mother fell to the ground with tears in her eyes, while the young man opened the cabinet to search for meat. Finally, seeing a large plate of meat, he grabbed it tremblingly, his eyes seemingly mesmerized by the raw food.
Then, as if losing control, he bit into a large piece of meat like a starving tiger. The egg spoke up. This brother looks quite refined. Why would he... He was still standing in front of the fridge, chewing, when a viewer commented the name Shu Ran. The egg was surprised. "Huh? Someone knows him." The person who knew the young man started to recount. "I was his schoolmate and classmate. Shu Ran was very popular, an excellent student, handsome, and even knew how to play the piano. His girlfriend was the school belle, and before the university entrance exam, he had already been directly admitted to a prestigious university. But unexpectedly, 1 month before the exam, he suddenly contracted a strange illness, resembling a split personality, unable to control his body."
The loud voice stopped, and he was no longer devouring the piece of meat. Then he suddenly burst into tears, looked towards his mother and said, "Mom, why am I eating this?" His mother hurriedly ran over and hugged him tightly, making him freeze. Crying loudly, his mother whispered in his ear, "Son, you will recover from this illness. You will recover." The 7-colored egg tossed out a paper figure and said, "This illness is called ghost possession. It's easy to cure. Give me the time of 1 song." The paper figure picked up a flute and began to play. The commenter said this was Zhang Wuchang's demon-suppressing melody, wondering if even the streamer's paper figure knew how to play the flute. A black soul escaped after hearing the flute's melody, flying out of Shu Ran's mouth. Shu Ran hugged his ears in pain, his eyes widening as a black smoke full of evil energy seeped out. The entity possessing the young man said, It kept repeating, "I won't die. I'm not dead yet." The face of this ghost looked gloomy. Then it angrily rushed at the 7-colored egg, opening its giant mouth and roaring, "Everything should be mine." The egg didn't bother to dodge as the black creature rushed over like a robot and kicked its body, sending it flying. The paper figure continued playing the flute. The egg said, "Do you think I, an egg, am easy to bully?" Then it ordered the paper figure to subdue it. The paper figure elongated its arms into long, dizzyingly swirling strips. These pieces of paper wrapped around the pitch-black ghost's body, making it curl up like an Egyptian mummy, unable to move. However, there was a strange necklace around its neck. The paper figure held this ghostly entity with the strings in its hands. The egg continued, "So it turns out to be a baby ghost. Obediently follow me back to the underworld." As the egg was about to turn away and take this thing to the underworld, a voice suddenly called out, "Spare the ghost." A man rushed out frantically, holding a phone, his face haggard as he said,
Lord Dan, please wait. Can you let me see the child ghost that possessed my son? The man was panting heavily when the mother, wiping her tears, asked, Husband, who are you talking to? The man explained, We can't see it with our naked eyes. Watch Zhang Wuchang's live stream and you will understand. The mother took the phone and opened it to look, panicking. This is a ghost. But then she noticed something familiar. Pointing at the necklace, she said, Wait, the necklace on that ghost's neck. Shuran startled and pulled out his own necklace, his eyes welling up with tears as he said, Brother. He fiddled with the necklace, which had a round blue bead engraved with his own name.
The scene shifts again. More than 10 years ago at a hospital, there was an announcement of a birth. It was twins, and both parents were overjoyed. The husband said, This is great, I knew it. I have already prepared the lucky charms. One is named Shunan, and the other is Shuran, honey. Suddenly, a nurse rushed in a panic. She opened the door and said to the couple, Don't rejoice just yet. One fetus is in critical condition. Prepare for emergency treatment immediately. The couple panicked. The twins were placed next to each other. One child was born healthy, while the other was shriveled and devoid of all vitality. Subconsciously, that child said, Little brother, I have to go, and then a black soul emerged from the baby's mouth. The younger brother next to him turned and said anxiously, Big brother, don't go, stay with me, stay with me. Afterward, the younger brother quietly grew up, but didn't know his older brother was always by his side. The boy played alone in the garden, but had two shadows. Little Shuran could see his brother's phantom. He innocently held out an apple toward his brother's soul and said, Brother, eat this fruit. The older brother pointed at his spiritual body and said, Eat? I don't have a body to eat.
The little boy Su Run put the apple down hard on the table and came up with an idea. He said, Then let's swap places. The younger brother leaned his head close to his older brother and said, You use my body so I can float around. The older brother bumped his head and said, About this, ouch, it hurts. The older brother Sunam opened his big eyes, looking dazed, but then from his eye sockets, he opened them and saw a blurry figure. The little boy innocently called out, Brother. He bumped his head against the wall. The older brother who had entered the younger brother's body was stunned, unable to believe the truth. Me, have I come back to life? Meanwhile, the younger brother was happy as his soul left the body and could float around. He laughed out loud. Flying is so much fun. Then the mother of the two children, who was cooking in the kitchen, called out, My love, who are you talking to in the room? Why haven't you eaten the apple yet? This apple is very sweet, tasted quickly, while the little boy was stunned. The little boy Sunam picked up the apple, preparing to bite into it. Floating next to him was his twin younger brother, cheering, That's right, brother, eat it. He took a big bite, and a voice echoed in his ear, Is it delicious? The little boy chewed eagerly, tears welling up as he chewed, and he said emotionally, Delicious, it is very delicious. Since then, there were times when the younger brother would yield his body to his older brother, so he could experience the feeling in the mortal realm, experience their mother's hug. Later, along with the passage of time, everything seemed to quietly change. One morning, the younger brother, Suran, waved goodbye to their mother and said, Mom, I'm going to the amusement park with my friends. The younger brother's life was becoming more and more colorful, going to the amusement park with so many games. Behind the younger brother's back was the soul of the older brother, always standing side by side with him. But the older brother's figure was getting smaller and smaller. It became increasingly blurry, causing the younger brother to forget, chasing after new joys out there, while the older brother Sunam sat huddled alone in the crowd. And one night when the crescent moon shone brightly in the sky, at the apartment complex where the Su family lived together, in the younger brother's room, the older brother Sunam touched his sleeping younger brother's forehead, thinking that perhaps he really had to leave soon, but he wanted to talk to his brother one more time. The older brother just wanted to borrow the body to leave a letter before leaving.
But along with the younger brother's growth, it became increasingly difficult to feel the existence of his older brother. All past memories had long turned into childhood dreams. As a result, one night, because he so badly wanted to fulfill his final wish before leaving, the older brother whispered to his sleeping younger brother, asking to borrow his body one last time. Shuran suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him was the soul of his older brother. Shuran didn't recognize him and didn't remember that figure, so he fearfully blurted out, You! Who are you? Then the younger brother Shuran jumped up, swatted his hand forcefully, shouted loudly, and backed up to the headboard. The older brother continuously explained, Let me borrow your body. I will return it to you after using it. After using it, I will... The younger brother resolutely and fearfully cried out, Ghost! Ghost! Don't come near here! Get away a bit! Then he cried loudly and rushed out of bed, calling, Mom, there's a ghost! The older brother sat in a daze on the bed, because this wish could not be fulfilled. The scene shifted back to that morning. After watching, the father immediately asked, What are these things? Dan said these were all memories of the spiritual body, scenes synchronized through the system of the spiritual realm. Feeling guilty, the younger brother Shuran said, Brother, I'm sorry. He looked at the screen with tears in his eyes. I didn't know. I just thought it was a nightmare. The
The egg named Dandan said it is believed that children's eyes are extremely pure, able to see things that ordinary people cannot see. Growing up, the spirit vision gets completely blocked, and the body does the same, erasing related memories, so you don't need to blame yourself too much. But the boy still cried and blamed himself, saying, "But..." He asked why he had become the way he was now. The scene shifted back to the past again. In the classroom, while Shuran was studying hard, his older brother sat dangling his legs on the window watching his younger brother. The yin soul thought it was time to leave. His younger brother had grown up, and their parents were both healthy. The ghost felt that he should feel content. Yes, he should feel happy. Then Shunan cried, tears rolling down his cheeks as he was about to leave his loved ones. He felt, but why? His tears. Outside the window, something full of evil energy said to the older brother's yin soul, "How pitiful. Even as a ghost, you are a crybaby ghost. A ghost's tears are very precious." The ghost, Shunan, asked, "You, who are you?" The fox-like creature with a completely dark body and an emitting dark aura chuckled and said, "Who I am is not important. Who you are is what matters." Shunan sadly and hesitantly said, "I am the one who was supposed to die." A loud "No!" startled the ghost Shunan, leaving his mouth wide open. The fox sitting on the tree branch said, "The one who was supposed to die was not you, but your younger brother. He robbed you of your nutrients." The scene shifted to the moment he left that frail, shriveled body, while his younger brother was plump and healthy. The fox continued to poison his mind. "If it weren't for that, you wouldn't be so skinny and sickly." He turned to look inside the classroom at his younger brother. Beside him, the fox continued talking. "Look, now he has countless friends, a family, and even a girl who likes him. Everything should belong to you. It is yours." The ignorant younger brother was still happily studying. The older brother, penetrated by those words, had his temperament changed and became corrupted. He possessed his younger brother's body. The boy's entire body erupted with a thick, dark aura. His mouth kept saying, "It's mine," and then he trembled. His whole body ached from being possessed. "Yes, it's mine." Then Shunan slammed his hand hard on the desk and stood up abruptly.
Demonic energy surged around him. He just stood there, making the teacher puzzled and ask, "Suran, what are you doing?" He yelled because the soul inside this body was no longer that of the innocent and gentle young man, but a corrupted soul. "My name is not Suran. My name is Sunan." Then, without caring, he ran straight out of the classroom, revealing a strange ghost-like smile. "Ha ha ha ha! It belongs to me. Everything belongs to me." The scene shifted back to this morning's live stream. Watching Sunan's memories on the screen, Lord Dan said that this thing had previously appeared at the old lady's house. The master said it might be a wishing fox, but there was no evidence to show it would appear again in the mortal realm, so it must be reported to the master as soon as possible. When the whole family learned the truth, they all felt sorry for little Nam Nam, and everyone cried loudly. His father said, "Nam Nam, so it was like this. Didn't you want a body? I'll give you my body." The mother spoke up, "No, I'll give you mine." The younger brother cried loudly and said, "No, come back to my body. I'll raise my brother." That family truly loved this older brother Shunan. But that ghost had become corrupted into a ghost and could not perceive the sincerity in them. It looked at the three family members and chuckled. All right. Even though it was tied up by the string of the paper figure, it lunged forward with determination and dark intent. "Then I will take the lives of all three of you." But before it could fly over to harm the three of them, it was slammed onto the floor by the five-color egg. The egg said with an angry face, "You wish." Then the two of them took the ghost brother Shunan back to the underworld. As they walked, the egg said, "What's there to fight about? He is mine. I will take him to the underworld. Bye-bye." The mother reached out the window and called out, "Don't go, my Nam Nam." That ghost Shunan got a bump on his head and had to obediently return to the underworld. The red sky of the underworld appeared, and the egg quickly reported to its master, "Master, I'm back. Look what I brought back." After seeing Shunan, ghost envoy Jiang Lin said this was a child ghost. Jiang Lin said it was not commonly seen, asking what had happened. The system popped up, detecting that information could be synchronized, and the images would be synchronized in 3 seconds.
Time passed in this underworld. After watching the entire story, Zhonglin stroked his chin, thinking that so it was, awakening consciousness in the womb, hiding his aura to avoid the search of the underworld, inherently having potential. The camera panned to the child ghost, and many people left comments expressing their sympathy for him. "Boo-hoo, it's all because of that shadow figure harming a perfectly fine young man. Why did he turn out like this? Did a ghost intervene? Wife, look, in this live stream we can see Nam Nam in the underworld." Zhonglin looked for a while and then said, "His conscious, he is no longer Shunan."
That ghost constantly struggled and said, let me go, otherwise I will kill you in 3 days. Then Zhonglin took something out of his bag and said, however, there is still a way.
Then Zhonglin held the glowing blue hexagonal object in his hand, preparing to serve this brother, Shunan. He then pasted that thing onto the child ghost's forehead. The ghost struggled and told him to let go. The blue magical streams penetrated his mind through his forehead, gradually restoring his soul. While casting the spell, Zhonglin thought to himself that he had assumed this specialty of the Southern Hall was only something that could help calm people down, but it seemed more useful than he imagined. Seeing that Zhonglin had helped the ghost stop going crazy, the egg asked its master, has he regained his sanity? Zhonglin replied, no, it still takes time. Take him to the magistrate, I have more important things to do. From outside, someone came to report. Reporting to the Lord, the new ghost envoys have assembled. He smiled and told them to wait at the door. He continued, I will be right there. Outside the door, a large crowd of ghost envoys had already arrived, applying to work under Zhonglin. Zhonglin stood on the podium, with the new ghost envoys below. Then he started the roll call. Jin. Before he could finish reading, someone below called out, Jin Yang is present. I swear to dedicate myself to Hall 18. Seeing this, the male lead silently sighed, so full of vitality. The person next to him saw Jin Yang and asked, you came too? Do you want to eat a chicken leg? The person who just asked was Bai Wan, also a new team member of Team 18. Jin Yang replied, how can I snack while lining up for roll call? Then Bai Wan opened his clothes. Then how about a cup of milk tea? Seeing that, Jin Yang's eyes lit up, and his previous seriousness completely vanished. Up above, Zhonglin continued the roll call. Where is Chao Linglong? Why can I see her? Here. Chao Linglong said timidly. I'm sorry, it's because I'm too short. The viewers of the livestream couldn't help but marvel at her cuteness. Wow, this is nice, so pretty, love to watch. Suddenly, the camera moved closer, and Chao Linglong shyly cried out, it's a camera, I'm so shy. After that, he called the roll for the rest of the people. When he was done, Zhonglin continued, everyone is here. From now on, everyone will coordinate with the senior ghost envoys to do missions. Suddenly, 2 hands were raised. Wait a minute. The people who just spoke were Ni Jilid and Qin Mu, new team members of Hall 18. Why isn't there any newcomer teaming up with us? The senior's cultivation level is not as high as mine. I refuse to accept it. The male lead frowned and looked at them. Ni Ju had already reached the Great Ghost General stage, while the rookie next to him was in the Ghost Soldier realm, which was a world of difference compared to the Nether Ghost realm next to him. Then he thought to himself, so this kid is actually in the Ghost Soldier realm, just a little bit away from the Ghost General realm. Quite impressive. Then he continued, then it's perfect for you two to be a team. Nichu's cultivation level as a Great Ghost General is very suitable for guiding someone. The two of them looked at each other with imposing momentum and became sworn brothers. This is great. I finally have a junior. I will definitely try my best to surpass my senior. All right, the soul welcoming missions are all recorded in the work log. Start working. Then everyone had their own specific mission.
Just like that, with the addition of this new group of people, Team 18 officially gradually grew stronger. As for the newcomers, they were newcomers after all, so even if unwanted, unexpected things would still happen. Jin Yang, look, that is a traffic accident ghost. Help me carry him. Yes, sir. Right before his eyes was a terrifying, blood-spattered traffic accident scene. Jin Yang was scared stiff. Seeing him so scared that his souls scatter and shatter, that senior shouted loudly, "What in the world? You are a ghost envoy, but you also have hemophobia?" On Ye Ju's side, they were also out on a mission. Qin Mu, seeing his senior keep walking in circles, spoke up to ask, "Senior, you have been standing here for 10 minutes. Where are we finally going?" Ye Ju remained silent and did not reply. In reality, it was because he was bad with directions. At the same time, Zhang Lin's mission was also not going smoothly. He sighed, looking at the books in front of him. Inside was a golden page recording a special grade mission. Then he reached out to touch it, but the system sound rang out. "The special grade mission is related to the gods. Your cultivation level is not enough. You cannot view more." A barrier appeared to protect that page, and the male lead startled, pulling his hand back. It seemed he had to break through to the Ghost King realm to be able to continue. Then he closed his eyes. The only thing was that every time he had a breakthrough, it would unlock the memories of his past lives, starting from the beginning.
When he opened his eyes, he had gone from an adult man's body to that of a child. In this life, Zhang Lin's name was still Zhang Lin, with the same pronunciation but a different meaning. What made this different from his other lives was probably that this was in ancient times, a place overflowing with spiritual energy, and there was no shortage of cultivators. In this life, Zhang Lin was also a member of the cultivation gathering. Cultivation was divided into various paths, such as pills, talismans, sword cultivation, and so on. The method Zhang Lin specialized in was, then the male lead put a leaf in his mouth. The master beside him immediately said, "My disciple, it's fine for you to cultivate with musical instruments, but you can't just keep blowing on a leaf forever. But I like leaves. That's just because you haven't seen the instruments in the music pavilion yet. Let's go." The master exerted his magic power, and Zhang Lin tightly shut his eyes. Then, when he opened his eyes in surprise, seeing the scene inside, the male lead let out a "wow" in awe.
Look here, this zither looks like a regular zither, but there is actually a jade needle hidden inside. This jade needle looks like a regular needle, but there is actually a sword hidden inside. And there's also this one.
Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Lin excitedly brought out an erhu. Master, I have decided to take this one. Huh? An erhu? This thing is usually only played by old people, even if you chose to play the trumpet. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Master, do you still remember the village chief when you saved me? Hearing this, the old master was silent for a while. The male lead continued. It was exactly that village chief who played the erhu. Saying that, he fell into deep thought, his face darkening. The old master let out a sigh. Since ancient times, immortals and demons cannot share the same sky, but it is fine if you still remember old favors in your heart. I will teach you to cultivate with the erhu. As time gradually passed, Zhang Lin had also grown up. Not only did his height skyrocketed, but what made the other disciples unable to keep up was the very thing Zhang Lin cultivated. Everyone in the town was buzzing while looking up at the challenge board featuring the male lead. Other people's challenge letters are all one-on-one. Why does this guy's challenge letter have so many names? And Zhang Lin, he said one-on-one is too troublesome, so he'll fight everyone at once. Another person hearing this cried out in indignation, so arrogant, an erhu player like him, if he met me? Before he could finish, many people behind him collapsed. They were pale with fear, running as if chased by ghosts. We won't listen, we can't endure listening to the erhu anymore. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the second floor. Ha, I haven't even finished playing one piece and everyone has already fallen down? That person was none other than the male lead. If it continued like this, how could he break through his bottleneck? The master suddenly appeared behind him. Breaking through a bottleneck is the most difficult thing in cultivation. There needs to be something that brings you enlightenment. In just the blink of an eye, you will be able to understand the whole truth, and only then can you achieve success. Master, how come after so many years you still like to appear unexpectedly from behind? He then put the erhu away behind his back. So simply put, what do I need to do? Then the master tossed his staff up. Go down the mountain to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, the male lead fell into another dimension.
It was already late at night, yet in a certain room a candle was still lit. A man with an indecent face approached the girl sitting at the dressing table. Beauty, will you rest your head with me tonight? How annoying, haven't finished my makeup yet. When the girl turned her face around, half of her face was deformed and looked extremely terrifying. He screamed in terror. At this moment, the entire face turned into a skeleton and chased after him. The fat man turned purple from fear, using all his might to cry for help. Suddenly, a young man appeared and kicked that monster away. That person was the Zhang Lin of his previous life. He tied up the skeleton while muttering to himself, "My God, all day long I only clean up these little ghosts. When will I be able to break through this bottleneck?" Suddenly, a little boy looked at him with admiring eyes. "Big brother, you are so good at catching ghosts." Looking at the little boy, he smiled and thought to himself, "This child is so cute." Then he asked, "What is your name?" The little boy quickly replied, "Kwesi." The white-bearded master asked in astonishment, "Is this the reason you take in a disciple?" Then, bringing Kwesi in front of the master, "Fate is the most important thing. What if the cuteness of this boy moves my soul and helps me break through the bottleneck?" Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Master Zhang Lin, I bought the flatbread. I'll leave it here." Seeing the girl, the master continued, "That stoic-faced eldest disciple of yours was also met through fate, right? Su Shensui, that girl has a similar background to yours."
Recalling that year, Su Senshek's village suffered a great fire. The little girl, covered in wounds and expressionless, sat under a tree. While she was in a daze, a person walked up to her. That person told her, "Your destiny has not yet ended. Come with me." The little girl answered solemnly, "They are all dead. Father is dead, mother too, killed by the demon race." Then the person approached and hugged Su Senshek. "Don't be afraid. I am here. Everything will be fine from now on." The little girl was surprised, but upon receiving that warm hug, her final psychological defense broke down. Su Senshek couldn't hold back her tears and burst out crying. Returning to reality, the master frowned and said, "A deep sea of blood vengeance. She and you are not the same. She cannot let it go, and your karmic power is not enough to guide her on the right path. Therefore, the so-called Great Tao is not simple at all. Breaking through the cultivation level is the most important thing. To read 10,000 books, one must travel 10,000 miles. Yet 1 second he was lecturing majestically, and the next second he did a 180-degree turn. Did I lecture okay just now?" Zhang Lin held up a bun. "This meat bun is super delicious." Suddenly, Kwesi exclaimed, "Flowers are blooming under Master's feet." A surge of energy surrounded Zhang Lin's body. "Master, I can feel it. I feel my soul vibrating, as if I have understood the truth of the universe. So what you said is true." Suddenly, an immense energy burst forth. "My bottleneck has just been broken through." Meanwhile, the master was so angry that smoke came out of his head, and even the roof was broken through. Afterward, the master sat in a corner, brooding. Breaking through a cultivation level just from eating a meat bun, where do you put your master's dignity? A few years later, Kwesi had grown into a young man. His master was a foodie, and his master's master was also a foodie. For his birthday 2 years ago, his master's master gave him an incredibly beautiful goldfish. He thought every day would be just as happy. Remembering that time, Kwesi rushed into the study and cried out, "Master, something bad has happened."
In the dead of night, Su Shin Shui and Kuei Cixi stood on the roof. Kuei Cixi timidly asked, Senior sister, did you really kill people? They were all bad people, right? Senior sister only ever killed bad people before. Suddenly she spoke up. Not all of them were bad people. Hearing this, he trembled with anger, then rushed forward and shouted, Senior sister, return to the sect with me and explain everything clearly to Master. Despite this, no matter where he attacked, she was able to dodge it all. Kuei Cixi was absolutely not a match for Su Shin Shui. She lightly delivered a kick. Exhausted, he lay trembling on the ground. Su Shin Shui just said softly, cultivate diligently. Goodbye, after which her figure faded away. Zhang Lin bandaged his wounds while listening to Kuei Cixi recount. It's all my fault for not being able to bring senior sister back. She has become corrupted and will not return. Then he put on a serious, emotionless face and said, From now on, you are the eldest disciple. Kuei Cixi was utterly shocked. Master! Ever since Zhang Lin made a breakthrough, overcoming the bottleneck, his cultivation level increased day by day, and his personality became increasingly calm, ultimately going into secluded cultivation. Who would have thought that the day he met his two disciples would also be the day of their parting? A few years later, outside, many people were shouting loudly, Zhang Lin, stop your secluded cultivation. Your eldest disciple has become a female demon, about to become the demon venerable. Aren't you going to say anything? Furthermore, it's heard that your second disciple entered the ghost path and died for a woman. They are all a disgrace to our cultivation world. Tianshan's sect must give an explanation. Finally, the male lead stepped out. I was wondering who it was, so it turns out to be the old cultivation dogs of Hongsha sect and Hehuan sect. The spiritual stone radiation of Hongsha sect has recently exceeded the permitted limit, consuming mortals from other worlds. Shouldn't you also give an explanation? The sect master ground his teeth in anger.
Then he continued, The Hehuan sect truly lives quite morally. It's just that recently I heard your noble sect frequently interacts with the demon race. The skin of the disciples and grand disciples in your sect is both red and black, neither demon nor immortal. So what should they be called? Hearing this, she retorted, Your boneless tongue twists in many ways. With a mind that shields your disciples like yours, how can you ascend to the immortal realm? He sneered and said, Shielding disciples. Ha ha! Su Shen Sui was expelled from my sect long ago. As for that Kuei Cixi who entered the ghost path, even if I had to jump off a mountain and die outside, I wouldn't need him to burn incense for me. At night, a hand suddenly offered a basket of buns from behind the male lead. Master, I offer you these meat buns out of filial piety. He took the bun and said, Smells really good. The person who just handed it over was Kuei Cixi. At this time, he had already become a ghost. Master, actually, it's not because of a woman. Before he could finish, Zhang Lin interrupted. Is it because of the goldfish? Surprised, he hugged the goldfish bowl behind his back. Master, how did you know? The little fish you gave me had 100 years of cultivation level, originally meant to assist me in dual cultivation, but unexpectedly, I developed real feelings for her. Kuei Cixi looked at the goldfish that had transformed into a mermaid in the bowl and replied, We, one human and one monster, are not accepted by the world and are bullied everywhere. Fortunately, thanks to your magical artifacts, Master, I was able to protect my wife back then, but my body... The mermaid in the tank continued, I do not despise him for entering the ghost path. I just want to live in seclusion with him, together until death. Therefore, Master, today is the last time we come to visit you, and we also want your blessing. Then Zhang Lin threw a jade bracelet to Kuei Cixi. Take this. Kuei Cixi hesitated. I don't usually wear bracelets, but the bracelet gradually shrunk and flew straight onto the mermaid's wrist. Is that for me? That is a gift I am giving to your wife.
Saying that, Cixi knelt down. Master, thank you, Master. After that, he put on the fish bowl and flew away. The male lead put down the teacup in his hand, then pondered deeply. These two troublesome disciples made it impossible for me to ascend. Now there is still one left. The men with bodies full of wounds looked forward in fear. Help! The thing that made them terrified was Su Shen Shui. She chased after them with murderous intent. Seeing her, the group of people ran for their lives. Help! It's Su Shen Shui. Su Shen Shui is here again. Shortly after, she was surrounded only by blood and corpses. It's not that I came, but that you sought your own death. In a luxurious palace, inside were clansmen paying their respects to Su Shen Shui. Welcome the succeeding honored one of the demon race. Suddenly, a person ran in frantically. This is bad, demon venerable. There is an immortal playing the erhu attacking this place. Hearing this, she was slightly surprised. The clansman next to her immediately sneered. Ha ha ha, what the hell is playing the erhu? There has never been a human who could withstand my axe. As soon as the words fell, a sharp blade pierced his heart, leaving him unable to react. After that, the clansmen in the main hall were all taken down by Zhang Lin's erhu. The other clansmen shouted to protect Su Shen Shui, yet she just said softly, No, all of you leave. Go quickly, run as far as possible. Looking at the male lead, she thought to herself, This Da Cheng melody, I once heard Master play the opening part. Then she gathered momentum and rushed towards Zhang Lin. The song ends and he can ascend, worthy of being him. Recalling the past, Su Shen Shui once asked, Master, if I become a demon? Zhang Lin immediately replied, If you become a demon, this master will be forced to come and kill you. Hearing this, she smiled softly, Thank you, Master. Returning to the present, Su Shen Shui was hit by the male lead's attack, losing control and vomiting a mouthful of blood.
She lost her strength, knelt down, and fell into her own pool of blood, murmuring. As the heavenly melody plays, the gate of heaven opens. Master, I wish you a successful ascension. A long time ago, Zhonglin always had a question. Are there really immortals in the sky? Until he entered the heavenly gate, he finally saw the answer.
There really are immortals in heaven. These divine officials are very difficult to see in the mortal realm, not because they are lazy, but because the war between gods and demons is endless. Countless divine officials are killed or injured in battle. Even if they cultivate to become gods, they cannot find peace. At this time, the male lead had ascended and was standing in front of a towering gate. Suddenly, someone next to the door said, "Haha, newcomer, do you think dying in battle is the end?" He looked at the old man in confusion. "You are? Just call me Qing Yang. Going to the battlefield, this token is no longer needed. I'll give it to you. We won't meet again." He caught the token, on which the words were engraved, Library Pavilion Pass. Suddenly, the door in front of him opened, and Zhonglin slowly walked inside. In the air were books with terrifying mouths. Seeing him, they said, "Heh, do you want to know about the dark abyss? I'll take you to see it." Suddenly, a large mouth sucked Zhonglin inside. Not long after, he slowly landed. Looking around, he asked the book, Where is this place?" The book immediately replied, "Heh, didn't you want to know about the dark abyss? Look, it's right there." Suddenly, a hand reached up, but it was submerged by countless vengeful souls at the bottom of the abyss. That was an ancient war god. The book beside him continued, "That's right. The Tao has good and evil. Good thoughts will return to reincarnation after death, but many intense resentments cannot dissipate. To prevent remnant thoughts around the world, an ancient god absorbed them and sealed them here, also known as the dark abyss. Although the power of darkness still condenses together, waiting for an opportunity to escape from the abyss, making the world full of hatred. Therefore, those gods whose life force is exhausted, or who can no longer fight, will actively ask to come here to put their final primordial spirit into the dark abyss to fight the remnant thoughts, using their last bit of strength." Hearing this, he immediately asked, "Is there no way to save that person?" Suddenly, the book closed. Can they be saved or not? Then it slammed hard into his back. Experience it for yourself and you will know. The male lead lost his balance and fell into the abyss. He panicked and screamed, "No! Don't! No!" At this moment, his face turned pale with fear and his eyes widened. "No!" Finally, Zhonglin returned to reality and let out a sigh of relief. Then he held his head and thought, the black abyss, the never-ending battle. So the place Northern King Yama mentioned was exactly like this. The memories of this life were too long. It seemed that breaking through to the late-stage ghost realm would still take some time. Suddenly, there was a call from behind. "Zhang Wuchang, there is a teacher who wants to meet you." He quickly stepped outside. "A teacher?" The other party immediately said, "Well, I am Dan's teacher. After your little Dan returned, he was entrusted to our pet school, but right now he is leading the beginner students to skip class." Hearing this, Zhonglin was a bit doubtful. "Strange, my Dan has always been very well behaved." The teacher continued, "At first, the boy was indeed very well behaved, but a few days ago he suddenly asked us what these books were teaching, saying that you bought them as research books. Then the teacher showed the male lead those books. Guide to Raising Spiritual Beasts, Nurturing Talents, Starting from an Egg, How to Create Delicious Food from Eggs, Premium Spiritual Beast Cuisine, etc. Is it possible that your Dan was afraid of being eaten by you, so he ran away?" Zhonglin held his head helplessly. This is a matter of the past. Who knew back then that it would grow up? Don't worry, I know where they are right now." Looking at the huge screen created by the male lead right before his eyes, the teacher couldn't help but admire. "Oh my God, what kind of advanced technology is this?" Zhonglin then said, "This is the sensory connection between me and the paper figure. I can synchronize with the paper figure at any time, and by seeing everything through its eyes, it can even be broadcasted as a live stream. The paper figure right now is like a projector." Somewhere else, a man had lost control and was devouring meat ravenously.
Behind him was a vengeful spirit. "Raw sheep leg is so delicious. Raw food is so good. It's just that I didn't know before. Hi, hi, hi." Not far away, behind the haystack, were Xiao Dan and its classmates. Observing the situation for a while, Xiao Dan turned down and said to everyone, "In order for our master to see our value, this exorcism mission can only succeed and must not fail." Seeing no one responding, it asked again, "Hey everyone, why aren't you saying anything?" When it turned around, the man possessed by the vengeful spirit had somehow approached. He, beef. Then that man grabbed Xiao Dan. "There's also an egg. They are all delicacies. They are all 9. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth wide and stuffed Xiao Dan into his mouth. Witnessing this scene, everyone below cried out, "Boss Dan!" He chewed loudly and then looked ahead. Next is the beef. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled violently as Xiao Dan pierced through his stomach and escaped. "I must not give up. I have to let the master know we are still useful." As for the man, he collapsed helplessly.
What? I was actually defeated by an egg? At the hall, Xiao Dan called out, Master, I have completed another mission. This time you no longer want to eat me, right? The other spiritual beasts also nodded in agreement. Us too. Before they could finish, Zhonglin interrupted. Waited for you guys for so long, isn't that right, teacher? Seeing the teacher's appearance, the whole group panicked. Teacher, we weren't skipping class, we were... The teacher immediately put on a stern face and lectured. If you can answer what rules of the underworld the ghost you just caught has violated, then I will overlook this incident. These are all basic knowledge taught in class. The whole group answered simultaneously. He harmed human health. He wanted to eat me. He disturbed the order and also impersonated that person's identity. Hearing this, that vengeful spirit cried out, What? Wanting to eat people is also illegal? Hearing what it said, the group furiously shouted, Exactly! The law of the underworld stipulates that you cannot eat the souls of others. If you do wrong, you must be punished. The netizens watching the live stream flooded the screen with comments. Haha, so cute. I really want to raise one like this. The cow's milk belongs to you, but I won't give up, Dan Dan. Dying of laughter, live broadcasting a law popularization session.
Somewhere, a person was also watching Zhang Lin's livestream. Underworld law. Haha. Zhang Lin, I really want to see how fair your law is. Chao Linglong stared intently at the map in our hand. The missing ghost mission is in here. Just go straight for 200 meters and we will arrive. She and Baiwan flew in the air, looking down at the massive maze below. But how are we supposed to search like this? Baiwan beside her then said, This is the King Yang ghost domain. Although the underworld is vast, not all ghost species are under the underworld's management. Some wandering ghosts who don't want to reincarnate and don't have terrifying power will form an autonomous area like this. Suddenly, Chao Linglong pointed forward. Did you just say these are wandering ghosts without terrifying power? Suddenly, a spirit approached her, and instantly it grabbed tightly onto Chao Linglong's leg. Baiwan panicked and cried out, Careful, danger! Baiwan quickly pulled Chao Linglong in another direction. Those vengeful souls were still eyeing the two of them, fresh and young ghost envoys. Haha, we should let you see the true colors of the underworld. Baiwan screamed in fear. Ah! Elsewhere, at the entrance of the ghost domain. Strange, why are the two newcomers still so slow and haven't come out? Let me go inside and check. Niju, brimming with enthusiasm, was about to go inside when Chinmu stopped him. Senior, that direction is the exit. Then Chinmu thought to himself, Senior has a bad sense of direction. Let me help him. Seeing Chinmu doing something, Niju asked in confusion, What trick are you doing? These are 1,000 fine hairs used for pathfinding. They can automatically search based on specific ghost energy, so we can contact them as quickly as possible. At this time, Chao Linglong and Baiwan's group was struggling to escape the vengeful souls. Suddenly, Chao Linglong exclaimed, Oh my god, what is this place?
Do the drawings on the mural look like a lot of people were killed, or will you get off my body and slowly study it? Suddenly, a crying sound came over. In the corner, there was a little boy covering his face and crying bitterly, his mouth constantly muttering, Everyone is dead. Everyone was murdered by the demon race. Chao Linglong approached the little boy and asked, Little kid, are you also lost here? Careful, it's an illusion. Right at that moment, when she touched the little boy, her hand passed right through. The silhouettes on the wall also began to wail. We died so tragically. The demon race slaughtered everywhere, not even sparing the young children. Then the little boy continued. The Tianshan sect has eradicated demons and ghosts since ancient times. Is there no one coming to help? Right, there is someone excellent at exorcising demons. That is Su Shan Shui. She is Zhang Lin's disciple. She can definitely stop the demon race. The vengeful spirits simultaneously repeated that name, Su Shan Shui. Is there someone named Su Shan Shui? Seeing their strange expressions, the little boy asked back, Why are you reacting like that? Suddenly, the vengeful spirits excitedly screamed, What do you mean the best demon exorcist? Su Shan Shui is the very demon that deserves to be destroyed first. We were killed by her. Were you also killed by her, so you are here? Then stay with us. Ha ha ha. Saying that, they sucked the little boy inside. No, don't, no. Looking at the wall in front of him, Baiwan muttered to himself, These are ancient vengeful spirits murdered by the demon race. Then he rubbed his chin in deep thought. Su Shan Shui is Zhang Lin's disciple. Our captain is also named Zhang Lin. Could there be any relationship? We must send this intelligence outside. Suddenly remembering something, he called out, Chao Linglong, where did you go? I'm here. For some unknown reason, she was stuck inside the wall, making Baiwan panic and run over. At the same time, Chinmu's pathfinding thread had found them. The middle-aged man anxiously asked, Hey, does your thread work? It's been so long. Just as he finished speaking, he exclaimed in astonishment, Wait, there's a reaction. It's a signal. The golden threads in his hands constantly writhed. 3 longs and 1 short, 2 shorts and 1 long, saying there was danger. Find the captain, Su Shan Shui. The news was quickly reported back by the senior. Captain, this maze is full of danger. We will go with you. However, Zhang Lin reminded them, It's fine. Su Shan Shui is related to the confidential documents of the underworld. It's enough for me to go in alone. Saying that, he flew down below by himself. Zhang Lin's feet slowly landed on the ground, and the maze in front of him quickly changed its structure. A small arm reached out in front of him and screamed, Help! Help!
Junglin looked at the child warily. It seemed this was what the ghost domain looked like before. Someone wanted to recreate memories for him to see. Behind the boy were countless heads sticking out their tongues and opening their mouths. I didn't kill them. I am innocent. Please spare me. You are innocent? Your sister killed my child. What sin did my child commit? You must die too. You must die too. At this moment, someone grabbed the boy's hand tightly and pulled him away. Hurry over here. The figures of both were immediately hidden behind a wall. The boy tried to huddle closer and whispered, Thank you. The girl scolded him right upon meeting. Are you an idiot? People already said you look exactly like Su Shenshui, yet you still tell others that she is your sister. Aren't you afraid? Suddenly, a large shadow appeared, startling the two of them. The ghost envoy spoke up and asked, Second Miss of the Zhao family, is that you? She answered blankly. Lord Ghost Envoy, yes, it's me. Several distorted wandering souls behind him were waiting. Your family has 5 people. Your parents and sisters were all murdered by demon venerable Su Shenshui. Now they have been brought to the coast domain. You should go greet them. The face of the second miss of the Zhao family instantly turned pale. What? Those wandering souls also started rushing towards her. Su Shenshui, it's all Su Shenshui. She became a demon venerable. She refuses to let us go. They quickly spotted the terrified boy sitting in the corner. That is Su Shenshui's younger brother. A wandering soul immediately exclaimed, My child, why are you associating with the enemy's child? A life for a life, the sister's debt is paid by the brother. The second miss of the Zhao family hurriedly yelled at the boy, You, why aren't you running away quickly? But this time the boy was more resolute and answered her, No, I'm not running anymore. The young miss was surprised. What? He stood up and seriously faced the evil things. Someone always has to bear the resentful energy. Those things were like thorns piercing through his body. While my sister hasn't come down to the underworld yet, let me suffer the punishment in her place. The child's face slowly cracked from the damage. He walked in the ruined space of the underworld. Now the cracking had spread to his legs. Sister, when are you coming to the underworld?
He gritted his teeth bitterly. Sister, even a demon venerable will die one day, right? Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. Sister, when that time comes, I really want to tell you about the things I have encountered. Then what he wished for finally came, when a panicked spirit flew over. Something big has happened. Su Shenshui was killed by Zhonglin with a single strike in the Demon Venerable's coronation hall. They lost their terrifying appearance and ran for their lives. The great demon is coming down to the underworld. However, those who hated her rejoiced. Good riddance, good riddance. Her younger brother was surrounded by them and gossiped about. Su Lo, your sister, whose crimes are piled high, is finally dead. The people killed by the demon race will all be recorded alongside their blood relatives. You siblings will finally be judged by the underworld. Just then, someone landed on the ground from above. The ghost envoy unleashed a few strikes to disperse the crowd of spirits. Disperse, disperse. No gathering to cause trouble. Su Shenshui will not be coming to the ghost domain.
Hearing this, they were extremely indignant. Not coming here. Why is that? Could it be that Su Shenshui will go down to the 18 levels of hell and never be reincarnated? Right? At this time, another person rushed down. Yama crossed her arms and seriously informed them, Su Shenshui has already reincarnated. When will the cycle of grudges upon grudges ever end? The resentful energy in the Changyang ghost domain should also disappear now. Those distorted souls immediately held their heads and screamed, Why? Why? She killed so many people yet can still reincarnate, while we, killed by her, became vengeful souls suffering for a lifetime? We want an explanation. The underworld must give us an explanation. Yama replied coldly, You ask why? For those who want to reincarnate, the great doors of our underworld have always been wide open. Then she gave a few words of warning to the vengeful souls before leaving with the ghost envoy. If you are someone drowning in hatred, the only way is to figure it out yourself. The underworld has never needed to explain its actions. Let's go. The other person replied loudly, Yes. Those vengeful souls were terrified and wanted to stop them. Don't go. Don't abandon us. Please don't. Yama and that ghost envoy flew up to the sky, making the souls also reach out desperately to chase after them. The scene turned completely gray, as if the memory had stopped. Zhonglin looked behind him when someone called out to him, Zhang Wuchang. Now Su Lo had grown up and put on a more mature appearance. Seeing these things, do you still feel the laws of the underworld are fair? Zhonglin didn't care about that and asked something else. You are Su Shenshui's younger brother, Su Lo, right? Where are my team members? Chao Linglong and the young ghost envoy were hiding in the wall, crying bitterly. Captain, save us! We don't want to become two-dimensional ghosts. Zhonglin just sighed, and then he blurted out, Su Lo, your sister did not reincarnate as a human. He projected the scene of Su Shenshui, showing that she had gone to the dark abyss.
Su Lu was shocked. That is my sister. Why is my sister so heavily injured? The young man's anger began to rise. What have you done to my sister? The things he did not know were revealed by Zhonglin. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will?
Because your sister wanted to completely eliminate the demon race, she voluntarily cultivated the heart of the demon race, and everything that followed was within her plan. She cultivated to become a demon venerable. The power of the demon race would also be almost entirely absorbed by her, leaving nothing. After she died, the demon race in the mortal realm would not be able to break through their cultivation level, and that dark abyss swallowed her up. Not only that, after she died, she made an agreement with King Yama to permanently seal her primordial spirit in the dark abyss, fighting against the darkness day after day. Jiang Lin slowly enlightened the person in front of him. Sulu, all the resentment of the Qingyang ghost domain will pour into the dark abyss, increasing the sins your sister has to endure. He was still dazed. After knowing these things, do you still feel that the world is unfair? Sulu's hands clenched tightly and trembled. So that's how it is. He felt bitter and shed tears. Sister, I understand now. The space around them returned to the outside of the maze. The two people in the team were still waiting patiently. Captain Jiang hasn't come out yet. Could he be lost too? But his words were very effective, because right after that, there was a change. Senior, look, Qingyang ghost domain. The maze in front of them glowed fiercely as if it were transforming. The young man happily said, Captain Jiang has purified all the resentful thoughts. Inside, Sulu was also slowly disappearing along with his mace. He happily said his last words. Sister, I always believed you were the best at exorcising demons. His words gradually faded as his face dissolved into pieces. Brother, as expected, you were not wrong. In the end, all that remained was dust. Jiang Lin summoned a spatial portal beside him.
He leisurely stepped through to teleport to another place. As soon as he arrived, the middle-aged man appeared behind him. Captain. His system also issued a notification. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission, Qingyang Ghost Domain. Reward, 10,000 experience points. Unlocking special mission, Fish Leaping Over the Dragon Gate. Jiang Lin took out a small book in his hand, which clearly stated the mission objective. Search for the legendary fish that can transform into a dragon. Mission description. Legend has it that there is a fish capable of breaking the limits of its race and transforming into a dragon. This species of fish will usually cultivate into a human form first, then engage in dual cultivation with a human of high attainment, and finally transform into a dragon. This case is extremely rare, perhaps appearing only once in 1,000 years. The ghost envoy behind him was curious. What profound expert with high attainment would agree to engage in dual cultivation with a fish? This is clearly a trick to prevent people from completing the mission. However, Jiang Lin's attitude was very indifferent. Oh, I don't pay attention to this detail. He suddenly arrived at a desolate and ruined place. Master, this is a ruined building. There are neither humans nor ghosts here. What are we doing here? His finger reached out and drew a few circles. In the memory of one of my past lives, Jiang Lin left a secret realm in the mortal realm before becoming an immortal. He created a mirror reflecting a tranquil lake. Here it is. From there, Jiang Lin stepped through by himself and reached that place. Just as he remembered, there was a strange 7-color egg that smiled happily upon seeing him. The wind is so cool, but the petals swiftly snapped shut and swallowed it whole. The thing inside struggled, but to no avail. Is this a monster that has gained sentience? The young man walked past them and observed attentively. Legend has it that this only forms when a person with a very high cultivation level lives together with a plant for a long time, about 1 billion years. Suddenly, the vines of something wrapped around Jiang Lin's entire body. Its fierce voice rang out, "Don't move. Who are you? If you keep moving, I will kill you." After stabilizing the situation for a while, Lo Yangzi, having taken a beating, became obedient. So you are Kuei Sixi's friend. No wonder you are so strong.
John Lin sat facing it, and the egg next to him said, "That's a given. Who do you think my master is? It's the Underworld, 18th Hall." He didn't let his pet speak nonsense, so he quickly grabbed it. "I am Shiba. 100 years ago, I was an old friend of Master Kuei Sixi, coming here to look for the master and disciple and a goldfish." Luang Yanci tilted his head and pointed to one side. "A goldfish? It's over there." John Lin looked out at the lake and saw a lotus flower in full bloom. A lotus flower? The things that happened were also recounted. That's right, the two of them were a match made in heaven. Decades ago, living here was extremely happy, but unexpectedly, Kuei Sixi fell seriously ill. In the end, it was discovered that the goldfish had been unconsciously absorbing his spiritual energy, and Kuei Sixi kept in a secret without saying a word. By the time it was discovered, it was already too late. Nodding in agreement, that night, the goldfish also didn't want to live in loneliness, so the two of them committed suicide together in the lake. 1,000 years later, this lotus flower grew. John Lin was a bit disappointed, not expecting that kid to disregard life and death for love. If that's the case, then I will go find another fish. However, his egg suddenly jumped out. 7-color egg, let's go. Where is the egg? That egg approached the flower on its own and whispered, "Come to me, go to sleep. Good baby, go to sleep." It sat inside the pistil of the lotus after lulling the flower to sleep. Then the petals closed on their own to wrap around the 7-color egg. John Lin could only sigh helplessly. Truly a child, sleeping whenever it wants, not even picky about the place.
At that time, Lin didn't expect that this sleep of the 7-color egg would last for 2 whole years. 2 years passed very quickly. A ghost envoy arrived in front of Lin's mansion and knocked on the door. "I've come to look for John Wuchang." The ghost servant opened the door to receive him. "Captain Zhang is still cultivating." Su Nan ignored the ghost servant and went directly inside. "Hey, don't barge in." He even delivered a tick that sent the ghost servant sprawling. 2 years passed as fast as the wind, and every day was very peaceful. If one had to point it out, the biggest change was Su Nan. He originally had a natural talent for cultivating ghost energy, and unexpectedly, within a span of 2 years, he had developed so quickly.
Then Shunan entered while Lin was still focusing on cultivating. I watched it practicing nearby. A small black ball immediately rushed out, beeping beep beep beep, detecting an intruder. That robot grew tentacles and transformed. It turned into a beautiful young girl, but held a gun in her hand. Shunan fell to his knees in fear. "Transforming? I'm not an intruder. Don't you know me?" However, the robot still coldly pointed the gun at them, making them raise their hands and surrender. "We were wrong. We just wanted to know if Boss Egg has returned yet." For the past 2 years, the robot had always gone to AC to learn disguises, ultimately ending up with an appearance too unbearable to look at directly. Lin let them chase each other noisily outside, while still focusing on cultivating. A hedgehog was unexpectedly thrown and hit his head, waking him up. Lin reluctantly had to poke his head out the window. "You guys have messed around enough. How am I supposed to cultivate like this?" The animals were very afraid of him and hurriedly apologized. We are sorry, but we are very worried about Boss Egg. It still hasn't returned. We will be bullied to death by the rebellious gang in the next class." Lin tiredly rubbed his head and replied, "The 7-color egg is still fast asleep. I also have no way to wake it up. Whatever, I will take you guys to see it." He opened a spatial portal and pointed inside. "It's right here. Go in and take a look. An egg is sleeping." The herd of buffaloes, cows, foxes, and hedgehogs followed him through. This thing, the 7-color egg lying peacefully in the middle of that giant lotus, is the egg. Lin was also surprised when he saw the strange symbol. He quickly returned and went to Lord Yama's place. "Lord Yama, there is a guest." A young man with the appearance of a dragon strolled leisurely in the mansion.
Yama was sitting on his chair, tilted his head and asked, "Dragon, what are you doing in our hell?" The person coldly replied, "I came to bring the dragon clan home." But the little dragon still stubbornly clung to Jonggin. I'm not going. I just want to stay by my master's side for the rest of my life." He struggled to grab its body. "Is there any possibility that it's a snake skeleton?" The young man explained to them, "The dragon clan is born to receive the mandate of heaven. Every dragon has the soul mark of the Dragon King on its body. It absolutely cannot be mistaken. There is too much ghost energy on its body. If it is not nourished by dragon energy, its life will be in danger." Yama added from behind, "I have no problem with it, but the dragon doesn't agree, so I have no choice." The bone dragon also chimed in, "That's right, I was born a member of the 18th Hall, and I will die a member of the 18th Hall." The dragon man sighed, "Our dragon clan has always been fair. We will absolutely not casually snatch people away." He held a pearl in his hand. "Here, I have a dragon pearl containing abundant dragon energy, which can support human cultivation and is extremely suitable for Lord Yama." Yama also showed interest in the pearl. He continued to hand over a few other items. The 18th Hall has treated the descendant of the Dragon Clan well, which makes the Dragon King extremely grateful, so he specially took out dragon scales to make protective armor, one for each person. The bone dragon hesitantly said, "Hey, you guys definitely aren't the type to forget righteousness for profit." Before it could finish its words, the people in the 18th Hall were already looking at it with sparkling eyes. Right in the underworld, a sign reading, "Farewell to the little dragon going home," was hung up. The beasts there cried as they bid farewell to their close friend. "Goodbye, Boss Egg. You must definitely come back after transforming into a cool dragon." The people there all looked at the bone dragon and smiled. "Little dragon, we will all miss you." But in fact, the dragon man forcibly tied it up, causing the little dragon to struggle with all its might. "No, you guys are so mean. Release me quickly." Lin also advised it. "Actually, everyone truly wants what's best for you. Too much ghost energy on a dragon's body will harm you. Wait until you have cultivated well and grown up. I will wait for you to come back." The bone dragon cried loudly, "Master!"
The tearful parting gradually ended as it went far away. The 7-color egg never dreamed that the faces of the people in the underworld would blur, and that day of farewell would become forever. All the memories and friends in the 18th Hall were like a dream, never to be seen again. Its vision opened once more in another space. That Longnian smiled affectionately. "You're awake." The dragon immediately jumped up and shouted, Where am I?" The little dragon's body had returned to a plumper shape. "You've slept until you've gone silly. You have cultivated in the Dragon Clan Great Hall for 9,981 days. Look at your body." The little dragon jumped up happily. "I've evolved. Master, this time I can go find my master." So the little dragon broke through the roof, causing that Longnian to panic. "Hey, wait for me." Everything around returned to the gloomy scene of blood red. Thick smoke covered the entire space around the underworld. What the little dragon could see was only a desolate ruin. It transformed into a human and landed at the gate, making the guard exclaim, "Who goes there? Pass token." The little dragon took out a wooden tag. "I am Jiang Wuchang's egg. Look, the pass token of the 18th Hall. Let me in."
Long Nian also just caught up with him. The noble dragon clan shouldn't say such things. That soldier wore a gas mask and said, 18th hall, there is no 18th hall. The 18th hall has disappeared. The little dragon still stubbornly argued back, hey, don't lie to me. Chin Chinchu happened to pass by and was immediately called out by him. Chin Chinchu, you are my master's team member. You know me, right? I am 7 color. Quickly speak up, let me in. Chin Chinchu, who was also wearing a protective mask, said, 7 color.
She recounted dejectedly, Jang Wuchang is no more. 7 color was completely shocked. What? Everything that happened before was caused by a strange virus? During the 2 months that the 7-color egg was cultivating, an unknown source of pollution invaded the 3 realms from nowhere. It landed on the 18th hall and transformed into that ghostly figure, but even more ferocious. This thing could copy appearances and possess 70% of the original body's combat power. 7-color remained resolute. 70% combat power? Even so, it couldn't possibly defeat the real person. Chin Jojo lowered her head and continued, don't underestimate that 70%. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. She emphasized a crucially important point. If it copies 70% of Jang Wuchang's power, it could easily destroy the entire 18th hall. 7-color fell into a state of panic. Impossible. Everything you're saying is fake, right? Chin Jojo looked up at the ruined building again. Our 18th hall was the first place to suffer the disaster. Cracks spread across every wall. Not to mention the 18th hall. Right now, the entire underworld is in a state of sheer terror, tottering and on the verge of collapse. Even so, he still tried to yell, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. I have to see Jang Wuchang with my own eyes to be sure. Get out of the way and let me in. At this moment, a familiar figure stepped out. Let him in. Jiang Wen had also been affected by the virus, causing his eyes to turn red. It's been a long time since I've seen an old friend. His sharp, pointed hand reached out along with a treacherous smile. It extended right in front of 7-color. Surprising him, his eyes widened in shock. The intense emotion caused 7-color to wake up once again. No, master! Long Rin beside him immediately said, why did you suddenly wake up so early? Cultivating into a human form requires 9,981 days, so you have to sleep for exactly that many days. You still have a whole month left.
With its tail feathers not yet fully grown, 7-color's mood sank when remembering Jiang Lin's face in the dream. There is still 1 month left. It hurriedly flew up. 1 more month and it will be too late. I have to go find my master. The other person shouted, hey, wait for me! At this time, Jiang Lin was sitting in his office looking through a pile of books. The pollution sources invaded. He intently wrote on the paper, this thing does not seem likely to cause any huge waves, but hiding like this, how can it be completely eliminated? At this moment, someone from outside entered the room. Captain Jiang, 7-color transformed into a human form and rushed straight into the room. We couldn't block this guy. He suddenly swooped down from the sky. Seeing that he was safe made the boy excitedly lunge forward. Master. Jiang Lin also hugged the child, while 7-color burst into tears. I finally meet you again. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. Hasn't it only been a few dozen days since we parted? 7-color egg? No, I should call you Little Green Dragon from now on. Have you finished your cultivation at the Dragon Clan? Little Green Dragon wiped away his tears and recounted to him. Master, I had a very terrifying dream. You must listen carefully. This matter concerns the safety of the entire underworld. Up in the mortal realm, things were also in an uproar because of the news. According to recent reports, bizarre murders were happening in many places. People in their rooms were extremely worried while watching TV. The scene always leaves a large pool of the victim's blood, but the victim is not injured. Please pay attention, everyone. He immediately said to his family, Mom, this news is so scary. There's a lot of blood inside. But then he saw something red flowing out from the kitchen. Mom? The young man hurriedly opened the door and was absolutely horrified. The young man's face turned pale blue when he saw a leg sticking out. His mother's head was completely deformed because something was stuffed into it. The person screamed in terror as the creature's mouth moved while it digested the rest of its prey. After that, the ghost quickly changed direction to attack the son. I didn't expect to have a meal so soon. But right at this moment, something rushed over and crashed into the ghost. It was thrown straight out of the house along with a small explosion nearby. A cobweb duster was pressed against its face.
Hong Yao looked at his face. The surrounding cameras were actively recording. Oh my god, it's so scary. Luckily, we have Zhang Wuchang's Team 18. Right at this moment, the female ghost envoy named Hong Yao was standing in front of the live stream camera. Under her foot, she was stepping on a woman who had been infected by some kind of power and gone mad. Hong Yao spoke up. Hong Yao calling Team 18 headquarters. A source of pollution has also been discovered here. Please send backup. Our male lead received the news and immediately said, backup is arriving shortly. Chao Linglong then appeared alongside another male ghost envoy, hovering in the air. She raised her hand and spoke, we're here. Just as she finished speaking, the two of them landed on the ground. Suddenly, the face of the male ghost envoy standing next to her darkened. Chao Linglong said to Hong Yao, there are other infected people here, senior. Be careful. Right at this moment, the face of that male ghost envoy transformed. Since he was also infected, his 2 eyes were blood red, and his mouth formed a savage smile with sharp teeth, looking extremely terrifying. Immediately, Hong Yao threw a punch to attack this ghost envoy. Her stick struck straight into the face of that ghost envoy, causing him to crash to the ground. Hong Yao then said to Chao Linglong, the one who needs to be careful is you.
Right after that, this guy immediately turned into a black shadow and emitted a puff of smoke. Seeing this, Chao Linglong exclaimed, "Senior, you, how did you know he was a fake?" Hongya brought out a black paper crane and replied, "It's the folded paper of Captain Zhang." Chao Linglong was surprised to see it. "The 1,000 paper cranes?" Hongya said, "That's right. This thing can detect the aura of the pollution source. As long as the 1,000 paper cranes turn black, we can kill immediately. Carrying them with us also makes it easy to distinguish our own side. Let's take care of them." As she spoke, she raised her stick. Her other hand grabbed her bicep, starting to activate her power. Chao Linglong also started running fast to clean up the source of pollution here. Seeing their incredibly strong attacks and the many puffs of white smoke erupting, the infected guys felt a bit worried. One of them immediately said, "These two women are too skilled, let's retreat quickly." Saying that, they ran away. All the infected people had blood-red eyes and sharp teeth. In another place, the infected people were being shot at continuously without a break. Those were the people of the Western Hall. They were killing the infected people. Seeing this, Chao Linglong turned around and asked, "Are you guys from the Western Hall?" The leader of that Western Hall group pointed one hand forward and said, "That's right, everyone in the Eastern Hall. The 4 halls in the underworld have united to fight against the pollution source, attacking and purifying the entire area, still here in the underworld at this moment."
Just like that, thanks to the dream that little Azure Dragon had, the underworld achieved high efficiency in defense and shifted to the offensive. The sources of corruption in the mortal realm were quickly wiped out almost completely, and the remaining ones were gradually forced to flee to the southern hall of the underworld. At the entrance of the southern hall right now, there were many corrupted individuals standing there. They shouted that currently in heaven and earth, only the southern hall of the underworld had lax defenses. Occupy this place. The entire great hall only had him alone. Kill him. The faces of each and every one of them looked very terrifying. The southern king Yama, named Nanming, who was inside, could also hear what they were saying outside. He exclaimed, "Alone? Is it possible for me alone to defeat 1,000, 10,000 people?" As he spoke, from the palm of his right hand, he began to activate an energy orb dyed in the purple color of dark power, which was emitting faint purple rays.
Right after that, it immediately spread all around the area, and his body was once again covered by a purple barrier. These rays of dark power pierced through their bodies, making them cry out in pain. What? How is this possible? The source of pollution completely did not expect that the Southern Hall, which they thought was the weakest, was actually the Underworld's most capable fighting force. The Underworld had intentionally set a trap to lure them here, so they could catch them all in one net. The pollution-causing bacteria had a loose, pitch-black shape, and their eyes and mouths were red, looking like terrifying ghosts. They shouted in unison, "We have been hiding in the universe for thousands of years. Earth, we won't give up so easily." Right at this moment, our male lead was sitting, eating and drinking with the Southern King Yama Nanming, Yama, Chao Linglong, and people from the Western Hall, toasting their glasses. Yama raised his wine glass and said to Nanming, "As expected of the Southern King Yama, one move can solve all the troubles." He replied, "Isn't that thanks to the intelligence from your Eastern Hall?" Right after that, he placed a hand on the male lead's shoulder and said, "Right, Janglin, I heard you were the one who provided this intelligence. The Eastern Hall is truly a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers." From the spot where his hand was resting on his shoulder, rays of dark purple smoke began to radiate. Still in the underworld at this time, inside the 18th hall, the 7-color egg, which was now the little Azure Dragon, spoke to him. "Master, you can rest peacefully this time. I can be by Master's side again." Our male lead was holding his head with one hand, looking as if he were drunk, his cheeks and ears completely flushed red. The little Azure Dragon called out loudly, "Master!" In another space, Janglin was currently lying next to a beach. He woke up with a headache and frowned. Right behind him, a strange group of people suddenly appeared. They were carrying a small-figured person with a sack completely covering their head. A white-haired old man wearing a hat with many thorns stuck in it opened his arms wide and shouted loudly, "Sea God, we sacrifice our only son, Jangli. Please bless us with peace." As soon as he finished praying, they immediately took off the sack covering that person's head. Seeing this, Janglin secretly thought to himself, Am I entering the memories of my past life as an observer?" A man standing nearby said to Jangli, "Hey, you don't want to be a sacrifice, so why don't you say anything?" Because he was mute, Jangli held out his fingers to make a gesture. What he wanted to say was, "You know I'm mute." The old man continued, "Blue sky above, please offer the sacrifice to the sea." But when he turned around to look, the person was nowhere to be seen, causing him to panic and cry out, "Where is the sacrifice? Where is my big sacrifice?"
That man quickly pushed the cart with Zhongli sitting on it, and the two of them escaped together. The man behind laughed happily and said, "Ha ha ha, how is it? Isn't my method great? Just by adding wheels to the wooden board, plus my swift running legs, I was able to help you escape without the gods or ghosts knowing." Zhongli continued to make hand signs. What he wanted to say was, "But will we be punished by heaven for escaping the sea god's sacrificial ceremony?" This man immediately replied, "Heaven's punishment for what? You are too superstitious. There are no gods in this world."
Before he could finish speaking, a lot of terrifyingly large lightning bolts suddenly struck down from the sky, dense lightning bolts. A large cloud slowly descended to the ground, with two people who looked like gods. One of them pointed at them and shouted loudly, "Monster! How dare you ruin the sea god sacrificial ceremony? I am ordered to capture you." Immediately from their cloud, many lightning bolts struck down directly at the man.
Seeing this, he pushed the cart hard, throwing Zhang Li forward to protect his safety. "Be careful!" Zhang Li gritted his teeth in pain. Then they immediately knelt down, repeatedly begging in unison, "Gods, appease your anger! Gods, appease your anger! They are children, they are not monsters." The female god spoke up again. "Harboring monsters, defying the heavens, you can only die." As soon as she finished speaking, they continued to strike lightning directly at the people below. A voice rang out again, "Defend!" Zhang Li silently observed at this moment. Right after that, numerous lightning bolts struck Zhang Li, but he managed to create a protective barrier in time to protect himself and everyone. The two gods exclaimed again, "Take this!" The man, showing great surprise, said to Zhang Li, "Aren't you mute?" Zhang Li gritted his teeth. What he wanted to say was, "Is this what you should be worrying about right now?" Hearing this, a god on the clouds above seemed intrigued and said, "Wow, to think there is a demigod bloodline." As he spoke, he controlled lightning bolts from the palm of his hand to strike downwards. Instantly, he flew into a rage, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge and his eyes to shine blindingly bright, as he shouted loudly, "Don't think this is enough to defy a true god." Right now, many lightning bolts began to strike Zhang Li's barrier again. He screamed, "Run away quickly, I can't hold on much longer." Seeing this, however, the man remained extremely resolute and said, "No, we have been together since childhood. You are my best friend. If your divine power is not enough, then use my demonic power as well." As he spoke, his entire body began to transform into a monster with 2 glowing red eyes, plus 4 fangs that looked extremely terrifying. In the underworld at this moment, where our male lead was, he was sitting on blue energy sources. The system board popped up a notification. "Past life memories unlocked. Congratulations on your cultivation level breakthrough. Your current cultivation level, late stage Ghost King realm, has broken through to the early stage Nether Envoy realm." He sat stunned for a moment, then looked at his right shoulder, which still bore the handprint of Nanming from the meal earlier. Purple aura was radiating from the handprint. He recalled the incident when he placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "That's right, Zhonglin, I heard that you provided the intelligence this time." Then he thought to himself, could it be it is the Southern King Yama? Over at the Southern Hall at this moment, that guy Nanming was sitting alone at his desk, thinking to himself, "Zhonglin, the divine power hidden within your body will awaken sooner or later. I truly look forward to having a real opponent in this life. Ha ha ha." As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face. Back in the mortal realm, it was currently nighttime. However, Zhonglin still didn't know his true power. That was until he met a girl while carrying out a mission. Right now, the male lead was standing in front of a large apartment building. He had followed a piece of paper with the words "Save me" written on it to get here, and now he had flown to a room. Inside this room, there was a person completely covered in a blanket, trembling nonstop. Small pieces of paper with the words "Save me" written on them were scattered all over the floor. The little girl hiding under the blanket was writing many of those "Save me" notes, her face filled with extreme fear as she blurted out, "Save me, save me, save me." He stood stunned, holding the piece of paper in his hand, thinking that this was a message sent to the spiritual world right now.
Looking at the little girl sleeping under the blanket, he continued to think to himself, able to receive the wish of a fated person in the mortal realm. Is she already asleep? No, let's check her memory. After that, he reached out and touched the little girl's head. Blue smoke continuously swirled right above the girl's head. He froze and thought, this child's 7 souls and 6 spirits are shattered. Her mental state is no longer normal, but there is still a remnant soul deposited in the jade. Let me take a look. After that, he closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, and then Zhonglin's entire body flew inside the little girl's memory. Right now, in front of him was a large sphere, and inside was a room. At this moment, comments from the viewers appeared saying, "Grandpa, the streamer you follow has finally opened the live stream. The streamer can live stream images of other people's memories. Isn't that too awesome?" The male lead pointed forward and spoke. "Everyone look, there is currently a huge pool of blood at the doorway." As for the little girl, she was curled up under the bed, covering her mouth, not daring to say a word. Her face turned purple. She cried and thought, "Don't come here, don't come here, don't come here." Right now, the system was showing everyone's comments saying, "Streamer, quickly save the girl. What's the rush? When it's time to save, has the streamer ever been late?" He stood silently observing the little girl lying under the bed in front of him, thinking to himself that this was the girl's memory. It wasn't the real world. It seemed the girl had suffered severe mental trauma. Her psychological defense was very strong. He couldn't just rush in.
Right at this moment, a foot wearing black flip-flops appeared, kicking the door open forcefully. Then it stepped right in front of the bed where the girl was lying underneath. The girl closed her eyes in sheer terror. Right after that, a small spark appeared, making the girl open her eyes in surprise. That fire displayed the words, "I am an immortal saving you. Do not be afraid. Follow me." The girl whispered, "Leave? I can't leave this place. I have nowhere else to go."
Right after that, the spark became larger and moved the little girl away. Just as it flew out of the bed, a man wearing an apron spotted them. The spark led the little girl out of the room and into the air, while the man stood on the balcony holding a large knife, angrily shouting, "Hang, hang, you can't escape." Immediately after, that spark, who was our male lead, transformed back into human form and said to the little girl, "Don't be afraid, I am an immortal, I can take you away." At that moment, a massive dark shadow suddenly appeared and laughed with a savage tone. "Hee hee hee, this is my daughter's spiritual world. Whether you are a god or a ghost, your power is useless here." That shadow was enormous, with an extremely terrifying shape, and many bats were flying around it. Suddenly, they flew extremely fast toward the little girl, causing her to scream out in fear, "No!" Instantly, John Lin froze and returned to reality. He looked at the little girl who was crying and huddling in the blanket at this moment, thinking to himself, her soul was scared away. He looked to the side. The man wearing an apron was sitting on the sofa, drinking from many bottles of alcohol. He secretly thought, it's just that the reason the little girl is scared to this extent is... It was already morning. This was the early morning of the second day. That man was standing there, selling steam buns, while the little girl was sitting on a chair behind him. Currently, a customer was buying. "Boss, sell me 2 steam buns." The man was picking up 3 steam buns onto a plate and smiled happily, saying to the customer, "Wait a moment, let me feed my daughter first." Seeing this, the customers whispered to each other, "He really is a good father. Raising a slow-witted daughter all by himself is not easy at all." Right at this moment, a few police officers appeared and walked over. One of them took out his police badge and said, "Hello, I am a demographic investigation officer."
Seeing this, the man and the little girl immediately froze. The police officers continuously inspected the items in the house. One of them opened the refrigerator, and seeing this, the man panicked and cried out, hey, don't rummage through the things in the kitchen. What does a census check have to do with a refrigerator? You can't hide a person in a refrigerator anyway. At this moment, a police officer grabbed a large white bag inside the refrigerator and shouted, "Captain, there are some styrofoam boxes in the kitchen, and also ice packs." Right after that, a head poked out from the ice pack. It was a dead woman with her eyes wide open, staring upward. Her disheveled hair and the blood looked extremely gruesome. Witnessing this scene, he cried out in terror, This is... Suddenly, the man lowered his voice and said, "Take your dirty hands off my wife." As he spoke, the man raised a knife high, which made the police officer turn pale with fear and gasp. Suddenly, the man spat blood from his mouth and stood dead in his tracks. It turned out that a police officer behind him had shot him in the back, with smoke billowing from the muzzle of the gun. He rolled onto the ground, bleeding profusely. At this point, the man was not yet dead and confessed to his deeds. It turned out that because his wife often went out to accompany clients for drinks, the two argued every night, and his mind gradually became twisted. In the end, he committed such a heinous crime. That night, the daughter witnessed her mother being killed and dismembered by her father with her own eyes, so her spirit was frightened away, and her mental state became unstable. Fortunately, there was her grandmother's necklace protecting her, which managed to preserve a wisp of her spirit. After returning the little girl to her grandmother's place, our male lead flew away. From behind, the little girl smiled happily, raised her hand, and said loudly, "Thank you, immortal. You are definitely the most amazing immortal in the world." The grandmother, leaning on her cane nearby, also smiled and said, "Silly child, who are you talking to?" Originally, that was just a lie Janglin made up to save the child. After all, when the child was at her most terrified, he couldn't just say that a ghost came to save her, right? But unexpectedly, at this very moment, he was sitting in a meditative posture to begin to cultivate.
Then a ghost envoy walked in holding a book and said to him, "Captain, we received a strange mission book." He took the book and asked back, "A mission book? There isn't a single word in it." The ghost envoy scratched his hand and replied, "That's right. Logically speaking, missions are all formed by the ghost energy of King Yama. It's not like a printer where errors occur. Maybe we should send it back." He reached out and touched the book. It wasn't until the moment he touched the book that Janglin realized. He began to open the book to read. His lie about being an immortal had actually come true. A line of text inside that book read, "Divine power infusion detected. Activating the hidden map. Black Abyss. A notification has arrived. Mission objective, please try to bring delicacies from various regions here." The male lead thought to himself, is this a delivery mission? The sky at this time was turning orange-red. Our male lead had arrived at the Black Abyss. Standing above, he shouted loudly, "Whose food is this? Whoever ordered the food, speak up." It was still desolate with no signs of movement. Janglin then brought the bag of food forward and said, "Fine, if no one says anything, then I will eat it all myself." He then spread a cloth on the ground and many delicious dishes immediately appeared, such as a fat pig, animal meat, a large meat leg, and a delicious fish. A jug of wine automatically poured wine into a large cup, its aroma spreading everywhere, making the shadow figure below unable to bear it and cry out, "Good boy, you're making me die of craving." Right after that, he immediately flew up, appearing right in front of Janglin, and devoured all this food quickly and cleanly.
He picked up the wine jug, poured it into a cup again, and said, snatching food? The shadow figure replied, give it to me. Immediately, he snatched the wine jug he was holding and gulped it down, leaving him feeling helpless. That shadow figure spoke again. Your body has ghost energy and also a bit of divine power? The male lead asked in surprise. How do you know? The shadow figure said, this old man can see any tiny trace of power. With a cultivation level like mine, heaven and earth are both in the palm of my hand. He asked again, then why are you in the black abyss like this? The shadow figure answered, it's nothing but a promise. If I wasn't here, these things would have gone out and wiped you all out long ago. As he spoke, he choked on the wine and coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Lin then said, don't be afraid. I am here to help you. The shadow figure looked surprised and said, I still need your help? What are you doing? At this moment, he was activating a purple orb in his palms. It was emitting a very magical purple light. Right at this moment, a woman immediately appeared in front of them. She had a very beautiful appearance with blonde hair. That girl approached the shadow figure, making him freeze. Slowly opening his eyes, the girl moved close to the shadow figure. 2 robot arms suddenly extended from the girl's body and massaged him as she smiled happily and said, dear guest, just eat slowly, don't be afraid. Coughing it out is good. Seeing this, the shadow figure was completely mesmerized by her and exclaimed, wow, it has been thousands of years, yet I can actually see a legendary maid like this. Zhang Lin bowed his head and spoke, Senior, since you are full, I have completed my mission. He replied, wait, kid, you're not bad. I will give you a gift. Take this. It is a cultivation method that can fuse the divine power and ghost energy in your body. It is a secret not passed down to others. Just follow it, and you can raise your cultivation level. He took what he handed over and looked at it attentively. At this moment, our male lead was sitting and cultivating alone. From one palm there was golden power, and from the other, blue power appeared. He thought to himself, according to what is written in the book, to cultivate the realm by relying on just one type of power is not enough. One must learn how to fuse the divine energy and ghost energy in the body so that the two can react with each other. Fusion. Could a negligible amount of divine power cause a reaction? While thinking, he began to move his palms facing each other to fuse these 2 sources of power. Immediately after, a blinding light emitted from it, and then the roof of the 18th hall exploded, making the ghost envoys outside jump in fright. The sky at this moment was still the characteristic purplish red of the underworld. Zhang Lin was walking to another place. There was a staff member standing there who smiled warmly upon seeing him and said, welcome, sir. At this time, he was in a tattered state because of the explosion just now. He handed over the card in his hand and said, give me a 5-star cultivation room, the most expensive one. Swipe my cultivation card. The walls must be the thickest, especially the ceiling. Seeing this, the staff member's eyes immediately showed money symbols and promptly obeyed. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Right after that, our male lead rented a cultivation room here and was sitting attentively reading a book. He flipped through the pages one by one, then stopped at the page with the text, but the fusion reaction of divine energy and ghost energy is extremely dangerous and prone to explosion. After reading it, he thought, why isn't such an important matter written on the same page? If you want divine energy and ghost energy to harmonize with each other, you cannot use ordinary methods. This is an extremely simple logic. First, you must prepare a tomato, a fire egg, and then heat a pot of oil. He fused those things, emitting a very fragrant scent. A cleaning ghost envoy passing by accidentally smelled the fragrance coming from inside Zhang Lin's room. He thought to himself, why is Zhang Wuchang's cultivation room so fragrant? Finally, he just needed to accumulate a large amount of yin energy into the pot, then transmit a little divine power onto the spices, adding a bit more when the fire was at its peak. Instantly, a golden flame flared up. Our male lead sweated as he thought to himself, is it done? Isn't this dark cuisine? Wait, what is this? In the pot right now was a terrifying pitch-black substance. This way, if successful, a gray color would appear, which is the breath of the divine soul. Zhang Lin slowly reached his hand into that pitch-black flame. A few red rays were emitting from around it, but right when he was about to touch it, he immediately froze. At this very moment in the underworld, an energy source that was a highly mysterious red breath of the divine ghost suddenly swept past. Right after that, it spread all the way to the black abyss. The black shadow down below caught the scent and spoke up. Oh my, the breath of the divine ghost. The last time this thing was created seems to have been thousands of years ago. Kid, you are about to start soaring. Over at the Dragon Clan right now, a person from the Dragon Clan could also smell this breath. He smiled slightly and thought to himself, a familiar breath. Little as it were dragon, no wonder you didn't want to leave Zhang Lin. Your master is by no means ordinary. At the same time in the southern hall, Nan Ming was sitting and wiping his sword, and he also smelled the breath of the divine ghost. This made him seem surprised as well, thinking to himself, huh? Is there still an expert? Over at Yama's place, she also accidentally sensed this breath and looked surprised, thinking, that feeling just now was... Right at this moment, a purple pillar of light immediately appeared right in front of her, making Yama jump up in shock. It was the guy Nan Ming. He appeared so suddenly, so Yama angrily cried out, "What are you doing right in the middle of the house?" Nan Ming looked around while saying, "In your east has a particularly formidable character appeared lately." "There is one, in the direction of Hall 18. Yama was still fuming with anger. "Hey, don't just run around doing whatever you want. You were a king, Yama." Over on our male lead side at this time, he was sitting below watching the people competing on the arena. Suddenly, Nan Ming's purple energy swirled in the midair, making the people below look extremely surprised. At this time, a ghost envoy appeared and gently pushed the people who were competing down. Nan Ming floated in the midair, crossed his arms, and called down. "Everyone listen clearly. To promote the friendship between the East and the South, I want to organize a martial arts exchange between the Southern Hall and the Eastern Hall." Hearing this, Yama helplessly put her hand on her head and gritted her teeth, saying, "Sigh, this weirone." The person competing on the floor saw this and happily exclaimed, "Wow, a martial arts tournament. That's great. Who is the Southern Hall sending to the arena? I'm dying to try." Nan Ming immediately replied, "It's me." Hearing this, that person looked extremely helpless and didn't know what else to say. The people below were also surprised. "What? The Nether King of the Southern Hall is personally going up to the arena?" Our male lead didn't say a word at this time. Down below, it was extremely noisy and chaotic, with everyone discussing in a flurry. Nan Ming then retracted his ghost energy and said, "This competition just happens to be able to control my cultivation level. Come here. The chance to defeat a King Yama only comes once in a lifetime." While speaking, he pointed an index finger forward. Seeing this, a man wearing a black outfit immediately volunteered, raising his voice. "If I don't go up now, when else should I wait for?"
"This humble one, Lu Buwei, ask for your excellency's guidance," he said while raising his two fists. Nan Ming had already landed on the ground at this time and said, "Early stage Ghost King realm, not bad, very spirited." At this moment, the two of them were standing facing each other and had balanced the cultivation levels between both sides to the early stage Ghost King realm. Lu Buwei smiled confidently and said, "Since the cultivation levels are the same, then it's only a matter of resolving this with speed." He thought in his mind that as long as he converted all his ghost energy into speed and launched a surprise attack, even King Yama could potentially be defeated. Immediately after, he flew into the sky at an extremely fast speed, radiating a lot of energy in the air. Then he teleported right behind Nan Ming and thought smugly, "Here is the opportunity." But Nan Ming remained extremely calm and stood still in one place. Just as Lu Buwei threw a powerful punch at Nan Ming's body, he instantly disappeared incredibly fast. The two of them were currently engaged in close quarters combat. Both were darting around at extremely fast speeds, exchanging many blows back and forth. Lu Buwei continuously attacked at high speed with his fists. Right at this moment, the Southern King Yama, Nan Ming, suddenly stomped both feet down onto Lu Buwei's shoulders, causing him to grit his teeth and his face to turn pale and purple. Turning back, he immediately saw Nan Ming behind him. Instantly, Nan Ming stomped down, subduing Lu Buwei and pushing his body to the ground. Thus, Lu Buwei was defeated at the hands of the Southern King Yama. At this time, he was unconscious and lying motionless on the ground. Nan Ming looked at the toothpick in his hand and said, "The speed is decent, but the attack power is insufficient." Witnessing such a scene, the audience below the arena exclaimed, "What? A duel in the same realm, and the winner is decided in the blink of an eye? Does this really exist?" A man below, seeing Nan Ming step down, shouted, "Niaju, Great Ghost General, wishes to experience your excellency's weapon." Nan Ming replied, "I am not used to the items of a ghost envoy. Does a toothpick count as a weapon?" At this time, that Niaju smiled and answered, "Perhaps your excellency has forgotten that in a battle of strength between our great ghost generals, weapons are very effective." As he spoke, he threw many punches at Nan Ming's body, but he continuously dodged those attacks and remained incredibly calm, saying, "Don't underestimate a toothpick if used in the right place." Instantly, he stabbed the toothpick right into the middle of Niaju's forehead, causing him to freeze. Then he tumbled to the ground, a long stream of blood splattering from his forehead. Niaju forced himself up, put his hand to his head, and said, "I haven't lost yet, I can still fight." At this time, our male lead sitting in the chair below also stood up. He said to Niaju, "Step down. If what Lord Nan Ming used was a steel needle, you would be dead right now." Yama was also below at this time. She stood quietly in a corner, observing the match without saying a word. Then she secretly thought in her mind that this Nan Ming had become even more formidable. Regardless of speed, strength, or accuracy, to defeat him might require. Right at this moment, a man from below also stepped up to the arena and said to Nan Ming, "This humble one, Shu Baixing, Ghost King Realm, wishes to seek guidance from your excellency." Immediately, Shu Baixing began to crouch down and launched a seal technique, and a large seal character appeared in front of him.
And it flew straight towards Nan Ming at a very fast speed. From above the arena, a large, cloudy green barrier emanated, making it impossible to see inside. Seeing this, the spectators below exclaimed, "What's going on? The arena is covered by a screen. What on earth is happening inside?" Nan Ming then raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. The scene before his eyes was now a forest with many lush green trees. He smiled and said, "A sealing spell. A bit interesting." A pine tree next to Nan Ming was glancing over at him. The pine tree thought, "Even if I can't beat you, the sealing spell will consume a lot of time to break. By then, the person who can stay in the arena fighting Nan Ming the longest will be me. Ha ha." At this time, the pine tree where that guy was hiding began to vibrate. He gritted his teeth in panic and thought, "Ouch, ouch, ouch, what's going on?"
Immediately, he was shot out of the arena unexpectedly. Nanming was currently lifting the entire arena into the air and spoke. Your sealing spell has an operating range that is too narrow. I just need to deal with the area where you cast the seal, and it's done. Right after that, he threw the entire arena down, creating a massive tremor, and continued. All right, who's next? Right after speaking, he landed on the ground. Our male lead then spoke up. Hall 18, Zhonglin. My cultivation level is Ghost Soldier.
On the live stream screen, viewers continuously commented with anxiety. What is this Ghost Soldier realm? Doesn't that mean he can't use any ghost energy at all? Is Jung Woochang that arrogant? Someone felt this was absolutely crazy. Crazy, this is crazy. Nanming Wang has fought 100 battles. Relying purely on hand-to-hand combat, how can he win? Nanming Wang silently observed his opponent. What is this Zhang Lin's background? Daring to fight him in close combat? In the 3 realms, someone who could defeat him in this aspect, Nanming Wang seemed very confident. He was the first to attack, believing that no one could defeat him, and even if there were, they hadn't been born yet. But just as Nanming Wang approached, Zhang Lin easily dodged to another direction. The two fought just like that, one attacking and one dodging. The Ghost Kings below all dropped their jaws. Oh, what's happening? I can't see anything at all. Someone exclaimed, Nanming Wang is too terrifying. That person analyzed the situation through the movements of both. In a state without ghost energy assisting, Nanmin can still move at the speed of sound. What's even more terrifying is Zhang Woochang. How can he dodge it? I've never heard of him learning this kind of martial arts. On Zhang Lin's side, he didn't make a single move, simply dodging left and right no matter how many times Nanming Wang attacked. But in reality, he was taking the opportunity to test his opponent's abilities. The breath of the divine ghost. So that's how it is. Every action of Nanming Wang seemed to be in slow motion by someone, which allowed Zhang Lin to easily move a step faster. The moment he absorbed it, he felt as if the time around him slowed down. He slightly frowned, trying to use all his strength, only needing to focus on his spirit.
And so Zhang Lin raised his hand to catch the punch from Nanming Wang's hand. He could even block Nanming's attack. Nanming Wang was just seen smirking. Then he lifted Zhang Lin high up in the air. Only then did Zhang Lin realize he had fallen into a trap. Oh no, it's a trap. His hat fell off just like that. Nanming Wang continued to throw a punch, then lunged forward, hitting Zhang Lin's abdomen. Zhang Lin couldn't react in time, taking the full hit and being sent flying far away. His appearance was incredibly miserable, beyond words. Before he could even orient himself, Nanming Wang had thrust 2 fingers straight toward his neck, stopping only a very short distance away. A stream of death energy radiated powerfully because of this. Yama, who was also witnessing the fierce battle, remarked, Nanming, you live up to your reputation. Even a little bit of ghost energy from the Ghost Soldier realm can be condensed into a blade. Nanming Wang finally withdrew his hand, sparing Zhang Lin's life. Zhang Lin also understood, reaching out to put his hat back on, and replied, I concede. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Nanming. Nanming Wang was not an unreasonable person either. He grabbed Zhang Lin's hand and pulled him up. All right, on the contrary, it's you. You obviously have no real combat experience, yet you could block my attack. With just that, Nanming Wang was very appreciative and curiously asked Zhang Lin where he had learned it. Zhang Lin naturally didn't dare to tell the truth, so he made an excuse. It's just luck. It must be my good luck. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and flew away, afraid that if he stayed a little longer, Nanming Wang would ask more. I have decided I will take Nanming as a role model to strive in my practice. Nanming Wang didn't even have time to say anything. Hey, wait. A thought suddenly flashed through Nanming Wang's mind. Could it really be him? Zhang Lin returned to the underworld. A ghost soldier saw him and asked, Zhang Wuchang, you're here again. Suddenly, Zhang Lin pulled out a bunch of cards from somewhere and said, use all these cultivation cards for me at once. Give me a cultivation room with the most and densest ghost energy. The ghost soldier, holding a stack of papers, excitedly replied, this, since Zhang Wuchang is spending such a large amount of money, I will go prepare it immediately. Soon, the room Zhang Lin requested was ready, right after the battle with Nanming Wang.
Zhang Lin was burning with determination. The combination of ghost energy and divine power, although seemingly weak, held the most important key to cultivation. The power he cultivated was growing stronger day by day, yet it was still not enough. How could he develop this power a step further? The combination of ghost energy and divine power created strange auras that clung to Zhang Lin's body. In his mind, he constantly searched for answers. Whenever he thought about these issues, Zhang Lin's thoughts seemed to open up a new door. The space suddenly shifted to the mortal realm, and Zhang Lin opened his eyes wide to look around. Unfortunately, his situation was not very positive. He suddenly realized he was in a free fall from high above. What is going on? Why am I in midair? Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Lin experienced a painful landing. He slowly sat up and raised his hand to rub his head. I seem to have possessed his body. I can feel everything of his. Suddenly, a bird with a human body appeared out of nowhere. Heavens, are there human slaves here?
Zhang Lin saw a talking bird for the first time. It felt incredibly surreal. Hello, I am number 1. Did you see number 2? But the guy didn't even answer. It just grabbed his clothes with its claws. Before Zhang Lin could even react, he was carried away. Hey, what are you talking about? What are you doing? Where do you want to take me? The Birdman seemed not to understand, feeling annoyed. Humans are truly troublesome, always nagging and nagging. And just like that, Zhang was carried high up into the sky by it. In short, just throwing him to the mining area. Down below, there were humans who were also being bullied by a group of monsters. They continuously beat the humans, demanding them to work. Quickly harvest the crystal cores, don't be lazy. A small monster saw the Birdman flying over and said, "Look, Linger has caught another human slave." The Birdman dragged Zhang to the mining area and then directly threw him down there. He had just landed on his butt, and now he was mercilessly thrown by the Birdman, to the point that his whole face hit the ground. His face was quickly covered in mud. This way of landing was too rough. A slave nearby saw him and asked, "Who are you? Where do you come from?" Before Zhang could even answer, he sneezed. It was so cold here. It took a while before he calmed down. "Do you all live here?" Suddenly, that little girl holding some stones in her hand gave them to him. "Here, take these stones and you won't be cold anymore." Indeed, as soon as he held the stones, his body immediately became warm. How magical. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a monster with a strange shape appeared. Zhang opened his eyes wide, looking in fear. That monster walked over and stared at the stones. "Give it to me, give me the stone." Before he could even hold it properly, the monster snatched it and put it in its mouth. "Hey, that's mine." Strangely, after that guy ate the stone, his body began to mutate. "Just give me one more and I can have power, Before he could finish a sentence, his body exploded. The soldiers standing guard outside seemed to be used to this sight, so they didn't find it strange. They approached Zhang "Hey, clean up the trash here." This guy held his weapon and pointed at Zhang "Just right, a newcomer is here, you replace him." Another slave came out of nowhere and said, "Today's mission is 50 carts of stones. Let's do our best. My name is Shan. What's your name?"
Zhang thought of a name to answer. "I am Yi Hao. So what exactly are these stones used for, sir?" He saw the man holding a stone in his hand and replying, "These stones can be eaten, do you believe it?" Zhang was shocked upon hearing this, thinking he had misheard. "Eat?" But the man suddenly stopped him. "Don't actually eat it. Although once you eat this thing, you will initially gain a tremendous amount of power," Shan explained. "After all, human bloodlines are too fragile. The power will cause the body to explode just like the previous person." Then he pointed at the monster eating stones. "Monsters are born with terrifying physical strength and can digest the stones to cultivate, so we are born to be slaves to the monsters." Zhang didn't care. He turned around to search. "May I ask if there is a pot?" Shan handed him a large can. "So you are hungry. Food will only be available when the monster lord rewards us next time. Even if I get you a pot, you can only boil water." But Zhang was faster, putting all the stones into the pot to boil, which made Shan panic. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhang calmly replied, "Making food. Didn't you say the body can't digest these stones?" Time passed bit by bit, and in the mortal realm, the sky began to change color as the sun went down the mountain. The slaves began to line up in rows and went to the monster to beg. "My lord, today's tasks have been completed." An old man spoke up with a stuttering voice. "My lord, the work we lowly ones did today exceeded the requirements. We lowly ones were thinking—" Then the monster-eating fish interrupted. "A mere slave dares to negotiate terms with me?" The old man was very shrewd and tried to flatter the monster. No, that's not it. Monster lord, this lowly one wouldn't dare. It's just the fish bones you left over. We lowly ones want to make soup to taste the flavor." Another slave also came up and used sweet words. "That's right, my lord. Last time we made a bet, guessing whether the fish the lord eats tastes sweet, while I thought it must be salty. We lowly ones want to broaden our horizons." With just those few words, the monster was amused and laughed heartily. "What ignorant fools! Eaten fish bones are just trash." Saying that, he threw the fish bones on the ground. "It's fine to let you eat garbage. Take it and go." The old man held the fishbone in his hand and said, "Thank you, my lord."
Then the old man wrapped the item in a bag and ran hurriedly. "Quickly take this piece of fishbone down to Ihao." Everyone also unanimously passed the item from hand to hand. "Give it to Ihao, Ihao." Finally, the bag was delivered. Sun held the bag excitedly. "Ihao, try the fishbone this time." But Zhang who was now Ihao, stopped him. "No need anymore." As he spoke, his entire body seemed to radiate a beam of light. "I have understood that cultivation method." 1 month later, the pig monster now looked at the humans they were treating as slaves below and did not hesitate to say, "Have these human slaves become lazy recently? Previously they worked until night and still hadn't finished. Why is everything done by morning now?" Hearing this, the bird monster raised its voice to scold and threaten the humans. "Humans are gluttonous and lazy. I will make them work a little more." It landed behind a person who was lying around leisurely relaxing under the grass, perhaps intending to teach this person a lesson. Indeed, it raised its whip, about to strike the lying person who was Sun. "Very well, you dare to lie down. Get up and work for me." But Sun had stood up and quickly dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. It voiced its reprimand towards Sun. "You still dare to dodge. It seems I have no choice but to kill you." But at this moment, Sun's grandfather stepped out to take the fatal whip strike for him. Seeing his grandfather beaten made Sun's face turn completely pale. He was terrified of what would happen to his grandfather. Meanwhile, the grandfather still very sincerely apologized to the bird monster. "Apologies, Lord, the child is ignorant. We will work more. Doing more is fine."
At this time, Sean whispered for the old man to hear. Sean wondered why they had to be afraid of them. They had been taught cultivation by Yihei for the past few days, and everyone already had a cultivation level. The old man gritted his teeth, enduring the flesh-tearing pain on his back, and told Sean no, it wasn't time yet. They had to endure and prepare well. None of them knew what that cunning monster was planning to do to the grandfather and grandson with the sickle in its hand. Then one of the old man's arms was severed. It was the monster who did it before the old man could even finish his word to Sean, endure. Sean was now completely terrified. Seeing the blood before his eyes, his face turned pale, and he cried out, "Grandpa!" The pig monster still appeared incredibly calm. It didn't know what the bird monster had done to these servants. Didn't it say it was going to teach those servants a lesson? Why was it taking so long? But right after that, the bird monster suddenly smashed into the pig monster's head, a spectacular reversal of the situation. It was none other than Sean's counterattack. He flew directly at the pig monster, saying he couldn't hold it in anymore. "You monsters, I will make you pay blood for blood." Saying that, Sean swung his fist at the pig monster. Just one punch sent it rolling away like a spinning jar. Despite being beaten bloody, the pig monster still looked down on Sean, feeling that just because he ate a few stones, he thought he could defeat it. This enraged it immensely. Its head enlarged, and everything seemed to revert to its wildest state. It charged forward at high speed to attack Sean, causing him to smash painfully into the wall. At this time, someone approached the sickle that was just in front of Sean's eyes. It was Yihei. He grabbed the sickle and shouted like a slogan, "Brothers, if being a slave means death and resisting also means death, compared to waiting for death, we might as well vent our anger for the human race." Saying that, Yihei charged forward to attack and avenge Sean. One slash from him completely severed the pig's head. After that, everyone seemed to gain even more momentum and surged forward. The people who had been servants also rose up to fight for their freedom, charging ahead. At this time, one of the monster's subordinates hurriedly rushed in to report, Great king, this is bad. The human slaves have rebelled." Hearing the news, this demon still appeared incredibly calm. He merely wondered who dared to cause trouble in his territory.
On this side, the monsters were being beaten to a pulp, while the uprising group of humans continued their attack. Shan cheered them on. "Brothers, our cultivation is showing results. These little monsters are no match for us. Charge!" However, before he could finish speaking, they felt something was wrong behind them. It was the demon ghost leading the group of beasts. It had appeared to stop the humans' uprising. It waved its hand and even criticized the humans as being nothing but a bunch of bugs, arrogantly asking if they thought they could defeat the monster race. A single wave of his hand severed a person's leg. He slaughtered everyone in front of him, leaving them lying all over the ground at his feet. This demon ghost then gloated, saying that their kneeling posture was still the most beautiful. "Ha ha ha," he laughed even louder. Right at this moment, a stone was thrown into his mouth. Feeling something in his mouth, he coughed violently and turned around to see who had just thrown a stone at his head. Shan took one look and immediately recognized, "Yeehaw, it's the big boss." Shan warned the big boss to watch out for his claws. At this moment, the demon ghost came in front of Yeehaw, wanting him to quickly kneel down as well, and wanted to swing his claws to snatch away Yeehaw's legs. However, Yeehaw sharply saw through his intentions and quickly attacked first. Just a single punch from Yeehaw made him lose his balance and be pushed back.
Everyone watching around was absolutely astounded. From now on, the human race could finally stand tall. Saying this, everyone was overjoyed at this great leap forward. The imprisoned people were freed, and they even took the animal skins of the monster race to make clothes for themselves. Finally, they held a grand banquet to celebrate the day of the human race's freedom. The people of the human race spotted the shadow of a giant bird in the sky and immediately reported to Yeehaw, "Number 1, it looks like reinforcements from the monster race. It seems we can eat bird meat now." Yeehaw, however, felt something was wrong. "Wait a minute, that is..." Number 2, the silhouette of a girl riding a demonic beast flying toward them made Yeehaw realize something. Number 1 and Number 2 were prophets sent by the ancient gods to save humanity. They taught the human race how to cultivate, studied the mysteries of the meridians, and finally repelled the monster race to establish the homeland. Before dying, Number 2 said to Number 1, "Number 1, our mission is complete. I must go one step ahead of you." At this moment, Number 1 spoke up, trying to hold Number 2 back. "Don't go. Don't leave me alone. Don't." In order to resurrect Number 2, Number 1 went into secluded cultivation to awaken divine power, becoming the first person to possess divine power. During this time, he discovered that after dying, Number 2 had established the underworld, becoming the first person to possess ghost energy. The two finally reunited, merged into one, and vanished into thin air, while that chaotic power remained forever hidden in the mortal realm. Jiang Lin suddenly woke up at this moment. Waking up, he still couldn't tell what time it was. What time is it now? 7 days? He had slept for 7 days. Jiang Lin completely didn't expect that his consciousness had been immersed in the illusion for 7 days.
Even more unexpected was that a black hole had appeared right in front of his eyes. What is this thing? Right now, at Lord Yama's residence, a ghost envoy was standing in front, pointing at the spatial rift and saying, "Recently, many new foreign objects have appeared in the underworld. Black holes."
According to the report, the black hole appeared first in the high-level cultivation room, and shortly after, a similar rift also appeared in the mortal realm. In just a few days, many people had already disappeared. Yama immediately asked, "Then where is Zhonglin? Have the people in Zhonglin's team been notified?" That ghost envoy replied, "Captain Zhang is in the high-level cultivation room. He was the first person to go missing. Our male lead is currently floating in another dimension. He had his eyes closed, and at this moment he suddenly opened them and woke up. In front of him now was a completely different space, a place that looked exactly like a slum, appearing extremely dilapidated. He looked at the sign with Merry Christmas hanging above and thought to himself, the meaning of those words, Christmas? What is going on?" Immediately, Zhonglin's body slowly disappeared, leaving him extremely surprised. Right after that, he turned into a little match girl wearing a red hooded cloak, holding a basket of matches in his hand, and thought to himself, "Wait a minute, did I turn into the little match girl?" Zhonglin looked at the match he was holding and continued to think, could it be that this chaotic world is a theatrical roleplay? If that's the case, normally there would be some clues and rules. While thinking, he flipped through the pile of matches inside the basket. Suddenly, a small piece of paper flew out. Zhonglin held the paper and read the words inside, "Cannot fall into darkness. Survive through Christmas Eve and the game will end." After reading it, he thought, "Cannot fall into darkness." At this moment, a blonde boy walked close to the male lead and said to him, "Little sister, are you lost? This port is very easy to get lost in, especially if there is no light." The boy was currently holding a burning match in his hand. Immediately after, the boy suddenly blew out the flame, and his eyes suddenly darkened. Then a purple shadow flew out from his body, and that shadow said, "You will meet a man-eating monster." The shadow had an extremely bizarre and terrifying shape. Right after that, our male lead held the stick and hit the boy many times, causing a lump on the boy's head. He painfully collapsed to the ground, crying, "Stop hitting me, I was wrong." Zhonglin still held the stick in his hand and replied, "Oh my, since when did such a big ghost-beating stick appear in my hand? I completely forgot." Hearing this, the boy panicked and cried out, "Sister, what profession did you transmigrate here from?" Our male lead replied, "I am originally a ghost envoy specialized in beating ghosts. Speak, who sent you here? Where is your headquarters?" While speaking, Zhonglin put on a threatening expression, making the blonde boy extremely terrified and his face turned pale. At this moment, the Christmas bell hanging on the house door rang. An elderly man stepped out from inside the house. He was the father of this blonde boy.
Seeing Zhonglin and his son standing in front of the house, he immediately smiled cheerfully and warmly said, "Oh my, welcome to our home. You really brought a good friend home. But why does your complexion look so poor? Let's do this. Take the candle and go back to your room. Dad will entertain our guest." As he spoke, his eyes glanced at the male lead with a lot of calculation. Right after that, the blonde boy quietly stepped inside the house. Outside, only the man and Zhonglin remained. The man turned around again and said, "Next. As long as you fall into the darkness, you will have to die." From the man's body, that terrifying purple shadow began to appear again. Just a split second after it appeared, our male lead immediately struck the shadow hard with his stick, shattering it into nothingness. Right now, on the man's head, a lump was swelling, his mouth was bleeding, and his face turned pale purple as he stammered, Who are you?"
Zhonglin took out a match and struck it against the matchbox, igniting a small flame. He held the match in his hand and asked the man, "I ask you, how does Christmas Eve end? Do I have to wait the whole night? Leniency to those who confess, otherwise." The man quickly replied, "This place is a world governed by the rules of darkness. After 12 midnight, the entire village will be plunged into darkness. Unless you destroy all the monsters in this village, don't even think about surviving Christmas Eve. In 30 seconds, the clock will strike 12, and you only have 3 matches left. Your lifespan has already begun to count down. Ha 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 ha." As he spoke, he laughed with an incredibly savage expression. Right at this moment, the clock chimed exactly at 12 midnight. Immediately, numerous monsters in the form of dark shadows continuously hovered around the area, laughing with great amusement. He, it's hunting time. Where there is light, there are living people. That guy only has a few matches left. When the fire goes out, everyone rush in together and tear him apart. A gentle breeze blew out the candle in Zhonglin's hand. Right now, he still stood perfectly calm, smiling faintly. Seeing this, the other shadows took the opportunity to immediately charge forward and attack the house he was standing in. Suddenly, a large red-gold barrier appeared, preventing them from entering. Some lay down, some sat, looking helplessly at the barrier and crying out, What is this?" Our male lead stood inside the barrier, looking at the burning match in his hand, and spoke again. "So that's how it is. Once night falls, you are no longer under control and can attack humans. How interesting. My ghost energy shield can reflect double the amount of damage. I originally felt that killing you one by one would be too troublesome. Since you have delivered yourselves to my door, don't blame me."
Immediately, Jiang Lin blew out the burning match in his hand, but he was not controlled by those monsters at all. At this moment, an incredibly blinding light appeared, making the terrified monsters scream in panic. No! Right at this moment, our male lead was still standing inside the ghost energy shield. He brought a hand up to rub one of his eyes, and instantly he was able to return to his original form. The purple shadows were gradually dissipating and decomposing on the ground around where he stood. At this time, the system board appeared. Congratulations to the player for passing the trial by killing 300 monsters. SSS rank. Total experience reward increased by 500%, initiating transfer to the next scene. After he finished reading the words on the system board, he thought to himself, transfer to the next scene? Could it be that inside this black hole is a game world? As he was thinking, miraculous blue smoke appeared around Jiang Lin's body. Now he had stepped into another space. With the appearance of a young man, he was currently standing in a city where the atmosphere was extremely gloomy and terrifying. At this moment, a dark-skinned man placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke. Even though you've arrived, this place is only left with zombies. You still have to cross this city to reach the safe zone. Just then, a fearsome-looking zombie with a long dangling tongue and deep-set eyes lunged forward and groaned. Roar! Roar! Our male lead remained extremely calm. He reached out and punched it hard in the face, causing the dark-skinned man to panic immensely. Immediately after, the zombie quickly collapsed to the ground. But the dark-skinned man cried out, "It's useless. It has no effect. Even if these zombies are injured, they will recover instantly. Right now, the whole city is a dead city. We are trapped here." At this time, many zombies were approaching the two of them. He asked back, "A dead city?" "Not quite. Even though their bodies have been infected, their souls are still in the mortal realm. They can still be saved." A female zombie approached Jiang Lin and groaned, "Roar! Roar!" The woman's soul was clinging to the top of her head. He reached out and held onto it, then pushed the zombie forcefully forward. Immediately, the woman awakened and put a hand to her head, exclaiming, "Oh my God, what happened to me?" Another zombie approached, "Roar!" And Jiang Lin also quickly caused him to awaken. Realizing it, he said, "What happened to me?" He then turned to look at the woman next to him, and the two gazed at each other passionately. This man kneeled down, took the woman's hand, and exclaimed, "Ah, this beautiful appearance, these elegant eyes, please be my girlfriend." Right after that, the two of them hugged each other passionately, leaving the dark-skinned man still completely confused about what was happening. Firecrackers exploded in celebration. Congratulations to Zhang Wuchang for clearing the level. The system board appeared again at this time. Congratulations to the player for successfully saving 5,000 zombies, experience multiplied by 5,000 times, preparing to enter teleportation. A small purple shadow was still floating around him. He squeezed it, his face darkening as he said, "Hold on, did I give you permission to teleport me?"
Right at this moment, our male lead is tightly grasping the purple shadow, making it cry out in fear. You, how could you break through the spatial barrier and meet me?" He then points at the system board displaying the text. Congratulations to the player for saving 5,000 zombies, x 5,000 experience points, preparing to proceed with the next teleportation. He speaks up again. If it were a normal person, gaining experience would merely mean enhancing a bit of strength. Immediately after, he violently crushes the system board and continues, "But I am a ghost envoy. If such a massive amount of experience is exchanged for cultivation level." The purple monster shadow struggles and screams, "No, wait, what do you want to do?"
At this time, he had moved into another space with countless texts and symbols. All were images of him in the previous game spaces. Looking at those images, he immediately thought in his mind that these games were all illusions. It seemed there was a massive energy source supplying energy to them. At this moment, a door appeared in front of him. Seeing it, he secretly thought, "Got it," and approached the door, gently pushing it open. Inside appeared something long and yellow. The purple monster was still cowering in the palm of his hand. Right at this moment, an octopus was standing in front of our main lead. He had up to 8 tentacles on top and many legs, plus a tail. He spoke up, "Hehe, worthy of being the infection source solver Jiang Lin. This game indeed cannot trap you." He was an incredibly terrifying monster. The male lead calmly replied, "Such a realistic game cannot be simulated just relying on a computer. What exactly are you?" He then replied, "These games are illusions simulated based on human malice. The more malice humans have, the more illusions there will be. Moreover, the illusions will enhance people's malice. Before long, this entire planet will be swallowed by malice. It inherently should have been like this, if it weren't for the appearance of a bug like you." He immediately replied, "I also have to thank you for giving me so many chaos energy experience points. Only chaos power can tear through space. Quickly release everyone to return. Otherwise, I will tear this entire place apart." As he spoke, he activated a power orb radiating many energy rays in the palm of his hand. But suddenly, this power turned off abruptly. He thought in his mind in surprise, "What's wrong with my power?" That octopus monster laughed.
Ha ha, malice exists in the hearts of all souls. Even you are no exception. Immediately, one of his tentacles tightly wrapped around the male lead's body. He continued, as long as there are evil thoughts, all your power will turn into nothingness. Ha ha ha. Right after that, he lifted the male lead into the air. He blankly exclaimed, malice in my heart? He then thought about his past lives. Look at your efforts, reincarnating countless times to help others. He continued, this world is still the same as before. Resentful thoughts have never decreased. Evil is the true nature of the soul. Evil is the nature of the soul? Zhang Lin's eyes at this time became extremely strange, with a muddy and deep black color. Immediately, a purple power suddenly severed the octopus monster's tentacle, making him startle in utter disbelief.
Nanming appeared from the spatial rift. Nanming appeared saying that Zhang Lin's energy had grown stronger again. Zhang Lin, who was currently being controlled, felt extremely surprised that Nanming would appear in front of him like this. Lord Nanming! The yellow octopus monster only noticed Nanming at this moment and thought to itself, there's actually another expert? The octopus monster then clicked its tongue in anger. Even if he was stronger, it would be useless. But it suddenly smiled cunningly, because it was only one last step away from completely corroding Zhang Lin's heart. When one of its tentacles was about to touch Zhang Lin's heart, it was suddenly cut off. The octopus monster felt incredibly shocked. This is the glazed heart. It didn't know how he possessed such an item. At this moment, Zhang Lin remained perfectly calm, even though it was about to corrode his heart. Recalling that time, the system notified, Zhang Lin has received 40,000 points and a portable cultivation reinforcement machine. Congratulations to the host for completing the 6th side mission, guarding the original heart, obtained the glazed heart. Settlement complete. Host, please continue to work hard. It turned out that this was Zhang Lin's reward, rewarding him for never changing his original heart no matter the situation. Nanming then circled behind the octopus monster, saying that Zhang Lin was his opponent.
That bald ghost couldn't intervene. Saying that, Nanming immediately sawed off the monster's head. Then Nanming approached Zhang Lin and shook him continually, urging him to leave quickly. They should change to another place to fight. Zhang Lin thought maybe he should just play dead, because waking up to see this guy's face was even more exhausting. The decapitated monster now looked back at Nanming. It told Nanming not to underestimate it, as it was the collection of the universe's malice. In its domain, everything must obey it. It controlled the fragments to fly toward the two of them after Nanming had untied Zhang Lin. Suddenly, an explosion occurred where the two of them were. Only then did Nanming whisper that he had already said it. No one could stop him from a martial arts duel. Nanming grabbed Zhang Lin, opening a path for them to rush out together. The octopus monster did not expect it to be the Nether Emperor Battle Aura, a divine skill in the universe that could cover the entire body with combat power, and wasn't affected by dimensional planes. Nanming attacked fiercely, sending the octopus flying far away. A strike from him pierced through its body, leaving a gaping hole, and it collapsed. However, even at this point, it was still unwilling to accept defeat, wondering how a lowly Nether King could know the Nether Emperor Battle Aura. At Chenjiang right now, the sky was filled with thick smoke and a black hole, from which black smoke continuously poured out. Because of this phenomenon, people gathered on the streets to observe, pointing at the black hole and shouting that it was about to explode. Indeed, a massive explosion occurred immediately after. Smoke completely covered the city. Only then did Zhang Lin and Nanming descend to Chenjiang to monitor the situation. At this moment, a notification popped up on the screens of the followers, announcing that the streamer they followed had started the live stream, a regular daily broadcast from Hell. Today's content was a battle against the Southern King Yama. Nanming stood face to face with Zhang Lin. He didn't expect Zhang Lin's chaotic power to have increased so much inside the black hole. This made him even more determined and more interested in Zhang Lin. After thousands of years, he finally didn't need to suppress his cultivation level anymore. Let's have a refreshing fight. The Nether Emperor Battle Aura was theoretically the highest ultimate skill of the Nether King realm, only possessed by the strongest Nanming Wang in the 3 realms. If such a punch were thrown, with Zhang Lin's previous cultivation level, he would be beaten to a pulp. At this moment, the sky split into 2 halves, separated by red smoke. The people below could easily see with their naked eyes that the sky was divided in 2. But the current Zhang Lin had absorbed the power of the black hole and seemingly could fight him to a draw. Both Zhang Lin and Nanming launched their attacks with all their might, one striking, one defending. The viewers below witnessing it with their own eyes couldn't help but be thrilled. Oh my god, it's a subspace. Lord Zhang Wuchang used his hands to mold a subspace rift to absorb the damage. Zhang Lin continued to deploy more spatial rifts, increasing his defense against each of Nanming's dangerous strikes. He then executed the skill he had just copied from the octopus monster and used it to attack Nanming, which surprised him a bit. Nevertheless, Nanming still recognized that it was the octopus's skill from earlier.
Nanming could not deny Zhang Lin's strength. He learned quickly, but it was useless against him. So how about this? Zhang Lin snapped his fingers, causing a spatial rift to appear. Zhang Lin's hand immediately emerged from above Nanming's head, making him freeze for a moment. But very quickly, Nanming managed to dodge it. He reappeared in front of Zhang Lin without a single scratch on his body. Ayo, borrowing power to attack, but it's not over yet. Zhang Lin still wants to show him this. Countless attacks derived from Nanming's skills appeared and surrounded him, making him feel extremely panicked at this massive amount. The spectators below also couldn't believe that Zhang Lin could copy Nanming's attacks in such a massive quantity. Zhang Lin himself knew that facing him head-on he was still not his match, but if his own strength and speed were multiplied, perhaps Nanming would also have to be wary. However, Nanming looked extremely smug.
He, I'm not stupid enough to be defeated by my own attacks. He was actually able to control these attacks, and even loudly claimed that the spatial portal could no longer reflect Zhanglin's power. The Nether King's chi will slash could tear through space. He asked how Zhanglin would deal with it. But when Zhanglin formed a seal preparing to counterattack, Nanming immediately noticed something was wrong. What? That posture? Could it be? Catching it barehanded? This Zhanglin actually has a trump card? Zhanglin suddenly clasped his hands and shouted loudly, "Lord Nanming, I admit defeat. Let's stop fighting, please." Zhanglin blurted this out with an extremely happy expression, leaving Nanming completely flustered and seriously doubting Zhanglin's morals. Huh? Zhanglin pointed for Nanming to look closely around the recent battlefield. If we keep fighting, the space between the mortal realm and the underworld will... Looking at the sky, the boundary between the two worlds was so fragile right now. If they continued to fight, losing this barrier was entirely possible. The spatial barrier was becoming increasingly fragile.
This caused the people below to also feel afraid. They didn't know if it was some kind of illusion or what it was. In the vast sky, a pitch-black area appeared, followed by a strange gate emerging within that blackened space. The people of the mortal realm immediately recognized it. Wasn't that the underworld gate that Zhang Wuchang often showed on his livestream? They even pulled up the livestream to compare. Nanming felt that this time a huge disaster had seemingly been caused. 10 years later, at a hospital, on a hospital bed lay an old grandmother with silvery white hair, seemingly at death's door. The grandchild beside her kept crying continuously to the motionless grandmother on the bed. "Grandma, please don't go. Boo-hoo-hoo."
A voice suddenly rang out from behind the little girl. "Don't cry anymore." This stranger grasped the little girl's shoulder. The person who just appeared comforted her by saying that her grandmother was a great scientist. The Southern Hall was in dire need of people with scientific and technical knowledge, and they would take care of all her living arrangements, guaranteeing she would be happier than when she was alive. This comfort from the ghost envoy truly felt a bit peculiar. Suddenly, another voice abruptly rang out. "Wait!" Many other ghost envoys appeared, trying to persuade. "The Southern Hall only knows how to fight and kill. You should still come to our Eastern Hall, because that is the Eastern Hall where streamer Zhang lives. The Northern Hall is good. The Northern Hall is good. Go to the Northern Hall. Among all the halls, the Western Hall is the absolute best." The arm of the grandmother's spirit reached out to wipe her granddaughter's tears at this moment. "Granddaughter, don't cry. Once things settle down over there, Grandma will call you, and as soon as you hear, Grandma will come back." The granddaughter felt happy again. Ever since the black hole and the resentful thoughts disappeared, the mortal realm and the underworld had completely merged. After experiencing a period of chaos, the scientists of the underworld and humans finally connected the network between humans and ghosts. From then on, not only Zhang Wuchang's livestream room, but even ordinary everyday phones could connect to the underworld. Humanity completely broke free from the constraints and fear of death. In the Dragon Realm, Seven Color was extremely excited, proposing, "How about we open the Dragon Realm for tours?" Was it planning to turn the Dragon Palace into a tourist attraction? But it would be quite interesting either way. Following the disappearance of the resentful thoughts, human conflicts grew fewer and fewer. One day, their dragon clan would no longer need to hide. Just like that, a very, very long time passed. Zhanglin was facing the senior in a room filled with images of the mortal realm. They were watching the mortal realm while playing chess. At this moment, Zhanglin had won the chess game. The senior felt he wasn't bad, and the whole world would no longer have any obstacles. The senior said that when everyone lives equally in the same space, he has already won. 2 spatial rifts appeared in space, revealing 2 familiar faces, which were none other than number 1 and number 2. Number 1 spoke up, expressing that the 2 of them were preparing to go create a new world, which is why number 2 asked if he wanted to come along. Zhanglin thought for a moment, and finally, he smiled and agreed with him. Okay, the 3 of them set off together, beginning a new journey. The end.